I just casually joked about wanting to hook up with a female celebrity. When suddenly a voice echoed in my mind. Detecting host's restless desire for female celebrities. Activating the gangster system for the host. Does the host accept? Accepted. Then the system prompted me to input 3 heads in front of the screen. Without much thought, I directly entered 3 dog emojis. After successful binding, the system issued a beginner's gift package, and I obtained a spiritual spring space. Subsequently, the system released a mission. The host must abduct a female celebrity with over 1 million in popularity within 24 hours and ensure she conceives offspring for the host within 1 month. Mission success rewards include danger premonition and triple the physical strength of an average adult male. Mission failure results in both the system and the host self-destructing. I suddenly sat up straight, thinking this was way too unfair. This isn't how you play the game. They want me to kidnap a female celebrity with over 1 million in popularity within 24 hours, and then have her conceive a child within a month? And if I fail, I'll self-destruct? I asked the system if I could unbind it. I wanted a refund, but the system didn't respond for a long time. This is just making things difficult for me. I felt a headache coming on. Still, the triple adult male physique is pretty tempting. But if I actually go through with kidnapping someone, wouldn't I become a wanted criminal? Sigh, still better than self-destructing, I guess. If I go through with the mission, success would not only let me keep the spirit spring space but also reward me with triple physique and danger premonition. I frowned and clenched my teeth, immediately getting out of bed, quickly dressing, and with a single thought, I arrived within the spiritual spring space. The area spanned roughly tens of thousands of square meters, with a central lake about 10 meters in diameter surrounded by flat land. I walked to the edge of the lake, crouched down, scooped up a handful of water, and drank it. Instantly, the fatigue of the entire day vanished without a trace. Truly worthy of being spiritual spring water. Long-term consumption would surely ward off all illnesses and even enhance physical constitution. I thought if the kidnapping succeeded, I could hide here for a while, so I had to make some preparations. A moment later, I returned to the apartment and stored all the furniture and other items into the spirit spring space. Next, I planned to go directly to Hangdian World Studios, as there are many female celebrities there, which means more opportunities for kidnapping. After that, I drove my Xiaomi SU7 to the supermarket and bought some daily necessities, food, and some seeds. It wouldn't be good to run out of food after the kidnapping. Looking at the food and daily necessities crammed into the trunk and passenger seat, I quickly stored them all into the spirit spring space before setting off toward the Hangdian World Studios. 2 hours later, a gray Xiaomi SU7 slowly came to a stop in a secluded corner. I stepped out of the driver's seat, placed my palm against the car door, and the vehicle instantly vanished into thin air. A faint smile curled at the corners of my lips as I shoved my hands into my pockets and walked toward a nearby hotel. As I walked, I picked up my phone to search for which female celebrities were filming at Hangdian World Studios today. A bunch of familiar names immediately popped up on the screen. I pinched my chin and thought, which one should I kidnap? They're all quite beautiful, and for a moment, I couldn't decide. Forget it. Let us just draw lots and leave it to chance. Whoever's unlucky will be the one. After randomly picking one, the result was Lin Yutong. It's fate, she's the unlucky one. The next morning, I headed straight to the hotel where Lin Yutong was staying. Opportunities to get close to her were rare, and the entrance of her hotel was one such chance. However, this meant carrying out the kidnapping in full public view. Once done, there would be no turning back. I would become a wanted fugitive from that moment on. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Jinghua Grand Hotel's lobby, 2 blue police lines had been set up, with crowds gathered on both sides, all fans of Lin Yutong. They held up their phones, ready to take photos and videos the moment she appeared. I pushed through the crowd forcefully, feeling the dagger hidden in my sleeve with slightly sweaty palms. At this moment, I was extremely nervous. This was my first kidnapping attempt, and to abduct a highly popular actress in full public view, the consequences were unimaginable. But to protect myself, for the spiritual spring space and triple physical abilities, I had to take the risk. If I failed, I would have to face the full force of the law. I took a deep breath to calm my nerves. This was a matter of life and death. Failure was not an option. Listening to the chatter around me, I gradually calmed down. She's coming out, Lin Yutong. I love you. My wife is so beautiful. You're the best. Someone shouted, followed by the continuous cheers of the fans. I also looked toward the hotel entrance and saw Lin Yutong wearing a black sports bra and black shark pants, her chestnut hair tied up at the back of her head, holding a Pomeranian in her arms as she walked toward the business car at the end of the security line. At that moment, I no longer felt nervous inside, watching Lin Yutong come closer and closer.
As he watched Lin Yutong get closer and closer, the hoots and hollers of the fans around him seemed to disappear. Shoo! Just as Lin Yutong was less than a meter away from Su Jiao, he violently crossed the cordon and grabbed Lin Yutong's slender, white arm, and the dagger in his sleeve was also placed above her snow-white neck. Things were so sudden that the staff next to them, as well as countless fans, surprisingly did not react for a moment. Lin Yutong, on the other hand, was stunned dumbfounded by Su's sudden action. Feeling the cold dagger between her neck, she stared in horror, not daring to move a muscle. "Be honest and don't struggle or I'll kill you." Su Lak gave an icy, intimidating cry and pulled Lin Yutong towards the commercial vehicle. Wow! The people around them reacted instantly and began to riot in an instant. "Someone is trying to kidnap my wife? Quickly let go of Yutong. Do you know that you are breaking the law? Quickly! Call the police. Yutong's wife, I've come to save you." A couple of frothing young men, their eyes wide with rage, surged over the cordon and tried to move forward to free the goddess. "All of you back off, or I'll kill her right now." Su Liao's face was calm as he swept his eyes over the crowd and said in a cold voice, "All stand back. Don't act rashly. Be careful that he injures Yutong." Just then, a man in his late 40s or so stopped the three rash men. Seeing the three rash young men gritting their teeth and eyes spitting fire as they retreated to the side, Su Qiu stood behind Lin Yutong, his left hand holding her neck, his right hand dagger tightly placed between her neck, drilled into the commercial vehicle, and quickly closed the door. "Drive, find a place to stop where no one is out of the way, and if you try anything, I'll kill her." Looking at the driver, who had a nervous face with a hint of admiration, Su Lak spoke out in a threatening manner. "Fine, I'll open it, you don't hurt Yutong." The driver said, started the car, and headed off. In the back, because it's a business car, the two seats are separated by some distance. Su Liao then made Lin Yutong sit on his lap, while the dagger was moved slightly away. In case this driver came to a hard break, Lin Yutong will not be directly to receive the box. Then their own mission is also expected to fail, life from now on a gray. "Little brother, I should not have offended you, right? Why do you want to arrest me?" Seeing that the person behind her didn't say anything, Lin Yutong continued, "If you release me now, I can cooperate with you and say that we were acting, so that you don't have to take the charge of kidnapping. Okay, little brother, shut the up, and if you make another sound, I'll cut you in the cheek." Hearing the cold voice of the man behind her, Lin Yutong hurriedly closed her mouth, not daring to make another sound. Hotel entrance. Fans and staff have dialed the police. Green Luan Studios police station. Listening to the successive alarm calls in the microphone, the face of the receiving police officer Lin Momo suddenly became grave. She quickly stood up and walked toward the director's office. "Kobayashi, what's the matter? In such a hurry?" The director, Lu Qiming, looked up and frowned at Lin Moxian. "Officer Lu, we just received a lot of reports from the public that actress Lin Yutong was kidnapped in front of the Jinghua Hotel, and then the suspects took her in her business car and left." "What? Someone dares to commit kidnapping in my territory. They really have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts." Lu Qiming's face changed, fiercely stood up, slammed his palm on the table, making a bang sound. Lin Moxie couldn't help but shrink her neck. The director was too grumpy. It happens every time. Scare the baby to death and forget about it. Lu Qiming quickly walked towards the monitoring room. Nowadays, the roads are full of surveillance. Kidnapping? Oh, go sing me tears in prison. 3 minutes later, 6 police cars left the police station and approached Su. The other side, the business car slowed to a stop on an isolated road. As he watched the driver disappear, Su Liao's gaze once again looked at Lin Yutong, whose body was shivering slightly. He quickly put away the dagger and covered Lin Yutong's eyes with both hands. In the next second, the two figures disappeared into the car. Woo-hoo, woo-hoo. The two had just disappeared when 6 police cars appeared within visual range of the commercial vehicle and quickly surrounded the commercial vehicle. "People in the car, listen. We are officers from the Green Luan Studios police station. You are completely surrounded by us. There is no possibility of escape. Our first priority is to ensure the safety of the hostages. I hope you realize this and don't do anything to harm the hostages. We are willing to communicate with you and seek a peaceful solution. Now, we demand that you immediately drop your weapons and release the hostages. This is the only right choice for you. If you can cooperate with our actions, release the hostages and surrender, we will grant leniency in accordance with the law." For a long time, the car was silent and unanswered. Lu Qiming had a moment of doubt in his heart. Had he already escaped? Then, he made a go gesture. More than 10 armed police officers quickly approached the commercial vehicle. "Detective Lu, there's no one in the car. The suspect has escaped." Chapter 3, National Wanted. Looking at the empty business car, Lu Qiming faced green, A fist smashed in the car door, issued a bang sound. How dare you kidnap someone in my territory and let him escape? Check. Find out all the information about the suspect for me and issue a city-wide wanted notice. I don't believe he can escape from this city. Also, go and pacify the victim's family first. Then give the public an explanation, and the suspect must be apprehended within 3 days. Yes, Mr. Liu. The group of officers put away their guns and shouted in unison. Asshole. Catch you old man must let you have a taste of old man's power. Congratulations. The kidnapping was successful. Please work hard to complete the subsequent parts. Just after entering the spiritual spring space, the system voice rang in his head. Ignoring it, Su let go of Lin Yutong. Where is this? Looking at the tens of thousands of square meters of strange space around her, Lin Yutong, who was originally scared and fearful, was instantly replaced by Curious Sun. Just now she clearly remembered she was still in the car. How did she change the world in the blink of an eye? For a moment of curiosity, he forgot that he had been kidnapped to this place. Looking at Lin Yutong, who was just like a good silly baby, Su Xiao didn't ink with her and immediately said, Lin Yutong, don't worry about where this is first. It's better to think about your current situation. Hearing Su's words, Lin Yutong then remembered that she had been kidnapped here by the man in front of her. Her eyebrows suddenly furrowed, and the red-colored mark on her brow creased together. Who the hell are you? Why did you bring me here? And what the hell is this place? Oh, that's a lot of questions. Still, seeing as you're my future baby mama, I won't tell you what this place is, but the name has to be told. After all, you can't even know what your husband's name is. My name is Su Lack. Lack of virtue, you can call me Su Lack, or you can call me husband. I'm the mother of his future child. He's my husband? Does he want? Thinking that the man in front of her who called himself Su Liao was going to do that kind of thing to her, Lin Yutong's heart immediately tensed up, but she still pretended to be calm. Su Liao, you are so handsome. Wouldn't it be good to find a beautiful girlfriend to live a good life? If you do that kind of thing to me, then you're not only a QJF or a kidnapper. Do you know how long you'll be sentenced if you do that? That's if they catch me first. Su Liao smiled, ignoring Lin Yutong's struggles, and directly pulled her arm, walked over to the mattress, and sat down. His hands held Lin Yutong's hands tightly, his expression solemn. Lin Yutong, I'll be straight with you, whether you agree or not, within a month, you have to be pregnant with my child, or else the two of us will be finished together and no one will survive. I'll give you 1 day today to think about it, and I hope you'll agree, or I'll have to use force. Su Lack, if you want a child, why don't you just find a girlfriend and let her give birth to you? Why do you have to do something illegal? Oh, today, a few actresses in Qingwan Film City. I cast lots to catch you. I can only say that my destiny with you is destined by heaven. You are destined to be the mother of my child. All right, I'll go to the side and get busy. So think about whether you want to accept it actively or passively. After Su Liao said that, he no longer paid attention to the ugly-faced Lin Yutong and stood up to walk towards the water bucket on the side. He is going to plant the vegetable and fruit seeds he bought. It is a waste of such a large piece of land not to be utilized. Looking at Su Jiao, who had his back turned to himself and was hiding on the ground, digging pits and planting at the top of his lungs, Lin Yutong once again surveyed her surroundings. What the hell is this place? Why were we in the car one moment and here the next? Could it be outside? At this point, there's been a lot of noise. The video of Su kidnapping Lin Yutong was spread over the internet. Although the official Longxia country has been suppressing the information that Lin Yutong has been kidnapped. But the heat on Lin Yutong was too high, plus the murderer kidnapped her in plain sight. In the end, the official Longxia state could only announce it to the public due to the pressure of public opinion, and the video quickly spread to all cities in Longxia state. And, given the disproportionate scope of the kidnapping's impact, the country of Longxia issued a Class A wanted notice for Su, and a reward of $1 million. Nocturnal City, Hentang Mansion, 17th floor, Mythic Workshop. Suyu is sitting in front of the computer, busy. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. The prestige beeps suddenly sounded continuously. It was a message from her college roommate and best friend, Shin Lele. Looking at Shin Lele's last message, Yu, is this person your younger brother? Words, Suyu's eyebrows slightly wrinkled, picked up her cell phone and opened her wizards and clicked in. Looking at the 2 videos sent by Shin Lele, she casually clicked on the first one. In a flash, Her eyes widened, followed by a rubbing of her eyes as she looked toward the cell phone screen again. How can that be? How could little Missy go and do the kidnapping thing? No, it can't be. It must just be a resemblance, it must be. Suyu muttered, and with a trembling hand, quickly clicked on the second video. It's a wanted notice issued by the country of Longxia. Class A wanted. Su.png. Physical description. About 1.8 meters tall, inch head, black pants, white t-shirt. This person is a suspect in the kidnapping of famous actress Lin Yutong. If you have any clues, please immediately. With a bam sound, the cell phone in Su Yu's hand fell onto the desktop. How could this happen? How could little Missing go and do such a thing? No! This can't be. Su Yu was hard to accept. Her brother had grown up as a kind, righteous and sunny boy. How could he have done such a thing? There had to be a reason in the middle that she didn't know about. This must be it. Su Yu quickly picked up the cell phone on the table and headed towards the building. D. The number you have dialed is not in the service area. Please dial again later. Listening to the voice coming out of the microphone, Su Yu's heart sank. Several more calls were made, all indicating that they were not in the service area. Su Yu returned dully to the top of the workstation. Mom and Dad are probably going to find out about this soon too. No, I have to go home and be with them. Su Yu secretly thought in her heart, and immediately stood up and walked towards the personnel department. With all that's happened, she's leaving her job to go home to be with her parents. In the meantime, Mountain Province, Imperial Water City. Sui King Court, Block 9, 802. Ooh-hoo. My daughter. All right, don't cry. Daughter, he will be fine. We have to believe in the official Longxia's ability to do things. Inside the living room, a well-mannered man in his 50s, wearing glasses, was pulling a woman, also in her early to mid-50s, to softly comfort him. Despite saying so, his eyes were filled with worry. Lin Yutong was the only daughter in their family. If something unfortunate really happened, how could they live? The words are split. Spirit springs space. At this time, Su Lak is planting watermelon seeds. Lin Yutong, on the other hand, was forced by Su Su to water the planted watermelon seeds with a water ladle. Chapter 4. If you let me go, I'll introduce my girlfriend to you. Looking at Su Su, who seemed to be tireless, puffing and puffing as he dug pits and laid down seeds, Lin Tong pouted as she followed behind and watered. He had happily left the house in the morning to go film an important episode, but now he's been captured and used as a laborer, and a day later he even has to conceive an heir for him. The more Lin Yutong thought about it, the less she felt in her heart. Tears couldn't help but slide down her white cheeks, but she did not cry out. This water you can drink if you are thirsty. It will strengthen your body and prevent all diseases. Su Jiu, who was digging a pit, suddenly said without turning his head. Lin Yutong snorted coldly in her heart and raised one of her legs in a kicking motion to Su Jiao. She couldn't wait to punch Su Jiao unconscious and escape from here. Unfortunately, she doesn't have that power. And she also found this space which seemed like the kind of small independent space in novels. Otherwise, it is impossible to explain the transformation of heaven and earth in the blink of an eye. Thinking of this, Lin Yutong curiously raised her arm, her rosy lips taking a shallow taste of the bright red scooped mouth. Oraro. Oh, this water. Drank surprisingly feels soothing. Does it contain aura as described in TV dramas and novels? Gul'dan. Gul'dan. She tilted her head back and then swallowed the water from the ladle used to water the seeds. Su Lak, here? What's going on here? Su Liao twisted his head to look at Lin Yutong. No. Nothing. You'd better hurry up and figure out if you want to be passive or active. Su Lak, why don't you set me free, and I'll introduce my best friend to you, so she can help you give birth to a child. Do you think it's a good idea? By the way, my bestie's name is Li Mengchen. I'm sure you should have heard of her. I don't think it's good, so don't think so much. I said within a month. If you can't get pregnant, then we'll both be destroyed together by then. So, then if you have a problem, why should I be allowed to follow along with the destruction? Oh, you'll be a martyr for me. You. 3 hours later. By the mattress, a round table was placed with a single sofa on each side. It's all property shunted from apartments and hotels. At this moment, Su Su and Lin Yutong were each sitting on one side, eating their food in silence. Su Lak, what about bathing and going to the restroom here? Lin Yutong suddenly opened her mouth and asked, "Go to the bathroom and settle on the side first. And if you want to take a shower, just carry a bucket of water and find a random spot." Upon hearing this, Lin Yutong's heart was filled with anger. But there was nothing she could do about it, so she could only take it out on the food in her hands. Time passed, and night fell within the spirit spring space. Su Liao was stunned for a moment in his heart. The spirit spring space even had a dark night, and I wondered what the principle was. "Su Lak, haven't you prepared anything for lighting? Let's just get by with the cell phone light for now, and I'll go out later and check it out," Su Liao said, walking over to the mattress, taking off his shoes and lying on it. "Lin Yutong, come over and lie next to me. Let's get used to it first. I just ate food and don't want to lie down later." In the darkness, Lin Yutong's nervous and trembling voice rang out with a hint of trembling. "Lin Yutong, just resign yourself to your fate. No one will be able to find you here. If you cooperate obediently, I won't hurt you. When you're pregnant, I might let you go. However, if you go back and dare to abort the baby, I will continue to tie you back up and get you pregnant again, so even if you do go back, you will have to do a good job of having the baby." Su's demonic voice kept echoing in Lin Yutong's ears. Suddenly, Lin Yutong felt her body lighten. Off the ground. "Su, let go of me. You can't do this. Do you know that you're breaking the law?" In Su's arms, Lin Yutong struggled hard, her small fists pounding Su's chest, her voice carrying a slight sobbing tone. Bang! Su Liao threw Lin Yutong onto the mattress. The soft elasticity bounced Lin Yutong's body up and down slightly twice. Woo-woo! Listening to Lin Yutong's whimpering, Suzhou's heart was also filled with a feeling of helplessness. But for the sake of the system, for the spirit spring space, for the triple physique, for the danger warning, for all the savings in his hand, and even more so, he could only do so much not to sing the tears of the iron window. "Come on, don't cry. You should be honored to get my first time. My first time doesn't come to just anyone. Woo-woo. If it's your first time, isn't it someone else's first time? Is it possible that anyone can just get their first time? Asshole, oh. You're in your 30s and it's your first time? Liar." Listening to Suzhou's words, Lin Yutong forgot to whimper for a moment as she looked at Suzhou and roared. "Who says you can't keep your first time if you're over 30? If you think I'm old, then let me go and find someone else. What's the point of finding an old woman like me?" Looking at Lin Yutong, who was like a tigress on the rampage, Su Xiao stopped talking and silently climbed onto the mattress. "Don't you want to FK? Come on," Lin Yutong said, lying straight down, teardrops soundlessly flowing out of her eyes, sliding down towards the edge of her crystalline earlobes. "Maybe it's the first time I've done this. Of a bad deed." Su Xiao looked at Lin Yutong, who was like a lying corpse, and lost interest for a moment. "All right, I won't push you tonight. Get some rest and continue tomorrow," Su Liao said, putting on his shoes and taking out his pre-prepared mask and hat to put them on. In the next instant, it disappeared into the spiritual spring space. Hearing no more movement around her, Lin Yutong suspiciously turned on her cell phone flashlight and looked around. Where else was Su's figure? Could this really be a separate little space? But isn't that only in fiction? Why does Su have such a piece of space? Could he really? Outside, Su Liao's figure reappeared in the same lot where he had disappeared. The business car has been towed away by Longxia officials. There is very little traffic on this stretch of road, so no cameras have been installed. However, Su Lak froze in place. Is it surprising that it's still daylight outside? He quickly took out his cell phone and looked at Yenjing time. The outside world was surprisingly only 1/10 of the time that had passed in Spirit Spring Space. That is to say that 10 days inside the spiritual spring space, only 1 day had passed in the outside world. Su Liao came back to his senses and quickly ran into the nearby grove, finding a hidden place to hide. Dozens of incoming call reminder text messages from his parents and sister. He had to return a call to his sister Suyu. There was also the need to check online for information about himself. Fruity. Searching for the word Su Liao brought up the Class A wanted notice issued against him by the Longxia Kingdom. Hey! Su Yao sighed long and hard, and although he had known that this would be the outcome, it still caused a wave of frustration in his heart. And I don't know if this is worth it or not. Just hope the system doesn't disappoint him. And the quest will have to be sped up, getting triple physique and danger warnings as early as possible to better survive. Fixing his mind, Su Liao quickly dialed his sister Su Yu's phone. Today's level of technological advancement, his cell phone may have been located, Perhaps the Green Luan Studios police officers are on their way. Must be quick. Little lackey. Where are you now? Is everyone okay? As soon as the phone was connected, Suyu's anxious voice rang out. Sis, I'm just calling to tell you that I'm fine and you don't have to worry. In addition, what I did had an unavoidable hardship, and it wasn't what I wanted, but I can't tell you why yet. In addition, on Mom and Dad's side, I would like to trouble you, sis, to take care of the comfort. Time is running out, so I'll leave it at that. After saying that, Susu's figure disappeared once again. In the meantime, Night City High-Speed Rail Station, although the phone has been hung up, but just now the microphone, that woo-woo-woo-woo-woo siren sound, is still echoing in Suyu's ears. The teardrops in her eyes couldn't help but roll down her white jade-like cheeks. Little lacking, sister believes in you. You mustn't be all right. Chapter 5, System, you don't have to blow yourself up. Su Liao's figure had just disappeared in less than 3 minutes when 6 police cars reappeared on that remote road. A dozen uniformed officers quickly stepped out of the police car and searched the surrounding area. Officer Liu, we searched in a big circle and couldn't find Susu. This kid should have a strong sense of anti-surveillance. Surprisingly, he didn't leave any clues. Lu Qiming couldn't help but frown. Why did Susu appear here again? Is there something important here? Or what difference does it make? Little Li, Little Song, Little Qian, Little Wang, the 4 of you keep an eye on this place 24 hours a day. If Su Lak reappears, don't scare the snakes and notify the team immediately. Yes, Mr. Liu. Xiao Li, Xiao Song, Xiao Qian, and Xiao Wang responded in unison. Jingle bells. Just then, Lu Qiming's cell phone suddenly rang. Glancing at the caller alert, he hastily pressed the answer button. Xiao Lu. I've sent Potato Criminal Investigation expert Xin Yu over to assist you in apprehending the suspect. Now, I order you to make sure that the suspect is apprehended and the hostages are rescued within 3 days. Hearing the word Xin Yu, Lu Qiming was ecstatic in his heart and loudly responded, Yes, Chief Potato-chan, with Xin Yu here, I'm confident that I can apprehend the suspects and rescue the hostages within 3 days. Aha! The impact of this kidnapping case is too great. The above can be all tightly watched. We must be on top of our game. Yes, Potato Chief Chin. Hanging up the phone, Lu Qiming quickly returns towards the police station and waits for Xin Yu to arrive. Xin Yu, a 24-year-old criminal investigation genius. It had taken 3 hours to solve the Rainy Night serial rape and murder case that had plagued the entire Linjiang province for more than a month. It is known as the nemesis of sin in Zhejiang province. With him around, not to mention 3 days, he might be able to apprehend Susu today. Due to the 10-to-1 time ratio, an hour had passed within the Spirit Spring space. When Susu returned, perhaps because she was tired from the tortuous encounters during the day, Lin Yutong had already entered dreamland. With the help of the bright light from his cell phone's flashlight, looking at Lin Yutong, who was breathing steadily and whose cheeks still bore dried tear marks, Su Yao sighed and gently lay down, taking her into his arms and closing his eyes. Perhaps it was because of the warmth she met in her dream. Lin Yutong shrunk into a ball, hugged Su Jiao's tiger waist tightly, and gently arched in his arms. Mountain Province, Imperial Water City. Sui King Court, Block 9, 802. Li Mengchen took a deep breath, then knocked on the door of the room. Creak! The door to the room opened. Dashi Zi is here. Come on in. Lin Mother's eyes were red as she invited Li Mengchen into the room. Lin's father happened to come out of the bedroom dragging his suitcase. Auntie, Uncle, where are you going? Li Mengchen looked at Lin Yutong's parents in confusion. Is it going to Green Luan Studios? Dahi Zi, your aunt and I are going to go to Green Luan Studio City. I heard from the police officers over at Green Luan Studios that Sujiao is still in the city, so your aunt and I are going to go over there. Upon hearing this, Li Mengchen was slightly stunned, then hurriedly said, Uncle and Auntie, I'll accompany you. Yutong will definitely be fine. Lin father and mother hesitated for a moment before nodding their heads and agreeing to be accompanied by Li Mengchen. After all, Li Mengchen is her daughter's best friend. Harbor, Passage Entertainment Group Headquarters, 31st floor. Bang! Su Week, what do you do for a living? To be able to have Lin Yutong kidnapped by a man in full public view, what use does the company have for you? Are you responsible for the company's losses? A man in a black suit, approximately in his 50s, slammed the conference table and stared at the woman in her 30s in a professional outfit on the big screen and roared. Mr. Lin, the incident happened suddenly, and we didn't expect that someone would dare to kidnap Yutong under the public's nose. Now we're urging the Qingwan Studios police to try and rescue Yu Tong as soon as possible. Su Week was also helpless in her heart. Not only was she the leader of the company, but she was also Lin Yutong's agent, who would have thought that this kind of thing would happen, and it was squeezed in when the bodyguard wasn't there. Suzhou Province, Golden Poverty City, Fei Fei car rental shop. Tea room. 3 men in their 30s sat opposite each other. How about you two? Should we go to Mom Su Liao's house and ask his parents for it? One of the men took a small sip of tea and looked up at the other two. I think we should just forget about it and consider ourselves unlucky. There's no need to offend a bandit who dares to kidnap a star because of this 100,000 or so. The other man pondered. I think we can wait for a while. When the Longxia police officers apprehend him, we will go and find him to get him back. If he is gone, then we will find his family. The other two froze, then thought for a moment and nodded in satisfaction. This one's good. By the time he gets in there, he won't have to be afraid of retaliation. In the spiritual spring space, the sky gradually brightened. Lin Yutong woke up in a daze. Who am I? What happened? In the next moment, a scene from yesterday instantly crossed his mind. She looked up at the boy who was hugging her tightly, a little handsomely, and her face was calm, not struggling. On closer inspection, it is quite tolerable, perhaps. One can try to accept it, but he is a robber after all. Am I going to find a robber for a husband? But if I don't agree, he'll force it again and eventually have to carry his child and become the mother of his child. In that case, it seems better to really just try to accept it. Moreover, he probably obtained a golden finger like the one described in the novel, so it seems like I'm the one who's high on the list. But he kidnapped me in front of the public and has become a lawbreaker. And after leaving this space, won't he be arrested and live in jail? Just as Lin Yutong was getting tangled up, Suzhou slowly woke up, and before he even opened his eyes, a trace of fresh scent entered his nostrils. It smells so good. Su Liao slowly opened his eyes. In a flash, for eyes were close together. Big morning when the yang fire is in full swing. Looking at Lin Yutong's absolutely beautiful face and smelling the faint fragrance, Su lowered his head and then kissed Lin Yutong's rosy lips. Well, Lin Yutong was first stunned, then gave up struggling after 2 token struggles. With red pants with black short sleeves and landing, the seeds of the fruits and vegetables planted yesterday in the space seemed to be breaking out. An hour later, looking at the fragrant and sweaty Lin Yutong, Su Yao's heart burst with satisfaction. Now you're satisfied. Lin Yutong lying on top of Su Liao's chest, seemingly petulant, seemingly grudging. Not satisfied, you're not pregnant with my child yet. You're not still on the safe side now, are you? Lin Yutong blushed slightly and let out a soft Then let's go on and just win by the count, Su said, and rolled over again. Time rushed by, the 3rd day of the Spirit Spring Space, evening. After 2 ridiculous days, Su finally heard a voice that surprised him. Congratulations to the host, completing the mission and obtaining triple physique and danger warning ability. Hint, collect in your heart, then you can receive the reward of the mission. Just as Su Yao was about to receive his reward, Lin Yutong's delicate voice rang out from her arms. Honey, go on? Chapter 6, 2 Guns for the World. Honey, go on? No. Honey, are you out of it? Lin Yutong's words had just fallen, when Su Xiao snapped and slapped on her dolphin. Little goblin, if not to see that you're already pregnant, brother, I'll definitely have to clean you up today. What? Lin Yutong cried out in shock, violently breaking free from Su's embrace and sitting up. Honey, you said I'm pregnant? How did you know? How do I know? You just stay out of it. Your task now is to get some rest. Lin Yutong's eyes rolled, and she once again jumped into Su Jiao's arms, tilting her face up to stare at Su Jiao as she delicately said, Hubby, can I ask you a question? Ask. Hubby, did you get a golden finger like in the novel? Also, what exactly is this place? Is it one of those small independent spaces? At those words, Su froze. Lin Yutong had surprisingly guessed it. But yes, after all, it was 2025 now, and how could she, as a movie and television actress, not be familiar with the golden finger in the novel? However, Su did not admit it. Hey, guess. He smiled and got out of the bed, walked over to the couch and sat down, closing his eyes and chanting for it in his mind. Lin Yutong quickly put on her pajamas and followed suit, getting up, walking over to the other sofa and sitting down, pouring a cup of spirit spring water and gulping it down. Then, with his hands propped up on his chin, he silently looked at Su Su, who had his eyes tightly closed. Su Xiao quickly finished receiving the system rewards. A triple physique is not simply 1 plus 2 is equal to 3, but far greater than 3. At this moment, warmth surged through his body, and it was as if an unrivaled strength was contained within his body. As for the danger warning function, as long as someone who contained hostile intent towards him appeared within 1,000 meters, a small map would appear in his mind, marking the source of the danger. Su Lak's heart was ecstatic with this danger warning function. His safety was considered guaranteed when he went out again. Suddenly, the system's mechanical-like voice sounded again. Task issued. Host is requested to kidnap another actress with a fame value of over 1 million within 24 hours and make her give birth to an heir for the host within 1 month. Mission successful. Rewarded with the art of disguise and a desert eagle with unlimited bullets. Failed mission. No penalty, no reward. The manga system is surprisingly releasing another mission, and still kidnapping actresses and conceiving heirs? Hummer, why don't you just change your name to Hooligan? Old bull rascal. But then again, the reward is tempting. Unlimited bullets, desert eagle With a gun in hand, the world is mine. But, from now on, it's 2 guns for 1. Doing it once is doing it anyway, doing it twice is doing it. Then keep doing it. However, for the time being, it was better to let Lin Yutong continue to stay in the spiritual spring space. Tong Tong, I'm going to go out. Do you need anything? I'll bring it back for you. You're going out? Lin Yutong looked at Su Lak and said worriedly, the police potatoes outside are definitely arresting you. Would it be too dangerous to go out at this time? Don't worry, I'm confident. Then you must be more careful when you go out. I don't want the baby to be fatherless before it's born. Haha. Don't worry. Su Lak. Then wait for me. I'll record a video and send it to my parents when you go out. Lin Yutong said, running to the mattress and picking up her cell phone, recording a video. After a full 3 minutes of recording, Lin Yutong walked over to Sujio and handed him his cell phone. Sujio, the password is my birthday 0606, and the video is the last one in the album. Okay, I'll send it to your parents when I get out. Su Liao stood up, hugged Lin Yutong and kissed her on the cheek before his figure disappeared before her eyes. Since she had guessed, there was no point in hiding it, and since she wasn't going to let her go now anyway, there was no need to worry at all. Lin Yutong watched as Su Su's silhouette disappeared out of thin air in front of her eyes, and although she had already guessed in her heart, seeing it with her own eyes still shook her to the core. It's amazing that this kind of magic really exists in the world. Outside, the danger warning mini-map appeared in Su Su's mind just as soon as he appeared. Follow the mini-map directions. Aha! Right into 2 pairs of confused, wide-eyed eyes. Su Lak was also dumbfounded that he had sent someone here to keep an eye on him. Immediately, he turned around and ran towards the distance. Su Jiu has appeared. Song Zhong. Quickly, notify Lu Xiao. Chen Duoduo shouted and chased after Su Jiu in the direction he had fled. Don't run. Su Su. Stop right there. If you run again, I'll shoot you. Don't shoot. I surrender. Su Su stopped and turned around slowly with his hands raised. Chandos raised his pistol and slowly approached Su Su. Bang! With a muffled sound, Su Yao struck out like lightning, backhandedly seizing the gun in Shander's hand, and slashed at the back of his head with a palm, cutting him unconscious. Su Lak put away his firearm and with a few dashes, his figure disappeared from the scene. Toto! Song Zhong arrived and looked at Chen Duoduo, who was lying on the land, motionless. His heart was shocked, and he cried out sadly and pounced over. Duo, wake up, wake up. Song Zhong lifted the upper half of Chen Duoduo's body up so that he was leaning in his arms, gently patting his cheeks and calling out. Well, Chandra woke up in a haze, her mind still reeling. Duo, where's Su Su? What happened? Song Zhong? Right, Su Lak, and my gun. Shander violently disengaged himself from Song Zhong's embrace and searched around for his sidearm. A moment later, Chen Duoduo looked sad. Song Zhong, I had my gun taken away by Su Jiu. What? Xiao Qian, your gun was taken by Su Xiao. Before Song Zhong could say anything, Lu Qiming's alarmed voice suddenly sounded behind the two. Song Zhong and Chen Duoduo twisted their heads to see that it was Lu Qiming, and the two of them hurriedly stood up. Chen Duoduo lowered his head and spoke apprehensively. Officer Lu, I'm sorry, My gun was snatched by Su Xiao and I let him escape. What are you doing for food? Guns can be taken away and he's still allowed to escape. Lu Qiming's eyes widened as he roared. Lu Thuofa nu. Qian Duo shivered and responded in silence. At this time, beside Lu Qiming, a young man who was about in his early 20s, dressed in black casual clothes with a slim figure, fair skin, and a height of 1 meter 8 with a 3'7" hairstyle, took a few steps forward and walked in front of Qian Duo. Hello, I'm Xinyu, sent by the city police department to cooperate with you in apprehending the suspect. Please inform me in detail of everything you just saw. Xinyu? Hearing the name, Qian Duo raised his head in surprise. Expert Shen. It's really you? Great. All right. Cut the crap and hurry up to inform Expert Shen in detail about everything you saw. Yes, Mr. Lu. The other side. Su Lak found a secluded and unoccupied place, opened Lin Yutong's cell phone, and tapped on her photo album. The albums are full of pictures of kittens and puppies, landscapes, selfies, boudoir photos, and some pictures from filming. With that, I opened my wiki and clicked on the top family group chat, and there were only 12 people. In addition to herself, there were grandma, grandpa, grandma, dad, mom, great-aunt, great-auntie, sister, sister-in-law, 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 brother-in-law. Lin Yutong's parents and her best friend Li Mengchen actually came to Qingwan Studios as well. Looking at the group chat message, Su froze for a moment, and then he sent out the video recorded by Lin Yutong. Chapter 7. The crime is committed again, and the deed is done. As soon as the video went out, the family crowd exploded. Grandma, Tong, where are you? Grandma is so worried about you. Grandma, my little Tong, you've worried Grandma to death. Mom, Tong, where are you now? Mom and Dad will soon be at Qingwan Studios. By the way, Dashizi is also here. Auntie, Tong, are you okay now? The kidnappers didn't do anything to you, did they? Auntie, Tong, is that you? Mom, Tong, why don't you say something? Little brother, you're not my sister, are you Su? What, the kidnapper Su Jiao? Su, is that you? Please don't hurt my daughter. We're willing to pay the ransom. We'll agree to any amount of money. Just please don't hurt my daughter. In a flash, the crowd of family members was like a bomb had been thrown into the crowd. Chaos reigned. Looking at Lin Yutong's family's concerned words, Su grinned and pressed the voice button. Yeah. Grandma, grandpa, grandma, uncles, aunts, great-aunts, great-aunts' husbands, sister-in-laws, brother-in-laws. I'm Su. I've kidnapped your Tong, but she's fine now. You don't have to worry about a thing. I'll bring her back to visit you in a while. Tong has a surprise for you then. Let's not talk about it, jia. The voice was sent out, and Su Liao quickly pulled Lin Yutong's prestige into his family's home crowd again. Both of his parents are the only son and daughter in the family, and his grandfather, grandmother, grandpa, and grandma have all passed away as well. As a result, apart from him, the only people in the group chat were his dad, his mom, his sister, and now there was an additional Lin Yutong. In the meantime, Peony Flower City, Old Town, Happy Home Building 6, 702 living room. Suyu was holding her cell phone to check the information about Su Jiao on the internet. Ding dong! The prestige tone suddenly sounded. Suyu's eyes were happy, and she hurriedly opened her prestige. Looking at the sudden extra member of the family crowd, Suyu stared in confusion. Little lackey, are you okay? And who is this? Sis, this is Lin Yutong's wiki number. She'll be part of our family from now on. Also, I'm fine now, you guys don't have to worry. Alright, I still have a lot of things to do, so I'll leave it for now. When the message was sent out, Su Liao directly exited Weixin and opened DeepBeak Full-Blooded Edition to search for the locations of the crews and places to stay for the remaining few actresses who were still filming in Qingwan Studios. At this point, it was a little after 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Lin Yutong has been taken by kidnappers, and the Dream in a Book crew she's on has stopped filming. However, it did not affect the shooting schedule of other crews. The 6 crews, Night Never Returns, Palm World, Easy Ferry, Invincible Easy, Asama Twilight, and Ferry, are still in full swing. Moreover, security patrols have been stepped up around each crew. From time to time, a civilian police officer walks by. The other side, Su Lak put on his mask and duck-tongued cap and walked out of the deserted field to the side of the road. Used Lin Yutong's cell phone number to call a cab on Lack of Virtue Maps. About 10 minutes. The cab stopped beside Su. Master, go to Yun Street. Okay. The master driver answered and the car started. Soon he felt something was wrong. The back passenger seemed to resemble the kidnapper. Instantly, he glanced his head to the center rearview mirror. Aha! A pipe was suddenly pressed against the back of his head. The driver was immediately scared and trembled. Incoherent. You? Me? I didn't see anything. No. Don't kill me. My child has just been born. Cannot have no father. Don't worry. As long as you pretend you didn't see anything, I won't hurt you. In addition, I've memorized your license plate and appearance. If you dare to call the police, I'll exterminate your entire family. I hope you don't make a mistake. You. Don't worry. I didn't see anything. I don't know anything. I'm not going to kill you. So don't be afraid and focus on driving. Good. Good. The cab drove smoothly toward Argyle Street. Words split into two. Just as Su Liao had just gotten into the cab, two black commercial cars drove into the underground parking lot of Yun Street one after the other, coincidentally parked in an adjacent parking space. Soon, two black commercial vehicles stepped out of two tightly wrapped women at the same time. The first two women, one wearing a white vest and blue jacket with black pants. The other one was wearing an orange vest, with her snow-white arms and shoulders exposed to the air, and her lower body was wearing yellowish pants, which were very attractive in the front and back. What's the same is that both are wearing hats and masks, making their real faces completely invisible. Mu Nianxue? Yi-chan. Sister Yi, it's really you? Why are you here? Your sister Aoi isn't filming a movie here, so I just happened to pass by and came to take a look. And you're not here to visit, are you? Yeah, I just happened to be passing by, and Mengjie and Dudu are both filming over here, so I came over to take a look. Bai Mengjie and Xiao Dudu are also there. Then it's just right that we'll get together in the evening. Yeah, the two men said, heading for the elevator. The two assistants followed close behind, heading for the elevator. A white cab slowly pulled up to the curb at the entrance to Gray Street. Master, the money has been paid for you. Think hard about whether you want money or your life. Su Liao said, straightened his mask and hat, opened the car door and walked down. The driver looked at Su Lak's back, hesitated, and still gave up that $1 million. Gee, I can't believe you paid me $100. I didn't expect you to be a kidnapper, but you're a good one. Why don't you force me to say thank you? I thank you. 5 minutes later. Congratulations to the host. 2 eligible stars have been detected beside you. A chance that can't be missed. Please seize the opportunity. Su Lak was slightly startled, stopping in his tracks and twisting his head to look around. At once, 4 suspicious figures came into view. Wearing hats and masks to hide their faces, they must be 2 of the 4. Since you can't tell the difference, why don't you just tie them up together? Thinking of this, Su followed not far behind the 4 without haste. Walking, the 4 walked inside an alleyway. Su Liao's heart rejoiced as he quickly followed. Bang bang. With 2 hand slashes, the 2 who fell behind went down. Hearing the commotion, the 2 men walking in front of them twisted their heads to look behind them, only to see a familiar face smiling at them. Su Lex, you. Why are you here? Yui, run. Yang Yi reacted, pulling Mu Nianshua's arm and running towards the outside of the alley. A cooked duck. How could Su let her fly away? With a single arrow step, Su appeared behind the 2 men. 2 more bang-bang hand slashes. Yang Yi and Mu Nianxue also fainted. Shoo! Collecting the 2 into his space, Su Liao used his own cell phone to dial the police. Hey! I want to call the police. 2 people were knocked out in the Hudong at number 8 Yun Street in Qingwan Film City. Hanging up directly, Su Liao straightened his mask and quickly walked out of the alley, disappearing into the vast crowd. 2 minutes later, the alley into 2 young women. Looking at the wall, motionless 2 people, 2 young women were shocked. Quickly dialed the police. 10 minutes later, 4 uniformed officers, along with 4 white coats, walked into the alleyway, walked over to the 2 unconscious men, crouched down and pulled down their masks. This person seems to be Yang Yi's assistant. A slightly chubby woman among those 2 young women said in shock. What did you say? She's Yang Yi's assistant. Qian Duo twisted his head and stared at the slightly chubby girl with an ugly face to confirm. Yes, I am absolutely not mistaken. Yang Yi was actually kidnapped here. I'm afraid the trouble is even bigger this time. Song Zhong was dumbfounded and muttered. Qian Duo also blushed for a while. Bastard, it must be Su Lak again. Chapter 8. Shunyu. This is the only explanation. For white coats quickly lifted the unconscious two onto a stretcher cart and turned to leave. Xiao Wang, you follow them to the hospital and ask about the situation in detail when they wake up. Okay, money. Qian Duoduo and Song Zhong turned their heads to look at the two young girls, and Qian Duoduo was the first to speak. Trouble the two of you to come to the bureau to make a statement. Good. Good. The two girls timidly answered, then followed behind the three of them, Qian Duoduo, and walked towards the police car. Green Luan Studios Police Station. Receiver Lin Momo ran toward the office of the director Lu Qiming in a panic. What happened again? Lu Qiming asked with a frown. The director, the person who just called the police seems to be Su Lak. Lin Momo lowered her head and said in a glutinous manner. What did you say? Say it again. Lu Qiming tilted his head and reconfirmed, as if he thought he had heard wrong. Director, I only just noticed that the alarm call just now was actually Su Su's cell phone number. Ding ling ling. Just as Lin Mo's words fell, Lu Qiming's phone suddenly rang. Looking at the caller alert, it was Chandler. He quickly pressed the answer button, and Chandler's stammered voice came out of the microphone. Lu.
卢索，那昏迷过去的两个人，有一个是
Is Yang Yi's assistant. What? Yang Yi's assistant? Are you sure? I also heard from the girl who called the police and she said she would never be mistaken. Boom. Asshole. Lu Qiming's face flushed red as he slammed his fist on the pearwood table with a loud bang. Lin Mo was so frightened that she shrank her neck and stood aside, not daring to utter a single breath. Su Lak. I won't be a man until I bring you to justice. Lu Qiming's teeth clenched. Obviously, there has been anger to the extreme. Within a day, first Lin Yutong was kidnapped, and now Yang Yi may also be kidnapped, which makes him Qingyuan Studios police station director. How to be down. After a few moments, he calmed down, looked at Lin Mori, who was shrinking her neck and lowering her head, and waved his hand. Xiao Lin, you go out. Upon receiving the order, Lin Moxian quickly turned around and left. Lu Qiming, on the other hand, took a deep breath and walked towards the monitoring room. Just as he reached the door to the surveillance room, his cell phone rang again. A sense of foreboding rose in his heart. Then, with a trembling hand, he pressed the answer button. Director, the two people who were unconscious have woken up. One of them is Yang Yi's assistant and the other is Mu Nianshua's assistant. According to the two of them, at that time, the two of them, Yang Yi and Mu Nianshua, walked into alley 8 with the four of them. The two of them walked in the back, and then they were knocked out without noticing. Hello, director, are you there? Hey. Hello. Hello. Within the space of the spiritual spring. By now it was dark. On the 1 meter and 8 roll mattress, 3 slender figures sat cross-legged, looking at each other. 3 pairs of large eyes under long lashes flickered and seemed to glow in the light of a cell phone flashlight. Tong Tong. Where is this? How did you get here? Yang Yi couldn't help but ask. She clearly remembers that she and Mu Nianshua were knocked out by Suzhou. Could this be Suzhou's old chow? Sister Tong. Was it Su who locked you up here? He didn't do anything to you, did he? Mu Nianshua couldn't help but ask as well. Hey! Lin Yutong looked at the two and let out a long sigh. Su Liao had tied the two of them up here as well, and the two of them were afraid that they wouldn't be able to escape the fate of conceiving an heir for Su Liao. Asshole. Does he still want to take all the good-looking actresses in the entertainment industry and have them all breed heirs for him? The more Lin Yutong thought about it, the more angry she became, and the more she wanted to cry. But can't cry again for some reason? Tong Tong, Su, he wouldn't really take you that way, would he? Sister Tong, Sister E, while Su isn't around right now, why don't we discuss how to escape? With the three of us combining our efforts, can't we still deal with him alone? Looking at the expressions of the two people in front of her, Lin Yutong picked up the flashlight and sat up, getting out of the bed. You two wait a moment, I'll go turn on the car lights, it's brighter here, and the two of you can take a good look at this place. After saying that, under the puzzled gazes of Yang Yi and Mu Nianshua, Lin Yutong walked over to the side of Adaman's car, got into the driver's side and turned on the lights. In a flash, the space was much brighter. Sister E Nianshua, you two come over here. I'll show you this place and you can decide if you want to escape. At those words, Yang Yi and Mu Nianshua, who were sitting cross-legged on their beds, couldn't help but frown, but they still got up, put on their shoes, and walked towards Lin Yutong. Under Lin Yutong's leadership, It took the three of them a full 5 minutes to walk to the boundary of the space. Looking at the wall of unknown material in front of them, Yang Yi and Moon Yenshue raised their white palms towards the wall. It's cold and cozy in the hand. Tong Tong, this is? Yang Yi twisted his head and looked at Lin Yutong in puzzlement. Moon Yenshue was also confused. Sister Yi Nianshue, what if I told you that this place is walled off like this for 360 degrees and that there are no portals at all? There's no door. How is that possible? What the hell is this place? Moon Yenshue and Yang Yi were half convinced. Looking at the two Lin Yutong also did not say anything else. Tomorrow dawn, two people do not believe also have to believe. Well, you'll believe it tomorrow at dawn, and I'll take you somewhere else. What place? You guys just come with me. Yang Yi and Moon Yenshue suspiciously followed behind Lin Yutong and walked towards the spiritual spring lake. There's even a small pond here? Could we be within a sinkhole in the middle of nowhere? Moon Yenshue looked at the spirit spring pond and said softly. Lin Yutong ignored the two. She crouched down, gently cupped a handful of spring water, took a few sips, and immediately felt light and airy. Yang Yi and Moon Yenshue were puzzled for a moment as they looked at Lin Yutong's enjoying herself. The two men looked at each other, then crouched down on the sidelines as well. Outside, Green Luan Studios police station. In the surveillance room, Lu Qiming looked at the surveillance screen with confused eyes. Beside him, Shun Yu also stared at the screen without blinking. Expert Shun, what do you think about this? Lu Qiming couldn't help but turn his head to ask Shun Yu. He really couldn't figure out why two fainted and one came out when it was clear that 5 people, Su Su and Yang Yi, Moon Yenshue, and 2 assistants had entered the alley. Where did those 2 go? Just disappeared into thin air? Lu Shou, based on all the clues, there is only one explanation, and that is the mustard seed space from myths and legends. Although it may seem absurd and unruly, it is the only thing that can explain everything that is currently happening today. You're saying that Su Su he has the ability of Jin Yuanzi, the ancestor of the Earth Immortals in the journey to the West, to dry up his sleeves? Ha ha ha, Expert Shin, this is the 21st century, the age of science, and you're telling me mythological stories. Mr. Liu, from the disappearance of the beds, cabinets and other items in the apartment where Su Su lives in Golden Poverty City for no apparent reason, to the disappearance of a bunch of items he purchased, to the fact that the vehicle he rented has been unable to be found, to the disappearance of the hotel's sofa and table, to the fact that Yang Yi and Moon Yenshue have disappeared out of thin air and all that, do you think there's any other explanation for all that? Shun Yu faintly finished speaking, turned around and left the monitoring room. Even though he said this with his mouth, he didn't actually believe in his heart that Su Su had a mustard seed space. How can reality exist with such mythical things? He returned to the office alone and sat down in his seat, closing his eyes and rubbing his temples as his brain ran at high speed, trying to find other answers he didn't know. Exactly which other explanation am I overlooking? Sulak, how on earth did you do it? Could it be that you really possess a mustard seed space? No. There must be something else that I've overlooked. What exactly is it? Shun Yu wrapped his hands around his head, pulled his hair, and muttered. Chapter 9. Lu Shou blew up. A rift in the heart? The words are split. Not long after Yang Yi and Moon Yenshue's 2 assistants woke up, the matter of the 2 being kidnapped was once again spread over the internet. The whole of the Longxia kingdom was in an uproar. One day, just one day, Yang Yi, Lin Yutong, and Moon Yenshue, the 3 top stream actresses, had all been kidnapped by Su Jiao alone. And it's amazing that the Longxia police have been slow to catch the murderer and free the hostages. Videos of the crusade against the Green Luan Studios police station are pouring in. Bang! Qingwan Studios police station. The director's office. Lu Qiming angrily shattered his beloved, used for many years of alabaster teacups. Asshole. Asshole. Jingle bells. His phone suddenly rang. Remarks are for Potato Chief Chan. Lu Qiming pressed the answer button with a grimace. Huayang City Police Potato Chief's angry voice came out from the microphone. Xiao Lu, what are you doing? It's not enough that you can't catch the suspect, but you even let him kidnap 2 top stream actresses again. Do you know how big the impact is this time? 3 days. You are limited to 3 days. You must apprehend him for me. Otherwise, you can go home and retire. Dodo, dodo, dodo. Lu Qiming's hand gripping the cell phone was bruised and his muscles were tense. A moment later, he violently spat out 3 consecutive words from his mouth. Chow. Plants. In the Easy Immortal and Fairy Crew, Bai Mengjie and Xiao Dudu also learned of the news that Moon Yenshue had been kidnapped by Su Jiao. Both blamed themselves. The two of them and Moon Yenxue, as well as Su Xiaojing 4 and known as the 4 small flower girl after 90, usually have a good relationship. This time, Moon Yenxue was even kidnapped by bandits because she came to visit the two of them. And while blaming themselves, a hint of fear arose in the hearts of both men. Su Liao had already kidnapped 3 actresses in a row, and it was yet to be seen if it would be their turn next. There was another person who shared the same state of mind as the two, and that was Long Xiao Kuai from the Palm World crew. Yang Yi likewise came to visit her class before being kidnapped. She did so with an equal dose of self-loathing and fear. As for the 3 female lead actors of The Night Never Returns, Loose Immortal and Morning Mountain Twilight, Zhang Yue, Xia Yun, and Zhang Xiaodi had already found their respective directors and asked to leave Qingwan Studios to shoot elsewhere. After much deliberation, the directors of all 3 crews eventually decided to suspend filming and wait for the kidnappers to be apprehended before continuing. The directors of the 4 crews, Palm World, Book Dreaming, Easy Mountain, and Fairy, followed suit and made the same decision after learning the news. However, Bai Mengjie, Xiao Dudu, and Long Xiaoke did not leave Qingwan Shadow City immediately. They are going to stay and wait to hear from their best friend. And at the same time, Lin Yutong's parents, as well as the 3 of them, Li Mengchen, had also settled down in a hotel in Qingwan Studios. Su Xiao didn't know that because of him, all the crews had suspended their shooting plans. At this time, he had just purchased some milk, eggs, and various fruits. Across the street, there is the Furniture City. Has a variety of sofas, cabinets, beds, tables, stools. With 4 people in the space today, it's a little short of how to have 3 bunks. Just the thing to pick some up in the dead of night. Looking at the time, he did some mental calculations. Finding a hidden place, Su Su's figure instantly disappeared into the night. Spirit Springs space. It's already the middle of the night. Lin Yutong, Yang Yi, and Moon Yenxue were hugging each other and huffing and puffing. Su Liao put his purchases aside and gently walked over to the bed, looking at the sleeping trio with the help of the flashlight light. Yang Yi and Moon Yenshue's hearts were really big. Being tied up here, they could still sleep so peacefully. Looking at the bed that was occupied by the 3 of them, Su Su walked helplessly to the other end of the bed. Straddling his body, he lay down in front of the 3 men's feet. His face was right in front of Yang Yi's feet. It smells so good. The next day, there was just a glimmer of bright light in the space, and Yang Yi woke up in a ghostly manner, feeling his feet wrapped in a wave of warmth. What's that? She looked toward the end of the bed in confusion. Yikes! Bang! Yang Yi exclaimed and subconsciously kicked out. Su Jiao, who was dreaming of unifying the globe and becoming the most honorable and powerful man in the world, was caught off guard and kicked off his bed by Yang Yi. And Yang Yi's exclamation of surprise woke up Lin Yutong and Moon Yenxue. Sister Yi, what's wrong with you? Moon Yenxue asked as she rubbed her eyes. Lin Yutong also looked at Yang Yi suspiciously. Did you have a nightmare? Just as the 2 of them were puzzled, they only saw Su Su suddenly climbed up from the end of the bed. Honey, what are you? Lin Yutong stared at Su Su suspiciously. Su Liao smiled sarcastically. It's not because the bed was filled up by you guys and I had no place to sleep, so I could only sleep horizontally at the end of the bed. I didn't expect to be kicked down by any of you. Yang Yi and Moon Yenxue didn't seem to have heard Su Su's words, but instead looked at Lin Yutong with a stunned expression. Tong Tong, what did you just call Su Su? Sister Tong, what did you just call Su Su? Lin Yutong climbed to the end of the bed and hugged Su Jiao's arm, smiling. Su Jiao is my husband now, what's wrong with that? Tong Tong, you? Yang Yi frowned and looked at Lin Yutong in confusion. Sister, you were kidnapped and forced. Is Tong Tong a masochist and addicted? Sister Tong, Su Su, not only did he kidnap you, he also forced that you. Why are you still calling him your husband? Moon Yenshue's heart was straight and she inquired bluntly. Actually, it's kind of voluntary, you'll see in a couple days. Looking at the happy-looking Lin Yutong, Yang Yi and Moon Yenxue felt like they hadn't woken up yet. The 2 closed their eyes, opened them again, closed them again, opened them again. Surprisingly, it wasn't a dream, but this is outrageous. At that moment, Su Su looked at the 2 of them and spoke. I need one of you to conceive an heir for me within a month, so the 2 of you can discuss who will conceive. If you can't negotiate a result in half a day, then you'll conceive together. After saying that, he looked towards Lin Yutong, who was beaming and hugging her arm. Tong Tong, this matter is also not what I want, but I have to do it. I hope you can understand me. Let's go. I bought some milk, You're just pregnant, you need to take care of yourself. Could it be that the husband's golden finger he acquired was a system for conceiving children? Lin Yutong thought darkly as she followed Su walked over to the table and sat down, starting to eat her breakfast. She could starve, but the little life in her belly couldn't starve. On the mattress, Yang Yi and Moon Yanxue curled up their slender legs and stared blankly at Su and Lin Yutong, who were eating breakfast. Lin Yutong is actually pregnant? Yi-chan. Niyuki. Yang Yi and Moon Yanxue turned their heads at the same time and looked at each other face to face. Thinking about what Su Liao had just said, the two of them just looked at each other, neither of them speaking first. The atmosphere was quiet for a moment. Only the laughing voices of Lin Yutong and Su Jiao beside them echoed around their ears. Sister Yi-chan, what to do? Moon Yanxue eventually couldn't help but open her mouth. Yang Yi sighed lightly and looked around the space. It was true as Lin Yutong said. 360 degrees were all that unknown material walls. Now that Lin Yutong had been bewitched by Su, with the two of them being weak women wanting to escape this place, they were afraid that it would be as difficult as heaven. And Su Xiao gave the two of them half a day to decide who would conceive an heir for him. If so, I'm afraid that both of them will not be able to escape being fate. Nianxue, sis is almost 40 and it's not appropriate. Why don't you do it? You're young and pretty. And I'm sure Su Shou prefers someone like you. At those words, Moon Yanxue looked at Yang Yi incredulously. She didn't expect Yang Yi to compromise so quickly. What's more, she didn't expect Yang Yi to ask her to conceive an heir for Su Jiao. Moon Yanxue looked at Yang Yi's gaze became icy cold. Sister Yi, you such an alluring figure must be what Su Liao prefers. Besides, you have given birth to a child and have experience. I think you're the one who is more suitable. It's better for you. Sister Yi, you do it. Chapter 10. Space expansion, victims' families come to the door. Yang Yi looked at Moon Yanxue with an apologetic gaze and softly said, Yanxue, sis knows that I'm sorry for doing this to you. But sis is at this age now. Giving birth to a child will be dangerous. So just be considerate and sympathetic to sis. Count sis is begging you. Ha! Moon Yanxue sneered. Sister E, having a child is such a big deal. You lightly let me come with one sentence. Do you think it's possible? Yang Yi glanced at Su Jiao and Lin Yutong by the table, took a deep breath and looked at Moon Yanxue once again. Yanxue, since that's the case, why don't we just let the heavens decide? We toss the phone up and down. If it's positive, I'll do it. If it's the reverse, you do it. What do you think of that? At those words, Moon Yanxue's face looked a little better as she gently nodded. I agree. So I'll throw it or you? You do it. Yang Yi tightly gripped his cell phone, took a deep breath, and his right hand jerked upward. The phone was instantly thrown high in the air. The backs of the two men's hands, gripping the summer quilt, bulged with veins, and their nervous eyes shifted downward as their cell phones descended. Bang! The phone bounced twice on the mattress and went quiet. Moon Yanxue had a hint of a smile on her face as she looked up with a smile at the dumbfounded Yang Yi. Sister E, just be happy. Look at Sister Tong's sweet face. Maybe there's something special about Su, and it might still be a good thing to give him an heir. That makes it yours. I can't rob Sister Yi of her good pregnancy. After Moon Yanxue said that, she rolled over and got out of bed, walking over to the table and nervously looking at Su Liao. That, Su Liao, Sister E and I have discussed it, and Sister E will be the one to give you an heir. You can let me go now. I promise not to say anything when I return. Su Liao put down the milk in his hands, looked up at the expectant and nervous Moon Yanxue, paused and said, Yanxue, when did I say I'd let the other one of you go? Since Yang Yi has been chosen, then you can stay and help me take care of the two of them. At those words, Moon Yanxue's face changed. If she was asked to take care of two pregnant women, wouldn't she become Su Liao's family servant? Outrageous. It's like bullying a little girl. Although she was annoyed in her heart, she didn't dare to resist in front of Su, and could only helplessly walk back to the bed, sit on the edge of the bed, and sulk alone. Yang Yi also sat paralyzed on the mattress, his eyes losing focus and despairing of the dark life ahead. After a simple breakfast, Su Liao stood up and looked towards Yang Yi and Moon Yanxue. You two come over for breakfast, and after breakfast come over and help me plant fruits and vegetables. Tong, just rest. After saying that, he lifted 2 buckets and walked over to the spirit spring pool, filled them with water, and walked towards the edge seed placement area. Huh, how did this sub get here? Did they move? No. I remember the last time I clearly planted to 2 or 3 meters position from the edge. Now it must be 12 or 13 meters less from the edge. Space actually expanded? Is it expanding because the mission is complete? Looking at the spatial barrier that had extended outward by another 10 meters or so, Su Yao's heart rejoiced. Immediately, humming a little song, he crouched down and began to dig a hole. Dining room, room 702, building 6, happy home, Peony City, Old Town. Su Jiangwo, Li Ping, and Su Yu were sitting at the dining table eating their dinner in silence. Su's mother, Li Ping, kept wiping her tears. Yu, how could Lacquer do these things? You were close to him before. Did you find anything unusual about him? Su Jiangwo suddenly raised his head and looked at his daughter inquiringly. Yes, Yu. How could a child as understanding as Lacquer suddenly fall in love with kidnapping people? Su Yu put down her chopsticks and looked at her parents. Dad, Mom, little Lac has always been normal before, and I don't know why he suddenly fell in love with kidnapping actresses. But he dragged the kidnap star named Lin Yutong into the family group today and said that he would be family with us from now on. I'm guessing little Missing could be thinking of kidnapping someone because he likes them and then because he can't have them. Then why did he kidnap 2 more female children, as my Su Jiangwo's son? Does he still want to have 3 wives and 4 concubines? My son is wanted now. What's the use of talking about this? What can we do in the future? Woo-hoo. Su Yu looked at her grieving mother, and for a moment, she didn't know how to comfort her. Hey, Shorty, why would you do something so illegal? What's the unavoidable pain in the ass? Where are you now? Do you know that my sister misses you? When she thought that her brother, who she had grown up with, would have to spend the future in prison. Su Yu's heart felt like it was being stabbed with needles, drilling pain in her heart. Dum. There was a sudden knock on the door. Su Jiangwo, Su Yu, and Li Ping were all stunned and looked at the doorway. Are they fans of those actresses again? Hey, Dad, Mom, don't move. I'll go over there and check it out. Su Yu stood up and walked to the door of the room, looking through the cat's eye. For figures came into her sight. 2 men and 2 women, aged about 50 or so. Su Yu frowned, but still opened the door to the room. Excuse me, and you are? Among the 4, the stout man said in a deep voice, Yang Yi is my daughter, and these 2 next to her are Moon Yenshua's parents. Uncle, Auntie, my brother, he's not at home. He hasn't been home for 3 months. As soon as Su Yu's words fell, Su Jiangwo also walked to the door. 4. Please come in and talk. The 4 of them, Father Yang, Mother Yang, Father Mu, and Mother Mu, walked into the Su family's living room. Then one by one they took their seats. Are you Su Jiangwo, Su Liao's father? Yang's father was the first to ask. Once, as a member of the Longsha police, although retired, the regal aura around him is still there. Su Jiangwo subconsciously returned, It's me. I'm Su Liao's father. After saying that, he hurriedly added, I am also very, very angry about my son's kidnapping of your daughter. If he were in front of me right now, I would definitely break his legs and let him stay at home for the rest of his life, so as to save him from going out to wreak havoc on people. But I'm really sorry we can't reach him today either. However, please rest assured that if he is contacted, I will certainly persuade him to release your daughter. How do you discipline your son? Our family has only 1 daughter. If anything happens to her, how can we live? Woo-woo, said Moon Yenshua's mom, crying. Yang Yi's mom couldn't help but cry with sadness as well. Mu's father also spoke. The purpose of our coming here this time is to wait for your son to contact you. So please let us know at the first opportunity that we would like to speak with your son. When Su Jiangwo heard this, he hastily nodded his head and said sincerely, Please don't worry. If my son contacts us, I'll be sure to notify you at the first opportunity. Good, we're staying at the hotel next to this neighborhood. If Sulak contacts you, please let us know first. Subsequently, Yang Yi's parents, Moon Yenshua's parents, and Su Jiangwo left the Su family after adding prestige to each other. Asshole, causing so much trouble. He himself hides and gets away with it, but makes me wipe his ass at home. When he comes back, see if I don't break his legs. As soon as the 4 left, Su Jiangwo couldn't help but roar in anger, slapping his hand on the table with a loud bang. Dad, calm down, it's not like you don't know little Lack of Lack. Since he said he had a compelling reason, there must be some reason. When he gets in touch next time, let's ask him nicely. What kind of suffering can he have? It's not good to do anything but to kidnap people and do illegal things. Does he want to spend his whole life in prison? Spirit Springs Space. Yang Yi and Moon Yenshua both took advantage of the time they had for breakfast, and after carefully observing the entire space, they discovered a hint of clues. Here. Doesn't seem like a sinkhole. No sun, no moon. Yet there is darkness and light. The light seemed to shine in a straight line from overhead, going from weak to strong to weak again. It's irrational. Everything is irrational. And there's also the water in the center pool, which is extraordinary. Everything about this place seems to prove that it doesn't belong to Sky Blue Water Blue Star. Chapter 11. Speculation. Tong Tong, you've been here for a day now, so you should have realized the abnormality here a long time ago. Did you volunteer to be with Su because of this? Yang Yi looked at Lin Yutong and suddenly inquired. At those words, Lin Yutong froze, then eagerly asked, Sister E, how long did you just say I've been here? Looking at Lin Yutong's eager appearance, Yang Yi was puzzled for a moment. Sister Tong, don't you realize how long you've been here? Tong Tong, we were knocked out by Su Jiao around 5 o'clock yesterday afternoon, and you were kidnapped by him in the morning. Is there something wrong? How is this possible? How can it be less than a day? Lin Tong mumbled in disbelief. Yang Yi and Moon Yanxue looked at the mumbling Lin Yutong in confusion. Sister Tong, what are you talking about? Lin Tong looked up at the two people beside her. From the moment you guys came in yesterday, I've been here for almost 4 days. What? For days? Tong Tong, are you sure you're not confused? Yang Yi said, and wanted to reach out and touch Lin Yutong's forehead, but she was pushed away by Lin Yutong's anger. Just as the three of them were stunned, Su's voice suddenly rang out from behind the three of them. Don't be surprised. Time here is indeed 10 times faster than outside. You guys are here for 10 days, and only 1 day has passed outside. Hubby. Then won't our children be born after a month has passed outside? This if I suddenly bring a child home after a month, my parents are afraid that they will be shocked bad. Thinking of her parents' stunned appearance when she came home with a child in her arms, Lin Yutong couldn't help but giggle. Su Liao rubbed Lin Yutong's head. I'll take you out to meet your parents in a few days. If you want to go home with your parents, then go back. If you don't want to go back, then stay here. Aha! Honey, you're so sweet. Lin Yutong hugged Su's arm and looked at Su with her face tilted up. Her eyes filled with a happy look. Su Liao smiled. Women in love really did look silly. Yang Yi Moon Yanxue. Come with me to plant the land. Finish planting the packet of ginseng seeds I bought today. Sulak, why are you so obsessed with having someone conceive an heir for you? As the four of them walked towards the location of the water bucket, Yang Yi twisted her head to look at Su and softly inquired. Oh, because I have a dream. Honey, what dream? My dream is to have all the good-looking actresses with great personalities around the world to breed me an heir. Ah! Lin Yutong pouted her little mouth and was instantly unhappy. Yang Yi's face was calm, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Moon Yanxue's heart said that it was not good. According to Su's meaning, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to escape the fate of becoming Su's child's mother in the end. Within the spiritual spring space, a day rushed by as the four of them planted the land. About 1/100th of the entire space has been planted with various fruits and vegetables with ginseng seeds. And the seeds planted a few days ago are already sending out tender green shoots. It was dark in the space. There was only a glimmer of cell phone flashlight brightness. At the edge of the bed, Lin Yutong, Yang Yi, and Moon Yanxue sat side by side in the pink one-piece pajamas that Su had purchased. Lin Yutong suddenly opened her mouth. Hubby, can you go outside and make a few more beds? Can't have you and Sister E that and still have Moon Yanxue and I watching from the side. Listening to Lin Yutong's bold and revealing words, Yang Yi and Moon Yanxue's cheeks were like peach blossoms in full bloom. A blush. Su Liao thought about it and then nodded happily. Though he doesn't matter, but not too rude and brutal. Always take care of the girl's emotions. All right, it's past 11 outside now, so I guess people are pretty much asleep, so I'll go get some furniture and come back, so you guys just rest. Su Lak said, and his figure instantly disappeared in front of the trio. Tong Tong, we might all be sisters from now on, so tell Nian Shui and I about this person Su in detail. There's also all the information about this space that we want to know more about. Lin Yutong's calm gaze looked at Yang Yi and Moon Yanxue as she solemnly said, It's fine to tell you guys, but I hope that in the future, you won't have any bad thoughts about Su. Sister Tong, don't worry. In a couple of days maybe Sister E will become the mother of Su's child, so she definitely won't have any bad thoughts about Su. Of course, I won't either. Lin Yutong nodded and slowly said, Do you two usually read fanny novels? Look, I'm particularly fond of reading men's fiction. I do watch it occasionally, Tong Tong. Why do you ask? Lin Yutong smiled faintly. What do you guys think? Why did Su suddenly kidnap female celebrities, one after another, to produce heirs for him? I guess that he must have gained a golden finger, like the kind of golden finger written in the Fandango novels, like having many children. As long as the actress begets him an heir, he will be rewarded. The many sons, many fortunes system? This? Something in a novel. How could it appear in reality? The world is so big that there are no wonders. We can only say that our sky blue water blue star is so backward that people think it's impossible. But in reality, everything is possible. But that's too metaphysical. Outside, it was past 11 o'clock at night. The streets were almost devoid of pedestrians. As soon as Su Xiao appeared, the message alert tone of Weixin drip 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 kept ringing. Open prestige. In addition to messages from groups of classmates and a few relatives, it was the news of Lin Yutong's family group, as well as her own family group. After briefly looking at Lin Yutong's home crowd, Su Qiu opened his own home crowd and quickly checked it over. Nothing more. Half of them were words filled with anger from my old father, as well as threatening to break Su's legs. The other half is a message from mom and sister worried and pining. However, the fact that both Yang Yi and Moon Yenshua's parents had run to his home was something he hadn't expected. Dad, Mom, Sis, I'll be back in a couple of days. I'm fine now, you don't have to worry about me. Also, you guys tell Yang Yi and Moon Yenshua's families that their daughters are doing well now, and I'll return their daughters to them when the time comes. Putting his phone in his pocket, Su Lak straightened his ducktail toward the furniture city not far away. The entire furniture city was dark and long closed. A 3-meter-high fence pales into insignificance in the face of a triple body mass. With a slight jump in place, his hands peeled over the edge of the room. With a long leap, Su broke into the walls of Furniture City. Another thing he didn't expect was that this Furniture City not only has soft sofas and mattresses, but also sells all kinds of props and costumes. Yeah. It's just right for Tong Tong to play Pretty Huang Rong, Yang Yi to play Bai Xiao, and Moon Yanshue to play Sweet Potato. Thinking of a certain image, Su lacks excitement. Then, after consecutively collecting 10 mattresses, 20 sofas, 20 cabinets, and a number of tables and stools, Su Lak sneaked out of the Furniture City. Windermere Grill. Su Lak found a seat in his ducktail hat and sat down. Ordered a couple skewers of cashews, oysters, beer, and ate. Song Zhong. Now that I've been suspended for investigation, I'm relying on you to arrest Su Jiu behind me. Duo, don't worry. We'll definitely arrest Su Jiu and retrieve your sidearm. Chapter 12. Disguise. Desert Eagle. Su Lak's hand holding the beer gave a slight lurch. Surprisingly, he meets Shander and Song Zhong at a barbecue stand. And from what they say, Shander has been suspended for investigation because his gun was taken away. Oh, but you can't catch me unless you guys come up with a system too. Su Liao lowered his head and took a sip of his beer as a few more Roadrunner voices reached his ears. This Su is really powerful, doing what I've always wanted to do but didn't dare. Indeed, I really admire him, kidnapping 3 big stars one after another, and he hasn't even been caught yet. Aren't you guys envious? Maybe that Su is in love with Lin Yutong, Yang Yi, and Moon Yanshue at this moment. Which male is not envious? To think that the 3 of them, with their face and body, are lying naked on that Su's bed at this time. My heart is vaguely aching. Haha. Envy you guys, then go learn from him. Also go to kidnap. See if the police catch you. Forget it, I don't want to eat jail time this early. Listening to the words of a few passers-by, Su Liao smiled faintly and continued to eat. After another half an hour, after packing up some kebabs as well as a case of beer, Su Jiu found a place where no one would appear, and his figure disappeared. 2 hours had passed within the spiritual spring space. Lin Yutong, Yang Yi, and Moon Yanshue had already set up the sofa, table, and stools. Due to the oversized mattress, they had to wait for Su to return to take care of it. As for clothes, other than the set they themselves wore, the only ones left were Su's clothes and a few pink one-piece pajamas. The morning dawned with the sight of so many vintage clothes, and the 3 of them each chose a set to change into. Lin Yutong had changed into a light green Song Dynasty jacket, and if she had a green stick in her hand, she would be a complete reproduction of Huang Rong. Yang Yi was wearing a white robe of the Han Dynasty with a white belt around her slender waist, just like a fairy in a painting. Moon Yanshue, on the other hand, is wearing a classical red robe with pink underwear, which is extremely similar to Mu Nianxi's outfit in the Legend of the Shooting Heroes. Honey, you bought a barbecue? Lin Yutong excitedly ran to the table, her snow-white throat rolling a few times. Yang Yi and Mu Nianxue also walked over with smiles on their faces. You guys eat, I'll go and set up the bed. By the way, Tong Tong, you're pregnant. Eat less. Don't eat too much. Honey, don't worry. I'll only eat a little. Nodding, Su Liao walked towards the 10 mattresses stacked together. 8 1.8-meter wide mattresses were placed together to form a 14.4-meter wide bed. Immediately afterward, Su Liao put up another mattress, separating the 8 mattresses from the other. Yang Yi, come find me after the barbecue later. Su Liao shouted in the direction of the trio, and then lay down on that separate mattress, waiting for Yang Yi to arrive. The other side, Su Liao's words reached the ears of the three. Lin Yutong and Mu Nianxue's gazes looked towards Yang Yi. What are you guys looking at me for? Sister Yi, it's useless to be nervous at this time. Since you can't refuse, just lie down and enjoy it. It's better than the one you usually use. Tong Tong, how can you say such things? You've learned to be bad by being with Su Jiu. I'm just being honest. There are no outsiders here, so what are you afraid of? After Lin Yutong said that, she glanced at Mu Nianxue and continued. If it's really like what I'm guessing, Su Jiu will definitely have to tie women in later on. We need to make an alliance and be united against the outside world instead of fighting in a nest. What do you guys think? Upon hearing this, Yang Yi and Mu Nianxue couldn't help but fall into deep thought. It was almost impossible to get Su to release them nowadays. There is nothing to do but accept fate. Since this was the case, Lin Yutong's proposal was a good choice. Who could guarantee that the woman Su brought in again would have a good personality and a good temper? A few moments later, Yang Yi walked towards the back of the erected mattress under the gaze of Lin Yutong and Mu Nianxue. The scent comes before the person arrives. Su Liao sat up violently, pulling Yang Yi, who had just walked over to the mattress, into his arms. Feeling the taut body of the person in his arms, Su Liao smiled and softly said, "Yi, I'm not a devil. Don't be nervous." Yang Yi's torso relaxed a little, his hands gripping his waist belt. Gazing straight into Su Liao's eyes, Su Liao, you don't mind if I'm a divorced person who has given birth to a child? Ha! Su Liao smiled faintly, his fingers gently tracing over Yang Yi's cheeks. I'm a chow thief. How could I dislike it? What's more, you're so pretty and have such a good figure. What man could not like it? But I'm almost 40. Hey, what's wrong with 40? Maybe someday we can return to youth and live forever. Yes. Yang Yi stared tightly into Su's eyes. She's also terrified of growing old. Fear of seeing my wrinkled self. Fear of death. Cremation. She, on the other hand, spends millions on maintenance every year. If Su Xiao really had a system, he might really be able to achieve a return to youth or even immortality. I wish that day would come. Su, come on. Su Liao looked at Yang Yi's eyes that looked like bright stars under her long eyelashes and lowered her head. At the same time, the palm of his hand went to the white belt around her waist. A few moments later, the classical robes and classical underwear were tossed aside. Spirit springs space. Since then, it has been full of hope. The other side. On the sofa, Lin Yutong listened to Yang Yi's voice, her face calm. Mu Nianxue's cheeks blushed. Being a yellow girl, how had she ever encountered such a thing? In broad daylight, to do so? It was a full hour and a half before there was silence behind the erected mattress. Su Liao looked at the breathless Yang Yi beside him. One hit doesn't seem that easy. In the blink of an eye, 3 days rushed by. Yang Yi spends almost all of his time behind the erected mattress, except for eating and toileting. Lin Yutong and Mu Nianxue were both used to her hoarse cries. The emperor is not a man of the world. Hard work always pays off. It will be late, but it will certainly not be absent. As night falls, a joyful voice finally rings in the head. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and obtaining the art of disguise and a desert eagle with unlimited bullets. Hint: collect in your heart, then you can receive the reward of the mission. With a silent thought in his mind, a golden-colored pistol with a powerful appearance, smooth lines, full of texture, and muddy without a magazine appeared in Su's hands. The gun weighs about 3 pounds or so. Range 3,600 meters. Unlimited bullets are truly magical. As for the back-to-basics realm disguise technique, it was actually more useful than all of his current rewards. With this disguise, even if he walked around the Green Luan Shadow City police station openly, no one would realize that he was Su Liao. Hugging Yang Yi's soft and delicate body, he slept until dawn. Su Liao flashed out of the spiritual spring space. Guerlain Cosmetics Store. Su tugged his ducktail downward and stepped inside. Sir. Welcome to Guerlain, please. Ask. 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 Chapter 13. Being a bandit, how can you not get bloodied? SHHHH. Don't make a sound or I'll kill you, yo. Su Lak put his finger in front of his mouth and made a shushing gesture, then threatened in a soft voice. He also did not expect that he was wearing a mask and hat was still recognized by the shopgirl at a glance. A bit of skill. It's no better than that Song Zhong and Chen Duo at the Qingluan Cinema police station. It's a big deal to be a cosmetic salesman. First, sir, may I ask what you need? The shopgirl calmed down a little and inquired carefully. Go ahead and get me one of each of the different uses of cosmetics in your store. Don't think of any tricks or none of you will live. As Su Liao said that, Chandler's pistol appeared in his hand and was pressed against the saleswoman's waist. The saleswoman's plump body slightly trembled, and she hurriedly said, First, sir, you wait a moment, I will prepare for you. The surrounding customers were watching and listening attentively under the explanation of other sales, and did not notice the abnormalities at the door. Su Liao then followed behind the saleswoman, watching her take out and pack up one piece of cosmetics after another. Sweeping payment of $6,000. Don't call the police, yo, or else. Su Lak made a neck-wiping motion, then pulled down his duck tongue cap and carried his cosmetics out of Guerlain Jade. Watching Su Lak of departure, the saleswoman raised her hand and wiped the fine beads of sweat on her forehead, and her mind was torn about whether or not to call the police. If the police get a clue and capture Su, they'll get $1 million bounty. But there is also the risk of losing your life. Thinking it over, the saleswoman sighed in her mind. There's no need to offend such a bold bandit for an uncertain $1 million. Spirit Springs Space. Now Lin Yutong and Yang Yi are both pregnant. Moon Yanxue looked at the intimate, laughing and talking two people from the side, and suddenly had a trace of regret in her heart. Regretting why the cell phone drop wasn't reversed in the first place. Right at this moment, Su's figure suddenly appeared beside the three of them. Mission. A troublemaker has appeared in the host's home. As a tough guy, how can you let others run wild in front of your home? Please find out who's behind this and kill them within 7 days. Mission successful. Rewarded with 2 fixed space exits and a copy of the bone shrinking technique. Mission failure. Creation of the artifact of civilization, shortened by 17 centimeters. As soon as he returned to space, the system voice sounded again. Su Lak frowned. I'll be damned if someone is going to come to the house and cause trouble. Just when I was worried about the uselessness of the Desert Eagle, someone came to my door. The rewards for mission success are, needless to say, useful. But failing, the penalty is too heavy. What's the point of living with that much left? Honey, what are you thinking? Honey, did you buy this makeup for us? Yang Yi and Lin Yutong held Su's arms left and right, experiencing 3 days in a row. Su's bravery, handsomeness, power, and mystery had made her unstoppable. She also completely let go of the baggage in her heart and became sisters with Lin Yutong. Moon Yanxue looked a bit out of place on the sidelines. Every minute and every second became an ordeal. A sudden flash of anticipation welled up in her heart. Expecting Su to propose to her again to conceive an heir, Su did not do as she wished. Now you guys go look in the mirror, glowing skin that pinches out. How do you need any light makeup? These are for myself. For yourself. Honey, you usually wear makeup? Su Liao looked at the three of them and smiled, walking over to the table and taking out the cosmetics one by one. Instantly, he sat down on the couch and began to remodel himself. You three watch well what real makeup is. Lin Yutong and Yang Yi sat down on Su's left and right, watching curiously. Moon Yanxue was also curious in her heart. Is Su Liao a man, better at makeup than they are? 10 minutes later, Lin Yutong, Yang Yi, and Moon Yanxue looked at the unfamiliar man's face in front of them, dumbfounded. Their little mouths opened so wide that they could stuff down an egg. It's incredible that people can become another person entirely by relying on makeup. Honey, can you teach me? Su Liao sighed. This is transfiguration, but it still has flaws. The hairstyle can be worn as a wig, but the height and body type still cannot be changed. Without a decade of hard practice, you won't be able to do this to this extent. After saying that, his gaze once again looked at Lin Yutong. Tong Tong, your parents and your good friend Li Mengchen are all at the Jinghua Hotel right now. I'll take you there now. Lin Yutong sniffed and froze slightly. When I think back to what happened to me in these days, it's almost like a dream. Not only does she have a man, she is pregnant with the child of the man who kidnapped her. She also became a quilt sister with Yang Yi. It's just outrageous to the point of being outrageous, ing opening the door to outrageousness. But her heart was full of happiness without a single complaint. Honey, then take me there now. Then go and change your clothes. Isn't there a light yellow dress? Change into that, and put your mask and hat on. After Su Liao said that, his gaze went to Yang Yi and Moon Yanxue. You two just stay here for now. I'll take Tong Tong to see his parents first. Kinghua Hotel. The two figures froze in the doorway for a moment before stepping inside. Hubby, yesterday we were strangers who didn't know each other, and you even hijacked people from here. Today, however, we are already together and I am pregnant with your child. It feels like fate is really marvelous. Lin Yutong clung to Su Jiao's arm with attachment, her entire body pressed against Su Jiao's. He. The fact that I caught you that day by casting lots means that our destiny has long been predestined by heaven. Ding! The elevator stopped at the 8th floor. Honey, if my parents scold you later, take it easy. Don't worry. The two of them talked and unknowingly walked to the door of room 808. Dum. Lin Yutong raised her hand and knocked on the door of the room. A few moments later, with a creak, the door to the room opened, and a white knee-length dress woman's figure came into view. It was Lin Yutong's best friend, Li Mengchen. It's nice to look good, but it's a little thin. Tong, is it really you? Li Mengchen froze for a few seconds before reacting, and couldn't help but let out a sound of surprise as she fiercely stepped forward and hugged Lin Yutong. Inside the room, Lin Yutong's parents also heard Li Mengchen's surprised cry and also hurriedly turned to look towards the door. Kiko, Mom and Dad. It's me. Su Liao followed behind Lin Yutong and Li Mengchen, walking into the room and closing the door with his backhand. Tong, it's really my Tong. Lin Yutong's mom walked over to Lin Yutong with tears in her eyes and pulled her hands. Tong, are you all right? That Su didn't do anything to you. Mom, I'm fine. It's not back. Don't you worry about it. Lin's father looked at his wife and daughter, and then at the strange man who followed him into the room, and couldn't help but frown. Tong, who is this young man? Chapter 14. Discovered? Tong, who is this young man? As Father Lin's words fell, the gazes of several people in the room looked towards Su. Lin Yutong hurriedly spoke. Dad, he is a friend of mine. After saying that, she hurriedly gave another wink to Su while saying, That, Brother Gua, you go back first. We'll get together again sometime. Brother Kwok. Roleplay Aftermath? Covers head.png. Good. I'll leave you then. Remember to contact Wilson if anything happens. Good. Lin Yutong said, winking mischievously at Su. Su Liao glanced at Lin father, Lin mother and Li Mengchen and turned to leave the room. Seeing Su's departure, Li Mengchen hurriedly asked, Tong, how did you escape from Su's hands? Or did he let you go? When Lin's father and mother saw that their daughter didn't look like something was wrong, their hanging hearts relaxed. At this time, for the daughter encounter also cannot help but curious. Dad, Mom, Joy, let's sit down and talk. Lin Yutong said, pulling her parents over to the sofa and sitting down. The parents will know about the pregnancy sooner or later, so it's better to tell them the truth sooner rather than later. Dad, Mom, I have something to tell you. Looking at their daughter's solemn expression, Lin father and mother suddenly had a sense of foreboding in their hearts. What is it? Lin's father asked. Lin Yutong glanced at the three, then lowered her head and said softly, I am pregnant. Father Lin, Mother Lin, and Li Mengchen immediately changed color. Could Tong have been spoiled by Sulak? Who's that? How long? Lin's father asked with a gloomy voice. Dad, Mom, it's from Su. It's been 10 days. Bang. Lin's father's face turned blue and he slammed his fist on the table. Li Mengchen heard the problem in the words, and she asked suspiciously, Tong, are you saying that you've been pregnant with Sulak's child for 10 days already? Could it be that you guys knew each other before? Lin's father and mother also came back to their senses at this time, and only then did they remember the problems in their daughter's words. How is it that my daughter is 10 days pregnant when she was kidnapped by Susu yesterday? Did they know each other before? Dad, Mom, Shizi, the matter in between is complicated to say the least. I'll tell you all about it later. Anyway, Susu is not the kind of bad guy you guys imagine. He is very good to my daughter, and my daughter loves him very much. I hope Mom and Dad you guys can agree to me and Susu being together. Upon hearing this, Lin's father looked at his daughter and said angrily, Agree? Agree that the child's father is a wanted man? You're not allowed to have this child. Tomorrow? No. Go get rid of it for me today. I don't. You. Pa. In a moment of anger, Lin's father slapped Lin Yutong on top of her snow-white cheek. Old man, what are you doing? Tong Tong just suffered something like this. How can you hit her? Tong Tong, Daddy. Daddy didn't mean it. Lin's father panicked and looked at his daughter who was in tears. His heart suddenly blamed himself and regretted that he shouldn't be angry with his daughter. Dad, Mom, I'm not going to get rid of the baby. I, Lin Yutong, was born as Su Jiao's person and died as Su Jiao's ghost in this life. Lin Yutong said, stood up and wiped her tears before running out. Uncle Auntie, don't worry. Please give Tong Tong some time. She'll figure it out. I'll go take a look first. Li Mengchen said and ran out after her. Lin's mother looked at Lin's father. You just know how to get angry at your daughter. If you have the ability, go beat up Susu. Wife, I was just in a moment of anger. You said that if my daughter gives birth to a wanted man's child, what will she do in the future? This. Lin's mother froze in place for a moment. The other side. Lin Yutong runs out of the hotel, but she forgets to wear a mask and hat. And before long she is bumped into and recognized by passersby. You're Lin Yutong. Weren't you kidnapped by Susu? Lin Yutong, how did you escape from the kidnapper Su Jiao? Surrounded by pedestrians, Lin Yutong then remembered that she had actually forgotten to cover up in a moment of sadness. Make way. All make way. Li Mengchen ran over at this time, squeezing through the crowd and tugging Lin Yutong's arm back. Watching Lin Yutong enter the Jinghua Hotel, several passersby picked up their cell phones and dialed the police. 10 minutes later, a police car was pulling up next to the Capital Hotel. Lu Qiming, Shen Yu, and Song Zhong walked down from the police car. Song, go check the surveillance. Yes, Director. Lu Qiming glanced at the Jinghua Hotel plaque and said, taking the lead to walk inside. Shen Yu and Song Zhong also hurriedly followed. Room 809. Li Mengchen pulled Lin Yutong over to the sofa and sat down, asking with concern, Tong Tong, do you really want to give birth to this child? Susu is a wanted man now. Have you thought about what will happen to the baby when it's born? Lin Yutong looked up at her best friend. Shizi, you don't understand because you don't know Susu at all. There are some things I can't say now, you'll understand later. This baby I'm definitely going to have. As Lin Yutong's words fell, there was a sudden knock at the door. Li Mengchen got up, walked to the door and opened it. I'm Lu Qiming, the head of the Qingwan Studios police station. Here are my credentials. Lu Qiming said, pulling out his credentials from within his pocket. Director Lu, what are you doing? Lin Yutong is here, right? Let's find her and ask her about something. At this time, Lin Yutong took a deep breath and also got up and walked to the door. Director Lu, please come in. Lu Qiming nodded and walked into the living room. Shen Yu also followed and walked in. Ms. Li, please recuse yourself. Lu Qiming said as he turned his head towards Li Mengchen. Oh, good. Li Mengchen looked at Lin Yutong and walked into the bedroom. The three men took their seats. Lu Qiming glanced at Shen Yu, who gently nodded his head before looking at Lin Yutong. Ms. Lin, may I ask where Suzhou took you after you were kidnapped? What happened during that time? Also, how did you escape from Suzhou's hands? Although Lin Yutong was nervous in her heart, she calmly replied, at that time, after Suzhou kidnapped me, he knocked me out, and I woke up again in a very large house. He didn't do anything to me during that time either. Until this morning, when I woke up again and found myself on South China Road. And then a kind man gave me a ride back here. And I wondered why he tied me up. Upon hearing this, Shen Yu and Lu Qiming exchanged glances and once again looked at Lin Yutong. Lu Qiming laughed and said half-jokingly, Miss Lin, we've searched the entire city and haven't found any trace of Su Yao. Can it be that Su Yao knows the art of drying up his sleeves and brought you into another space? As soon as the words fell, Shock flashed through Lin Yutong's eyes, but it was still captured by Xinyu, who was staring at her closely. Lu Qiming looked at Xinyu. Seeing Xinyu nodding, he stood up. Ms. Lin, we're done asking. If there's anything else we need to know later, please cooperate with Ms. Lin. Yes. Walking out of the room, Lu Qiming once again looked at Xinyu. Well, Chapter 15. Half the reward for conceiving an heir during non-mission periods. Mr. Lu, I'm sure, 100% sure. That makes everything make sense. Lu Qiming frowned. If Su Liao really possessed the mythological sleeve of dryness interdimensional space ability, would he possess any other abilities as well? Is there any hope of catching him? How can I explain this to Mr. Chun? How do we explain this to the public? Lu Qiming felt a headache. Bureau Chun ordered 3 days to catch Su Liao. It's hard as hell. In 3 days, it's time to go home and retire. Leave the headaches to someone else. Lu Qiming sighed and walked out of the elevator. Song Zhong has finished checking the surveillance and is waiting at the hotel entrance. Director, I just checked the surveillance. A strange man accompanied Lin Yutong back to the hotel. I've already sent the photos to the office for people to check. Lu Qiming nodded and walked towards the police car. Xin Yu and Song Zhong quickly followed. Room 808. Dad, Mom, I want to go out for a walk. No. As soon as Lin Yutong's words fell, Lin's father spoke up against it. Tong Tong, in your current condition, we don't feel comfortable going out. So just go home with Mom and Dad. Mom, don't worry if I have Heiko with me. Li Mengxian also spoke up in a hurry. Yes, Uncle, Auntie, you can rest assured with me accompanying Tong Tong. After saying that, she moved closer to Lin's father and mother and whispered, Uncle and Auntie, I'll persuade Tong Tong to abort the baby. Lin's father and mother froze. Lin's father spoke. Dashi Zi, then Tong Tong will trouble you to take care of her more. Don't worry, Uncle, Auntie. Simply packing her luggage, Lin Yutong stepped onto the train to Peony Flower City accompanied by Li Mengxian. Not long after Lin Yutong and Li Mengxian had left, 5 women wearing masks and hats appeared at the door of room 808 and knocked on the door. The other side, after Su Lak returned to space, he changed his face, hailed a hitchhiker, and set off on his way home. With only 7 days left for the mission, it is imperative to race against the clock. The consequences of failure were more than he could bear. 12 hours later, Peony Flower City, Old Town, Happy Home Building 6, 702. Su Lak stood at the door and hesitantly knocked on the door. A few moments later, the door to the room slammed open. Looking at the woman in front of him, Su froze. Are you? Husband. Tong Tong. Why are you in my house? Puzzled, Su Lak walked into the living room and closed the door. At this moment, Su Yu, Li Mengxian, and Su's mother, Li Ping, walked out from Su Zhou's room together. Little missing? Missing child. Su Liao looked at his sister and mother and quickly walked over to give them a hug. Mom, sis, it's me. You guys wait for me, Su Lak said and ran towards the restroom. In less than 3 minutes, Su walked out of the restroom once again, already restored to his original form. It's really my missing child. Woo hoo hoo. Su Lak patted his old mom on the back, and his heart was helpless. I don't know if it was right or wrong to take on the mission in the first place. Now it was as if he was like a street rat and could only live under the shadows. But when he thought that Lin Yutong and Yang Yi were already pregnant with his own child, that trace of regret in his heart was replaced by determination. One day, I will walk the earth with honor, so that the sky will no longer cover my eyes. Sis, where's Dad? Dad is cooking in the kitchen, Su Yu said with a smile. Ha ha. Dad is awesome. Su Liao smiled. His dad was the god of cooking in the family. Never let mom or sister cook. Worthy of a compliment. Tong Tong, you still haven't said why you ran away from my house? Honey, your little baby is still in someone's belly. Isn't this the baby's home? Lin Yutong hugged Su's arm, tilting her face up and asking earnestly. Yes, of course. Mother Su looked at Lin Yutong's stomach and a smile appeared on her face. The grief over his son being wanted seemed to be much less. Li Mengxian looked at Su, his heart confused and doubtful. In terms of looks, in terms of family history, in terms of wealth, Su Jiao couldn't seem to win among Lin Yutong's suitors, so why did Tong Tong like him so much? Su Lak, you still have the face to come back? What did Laozi teach you as a child? To learn to kidnap people? Father Su's angry voice suddenly sounded behind the crowd. The crowd craned their heads to see Father Su walking out of the kitchen with a blue apron on, carrying 2 plates of hot food. Stop yelling. Do you want people to hear that our son is back? Mother Su glared at Father Su, scaring him into closing his mouth. However, the gaze that looked at Su was still filled with anger. Dad, if I hadn't tied Tong Tong, could you have such a good daughter-in-law? Could you have a great-grandson or granddaughter? Aha, seems to make some sense. But then again, it doesn't seem like much. At this time, Mother Su suddenly spoke up again. Right, lacquer. Where did you tie up Yang Yi and Moon Yanxue? Their parents are still waiting at the nearby Vienna hotel. Father Su, Su Yu, and Li Mengshan all looked curiously at Su Jiao. Lin Yutong didn't tell the Su family too much. As a result, the crowd was unaware of it. Don't worry, Mom. They'll naturally be able to see their daughter when tomorrow rolls around. Little Sparrow, so what are you going to do from now on? You're wanted all over the country now, or don't go out in the future. When Su Yu asked this, Mother Su's eyes began to redden again, heartbroken and despairing over his son's dark future. Su's father, carrying a hot dish, also froze in the kitchen doorway, listening with his ears open. I'll just stay home for the night. I have a lot of work to do behind me. But don't you worry. No one can do anything to me yet. Lacquer, are you going to kidnap someone again? Of course not. Su Liao shook his head and looked at Su Yu. Sister, has there been a lot of trouble in the house lately? Su Yu hesitated and gently nodded. Sis, Mom, don't worry. I'll fix this. Lacquer, you can't afford to be impulsive and make any more mistakes. Mom, I know, just relax. 2 hours later, Li Mengshan entered Su Yu's room and slept with her at night. Lin Yutong, on the other hand, went into Su Su's room. Hubby, I want to buy a Jiangnan Su-style garden villa in this city, in the name of Mom and Dad, and then our whole family will move there, so you'll be a little safer at home. Okay. Tong Tong, you're making me eat soft food. Honey, just say if you want it or not. Tong Tong, actually I have a bad stomach. It's good for a soft meal. Uh-huh. Then I'll take my sister and Mom and Dad to see the house tomorrow, and if I see it, I'll just buy it. Good. Another hour slipped by. Looking at the sleeping Lin Yutong in his arms, Su Su gently moved her arm and right leg away from himself, and his figure disappeared into the bed. Spirit springs space, and it's also nighttime. 6 days had passed since the last time Su Xiao left. Seeing Su Su's figure appear, on the sofa, Yang Yi and Moon Yanxue, who were wearing pink one-piece pajamas, hurriedly stood up. Hubby, you're finally here. Yanxue and I are dying of boredom here. Su Su, didn't you say you were going to take us out before? When are you going to take us out? Don't worry, it'll be quick, Su Liao said, taking a seat on one of the sofas. The mind silently communicated the system. Rascal, big rascal in? Hooligans. Hooligans. Humans. I'm in. Hummer. If I let Moon Yanxue help me conceive an heir now as well, is there any reward? If there is no current mission to conceive an heir, and if the heir is conceived outside of the mission period, the reward will be halved. Chapter 16, Twins, East Strong Bar.
Halve IT.
One piece at a time. You can't just let her go or keep her here. I'm taking you out now. It just happens to be nighttime outside as well, so you'll get to see your mom and dad tomorrow. Su Liao, what about me? Moon Yanxue anxiously inquired. You'll talk later. After Su Liao said that, he took Yang Yi and disappeared into the spiritual spring space. Su, you asshole. Moon Yanxue angrily stomped her feet and helplessly walked over to the mattress, lying down with her eyes lifeless. Knowing that the ratio of time between the spirit spring space and the outside world was 10-1, if Su stayed in the outside world for 2 hours, she would have to be alone and lonely for 20 hours. There's no internet, no critters, no humans, and you get bored after an hour or 2 alone. Not to mention 20 hours, if not more. Honey here. Yang Yi looked at Lin Yutong, who was lying on the bed asleep, and then curiously surveyed the room. This is my house, my room. My sister and Tong Tong's friend Li Mengshan are next door, and further to the side is my parents' room. Well, then won't I have to meet your parents tomorrow? Don't be nervous. Look at Tong Tong. I haven't even arrived home yet and she's already running to the door first on her own. Is Tong Tong so brave? Yang Yi's admiring gaze went to Lin Yutong, who was huffing and puffing. Women are prone to sleepiness once they are pregnant. It's not easy to wake up when you're asleep. You go up and rest as well? I'll go back to space to check on Nianxue first. After saying that, his figure instantly disappeared again. AI? Nianxue is afraid to suffer. Thinking of their own wolf-like age cannot resist the ferocity of Sulak, Mu Nianxue, a yellow flower girl, and how is Sulak of rival? After 3 seconds of silence for Mu Nianxue, Yang Yi took off his shoes and climbed onto the bed, lying down next to Lin Yutong. Spirit springs space. Looking at Mu Nianxue, who was lying on her back on the mattress in a big shape, Su tiptoed over. What's on your mind? Hearing Su's voice, Mu Nianxue abruptly sat up. Su, why did you come back so quickly? I thought you were going to leave me here alone for a long time. Yi's parents and your parents are waiting to see you at the Vienna hotel next to my house. How could I leave you here alone? Su Liao said, walking over to the bedside and sitting down as he continued. However, I can't just let you go like this either. Today, you only have one choice, and that is to become the mother of my Su Yao's child. After saying that, Su Yao suddenly reached out and picked up Mu Nianxue, making her sit across his legs. Su,
Shushu yo.
what do you want? Mu Nianxue's body instantly tensed as she nervously looked at Su's near face. Hey, you tell me if I want to. Su Lak let out a bad smile and violently rolled over. With a wail, Mu Nianxue completed her life transformation. 3 days rushed by. Mu Nianxue stared blankly at the sky above the spiritual spring space. The fine beads of sweat on her forehead had not yet faded. Su Liao's face, however, wore an elation that was hard to hide. Congratulations to the host, congratulations to the host. First time to get twin heirs, rewarded with a bottle of resident pill, triple body mass. Tip, a bottle of 49 pills taking not only can beauty, can also keep the face of aging. Hint, triple physique, stackable. Surprisingly, a double shot? Ha. Mu Nianxue tilted her head, looked at Su beside her, and asked breathlessly, Hubby, what are you smiling about? What makes you so happy? Niyuki, twins, it's twins. Su Liao excitedly picked Mu Nianxue up and sat her on top of his legs, lowering his head and kissing her on the cheek. Honey, are you saying I'm pregnant with twins? 3 days of absurdity and you're pregnant with twins? Mu Nianxue stared in disbelief. Not bad. I didn't expect a double shot. I admire myself. Mu Nianxue blushed angrily. Hubby, you talk ugly. What do you mean by a double shot? Hiss, Nianxue, you're crazy. Su Liao sucked in a breath of cool air and hurriedly grabbed Mu Nianxue's small hand to prevent her from moving around. It's easy to shoot a gun. Nianxue, it's almost dawn outside, so let me take you back to my room for a shower. Your room? Yeah. Your sister Tong and sister Yi are both asleep in my room. Huh? Mu Nianxue's eyes widened as she asked suspiciously, when did sister Tong run away from your house and sleep in your room? Looking at Mu Nianxue's puzzled eyes, Su returned to his room with Mu Nianxue after giving a rough account of what had happened in the outside world. After helping her clean up, Su Yao placed her beside Yang Yi, and with that, turned around and walked to the living room sofa to sit down. Triple physique. Loaded. Next, Su Liao then felt a warm current appear out of nowhere in his body, washing and strengthening every cell. His physical form also quietly transformed towards the most perfect human form. If this keeps adding up, won't I have to become a saint in the flesh and carry a nuclear bomb hard? Stacking up 6 times his physique allowed Su's self-confidence to explode once again. In the Marvel Universe, Captain Free State is able to match the gods in mortal form by merely possessing 3-4 times the physique of a human. While there was exaggeration in the movie, Captain Free State had at least a ton of strength up front. He, on the other hand, with a 6-fold human physique, possessed at least 2 tons of strength. No problem lifting a small car with your bare hands. Su Liao opened the magic voice software and was just about to check the information about himself on the internet. There was a sudden violent popping sound at the door. Is that them? Sulak frowned and quickly stood up and walked towards the door to open it. Only 4 young men dressed in flowing clothes, with their backs to themselves, were seen running toward the end of the building. Casually closing the door to his room, Su's figure was like an arrow off the string, and the residual shadows flashed by. Bang 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 bang. There were 4 consecutive muffled thuds, and all 4 of those young men collapsed onto the beige floor at the end of the hallway. Su Liao stepped on top of the back of a man's hand and twisted his foot lightly as he asked in a cold voice, "Who told you to harass my family?" Speak up and I can spare your lives. At the same time, a black pistol appeared in his hand and was pressed against the young man's head. Ah, pain, 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 old boss. Don't step on. Don't kill me. I'll tell you everything. Bean-sized beads of sweat flowed out of the stomped young man's forehead, and the veins on his neck stood out in pain. A few of them were usually just punks who collected money and did little bad things. How had they ever been treated like this? All of them were horrified. Old boss, it's a man named Long Dongchang who gave us $10,000 and told us to come and harass your family from time to time. We'll take you to him now. Please, Boss Su, don't kill us. Lead the way. Okay, Boss Su. The 4 straggling young men climbed up from the ground and bent their heads low in response. The ecstasy bar. Su Liao followed behind those 4 young men and walked into the noisy hall. Boss Su, that bald guy with the green dragon and white tiger tattooed on his arm is Long Dongchang, and he's the one who instructed us to harass your family. By the way, the owner of this bar is him. Su Liao looked in the direction of the finger of the young man whose hand he had stepped on the back of, only to see a stout, left arm tattooed with a green dragon, right arm tattooed with a white tiger bald, is embracing 2 women wearing a small hip short skirt, full-bodied, left kiss right kiss, so happy. Su Liao was slightly stunned. This Long Dongchang's looks are surprisingly similar to the Chong who knifed someone in Kunsu City some years ago and left with his intestines raised. Chapter 17. A powerful man? Su boss, you found the person. Can we go now? Su Liao twisted his head and glanced at the 4 young men, saying expressionlessly, Go? Things aren't over yet. If you guys are in a hurry to get on your way, I can give you a ride. After saying that, he walked towards Long Dongchang. Those 4 young men looked at each other and followed helplessly. Brother Long, are you really going to kidnap that Susu's family? Ha ha ha, that Susu is nothing but a little yakuza. Before, he wasn't even worthy of lifting my shoes. I'll kidnap his family. What can he do to me? What's more, with Lin Xiao around, what's there to worry about? Long Dongchang crooked his mouth in disdain. At the same time, both hands grabbed at the hips of the women in hip-hugging ultra-short skirts on either side, causing both women to giggle. He, Long Dongchang, as a snake in the divine capital, not only had people at the top, but also countless minions at the bottom. A child from an ordinary family like Su Jiao, before he kidnapped the star Lin Yutong, he, Long Dongchang, wouldn't even look at him, Su Jiao. Much less would they know such a small person existed. Now Lin Xiao has orders to kidnap Su Jiao's family to force Su Jiao to release Moon Yanxue. If he could get the job done, he would be able to climb into a relationship with Lin Xiao. Then, from now on, in Peony City, he, Brother Lung, is the #1 man. The city bosses have to be polite when they see him. Thinking of the image of the mayor nodding at him, Long Dongchang couldn't help but laugh. The hands also became more brazen, burrowing underneath. Long Dongchang's words with his female companion beside him were heard word for word by Susu. Lin Xiao? Frowning, Susu walked straight to Long Dongchang. Long Dongchang's laughter came to an abrupt end. Looking at the man in front of him wearing a mask and a ducktail hat, he was puzzled. There seemed to be a familiarity, but for a moment I couldn't remember where I had seen it. Who is your honor? Long Dongchang inquired with a frown. Dragon. He seems like Susu. The female companion beside Long Dongchang suddenly pulled his sleeve and reminded him softly. Oh, since we guessed it, why don't we find a quiet place to talk? Susu? Long Dongchang stood up violently, a hint of shock flashing in his eyes. He hadn't even gone to kidnap Su Liao's family yet, and Su Liao had even come to his door? And how did he find this place? Long Dongchang couldn't help but look behind Susu. So it was you guys who brought him here, fine, Ji Bujuan, Ji Bushi, you guys wait here for me. No one is allowed to leave without my order. Dragon, we. Looking at the trembling 4, Long Dongchang snorted coldly and looked at Su Jiao once again, smiling. Worthy of being a kidnapper who dares to kidnap a big star. Courageous. If not for the fact that Lin Xiao has a life, we might still be friends, but it's a pity. Oh, no need for nonsense. Find a place to talk it over. Okay. Upstairs, please. Long Dongchang smiled and looked at the 2 female companions beside him. Mei, Ali, you guys also follow me. Okay, Lung. Mei and Ali followed behind Susu and Long Dongchang, walking together towards the upper floors. Xiao Su, please. At the door of the chairman's office, Long Dongchang made a gesture of invitation. Su Liao calmly walked in. Long Dongqiang followed. Mei, watch the tea for Xiao Su. Yes, Lung. Li, serve Mr. Su well. Okay, Lung. Ally licked her lips, twisted her uncoverable hips and walked over to Su's side, pressing her hands on top of Su's shoulders. All right, Long Dongqiang is it? Tell me about the person behind you, Lin Xiao. What is his purpose in letting you kidnap my family? Su Liao pushed Ally away and said in a cold voice. Long Dongqiang was slightly stunned, and in the next second, a smile appeared on his face again. Brother Su is really quick to speak, so I'll get straight to the point. Brother Su, do you know who Moon Yanxue is that you kidnapped? Who? Moon Yanxue is the woman that Lin Xiao has his eye on. Lin Xiao ordered me to kidnap your family just to force you to release Moon Yanxue. Now, since Brother Su has arrived in person, then naturally I won't try to kidnap Brother Su's family again. However, I still hope that Brother Su will release Moon Yanxue for old brother's sake, and old brother will be grateful. Su Liao looked at the serious-looking Long Dongqiang and smiled. Releasing Moon Yanxue isn't out of the question, but, Boss Long, why don't you tell me a little bit about this Lin Xiao first? Upon hearing this, Long Dongqiang paused and said, I can only tell you that Lin Xiao he comes from Yanjing, with a powerful background. It's not something that a small Kara M like us can mess with. Oh, since that Lin Xiao comes from such a huge place, how did you become acquainted with him? Haha, of course it's the line given by the higher-ups. Otherwise, how could I possibly come into contact with such a big shot? Of course a dirty job like kidnapping people would come to people like us who live in the shadows. Su Lak laughed coldly in his heart. Moon Yanxue is now the mother of his 2 children. How can he let others covet? Oh, so what if it's a big shot from Yanjing? If you dare to covet his woman, kill her as usual. Boss Long, it's fine for me to let Moon Yanxue go, but I want to see Lin Xiao here. Otherwise, all bets are off. As Su Yao's words fell, a cold light flashed in Long Dongqiang's eyes, thinking of him as the head snake of Peony Flower, who wouldn't call out Brother Crazy Dragon when they see him. Now that he had lowered his stance like this, Su was surprised that he hadn't directly agreed to release Moon Yanxue. It was simply not giving him Brother Crazy Dragon face. All right, then wait a moment. I'll contact Lin Xiao. Long Dongqiang said, picked up the cell phone on the table and walked to the side to make a call. A few moments later, Su Lak, Lin Xiao happens to still be in Peony City and will come over in an hour. All right, then I'll wait for Lin Xiao to arrive. Su Liao said indifferently, taking out his cell phone and sending a message to Moon Yanxue. Ding dong. Moon Yanxue's message was quickly sent. Hubby, this person you're talking about should be Lin Feng. I don't like him at all, but he's been pestering me all day like a dog's skin. It's annoying as hell. Luckily, hubby, you tied me up. Honey, why are you asking this all of a sudden? Did something happen? It's okay. I'm just asking off the top of my head. Putting away his cell phone, Su Liao closed his eyes and waited. Happy Homes, Building 6, Room 702. After the initial shock and confusion, Su Yu, Father Su and Mother Su gradually became familiar with Yang Yi and Moon Yanxue. When they learned that both Yang Yi and Moon Yanxue were also pregnant with Su Jiu's child, Li Mengchen, Su Yu, Su Jiangwo, and Li Ping couldn't help but open their mouths wide in shock. Old man, I dreaming. Honey, pinch yourself and you won't know. Hiss. As soon as Su Jiangwo's words fell, he felt a sharp pain coming from his arm. What are you pinching me for? Li Ping, as if she didn't hear Su Jiangwo's words. She stepped forward, pulled Yang Yi and Moon Yanshu's arm, said guiltily, Girl, is it Su Lak forced you? Let you suffer? How I gave birth to such a son. Yes, girl. If there's anything you guys tell me, let's see if I don't break both his legs. Auntie, uncle, don't blame Su Xiao. It's all because we volunteered. Yes, auntie, uncle, you don't have to blame yourself. Everything was done of our own free will. Li Mengchen looked at Yang Yi and Moon Yanxue, dumbfounded. Is there really something special about Susu? Otherwise, how could Tong Tong, Yang Yi, and Moon Yanxue lose themselves to his fascination? Su Yu's heart wasn't in the right place. It was as if a beloved toy had been snatched away. But the thought that all three were carrying Stinky's brother's child in their arms made her heart happy again. Uncle, auntie, sister, Tong Tong, Mengchen. Then I'll go to the Vienna hotel next door with Nian Shui first. You guys wait for Nian Shui and I at home, and when we come back, we'll go to look at the rooms together. Good. Go quickly. We'll wait for you at home. Su's mother, Li Ping, said with a smile on her face. Yang Yi and Mu Nianxue nodded and turned to leave. In the meantime, Huayang City, high-speed train station. The door of the G118 train to Peony City slowly opened. 5 slender, heavily covered women stepped inside the train. A few moments later, the portal closed. The train was traveling at breakneck speed towards Peony City. Peony City, East Strong Bar. A 6'8", feminine-looking man in Kanali's high-end customized casual were headed for the second floor. And he was accompanied by a man and a woman, both wearing black suits. Seems like a bodyguard. Looking up at the chairman's office plaque, the feminine man pushed open the door to the room and walked in. Behind them, 2 bodyguards followed. Chapter 18, inviting Lin Xiao to return to heaven and stopping the high school English teacher. Young Lin, you're here. Please take a seat. Long Dongqiang greeted him with a fawning face and invited the feminine-looking man to sit at the main seat. At the same time, waved his hand towards Ami and Ali. Ami and Ally understood and hurriedly walked out of the room gently and brought the door with them. Sulak, this is young Lin. Long Dongqiang casually said, then looked at Lin Feng and nodded. Xiao Lin, this is Suzhou. Lin Feng waved his hand. Long Dongqiang smiled sarcastically and retreated to the side. Sulak, if you release Mu Nianxue now, this young man can consider sparing your life. Lin Feng lit a cigar and took a puff before exhaling a smoke ring, his icy gaze staring at Su Su. Hee. Lin Feng, right? Finding people to harass my family. You can't really be naive enough to think that I'll promise you to let Mu Nianxue go. Su Liao sneered and stood up to walk towards Lin Feng. Seeing this, the 2 men and women in black suits beside Lin Feng took a step forward and stretched out their arms to stop Su Su. Bang, bang, bang. Su Liao snorted coldly as 2 hand slashes struck out like lightning. The black-clothed man and woman couldn't avoid it and were chopped on the neck by Su Su. Flop, flop, 2 unconscious, paralyzed to the ground. Lin Feng, who was leaning on the back of the chair and was smoking a cigar, was startled in his heart, and the cigar in his hand fell to the crotch position. He stood up in a panic and slapped the cigar to the ground. His face was ice cold as he looked at Su Su. Su Su, how dare you make a move? Do you know the consequences of making a move? Do you know who I am? I don't care who you are. It's useless to mess with me even if the King of Heaven comes. Su Liao said and threw a slap on Lin Feng's face. In a flash, 5 blood-red fingerprints appeared on Lin Feng's face. How dare you? Hit me? Lin Feng touched his fiery cheeks and stared at Su Su in disbelief. Growing up, he had only been hit 3 times. And the 3 men who beat him are all long since inexplicably dead. Now, he was surprised to be given a beating again. Long Dongqiang, what the are you still frothing for? Don't call all your people yet. Today I'm going to break all 4 of his limbs. No, break all 5 of his limbs. Lin Feng looked at Long Dongqiang, who was still frozen, and roared. Only then did Long Dongqiang come back to his senses. His heart trembled as he looked at Su Su, and hurriedly said, Su Su, how dare you hit young Lin? Do you know that you've gotten into big trouble? Lin Xiao's father is a general, and his mom and sister are even the controllers of Hanhai Group and Luoxin Group. You are confused. Long Dongqiang wanted to curse in his heart. Lin Xiao was beaten up in his office, and now he was afraid that he would follow suit. Immediately, he took out his cell phone and was about to call out his subordinates. With a soft sound, Long Dongqiang wailed, his palms covered in blood. A hole also appeared in the screen of the cell phone that had fallen to the ground. Su Lak, you even have a gun. Long Dongqiang sat paralyzed on the ground, looking at the gold-colored pistol in Su Su's hand in horror. Lin Feng's heart also trembled and his legs shivered. Su Lak, my father is a lieutenant general, if you dare to kill me, my father will not let you go. Ha! Su Lak let out a light laugh and said with interest, Lin Feng, I didn't expect your mom and your sister to be the famous Xiao Waning and Lin Ruoshua Grand Presidents. Ha! Today you can go on your way without fear. I will take care of your sister and your mom in the future. Su Lak, you want to kill me? You tell me. No. You can't kill me. My dad is a general, my mom is a president, my sister is a president, I can give you power, I can give you money. You can't kill me. Su Liao sneered and slashed Lin Feng unconscious with a hand slash. Su Lak, you're really crazy. Crazy. Cut the ing crap. As Su Liao spoke, a knife suddenly appeared in his hand. Handing it to Long Dongqiang, he said in a cold voice, Kill the 3 of them. With a trembling hand, Long Dongqiang took the knife, but hesitated to make a move. If you don't kill him, I'll kill you. But if you kill him, dispose of the body to buy some time, and leave the country in the night, there may be a way out. Take your pick. After listening to Su Su's words, as well as the cold touch of the gun barrel on his head, Long Dongqiang hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, and his heart became ruthless. Immediately, he walked over to Lin Feng and crouched down. Lin Xiao, you can go in peace. I was forced to do so. If you're looking for someone to claim your life, look for Su Su. Long Dongqiang muttered in his heart, gritted his teeth, raised his knife and stabbed towards Lin Feng's chest. Giggle. Warm blood instantly sprayed on his face. Seeing this, Sulak nodded in satisfaction and turned to open the door of his room to leave. A few moments later, looking at the 3 corpses on the ground, Long Dongqiang instead lost his initial fear. He picked up the desk phone and dialed Ami. May Ali, you two come to my office. Also, call up the 4 people, Ji Bushi and Ji Bo Duan, together. Hanging up the phone, Long Dongqiang stared at the 3 corpses in a daze and didn't know what he was thinking. The other side, walking out of Dongqiang Bar, Sulak didn't return directly to Happy Home. Instead, he took a cab toward the suburbs, dodged into the Spirit Spring space in a barren place. Sitting on the couch, he checked up on the system rewards. 2 directional exits. One can be set up in the villa that Tong Tong purchased. The other might as well be set up in no man's land. Where's a good choice? After thinking about it, Su Su had a choice in his mind. Immediately, he checked out the other reward, the bone shrinking technique. This gong method could actually shrink his height of 1 meter 8 to 1 meter 5, which was truly miraculous. 10 minutes later, on the outskirts of Peony City, in a certain deserted place, a young boy who looked to be about 13 or 14 years old and handsome appeared out of thin air. Not bad. This person was none other than Su Su. After using the bone shrinking technique, not only did his figure become smaller, his head unexpectedly followed suit. At this point, he looked almost exactly like the little boy, with no trace of an adult visible at all. With this bone shrinking technique, the transfiguration technique is not that useful. Unless one day I want to disguise myself as someone else. However, you must restore your original appearance once every 3 days to use this technique. Otherwise, it will damage your body. Walking to the side of the road, Su Su reached out to stop the car several times in a row, and no one stopped for him. As for why he didn't take a taxi, because he had left his cell phone in the Spirit Spring space. At this point, he was completely out of contact with Su Su. Half an hour later, finally, an Adian car was stopped by him, only to see a woman who was about 30 years old, 1 meter 7 in height, wearing a white dress, with long hair draped over her shoulders, skin like snow, mature and charming, walk down from the car. Little brother, what are you doing stopping your sister's car? Su Liao looked at the familiar face of the woman in front of him and was confused for a moment. Surprisingly, it's my English teacher Su Yuexin in high school. This is too much of a coincidence. Su Yuexian looked at the little boy in front of her, who was looking at himself in a daze, and smiled gently. Looking at Su Su was dumbfounded for another moment. In high school, he also fantasized about, whose little boy is this? He's too good looking. Su Yuexin sighed in her heart and walked over to Su Su's side and stopped, bending down to inquire softly, Little brother? What's your name? Why are you here alone? Chapter 19. Staying at a high school English teacher's house. Looking at the even more charming and attractive English teacher in front of him, Sulak returned to his senses and hurriedly said, Pretty sister, my name is Yi Fan. Yafan? Surprisingly, he had the same name as Yi Tiandi. Su Yuexin usually liked to watch anime as well, and when she heard Su Su say that her name was Yi Fan, she couldn't help but feel a shock. Little brother Yi Fan, why are you here alone? Where is your family? Pretty sister, I ran away from the orphanage. I don't want to go back. Can you take me to the city? I want to find a job. I want to make money. Looking at Su Su's clear and serious eyes, Su Yuexin's heart suddenly stirred and she nodded with a smile. All right, little brother Yi Fan, then get on the car. Thank you, sister. You're welcome. Get in the car. Su Yuexin opened the rear door and let Sujo drill in. She also went around the front of the car and got into the driver's side. Little brother Yi Fan, how can you think of coming out to work for money when you're still so young? Pretty sister, I want to make lots and lots of money, so that I won't be afraid of not having money for medical treatment in the future. Su Yuashin was stunned and quickly asked, "Are you sick?" "I wasn't sick. It was Grandpa Dean who got sick and ended up passing away because he couldn't afford treatment," Su Liao said, trying to squeeze out 2 tears. Through the center rearview mirror, looking at Su's sad appearance, Su Yuashin felt a pang of pity in her heart. Couldn't help but want to take him in my arms and comfort him. "Little brother Yifan, so do you have a place to stay when you get to the city?" "Not yet, but I'll find a place to live. Then, why don't you make do at your sister's house first? When you find a job and have a place to live, you can always move out." At those words, Su couldn't help but stare. He did remember that the English teacher had been married for 7 years. Although it was said that he looked only 13 or 14 years old now, but after all, he was also a fully functioning boy, and he was afraid that it would be inappropriate to go to Su Yuashin's house. "Beautiful sister, I will not go. You just take me to the city. I cannot disturb you and your family." Little brother Yifan is quite understanding. "However, little brother Yifan, there's only sister and a daughter in my sister's house, so you won't be disturbed if you go. Wait until you have a place to live before you move out." "Sister, all right. Are you still afraid that your sister is a bad person?" "Of course not." "Then, that's bothering my sister." Su Yuashin looked in the rearview mirror, smiled, and began to concentrate on driving the vehicle. Just now, the first time she saw Su, a familiar, affectionate feeling inexplicably arose in her heart, but she was sure she had never seen the little boy in front of her. When he heard Su's words, his heart was even more compassionate, so he couldn't help but want to give him a hand. Greentown Chunfeng Jiangnan neighborhood. The Abduction car slowly pulled into the underground garage of Building 13. Parking the car, Su Xian opened the door and walked out. Su Liao followed suit and stepped out of the car. "Let's go, little brother Yifan." "Sister, just call me Yifan. I'm not young anymore." Cluck, 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 cluck. "Good. Then, Yifan, go with sister." After Su Yuashin said that, she led Su towards the elevator. 2 units in 1 staircase, 8th floor, 801. "Come in, Yevon," Su Xian said, bending down and taking out a pair of pink slippers from the entrance hall. "This is sister's slippers. You change into them first." Su Liao nodded and changed into his slippers with a pang of doubt. "Sister, is Sister Yutong not at home? Also, Yutong's father, he's not home either. Yutong is at her grandmother's house, so later on, my sister will go out and pick her up. As for Yutong's father, he died shortly after Yutong was born." "I'm sorry, sis. I didn't know." "It's fine. Yifan, you can stay in this room. There's bedding in the cupboard. You can clean up by yourself first. Sister will go and fetch Yutong back first." "Good." Su Xian nodded and turned around to change her shoes again, closing the door to her room and leaving. As for why she dared to leave Su alone in her own home, because she trusts her instincts. Just as Su packed up his house, Green City Spring Breeze Jiangnan neighborhood, 6 women and 1 man walked toward the sales office. Of the 7, the man was about 50 years old, and there was another woman in her early to mid-50s. 4 of the remaining 5 wore masks and hats, making it impossible to see their true faces. The other woman in a beige dress was stunningly beautiful and looked to be about 20 years old. Not bad. These 7 people were none other than Su's parents and sister, as well as Lin Yutong, Yang Yi, Mu Nianxue, and Li Mengchen. Tong, Yi, Nianxue, Mengchen. This is the only neighborhood in Peony City that has Jiangnan garden-style villas. "Sis, let's go check it out then." Suyu nodded her head and led several people into the sales hall. Yang Yi, Lin Yutong, and Mu Nianxue were all older than her. Yang Yi was even older than her by more than 10 years, and the 3 of them had 1 sister in each mouthful, which really made her feel helpless for a while. "Stinky brother, why do you like the big ones?" "Yanjing, Twin Towers, 49th floor." The door to the chairman's office. A stunningly beautiful woman in her mid-20s, wearing a black professional wrap-around skirt, black silk wrapped around her long and slender legs, and an imperial lady-like appearance knocked on the office door. "Enter." A flirty woman's voice rang out from the office. Squeak! The woman pushed open the door and stepped inside, only to see the chairman of the chair, sitting in a beige suit, white shirt, looks more than 30 years old. Full of mature flavor of the woman is dealing with documents. Hearing the door open, she looked up. "Ruoshue, what are you doing here with me when you're not in your company?" "Mom, it's Grandpa's 80th birthday in a week. What would be a good gift for him? Xiao Weiniing tilted her head and thought, your grandfather is not lacking anything right now. His only hope is that Fenger can learn to learn. Huh, right, where's Fenger? Mom. I think he said he was traveling to Peony City, little brother. Ruoshua. Call your brother and tell him to get his ass back here now. Lin Ruoshua nodded and dialed her brother Lin Feng's number. The number you have dialed is currently offline. Please dial again later. Lin Ruoshua frowned. For this brother, although she was also disliked in her heart, but as a sister, she couldn't just ignore it. Now that Grandpa is about to celebrate his 80th birthday, he's still dashing around, even turning off his phone. Mom, he turned it off. Shut down. Forget it. Leave him alone. Ruoshua, if you can find a boyfriend to bring to Grandpa, he'll be overjoyed. At those words, Lin Ruoshua was slightly stunned, and a figure could not help but appear in her mind. Immediately afterward, her face turned slightly red. Seeing this, Xiao Weiniing showed a hint of a smile on her face and lowered her head to continue processing the documents. Mutant City, Green City, Chunfeng, Jiangnan, Garden Villa area. Lin Yutong, Yang Yi, and Mu Nianxue each selected a villa, and the three of them combined to purchase a set for Su's father and mother as well. 4 townhouses in a townhouse for $5.3 million each. Each is 660 square feet with 6 bedrooms on 2 levels. Uncle, auntie, sister, why don't we just move over today? Lin Yutong proposed. Father Su, Mother Su, and Su Yu hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. After all, the independent villa, Su is also much safer if he returns. 801, 8th floor, Building 13. After Su Liao finished tidying up his room, he returned to the living room to look around. There were also various photos of Su Yuexin and her husband Ning Moshan hanging on the walls. Look out for 2 people who used to be very sweet. Just then, footsteps suddenly sounded in the hallway outside the door. Immediately afterward, the door to the room opened with a click. Su Yuexin and a 5 or 6-year-old little girl figure entered Su Yao's line of sight. Chapter 20. If the big one is wasted, let the big one train the little one more. Are you brother Yi Fan? Ning Yutong tilted her head and stared curiously at Su. Looking at the dull and adorable Ning Yutong in front of him, Su Zhou smiled. It's me, Sister Yutong. You're so cute. Saying that, he reached out and rubbed Ning Yutong's head. Su Yuexin looked at the two of them, revealing a charming smile as she handed Su Liao the white handbag in her hand. Yi Fan, you take these household items. Su Liao took the handbag and said in a moved voice, Sister, why are you so good to me? Oh, because you're destined to be with your sister. After saying that, Su Yuexin turned towards the drawer side and took out a cell phone, and took out a phone card from within her bag and loaded it. Yi Fan, you can use this cell phone first. There are sister's phone numbers stored inside. You can also download a Wi-Fi and add sister's friend. Su Liao looked at his former English teacher in a daze. Was Mr. Su charmed by my handsome looks? Take it when you earn money to buy a cell phone, just give it back to your sister. Sister, you're so nice, Su Liao said, moved to jump into Su Yuexin's arms. All right, you help your sister watch Yutong first. Sister will go cook. Su Yuexin rubbed Su's head and looked at Ning Yutong. Yutong, play with your brother Yi Fan in the living room. Mom will go cook. Okay, Mom. The other side. Su Lak's parents, as well as Su Yu, Lin Yutong, Yang Yi, Mu Nianxue, and Li Mengchen had also finished packing up the happy home items and loaded them onto cargo lala to transport them to the Spring Breeze Jiangnan Villa in Green City. 4 townhouses in a row with Su's family living on the far left. In order to the right were the villas of Lin Yutong, Yang Yi, and Mu Nianxue. At this point, at the leftmost villa hall, Lin Yutong, Yang Yi, and the 4 of them, Mu Nianxue and Li Mengchen, helped to return everything to its place when Yang Yi's phone rang suddenly. Looking at the incoming call alert, Yang Yi pressed the answer button. Hey, Aoi, have you already arrived at Peony City? Fine, but I only have 1 car here, so I won't be able to pick you guys up if I go. I'll send you an address, so you guys can come straight over here. Fine, then we'll wait for you at home. Yang Yi hung up the phone. So you walked down from upstairs and asked curiously, who's coming? It's the 5 of them, Long Xiaoke, Su Dili, Tong Xiaodan, Bai Mengjie, and Xiao Dudu. As soon as Yang Yi's words fell, Su Mother Li Ping's surprised voice came out from upstairs. What? 5 more big stars are coming to the house. Immediately afterward, They saw Mother Sue and Father Sue walking down the stairs. Uncle, Auntie, it's me and Nianshua's 5 friends. Li Ping's eyes lit up, and she quickly turned around and pulled Su Jiangwo, saying, Old man, you and I will go to the vegetable market. Yi and Xiaoyi's friends are here. Let's do some more dishes for lunch today. Fine. Then let go. Pull me any further and I'll fall. Li Ping blanked Su Jiangwo, but her heart was infinitely joyful. Now the sun had gotten Lin Yutong, Yang Yi, and Mu Nianxue all pregnant with Su family children. There's a Li Mengchen next to her. And now here come 5 more big stars. If missing can get them all pregnant with the old Su family's child, then the Su family will prosper. As for the matter of her son being wanted, she couldn't do anything about it anyway, since it was already like this. Now that the big one has been scrapped, I can only hope that this big one will practice some more small ones out of it. After all, waste can be reused. You stay home with Tong Tong, Yi, Nianxue and Mengchun. I'll go out with your father to buy groceries. Good. As Su father and Su mother left, Su sighed softly and said worriedly, Little Lak's phone has been prompted to be out of the service area, and I don't know what's going on with him now. Sis, we all believe he'll be fine, so don't worry. Lin Yutong, Yang Yi, and Mu Nianxue hesitated in their hearts whether to tell Suyu about the matter of the spiritual spring space. But in the end, no words were spoken. Anyway, Suyu wouldn't necessarily believe it even if she said it now, so it was better to wait for Su Yao to tell her personally. Building 13, Room 801. Su Liao, Su Yuexin, and Ning Yutong sat at the dining table, eating a simple lunch. Fan, then you go out and look for a job this afternoon, and be sure to contact your sister if anything happens. Su Yuexin said, chucking up 2 pieces of meat and placing them into Su Su's and his daughter's bowls. Sister, don't worry. Don't look at me as small, but I'm strong. No one dares to bully me. You're a little kid with more strength. Where can you go? Upon hearing this, Su Jiao smiled, put down his chopsticks, stood up and walked over to Su Yuexin. Sister, if you don't believe me, stand up and try. I can lift you above my head with one hand. Really? Sister is 90 pounds. You can lift her over your head with one hand. Su Yuexin looked at Su Su's serious appearance, half believing in her heart. Sister, stand up. Let's try it and you won't know. Well, try. Su Yuexin stood up and added, Little fan, if you can't lift it, don't try to be strong. Otherwise, if sister falls to the ground, it's over. Don't worry, sister. I'll start then. Su Liao said, not waiting for Su Yuexin to react, grabbing the clothes around her waist, and in an instant, he lifted her above his head with one hand. Wow! Brother Yi Fan is so powerful. Ning Yutong looked at her mom, who had been lifted above her head by Su Su, and bounced and clapped her little hands in excitement. Su Yuexin came back to her senses and realized that her limbs were not touching the ground, and she was being held up in the air by a warm palm, and in her heart, she couldn't help but marvel at Su Su's powerful strength. Just as she froze, she realized with a jolt that her body was headed for the ceiling. She screamed out in fear and closed her eyes in horror. But how could Su Su let her crash? He had already controlled his strength, and just as Su Yuexin was about to hit the ceiling, he lost momentum and fell downwards. Frightened, Su Yuexin screamed again. But soon, she felt herself falling into a warm embrace. Immediately afterward, Su Su's voice rang out, Sister, do you believe in my strength now? Su Yuexin opened her eyes, and her cheeks burst into a blush. Little fan, sister believes in you. You quickly put sister down. At those words, Su Su gently placed Su Yuexin on the ground. Being operated by Su Yu just now, Su Yuexin's legs were still a bit soft, almost falling to the ground. Fortunately, Su Yu was able to assist her in time. Sister, I'm sorry for scaring you. It's fine. Su Yuexin sat down holding the backrest of the chair and marveled. I didn't expect you to be so strong, little fan. Brother Yefan, I want to lift high like mommy. Ning Yutong pulled on the corner of Su Su's coat and tilted her head, her bright big eyes staring expectantly at Su Su. Without saying a word, Su Su threw Ning Yutong into the air, fell, threw again, and fell again. Half an hour later, Greentown Chunfeng Jiangnan neighborhood. Just after walking to the entrance of the neighborhood, Su Xiao saw his parents carrying 2 large pockets of food ingredients in each hand, talking and laughing as they brushed past him. Su Liao was instantly confused in place. What's the situation? Chapter 21. Divination. Pregnant Qi rushes to the 9 heavens. Although they've gotten smaller, They still retain a few of their original looks, and it's surprising that mom and dad haven't had any. Su Liao couldn't help but skim his lips. My own son. Doesn't he have any sense of blood? Those fanfiction novels where parents can have a heartfelt feeling when they see their 20-year lost child seem to be a lie. Watching his parents brush past him, Su turned to follow. Soon, Su Lak saw his parents walk into a Jiangnan garden-style villa. Just as he hesitated to go in, several footsteps suddenly approached behind him. Su Liao twisted his head to look. 5 figures of women wearing masks and hats appeared within sight. What a handsome little brother! One of the women suddenly opened her mouth, her voice sounding like an oriole. Little brother, what are you standing here for? Do you know the owner of this house? Looking at the eyes of the two who had spoken, as well as their voices, Su Yu instantly recognized the two. Sisters, of course I know the people of this household, but they do not know me. Why is that? Because I'm a fortune teller, Su Liao said in a deep voice. Cluck 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 cluck. You're a little kid and you can tell fortunes? Ha! Su Liao let out a light laugh and said, all of you sisters have come here, so you should be looking for friends. There was a sudden look in the eyes of the 5 men, but was not overly surprised that there's a high probability that this kind of thing can be guessed. Su Liao looked at the several people and reminded, sisters, I've just done a fortune telling for you, and I advise you to leave the divine capital as soon as possible. The 5 of them froze again and another woman spoke curiously, little brother, so what if we just don't leave? Not leaving. Su Liao paused for a moment, smiled mysteriously, and said, what awaits you then will be a rush of heavenly pregnant chi. That's all there is to say at your sister's discretion. After saying that, Su turned around and leisurely left. The 5 froze in place, confused for a moment. What do you mean? Punching luck? And let's leave early? Isn't that a contradiction? Little kid, you don't know how to get your logic straight even when you're lying. Your brain hasn't even developed yet, right? You're out telling people's fortunes. The 5 of them looked at each other, guffawed, and walked toward the entrance of the villa in front of them, ringing the doorbell. Soon, the courtyard door opened. Lin Yutong, Yang Yi, Moon Yanxue, Li Mengchen, and Su Yu appeared in front of the 5 people at the entrance. Yi-chan, Niyuki. The 5 cried out in delight and removed their masks. Instantly, 5 stunningly beautiful faces appeared in front of Su Yu's several people. These 5 people were none other than Long Xiao Kuai, Su Dili, Tong Xiaodan by Mengjie and Xiao Dudu, who had rushed from Qingwan Studios. Come on in and talk. Don't let outsiders see, Yang Yi said as he pulled a few people into the courtyard and closed the door. Immediately after that, Yang Yi also introduced Su Yu and Long Xiao Kuai's 5 people to each other, and the group of 10 people walked towards the garden within the courtyard. Su Yu, there was a little boy at the door just now who looked about 12 or 13 years old and said that he knew everyone in this villa, but none of you knew him. After Long Xiao Kuai finished speaking, she briefly depicted the little boy's appearance again. Su Yu froze in thought for a moment, shook her head and frowned. 12 or 13 years old, still very handsome little boy. Not a single impression. Yang Yi, Lin Yutong, and Moon Yanxue, on the other hand, were skeptical in their hearts. Could it be the husband? Although Su Lak hadn't admitted to possessing the system, all 3 of them already had a definite guess in their hearts. Relying on the system to turn into a little boy is not impossible, methinks. And that little brat even gave us a fortune-telling, reminding us to leave early or else we will be in for a luck rush. You guys say it's funny or not, ha ha ha, Bai Mengjie said and laughed. That's right. If the luck really washes over you, then it's even more important not to leave. Su Deli laughed and agreed. Lin Yutong, Yang Yi, and Moon Yanxue simultaneously associated their guesses about Su's system, and all of a sudden, they heard the possible hidden meanings. The 3 of them glanced at each other, and their hearts became even more certain of the guesses in their hearts. Where is that little boy now? Lin Yutong couldn't help but ask. He left after he read our fortunes. By the way, Sister E, what happened to you guys after you were kidnapped by Su Jia? Why did you buy a house here? Tong Xiaodan suddenly asked. Yang Yi looked at Long Xiao Kuai's 5 people and slowly told what had happened before, but did not say anything about the spiritual spring space. You guys, all of you are pregnant with Su's child? Long Xiao Kuai, Su Dili, Tong Xiaodan, by Mengjie, and Xiao Dudu's 5 people had their mouths wide open, incredulously looking at Yang Yi, Lin Yutong, and Moon Yanxue. They really can't believe that in today's monogamous society, Lin Yutong, Yang Yi, and Moon Yanxue are willingly pregnant with Suzhou's child at the same time. Moreover, Su Su was now a wanted criminal. What the hell is going on in their heads? Just then, Mother Su's voice came from the doorway of the hall. Children, dinner is ready. The words are split. Su Xiao did not really go looking for a job to work after he left the Spring Breeze Jiangnan neighborhood. A part-time job? It's impossible to work part-time in this life. Only cows and horses go to work, make money for their bosses, buy Maibei for their bosses, and give their bosses. Su Yao leisurely walked in the direction of the Fascination Bar. From a distance, they could see a long cordon around the outside of Dongqiang Bar. Su Lak frowned. Is Long Dongqiang a loser? How dare you call yourself a groundhog when you've been spotted by the hat so quickly?
Slot, little slag.
However, Su lacked another moment of doubt in his heart. How did the hat find out so quickly? Did Lung Tung Kung escape? If Long Dongqiang is arrested, won't he be confessed soon? Groovy, bad. Although he wasn't afraid, his family still had to survive in the land of Dragon Summer after all. If Lin Feng's lieutenant general father knew about it, he was afraid that there would be heavenly trouble. Just then, the system voice sounded again. Mission. Host is requested to sneak into the Kowloon Detention Center in the Kowloon district of God's capital to kill Long Dongqiang and Jibo Duan within 24 hours. Mission success. Reward triple system X1, top hacking skill. Mission failure. No reward. What? Hearing the system voice, Su was confused for a moment. Long Dongqiang and Jibo Duan have already been arrested? What the hell? Cursing in his heart and finding a shared bicycle nearby, Su Liao turned around and headed towards the Tianlong Detention Center. Within 24 hours to sneak into the Tianlong Detention Center to behead Long Dongqiang and Jithin Duan. Time is running out. First go to step on a spot, then disguise yourself, and then sneak in at night. I think it will not be difficult. Tick-tock. In the blink of an eye, the time came to a little after 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Su Liao had returned to Su Yuejiao's home. Fan, how's the job search going this afternoon? Sister, still. I haven't found it yet. They all say I'm small and can't hire child labor. But don't worry, sister. I'll be able to find one. If I can't, I'll move bricks at the construction site. Chapter 22. Su Yu's shock. Placing directed exit. Su Yuejiao looked up at Su, her eyes filled with pity. Fatherless and motherless should be the age of schooling. At this time, all thought of moving bricks to the construction site to earn money. How many kids can take that kind of pain these days? Hey, the mind sighed helplessly. Although she had every intention of letting Su go back to school, she didn't have the financial resources to support another child. As a high school English teacher, she also makes a mere $6,000. Giving Su a place to live and 3 meals was her limit. Su Liao raised his head, looked at Su Yuejiao's pityingly downcast eyes, picked up a piece of braised pork and put it into her bowl, and said with a smile, Sister, don't think too much about it. I'm such a big man and I'm still so strong. Going to move bricks is really nothing to me. Well, then don't be a hero out there. And contact your sister if anything happens. Good. Next to him, Ning Yutong looked at Su Jiao with a crooked little head and asked suspiciously, Brother Yi Fan, what is moving bricks? Carrying bricks. It's like lifting high for you. You can make money to buy you nice dresses. Su Liao said, chucking a piece of bok choy into Ning Yutong's bowl. Su Yuejiao looked at the cozy picture in front of her. Her heart rejoiced, and the corners of her mouth revealed a nice smile. Villa area. Lin Yutong, Yang Yi, Moon Yanxue, and the others, after having dinner, returned to their respective villas. Li Mengchen stayed in Lin Yutong's villa. Long Xiao Kuai, Su Dili, and Tong Xiaodan entered Yang Yi's villa, while Bai Mengjie and Xiao Dudu went to live in the Moon Yanxue villa. 11 o'clock at night. Su Lak gently opened the door to his room and tiptoed out of room 801. Came to the villa area. Su Lak looked around for a while, and with a single leap at a surveillance dead end, he scaled over the 3-meter-high fence and entered the courtyard. It didn't alarm anyone. There's snoring in the master bedroom. Is Dad snoring? Su Liao tiptoed to the door of the next room, which seemed to be deserted. Immediately afterward, he checked 2 more bedrooms before discovering his sister Su Yu's room. A gentle twist did not lock the door. Su Liao walked in and came to the bed. With the help of the cell phone light, looking at his sister sleeping in her pink pajamas on the bed, Su Liao raised his hand and gently shook it on her shoulder. Aha! Suyu let out a soft hum and opened her eyes in a daze. Looking at the unfamiliar little boy standing beside the bed, Suyu was about to scream in terror and was quickly covered by Suyu's mouth. Sis, calm down. It's me, Su Liao, little sparrow. Su Liao's words did not cause Suyu to calm down. Instead, she struggled even more. Su Liao took a deep breath, and in the next second, the two of them disappeared into the bedroom. Spirit Springs space. At this point, it was daylight. Su Liao released the struggling Suyu. Who are you? Where is this? This? Suyu looked at the little boy in front of her, and then at the space that was in daylight, her eyes in a state of panic. The body also kept moving backward. Sis, calm down for a moment. Have you forgotten about the time you wet the bed when you were 9? What? Suyu looked at Su Jiao in shock and blurted out, how do you know? Who the hell are you? Su Liao smiled, walked over to the sofa and sat down, smiling as he looked at Suyu. Sister, if you look closely, don't you think I look a lot like me now and when I was a child? Upon hearing this, Suyu calmed down, carefully sizing up Su. It seems like, it's kinda like that. Are you? You really tiny Tweedledum? As in, how else would I know about your bedwetting? Hearing the word bedwetting again, Suyu's face couldn't help but turn scarlet. Sister, this is the Spirit Spring space, which is considered a strange encounter for me. Now I've used the bone shrinking technique, that's why I've turned into this appearance. Just wait for me. Let me change my clothes and transform back to my original form, Sulak said, walking behind the mattress, quickly changing into a loose set of clothes and walking back to Suyu. Sis, watch this. After he said that, Su's body immediately began to twist and distort, and a cackling sound rang out. Looking at Suyu gave him the creeps. Su Liao's figure is still slowly becoming taller and stronger. After a few minutes, it was restored. Suyu looked at the person in front of her, who had turned from a small boy into a large sparrow, and was stunned in place. Sis, now you should believe it. Big sparrow, little sparrow, is it really you? This is too amazing. Returning to her senses, Suyu walked over to Su Jiao's side, touching up and pinching down, marveling. After a long time, after listening to Su's narration, Suyu was again in awe. Nowadays, in the 21st century, it is unimaginable that such a metaphysical thing can occur. She stood up and looked down at the Spirit Spring space, then walked over to the Spirit Spring pool, squatted down, and took a sip from a cupped handful of water. His eyes lit up, and he took another sip and drank it. Su Liao, on the other hand, walked towards the vegetables and fruits planted behind him. Bright green vegetables, football-sized tomatoes, a large watermelon almost a meter in diameter, a large cucumber a meter long. Everything looked so incredible, and yet it is real and present. Wow, how are these watermelons, tomatoes, cucumbers? How come they're so big? Suyu was like a bumpkin entering a 5-star hotel, her eyes staring round, her mouth wide open, her hands slightly raised, her fingertips gently touching the huge thing in front of her. Sis, lighten up. Don't act like a bumpkin, Su Liao said as he squatted down and was about to pick the watermelon, but was grabbed by Suyu's ears. Little sparrow, your wings have hardened. How dare you call your sister a bumpkin? Hiss, sis, I was wrong. I'm a bumpkin. Let go, it's going to break. Humph. Suyu let out a delicate hum and followed suit as she squatted down, curiously looking at the huge object in front of her. An hour later, Su Liao once again resumed his little boy appearance and led Suyu out of the spiritual spring space. Only 6 minutes had passed outside as well, and he also brought out a lot of vegetables and fruits, and then he went back over the wall to the next door. Public bathrooms. Su Liao pushed the door and walked in. Directional exit where he intends to place it. As the command was given in his mind, a purple hexagram pattern appeared out of nowhere, instantly illuminating the entire bathroom. Immediately afterward, in Su's curious gaze, the purple hexagram pattern slowly descended and merged into the ground, and the light disappeared with it. It was as if nothing had ever been there. After leaving some fruits and melons in the hall of Lin Yutong's villa, Su Jiao went over the wall to Yang Yi and Moon Yenshua's villas in turn, and left some fruits and melons in the living room respectively before going out of the neighborhood in the night. Tenryu Watchtower. Sulak stood behind a large tree, looking at the guardhouse that had only a faint light. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and then he stepped out from behind the tree, his shadow stretching long under the dim streetlight. At this time, he had changed into a different appearance, looking about 40 years old, bearded, and about 170 centimeters tall. And in his hands he held a gold-colored pistol, as well as two 1-meter-long iron rods. Looking at the front 4.5 meters high, diamond-shaped holes knife barbed wire fence, as well as the fence above the curled wire mesh, so you cannot help but a sigh of relief. With this kind of protection, it would be hellishly difficult for a prisoner to escape. Chapter 23 Decimation. Looking at the diamond-shaped holes of the knife-stabbing net in front of him, Su Liao inserted two iron rods into the two holes. Both arms snapped. Rip! An ear-splitting sound rang out, and the knife and thorn net was torn through a huge gash under the steel rod and the huge force. The steel rod in Su's hand, which was 3 centimeters thick in diameter, had also been bent out of shape. Su Lak let out a light laugh, tossed the steel rod aside, and lowered his head as he dug in. Woo! Roar! As soon as Su went inside, he saw a sheepdog growl and lunge at him. Bang! Su Yao used a static approach. Looking at the pouncing sheepdog, he instantly sidestepped and slashed at the sheepdog's neck with a single strike. The sheepdog simply fainted before a single sound came out of his mouth. Woo-hoo! A whistle sounded, followed by a roar. All hands on deck. There's been a prison break. Su Liao's figure was like a ghost, instantly appearing beside the man who was yelling. With a thud, the man fell to the ground. But the man's whistling had awakened all the watchmen in the guardhouse. The Tianlong District Detention Center is only a medium-sized detention center, holding less than 500 people. And with a staffing ratio of 8%, the maximum number of watchmen is 40. However, there are actually only 16 police officers in the Tianlong Detention Center. At the sound of the whistle, they rushed out with their weapons. For his part, Su Liao didn't give these police officers any chance. His figure was like an instantaneous movement, and the police officers he approached fell to the ground one by one. Are you a human or a ghost? One of the last police officers standing, looking at Su Jiao, who stood unharmed in front of him, his hand holding the pistol was trembling. Ha! Su Lak let out a light laugh and slowly raised his hand, grabbing the pistol in the officer's hand in front of him. The officer's hand subconsciously loosened. Su Liao threw it aside and said in a cold voice, "Where are Long Dongqiang and Ji Thin Duan imprisoned? Take me there. Don't play tricks on me or die." I. Don't bull if you don't want to die. Don't kill me. I'll take you there now. Under the officer's guidance, Su Liao arrived outside a cell in the transitional cell block. This cell holds all the new arrivals, and Long Dongqiang and Jibo are also being held here. The cell was a large space, furnished with large pass-through bunks, and housed more than 20 people. Long Dongqiang, Ji Thin Duan. At this time, although it was already more than 12 o'clock at night, the fear in their hearts made Long Dongqiang and Ji Binduan did not sleep. When they heard the officer call out their names, both men turned their heads at the same time to look out the barred window. Su Liao happened to see the faces of the two as well. With two soft sounds, Long Dongqiang and Ji Binduan collapsed onto the bed with staring eyes, and a tiny hollow appeared on both of their foreheads at the same time, with blood gurgling out. In the blink of an eye, it stained the bedding underneath him. Killing. Several other inmates in the cell who were not asleep screamed in terror, instantly waking up the rest of the inmates, and the scene was chaotic. Su Liao slashed the police officer beside him unconscious with a slap and quickly turned to leave. Just less than 10 minutes after Su left, a dozen police cars and SWAT vehicles arrived at the Tianlong Detention Center. Dozens of heavily armed hats and SWAT officers stepped out of their vehicles and rushed inside the guardhouse with its portals wide open. Looking at the dozen or so watchmen still unconscious, the SWAT captain made an up gesture and rushed inward. 2 hours later, conference room, police headquarters, Mutant City. A dozen men sat around the oval conference table, looking at the surveillance images on the big screen with a grave expression. Instead, 3 golden steel balls the size of glass marbles lay on the conference table. A man in civilian clothes with half-white hair in his 50s suddenly spoke up. "Bureau Wang, according to Long Dongqiang and Ji Binduan's confessions, this bullet in Dongqiang's bar was left by Su Jiao, and as this man who assassinated Long Dongqiang and Ji Binduan tonight used the same bullet, I suspect that Su Jiao and this assassin tonight belong to the same organization." Same organization? What kind of organization? The members are so powerful. This killer doesn't look like a human at all anymore. rather like a genetically enhanced person from a movie. Wang Defa pondered for a moment and said in a deep voice, "Contact the police station of Qingwan Studios in Hejiang Province tomorrow. We need their cooperation." "Yes, Chief Potato Wang." Chief Potato Wang. "This time, no matter what the cost, we must capture Su Su and this killer tonight, or else we're all doomed." At this time, the man sitting in the main seat wearing formal clothes and about 50 years old looked at Wang Defa and said with a face as gloomy as water, "Yes, Chen sir." The words are split. After leaving the Tianlong detention center, Su Jiu sought a hidden place to return to the spiritual spring space, and then he regained his original appearance, returning to Lin Yutong's villa's communal bathroom through the hexagonal star formation. Congratulations to the host, completing the mission, obtaining triple physique, top black tech energy. In the next second, Su Su felt that a strange energy had once again appeared in his body, constantly flushing and strengthening every cell in his body. At the same time, countless knowledge about various programming languages flooded into the mind. Python, C, C++, Java. Su Lak couldn't help but draw in a breath of cold air. Not being a hacker, it's impossible to imagine the horrors of hacking. After a long time, the body strengthening was complete. Su Liao couldn't help but grin as he looked at the even more perfect man in the mirror, the Phantom, just around the corner. After taking a cool shower, Su Xiao took out a set of pajamas from within his space, put them on, and headed upstairs to the master bedroom. In the master bedroom, by the bed, in the darkness, Su Liao's mouth revealed a bad smile, took off his clothes, lifted the thin blanket and got in, wrapped around a silky body. No. Su Liao had just felt something was wrong when the person in his arms unexpectedly arched in his arms. Did not wake up. It's Li Mengchen, and she sleeps surprisingly. Hey. Su Lak let out a bad smile and rolled over, lying down in the center and closing his eyes. The next day, a scream rang out, waking up the sleeping Su Su and Lin Yutong. Su Jiu, why are you here? Li Mengchen pulled on the thin blanket, staring at Su Su in panic and anger. Lin Yutong was also confused for a moment. Honey, what are you doing here? Su Lak looked at the two of them and smiled sarcastically. I didn't know that Li Mengchen slept with you last night, and by the time I knew it was already too late, so I just pretended I didn't see it and continued to sleep. You asshole, shameless. Hearing Su Su's words, Li Mengchen took the bed pillow and smashed it at Su Su. Li Mengchen, since things are like this, why don't you just be my woman as well? That way, you and Tong Tong can be a quilt of girlfriends. Isn't that good? Who wants to be your woman? You get out. Then think about it. With that, Su Xiao put on his pajamas and took out 4 pills from his arms, handing them to Lin Yutong and admonishing, Tong Tong, these are 4 resident pills, which will not only beautify and nourish your face, but will also make your face ageless. You and Nianxue and my sister, 1 each. Also, the living room has the fruits we planted together that I left for you. Handing the face residing pill to Lin Yutong, Su Jiu turned around and headed out of the bedroom. Li Mengchen looked at the fragrant pills in Lin Yutong's hands and was skeptical for a moment. Tong Tong, do you believe in Su Su's words? Old age, sickness, and death are the laws of heaven. Youth forever. How is this possible? Chapter 24 Joint Action, the Lin family's anger. Oh, I'm sure my husband wouldn't lie to me. Lin Yutong smiled with eyes full of tenderness, picked up a resident pill and swallowed it into her stomach. Tong Tong, you? Li Mengchen looked at Lin Yutong in a daze. She didn't understand what kind of mesmerizing soup Lin Yutong had been fed by Su Su. It's amazing to believe something so comical. Just then, an unpleasant odor suddenly emanated from Lin Yutong's body. Yikes! Lin Yutong lowered her head, looking at the black stains that appeared on the surface of her snow-white body, and exclaimed in shock. Tong Tong, are you poisoned by the medicine? Lin Yutong shook her head, got up and rushed towards the bathroom. A few moments later, listening to Lin Yutong's unceasing exclamations within the bathroom, Li Mengchen looked at the 3 pills beside her and was already half convinced. After another 10 minutes, the bathroom door was opened with a creak, and Lin Yutong walked out wrapped in a towel. Li Mengchen was stunned in place as he looked at Lin Yutong, whose skin was like sheep's fat white jade, in front of him. Tong, your skin. Hey, now believe it, Lin Yutong said, walking over to the bed and taking off her bath towel like no one else. changing into black loose pants with white short sleeves. In a flash, it drew another gasp from Li Mengchen. Tong Tong, I. Li Mengchen looked at Lin Yutong, wanting to speak. Shizi, these three are already owned and can't be given to you. If you want them, go ask Su Xiao for them. Anyway, you've already been seen and touched by him last night. So why don't you just obey him?
Ki.
Tong Tong. You have a big heart. How can you introduce a woman to your own husband like this? Hearing this, Lin Yutong couldn't help but sigh. You think I wanna, There are just some things that I can't tell you right now. So, you won't be able to understand. Forget it. Let's go to the parlor and take a look at the fruits left behind by Su Su. I'm sure you won't be disappointed, Lin Yutong said, pulling Li Mengchen's hand towards the downstairs living room. 13 buildings. Su Lak once again reverted to Yifan's appearance, and when he returned to room 801, he hurriedly pushed open the bathroom door. Next, Su Xiao and Su Yuejiao stared at each other, frozen in place. Su Yueqing's hand was still lifting his half-pulled pants. Xiao, little fan, you're still looking. Get out. Returning to her senses, Su Yuejiao's cheeks were like red apples, and she quickly lifted up her pants and said in shame, Sister, I don't see anything. Su Liao turned around in a hurry, closed the bathroom door, and returned to the sofa to sit down. Inside the bathroom, Su Yuejiao pressed her hands on the sink, looked at herself in the mirror blushing like blood, and muttered softly, Xiaofan is still a child, it's nothing to look at. Yes, Xiaofan is still a child. How can I think nonsense? Su Yuejiao, Su Yuejiao. A few moments later, calming down, Su Yuejiao pushed open the door and walked out. Fan, you're not trying to. Su Yuexian's voice came to an abrupt end just as she reached the halfway point. Fan, this watermelon. Looking at Su Yuexin's dumbfounded appearance, Suzhou stood up. Sister, this large watermelon is something that a person I met downstairs asked me to give you. By the way, he said that his name is Su Jiao, and that he used to be a student of yours, sister. Su is missing? Su Yuexian froze. How could she not know when one of the students she taught was an A-list fugitive who'd kidnapped a celebrity? However, since Su graduated from high school, the two had only met twice. Why did Su Xiao suddenly bring me a watermelon? And a watermelon this big? Su Yuexin was confused for a moment. Sister, this watermelon is so big. It must be delicious, Su Lak said, turning around and walking into the bathroom. Su Yuexin looked at the Big Mac on the table, hesitated, took out a kitchen knife from the kitchen, and sliced down. Ka-ching! The chopper had just cut halfway in when the giant watermelon broke in half down the center. A sweet scent violently drilled into Su Yuexian's nostrils. Smell good, Su Yuexian marveled, and couldn't help but pinch up the pulp that fell on the table and stuff it into her small mouth. What kind of watermelon is this? It's too delicious. Xiaofan, Yutong, you two come over here. Su Yuexian twisted her head and shouted, and couldn't help but cut off another piece and eat it. Jiang Province, Huayang City, Qingluan Film City Police Station. Lu Qiming patted Song Zhong and Lin Mo's shoulders and wordlessly left the police station. Looking at Lu Qiming's distant back, a touch of reluctance welled up in both of their hearts. Brother Song, Lin Mo, and Shou wants you to come to his office. Yes. Song Zhong and Lin Maqiao looked at each other and walked towards the director's office. Office of the director. An Xian put down the information in his hands, looked up at Song Zhong and Lin Mo, and said with a smile, Xiao Song, Xiao Lin, you two get ready and follow us to the god's capital of Southern River Province later. That Su unexpectedly fled back to Mutant City. This time, we've joined forces with the Mutant City Police Department to enforce the law, and we'll definitely be able to apprehend him.
Directo?
I'm just an answering officer, you let me go is not it. Lin Moxie lowered her head and said weakly, Ha. An Xian smiled and said, You and Xiao Song are the only ones in our institute who know something about that Su Liao nowadays. So the two of you hurry up and go get ready. Song Zhong and Lin Mori sniffed and responded in unison, Yes, director. With that, he turned and left the director's office. Brother Song, do you think we'll be able to catch Su Jiao in Peony City this time? Lin Mo said in a low voice as she walked. Ha! Song Zhong laughed lightly. I believe in expert Shin and Lu's answers, so I'm pretty sure this trip to Peony City is bound to be fruitless. Let's see what the security center does when the time comes. Indeed, Although this is a bit too unbelievable, I still feel that our lose speculation is right. Alright, hurry up and go pack. Don't delay the trip. Otherwise it won't be good to leave a bad impression on Ansho. Aha! In the meantime, Yanjing, inside a large courtyard. Pa! A sound of breaking glass rang out. Immediately afterward, a majestic man's voice rang out. What a damned thing to do, murdering my son, and now having the audacity to openly launch an attack on the guardhouse and kill those two. No matter what organization you are, I will definitely uproot you. Ooh, husband, you must avenge our Fonger. He's still so young. He hasn't even passed on his family's name to the Lin family yet. Just, ooh. Beside the uniformed man, a beautiful woman with a plump figure and excellent appearance sobbed in a low voice, her eyes filled with hurt. And on the sofa next to the two of them, there was also a stunningly beautiful woman in her mid-20s, dressed in a white casual outfit. Dad, Mom, in a few days it will be Grandpa's 80th birthday, now Xiao Feng he. What if Grandpa asks about Xiao Feng at that time? The uniformed man's face was grim, and he did not reply to his daughter's words, but shouted toward the door. Xiao Zhang, go and call the 7 fiends of the blood qi to me. Chapter 25. High School Dream Girl. Peony City. Greentown Spring River South. Villa Area. Yang Yi, Su Deli, Long Xiaoka, Tong Xiaodan, Mun Yanxue, by Mengjie and Xiao Dudu. The 7 of them walked into Lin Yutong's villa together after consuming the fruits left behind by Su Su. 10 women of excellent appearance sat around a long table in the garden. Tong, how is your skin? Before Yang Yi could finish her sentence, Lin Yutong interrupted her with a smile. It's this one, the resident face pill. Saying that, she took the remaining 3 out from within her pocket and continued. This is what hubby left behind. For in total, 1 for me, you, Nianxue, and Sis. After saying that, she handed the 3 resident pills to Yang Yi, Mun Yanxue, and Suyu respectively. Smelling the clear fragrance emanating from the resident skin pill, Long Xiao Kuai, Su Dili, and the others felt a pang of envy in their hearts. He couldn't help but become even more curious about Su Su, to be able to make Lin Yutong, Yang Yi, and Mun Yanxue willingly conceive an heir for him. Can come up with giant watermelons, tomatoes, cucumbers. There's even a legendary elixir, the Pill of Resilience. Truly a man of marvelous wonder. Jingle bells. Just then, Lin Yutong's phone suddenly rang. The crowd turned to her. The caller alert was Su Week, Lin Yutong's manager and boss. Tong, where are you now? Sister Su. I'm in Peony City, River Province. What's wrong? Tong, have you forgotten that you are an actress? Do you realize that the entire crew is waiting for you alone right now? What's wrong with you asking me? Listening to Su Rua's exasperated and ghostly voice in the microphone, Lin Yutong was slightly stunned, and only then did she remember that she was still in the middle of filming when she was kidnapped by Su Rua. Sister Su, I want to go back after a while. It's been so many days, you're fine, come back today. I'll book you a flight now. Sister Su, don't book me. I promise you, I'll go back in 3 days at the latest. Su Wei was silent for a moment. Alright, then I'll wait for you at Yanjing Company. Tong, you're pregnant now? Do you really want to go back to filming? Suyu looked worriedly at Lin Yutong, who hung up the phone. Ugh, it can't be helped. If I don't go back and continue to finish the movie, then I'll have to pay a lot of liquidated damages. Then talk to Su before you leave. Well, I'll tell him when he gets back tonight. Yang Yi and Mun Yanxue looked at the crowd and then at Suyu. Sister, we are also going to stay for 3 more days and then go back after all. Resting all day is really boring. Going back to have something to do will also pass the time. Sis, I'm also going to stay for 3 more days and then go back. As soon as we have time, we'll come back to see you and your aunt and uncle. Looking at Yang Yi and Mun Yanxue, Su Yu's heart burst with helplessness. How to say go all the way? Little sparrow, where have you been? If you don't come back, your wife will be finished. Then all of you tell Su, after all 3 of you are pregnant right now. The other side. Evening. Building 13, room 801, living room. Su sat on the sofa with a laptop on his legs. There was a crackling sound as his hands turned into a shadow on the keyboard. Su Yuexin sat beside Su Liao, shocked as she looked at the strings of codes in the computer screen. Fan. You can sell hundreds of thousands of dollars just by making this? Sister. Fixing a system vulnerability like this wouldn't cost $300,000 at all for their business. But didn't you grow up from an orphanage? How do you know these skills? Su Yuexin looked at the handsome little boy beside her and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. If only Xiao Fan was a little older. Alas, I don't know which girl will be cheaper in the end. Sister, send me your bank card number and I'll have them transfer the money to your card later. Sister, I don't have a bank card at the moment, so just think of it as saving for my brother. Okay then. Su Yuexin hesitated for a moment and got up to go back to the bedroom to take out the bank card. A few moments later, the $300,000 commission was then credited to the account. Su Yuexin felt as if she was dreaming. $300,000. She had to not eat or drink for 4 years in order to earn it. So you unexpectedly earned it in 10 minutes. Can it be that easy to make money? It's not right. Xiao Fan, he has such an ability. Then isn't what he said before all a lie? Little Fan, since you have this kind of ability, then before you. Su Yuexin didn't say any more, but instead looked straight into Su Su's eyes. Su Liao twisted his head, looking at the beauty beside him who was wearing white short sleeves and black shorts, revealing a set of slender jade legs with a young woman's strong aura. He stood up and put down his computer, walking towards the second bedroom. Ms. Su, please wait for me in the living room for 5 minutes. The door closed with a snap. Mr. Su? Fan, what's he up to? Why did you call me Mr. Su? Su Yuexin stared at the second bedroom door with a pair of big, confused eyes. Soon, 5 minutes are up. There was a click, and the bedroom door was opened. Yi Fan did not appear, and what came out was a man with a straight posture and a face as handsome as a knife. You're Su Su. Su Yuexin couldn't help but exclaim in shock as she looked at Su Jiao, who still looked a bit like a student back then. Su Liao smiled faintly and walked towards Su Yuexin. Teacher Su, after years of not seeing you, I didn't expect you to be even more charming and attractive than you were back then. Why are you in my house? Where is Xiaofan? What did you do with Xiaofan? Su Yuexin stood up. Her voice trembled slightly as she spoke. There was fear in her gaze, shame and anger after being molested, and even more concern for Yi Fan Di. Teacher Su, I'm Xiaofan. If you don't believe me, go back to your room now and see if there's anyone else. At those words, Su Yuexin bypassed Su Jiao and ran into the bedroom. The bedding and cabinets were all checked by her. Where was Yi Fan's shadow? Outside the window, the security window was intact, making it even more impossible to climb or jump from the 8th floor. Could it be that Xiaofan was really Su Jiao and Su Jiao was Xiaofan? No way. Su Yuexin looked at the security window and muttered. Just then, she suddenly felt herself being hugged from behind and instantly twisted her head in panic to look. Su Su's handsome smiling face was reflected in his eyes. Su Xiao, you let go of me. I'm your teacher. You can't think the wrong way. Su Yuexin's heart was flustered, and her delicate body struggled, wanting to break away from Su Su's embrace. Teacher Su, I liked you when I was in high school, and now that Brother Ning is gone, let me take care of you and Yu Tong. Su Xiao hugged the beautiful person tightly and whispered with his ear.
Shu yo.
You let go of teacher first, okay? Seeing that she couldn't break free from the struggle, Su Yuexin softly said. Su Liao looked at the dream girl from his high school days in his arms, let out a light laugh, and released her.
Shu yo.
How the hell did you show up in my house? Also, what exactly did you do with little Fan? Xiaofan, he's still a child. Teacher, please don't hurt him. Chapter 26. Bastard. Jia. My dear English teacher. You don't want anything to happen to Yi Fan either. What the hell do you want? Su Yuexin's eyes were horrified. Looking at the once goddess's horrified appearance, Su smiled. Teacher, I told you I'm Yi Fan, and since you don't believe me, I'll change to show you now. After he said that, Su's figure immediately let out a creaking, creepy sound. Su Yuexin looked at the man in front of her who had shrunk in size and whose appearance had changed along with him, and her rosy little mouth couldn't help but open round and round. It could all fit. An egg. You. Su Yuexin's voice trembled, unable to speak complete words for a moment. It was really that what was happening in front of her was so outrageous that it completely shattered her worldview of more than 30 years. Miss Su, ever since that morning study session back then when you punished me, I swore that if I had the chance, I would sleep with you and make you my woman. Su Yuexin stared blankly at the half-grown, Yi fan in front of him. Listening to his words, his mind cannot help but recall that morning study. Just as Su Yuashin recalled what had once been, Su resumed his original appearance. He stepped forward and pulled Su Yu Exine, who was still in the midst of memories, into his arms. Su Lak. Back then it wasn't the teacher's fault. How can you blame the responsibility on the teacher? You quickly let go of teacher. Su Yuashin said, a pair of catkins pushing against Su's chest. But how could she, a weak woman, push Su, who possessed 9 times the human physique? Su Liao picked up Su Yuashin and sat on the edge of the bed. Teacher Su, ever since that morning study session, you've walked into my heart. Now that Brother Ning is gone, I want to take care of you mother and daughter instead of Brother Ning. Su Lak, teacher is already an old woman who has been married and had children. There are so many beauties in the world, why do you have to pester teacher? Seeing that she couldn't break free from her struggles, Su Yuashin could only quiet down and lie in Su's arms, tilting her face up and softly persuading her. Oh, teacher is not old at all, but more beautiful. Su Lak, with your current status, if the teacher follows you, what about Yutong? She's still so young. If she has a wanted father, how will the kids around her look at her? Miss Su, I know your worries, but don't worry. I am confident that I will let you all live happily ever after. When Su Lak said that, he lowered his head and took in Su Yuashin's rosy lips. In a flash, the jasmine-like fragrance passes through the taste buds straight to the nerve center. The dream from his high school days was now about to be realized soon, making Su's heart even more excited. Su Yuashin struggled, but to no avail. A few moments later, she sighed tersely in her mind. The cause that was planted in the early self-study year has been replaced by this kind of fruit. Since you can't resist, let you indulge for once. Not to mention Su was so handsome. Su Yuashin stretched out her white jade arm and wrapped it around Su Zhao's neck in response. A few moments later, the sound of woozy voices rang out. An hour later, Su Yuashin pulled the thin blanket to cover her delicate body, her face calmly looking at Su. Su Lak, this time, teacher will pretend that nothing has happened, and I hope that you won't bother teacher again in the future. Teacher Su, this is not your standard pants-up denial. What did you call me just now? Have you forgotten so quickly? Su Yuashin's cheeks were flushed, and when she remembered her previous wavy words, her heart was just bursting with shame. Su Lak, I'm ordering you as a teacher, from now on, you're not allowed to mention what just happened. Otherwise, I will never see you again. Haha. I'm sure I won't tell outsiders. It's good for the two of us to know. Looking at the shy and angry look of the beautiful person in front of him, Xiao was once again foolish. Mr. Su, I still want to improve. Teach me more. Su Yuashin glared at Su Jiao with a blushing face, picking up the scattered clothes that had been tossed aside and putting them on. At the same time, he said, it's dinner time. I'm going to make dinner. Su Liao smiled, looking at the beautiful woman who had her back turned to him to dress, his heart bursting with pride. If the few classmates who squatted together at the beginning knew about it, they were afraid that they would turn purple with envy. Unfortunately, they will never experience it. This pleasure, from now on, will only be enjoyed by him, Mr. Su, alone. For one dinner, Su Yuashin cooked for 2 hours. Standing for too long makes your legs and stomach wobble. Su Lak, this big watermelon where the hell did you take it from? Beside the dining table, Su Yuashin watched Su Yao turn out a giant watermelon as if by magic, and once again, her lips opened round in shock. Haha. Talk later about eating first. Okay. Su Lak, can I send some of this watermelon to my parents to try? It's not easy for them to help me bring up Yutong all day. Su Lak waved his hand. Teacher Su, I'll accompany you to the garage later and put 2 large watermelons in your car for you to send to our parents. Don't talk nonsense. Who are your parents? Hey! Su Yuashin left, taking 2 large watermelons to her parents' house. Su Xiao returned to room 801 and then drilled into the spiritual spring space, passing through the directional exit and appearing within the bathroom of Lin Yutong's villa. As soon as he appeared, he was sprayed with a spray of water. Next, Su Xiao froze in place when he saw the face of the person who was bathing. The bathing woman also froze in place in shock by the person who appeared out of nowhere. 3 seconds later, Su Liao hastily withdrew his eyes, opened the bathroom door and ran out. Pop! Su Liao slapped himself in the face. Bastard. What are you thinking? Pa. Su Liao was ashamed and gave himself another slap in the face. Inside the bathroom, Su Yu did not get angry. Instead, a hint of a smile appeared on her face. Looking at the flawless body in the mirror, listening to the 2 consecutive popping sounds outside the door, Su Yu's eyes flashed a touch of melancholy. 10 minutes later, Su Yu walked out of the bathroom wrapped in a towel.
Cs. E.
I just didn't know that you would be in Tong Tong Villa's bathroom. I'm sorry, Su Yu looked at Sujio, who looked like he had done something wrong, and guffawed. Wrapped in a bath towel, she walked graciously to Susu's side and sat down. Little sparrow. Sis hasn't even said anything yet. Why are you blaming yourself instead? That's not like you. Sis, can it be the same now as it was before? We're all grown up now. Of course we can't be as reckless as we were when we were kids. Ugh. Tweety. There is actually something. Forget it, we'll talk about it later. Sis, what is it? It's not a good habit to talk halfway. There's not much going on. You should go and keep Tong Tong company. They're planning to leave Peony City in 3 days. At those words, Susu couldn't help but frown. Didn't you say you wanted to stay in Peony City? Why are you suddenly thinking of leaving? Sis, I'll go check on them first then. Good, go on. As she watched Su Yao walk up the stairs, the smile on Su Yu's face gradually disappeared. For some reason, in recent times, she had always had a bad feeling in her heart. It was as if she vaguely felt that she and Susu were about to be separated forever, and would never have the chance to see each other again from this day forward. Chapter 27. The Mysterious Visitor. Second floor. Su Liao pushed open the door to the master bedroom. Hey hubby, what are you doing here? Where's sis? At the head of the bed, Lin Yutong and Li Mengchen were wearing their pajamas and were chatting away, and when she saw Susu appeared, Lin Yutong inquired suspiciously. Sis is downstairs. Just got out of the shower. I heard sis say you're all leaving in 3 days. Why? Susu said, walking over to the bed and sitting down. Lin Yutong got up, her arms wrapped around Sujio's neck, and said in a delicate voice, Hubby, we have a contract with the crew. If we keep on doing this, it's a breach of contract, and we have to pay a lot of money in compensation. Besides, it's not good to rest like this every day. But don't worry, husband. We'll be back as soon as we can. Su Liao was slightly stunned, and a flash of dawning realization flashed across his eyes. They have lives of their own, and I shouldn't have to keep them chained to me all the time. Sighing in his heart, Su drew back his head and tilted it to look at Lin Yutong, who had placed her chin on her shoulder. Fine, but the 3 of you are pregnant now, so you must pay attention to your bodies in general. If anyone dares to bully you guys, just contact me, and I'll go exterminate his entire family. Aya, hubby, can you be a bit more peaceful? Don't exterminate people's whole family without moving. Hee hee. I'm not a murderous person. As long as others don't mess with you, I don't care. Su Liao said, looking at Li Mengchen on the side, and smiled. You're still not leaving. Do you want to stay and sleep with me and Tong Tong? Oh, fancy that. Hubby, we're going to sleep with sis tonight. So go find Sister E and Yen Shui. As he was talking, Su walked in wearing light blue pajamas. Little Sparrow, why don't you go find the EE girls? We're going to sleep together tonight. That'll do. Su Liao stood up, looked at Li Mengchen with a provocative look, and turned to leave the room. Oh, Li Mengchen, just laugh. The next one will make you pregnant with the dragon seed. Su Liao had just scaled the wall and entered the villa next door. A burst of petulant laughter in the hall then reached his ears. Walked to the door. Then he saw Yang Yi, Su Dilly, and Tong Xiaodan were holding their cell phones, playing the game of glory. Long Xiao Kuai, on the other hand, lay beside Yang Yi and watched. Su Liao pushed the door and walked in. Sujio, Long Xiao Kuai exclaimed in shock. This is the first time she has seen the culprit who kidnapped Yang Yi and caused her to become pregnant. The 3 of them, Yang Yi, who were concentrating on killing the enemy, looked up when they heard Long Xiao Kuai exclaim, Honey, you're here. Yang Yi directly dropped her cell phone and ran towards Susu. Su Dilly and Tong Xiaodan didn't care about the game hanging punishment, and their gazes stared blankly at the handsome man who suddenly appeared in front of them. Is this Susu? Very handsome indeed. Long Xiao Kuai, Su Dilly, and Tong Xiaodan did not fear Su Xiao just because he was a wanted criminal. Instead, they all stared at him with a curious look. Ahoy Dilly and Xiaodan. Come here, you 3, and I'll introduce you formally. Yang Yi hugged Su Liao's arm, turned to look at the three people still sitting on the sofa, and beckoned. After a brief introduction, the three stared at Su, wanting to speak. Seeing this, Sulak smiled and asked, "There are no outsiders here, so just say what you have to say." Long Xiao Kuai hesitated for a moment and lightly opened her cherry lips. "Su Liao, do you still have any more of your kind of resident skin pills? Can you sell me one? We can bid high."
Udiri chimed in.
Tong Xiaodan nodded along in agreement. All three of them were already over 30 years old, and Long Xiao Kuai was even about to run into her 4th year. Now that they saw Yang Yi, Lin Yutong, and Moon Yanxue glowing and more youthful looking, the three of them became more and more eager for the resident skin pill in their hearts. "There are some more, but these pills are reserved for my women, unless you—" Su Liao looked at the three with a smile on his face. After all, he only had 45 left even now, and there was no way he was going to just give them away to a woman he had no relationship with. It's not like he's a saint, unless they are willing to help him conceive an heir. Upon hearing this, a touch of disappointment and gloominess appeared on the faces of all three Long Xiao Kuai. As for joining Su's harem group, they had thought about it, but they were unable to make up their minds to implement it. They can't do it, and that many women sharing one man sounds outrageous to me. Yang Yi looked at the three people's expressions and opened his mouth, but in the end, he did not make a sound. "You can think about it. My harem group is always open for you." Listening to Su's words, Yang Yi's heart was depressed, and she could only reach out her small hand and twisted it towards Su's tiger waist. Half an hour later, Su Liao went next door to Moon Yanxue's villa again. Once again, we meet two actresses of the entertainment industry, Bai Mengjie and Zhou Dodo. The real thing couldn't be further from the TV show, but with a touch more realism. Xiao Dudu was cool and elegant, with a goose egg face and small M-shaped curved lips, and had a kind of classical beauty that could not be blasphemed. Bai Mengjie also a goose egg face, but the temperament is very different from Xiao Dudu, like a little sister next door, easier to get close to people. Especially when Bai Mengjie laughed out loud, so you couldn't help but want to laugh. Bai Mengjie, Xiao Dudu, join my Su's harem group, and you'll definitely not suffer any losses, and you'll definitely not be fooled. In the future, you will be even less sorry. You can think about it. My harem group is always open for you. After Su Liao said that, he intercepted Moon Yanxue and picked her up, then walked towards the upper floors. Bai Mengjie and Xiao Dudu froze in place. Their minds couldn't help but recall Moon Yanxue's words, and the two of them were suddenly deep in thought. Lin Yutong Villa, 2nd floor, master bedroom. Lin Yutong and Li Mengchen looked at Suyu with a pang of worry in their eyes. "Sis, what's wrong with you? Is there something you're hiding from us?" Suyu hesitated for a moment and slowly opened her mouth. "Tong, Mengchun, I always have an ominous premonition in my heart lately, as if it's like I'll never see you guys again." At those words, Lin Yutong and Li Mengchen couldn't help but frown. "A bad feeling? Sixth sense? Sis, is it because of the recent period of time Su lacks affairs that you are tired of your mind and heart that you—" Suyu looked at Lin Yutong and gently shook her head. "I've been having a dream at night lately, and that world in my dream is like a fairy world in general. It's very unreal, yet very real. And night, deeper, spring breeze Jiangnan Villa area. For black shadows broke into the villa where Su Liao's parents were like ghosts. White prison, ice spirit, red image, evacuate immediately after capturing the person so as not to be detected by that mysterious organization." The other three black shadows nodded, their figures crawling into the 2nd floor balcony like geckos. A few moments later, 3 dark shadows leapt down from the balcony in a single bound. 2 of the black shadows were carrying a figure on each of their shoulders. "Captain, there are only Su Lak's parents in the villa, and we haven't found his sister Suyu." The dark shadow called Captain hesitated and immediately made a withdrawal gesture. The 4 black shadows quickly disappeared into the night. The next day, Lin Yutong's villa, the void above the compound, suddenly rippled. Immediately afterward, 2 white-clothed figures appeared out of thin air. A man and a woman, dressed in ancient style, each holding a silver-white sword in their hands. "Senior brother, I sensed it. It's the aura of the Holy Lord's bloodline. The young lady is within the house below." The white-clothed woman spoke out in surprise. The white-clothed man's face was also pleased, nodding his head. "We have to quickly take the young lady away. I'm afraid that the teleportation array won't last much longer. And if we drag it on, we're afraid that we'll never be able to go back." Here to explain, the first half of the book is the city, only once here to appear in the world of cultivation of people, the urban world protagonist or the only transcendent mind. You can see the end of the urban chapter. Chapter 28. Final departure. The woman in white nodded. The figure instantly appeared within the courtyard. The man in white, on the other hand, was still standing in the void, his eyes looking down on the entire compound in a disdainful manner. It's like an immortal is on the ground, forcing the king's breath to show. Ah! You! Who are you guys? Li Mengchen had just stepped out of the living room when she saw the courtyard, and the white-robed man and woman standing in the void, and couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Mu Nianshua's villa. Li Mengchen's exclamation of shock also reached Su Su's ears. Su Liao's face changed as he entered Lin Yutong's villa compound with a few consecutive jumps. Mu Nianshua, by Mengjia, Xiao Dudu, as well as all the women within Yang Yi's compound, likewise heard Li Mengchen's terrified screams, and their hearts were all startled. They opened the villa's doors and rushed towards Lin Yutong's villa. Looking at the man standing in the void, the women froze in place. Su Yao's heart sank as he looked at the sword-wearing white-clothed woman in front of him, as well as the white-clothed man standing in the void. Sky Blue Aquamarine actually has cultivators? Did they discover my secret and want to snatch the chance? Thinking of this possibility, Su Su's heart sank again. But he did not take the lead. The little map of warning in his head did not appear. It also means that the two have no ill will for the time being. The man in white can manage to stand in the void, and I'm afraid that I'm no match for him with my 9 times human physique. But Sis and Tong Tong and the girls are still in the villa. There's no way I'm abandoning them. Just as Su Yao was secretly thinking, the man in white looked at Su Yao with interest and said, I didn't expect that a planet without an ounce of aura could still produce a powerful body-refining cultivator like you. It's truly unbelievable. I wonder where you two are from? What is the reason for coming here? Su Liao asked, clasping his fists. The woman in white smiled and spoke. Little brother need not be so vigilant. We came to this realm only to welcome back the young palace master. After saying that, she gazed at the 2 women who walked out of the entrance of the villa hall, knelt down on one knee and respectfully said, Xiao Yanyan, an outer disciple of the Tai Ching Palace, pays her respects to the young palace master. The white-clothed man also landed on the ground, kneeling on one knee with his head hanging low. Zhao Lei, outer disciple of the Tai Ching Palace, pays his respects to the young palace master. Su Yu was stunned and froze for a moment as she looked at the 2 men kneeling on one knee. Lin Yutong, as well as Yang Yi Mu Nianshua, and the others also looked at Su Yu. Shocked. Tai Ching Palace, the legendary immortal cultivation sect? Su Liao's sister was actually the young palace master of Tai Ching Palace? Su Liao's mind was also confused. He had grown up with Su Yu since he was a child, so how did his sister suddenly become some kind of young palace master of Tai Ching Palace? Young palace master, the sacred lord spent a huge amount of money to open up the passage between the 2 worlds, and now the teleportation array will only be able to support it for a tea time, so please return to the Tai Ching Palace with your subordinate. Seeing Su Yu still in a daze, Xiao Yanran spoke out to remind her. Are you talking about me? Su Yu pointed at herself in confusion. Although she had been having strange dreams a lot lately, it was still hard to believe in her mind that she was an alien. Young palace master, the treasure given by the Holy Lord can sense that you possess the same bloodline as the Holy Lord in your body, and will never sense wrongly that you are the young palace master of the Tai Ching Palace. The white-robed man also spoke. Please also ask the young palace master to return to the Tai Ching Palace with my subordinates. Otherwise, if the Holy Lord blames them, the disciple's family will be exterminated. What if I do not return with you? Then my subordinate will have no choice but to forcibly bring the young palace master back to the Tai Ching Palace. Su Liao looked at the 2 of them, then at Su Yu, his brows furrowed. At the same time, he walked towards Su Yu. Sister, if you don't want to, no one can force you today. The white-robed man snorted at his words. Just with your body-refining cultivator, who is not even at the foundation establishment stage? Ha! Su Liao smiled coldly and didn't explain too much. Now that Su Yu was beside him, he could instantly bring Su Yu back to the spiritual spring space. With the system, he can keep getting stronger. And the 2 people in front of them needed aura for cultivation, and Blue Star had no aura. Under this circumstance, I believe that it won't take long for him to easily abuse the 2 people in front of him explosively. As for Lin Yutong, Yang Yi, and the others, the degree of importance in his heart was not yet comparable to Su Yu. If they did get hurt, All he could do was to do his best to avenge them. Please also ask the young palace master to make a quick decision. Xiao Yanran urged again. Su Yu's eyes were calm, but there was a hint of lingering love in the depths of her eyes. Little sparrow, come with Sis. Sis has something to tell you, Su Yu said, pulling Su Yu's arm towards the hall. Lin Yutong, Yang Yi, and the others stood at the door, waiting quietly. Inside the hall, Little Sparrow, in fact, Sis was picked up by Mom and Dad. Not biological, the two of us don't have any blood relationship. Looking at Su Yu's shocked eyes, Su Yu raised her hand and pulled out a jade pendant from her chest underwear. Only the word Yu was engraved on the top of the jade plate. Mom and Dad also named Sis Su Yu in the beginning based on this Yu character on this jade tablet. Now, sister will give you this jade token, and it will accompany you in the future instead of sister. Su Yu said that she was about to hang the jade tablet above Suzhou's neck. However, Su grabbed his arm. Sister, no matter if you're my own sister or not, you'll always be the closest person to me, although those two people outside are powerful. But brother, I have the spirit spring space. If you don't want to, we can totally return to the spirit spring space. Hearing this, Su Yu gently shook her head, breaking free of Su Yao's arm and hanging the jade token around his neck. Tweety, do you know why my sister hasn't gotten a boyfriend at 27? Su Liao shook his head. Because sister likes you. Sis, Su Yu stretched out a jade finger and pressed it onto Suzhou's lips. Little sparrow, sister knows that you've gotten a heavenly chance, and that your future is bound to be bright and dazzling, and sister doesn't want to fall farther and farther behind you. Now that the opportunity is in front of us, sister wants to work hard too. Sis, who knows if what they're saying is true or not, in case. Su Yu smiled and shook her head. Sis has always had images in her dreams lately, and one of them was of the Tai Ching Palace, so I guess it shouldn't be false. And since they can come here, surely Sis can come back again later. Hearing Su Yu's words, Su Zhao's brows furrowed. But what if what they say is not true? What if we can't come back? Wouldn't it be good for us to go back to Spirit Spring Space? Little Sparrow, you're getting more and more powerful nowadays. But what about sister? Now she's just a mortal. How long can she stay by your side? Sister wants to stay with you forever, so sister can't miss this opportunity. Besides, my sister wants to meet her real parents. Su Lak froze and couldn't help but recall the system rewards. It seemed that only the resident pill was available to them, and if there were no cultivation techniques or life extension pills, they were bound to go ahead of themselves.
Seize. E.
Before Su Qiu could say anything, Su Yu suddenly stood on her tiptoes and kissed Su Qiu on the lips. Don't move and focus, Su Yu said, twisting Su Lak's tiger waist. After a full 10 minutes of kissing, Su Yu let go of Su Qiu and attached her ear. Little Sparrow, when we meet next time, sister will help you conceive an heir as well. With that, she turned and headed out into the hall. Su Liao looked at Su Yu's back and froze for a full 10 seconds before he followed and ran out. Inside the compound, Su Liao looked at the white-robed man and woman who were preparing to take Su Yu away and asked loudly, "If I want to go to your world, is there a way?" Chapter 29. Invite the host to be the emperor. Take them all. Want to enter the cultivation world? Oh, don't dream. The man in white snorted. Su Yu gazed at Xiao Yanran. Xiao Yanran nodded her head, looked at the crowd within the courtyard, and slowly said, "Due to the limitations of the rules of the heavenly Tao, it is as difficult as heaven for cultivators of the cultivation realm to enter the mortal realm. This time, it was the Holy Lord who united with a few of his friends to open the passage between the two worlds at great cost. Moreover, this passageway could only be passed by Foundation establishment cultivators at the highest. However, if a mortal realm cultivator wanted to enter the cultivation realm, it would be much simpler. As long as you reach the Jindan realm, you can enter the cultivation world. But for humans on this planet, it's too hard. It's just not possible. Without aura, even if you are gifted, your cultivation will not advance an inch throughout your life. Instead, your realm will fall as your spiritual energy is depleted and not replenished." After saying that, she gazed at Su and continued, "Although I don't know why your physical body is so powerful, it's only equivalent to the middle stage of qi refining, and it's completely impossible for you to reach Jindan and enter the cultivation realm." When the words fell, Xiao Yanran stopped talking. Su Yu walked back to Su Zhao and embraced him. "Little Sparrow, tell Mom and Dad that Sis can't be by their side. Tell her them not to be sad and take care of their own bodies. Sis will definitely come back to visit them one day." Aha! Su Liao also hugged Su Yu tightly. A moment later, So you walk to return to Xiao Yenran's side. Let's go. Yes, young palace master. Xiao Yenran responded respectfully, and with a wave of her arm, a formation disc emitting a light blue light appeared within the compound. Suyu stared back, once again looking at Su Jiao. Tweety, take care of mom and dad, and when I see you next, sis will fulfill her promise to you. After saying that, she raised her foot and stepped onto the light blue array disc. Sister, I swear, I will definitely look for you at Taiching Palace. In the midst of Susu's roar, the light blue array disc emitted a burst of dazzling light, stabbing the women in the compound so much that they couldn't even open their eyes to look directly at it. Until the light dissipated, the figures of Su Yu's trio had already disappeared. What just happened was like a mirage. Inside the villa compound, there was a moment of silence, quiet as a pin drop. Honey! Lin Yutong, Moon Yenshue, and Yang Yi stood beside Su Su, and for a moment, they were at a loss as to how to comfort them. One could only quietly accompany Su Su beside him. At this moment, Su Su was communicating with the system in his mind. Now that the cultivation world has appeared, wouldn't a cultivation technique be given? Hummer, are there any quests that reward cultivation techniques? Back to the host, yes. Then send it. Issued task. Please ask the host to build a country and call it an empire within 3 years and gain international recognition. Also, the number of heirs should not be less than 49. Mission success. Reward cultivation technique Yellow Emperor's internal cannon. Divine weapon Regulus sword. Mission failure. No reward. What? Su Liao was confused for a moment. Isn't this mission a bit too difficult? There is no difficulty about the fact that the number of children will not be less than 49 in 3 years. Can be achieved with hard work. But to build a country and call it an empire in 3 years, and to be recognized by the international community, this seems like it has to be strong enough. Then there is a need for a sufficient number of... Thinking of this, Su Liao couldn't help but look at the 6 people: Long Xiaoke, Su Deli, Tong Xiaodan by Mengjie, Xiao Dudu, and Li Mengchen. Su Su lacked a gaze like that of a hungry wolf, causing the hearts of Long Xiaoque's 6 to tremble. Honey, you! Lin Yutong, Yang Yi, and Moon Yenshue looked at Su Su's gaze and seemed to see what was going on in his mind. A twinge of jealousy flared in his heart, but there was nothing he could do about it. Jingle bells. The ringing of the cell phone inside Su Liao's pocket suddenly rang. Father calling? Su Lak, if you still want your parents to live, you are limited to 3 days to come to Yenjing. Su Lak answered the phone, and a hoarse voice rang out. Immediately after that, it just hung up again. Su Lak's face sank, and he quickly dialed back again. But the prompt is turned off. Boom! With a muffled sound, Su Su's figure leaped high like a cannonball and entered the next villa. Su Su Yao's gloomy face caused Lin Yutong and the others to feel another shock in their hearts. They also quickly exited the villa and headed towards Su Su's parents' villa. The other side, Su Lak checked the villa room once, and his parents were no longer there. After thinking back, the only ones who had a grudge against him and dared to do so were the Yenjing Lin family. I don't go looking for you guys, and you're even messing with me. Damn it. Lieutenant General Lin Beichen, Hanhai Group's Xiao Weining, Luoshin Group's Lin Ruoxue. Huh. You guys wait for me. At this time, Lin Yutong, Yang Yi, and Moon Yenshue walked into the villa with the rest of the women as well. Hubby, what happened to mom and dad and them? Yang Yi asked worriedly. The rest of the crowd had a pang of worry in their eyes. Su Liao glanced at the women, and eventually his gaze landed on the 3 who were already pregnant. Tong Tong, Yenshue, you guys can go back into space for now. I'll bring you guys out after I've resolved the threat. After saying that, without waiting for the 3 to react, he directly collected them into the spiritual spring space, watching 3 large living people suddenly disappear into thin air once again. Long Xiao Aoi, Su Deli, and the others stared in shock once again. The succession of living people disappearing spells made a few people look numb for a while. Su Lak, where? Did you get Tong Tong and the girls? Li Mengchen came back to her senses and hurriedly asked. Su Lak, could it be that you teleported Sister E and the girls to the cultivation realm? Su Deli's voice carried a hint of trembling. Su Liao glanced at the 6 women within the compound and made a decisive decision in his heart. If you have a need and they all happen to be around, why would you let them go and run around looking for them one by one? Oh, since you guys are so curious, let's go in together and keep them company. As Su Liao said that, He stretched out his arm and then grabbed the nearest arms of Li Mengchen and Xiao Dudu. In the next second, the two disappeared again. Su Lax. You. Long Shaoka, Su Deli, Tong Xiaodan, and Bai Mengjie looked at Su Jiao in horror. Next, at the same time, he turned and ran toward the villa's front door. Su Liao's figure was like a ghost, instantly appearing in front of the four again. Bai Mengjie, who was running at the front, was unable to dodge, and all of a sudden, she even crashed into Su Zhao's arms. In an instant, Bai Mengjie's figure also disappeared. In the courtyard, only the sound of Bai Mengjie's terrified screams remained, echoing. Without waiting for Long Shaoka, Su Deli, and Tong Xiaodan to react, Su Yao instantly collected the three of them into the spiritual spring space again. Nowadays, the area of the spiritual spring space had expanded more than 2 times compared to the original. He had thought that it was the space that gained growth after the success of the mission, but Su Yao realized that this was not the case. In fact, the spirit spring space is like the universe, expanding and getting bigger all the time. If one stands at the edge of space for a few hours, one can find out. Jingle bells. Just as Su was about to go to his computer and utilize his hacking skills to check the information about the Lin family and his parents, the doorbell suddenly rang. Su Lak frowned and looked toward the entrance of the villa. Who comes to the door at this hour? Chapter 30. Carrying and running away. Su Lak was puzzled when the humongous bandit's voice suddenly rang out. Mission. Ask the host to capture Lin Momo outside the villa and make her conceive an heir for the host within 1 month. Mission success. Reward triple physique X1, mainstream language pack X1. Mission failure. No reward. Mainstream language packs include Chinese, Japanese, Y, Sippin, Era, F, E, D, Grape, H, Indian, Italian, totaling 12 languages. Lin Mumwa, who is it again? Language packs. Do you want me to go abroad? Su Liao frowned and walked to the door. Look out through the cat's eye. Just outside the door stood a dozen or so officers in the uniform of the police force. And among the dozen or so, a valiant female stood at the very back. She was fair-skinned and tall, with delicate, 3-dimensional features, and wore a long pigtail. Looks like a chill type of girl. I think she's Lin Mo. Slightly contemplating, Su Liao quickly returned to the villa's hall, his figure giving a clicking distortion. In a few moments, his height was shortened to 165 centimeters. Immediately, walked to the door, creaking open the courtyard door. Su. No, who are you? As soon as the courtyard door opened, Song Zhong at the entrance exclaimed in shock. The rest of them subconsciously felt their palms toward their waists. I'm Su Liao's younger brother. My brother, he's not at home. Su Liao said in a timid manner. Su's brother? The Mutant City Police Department officer frowned. Song Zhong frowned, and Lin Mo frowned, and Xian frowned. They all knew Su's information in detail. Where did he get any younger brother? However, the person in front of him was surprisingly 9 times similar to Su except for his height. Is he the illegitimate son of Su's father? We're looking for your parents to understand something. Please cooperate. And Xian said. None of them are home, so if you don't believe me, you can go in and search. Su Liao said, making way. And Xian and the others looked at each other, nodded, and headed towards the villa. Su Liao, on the other hand, stood on the side, quietly watching an Xian and the others fish their way in. Lin Moxie happened to be walking at the very back of the crowd. Bang! She had just walked through the villa's front door when Su struck out like lightning, slashing at the back of her neck with a palm. In a flash, Lin Mo fainted. Su Liao quickly slung her over his shoulder and ran toward the door in a flash.
For Umi.
Ansho, Chief Potato Wong, it's bad. Fomi was carried away. Song Zhong happened to turn his head to look at Su Jiao and exclaimed in shock when he saw Lin Mo being knocked out and carried away. The dozen or so police officers walking in front of them were startled and quickly turned their heads to look, only to see the man at the door just now, carrying Lin Mo on his shoulder running towards the entrance of the neighborhood. Chase! And Xian and Wang Defa ordered at the same time. Wow! A dozen or so police officers quickly turned around and ran out of the villa, chasing after Su Liao. No, Potato Master Wang, he's running too fast. Please contact the general office, check the surveillance and send more manpower. And Xian panted and looked at Wang Defa, who was also panting beside him. Wang Defa nodded and dialed the GAO. On the other hand, Su Xiao carried Lin Momo and ran furiously all the way in the eyes of the surrounding passersby, who were eating their hearts out. Until they ran out of the suburb and out of the surveillance range, Su Jiao and Lin Maxin's figures disappeared within the grove. Moments later, more than 20 police cars were parked outside the grove, where Su Lak had disappeared. Nearly 100 armed officers walked into the grove in a horizontal line. Outside the grove, an Exion's face was a shade of iron. Lin Momo was brought to God's capital on his own initiative to assist in the case, and now she was abducted away under his face. If anything happens to Lin Momo, how is he going to explain to Lin Mo's family? How to answer to the Huayang City Police Department? The words are split. The 6 people, Long Xiaoke, Li Mengchen, Su Deli, Tong Xiaodan, Bai Mengjie and Xiao Dudu, had just been collected into the spiritual spring space. Bai Mengjie, Long Xiaoke, Su Deli, and Tong Xiaodan still had teardrops in their eyes. They were all scared to tears by Su Su. However, when they saw Lin Yutong, Yang Yi, and Moon Yanxue, their frightened and scared emotions stabilized. Under Lin Yutong's introduction, Long Xiaoke's 6 people also had a certain understanding of the spiritual spring space. But thinking that they might also have to conceive an heir for Su Jiao, the 6 of them were suddenly nervous, scared, and apprehensive in their hearts. Aoi, you guys come with me, and I'll show you the fruits and vegetables that we personally planted. Yang Yi smiled and changed the topic, leading Long Xiao Kuai and the others towards the rear vegetable field. Without realizing it, night falls in the spirit spring space. Each of the 3 tables had a small table lamp and some food and fruit. The 9 men ate their food in the dim light. Lin Yutong, Li Mengchen, and Yang Yi at a table. Long Xiaokue, Su Deli, and Tong Xiaodan at one table. Moon Yanxue, Bai Mengjie, and Xiao Dudu at one table. Just then, shoo, 2 figures suddenly appeared on the side. Honey. Yeah, hubby, you. How did you carry the police department here too? Su Liao smiled faintly and did not reply. Instead, he walked behind the upright mattress and placed Lin Moxie on it. You guys keep an eye on her while I go out and get some more supplies and food. After saying that, Su Su's figure disappeared into thin air. Li Mengchen, Long Xiaoke, and the others stared in shock once again. Today's encounter is simply outrageous. Her mom opened the door to outrageous. Outrageous to the home. Decades of worldviews completely torn apart. Boing! Behind the mattress, a wail suddenly sounded. Lin Moxie woke up. Where is this? This? Lin Mo stood up and looked around at the blackness, her heart bursting with panic. She's been afraid of the dark since she was a little girl. At that moment, remembering that he seemed to have been knocked out and hijacked away, his heart became even more frightened. Unable to keep his arms around his knees, he scrunched his head and shivered. Lin Yutong and the others looked at each other and walked towards the back of the mattress. Green City Spring Breeze Jiangnan, Villa Area, Lin Yutong Villa, inside the bathroom. Su Liao's figure reappeared. Inside the living room, Su Su had already recovered, and he opened his magic voice account. Start recording the video. Hello everyone, I'm Su Su, and I'm recording this video today to warn certain people that they'd better release my family, or else the day I descend will be the day of his destruction. Also, Magic Voices reviewers and executives, you'd better think it over before you make a decision on whether or not to block my video. Click to publish. Su Liao then stowed his cell phone into the spiritual spring space. Another 10 minutes later, a handsome young boy of about 13 or 14 years of age walked out of the villa and strutted toward Building 13. Room 801. Su Liao opened the door to his room and walked in. Su Yuexin is sitting on the couch preparing for class. He glanced up at Su Su and continued to lower his head to prepare for the lesson. Casually asked, Little Su Lak, did you go home last night? Nice. Su drew back his head and walked over to Su Yuexin. Miss Su, stop preparing for class and follow me out. I want to buy some daily necessities and food. Su Liao, can you stop calling me teacher? Su Yuexin helplessly put down her pen and looked up at Su Su. Teacher Su, don't dwell on this. I'm pressed for time now. Follow me to the supermarket. As Su Lak said that, he pulled Su Yuexin up from the sofa. There's no shortage in the house. Why did you buy those? Ugh. Don't ask yet. We'll talk more about it when we get back. Chapter 31. We must not bow to lawlessness. Underground garage. Su Yuexin looked at the substance that had disappeared into thin air, her shocked gaze looking towards Su Su. Su, this. Oh, Mr. Su, go back first. Okay. Su Yuashin was in a trance as she followed Su back to room 801. Mr. Su, I'll take you somewhere. Just after entering the living room, Su Xiao pulled Su Yuashin's arm and disappeared into the living room. Peony Town, police force, management office. At the oval conference table, there was a moment of silence from Wang Defa, an Xian, and Song Zhong. Su and the murderer in the detention center have not yet been found. The companion, Mamoru Lin, was again carried off in public and disappeared. And even Su's family and stars like Lin Yutong disappeared with him. Coming across the province to Peony City and giving the only flower in the team to the enemy on the first day was a disgrace to the Green Luan Shadow City police station. Dum. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Wang Defa frowned. Who's so blind to knock on any door during a meeting? Enter. The door of the conference room opened, and a young police officer holding a cell phone hurriedly walked to Wang Defa. Chief Potato Wang. Just now Su posted a video in Magic Voice. The young police officer said, handing his cell phone to Wang Defa. Hello everyone. This is Su Lak. Listening to the voice coming out of the cell phone, an Xian, Song Zhong and the others gathered around Wang Defa. A few moments later, someone kidnapped Su Lak's family? An Xian frowned and looked at Wang Defa and said bluntly, Chief Potato Wang, is there something your side is hiding? It's. Wang Defa hesitated for a moment, but finally told the story of Lin Feng and Long Dongxiang's murder. There was another silence as the crowd listened. The case even involves a lieutenant general and 2 Fortune 500 companies, and even a retired admiral. Yanjing, Magic Voice Group Headquarters Building. Operations. Wu Mengmeng looked at the video that had more than 1 million likes and comments, and after listening to Su Liao's slightly threatening words, she hesitated and stood up to go out of the office. Dum. Enter. Moing pushed open the door and walked in. Mengmeng, what's the matter? Ji Bingning looked up at Wu Mengmeng and asked with a smile. Manager Ji, just now I saw that wanted criminal Su posted a video online. He threatened us not to block his video. Oh, there is such a thing? Ji Bingning was slightly stunned. Open the video for me. Wu Mengmeng answered and hurriedly opened her cell phone and handed it to Ji Bingning. Hello everyone. This is Su Lak. Looking at the video Su released, a flash of regret flashed across Ji Bingning's eyes. It's a shame that such a handsome little brother went to do something illegal and became a wanted man. When she saw Su Lak's threatening words at the end, her eyebrows frowned and she looked up at Wu Mengmeng, her voice cold as she commanded, Seal. Not only seal the video, seal his account for me as well. Manager, he's a wanted man who doesn't want to die, would he? A pang of worry ran through Ing Mui Meng. Ha! Ji Bingning sneered. Don't say that he's just a kidnapper. Even if he's a murderous murderer, give me the seal. Meng, we can't bow down to outlaws just because of the risk. So, well then, Wu Mengmeng said weakly and exited the office. Ji Bingning sneered and continued to lower her head to process the documents. At the same time, Lin Beichen, Xiao Weining and Lin Ruoxue had all seen Su's video. Lin's manner, Lin Beichen heart anger more. The cup in the hand snap sound was again dropped on the ground. He shouted toward the door, Plague Monkey, go bring Su Lak's parents to me. Yes, General. Next to him, a black-clothed figure answered and quickly exited the hall. Hanhai Group, Xiao Weining was also extremely angry in her heart, but there was a hidden wave of uneasiness. Luoshan Group, Lin Ruoxue frowned. My dad arrested Su's family? A strong uneasiness suddenly surged in Lin Ruoxue's heart. She put down the work in her hands and her face shifted for a moment before she hurriedly headed towards the Lin Manor. Spirit Springs space. Nearly a day had passed since Su brought back Lin Moxian. At the moment, the space was just before nightfall, and the sky had begun to darken. Su Liao reappeared. The women watched as Su brought back a woman once again, and their hearts felt another pang of melancholy. When will it end? Suyu Xian looked at the suddenly changing scenery, a moment of confusion, subconsciously looked up and rubbed her eyes. Where is this? Su Yuashin grabbed Su's arm and looked around in shock and confusion. Upon seeing a few figures sitting not far from the couch, he was stunned again. So many big stars. Why are they all here? Was it all kidnapped by Su Xiao? Su Liao glanced at the English teacher who was grabbing his arm, smiled faintly, and pulled her hand towards the women. Let me introduce you guys. This is my English teacher from high school, Su Yuashin. After saying that, he added, Teacher Su, I don't think I need to introduce these people. From now on, you'll be good sisters, so get along well. As soon as Su Liao's words fell, Li Mengchen spoke. Su Liao, what do you mean we'll be good sisters from now on? We didn't agree to be your woman. That's right, we didn't agree. Bai Mengjie and the others concurred. Lin Mori sat with her head scrunched up, minimizing her presence. Su Liao glanced at Su Deli and the others, the corner of his mouth hanging up in a bad smile. Do you still have a choice? Don't you guys want to see the cultivation world? Don't want to step into the path of immortality? Don't you want to stay young and live forever? Su Liao's consecutive questions silenced Su Deli and the others. Don't you want to? That's pure deception. Lin Momo and Su Xin, on the other hand, were confused and curious for a while. Su, what do you mean by that? Teacher, it means literally that as long as you follow me, you will inevitably be able to step onto the path of immortal cultivation in the future, and live forever in youth and longevity. After Su said that, he no longer paid any attention to the ladies and walked straight towards Lin Moxian. As she watched the Demon King walk towards her, Lin Moxian was scared and shrunk into a ball. Su Lax, you, don't come over. Hee, Lin Momo, you're destined to become the mother of my Su's child, so don't resist. No, I don't want it. I'm only 22. I don't want to get pregnant and have a baby. Oh, you stay away. Lin Mo shook her head frantically and suddenly sobbed as she spoke. Su Liao was helpless for a while, but in order to rescue his parents with a little more certainty, he could only disguise himself as a villain. If you want to blame Lin Feng. Su Yuashin, Li Mengchen, Su Deli and the others were a bit unable to look at them. Su Lac, he's still a little girl, you do this? Isn't it a little? Yes, Su. What's the difference between what you're doing and those evil people? Su Lac looked at Li Mengchen and the others and smiled faintly. It's not like I said I was a good person. Besides, I had no choice. If you guys don't think it's a good idea, then you put out 2 of you to replace her, and I can leave her alone for a while. Chapter 32 Prime Stick 108 Shackles Video. Aha! Hearing Su's words, Li Mengchen and the others shut their mouths at once, not daring to say more, in case you're caught directly behind an upright mattress. Woo! Looking at Lin Momo who was still crying, Su Yao turned around and took out 7 resident pills. 1 for each of you, and after you take it, fetch yourself some water and find a place on the side to rinse it off. Wash up and wait for me to pamper you. Li Mengchen, Long Xiaoke, Su Deli, Tong Xiaodan, Bai Mengjie, and Xiao Dudu's eyes lit up, directly ignoring the latter half of the sentence as they joyfully took the elixir from Su's hands, fearing that he would backtrack on his words in general. Su Yuashin, on the other hand, was confused for a while. The elixir? Is there really such a thing? As she froze, Su shoved the elixir into her hand. You guys take the pills first. Time is running out. I'll go and get busy with my business first. With that, he turned and bent down, picking up Lin Moxie by the waist and walking towards the back of the erected mattress. Long Xiao Kuai, Su Deli and the others looked at the crying and struggling Lin Momo. Their hearts could not bear it. But in the end, it was just a helpless sigh that. Then he looked down at the elixir in his hand. After erecting the mattress, Su Liao hugged Lin Mori, threw off his shoes, and jumped onto the mattress. Lin Moxie, cry again and I'll spank your ass ah. Su Liao pretended to be fierce and strong, viciously looking at the pearly Lin Momo in his arms. By Su's aggression, Lin Momo's crying came to an abrupt end. She clasped her hands to her chest and stared at Su Liao in horror, saying in a pitiful manner, Su Xiao, I want to go home. I miss my mom and dad. Will you let me go? Seeing this, Su's voice also softened. Moo. Just resign yourself to your fate. What's wrong with being my Su's woman? Not only can you stay young forever, but you can even embark on the path of immortal cultivation in the future. But I don't want anything, I just want to go home. Woo-hoo. Lin Mori said and started sobbing again. Su Xiao was helpless, and when he lowered his head, he took in Lin Momo's lips. Her lips were held in, and Lin Mori instantly struggled. But how could she resist successfully with her small frame? Soon the position was lost inch by inch. In the blink of an eye, 3 days rushed by. This day, evening. After it had rained on Wushan, Susu finally heard the humongous bandit's voice. Congratulations to the host. Hit the jackpot. Lin Momo has successfully conceived an heir. And it is twins, hereby adding a reward. Quest reward, Triple Physique X1, Mainstream Language Pack X1, and a Prime Stick. Hint. The Optimus Baton is a growth weapon that grows stronger as the host grows stronger. Su Liao sucked in a breath of cool air. Surprisingly, it's another twin. There is also an added bonus. A growable stick weapon. Wouldn't this be comparable to a divine weapon? Ha ha. Su Xiao let out a loud laugh in excitement and couldn't help but lean down to kiss Lin Momo, whose cheeks were scarlet and still bore the traces of tears, beside him. Foamy. Great. It's twins, you're pregnant with twins. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Lin Momo's face changed, and 2 lines of clear tears once again overflowed from her eyes. Goodbye, my girlhood. Woohoo. On the other side, Lin Yutong, Yang Yi, and Moon Yanxue were slightly stunned. So lucky? I can't believe it's another pair of twins. Li Mengchen, Long Xiaoke, Su Deli, Tong Xiaodan, by Mengjie, Qiao Dudu, and Su Yuexin's hearts trembled in unison as they listened to Su's joyful voice. Lin Moxie is pregnant. Are they, by any chance, far from being pregnant? For a while, the 7 Li Mengchen people could not help but fall silent. As the triple physique stacked up once more, Su Suyao then felt a metaphysical power once again surging into his body along his heavenly soul cap. Instantly flowing throughout the body, countless cells were once again strengthened. His flesh became stronger. In the underworld, Su felt as if 108 invisible shackles had appeared within his body, in preventing him from continuing to get stronger. But even if there are obstacles, 12 times the human physique of an ordinary adult man also gave him a feeling of invincibility in his heart. Today he has at least 6 tons of strength. As the body was strengthened, followed by countless more information about the 12 languages flooded into the mind. Yamato.
하지마.
No, please. 12 voices for instant proficiency. When you watch a small video in the future, you will never be afraid of not understanding it. Bam! A black stick, 3 meters long and the thickness of a baby's arm, appeared out of nowhere and fell onto the grass by the mattress. Su Xiao covered the light blue thin blanket over Lin Momo's snow-white torso, put on his clothes, and rolled over to get out of the bed, casually picking up the prime stick on the ground. It's like an ordinary person carrying a 3 or 5 pound stick, but with his current strength, the actual weight of the prime baton was at least 700 pounds. Foamy. Get some rest. Su Liao tossed the stick aside, lowered his head and kissed Lin Mori on the cheek, and turned toward the other side of the erected mattress. I'm getting ready to go out, so each of you record a video each, give your families a heads up, and I'll post it on my magic voice when I get out. Su Liao said, handing Long Xiaoke his cell phone. This? Long Xiao Kuai hesitated for a moment, but eventually took Su's cell phone and started recording the video. Now they were also clear that without conceiving an heir, Su was afraid that he wouldn't let them go. I don't know when I'll be able to get out, so I'll just have to check in with my family first. Half an hour later, Su Liao appeared in room 801. Su Xian was also brought out by him. Miss Su, wait for me to come back. Well, Su, you must be careful then. I'll wait for you to return. Su drew back his head, held Su Yuexin's cheek, and kissed it heavily. Lin Yutong Villa, parlor. Su Lak looked at the banned account and frowned. Eating bear's heart and leopard's guts. How dare you seal the ban? Su Lak quickly opened his laptop. Snap, snap, snap. The keyboard tapping kept ringing. A few moments later, 2 women appeared on the computer screen. One was about 23 or 24 years old, an innocent and sweet type. The other was 27 or 18 years old in appearance, a mature imperial type. It was none other than Wu Mengmeng and Ji Bingning from the Magic Voice Operations Department. Looking at the exquisite faces of the two, Su sneered. Banning, right? When the time comes, I'll block your roads too. A few moments later, Su Liao posted the 10 videos recorded by Lin Yutong, Yang Yi, Moon Yanxue, Li Mengchen, Long Xiaoke, Su Deli, Tong Xiaodan by Mengjie, Qiao Dudu, and Lin Momo on another account to report safety. Immediately following, turn on the camera, tidy up your hair and clothes, start recording. Hello everyone, I'm Su Lak. My last account was banned by Magic Voice. Here, I'm once again warning the Magic Voice Operations Department. Mr. Wu and Mr. G, that if you dare to block my account again, the two of you will be waiting to be kidnapped by me as well. Also, my 10 in-laws, your daughters are doing well now, so you don't have to worry. I will bring them back to visit you when I have time. And, last but not least, the remaining beauties of the entertainment and netizen world. Please prepare yourselves so that you won't be taken captive by me again. Click send. Also, top that video. Chapter 33. Reactions from all sides, fear and trepidation. Put away the cell phone. Su Liao touched his hands to the keyboard again. Search for the Lin family and parental information. 10 minutes later, the information of Lin Wufei, Lin Beichen, Xiao Weining, Lin Ruoxue, and the core members of the Lin clan then appeared on the computer screen. The day after tomorrow is actually the day of Lin Feng's grandfather, Lin Wufei's 80th birthday. Contemplating for a moment, Su Liao stowed the computer within the space. After disguising himself as Lin Feng again, he left the villa. At a cost of $10,000, it is easy to find a special car. Toward Yanjing. 11 videos have just been released less than 10 minutes ago and have once again shocked the internet. Likes, comments, retweets quickly over 1 million. The comments section. Some people have been criticized for notching their pens. There were also those who envied, worshipped, and were jealous of Su. There are even people who are disappointed in the Longchamp's police department. In the meantime, the 11 videos also entered the eyes of the Magic Voice Operations Department, Lin Yutong's and other people's relatives, many netizens and actresses, as well as police departments across the country. Peony City. General Police Department. Pa. Wang Defa slapped his palm against the conference table with a loud bang. This Su is so arrogant. Not only did he kidnap so many people, but he also dared to post a video on the internet, which is a blatant provocation to our police department. Wang Defa spat and grimaced. Foamy, she was carried away by Su's younger brother. How come she's at Su's place now? Song Zhong voiced the question in his mind. An Xian frowned. Based on the evidence so far, that mysterious organization has appeared to have 3 suspects: Su Liao, the middle-aged man who was the murderer in the Tianlong detention center, and Su Liao's brother, Anshou. These 3 people, except for Su Jiu, who has been to Qingwan Shadow City to commit the crime, the rest of them all happened in Peony City. Could the stronghold of this organization be in Peony City? An Xian, Wang Defa, and the others looked at Song Zhong in unison. Wang Defa's face became more somber. What Xiao Song said is not unreasonable. I will send additional manpower to conduct a major manhunt for Peony City. With that, he looked at an Xian and added, "And I hope that you can invite expert Xin, Liu, and Chen Duo, who initially investigated Su Liao, to assist us in working on the case together." An Xian pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. These encounters over the past few days had also made him think more about Su and the mysterious organization. Perhaps the results of Shun's expert and Lu Qiming's speculations were not wrong. Yanjing. Magic Voice Group, Operations Department. Wu Mengming's pure and sweet face carried a hint of panic. She watched the video on the screen in a daze. Suddenly, she got up violently and ran towards the operations manager Ji Bingning's office. Crunch. In a panic, she pushed open the door to the manager's office without knocking. Ji Bingning raised her head and was about to issue a reprimand. But Wu Mengming's panicked look made her swallow the words in her throat again. Manager, not... Well, we've been targeted by Su. Woo-hoo. It's over. We're both over. Wu Mengming said, teardrops flowing from the corners of her eyes. Ji Bingning frowned. Meng, don't cry first. Tell us the truth. Wu Mengming wiped her tears and handed her cell phone to Ji Bingning. Manager, take a look for yourself. Ji Bingning suspiciously took the phone and clicked on the top video. Hello everyone. I'm Su Lak. My last account was banned by Magic Voice. I'm here to warn Wu Mao and Ji Mao of Magic Voice's Operations Department once again. Pa. Ji Bingning's face was as frosty as a cold frost. A slap on the desk, her voice clear and cold. Seal. Ban his account directly to me. Manager, since he can find out about the 2 of us. And he can kidnap so many big stars and remain unharmed. I'm afraid. Ji Bingning looked at Wu Mengming's scared appearance and said in a serious tone, Meng, how can we, as Magic Voice short video security auditors, compromise with the bad guys just because we're scared? You boldly go ahead and block it, and if he really dares to come and retaliate, you can put the blame on me and say that I forced you to block it. But, manager, Ji Bingning waved her hand, stopping Wu Mengmeng from saying any more. All right, just do as I say. Well. Wu Mengmeng glanced at Ji Bingning and silently exited the office. Ji Bingning stared blankly at the office door and muttered, Sulak, Ji Bingning, will not bow down to you. Yanjing, an old name for Beijing. Rikyo Grand Garden. Inside a single house, a little girl in a pink princess dress, about 10 years old, ran to the sofa and looked at the middle-aged man who swiped the magic sound. The little face said expectantly, Daddy, you go and get Mommy out. Okay, I miss Mommy. At those words, the middle-aged man lifted his head, and a hint of a smile appeared on his gloomy face. He rubbed the little girl's head. Little potato, don't worry. Daddy will definitely save Mommy from the evil hands. Daddy's the best. Little Potato loves Daddy the most. The middle-aged man rubbed Little Potato's head, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, and dialed a number. 10 kilometers away. Blue Jade Lodge. Villa 49. Jingle bells. Phone rang. Wulong's face was grim as he pressed the answer button. Xiao Wei. What's the matter? Dragon. Find a place to get together. Lu Wei's call came out of the microphone. Okay. See you at the Send 7 bar then. Good. Putting away his cell phone, Wulong's face became gloomy once again. Although he had been divorced from Long Xiao Kuai for 3 years, most people didn't know about it. Today, in the eyes of the vast majority of people, he has just become a green turtle. Most importantly, he was still thinking about getting back together with Long Xiao Kuai one day. But now all illusions have been reduced to nothing. 3 kilometers away from the Blue Jade Lodge, Liz Garden. Inside a detached villa covering an area of more than 10 acres, Lu Ting looked at his beautiful wife beside him who was catching up on her dramas, hesitated for a moment, and opened his mouth to say, Wife, during this recent period of time, don't take on any dramas, and don't go out as much as you can. Zhou Ruoruo twisted her head to look at Lu Ting. Hubby, are you going to let me stay at home for the rest of my life and not go out? Besides, how old am I? How could Su Su come to kidnap me? Lu Ting shook his head. Wife, you don't understand. We men know men best. Right now, my greatest fear is whether or not this person Su Su has already given a stare at you. That shouldn't happen. A flash of worry flashed in Zhou Ruoruo's eyes. Just in case, it's better if you don't go out for a while. That's fine. Zhou Ruoruo whispered back, worry in her heart, suddenly lingering. Food that has been minced, shredded, or grounded in a saucepan. Bauhinia Garden Villa area. Villa 9. On the sofa, Dai Lu Shi put down her cell phone and hugged Shin Mu Yu's arm beside her.
阿母，你要么就先别走了，留陪鸟，好不好吗？
Shin Mu Yu tilted her head to look at the pampered Dai Lu Shi and laughed. All right, a mother is really afraid of you. Mother, you are so kind. As Dai Lu Shi said, her little head instantly probed over and kissed Shin Mu Yu on the cheek. Shin Mu Yu looked at Dai Lu Shi and sighed softly. As long as this Su Su isn't caught, I'm afraid all the good-looking people in the circle will be on edge. At those words, a flash of worry flashed in Dai Lu Shi's eyes as well. At the same time, he was also worried about his best friends Lin Yutong and Su Xiaojing. She and Lin Yutong met on a variety show and formed a strong friendship. And with Su Xiaojing cooperation no competition, but became sympathetic friends. Now that Lin Yutong had been captured by Su Jiu, her expression in the video looked happy, but in reality, she was afraid that it was recorded under Su Jiu's compulsion. Su Xiaojing hadn't been captured by Su Su though, but being part of the same 90s 4 little flower girls, except for her, the other 3 have been captured by Su Liao. She was afraid that she was already within Su Su's target as well. Dai Lu Shi's mood grew heavier. Shin Mu Yu looked at Dai Lu Shi and her mood became heavy. In the meantime, Long Fei Fei, Shun Li, Song Sweetness, Qiu Xiaoying, Yin Xiaogua, and a host of other female stars in the entertainment industry also had a trace of worry in their hearts. Su Su was like a poisonous snake hiding in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to bite them. Today, they can only hope for the Longxia police station. Hopefully, Su Su will be captured soon. The person in question, Su Liao, did not know that because of his video, the entertainment industry had begun to panic. At this moment, he was on his way to Yanjing in a Volkswagen. Chapter 34. Sacrifice to Heaven. Shake it off and seal it for me again? Su Liao opened Magic Voice and looked at the account that had been banned once again, anger rising in his heart. At that moment, he opened his cell phone to text and sent a message to Ji Bingning and Wu Mengmeng respectively. Ji Bingning, Wu Mengmeng, you have half an hour to unblock my account. Otherwise, you'll just wash up and wait to be pampered by me. Be a quilt of good sisters, and contribute to the opening of my Su family. And you guys, don't think I can't find you if you're hiding, unless you never use the internet again. Sent successfully. Su Liao opened the cell phone that Su Yuexin had prepared for him, logged into his magic voice account, and checked up on the news about him on the internet. Yanjing Magic Voice Group, Operations Department. Wu Mengmeng, who was about to leave from work, her cell phone's text message tone suddenly rang. She pulled her cell phone from inside her small black satchel. Next, her eyes widened in panic. He's on to me, it's over. It's over. Wu Mengmeng stomped her feet in panic and ran towards the manager's office. Manager's office. Ji Bingning raised her head and looked at Wu Mengmeng, who had once again barged in with a panicked expression on her face. His expression was stunned. Mengmeng, Su texted you too? Yes, manager, what should we do? No way, let's just restore his account. Ji Bingning looked at Wu Mengmeng. Recover? It's impossible to restore him in this lifetime. Mengmeng, you go back. I will personally handle matters regarding Su in the future. But Wu Mengmeng wanted to say something else, but she was waved away by Ji Bingning. In the meantime, in the country of Longxia, the news that a number of actresses had been kidnapped had also reached abroad. Fat4 blog, push and pull. On these two social media platforms, international netizens have also started a pattern of dislike for each other. Aoi Bukong, haha, Longxia country is really a magical land. So many actresses were captured by a single person. Longxia Police Department couldn't catch anyone until now. What a bunch of losers. Foolish son of a plutocrat. Aoi Oba is right. The Longxia Police Department is a bunch of losers. King Hitano. Maybe in a month's time, the female stars of the Dragon Summer Kingdom will be wiped out by that Su. Huhan-san, silly son, compared to our Longxia's actresses who were kidnapped by Su Jiao. Wouldn't your kimchi country's actresses be even more miserable? 10,000 concerts were stuffed, even in front of thousands of fans. There's also Aoi and Bodo. The actresses of your little life aren't any better. Demon Shin Ergu, Pickle and Little Life, don't be arrogant. Maybe one day Su will come to your country to have fun. Don't be embarrassed if all the heads get caught then. Sulak-sun, at Demon Shin Ergu, at Huhan-san, I'll tell my dad later to go hokey pokey and live a little. Su's grandson, sons of ES from Kimchi Country's Little Day Country, I'll tell my grandpa too. Ha? Demon Chun Ergu? Just as the internet is up in arms. Inside the Volkswagen. Instead, Su was taking a nap with his eyes closed. Nowadays, his sister Su Yu had gone to the cultivation world. The parents were captured by the Lin family again. The women related to him were all within the spirit spring space again. Nothing in the outside world, nothing or no one else, except the rescue of his parents, could ever affect him again. Yanjing, Lin's manor, inside the empty hall. Pa! A sound of cracking porcelain rang out and, immediately after that, another middle-aged man's angry roar rang out. What's the use of me keeping you if I can't get you to look at two people? The 7 dragons of the blood chihuahua lowered their heads, not daring to speak. A few moments later, only after Lin Beichin calmed down did Plague Monkey speak. General, now that Su's parents are dead, what should we do next? Preserve the corpses of Su's parents, threaten him with his parents' corpses, and if he doesn't show up, destroy the corpses. I don't believe he's so broken-hearted. Just as Lin Beichin's words fell, a rush of footsteps sounded at the door. Immediately afterward, a woman's voice rang out. Dad? You killed Su's parents? What are you doing here? Lin Beichin stared solemnly at Lin Ruoxue. Dad, didn't you say you were only looking for revenge on Su? Why did you kill his parents? Dad didn't kill them, they killed themselves. Suicide? Why would they kill themselves? Lin Beichin helplessly explained. Dad was only going to kill Su Liao and his people to pay for Feng Er's life. But Su Liao's parents knew that Dad was holding them to ransom for their son, and for the sake of their son's life, But do they think I'll spare their son if he dies? Ha! Lin Beichin sneered. Lin Feng had been his favorite child since he was young, and he was also the only son of the Lin family. Now he was killed by Su Jiao, and he can't have children again because he broke his manhood root on an earlier mission. The Lin family was completely extinct in his hands. How could he not be angered? Dad, the day after tomorrow will be Grandpa's 80th birthday, and I always have a bad feeling in my heart. I hope you can beef up security some more, Dad. Lin Ruoxue reminded with a worried look. Don't worry. If Susu shows up, Dad will make sure he can't escape with his wings. Thinking that Susu was about to die in front of him to avenge his son's death, Lin Beichen was in a much better mood. A long-lost smile appeared on his face as well. By the way, Ruoxue, where's your mom? My mom is still busy working at the group. Dad, I'll go check on Grandpa first then. Well, go for it. Seeing Lin Ruoxue leave, Lin Beichen looked at the 7 fiends of the blood chi and ordered, remember to preserve the corpses, and in addition, deploy more men. As soon as Su Xiao appears, take direct action, regardless of life or death. Yes, General. The 7 furies of the blood chihuahua bent down, respectfully answered in unison, and retreated. Lin Beichen muttered, Fenger, watch well from the sky and see how father will avenge you. The next day, at 7 o'clock, Su Su appeared in Yanjing. Just step out of the car. In his head, the Hummer's voice suddenly rang out. Mission. Please kill Lin Feng's father, Lin Beichen, to avenge his parents' death. Mission success. Reward triple physique X1, poison avoidance elixir X1. Mission failure. No reward. Hint. After taking the poison avoidance pill, you can be fearless of any toxin in sky blue water blue star. Listen to the voice in your head. Su Liao was stunned in place, and his body shivered slightly. Hummer, what do you mean by that? Host, you heard right. Your parents have committed suicide for your sake. Please pull yourself together and work hard to become stronger. As long as you reach a certain level of cultivation, you can easily bring your parents back to life. Listening to the humongous bandit's words, Su Su clenched his fists tightly, veins popping up on his arms, and his body trembled. After a long time, was this all within your calculations? From the moment you asked me to behead Lin Feng, was my parents' fate already arranged by you? Back to the host, humans can't manipulate the fate of all beings. Everything humans do is to serve the host. Please don't doubt humans. Then how far do I have to go to bring my parents back to life? Please make an effort to become stronger, and you'll know it then. Trying to get stronger? Dad, Mom, I'm sorry. I'm the one who dragged you all into this. Su Su, swear that I will bring you all back to life. Fixing his mind and taking a deep breath, Su Liao lifted his steps and walked in the direction of the twin mansions. Chapter 35. Ma'am, you don't want your daughter to get hurt, do you? Twin Towers. Su Liao had just walked into the lobby when a woman in her early 20s at the front desk with a clean-cut look greeted him. Young master, what brings you here? Something for my mom. Take me to my mom's office. The receptionist girl froze. Why is young master feeling strange today? Although she was puzzled in her mind, she still respectfully led Su Su towards the elevator. 49th floor. Chairman's office. Xiao Weining, who was wearing a black silk wraparound skirt and a white blouse with a small black suit, stood up from the chair, took off her black suit jacket, walked to the side, and hung it on the hanger. The waist-to-hip ratio is instantly visible. The buttons on her chest seemed to be unable to bear their weight and were about to be burst. Fenger, Su Su is about to go down to accompany you. Now you can rest easy. Murmuring softly, Xiao Yuanying walked back to the chair and was about to sit down when a knock on the door suddenly sounded. Xiao Weining was slightly stunned, sat down, and straightened her instrument. Enter. Outside the office door. You go down. Yes, young master. The receptionist girl left, and Su Liao took a deep breath, pushed open the door and walked in, and unlocked the office door. Fenger. Xiao Weining looked incredulously at the approaching figure. Her body trembled slightly, and the granary rose and fell with her. Is it really my Fenger? It wasn't until Su Su walked over to Xiao Weining that she came back to her senses. Rising violently, he raised his hand about to caress Su Su's cheek. Mom, come with me. Take a good look and you'll know if I'm your Fenger. Sulak said, pulling up Xiao Weining's hand and heading towards the independent bathroom in the chairman's office. Xiao Weining was in a daze, her mind dazed, as if she was a puppet being pulled into the huge restroom by Su Su. Casually, he closed the restroom door again. Xiao Weining looked at Su Su's actions and was puzzled for a moment, but Lin Feng's appearance had caused her to lose the vast majority of her ability to think. Fenger, what are you doing? And also, haven't you already? Mommy misses you so much. Su Liao looked at Xiao Weining and laughed coldly in his heart. Next, Su Su moved. He violently pulled over Xiao Weining, who was still in tears. Rip, rip, Fenger, what are you doing? No, bastard. Xiao Weining's frightened, incredulous voice rang out. An hour later, inside the restroom, Sulak glanced at Xiao Weining, who was lying on the floor, and swaggered back to the office, picking up Xiao Weining's cell phone and returning to the restroom. Grabbing Xiao Weining's powerless arm, he pressed the unlock button, sent a message to Lin Ruoxue. Xiao Weining was lying on the ground, looking at Lin Feng. You're not Fenger. Who the hell are you? Haha, ma'am, who do you think I am? Whoever you are, I won't let you go. Oh, you're like this. What else can you do to me? Are you going to beat me to death? Listening to Sulak's shamelessly prodigal words, Xiao Weining's charming cheeks flushed with a blush, followed by a heart filled with anger. But it quickly calmed down again. You're Su Liao's companion? What favor did Su Liao give you? I'm willing to give it 100 times over. Upon hearing this, Su Liao smiled faintly and changed the topic. Ma'am, I'm curious to know if you haven't eaten meat in many years. So crazy that you're so terrifying. You, watch your mouth. Xiao Weining's face flushed red as she was suffocated by Sulak's words, her heart shamed and humiliated without a place to hide. Oh, don't you want to know who I am, ma'am? Keep your eyes open. After Su Su said that, in the shocked and angry gaze of Xiao Weining, his body shape transformed in a burst of click, 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 click. In no time at all, he regained his 5'8" height. With that, he turned on the faucet and cleaned the lower part of his face, turning to look at Xiao Weining. You're Su Su. Xiao Weining froze. The figure in front of her she won't forget even if she turns into ashes. She couldn't help but tremble at the thought that she had been insulted by the enemy who had killed her son, and that she had even taken the initiative during that time. Shock, anger, shame, worry, and fear mingled in his cheeks. Just then, there was a sudden knock on the door. Immediately afterward, Lin Ruoshua's voice sounded outside the office door. Mom, is little Feng really okay? You open the door quickly. Inside the office bathroom, Xiao Weining's heart trembled. Now that she was in such a state, if her daughter saw her, how could she have the face to live in the world? Her begging gaze went to Sujiu. Sujiu, please don't let Ruoshua come in. Su Xiao was serious. Why? Is it because you don't want her to see you in this state? Xiao Weining's face flushed with a blush and she tilted her head. Seeing this, Su Lak stood up and headed out of the restroom. No, don't let her. Before Xiao Weining could finish her sentence, Su Jiu had already turned around and left. Helpless, she struggled to sit up and clean up in a hurry. Su Liao stood behind the door and opened the office door. Mom, where's Feng? Lin Ruoshua asked while looking behind the door. Moment, her eyes widened, eyes full of incredulity. Su Liao didn't give her time to react either. A hand slashed to the back of her head position. Lin Ruoshua's body went limp and she fell towards the ground. Su Liao reached out to help her. At this time, Xiao Weining happened to hold onto the wall and walked out from within the bathroom. No, don't hurt my daughter. Xiao Weining didn't care about the pain in her body as she stumbled and crawled towards Su Su. Sulak, please, don't hurt my daughter. Killing your parents was all Lin Beichen's idea alone. She's innocent. Please don't hurt her. Don't worry. I won't hurt her if you behave. Su Liao said that, and put Lin Ruoshua directly into the spiritual spring space. Ah, Su Xiao, where's my daughter? Where did you get my daughter? Watching her daughter, who was a full 1.7 meters in height, disappear out of thin air in front of her eyes, Xiao Weining instantly opened her rosy lips wide, staring at Su Su in shock and incredulity. Oh, ma'am, wait for me for a while. Remember not to let anyone in, or you'll never see your daughter again. After saying that, his figure disappeared in front of Xiao Weining. Am I dreaming? Xiao Weining murmured. But the physical pain of being tortured is constant proof that everything is real. She was played by the haters. The daughter was also taken by the enemy to who knows where. Xiao Weining sat paralyzed on the floor in pain and confusion. Spirit Springs space. As soon as Su Jiao's figure appeared, he heard Lin Yutong and the others discussing the unconscious woman on the mattress. Hubby, why did you bring in Lin Ruoshua from the Luoshen group? Upon seeing Su Su's figure, Lin Yutong, Yang Yi, and Moon Yanxue opened their mouths to inquire in unison. Immediately, Su Jiu recounted what had happened in the outside world with Lin Yutong and the others. Half an hour later, when they learned of the death of Su Su's parents, the women's hearts were also saddened. Although he hadn't spent much time with Su Su's parents. But Su Zhao's parents treated them like their own daughters, and they all loved the two old men in their hearts. Today it is, honey, I'm sure you'll be able to resurrect mom and dad someday. Honey, I believe in you too. Yes, husband, I'm sure you can. Lin Yutong, Yang Yi, and Moon Yanxue pulled on Su Su's arm, softly comforting him. The six of them, Li Mengchen, Long Xiaoke, Su Deli, Tong Xiaodan, Bai Mengjie, and Xiao Dudu, gathered around, their eyes all filled with concern as well, although several of them had been captured into this space by Su Su. However, after all these days knowing Su Su and the subtle influence of Lin Yutong, Yang Yi, and Moon Yanxue, they also began to slowly accept Su Su in their hearts, accepting the arrangement of fate. Lin Mori, on the other hand, sat on a sofa to the side and did not approach. Though in her heart, she hated Su Su for taking her first night and even making her pregnant with twins. However, when she heard the news of Su Liao's parents passing away, there was actually an impulse in her heart to go up and comfort Su Liao. In the end, though, she held back and didn't go forward. Without realizing it, another half hour. On the mattress, Lin Ruoxue let out a wooing sound and opened her eyes. Who am I? Where am I? Lin Ruoxue shook her head, braced her arms on the mattress, and sat up, surveying the surroundings. Soon, the figures of Su Su, as well as Yang Yi and the others appeared within her line of sight. The memories from before the coma replayed again. I can't believe I was captured by Su Su in my mom's office. Then my mom, Lin Ruoxue had fear and worry in her eyes. Su Liao also happened to see Lin Ruoxue, who had woken up. He stood up and walked towards Lin Ruoxue. Chapter 36. From now on, I am your personal bodyguard. Ma'am. You stay back. Lin Ruoxue braced her hands on the mattress and stepped back, and it wasn't until his back was leaning against the erected mattress, unable to retreat, that he looked at Su Su with a horrified expression. Lin Ruoxue, as long as you're good and obedient, not only will you be fine, but your mom will be fine as well. Su Jiao sat down beside Lin Ruoxue and said in a cold voice, but if you dare to have any bad intentions, this space will be your burial place. Su Liao, what did you do to my mom? Although she was scared in her heart, Lin Ruoxue still opened her mouth to inquire. Your mom is fine now, Su Liao said, reaching out to pinch Lin Ruoxue's snow-white chin. But if you don't behave yourself, there's no telling. After saying that, his fingers gently stroked over Lin Ruoxue's lips. Lin Ruoxue's body trembled. She gathered her courage and said, Su Lak, my mom and my grandfather have nothing to do with what happened to your parents. Please don't hurt them. That depends on your realization, Su Liao said, stood up, and walked towards Lin Moxian. Until the dawn of the second day. It was only then that Su Liao left the spiritual spring space. Last night, he didn't do anything juvenile either. Instead, he quietly wrapped his arms around Lin Momo and Moon Yanxue and rested for the night. Twin Tower, 49th floor, chairman's office. Su Liao's figure reappeared. Seeing this, Xiao Weining, who was sitting in a chair and fuming, hurriedly stood up. Su Lak, where's my daughter Ruoxue? Ma'am, don't worry, your daughter, she's fine now, Su Lak said, walking over to Xiao Weining and sitting on the chairman's chair. Reaching out, he then pulled her into his arms and sat her on top of his legs. You let go of me. Xiao Weining tried hard to break free from Su Su's embrace, but the friction between her bodies caused her to be uncomfortable as she was held by Su Su's death grip. Sensing Su Su's change, she stopped in a hurry. Ma'am, if you want your daughter to have a good life in the future, be obedient. If I am happy, I will let you mother and daughter meet in the future, Su Lak said, his fingers gently stroking over Xiao Weining's cheeks. I can be good, but you have to promise not to hurt my daughter. Xiao Weining internal struggle for a long time, and finally, like a deflated ball, lost his soul and said. Su nodded his head. Eyes swept unobtrusively over the compact clock on the desk. It froze. Ma'am, how long has it been since I left? Xiao Weining sniffed and twisted her head to look at the clock. About 6 hours. 6 hours? Su Lak frowned. If he wasn't stupid, It seemed like less than a day had passed in the Spirit Spring space. Could it be that the flow of time in Spirit Spring space is changing? Is it surprising that the 10:1 time flow has grown to 3:1? It seemed to have sensed the doubts in Susu's heart. The Hummer's voice rang in his head. Host, the initial time flow rate of the Spirit Spring space is 10:1. As the space expands, the time flow rate will decrease and will eventually equalize with the outside world, reaching a ratio of 1:1. Listening to the humongous bandit's explanation, Susu's heart instantly became clear that the expansion of space does lead to a decrease in the flow of time, as hypothesized by the general theory of relativity. And this is just a different dimensional manifestation of the evolution of space-time curvature. After the time flow rate of the Spirit Spring space was equalized with the time flow rate of the outside world, the Spirit Spring space continued to expand, so why did it remain equal to the outside world? He doesn't know. The Hummer didn't have an explanation either. Returning to his senses, looking at the beautiful woman above his legs, wearing a black silk hip dress, Su Yao released her. You should be hungry, ma'am. I'm not hungry. Xiao Weiying was puzzled. No, trust me, you're hungry, Su Lak said, standing up and pressing Xiao Weiying into a crouch on the ground. Xiao Weiying instantly understood the meaning of Susu's words. She tilted her face up and looked at Susu with eyes full of anger. Don't you dare. Oh, if your ladyship is unwilling, then I will have to go to your daughter. Is this the result that madam would like to see? You're shameless. Su Liao sneered and slumped back in his chair, closing his eyes and stopping talking. Xiao Weiying looked at Susu's eaten-up appearance, and teardrops rolled down her white jade-like cheeks in her eyes. The whole world suddenly tilted downward. Toward evening, a middle-aged man and Xiao Weiying walked out from inside the bathroom. The middle-aged man was none other than Susu disguised himself. At this time, Xiao Weiying had also changed into a set of pale yellow long dresses, and her original clothes were in pieces and could no longer be worn. Ma'am, remember, from now on, I'm your personal bodyguard. I remember. Su drew back his head. Let's go then, back to your Lin Manor. Aha! Xiao Weiying let out a soft took a deep breath, opened the office door, and walked out. Good day, Xiao Dong. Good day, Xiao Dong. Xiao Weiying nodded her head one by one and walked into the elevator. Su Yao followed closely behind and walked in. Lobby. The clean-looking receptionist girl looked at the backs of Susu and Xiao Weiying. A moment of confusion. It seems that only the young master is looking for the chairman today. Who is this middle-aged man? Where's the young master? With that, she shook her head, tossing the doubts in her mind. Just do a good job at the front desk and stay out of other things she shouldn't be in charge of. The banks of the Wenyu River. Lin's Manor. Inside the empty hall, Lin Beichen glanced at the 7 fiends of the blood chihuahua and said in a deep voice, Tomorrow is already the last day. If Susu doesn't show up again, we'll blow up his parents' corpses. Yes, General. Lin Beichen pondered for a moment, then added, Have all those theater artists invited tomorrow agreed to be there on time? The plague monkey hesitated for a moment. Say. Lin Beichen's face was gloomy. General, some have come, but Long Fei Fei, Zhou Ruorua, and Xin Li all said they were holding illnesses and couldn't come. Humph. A bunch of theater-goers. Do they really think they're high and mighty fairies? Lin Beichen snorted coldly and ordered, After tomorrow, block the 3 of them for me. Yes, General. Just then, Xiao Weiying walked into the hall. Seeing this, the 7 fiends of the blood chi dragon hurriedly bowed their heads and retreated to the side. Waning, where is Ruoxue? Tomorrow is the old man's big birthday. Why isn't he back by now? Lin Beichen looked at Xiao Weiying, who walked into the living room, and inquired in a deep voice. Xiao Weiying's heart trembled, but her face remained calm as she casually returned. My daughter should be busy with the company. North Star. Where are the bodies of Su Liao's parents? I want to go take a look. Don't go there. There's nothing to see in a corpse. Fenger was murdered by their child. I want to go and see what kind of person could give birth to such a bad child like Susu, Xiao Weiying said. Her mind could not help but recall the rough and charming images of the office and the bathroom. His face couldn't help but turn slightly red. Waning, are you not feeling well? Lin Beichen asked with concern. I am fine. North Star. I'm going to check on the bodies of Su Liao's parents. Where did you put them? Upon hearing this, Lin Beichen looked at Xiao Weiying in confusion. Xiao Weiying also looked straight at Lin Beichen's gaze. her eyes filled with stubbornness. Ugh! In basement 3. Lin Beichen sighed and instructed Red Image to the side. Take Madame to the 3rd basement. Yes, General. Red Image looked at Xiao Weining and made a gesture of invitation. Madam, please. Xiao Weining nodded, then suddenly spoke to the outside of the living room. Lin Yi, come in for a moment. Lin Yi. Lin Beichen frowned. Su Liao had already walked into the hall. Chairman, General. Su Liao bowed and called out. He was not in a hurry to behead Lin Beichen, and could do so at any time after retrieving his parents' corpses. Wanning, he is? Lin Beichen frowned lousy Su Lak. Beichen, this is the bodyguard I picked from the company's security team. He's very skilled, and with him protecting me, you can completely rest assured that even if Su Jiu comes, he won't be able to harm me. Tell me if you want a bodyguard. I'll have Red Image, Ice Spirit protect you. After Lin Beichen said that, his gaze once again looked at Su Jiu and waved his hand. Go back. She doesn't need you as a bodyguard. General, since I promised to be the chairman's bodyguard, I will do it. If the general can find someone to defeat me, I will leave myself. Chapter 37. Entering the Lin Manor. Burial. White prison. Teach him a lesson. Yes, General. The black-clothed man with a height of 1 meter 9 bowed and answered, walking towards Su Su. All 7 of you together. Su Su Yao swept his eyes over the 7 fiends of blood qi. His left hand behind his back, his voice flat. It was as if the 7 furies of the blood qi were 7 little chickens. Being snickered at like this by a company security officer, the 7 fiends of blood qi immediately sank in color. 1 bodyguard for you and 1 for me is enough. White Prison sneered, his hands behind his back as he squinted his icy eyes at Su Su. Letting you make the first move saves people from saying I'm bullying a bodyguard like you. Boom! As soon as his words fell, Su Su appeared in front of him as if he had instantly moved. A light palm down, White Prison immediately felt like a dump truck collision in general. The figure instantly flew backwards more than 10 meters away. Bang sounds smashed on the wall. Snort! A mouthful of crimson blood spurted out of his mouth. Then it fainted.
Whitetail.
Plague Monkey. Red Image and the others exclaimed in shock and ran quickly to White Prison's side. Seeing that they only fainted, they could not help but all put their hearts down. The 7 were originally mercenaries who survived the war and were like brothers before they followed Lin Beichen. Lin Beichen's heart was also filled with shock. He couldn't be more clear about the 7 deadly swords of the Blood Qi Dragon's stances. Every single one of them casually taking out 1, group beating 20 adult strong men would not have any problem. Now even in front of the man's hands in 1 palm was fainted. Then, how terrifying should the man in front of him be? Xiao Weining also did not know what had come to her mind, and her face suddenly flushed for a while. Su Lak's heart, on the other hand, was filled with a wave of disappointment. The 7 fiends of the Blood Qi Dragon, surprisingly, couldn't even catch a layer of his force, so it was really a vain name. Now believe it. Xiao Weining looked at Lin Beichen, smiled faintly, and then looked at Su Jiao. Let's go. Yes, Chairman. 10 minutes later, inside the 3rd basement, Su Lak looked at his parents, who were lying quietly in the coffin, and his heart twisted. If he had given up the manga system in the first place, his parents wouldn't have ended up like this. If they had given up the mission of beheading Lin Feng, perhaps their parents wouldn't have ended up like this. A wave of self-condemnation ran through Su Liao's mind. Xiao Weining stood on the sidelines, quietly watching. The mind is conflicted. Lin Feng killed her son, and her husband killed Lin Feng's parents. 1 for 2, in that case it was the Lin family that had apologized to the Su family. But Lin Feng was the son she had raised for 20 years, so how could she compare him like this? Moreover, now she has lost her virginity to Su Xiao, and her only daughter has been taken by Su Xiao to who knows where. At that moment, the only hope in her heart was that her daughter, Lin Ruoxue, would not suffer any further harm. Su Lak, you killed Fenger and made the Lin family extinct, while Beichen harmed your parents. As the saying goes, when will injustice end? Can you give up your revenge and leave now with your parents' corpses? Su Yao twisted his head, glanced at Xiao Weining, and let out a cold laugh. Lin Beichen will surely die. However, if you kill Beichen, there will be no more room for you in the Longxia Kingdom in the future. The heavens are vast and I can't go anywhere besides. In this world I'm already unattached. So what's there to be afraid of? As Su Lak said that, with a wave of his arm, the 2 coffins in front of him disappeared inside the basement. Don't you have a sister? Don't you think about her? Su Liao turned around and walked over to Xiao Weining. My sister, she has already left this world. The words are gone. Headed out of the basement. Xiao Weining's mind kept echoing Su Su's last words. How did his sister die? Is it also the North Star? With a change in her face, Xiao Weining also quickly followed and walked outward. But 3 boxes of TNT off to the side caught her attention. She froze for a moment, then picked up a lighter placed aside and lit the fuse. Boom! Xiao Weining had just returned to the ground. A shocking bang then came from inside the basement. The ground shook a few times with it. Ma'am, how can you blow up the basement? Do you know that this is what the general used to threaten Suzhou? Red Image stared at Xiao Weining in shock and disbelief. Humph! Su Liao killed my son. So what's wrong with me blowing up his parents' corpses? Isn't there any other way to capture Su Liao? Xiao Weining coldly glanced at Red Image and turned around to walk in the direction of the hall. Su Liao quickly followed suit as well. Just within a few steps, he bumped into Lin Beichen, who had hurriedly arrived. What happened? Lin Beichen looked at Red Image. Xiao Weining, on the other hand, raised her head and looked straight at Lin Beichen. I blew up the corpses of Su Liao's parents. Su Liao killed Fenger. What's wrong with me blowing up his parents' corpses? Don't you have any other way to capture Su Liao? You ignorant woman! Lin Beichen's face reddened with anger, and he raised his arm and slapped it towards Xiao Weining. Half-time. Not feeling any pain in her cheeks, Xiao Weining opened her eyes. Only Su Su grabbed Lin Beichen's arm. Lin Yi let go of him. Lin Beichen retracted his arm and looked at Su Jiu with an ironclad face. Asshole, what are you? Don't think that just because you have a bit of kung fu, you can be lawless. Someone, shoot this madman for me. As Lin Beichen's words fell. Whoosh! 24 soldiers wearing camouflage uniforms and holding rifles surrounded Su Su. I'll see who dares. Xiao Weining bellowed and blocked in front of Su Su. His daughter is still in an unknown condition today, and Su Su can't die yet. Xiao Weining, do you know what you're doing? Lin Beichen grimaced, his eyes almost spitting fire. Lin Yi is my personally selected bodyguard. None of you can touch him. The surrounding soldiers were helpless and looked at Lin Beichen. Lin Beichen's face turned blue as he glanced at Su Su and Xiao Weining and flung his sleeves away. Seeing this, the surrounding soldiers also quickly dispersed in all directions. A few moments later, Xiao Weining brought Su Jiu into a side room. Su Lak, you can stay here tonight. Su nodded and swept his eyes over the modest room before turning back to look Xiao Weining up and down. I'll be waiting for you tonight. Remember to come over. This is Lin's manor. You don't go too far. Oh, as you wish. If you don't come, I'll go to your daughter. You're shameless. Xiao Weining's chest was heaving up and down with anger, but there was nothing she could do about it. With a cold grunt, he turned and left the room. Spirit Springs space. The atmosphere was solemn and low. On the fringe, the women looked at Suzhou, who was kneeling in front of the mound of dirt, and followed suit by kneeling down and kowtowing 3 times. Lin Ruoxue stood at the very back, and after hesitating for a moment, she also knelt down and paid 3 obeisances. The spiritual spring space, compared to the initial period, had expanded by more than 10 times. At this moment, the fringe area, which was 2,000 meters away from the central mine spring pool, as well as the place where the ladies lived. An hour later, Su Liao once again left the spiritual spring space. Xiao Weining, on the other hand, sent people to bring food. Su Liao glanced at the food on his plate and didn't make a move to eat it. Instead, he took out half a cucumber and ate it. Nowadays, although his physique was powerful, he was not aware of his own resistance to toxins. Just in case, it's better to eat cucumbers. In fact, he wasn't hungry either. Simply to satisfy the appetite. Welp! Su Liao leaned against his bed, swiping the magic sound, when a video caught his attention. I can't believe someone asked him to go abroad to hobnob with foreign chicks. The comment section, surprisingly, also appeared a large number of Sulak of son, Sulak of grandson, Sulak of great-grandson, this kind of nickname account. Joint request for permission to leave the country. Su Liao smiled faintly and slid over. Going abroad, for sure. However, it's not time yet. If you want to build a country and call yourself an emperor, you must be strong enough yourself, at least to the point where you are fearless of guns. Also, the choice of region is important. An uninhabited desert island is definitely not an option. The best fit is the chaotic, messy area. Dum 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 dum. Just as Su Liao was pondering, A knock on the door suddenly sounded, immediately following. With a creak, the door to the room was opened, and Xiao Weiniang apprehensively walked into the room. Chapter 38, The Capsule, Mother and Daughter. Ma'am, do you hate me in your heart right now? Su Lak leaned on the bed, wrapping his arms around Xiao Weiniang, who was not wearing an inch of clothing and was like a puddle of mud leaning on his chest, and spoke indifferently. Words. Xiao Weiniang did not open her mouth, but quietly leaned against Su Su's chest, feeling Su Su's powerful heartbeat, complicated and tangled inside. It was obviously the murderer of her son, but a hint of love grew in her heart. Today, and even more so when they are forced to be grossly humiliated. She even blackmailed her daughter and forced her to do more shameful things. As the saying goes, new grudges and old grudges are stacked on top of each other. She should have hated Susu more, but somehow, at this moment, the hatred in her heart for Susu's lack had, in fact, sharply decreased. It also added to her inner trepidation. She's kind of lost sight of herself. Seeing that Xiao Weiniang didn't say anything, Suzhou looked down. It's amazing to see her face changing and a little bit of hate, a little bit of joy, a little bit of sorrow, a little bit of sadness. Su Liao was stunned for a moment. Couldn't understand what she was thinking at the moment. Ma'am, Lin Beichen is going to die tomorrow, aren't you sad? 18 years ago, because of something, there was no longer a bond between the two of us. Xiao Weiniang suddenly explained in a sly manner. Then he added, but the old master is innocent, and he doesn't know about Fenger and your parents yet, so I hope you won't touch the old master. Su Liao was silent for a moment. I can refrain from killing the old general, but I'm going to make you pregnant with my Su Liao's seed. After saying that, without waiting for Xiao Weiniang to react. Without realizing it, it was surprisingly bright. Only then did Susu let Xiao Weiniang go. Taking out a bottle of spirit spring water, he poured it into her mouth. Xiao Weiniang was shocked and thought that Suzhou was going to poison her, so she prepared to struggle. But the next second, her throat began to roll and she gulped it down. A bottle of water into the abdomen, the whole night's labor fatigue was swept away. Xiao Weiniang could not help but stare in shock. What did you give me to drink? Of course it's good. Su Lak smiled faintly and turned his words around. Buy me 20 top-tier luxury space capsules. With the financial power of your Han Hai group, this little matter shouldn't be too difficult. What do you need so many space capsules for? Oh, of course it's for your daughter, and those big stars that I've captured to live in. Maybe you'll have to go and live there too in the future, so don't go and buy those cheap ones. Hearing Susu mention Lin Ruoxue, Xiao Weiniang was slightly stunned. Susu, I want to meet my daughter. Is that all right? Sure. I'll let you mother and daughter meet once you're done with the capsule. We have one under the Han Hai group that makes space capsules. If you need one, I can take you there now, and you'll be there in half an hour. Words. Su Liao stretched out his hand and patted Xiao Weiniang on her pert buttocks. Is it okay for you not to be present to help out on your old man's 80th birthday? What does it matter if I'm gone for a few hours when I've got two families? North Star and his older and younger brothers. Su Liao was stunned. And then he remembered that the Lin family had two brothers who had crossed the business world in addition to Lin Beichen, who was a general. As for the Lin family's old general, Lin Wufei, who was a very respectable person, Su Su did not intend to exterminate the Lin family. In reality, Lin Beichen wasn't too bad of a person. But now the two were immortal and the system had a mission to decapitate him. Lin Beichen is destined to fall today. Sky Hub Capsule Manufacturing Base. Located in a remote part of the suburb, it covers hundreds of acres of land, with all kinds of space capsules neatly arranged and looming. Chairman, this row is our base with the best materials, the most high-end, the most luxurious products, the overall use of the most environmentally friendly. A middle-aged man in a suit, about 40 years old, explained to Xiao Weiniang. Su Liao listened from the sidelines. The middle-aged man pointed to the entire row, a full 30 space capsules, and each one covers a full 80 square meters. All are one bedroom, one bathroom, one kitchen, one bathroom floor plans. After listening to the middle-aged man's explanation, Xiao Weiniang twisted her head to look at Su Su. The middle-aged man also looked at Su Su in confusion. He had thought that Su Su was just a bodyguard, but it didn't seem to be the case. All right, stand down. Yes, Chairman. As the middle-aged man left, Xiao Weiniang looked at Su Jiu with a puzzled expression. How are you going to take these space capsules away? Su Liao did not reply, but instead looked around. With that, bend down and pick up a few stones. With a series of bang, 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 bang sound, the nearby surveillance were all destroyed. In Xiao Weiniang's shocked gaze, a row of 30 space capsules all disappeared in the blink of an eye. Is this, Su Jiu, a person who cultivates immortality? It's outrageous enough to make a large living person disappear into thin air. Now, a capsule this size, a whole 30 of them just disappeared. She couldn't find a reason for it other than being a cultivator. Just then, the middle-aged man who had just returned once again. More than a dozen security personnel followed behind them. Look at the empty field. The middle-aged man was dumbstruck, his mouth wide open, frozen in place. The dozen or so security personnel also froze in place. They patrolled this area just a short time ago. The heart knew exactly what was placed here, and now 30 ultra-luxury space capsules had unexpectedly disappeared into thin air. The sky's the limit. Outrageous in the extreme. Unbelievable. Can't imagine what's really going on here. Returning to his senses, Lu Chaoxing looked at Xiao Weiniang and asked with trembling lips, Chairman Dong, where's our space capsule? Before Xiao Weiniang could say anything, Su Jiu took the lead and said, I'm taking the capsule with me, and anyone who dares to spread rumors about what happened here will die. After saying that, a golden pistol appeared out of thin air in Su Su's hand. It was the unlimited bullet Desert Eagle that hadn't been used in a long time. With 7 consecutive shots, the 7 birds flying at a height of 100 meters fell from the sky and dropped at the feet of Lu Chaoxing, as well as more than a dozen security personnel. This. Lu Chaoxing and the others were silenced, their bodies trembling slightly. Su Lak looked at the crowd as the Desert Eagle was put away and turned toward Xiao Weiniang's car. Don't tell anyone about what happened today, or I won't be able to protect your lives. Also, the 30 space capsules here will be told to the outside world that they have been sold. Xiao Weiniang coldly barked a sentence and turned to follow. Seeing Su Xiao and Xiao Weiniang's backs disappear into thin air, one of the security team members suddenly opened his mouth. Mr. Lu, do you recognize that man just now? I know an egg. Thinking about the 30 space capsules that had disappeared out of thin air, Lu Chaoxing had begun to doubt life. False. It's all fake. Paramarain. Su Lak looked at Xiao Weiniang in the driver's seat. Ma'am, don't you want to see your daughter? I'll take you to see her now. Really? Of course. Su Kan's head grabbed Xiao Weiniang's arm. Next, the 2 figures then disappeared into the car. In less than 3 seconds, the cell phone Xiao Weiniang placed in the car suddenly rang. Spirit Springs Space. By this time, the flow of time had slowed down again and was almost on the verge of reaching a 2-to-1 ratio. Mom! Wakayuki. Chapter 39. The Old General's Birthday Banquet. Gathering together. Xiao Weiniang and Lin Ruoxue hugged each other tightly and cried tears of joy. Su Liao glanced at the 2 of them and then stopped paying attention, turning toward the women who were surveying the capsule. Honey, what is this? This? Yang Yi glanced at the mother-daughter duo who were pulling hands towards the back of the erected mattress, her eyes puzzled. Don't worry about them. Wait for me to set up these space capsules first. We won't have to sleep on open-air mattresses from now on. Su Liao said, his mind manipulating. 30 huge space capsules, like puppets on strings, hovered and floated towards the 2 sides of the central spiritual spring pool. Now, with the expansion and deep integration of the spirit spring space, he had taken control of some of the authority and no longer had to do it himself as he had done initially. Lin Yutong, Yang Yi, Moon Yanxue, Lin Maxue and the others looked at the space capsule floating in the air, neatly arranged on both sides of the spirit spring pool, and the color of shock in their eyes didn't recede for a long time. The mother-daughter duo who were hiding behind the erected mattress, talking in whispers, also saw the shocking scene. The shock and despondency in his heart intensified. Su Su was so powerful and mysterious. Would he really leave such a stunningly beautiful girl like Ruoxue untouched? To think that his daughter would eventually have to lie in Su Zhao's arms and even carry Su Zhao's flesh and blood, and thinking that she might soon be pregnant with Su Su's seed as well. Xiao Weiniang's heart was suddenly confused, flustered and uneasy. Lin Ruoxue didn't know that her closest mom had become like Su Su. At this moment, looking at such a shocking and unbelievable scene, she couldn't help but worry for the Lin family. Lin Yutong, Yang Yi, Moon Yanxue, Lin Maxue, Li Mengchen, Long Shaoke, Su Dili, Tong Xiaodan by Mengjie Xiao Dudu went to choose their houses. Su Liao, on the other hand, walked towards the duo after putting up the mattress. Ma'am, we should head out after the chat. Xiao Weining pulled Lin Ruoshua's hands. Ruoshua, Mom will help you deal with the company's affairs. You stay here at ease first. Aha! Lin Ruoshua let out a soft hum and looked up at Su Su. You go pick out a set too, Su Xiao said. Then pulled Xiao Weining's arm and disappeared in front of Lin Ruoshua. A mole seeking revenge on a dragon? Oh! Ridiculous. Looking around, Lin Ruoshua smiled to herself before walking towards a space capsule. Paramarane. Su Su, did you never intend to let Ruoshua go since the beginning? In the driver's seat, Xiao Weining twisted her head, her eyes cold as she looked at the passenger side Su Liao. What do you mean let go? Isn't she having a good time now? You know what I mean by that. Seeing this, Su Su lacked a faint smile, so he directly admitted it. Not bad. Just as you thought, in the future, she will also have to conceive an heir for my Su family. You! Xiao Weining's chest heaved with anger. Listen, is that even human? Do you have any morals at all? Su Su, I'm Ruoshua's mom. I know you're her mom. You just said last night that you'd let me carry your seed. I told you, what's the problem? You asshole, Xiao Weining said as tears rolled down from her eyes. If you dare to destroy Ruoshua's innocence, I will kill myself in front of you. Looking at Xiao Weining's determined eyes, Su Xiao sneered. Then you have to think about it. If you dare to commit suicide, I will abuse your daughter every day. You devil, you'll get what's coming to you one day. Retribution? Su Liao smiled. Retribution or not, he doesn't know. And don't want to know. Nowadays, his goal was to become stronger, and stronger again. To reach the realm of Jindan. Traveling to the cultivation world, Taiching Palace, in search of his sister Suyu. Anyone who stands in the way of his progress will be his enemy. All right, live with it if you want to see me get my comeuppance. Drive. Thinking of her daughter, who was still under Su Zhao's control, Xiao Weining took a deep breath, calmed down, and started the car towards Lin's manor. Lin's manor covers hundreds of acres. At the banquet site, a tall stage had been set up. Business celebrities, entertainment stars, and Z-giants gathered together. There are 3 admirals, all of whom were once under the command of old General Lin Wufei. The rest of the officials, large and small, numbered in the dozens. Many big names in the business world also arrived, such as Su Fei, Lin Fu, Feng Yun, Wang Teng, Reese, and Zhang Rong. And showbiz stars can get slightly closer to the core except for individuals with backgrounds. The rest of the stars have to stay on the fringes. Nowadays, the stars who are slightly famous in the imperial capital have also basically arrived. For example, Zhang Fei, Wang Qing, Lu Bing, Peng Yuhe, Lu Ying, Wang Chao, Su Li, Hu Jun, Zhang Tang, Zhu Zhu, Jin Shi, and Hu Ku. And Long Fei Fei, Zhou Ruorua, and Xin Li, who originally claimed to be holding a sick person, also arrived at the scene. From this, it could be seen what kind of status Lin Wufei had in the Longxia Kingdom. What a powerful network of relationships. Edge position, star zone. What programs have you all prepared? Wang Chao looked around at the group of colleagues and opened his mouth curiously. With so many people coming, it doesn't take much time for each one. So I've prepared a skit. After Zhang Teng said that, he swept his eyes over Long Fei Fei, Zhou Ruorua, Shun Li, Peng Yuhe, and the others one by one, and suddenly said jokingly again, "Aren't you guys afraid of being captured by Su Jiao when you go out?" Hearing this, Lu was skimmed his mouth with a disdainful look. Brother Tang, today the old general's birthday banquet, so many bigwigs. The surrounding area is protected by countless gun-toting soldiers. If he, Su Liao, dares to come, won't he be beaten into a sieve in minutes? That's right, if Su Su dares to come today, even if he has 3 heads and 6 arms, I'm afraid he won't be able to escape, let alone think of arresting anyone. Lu Ting glanced at Zhou Ruorua and confidently concurred. Not bad. How would Su Su have the guts to dare to come to a place like this? Ma Feng chimed in with a smile. The rest of the group nodded their heads in deep agreement. With the security specifications of this banquet, Su Lak's desire to capture someone here was tantamount to a fool's errand. Zhou Ruorua's heart was vaguely uneasy. She had already shrugged it off, but couldn't resist the persuasion of her husband. Lu Ting eventually came to the party as well. Long Fei Fei likewise had a trace of uneasiness in her heart. However, under the persuasion of her mother, Lu Mimi, and in light of the security specifications of the banquet, she eventually nodded her head in agreement with no choice. Xin Li, on the other hand, was attending this banquet because of Ma Feng and his son. Pang Yuha, on the other hand, like Luha, followed the elders of his family to attend the banquet. Just as the crowd at the banquet was talking, a burgundy Primera pulled into the estate, stayed in the parking area. Ma'am, I'll wander around by myself while you go about your business. By the way, think about Lin Ruoxue before you do anything, Su Lak said, turning around and walking towards the direction of the banquet. Xiao Weinian quietly looked at Su Su's back, and after a moment, she sighed and followed in the direction of the banquet. Lao Dong, why is your group suddenly thinking of doing takeout lately? A voice entered Su Su's ears. Turn your head and look. The person who spoke was Feng Yun, and beside him there were also Wang Teng, Lu Dong, Zhang Rong, and others. Glancing at the talking and laughing business celebrities, Su Su walked in the direction of the restroom. Yeah, Long Fei Fei, Zhou Ruorua, and Xin Li are surprisingly all here as well. A trace of surprise flashed in Su Su's eyes, and then a smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. Now that you're here, don't leave. Immediately, they headed towards the area where the stars were. As soon as Su Liao approached, before the rest of them noticed him, he had already stretched out his arm and asked, "Ugh, who are you? What are you doing over here?" In a flash, the gazes of Zhang Teng, Wang Chao, Lu Ting, Ma Feng, Long Fei Fei, Zhou Ruoruo, Shen Li, Pang Yuha, and the rest of the people looked towards Su Su. Chapter 40 Changes at the Party. My name is Su De. Hello, I'm General Lin's wife's bodyguard, Lin Yi, Su Su said. His eyes looked at the four people, Long Fei Fei, Zhou Ruorua, Shen Li, Pang Yuhi. The face calmly reminded, I've heard some news that Su Su might make a move on the female celebrities attending the banquet today. You'd better pay attention. Don't get kidnapped by Su Su. The words are gone. Turning away, he headed for the restroom. Looking at Su Su's back, Lu Ting, Ma Feng, and the others frowned. Lu Wa looked disdainful. Everyone don't listen to his nonsense. For this kind of occasion, if he borrowed 100 guts from Su Xiao, he wouldn't dare to come. It's better for you guys to pay attention. If you're really captured by Su Su, you won't have a chance to regret it. Zhang Teng kindly reminded. Lu Jing nodded his head gently. Zhang Teng is right. It's best for you guys to pay attention. Don't follow in the footsteps of Yang Yi and Lin Yutong and the others. At the mention of Yang Yi, Lin Yutong, Long Shaoke, and the others, the moods of the people present became heavy for a while. It was also unknown how on earth Su Su managed to go so long without being caught by the Longxia Police Department. The four of them, Long Fei Fei, Zhou Ruorua, Shen Li, and Pang Yuhi, became even more uneasy in their hearts. Did Su Su really dare to come here today? How is this possible? Unless he's eaten a bear's heart. Otherwise, he would certainly not dare to come. In the meantime, inside the bathroom, Su Yao once again utilized the bone shrinking technique and the transfiguration technique to transform into Su Yao's younger brother's appearance. Then he walked out of the bathroom, just in time to brush shoulders with Zhang Teng. Wow! The diverging currents poured down. The sound of water flowing resounded, and Zhang Teng crooked his neck, his mind recalling the face of the man who had just brushed against him. Who was that guy just now? Come to think of it, he looks like Su Jiu alas. Su Su couldn't really have blended in already. Could he? Zhang Teng was shocked in his heart and casually shook a few times, zipped up his zipper and ran outside. Banquet. Star area. Zhang Teng returned in a hurry and did not see the man he had just seen. He couldn't help but open his mouth and ask, have you guys seen someone who looks like Su Jiu appear? Someone who looks like Su Su? Long Fei Fei, Zhou Ruorua, Shen Li, and Peng Yuha's hearts trembled in unison. Even looked around. Seeing that there were no unfamiliar faces, he dropped his guard. Brother Tang, are you blind? How could a small person like Su Su appear at a banquet like this? He looked at Zhang Teng speechlessly. In his heart he spat out. Zhang Teng is old and blind. Looking at the skeptical eyes of Lu Ting and the others, Zhang Teng explained, I'm talking about the person who looks like Su Jiao. Not that it's Su Jiao. This person who looks like Su Jiao's height is estimated to be around 165 centimeters. But, looking at the looks, I think he must be related to Su Su, otherwise how could he look so much alike? Fifi, you guys really need to pay attention. Words. Long Fei Fei said with a worried expression. Thank you for reminding Brother Teng. We will pay attention. Lu Ting walked to Zhou Ruoruo's side and comforted. Wife, don't worry. If he, Su Su, dares to show up, I will protect you even if I have to spell out my life. Honey, it's so good to have you. Zhou Ruoruo was moved to look at Lu Ting. What more can a wife ask for when she has a husband like this? Seeing this, Ma Feng and Lu He also each walked over to Xin Li and Peng Yuhe. Xin Li, even though we're divorced now, if Su Su dares to touch you, I will protect you. Xin Li glanced at Ma Feng and nodded lightly. Although his face was calm, his heart was still moved for a moment. Next to it, Lu took Peng Yuhe's hand and said with conviction, Yuhe with me here. You can rest assured that if Su Liao wants to move you, he must first step over my corpse. Lu, I believe you, Peng Yuhe said, also holding onto Luha's hand tightly. I recently went to karate, and if he dares to show up, I'll knock him out. Hearing Lu's words, the surrounding crowd couldn't help but snicker in their hearts. You're such a sissy, you still want to beat down the humongous Susu? Hooker also walked over to Long Fei Fei and comforted. Don't worry. Susu couldn't possibly appear here. The words just fell from his lips. There was a sudden commotion in the center area of the banquet, as well as screams of terror coming out. The crowd looked up in unison, only to see that in the center area, a young man about 165 centimeters tall was holding a golden pistol in his hand, and the barrel of the pistol was being pressed against old General Lin Wufei's head. It's him. It's him. It's him. Zhang Teng pointed at the man with the gun and said in shock and panic. It does look like Su Su. Quickly look, is that one on the ground General Lin? Wang Chao suddenly exclaimed in shock. The crowd followed Wang Chao's finger and saw that General Lin Beichin was actually lying in a pool of blood at this moment. All of them were horrified in their hearts. Crazy. Dare to assassinate the general on such an occasion? Not a cutie, and definitely just crazy. Lu only felt his legs trembling. Luckily, he and Ma Feng held each other up so that he didn't sit down on the ground. Central area. Inside the banquet hall, except for those in the star area. All of you exit or I'll blow old General Lin's head off with one shot. Su Liao looked at the surrounding crowd and uttered a threat. As for snipers, he wasn't worried. 1,000 meters of warning distance was enough for him. Lin Wuxie's 3 admiral subordinates looked at each other and nodded, then lifted his hand and waved it. The rest of the crowd saw the admiral's order and retreated toward the outside of the banquet hall. Su Liao glanced at the star area, and Lu He and the others quietly retreated towards the outside of the banquet hall. Anyone from the Star District who dares to leave one, I'll explode the old general. Su Liao's words fell. At once, several rifle-wielding soldiers forced the Star District crowd back. Hu Ku, Zhang Teng, Wang Chao and the others tried to maintain their composure despite their fearful apprehension. Luwa, on the other hand, was almost paralyzed. Long Fei Fei, Zhou Ruorua, Shun Li, and Peng Yuhe looked at the gaze cast by Su Su and despaired in their hearts. They were clear that they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to walk out of Lin's manor peacefully today. Soon, the large banquet hall was then left with Su Xiao, Lin Wufei, and a group of entertainment stars. Su Liao, on the other hand, led Lin Wufei towards the star area. My Lin family has no grudge against you. Why did you kill my son Beichin? Lin Wuxie was still puzzled until now. Your son Lin Beichin harmed my parents. It is only right that I kill him. As for you, old general, please don't worry. As long as those people outside are peaceful, I won't kill innocents indiscriminately. My son North Star killed your parents? Lin Wuxie frowned. Soon, Su Suyao walked up to Zhang Teng and the others. Introduce yourself. My name is Su De, and Su Jiao is my brother. My brother, he has a hobby. That is, he likes beautiful women, and even more so, he likes to let those beautiful women breed heirs for him. I think Long Fei Fei, Zhou Ruorua, Xin Li, Peng Yuhe, the 4 of you are just fine. My brother will definitely like it. Chapter 41 3 Ladies, Flesh Changes. Su Liao's words had just fallen. In his mind, the warning mini-map flashed red like crazy. On the screen, a gold-colored warhead with a diameter of about 20 millimeters and a length of about 100 millimeters was coming towards his brain at a speed of 1,000 ms. Shoo! Su Yao instantly shifted, grabbing Lu He next to him and lifting him up to block in front. Bang! Ow! The sound of eggs breaking rang out, followed by Lu's miserable howl. Zhang Teng, Wang Chao, Hu Ku, Jin Shi and the others, their eyes widened and they drew cold air. Hands subconsciously covered downward. Peng Yuhe was dumbfounded. Lu changes. Turns real girly. If you want the old general to die, you guys just keep sniping me. See who dies first. Su Liao bellowed, tossing Lu Ho aside. Immediately afterward, His gaze went to Peng Yuhe. Come here. And you three. Seeing this, Lu Ting and Ma Feng's faces changed wildly. Immediately, he stepped forward and blocked in front of Zhou Ruoruo and Xin Li. Hooker also stepped forward and blocked in front of Long Fei Fei. Oh, quite smitten. I'm gonna count to 3. Get out of the way and I'll take them with me, or else what happens to Lu Ho will be the same thing that happens to you. On the side, Zhang Tang, Wang Chao and the others looked at Lu He, who was lying on the ground, not knowing whether he was alive or dead, and then looked at Lu Ting and the others, and they could not help but worry about the 3 in their hearts. 3, 2, 1. Haha, pretty tough. So let's all become eunuchs. As Su Liao spoke, the Desert Eagle pointed at Lu Ting. Husband. Zhou Ruoruo was terrified and worried, and tightly grasped Lu Ting's arm. Don't shoot me, wakey, I'll let you have it. Lu Ting shivered and hurriedly moved to the side, but Zhou Ruoruo grabbed his arm again. For a moment, surprisingly, he didn't move away. Yeah. Sorry, wife, I don't want to turn into a eunuch. Lu Ting broke Zhou Ruoruo's arm and ran to the side. Honey, don't leave me behind. Zhou Ruoruo's eyes were filled with teardrops as she looked at Lu Ting helplessly. I'm sorry, Xin Li. I don't want to turn into a eunuch either. Ma Feng also dropped Xin Li and ran to the side. Ha! Su Liao let out a cold laugh. Bang bang. 2 shots. Lu Ting and Ma Feng wailed in agony and curled up on the ground, bowed into shrimps. Soon after, it passed out from the pain. Immediately following, there was another thud. Hooker slips under an overhand right. Old Hu, Kensi exclaimed and ran over to him, scooping him up into his arms and checking him out. Next, the surrounding stars, the snipers hiding in the shadows, and the many bigwigs in front of the monitor stared in horror. 5 big living people unexpectedly disappeared into thin air under their noses. What a living hell. Xiao Weining looked at the 5 people who had disappeared from the surveillance, as well as Lin Beichen, who was lying in a pool of blood. His face was as calm as water, and he couldn't tell if he was sad or happy. 10 minutes later, for ambulances, woo, arrive on the scene. Lin Beichen, Lu He, Lu Ting, and Ma Feng were carried to the ambulance. In the large banquet hall, only the Spirit Springs space. The women were sitting around the table, chatting. Fifi, Ruoruo, Xinli, how are you guys? Yang Yi looked at the sudden appearance of several familiar figures, and his surprised words got stuck in his throat halfway through. No need to think, it's my own man's doing again. Aoi. Long Fei Fei and Shun Li's sad eyes suddenly had a glimmer of light and ran towards Yang Yi and Long Xiao Kuai. Peng Yuhe glanced apprehensively at Su Su and followed. Zhou Ruoruo, on the other hand, stood in place as if she had lost her soul, her eyes lifeless, although the husband was forced by the man beside him. However, in her moment of distress and helplessness, her husband left her behind and said something about giving her away to the man beside him, which stung her deeply. All the oaths and vows that were once made have been reduced to nothing. Su Lak looked at the disoriented Zhou Ruoruo and ignored her. Doctor jumped onto a mattress on the side and sat on his knees. Triple physique. Pick up. Load. Moment. A metaphysical power surged into the body from the celestial aura. In the blink of an eye, it traveled to every cell in the body. Creep. Reinforcement. Creep. Lin Yutong's nose suddenly twitched. What's that smell? It smells good. Suck on. The flavor of nature. Smell good. Where's that smell coming from? The women egged their noses and moved their feet, following the scent of nature's fresh fragrance. Gah! Lin Yutong, Moon Yanxue, and Su Deli pressed their hands on the mattress, their gazes stunned as they looked at Su Liao. Is it the smell of a husband? It looks like. Why does Su Su's body suddenly give off such a nice smell? I want to bite into it. Zadiri, where do you want to bite? Yang Yi looked at Su Deli with a snicker. Then his gaze went somewhere. Su Dili's face that was full of Western flavor was instantly as if it was engorged with blood. A scarlet red. Sister E, you're all learning from Su Su. Sister E. Why did Su Su's body suddenly emit this flavor? Tong Xiaodan couldn't help but ask as well. This? I don't know. Maybe the cultivation has been successful and the flesh has evolved. Let's go to the side and talk. Don't disturb hubby. Yang Yi pointed to the distance and whispered. Lin Yutong, Moon Yanxue, and Su Deli hurriedly covered their mouths, tiptoeing off into the distance. and as a new member of the Spirit Spring space. The four of them, Long Fei Fei, Xun Li, Zhou Ruoruo, and Peng Yuhe, were both confused and curious. What they heard, practice, evolution. Could it be that the man in front of him was a cultivator of immortality? What is this place again? And didn't Lin Yutong and the others become Su Zhou's women? Why would you call Su De, Su Zhao's brother, your husband? The four of them glanced at Su Su, who was sitting cross-legged, before turning to follow. They need to know more. At this point, Su Liao's consciousness was immersed in the Dantian location, and he was unaware of everything in the outside world. Although he didn't cultivate any techniques, the 15 times physique had surprisingly caused his physical body and spirit to metamorphose. His spirit, surprisingly, could achieve inner vision. Heart, liver, spleen, lungs, kidneys, and many other organs clearly appear in the mind. Moreover, his blood, incredibly, emitted a faint golden light. It's like the Buddha is in the world. At the location of the Dantian, a light golden lake was born. Golden seawater ebbs and flows, vaguely emitting a boom of thunder. Hummer, my body now, what is this? Sulak couldn't help but inquire. Before even cultivating, such a strange change had occurred within his body. True, unbelievable. Congratulations to the host. His physique has broken through the critical point, realizing the first evolution of flesh and spirit. Please keep up the good work, have more heirs, become the emperor as soon as possible, and step into the path of cultivation. Chapter 42. The Moose. What should I do with Susu? Tong Tong 1. Recall 1. Read the snow for 2. Foamy 2. It's amazing that it's only 6 heirs after all this effort. It's a full 43 short of 49. It's a long way to go. Ms. Su and Mrs. Xiao have slept together, but neither is pregnant yet. Li Mengchen, Long Xiaoke, Su Dili, Tong Xiaodan, Bai Mengjie, Qiao Dudu, Lin Ruoxue, Long Feifei, Xun Li, Zhou Ruoruo, and Peng Yuhe. All of them hadn't been touched yet, even though they had been caught by him in this space. By the way, there were also Wu Mengmeng and Ji Bingning from the Magic Sound Operations Department. Su Liao suddenly thought of the 2 people who had blocked his magic voice account. If all of them conceive an heir, 1 for each person, the total is only 21. LOL Omega, gotta pick up the pace. Who to spoil next? Su Liao gazed in the direction of the women. Antidote to poison. Extracted. Shoo! A pitch-black pill appeared in his hand. Sniff. Colorless and odorless. Cast directly into the mouth. Swallowed into the belly. There was no change, as if the food was just an unsalted pill. Taking a deep breath, Su Su stood up from the mattress, wandering towards the ladies. Ha ha ha. There's no such thing as Suda. It's all Su Zhou alone pretending to be Su Zhou. Suda, specializing in something unethical. As soon as Su Liao walked in, he saw Bai Mengjie showing her small tiger teeth and laughing, bad-mouthing him behind his back. Mengjie, smiling so happily, wait for me back in your room later. By the way, I also prepared a search uniform for you. Change into it for me later. Yeah, Su Lak you. Why did you come over? I was all joking just now. I didn't mean to say anything bad about you. Sulak waved his hand. It doesn't matter, sooner or later, we'll have to go through it anyway. There's not much of a difference between 1 step earlier and 1 step later. I'm in no hurry, you can go by age first. As he said that, his gaze also sneaked a look at Long Xiaokuai, Zhou Ruoruo, and Long Feifei several people. Su Liao smiled faintly and took out 5 resident pills. These 5 resident pills, Lin Ruoxue, Long Feifei, 1 for each of the 5 of you. Su Liao had just distributed the pills to the 5. When Lin Yutong and Mun Yanxue came forward and pulled him in, sniffing at him, "Hubby, how come you don't smell again?" The tantalizing smell that had just been there was gone. "Haha. It's the lack of flavor that makes it the most flavorful," Sulak said, walking to Bai Mengjie. He intercepted the waist and took Bai Mengjie, who was wearing a pink one-piece nightgown, into his arms. Soft and boneless, fat where it should be, thin where it should be, and skin that is smooth and delicate to the touch. A trace of faint fragrance emanated from Bai Mengjie's body and traveled into Su Yao's nostrils. The desire in Su Su's heart was even more stimulated. "Manyi, which room did you pick?" I won't tell you." Bai Mengjie wrapped her arms around Su Su's neck and feigned anger, twisting her head to the side. "If you don't tell me, then I'll have you right now in front of them." As Sulak said that, He was about to make a move to remove Bai Mengjie's pajamas. Don't, I'll tell you just that. Bai Mengjie grabbed Su Liao's hand and pointed to a space capsule. Seeing this, Su Lak hugged Bai Mengjie and walked in. The unthinkable happened. Bai Mengjie actually did change into a moose and had long antlers. It's like an elf in the forest. And Su Su becomes a brave elk rider, maintaining the peace and justice of the forest. Yanjing, First People's Hospital. Ward 9527. 3 beds were placed. At the moment, there is a patient in every bed. At the moment, they were all staring blankly at the ceiling, as if their lives had lost all meaning. Not bad. These 3 were none other than Lu Wa, Lu Ting, and Ma Feng. Difficult men, all without the tools of evil. The future of life is dark.
草泥马许德，草泥马许缺，我恨你们。
Lu was suddenly let out a scream, sharp and high-pitched. Listening to Lu was feminized screams. Lu Ting and Ma Feng felt the emptiness, and tears could not help but say their eyes rolled down. Why? What did I do wrong? Why does God punish me like this? Zhang Tang, Wang Chao and the others looked at the miserable appearance of the 3 and silently exited the ward. Wang Chao's heart burst with happiness. Luckily, Suda didn't look at his wife Su Li. Otherwise, he was afraid that he was also lying in the hospital room at this moment, wailing miserably. Alas, now those good-looking stars in the circle are afraid that everyone will be in danger. Zhang Tang couldn't help but sigh. As this continues, showbiz beauties will eventually, I'm afraid, be wiped out. All that's left is a few crooked ones. Wang Chao nodded in deep thought. Being messed up by the Su Lak brothers duo like this, I'm afraid that the showbiz industry is going to sunset. LOL. The 2 sighed in unison. Wang Chao suddenly spoke up again. Brother Teng, do you think that the 2 Su Su brothers could really be immortal cultivators? When he thought of the 5 people who disappeared out of thin air, Wang Chao was as curious as a cat scratching in his heart. It's possible. I see that many netizens on the internet are now discussing Su Su, all saying that Su Su might have obtained some kind of golden finger, and that this golden finger is also related to beautiful women, especially women who are famous and pretty. Moreover, many netizens seem to have set up some sort of Su clan army, expecting that one day, Su Su will be able to take them flying. And this, Wang Chao was surprised for a moment. It seems like it's just today. I haven't seen it before. At those words, Wang Chao pondered for a while. It wasn't like he hadn't read the Fanny novels. So of course he understood what the gold finger was that the netizens had mentioned. If Brother Sujio really obtains such a chance, shouldn't I also join the Su family army earlier? In the meantime, what happened in Yanjing Lin's manor had also reached the Mutant City Police headquarters. The large conference room, in addition to Wang Defa, and Xian, Song Zhong and others. Shen Yu, Lu Qiming and Chen Duoduo are listed. Extrapolating from the available information, I believe that Su Liao, Suda, and the person who assassinated the caretaker should all be Su Liao alone in disguise. If that's really the case, then wouldn't it be a joke for us mortals to go and want a person who cultivates immortals? And Xian's words caused a moment of silence in the conference room. Is it useful for mortals to post wanted notices for people who cultivate immortality? So we're just going to watch him do it to one pretty woman after another and see him get away with it? And Foamy, doesn't that matter either? Song Zhong's heart was filled with unwillingness. It took so long to track down the man to be apprehended, only to find out that the man to be apprehended was an immortal cultivator. Moreover, the woman of his heart's desire might be lying in Suda's arms at this moment. At this moment, apart from helplessness and anger, there was a deep despair left. After a long time, an Xian said quietly, "Let's see what the top says first. This is no longer something we can handle. It'll have to do." Yanjing, General Police Department, Conference Room. 9 men sat around the oval conference table. Those 3 admirals that appeared in Lin's manor were listed. The remaining 6 are all at the decision-making level of the Longxia Police Headquarters. You've all seen the news on the internet. Is there anything you want to say? Qin Lai, the head of the Longxia Police Headquarters, looked at the crowd and spoke with a calm expression. All sorts of things showed that Su Su had become a different person from the moment he left Xiqing to go to Hengdian to kidnap Lin Yutong. As for whether he is a cultivator of immortality cannot be determined, but can be sure that yes, he has definitely left the normal human category. Vice Potato Chief Zhang is right. Su Su can no longer be treated as a normal person. We should now consider what to do next with this son. Should we continue to arrest him with all our might, or should we compromise and mend fences with him? Chapter 43, Air +1, Zhou Ruorua shoots Su Xiao. Capture? He disappeared in a whoosh. What are we going to capture on? Should we just watch him capture our people? My idea, why don't we just revoke the warrant on him and befriend him? Befriending? Then how are we going to give the people an explanation for what he did? Humph, the people's account is just as good as any reason, and it's up to them whether they believe it or not. Not bad. I am also in favor of befriending him. If we can obtain his kind of ability, I believe our country's strength will be taken to the next level. At that time, we can even... Inside the conference room, the 3 military admirals, as well as Longxia Police Chief Potato Commissioner Qin Lai and Deputy Chief Commissioner Zhang Daorong were silent. Doesn't Su Liao still have a dozen or so mothers-in-law and fathers-in-law? We can utilize his fathers-in-law and mothers-in-law to design an arrest. First-class potato leader Song Qi suddenly opened his mouth. Qin Lai shook his head. Su Liao's parents have passed away, and his only relative, Su Yu, has now disappeared. We can't bet on Su Su's feelings for his in-laws. If we fail, we're afraid it'll be as hard as heaven if we want to befriend him again. At those words, the crowd nodded in agreement. Admiral Chun Chongqing sighed and said, Chief Potato Qin, let's revoke the wanted notice on him first then. Also, find another decent reason to have a conference and give the public an explanation. Spirit Springs Space. The capsule inside the bedroom. By Meng Jie lay on Su Su's chest. Su Lak, you don't know the slightest bit about compassion. You still make people wear that what's-his-name rags? Shame on you. Bai Mengjie said, taking a bite on Su Su's shoulder. Hey Manye, I'll go buy some other kinds when I have time. Humph. I'm definitely not listening to you anymore. Bai Mengjie beamed, depressed. How I bought into your ghost. Su Su, will you really become an immortal in the future? I'll do my best to get stronger. When he thought of his parents, who had passed away due to his own complicity, Su Liao's heart was strangled. Dad, Mom, one day, my son will bring you back to life. Su Su, do you really want to go to the cultivation world to find your sister in the future? Aha! And, will you take us with you then? Bai Mengjie's chin rested against Su Su's chest as she tilted her face and looked at Su Su apprehensively. If you are willing to leave with me, I certainly won't leave you at Sky Blue Aquamarine. Then in the future, in the cultivation world, if you meet an even more beautiful and magnificent fairy, saint girl, devil girl, demon girl, or empress, will you abandon us? At those words, Su Liao looked to the cheeks that were close at hand, with apprehensive eyes. He Mengjie. It seems that I still haven't subdued you just now. With that, his palm grabbed towards Bai Mengjie's waist. Nightfall. As new members, the 4 of them, Long Fei Fei, Shen Li, Zhou Ruorua, and Peng Yu He, were all still wearing their dresses from the banquet. They sat on the couch, looking at the capsule where Bai Mengjie was, their moods growing heavier. The whole day, Bai Mengjie also do not know what kind of abuse, even inside White Monkjack's space capsule. Honey, I'm convinced you haven't answered that question of mine. When you meet more gorgeous women, will you get tired of the old? Su Lak looked at Bai Mengjie with a burst of helplessness. The 90s 4 little flower girls are so afflicted at the moment. Just put your heart in your mouth. I'm not the kind of person who likes new things. Su Lak said, rubbing Bai Mengjie's hair that was tinged with fragrant sweat. Well, I believe you. Honey, don't you want an heir? Let's continue. Aren't you tired? No, not tired. Looking at the tired-looking Bai Mengjie, Su Lak smiled and softly said, go out and eat some food to replenish your energy first. We'll continue later. Well, then. Yanjing. Magic Voice Group, Operations Department. Ji Bingning hung up the phone, her heart bursting with anger and helplessness. A person as bad as Su Su was, the top management of the Magic Voice Group had even requested that his account be unblocked. Even the higher-ups of the Dragon Summer Kingdom were prepared to revoke Su Su's wanted. Why? Did he kidnap so many stars and just let it go? Although she was furious in her heart, she had no choice but to unblock Su Su's 2 accounts. LOL.
Ji Bingning sighed.
The society is still that way after all. Spirit Springs Space. For 3 days in a row, neither Bai Mengjie nor Sujiu left the capsule. If anything, it followed for 3 days straight. Long Fei Fei, Shen Li, and Peng Yuha. After a few days of familiarity, the fearful apprehension was much lower. And Zhou Ruorua, although she looked calm, But in her heart, she hated her husband for fleeing from the battlefield, and even more so, she hated Su Xiao as the culprit, thinking that it won't be long before she'll be like Bai Mengjie by Su Liao. Even, conceiving an heir for Su Su was a pang of sadness in her heart. Sister Ruoruo, we don't know how to persuade you. Since Su Su brought you here, he definitely won't let you leave peacefully. If you want to go out and see your child soon, the only way to do it now is to talk about Su Liao, so think about it. Lin Yutong said and turned towards Moon Yenxue and the others. Inside White Monkjack's space capsule, Su Lak looked at Bai Mengjie, who had fallen asleep, and listened to the voices in his head, his heart bursting with excitement. Heaven forbid. For days of hard work and finally for a change. Sunship +1. The arcane power once again surged into the body from the celestial aura, strengthening every cell of the flesh. The golden lake in the dantian was a few more points larger. The golden light faintly emanating from the blood was also a touch stronger. Su Su had a vague feeling that, at this moment, ordinary guns and knives could no longer harm him. Glancing at the sleeping Bai Mengjie beside him, Su Yao gently got up, put on his clothes and left the capsule. He walked over to Lin Yutong and the others. Hubby, is Manhui she pregnant too? Seeing Su Su finally exit the capsule, Moon Yenxue and the others stared at Su Su curiously. Haha, that's for sure. My Su family is +1. Su Liao laughed out loud and took out the pistol he had snatched from Chen Duoduo, looking at the ladies. Which one of you is going to take this gun and hit me with it? What? Lin Yutong, Moon Yenxue, Yang Yi, Lin Maxian and the others froze. What did Su Xiao say? Let them shoot him with a gun? Honey, are you crazy? Yes, husband, hurry up and put the gun away. Do you want the baby to be fatherless before it's even born? What are you guys thinking? I just feel like my flesh can harden against bullets without getting hurt and wanted to test it. Su Suyao swept the crowd and walked over to Zhou Ruoruo. Hate me? Hit me with a gun if you hate me. Su Liao said, loading the bullets and shoving the pistol into Zhou Ruoruo's hands again. Honey, it's too dangerous. I won't allow you to test it like that. Yes, husband. What would you do to us and the children if something happened to you? Bang! Before Moon Yenxue's words fell, Zhou Ruoruo had already pulled the trigger with an icy expression. Zhou Ruoruo, don't. Lin Yutong and the others hissed, but it was too late. The bullet had already flown out of the gun and was headed towards Su Su's chest. Lin Mo, who was watching Zhou Ruoruo, saw Zhou Ruoruo's finger pulling on the trigger, and without hesitation, she took an arrow step and rushed in front of Su Su. Bang! Chapter 44 Decision Making. Wakey robbery? The only martial art in the world is fast. Amidst the horrified gazes of the women, Su Yao's palm instantly appeared in front of Lin Mo's chest. The gold-colored bullet slammed into Su Su's palm with a bang. Lin Yutong, Moon Yenxue, and Yang Yi were first stunned, then panically pushed Zhou Ruoruo away and rushed to Su Su's side.
老公，你怎么样了？
Su Liao smiled and shook his head. Don't worry, I'm fine. With that, he spread out his palms. A still smoking bullet lay in the palm of his hand, and the palms of his hands were slightly reddened. Lin Yutong, Moon Yenxue, Yang Yi, and Lin Momo's eyes rolled round. Su Deli, Long Fei Fei, and the others were also shocked as they looked at the bullet in the palm of Su Suyao's hand. You can catch a bullet with your empty hand? And still so close. Is this the legendary cultivator? The women murmured in their minds. Hubby, you can even catch bullets with your empty hand now. That's awesome. Lin Yutong, Moon Yenxue, and the others looked adoringly at Su Su. Zhou Ruoruo watched as Su Liao palmed the bullet. The pistol fell to the ground, and the person followed suit and sat paralyzed on the red carpet. At this time, Yang Yi turned her head and looked at Zhou Ruoruo with an icy expression, then walked over to Su Su's side and said in a low voice, Hubby, she didn't even hesitate to shoot you, and there's no telling what dangerous things she'll do in the future. Now, I'm afraid that the only way she will be able to settle her heart with you is if she also carries your husband's heir. Hubby, Sister Yi is right. Why don't you carry her back to her room and have her now? Lin Yutong offered with worried eyes. Yeah, honey, we're all behind you. Words. Su Liao glanced at his 4 wives and then at Zhou Ruoruo, who was paralyzed on the ground behind him. Lapse into contemplation. After taking the face-resident pill, her and Long Fei Fei's face value had almost returned to its peak. But then again, the human heart is the hardest thing to figure out. At the moment, Zhou Ruoruo was indeed a destabilizing factor. Babes, so do what you need to do. I'm going back to work. Yes, husband, go for it. Su Xiao walked straight towards Zhou Ruoruo, and when he crouched down, he picked up the dull and lifeless her and walked towards a space capsule. Being carried into Su Su's arms, Zhou Ruoruo did not struggle. As if a walking corpse, inside the capsule parlor, Su Liao placed Zhou Ruoruo on the dining table. If you want to see your children again, don't act like a corpse. Hearing about the child, there was finally a glimmer of light in Zhou Ruoruo's eyes. Su, you ruined my home. You're a bastard, an animal. Oh, wouldn't it be better to destroy it and build another one? If you want to scold, hurry up while this is happening. Later on you are afraid that you can't separate your energy to scold me. In a few days, maybe you won't be able to spare me the scolding. Oh, beast. Come on, big deal. Just take it as a dog bite. Oh, that beast will satisfy you now, Su said. The sound of tearing resonated through the living room. Boom, boom, boom. A shaking of the ground. Not far. The ladies looked at the vibrating capsule and stared in horror. This actually made such a big space capsule shake. Zhou Ruoruo suffer. Fei, Shunli, you guys know quite a bit about Su Lak now. I hope that in the future we can live in peace and work together to maintain the Su family. Yang Yi looked at Long Fei, Shunli and Peng Yuhe and said with a calm face. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days rushed by. Outside, the Class A wanted notice on Su had been revoked. Long Xia Police Department Chief Potato Chief Qin Lai External has held a conference. 3 points are summarized below. The Longxia General Police Department revokes the Class A warrant for Su. The Chief Potato Commissioner, Qin Lai, wished to have a dialogue with Su and was willing to talk amicably and peacefully. Regarding the kidnapped actress, the public will be given an explanation after the peace talks with Su. For GAO decisions, many sensible netizens have long guessed this ending. Cultivators like Su Liao, unless the top brass of Longxia are all cuties. Cultivator. Otherwise it is bound to befriend for the greatest good. As for the brainless loyalists, Longxia officials did not pay much attention to the fact that anyone who dared to make trouble would be detained. It's time to let go. The judgment. When it's time to go in for a makeover, go in for a makeover. Yanjing Twin Tower. At this moment, although it was already dark, Xiao Weining was still in the chairman's office and had not left. She didn't want to go back to the place in Lin Manor that made her sad. She smiled to herself when she learned of the Ryusha Police Department's decision. A lieutenant general was killed, and that's all there is to it. It can be seen that no matter how high the status of an individual is, it can never be higher than the interests of the country. And what could she, a woman, do? Now, the only thing I wish for is for my daughter to be alive and well, and that's enough. LOL. Xiao Weining sighed and supported her chin with both hands, lost in thought. I don't know what came to mind, but her face suddenly flushed for a moment. Suddenly, another flash of shame. Peony City, Greentown Chunfeng Jiangnan Neighborhood, Building 13, Room 801, Parlor. Su Yuexin was wearing white short sleeves and black super short pants, lying on the sofa, a pair of long white legs intertwined in a tantalizing manner. At this moment, she looked at the news about Su on the internet, eyes full of thoughts. Ever since changing shape, Su's figure would appear in her mind from time to time. She had also sent wizard's messages to Su and made phone calls, none of which were answered. She understood in her heart that Su was definitely in the spiritual spring space. When will you be back, little ingrate? Do you know that teacher misses you? When you come back, teacher will promise you those demands you made last time. Su Yuexin muttered. Unfortunately, Su couldn't hear it. Spirit spring space. He was not aware of all that was happening in the outside world. 4 days were given to Bai Mengjie. Immediately after that, before resting for a moment, another 3 days were given to Zhou Ruoruo. LOL. Born to be a laborer, but labor pays off in the end. The humongous voice finally sounded again as the sage moment approached. Congratulations to the host, congratulations to the host, once again blessed with twin heirs, rewarded with triple physique X1, 1 bottle of rejuvenation pill. Hint. A bottle of 49 rejuvenation pills. Taking one can revitalize a decaying body and prolong life for 10 years. Each person can take a maximum of 1. Effective only for mortals. An elixir that can extend a mortal's life for 10 years doesn't seem to be of much use to me. Shaking his head, Su Liao no longer paid attention to the spring recovery pill. Extract the triple physique again. The esoteric power once again descended from the sky and did not enter the heavenly aura. The flesh was once again strengthened. The golden sea of bitterness in the dantian once again expanded by a circle. The golden glow contained in the blood was another shade stronger. Every inch of the entire body, the spirit can do all the internal visualization. The mold of the prostate is also clearly visible, which is truly amazing. Unfortunately, it was still not possible to do the outward release of spiritual power in immortal cultivators. 21 times the adult physique caused Susu's self-confidence to skyrocket once again. No exaggeration. At the moment, he is the red giant of the Dragon Summerland. I wonder if I can beat a foundation stage cultivator now? Sulak was curious in his heart. But, on Sky Blue Aqua Planet, that question is destined to remain unanswered. Looking at Zhou Ruorua beside him, with tears still on her face and a red mark on her petite body, Su Yao's gaze also became much softer. After all, she was now the mother of 2 dolls in the Su family and could not be treated like she had been the other day. Baby, congratulations on the twins. Su Liao wrapped his arms around Zhou Ruoruo's fragrant and sweaty body, his face full of smiles. Zhou Ruoruo froze. I'm pregnant? Pregnant with twins? Baby, get some rest and I'll take you out when I have time. Su Liao patted Zhou Ruoruo's bare back. Then, got up and exited the capsule. Honey, is it done? Seeing Su finally walk out of the capsule again, Lin Yutong, Yang Yi, Moon Yenshue, Lin Momo, and Bai Mengjie curiously surrounded them. Hey, wives, fortunately. Zhou Ruorua is already pregnant with twins. Another twin? In that case, the number of pregnant women in the Su family's backyard had now reached 6. 3 singletons, 3 twins. To think that Moon Yenshue, Lin Momo, and Zhou Ruorua were all pregnant with twins. Lin Yutong, Yang Yi, and Bai Mengjie secretly decided in their hearts that they would also give birth to twins for Su in their next birth. If the next one doesn't, move on to the next one. Hugging them one by one, Su Yao softly said, Babies, Ruorua is in your hands. I'll go out and check the situation. After saying that, Su's figure disappeared in front of the eyes of the ladies. Yanjing, Lin's manor. Su Liao's figure once again appeared at the location where the banquet had been held in the first place. At the moment it was empty. The stage and many other facilities have been removed. Sulak took out his cell phone and dialed Xiao Weining's number. Chapter 45. Kidnapping in the Night. Twin Towers. On the 49th floor, in the chairman's office, Su pushed open the door and walked in, wearing a black silk wrap-around skirt. Xiao Weining sat on the chairman's office chair, fuming. Seeing Su's arrival, she looked at Su and then averted her gaze, no longer looking at Su. What? Still harboring resentment in your heart? Sulak walked over to Xiao Weining and sat half his butt on her desk, smiling as he asked, You killed my son? You killed my husband? And you kidnapped my daughter? Shouldn't I be resentful? Aha, there doesn't seem to be a problem. But, it doesn't matter, hate it. He doesn't care. Su Liao smiled, took out a face-residing pill, pinched Xiao Weining's chin, and roughly stuffed the pill into her mouth. What did you feed me?
Vom Tilde.
Xiao Weining's face changed and she lowered her head to dry heave. Suddenly, an unpleasant odor emanated from her body and reached her nostrils. It's the residence pill, the pill of beauty and youth for eternal youth. This smell is exactly what emanates from your body when impurities are expelled from your body. You're all black. Go to the restroom and wash up. Xiao Weining looked at the black dirt on the surface of her bare skin, screamed, and ran into the restroom in a panic. Sulak smiled, lifted his butt and sat down on the chairman's office chair, taking out his cell phone. Ding dong, ding dong. The message beeps kept ringing. Su lacked a frown and opened the Prestige. Su Yuexin's news, as well as the news of some relatives and classmates and hometowns. Without paying attention to the messages from his relatives and others, Su opened the Su Yuexin chat interface. Welp, the Longxia officials have actually given up their manhunt for me? Looking at Su Yuexin's message, Su Jiu quickly opened the magic voice software. Welp, I can't believe I got my magic voice account unblocked too? What the hell? What about all the things I've done? Puzzled, Sulak opened the official magic voice number of the Longxia Police Department. Watching the briefing hosted by Director General Qin Lai. How dare you try to befriend me? Su Liao couldn't help but frown in contemplation. Befriending him is nothing more than trying to get benefits from him in exchange. But what does he have to offer them now? It seems like there is nothing else but the spirit spring water and the rejuvenation pill. Shaking his head, Su put this behind him. Immediately, the tip for the top video 99 plus was turned on again. Clearly, he was told to go watch a video. Su Lak clicked in suspiciously. A few moments later, Su Liao's face turned a shade ugly. A bunch of little days and sticks that really seemed to be in need of discipline. How dare you publicly stink and provoke him, and threaten to beat the out of him if he dared to show up in the little day with the stick territory? It's really a case of the old man hanging himself. Looking for death. Su Lak pulled a face and opened the video recording. Hello everyone. I don't think I need much of an introduction as to who I am. I have seen the remarks about the small days and the stick. I hereby make a solemn promise: the first stop, stick; the second stop, small days. I hope that the stick and the small days to be ready. Then I will be all out. If I cannot catch, your country will be handed over to me to manage it. Perhaps I will take you to a more glorious tomorrow. In addition, I have one more thing to say. Beautiful people in the entertainment circle and netizen circle, as the saying goes, those who know what's good for them are good at what they do. I hope you'll all be more conscientious and take the initiative to look for me in Peony City instead of letting me come to your doorsteps one by one. Note: don't send in the crooked ones. Lastly, Chief Potato Chin of the Dragon Summer Kingdom. Regarding cooperation, I do not have any extra time at the moment. However, I believe that it won't be long before we will have the opportunity to cooperate, and at that time I hope that Long Xia will give me more support. When you're done recording, click publish to top it off again. Oh, thinking of the video that Stick and Little Day had released against him, Su Lak sneered in his heart. Waiting to be ho-hum. Hopefully, when the time comes, you won't regret what you've done. Su, are you still there? Inside the bathroom, Xiao Weining's voice suddenly rang out. What's wrong? My clothes are stained with dirt. Can you help me get a set of clothes? Oh, good, Su Lak said with a bad smile on his face. The uniform that Bai Mengjie had worn appeared in her hands. Toward the bathroom. Su Liao, you asshole. Is this dress worn by a human being? Xiao Weining's voice of shame and indignation came out from within the bathroom. Hey, don't put it on then, so you don't have to take it off later. Su Lak intercepted and picked up Xiao Weining, then walked toward the chairman's lounge next door. After a long time, Su Liao walked back to the office in a refreshed state. Unfortunately, there was still no success in conceiving an heir. Sitting on the chairman's office chair, Su Liao took out his laptop. After a burst of snapping and tapping, information about Ji Bingning and Wu Mengming's addresses appeared on the computer screen. He had to make himself stronger before he could wreak havoc on his country, to ensure that it is strong enough to suppress and deter the enemy. If Ji Bingning and Wu Mengming could make him stronger, it would be considered a great honor and glory for the country. Ulpic Gardens. 126 buildings, a full 31 floors. And Wu Mingming's house is on the 22nd floor. Su Xiao tilted his head, looking at the 70 to 80 meter high building. His figure was like an ape, and with the help of the protruding balcony, he appeared on the 22nd floor balcony after a few consecutive jumps. Gently opening the floor-to-ceiling window between the balcony and the living room, Su Liao walked into the darkened living room. Wu Mengming's house is not big, belonging to the small 3 rooms. Her brother, who is in college, happens to be home as well, along with her parents. Su Liao sniffed and identified Wu Mengming's room. This chick, locking the door when she's sleeping in her own house. Su Lak gently twisted the doorknob and couldn't help but spit in his heart. Once upon a time, in his home, he and his sister Suyu never locked the door when they slept at night. But how could a small door lock be difficult for him? A piece of wire is enough to open most door locks. Su Liao gently walked over to the bed. With the help of the faintly bright light from the window, Su Liao finally got a good look at Wu Mengming's real face. Wearing thin pink cartoon pajamas, shoulder-length short reddish-brown hair, goose egg face, long eyelashes, skin as white and smooth as a peeled egg. Su Liao couldn't help but lower his head and kiss her on her small, rosy mouth. Why do I suddenly feel so lewd? Sighing in his heart, Su Yao bent down and gently picked up the sleeping Wu Mengming. Next, the two then disappeared into the bedroom. Spirit spring space, the time was now synchronized with the outside world, and it was also in the middle of the night. The ladies were all asleep. Su Liao carried Wu Mengming in his arms and walked straight into an empty space capsule, gently setting her down. Su Liao's figure disappeared into thin air once again. Wu Mengming's bedroom, Su Liao took the notebook on the table and tore out a page. Father-in-law, mother-in-law, little brother, how are you? I'm Su. I'll take Meng Meng away for now. I'll bring her back to visit the two old men and little brother after some time. Hope, don't worry. Su, stay. Su Liao's figure was like a dark elf. Half an hour later. Peninsula International Neighborhood. 8th floor. Su Liao once again passed through the balcony, invaded, and entered Ji Bingning's house. The 130-square-foot house was purchased by her, and she is the only one who lives there. Her parents, on the other hand, live in the next neighborhood. Inside the living room, there was a faint light coming in from the balcony. Su Liao walked to the doorway of the master bedroom before his palms grasped the doorknob. There was a creak, and the doorknob turned on its own. Chapter 46. I'm scared. Superiors and subordinates. The four eyes were confused with each other. Ji Bingning's eyes widened and her eyebrows furrowed. Am I in a dream? Dreaming about this obnoxious guy again? Disgustedly pushing Su Jiu away, Ji Bingning headed towards the restroom. Just as she took a step out, her body froze in place. Good. As if wasn't a dream? With difficulty, he craned his head to look. Su Liao's devil-like smile was reflected in her eyes. 3 seconds later, accompanied by a scream, Ji Bingning turned around in terror and ran towards the restroom. Pa! A sound. Ji Bingning locked the restroom door with a look of horror. Why is Su Xiao in my house? Did he really want to kidnap me? Didn't I just block your account for a couple days? Besides, it's unblocked for you now. Why are you still coming to me? Listening to the door, the sound of footsteps gradually approaching, Ji Bingning suddenly panicked. She touched her clothes in a panic and, pajamas, where are the pockets, and the cell phone is still in the bedroom. She grew pale. Kata! The sound of a doorknob being twisted rang out. Help! Help! The only hope was to cry out for help. Ji Bingning couldn't care less and opened her mouth to cry out for help. Click! The door, which was locked, was opened. Su Lak! What do you want? Ji Bingning retreated to the wall and forced herself to stay calm. The cool touch of the walls traveled through the thin pajamas to the surface of his body. Then there were the villains staring intently at her. And Ji Bingning's heart sank to the bottom. Jia. What do you think I want to do? Su Liao let out an eerie laugh and struck out with a lightning strike, knocking him out. Spirit Springs Space. Su Liao hugged Ji Bingning and walked into the space capsule where Wu Mengmeng was, looking at the two men who used to have a superior-subordinate relationship. At the moment, lying on a bunk, Su Liao was then full of anticipation for the two of them waking up seen tomorrow. After kissing the two of them a few more times on their red lips, Su Yao once again exited the spiritual spring space. Dum 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 dum. Inging, what happened? Listen, villains inside. The police station will be here soon. I advise you better not hurt Ning, or you'll be waiting for a bullet. As soon as Su appeared, a woman's voice and a rough man's voice entered his ears. Smiled. Su Liao walked towards the balcony, and with a few leaps, he disappeared into the vastness of the night. Twin Towers. President's Lounge. Looking at the sleeping Xiao Weiniang, Su Jiu quickly removed his clothes and lay down beside her. Habitually, he opened the magic voice app. Today, all things are at rest. The next goal is to continue to strengthen ourselves. But getting stronger inevitably involves continuing to take people captive. And it's not like he's currently offering anything to the top brass of Longxia. Then, would they still look at him like this and wantonly capture the Dragon Summer's children? Su Liao didn't know the answer. But it doesn't matter. Just be strong enough. If you can't see it, you can only stare and watch. And the number of likes and comments on the videos he posted reached horrific numbers. A full 90 million. That means at least 90 million people have seen this video he posted. The number of followers on his account also surpassed Longxia's 2 accounts in one fell swoop, reaching a terrifying 360 million. At this point, I'm afraid that my popularity can't be compared to that of a superstar. Su Liao couldn't help but marvel. I didn't realize that I had become a video blogger with hundreds of millions of followers. As for how many of those 360 million fans hate him, Su didn't care. Just love it when you can't look at me and you can't me over. Yeah. Guanshui is surprisingly more flavorful now than before. Not bad. Not bad. Looking at the video image of Guanshui, who was wearing a purple low-cut gown, Su was surprised for a moment. His memories of Guanshui were still stuck in that urban drama he once had. I didn't realize that the girl who was so green back then had transformed into such a charming girl by now. Su lack of comments. Not bad. Not bad. Purple dress is very charming. I like it. Guan Shui. Don't let me say more. Immediately come to Yanjing from the city of nocturnal night to look for me tomorrow, or suffer the consequences. After sending it, Su Su threw his cell phone aside and closed his eyes when he wrapped Xiao whinnying into his arms. The next day, the city that never sleeps. Dawn. Villa 9, Tiger Mountain. Guan Shui opened her eyes in a daze and cocked her head to look out the window. Then, getting up in his cool pajamas, he walked over to the huge floor-to-ceiling windows and opened the curtains. Soft sunlight instantly shone into the dimly lit room. The bedroom has an overall pink color, just like a princess room. This room, the very place where she grew up. As for her husband's family, they are far away in Yangqing. Stretching his arms out, he took a breath of fresh air. Guan Shui picked up the cell phone on her nightstand and opened her magic voice account out of habit. Message 99+. Click on it casually. Su Liao's comment had been pushed to the first floor, and the number of likes for this comment had reached 90 million. It's easy to see at a glance. Su Lax, he stared at me? Guan Shui's eyes widened in horror as her cell phone slipped out of her hand and fell on top of the white carpet. Her body shook with it, nearly falling to the ground. No! I don't want to be taken by him. Oh yes, husband, I have a husband. Hubby, he must have a way. Guan Shui panicked and crouched on the ground, picking up her cell phone. Jingle bells. She was about to dial her husband's number when he called first. Hubby, Su Jiu is staring at me. I am so scared. Wife, I saw Su's comment. Don't worry if you have your husband here. When I'm done with the work at hand, I'll immediately fly to the city of nocturnal nights to accompany you. Husband. Then you try to come over early. Su lacks him. He just gave a day. I am so afraid. Don't worry, wife. I'll take care of the matter at hand as fast as I can and fly to you again as fast as I can. Honey. I'll meet you at my parents' house then. The phone had just hung up when her ringer rang again. Caller ID shows Ing. She pressed the answer button in a hurry. Ing. Su is staring at me. I am so afraid. Baby, don't cry first. Why don't you come and stay in this house I bought some time ago? I'm hiding there right now. No one knows about it, and no matter how powerful Su Liao is, he definitely won't be able to find it. At those words, Guan Shui's eyes lit up. The house that Qiu Xiaoying had purchased in Nocturnal City some time ago was currently known only to the two of them. Su Liao definitely couldn't find it. Ing, then I will go over to you now. You wait for me at home. I'll wait for you. It's just as well. I've been bored out of my mind hiding here all this time by myself. Hanging up the phone, Guan Shui changed into a pair of black pants with a black sunscreen jacket, put on a hat and mask, and then hurriedly left her villa. The car she didn't even dare to drive. In case Su Liao followed the car to find her again, wouldn't that be the end of it? He took a cab at the entrance of the neighborhood and rushed towards the neighborhood where Qiu Xiaoying had purchased the house. The words are split. Spirit springs space. Inside one of the space capsules, Wu Mengmeng woke up with a wooing sound. Feeling what seemed to be something pressed against her stomach, she reached out in a daze and grabbed for it. So smooth and tender. What is it? Her eyes snapped open. G manager? Why is she in my bed? Chapter 47. The Beauty Escape Route. Boing. Right at this moment, Ji Bingning let out a boing and slowly opened her eyes. G manager. Ji Bingning looked at Wu Mengmeng in her pajamas and was confused for a moment. Next, last night, the events within his own living room gradually came to mind. Mengmeng, where is this? You've been kidnapped by Su Jiu as well. Here's me, Wu Mengmeng said, surveying the surroundings. Looking at the unfamiliar surroundings. The word home was stuck in his throat. Where is this? I clearly remember sleeping at home last night. For a moment, Wu Mengmeng didn't understand what was happening. Ji Bingning's heart, on the other hand, sank to the bottom. She and Wu Mengmeng, surprisingly, had both been kidnapped by Su. No! I must be calm. Su Liao is not here now. Maybe Mengmeng and I can escape. Ji Bingning took her slender legs off of Wu Mengmeng's stomach, sat up, got out of bed, and observed the capsule. Wu Mengmeng also came back to her senses at this time, a shocked and panicked expression instantly surfacing on her round face. I was arrested by Su Jiu. Woo-woo. Moing curled her legs and sobbed in horror. Meng Meng, don't cry. Su isn't here. Get up. We might be able to escape while we can. Gah. Wu Meng Meng instantly stopped sobbing. There was more than a glimmer in his eyes. She got up in a hurry and gently walked over to Ji Bingning's side. Manager, I'll do whatever you want. Okay. Just follow me and don't make any noise. Aha. Wu Meng Meng nodded her head repeatedly. Worthy of being someone who could be a manager, he could be so calm even after being caught by a big bad guy like Su. Wu Meng Meng looked at Ji Bingning's back, and a trace of admiration grew in her eyes. A woman among women, a woman of honor, a woman like the manager, I guess. Thinking darkly, she followed closely behind Ji Bingning and exited the capsule. Yeah, the manager of Jing. What is this place? Wu Meng Meng looked at the central spiritual spring pool, then at the dozens of space capsules on both sides, as well as the vegetable garden not far behind her, and couldn't help but ask in a low voice. I guess this should be Su's lair. Meng Meng, while it's still early in the day, follow me closely and don't make a sound. Good. Wu Meng Meng nodded her head obediently and followed behind Ji Bingning, heading in the direction of the space border. At this moment, the space had undergone constant expansion, and the spirit spring pool was already thousands of meters away from the fringe. As a result, the two did not get a clear view of the spirit spring space boundary. Wow, manager, is this a tomato and cucumber? How come they're so big? Inside the vegetable garden, Wu Meng Meng squatted in place, staring at the football-sized tomatoes and the adult man's arm-thick, 1-meter-long giant cucumber, muttering. Ji Bingning was also shocked. Can tomatoes and cucumbers grow this big? You can't, can you? Never seen it before. A few moments later, returning to her senses, she hurriedly pulled Wu Meng Meng, who was crouching down to watch the tomatoes, to her feet. Meng Meng, don't be curious. Let's hurry and escape before Su Xiao realizes it. Manager, let's run away. We're bound to get tired of running. I'll pick a tomato, Ingmo said and reached out to tug on the tomatoes. How this tomato grows so strong. Ji Bingning looked at Wu Mengming's strained appearance and had no choice but to extend her hands as well, grabbing at the giant. 30 minutes later, Space Edge location. Ji Bingning and Wu Mengmeng were each holding a giant in their arms. The two men were panting, looking at the inky barriers that stretched into the distance. They, stagnant, confused and helpless. Warp. Manager. What the hell is this place? I don't know. Ji Bingning embraced the giant in her arms and leaned against the ink-colored ledge, paralyzed in helplessness and confusion. After half a day of fleeing, you end up hitting a giant barrier that is too high to see the top and too wide to see the edge. How can we escape? Run for your ass. Looking at Ji Bingning's disoriented appearance, Wu Mengmeng didn't know what to say for a moment. She also hugged the giant and sat down beside Ji Bingning, back against the inky ledge. At this time, both of them were gray and looked like Snow White in distress. Manager, what do we do next? Wu Mengmeng lowered her head, looking at the giant in her arms, and inquired in a lost tone. Ji Bingning was silent for a few moments. Her eyes regained their fighting spirit. Meng, let's eat some tomatoes first and replenish. Then walk along this ledge. I don't believe there's no exit. Okay. I'll do whatever you say, manager. Well, let's eat that tomato of yours first, it can't go to waste. Otherwise, it's not a good option, whether it's running out of food or returning to the vegetable garden. Aha. Then manager, you bite first. Ji Bingning spread her face and smiled. It's hard to hide that beautiful face even if it's dusty. It's so big. Let's eat it together. You bite that side. I'll bite this side. When Wu Mengmeng heard this, she nodded her head in agreement after being slightly stunned. Immediately, the two of them took a bite out of you and a bite out of me. Aha! Wu Mengmeng and Ji Bingning looked at each other awkwardly, overindulging at once. An entire football-sized tomato was surprisingly eaten by the two of them. But it's not their fault at all. Truly, giant tomatoes are so good. Manager, why don't we go back and secretly pick another one? Ji Bingning looked at the vegetable patch near the capsule and shook her head gently. We can't risk our lives anymore. Let's save our food for this remaining moment, and we should be able to hold out until we escape. Aha! Let's get going then. Ji Bingning nodded and stood up from the ground, patting the dust on her hips. follow the inky ledge towards the other end. All of the ladies were still in bed. Next to the mattress, next to the table, Su sat alone on the sofa. Relax and drink from the spiritual spring water. On his face, however, he was smiling. Spirit spring space, part of the authority he had already controlled. Nowadays, nothing that happened within the entire space could be hidden from his perception. When Ji Bingning escaped from the capsule with Wu Mengmeng, she had already been secretly monitored by Su. Every move the two made was clearly presented in his brain. When it's really funny, I wonder what it's like for the two of them to be exhausted and walk back to the beginning. Ha ha. Still thinking of escaping. Let you suffer first. Su Liao smiled. Get up. Heading towards the space capsule where Lin Ruoxue resided. At the moment, she had woken up, but had not gotten out of bed. This space has spiritual spring water and delicious fruits and vegetables though. But yet it's also a prison. And she, the canary in the cage. There is no freedom to speak of. Just as she was staring blankly at the ceiling, Su Lak quietly walked into the bedroom. What are you doing here? Lin Ruoxue twisted her head to look at Su, then looked away again, her voice clear and cold. What's here? What else do you think I can do? Su said, sitting on his butt on the edge of the bed. Ha! Lin Ruoxue sneered and turned her body sideways, turning her back to Su Jiao, no longer speaking. Seeing the situation, Su Lak was too lazy to talk nonsense, took off his shoes and climbed onto the bed, hugging Lin Ruoxue from behind. He won't spoil anyone in order to get stronger. It's an honor to pamper you. It should be followed properly. Chapter 48. You slacked off. Returning to alma mater. After the conflict, a silence ensued. After looking at Lin Ruoxue, who still had teardrops in the corners of her eyes, Su Yao organized his clothes and walked out of the room. Su, I hate you. The tears that had accumulated within Lin Ruoxue's eyes rolled down the corners of her eyes and dripped onto the large red bedding. At this time, all the ladies had already gotten up. After visiting Lin Yutong, Yang Yi, Munyanxue, Lin Moxue, and Bai Mengjie, Su Yu walked into the space capsule where Zhou Ruoruo was. What are you doing here? Get out. I don't want to see you. Su Lak had just walked into the living room when Zhou Ruoruo's icy voice rang out. Oh. Su Liao let out a cold laugh and walked over to her side to sit down. Extend the claws. Wantonness. A few moments later, after placing Zhou Ruoruo, who was blushing and looking ashamed in her arms, back on the sofa, Su Yao laughed loudly and walked out of the space capsule. She doesn't love you? Then conquer her completely physically first. And one day, she will have only your shadow in her heart. And that, as they say, is what they always say about love over time. Boundaries. Ji Bingning and Wu Mengmeng were still moving along the space barrier. After observing for a moment, Su Liao left the spiritual spring space. Twin Towers. Chairman's office. As soon as Su appeared, the humongous bandit's helpless voice resounded in his head. Host. No heir has been conceived for so many days. Please don't slack off any longer. If you don't know what to do, you should take the initiative. Task 1. Please go to Magic City and find Guan Shui hiding in Qiu Xiaoying's house, so that she can conceive an heir. Mission successful. Reward triple physique X1, 7 daughter parasites, 1 mother parasite, 6 daughter parasites. Mission failure. No reward. Task 2. Make the accomplished Qiu Xiaoying conceive an heir. Mission success. Reward triple physique X1, space fixed exit X2. Mission failure. No reward. Hint. The mother and child parasites, the holder of the mother parasite, can ignore the distance and control the host of the child parasite. Listening to the series of ghostly beeps in his head, Su Yu froze in place. Hummer, is this a rush? Moreover, for the video he released, it was surprising that none of those beautiful people in the entertainment and netizen world knew what to do. The opportunity was right in front of us, and surprisingly none of them grabbed it. When really it's confusing. The rewards this time, though, are pretty good. 2 scheduled exits, 1 located in the sticks and 1 in the small days. Wouldn't you be able to come and go as you please between Longxia, Little Day, and Stick? As for the daughter parasite, it is also of great use. Thinking of a certain thing, Su couldn't help but grin. A few moments later, Su Lak got up and walked into the chairman's lounge. Xiao Weiying is getting dressed. She looked up at Su. Then, as if no one else was there, she continued to dress. Su Liao didn't pay any attention to her, but instead looked at the empty space inside the lounge. A wave of the arm. A purple hexagram pattern appeared out of nowhere. In a split second, the entire lounge was illuminated by a purple glow. Xiao Weining had just put her short sleeves around her neck, and looking at the room that was suddenly filled with purple light, she hurriedly turned her head to look. This? What is this? Looking at the slowly descending hexagram pattern, Xiao Weining's eyes rolled round in surprise. Although, already knowing Su Su's magic, she still couldn't help but marvel at the sight of the hexagram pattern that was filled with a mysterious aura. In her stunned, shocked gaze, the hexagram pattern slowly descended to the ground, blending within the floor. Su Su, what was that just now? You can think of it as a teleportation array, but it is indeed my private one, Su Lak said, looking at Xiao Weining, whose clothes were half worn and half covered. At once, there was another impulse, but he did not act. He also has to go back to Mutant City to meet his English teacher who misses him. And after that, there's a trip to the City of Night. The task is important. Xiao Weining can be proffered at any time. There is no hurry. Peony City. It was shot out on Sunday and today is Monday. Su Yuexin had class and had already gone to school. I hadn't been back to my alma mater in 6 or 7 years, so it was a good time to go back and check it out. Put on the mask and hat and walk out of the villa. Although, the current Longsha Police Department had cancelled the wanted notice on him. But he's kind of a household name now, so it's better to cover it up. Mutant City First High School. At the entrance of the school, Zhang Chong, the gatekeeper uncle, looked at Su Qiu, who was wearing a mask and a hat. Ugh, who are you? What are you doing sneaking around here? With that, he was about to drive Su Su away. Uncle, I'm a student of the 15th class of the first high school. I want to take a look inside the school. Can I? You're Su Su from the 15th class. Before Su Liao could finish his sentence, the middle-aged uncle's eyes widened in disbelief. Seeing that he was recognized by Zhang Chong, Su Qiu took off his mask and laughed. Uncle Chong, I didn't expect that you'd still be here after so many years. Lack, it's really you. Zhang Chong's eyes widened as he walked over to Su Su. Curiosity, consternation in the eyes. Little Lack, you haven't come back to visit for 7 years. Why did you suddenly remember to come back today? I just happened to be passing by and thought I'd come back for a visit since I haven't been back in years. Okay, then you go in. But, Lack, even though you're not a wanted man now, some people on campus hate you with a passion. They're all still underage kids, so you don't want to get on their bad side. Zhang Chong said with a worried expression. He was afraid that Su Xiao would do something worse than an animal. The word underage was also bitten hard by him. Uncle Chong, just don't worry. How could I do anything to the elementary school girls? Su Liao looked at Zhang Chong's expression, smiled, and walked into the campus that he had been away from for a long time. A scene from high school comes to mind. Now, time has changed and there are few of those familiar people left. Without realizing it, Su Su walked to the bottom of the third teaching building. Listening to the voices of the younger siblings, who were vigorously reading aloud the literary texts inside the school building, Su Yao couldn't help but recall the horrible days when he was dominated by the literary texts. A few moments later, taking a deep breath, he stepped inside the school building. 5th floor, 507. Su lacked a classroom where he had stayed for 2.5 years. Look inward. The 30-something, still mature and charming language teacher was sitting on the podium, looking down at the materials. She still looked the same as she had in the beginning, and it was as if the years had missed her and left no trace on her face. The only difference was that the rows of serious students below were not the same familiar people from back then. With a quiet sigh, Su Su walked in the direction of the English teacher's office. 507 podium. Su Jiu had just walked away when Jiang Xiaolin suddenly raised her head and looked at the place where Su Jiu had just stood. Looking out the empty window, she couldn't help but frown. With that, he went back down to work on the student papers. Office door. Su Liao glanced inside, and English teacher Su Yuexin was still at the same workstation she was at the beginning. At that moment, she was looking down and correcting her test papers. Ding dong. The cell phone that was sitting on the table, the prestige tone suddenly rang. Mr. Su, look at the door. Looking at the message sent by Su Liao, Su Yuexin turned her head to look at the office door in confusion. Chapter 49 Language Teacher Jiang Xiaolin. What are you doing at school? Su Yuexin walked out of the office, pulling Su Liao towards a remote corner. Hey, teacher, I was just thinking about you. Oops, this is a school. Don't move your hands, people will see you. Then let's find a place where no one's around. Looking at Sulak's eyes that seemed to devour people, Su Yuashin hurriedly said, Sulak, you, go to the underground garage and wait for me first. I happen to have no classes in the afternoon. When I finish grading the remaining papers, I'll listen to you whatever you want to do when you get home.
同じyou.
Sulak took the car keys, cupped Su Yuashin's cheeks, and blah 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 twice, before heading downstairs towards the basement. Last time, she was dead set against it. This time, I'm going to experiment with them one by one. Greentown Chunfeng Jiangnan, Building 13, Room 801. Closing the door to his room with his backhand, Su couldn't wait to pick up Su Yuashin and walk over to the dining table. Teacher, let's do it differently today. What way? Su Yuashin sat on the dining table, her hands wrapped around Suzhou's neck, her charming eyes like silk. Gibberish. Hearing Su's words, Su Yuashin lowered her head with a red face and softly hummed. After a long time, Su Yuashin's cheeks were like peach blossoms in full bloom. Lying on Su Liao's chest, she suddenly opened her mouth. Su Liao, did you visit Ms. Jiang at school today? I saw her, but she didn't see me. Why do you ask? Su Liao lowered his head and looked suspiciously at the delicate beauty in his arms. Sulak, did Mr. Jiang treat you well in the beginning? Teacher Su, just say what's between us. Don't stammer. Words. Su Xian paused for a moment. Teacher Jiang's child, Jiang and I, is 4 years old this year. You should not have seen it. Just the other day was suddenly detected with leukemia. The treatment costs millions. It's not enough for her to raise a child on her own with that little paycheck. She was so good to you in the first place. Can you help her? After saying that, Su Yuashin tilted her head, her expectant eyes staring at Su. Mr. Kang's daughter, Kang and I, has leukemia? Where's Ms. Kang's husband? Why did you let her raise the child alone? Hey, her husband had a fatigue driving accident some years ago. Hit someone else and died himself. They've only been married a short time and I didn't expect something like that to happen. I'll make a call to get some money then. Sulak sidestepped, picked up the cell phone on the bedside table, and was ready to dial Xiao Weiniang's number. The humongous voice suddenly rang out. Reminder to the host. Swallowing an elixir of rejuvenation will cure a leukemia patient. Host, detecting that you just had indescribable thoughts about your teacher Jiang. The Hummer specially reminds you that you can use a life extension pill to make her conceive an heir for you. Aha! What the hell? Detect your ass. Though the mind spits. Still, Su lacked a reassuring cell phone from the heart. Beside him, Su Yuashin's smile gradually froze as she watched Su's movements. Just as she couldn't help but open her mouth to inquire. Su spoke. Teacher Su, can you call Teacher Jiang over right now and ask her to bring Jiang and I with her? Do you? You have a cure for leukemia? Not bad. Ms. Jiang was so good to me in the beginning. Nowadays it's not easy to raise a child alone. I have to share for her. At those words, Su Yuashin blankly glanced at Su, not saying anything more. She couldn't be more clear about what kind of person Su was. No woman he sets his sights on escapes. Unless she kills herself immediately. Otherwise, they would have ended up in his arms. Hey Xiaolin, you take Nini to my house now. It's about Nini's health, you must come. After Su Xian said that, she directly hung up the phone, and her jade hand couldn't help but pinch towards Su Liao's waist. Now you're satisfied. Satisfied with what? I'll be satisfied when you're pregnant. Sulak said and rolled over once again. Dum 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 dum. A long time later, a sharp knock sounded on the door. Sulak looked at the breathless Su Yuashin and hurriedly put on his pajamas and walked out of the bedroom. Crunch. Su, how did you end up here? Zhang Xiaolin looked at Su for a moment, stunned. The young, green boy who was on campus at the beginning has transformed into such a handsome man. Unfortunately, just doesn't learn. Mr. Kong, long time no see. Su Liao, why are you at Xian's house? Ms. Su is resting inside the bedroom. If you want to know, just go in and take a look. Kong Xiaolin frowned and pulled Johnny toward the bedroom. They are both teachers in the same key class in the first high school, equally beautiful and equally widowed. It's rather like being in the same boat. About 10 minutes later, Kong walked out of the bedroom and went straight to the couch. Sulak, I heard from Xian that you... Before she finished speaking, Su had already taken out a rejuvenation pill and handed it to her. This is the rejuvenation pill. Treating leukemia is a breeze. However, it will sleep for 24 hours after taking it, and the drug will need to slowly transform her body. Seeing this, Jiang Xiaolin's eyes moistened as she gratefully said, Sulak, thank you. Thank you. Mr. Kong, you can feed it to your daughter first and thank me properly later. Without giving it much thought, Jiang Xiaolin nodded and ran into the bedroom. A few moments later, Jiang Xiaolin carried her 4-year-old daughter, Jiang and I, into the room where Su Liao had once stayed and placed Jiang and I on the bed. Drowning eyes were fixed on the sleeping little man. At this point, Su Liao suddenly appeared behind her, clinging to her back, his arms encircling her slender waist. Jiang Xiaolin's body stiffened violently, and she was about to struggle. Teacher Jiang, didn't you just want to thank me? It's just as well. From now on, you'll be my woman just like Ms. Su. Feeling the hot breath that Su Xiaojiao hailed out of her ears, Jiang Xiaolin's ears also turned red with shame. But, looking at the small figure in the bed, she eventually made no great noise. Su Lak, I am your teacher, your elder. Don't be like this. Jiang Xiaolin whispered, while struggling and twisting around in Su Su's arms. Hiss! Su Liao couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. It's going to be hot if you don't suck in the cold air. Jiang Xiaolin also felt the change and stopped struggling in a hurry. Shy, embarrassed, angry, with a bad smile, Su Xiaojiao picked up Jiang Xiaolin from the waist and walked towards the bedroom where Su Yuexin was. No! Don't go to Yu Xian's room. Please, please, Su Lek. Shy and anxious, Jiang Xiaolin slapped her hands against Su Su's chest as teardrops rolled down her face. Unable to do anything about it, Su Su could only head towards the dining table. 3 hours later, looking at Su Yuexin and Jiang Xiaolin, who were lying together, Su Liao smiled and said, You guys have a good rest. I'm going to go to the city of Nocturnal Nights to run some errands. Contact me if there's anything. If you can't reach me, call this number. Saying that, he sent Xiao Wanying's phone number to Su Yuexin. Watching Su Liao leave, Su Yuexin interlocked her fingers with Jiang Xiaolin. Su Yuexin tilted her head and looked at Jiang Xiaolin with an apologetic gaze. Xiaolin, I'm sorry for letting you get by Su Lek. Jiang Xiaolin, on the other hand, smiled. As long as Nini can get well, let me do anything, besides Su Lak's him. The images in her mind made her cheeks turn red with shame. Su Yuexin looked at Jiang Xiaolin. Her mind also recalled that image, and her cheeks followed a blush. Nightfall. Night City Airport. Dressed in a black casual suit with a mask and hat, Su Liao walked out of the airport hall with his hands in his pockets. Taking a cab, he headed for the Star River Bay neighborhood. And, there, it was Qiu Xiaoying who purchased the neighborhood the house belonged to in order to avoid Suzhou. Chapter 50. If there is an afterlife, I will protect you for the rest of your life. Star River Bay neighborhood. 226 building. Room 801. Qiu Xiaoying and Guan Shuiyue were both wearing pink silk pajamas, with their snow-white legs coiled up, sitting on the sofa, eating potato chips and watching a TV series. It's a good time. Occasionally, the two let out a cheerful laugh. For the impending danger, they, unnoticed, dum-dum-dum-dum-dum-dum-dum-dum-dum-dum-dum-dum-dum-dum. Just as the two were mesmerized by what they were watching, a knock on the door suddenly sounded. Immediately afterward, a man's voice rang out, Your takeout has arrived. What? You ordered takeout? Qiu Xiaoying and Guan Shui turned their heads at the same time and looked at each other, inquiring in unison. I didn't order it. I didn't order it either. There was a moment of confusion for both men. Anyone? Your KFC has arrived. I'm leaving it at the door. Listen to the man's voice at the door. Qiu Xiaoying stood up in confusion. Maybe it was sent to the wrong place. I'll go check. That would have been the wrong delivery. Guan Shui nodded understandingly, then watched the TV series again. Click. Qiu Xiaoying opened the door to the room. Welp, where's KFC? Didn't you say you'd left the door open? Qiu Xiaoying poked her head out and looked to the left of the door. Su. Su. Qiu Xiaoying's eyes widened in horror and she was scared into stuttering. Well, next. She was then brought into the living room with Su covering her mouth with one hand and holding her slender waist with the other. Looking at the scene in front of her, Guan Shui was dumbfounded. The chips in his hand also fell between his legs. The body was also shaking slightly with fear. Su. Don't talk or I'll kill your little sister, Su Xiao said viciously, hugging Qiu Xiaoying around the waist, walking over to Guan Shui and sitting his butt on the sofa. Sekiyuki then moved to the side. A distance was created with Su Su. Qiu Xiaoying, on the other hand, was placed on Su Su's legs and held tightly in his arms. Su Lax, please let Xiaoying go. Then sit closer to me first. Sekiyuki apprehensively moved a little closer to the lack again. If I spare one of you, the other stays to bear me an heir. Which of you, both of you, will stay? Su Liao said, releasing the palm of his hand that was covering Qiu Xiaoying's mouth. Qiu Xiaoying did not shout. Since Su Xiao had appeared here, shouting was bound to be useless already. Today, it is still necessary to think about how to face it. I'll stay and let the baby go. I'll stay and letting go. Qiu Xiaoying and Guan Shui made their decisions at the same time. Su Lak froze. This isn't what one would expect. It's amazing how well these two feel for each other, both willing to sacrifice themselves to save the other. This feeling is really rare. Not bad. Not bad for someone I have my eye on. Su Yao sighed in admiration and fiercely reached out to take Guan Shui into his arms as well. Since you sisters are so fond of each other, why don't you make a quilt of good sisters? That way you can never have to be separated. With that, he hugged the two and disappeared into the living room. Spirit springs space. In the stunned eyes of the ladies, Su Liao directly carried the haphazardly struggling Qiu Xiaoying and Guan Shui into a space capsule. Hubby even tied both of them in as well and brought them right into the room. Did they both offend hubby in some way? This? I don't know. Forget it. Leave him alone. Let's go on and take on K. Can't afford it. To the A. 3 hours later. All right, don't cry, you guys take a break. Looking at Qiu Xiaoying and Guan Shui, who were hugging and crying together, Su Zhou helplessly exited the capsule, leaving time for the two of them to comfort each other a little. Gosh, I can't believe I forgot about the two of them. Just as he stepped out of the capsule, Su Su exclaimed in shock. 6,000 meters away at the space barrier, Ji Bingning and Wu Mengmeng leaned helplessly against the ink-colored barrier. Sister Bingning, are we going to die here? Wu Mengmeng tilted her head back to look at the dark dome, her voice slightly tinged with a sobbing tone. I'm sorry, Mengmeng. I shouldn't have let you block Su Su's account in the first place. It's all my sister's fault. Ji Bingning also tilted her head and looked at a dark space, blaming herself. Sister Bingning, I don't blame you. I'm just a bit reluctant. I haven't been in love yet. I want to be in a sweet relationship so badly. Meng, in fact, Sis has not talked about it. Sis also wants to talk about a sweet love. Just, nowadays I'm afraid. There's no chance. Sister Bingning, you actually haven't been in love either? That's too unbelievable. Wu Mengming's surprised voice rang out in the darkness. Ha! Ji Bingning let out a light laugh. At first I just wanted to work hard. Then as I got older, I couldn't find the right person. Mo, are you cold? There's a little bit of that. Then we hold each other. Good. In the darkness, the two men, dressed in cool pajamas and physically and mentally exhausted, embraced. The heart seemed a little less cool. Mo, are you hungry? There's a little bit of that. Then you eat the rest of this bit of tomato, Ji Bingning said, grasping the remaining tomato but portion in her palm and stuffing it into Wu Mengming's hand. Sister Bingning, let's take a bite each. Moing picked it up and bit off half of it. In the darkness, she passed the remaining half to Ji Bingning's lips again. Ji Bingning was moved for a moment in her heart, opened his mouth and ate the remaining bit of tomato into his stomach. Sister Bingning, if there is a next life, I am still willing to be your subordinate. No, I don't want you to be my subordinate. Ji Bingning shook her head and said softly. Wu Mengmeng was stunned, and a trace of sadness appeared on her face. But soon it dissolved into surprise, only to hear Ji Bingning continue. If there is an afterlife, I want you to be my closest sister. Ooh-hoo. Sister Bingning, you're so nice. Listening to Wu Mengmeng whimpering, Ji Bingning held her hand and gently patted her on the back as a sign of comfort. Mo, do you ever think it's strange that there's such a big wall in the world? Ji Bingning suddenly asked the question she had been holding back for a long time. The two had been walking for an entire day, and their legs were about to break. The result was still an inky ledge that was as far as the eye could see. Here, it seems to be isolated from the world. Wu Mengmeng was stunned, and it was only when Ji Bingning said it that she realized something was wrong. Sister Bingning, I've never heard of such a high, long wall in the world. What kind of place is this place? It's like it's isolated from the world. Listening to Wu Mengmeng's words, Ji Bingning's eyebrows tightly furrowed together. Could Su Su really be a god? This is where the gods live. If that makes sense, then those giant fruits and vegetables and this wall make sense. Su Lax, he actually really is a god? I told Mo to ban the gods' accounts? I was so stupid that I went against the gods. I was so stupid. Mo, it's Sis who's done you wrong. If there is an afterlife, I hope we become blood sisters, and my sister will protect you for the rest of your life. Hey, are you two done talking? Isn't it my turn to say something? In the darkness, a man's voice, without warning, sounded beside the two. Chapter 51, The Human Little Martial God, Z Mu Compulsion. Ah! Ghost! Ghost! Wu Mengmeng screamed in terror and buried her head into Ji Bingning's chest. Ji Bingning was also taken aback, but she soon heard whose voice it was. Su Lack, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have let Mengmeng ban your account in the first place. Mengmeng, she's innocent. Can you let her go? I'll do anything you want me to do as long as you let her go. Hearing Ji Bingning's begging voice, Wu Mengmeng came back to her senses. It turned out that it wasn't a ghost, but Su Su, the immortal, had appeared. Sister Bingning, I don't want you to plead for me. To die, we sisters will die together. Moing said bravely. The arm holding Ji Bingning was also a few points harder. Su Liao looked at the two with amusement and emotion. I'm a little touched by it. All right, I'm just asking you to help my Su family spread their branches. It's not like I'm going to hurt you. Don't make it sound like a life and death situation. Spreading the seeds for the Su family? Su is actually trying to make us. Just as the two froze, they suddenly felt their bodies floating in the air. Su Xiao is actually flying with me? Wu Mengmeng and Ji Bingning were simultaneously shocked in their hearts. A few moments later, Su Liao carried the two men, covered in dust, pajamas, and with their hair mounded and disheveled, into a space capsule. Straight to the restroom, placed both on the ground. Obviously, they are two beautiful people, but now they look like two beggars. Why don't you two get cleaned up and I'll go get you some food and clothes? With a bang, the restroom door was casually closed by Su Su. Wu Mengmeng and Ji Bingning were sitting on the cold floor with their gray heads, looking at each other without words. After freezing for a few seconds, Wu Mengmeng suddenly spoke. Sister Bingning, what should we do? Hey! Wu Bingning let out a long sigh and stood up, pulling Wu Mengmeng up from the ground as well, while saying, Resign yourself to your fate. Looking at Su Su's appearance, he shouldn't hurt us. This, Wu Mengmeng was also in a daze for a while. What else can we do? All right, let's hurry and wash up first. It won't be good if we don't wash it later when Su Su comes over. Ji Bingning said and removed the cool pajamas on her body. It's like sheep's white jade. Seeing this, Wu Mengmeng also removed her clothes and cleaned up. Parlor. Listening to the sound of running water in the restroom, Su Su placed 2 bowls of steaming hot spring water-boiled noodles on the dining table and left the capsule. A few moments later, he walked back in with 2 more pairs of pink one-piece pajamas. I've put the clothes for you at the door, and there's boiled noodles on the table. You two take a good rest. If you want to eat fruit, just go out and pick it yourself. It's not good to get pregnant with a weak body. Knock knock. Listen to the footsteps in the distance. Inside the restroom, Wu Mengmeng and Ji Bingning looked at each other with complicated eyes. Pregnant? The price for not dying is to carry the old Su family's child? Forget about that for now. Wash up and go out to dinner and get a good night's sleep. Aha! The following evening, the humongous bandit's melodious voice suddenly rang out. Guan Shui has conceived an heir for you. Congratulations to the host for completing task 1 and obtaining the rewards. Triple Physique X1, 7 daughter and mother parasites. Su Liao froze. How did this time in one day? Could she have been preparing for pregnancy before? I ended up getting on the boat first without buying a ticket? Whatever. Su Su moved aside to continue. In a flash, another 5 days rushed by. The humongous bandit's melodious voice sounded again. Qiu Xiaoying has conceived an heir for you. Congratulations to the host for completing task 2. Reward, Triple Physique X1, Space Fixed Exit +2. 6 whole days. Su Liao held the bedroom wall with one hand and touched his waist with the other as he walked into the living room. That old saying is true. Sitting on the sofa, Su closed his eyes. 6 times the body mass extracted. Boom! The arcane and mysterious power descended once more, rushing straight to the heavenly aura and instantly disappearing within Su Yao's flesh. Circulate around the body to flush 360 times, and eventually the remaining energy surges in unison to the Dantian Sea of Bitterness. Rumble! The golden ocean rioted with huge waves. On Su's forehead, bean-sized beads of sweat rolled down, accompanied by rumbling sounds. The Sea of Bitterness in the Dantian was growing larger at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blood flowing through his entire body, a tiny portion of red blood cells, colorless and transparent white blood cells, colorless and transparent platelets, as well as a tiny portion of plasma actually had a hidden tendency to shift towards a golden color. Could it be that, as my physique gets stronger, I'll end up a little golden man? A certain degree of physical strength will metamorphose into a different physique. You won't turn into a little golden man. Please rest assured that the host. Aha! Okay. As the arcane power disappeared, peace returned to his body. 27 times body mass. At this moment, it wouldn't be too much to call him a little martial god on earth. Come out. My sub-companion. Shoo. Aha. What the hell? Looking at the 7 motionless, as if dead, caterpillars in the palm of his hand, Suyu froze. Is this a child parasite? It's a ing imposter, right? Please don't doubt the humongous host. This child and mother parasites look ordinary, but in fact they are not ordinary. Their lifespan is only 3 months and they are currently dormant. If the host does not need to use them for the time being, please do not activate them. Okay. Su Liao once again looked at the 6 green and 1 white caterpillars in his palm and put them away. As for the 2 fixed-point exits, he had also figured out where to put them. Looks like it's time to take a trip out of the country and put in a fixed exit. How nice it would be to be able to fly with a sword. Su Liao couldn't help but sigh. The heart was even more eager for immortal cultivation. The Yellow Emperor's internal cannon and the Regulus sword, he was bound to get them. Nowadays he was already powerful, but it was exactly like a brute, the red giant of Longxia. Only brute strength, but no flight. You can't run plus swim there when you go to a stick country. That's not going to make anyone reading the book laugh. Recreation area. Su Liao walked over silently. The ladies were gathering around for some entertaining chit-chat. There's the landlord. There's Mahjong. Ji Bingning and Wu Mengmeng were clearly among them. After 6 days, the two had gained a basic understanding of Susu. Powerful, lustful, mysterious, and unscrupulous. But occasionally there is a softer side. Honey, the 2 of them. Looking at the curious gazes of the ladies, Susu grinned. From now on, you'll be close sisters. At those words, Lin Yutong and the others nodded their heads gently. Bai Mengjie suddenly gently tugged on Su Liao's sleeve and whispered, "Hubby, then there are 11 more here. Why don't you let them also branch out for the Su family?" "Sure, one at a time. But I'm going to leave the country first, to run some errands." Su Liao smiled and rubbed Bai Mengjie's head, his gaze looking towards Long Fei and the others. Now, after being nourished by the resident skin pill and the fruits and vegetables in the spiritual spring space, each of their skin had become more hydrated and glowing. "Hubby, what are you doing abroad?" Lin Yutong asked curiously. "Little Stick and Day are dating me. Go over there and teach them a lesson." "Oh, okay." The ladies didn't worry about Susu either. Nowadays, with Susu's ability, he basically wouldn't meet danger, unless a heavy weapon blows up on him. But is it possible? Chapter 52. Gang Mission Immortal Gang App. Wannan Farmers Market. As the #1 farmers market in the City of Night, everything you can imagine is basically present here. Boss, ginseng, astragalus, angelica, danshin, Ganoderma lucidum, romania, dendrobium. Give me 100 packs of each. Also, cucumber, east squash, pumpkin, watermelon, north squash, eggplant, tomato, spinach, celery, lettuce, baby lettuce, all kinds of seeds. Give me 100 packets of each kind as well. And fruit tree seedlings, give me 100 of each kind as well. Also, give me 10 shovels and hoes. Aha!
13333
The middle-aged boss was dumbfounded for a moment as he listened to the gushing words of the masked man in front of him. "This little brother, please follow me." The middle-aged boss looked back and a smile instantly piled up on his cheeks. Immediately, he led Su towards the backyard. Nearly 10 acres filled with a variety of fruit trees. Next to it, a whole row of 6 warehouses full of seeds of all kinds. Little brother, you bought so many. Where do I deliver them to you? You give me an address. The middle-aged boss said, his gaze once again looking at Su. Frown and thought, bright eyes, surprise. You are Gang Master Su? The middle-aged man was trembling with excitement as if he was an avid fan meeting his idol. His face flushed red. Master Su? Sulak froze. When did I become Master Su? With that, the mask was removed under the wild eyes of the middle-aged owner. It's really you, Gang Leader Su. I can't believe I've seen you in the flesh. Woo-hoo. The middle-aged man sobbed with excitement. Big brother. Take it easy, what's going on with Gang Leader Su? Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man wiped his tears of excitement before saying, it was created by your fans, Boss Su, and even the 3 big stars, Wang Chao, Zhang Teng, and Amazing, are in the club and have been elected as the vice gang leader. By the way, the fans know that you like beauties and created this gang on the one hand to select worldly beauties for you. What? Hold the grass. These fans are really... Big brother, I'll take all the goods you have here. I'll trade you something for it. Looking at the middle-aged man's worshipful appearance, how could Su have the heart to grab it? Boss Su, as long as you like it, I'll give it all to you. Then I'll take it all and I can't let you suffer, so go get 10 vats. Boss Su, I don't. Su Liao waved his hand, interrupting the middle-aged man. All right, if you're a fan of mine, go and bring over 10 large buckets. That's fine, the middle-aged man said, running towards the front room. There happened to be about a dozen vats there still unsold. Just as the middle-aged man went out to get a bucket, within the huge compound and the 6 warehouses that, all the seeds and seedlings were all collected into the spiritual spring space by Su Yao. The middle-aged man looked at the empty yard and warehouse with understanding. Sure enough, Boss Su was the immortal cultivator. By the way, I still don't know what Big Brother's name is. My name is Su Daqiang, Boss Su. You can just call me Xiaoqiang. Upon hearing this, Su Liao smiled. Daqiang, I'll give you some strange water that not only strengthens your body, but also cures many diseases if you drink it often. With that, more than 10 buckets of spirit spring water appeared in the courtyard. Pouring the spirit spring water into the bucket that Su Daqiang had brought, Su Yao put the bucket back again. Is this water? No, it's fairy brew. It's more of a favorite of the gang leader. Su Daqiang leaned over the barrel and sniffed it with a mesmerized look on his face. Daqiang, do you know anyone who sells young chickens and ducks? Su Daqiang raised his head and hurriedly said, Boss Su, it just so happens that I have a friend named Chao Wangzu who sells these. You need me to take you there now. By the way, he's also a fan of yours and a member of the gang. Su has a flawed head. Then, following behind Su Daqiang, he walked in a direction. It was about a 10-minute walk. Came to a store that sells livestock seedlings. Chao Wangzu also looked to be in his 40s, with an inch head and a country face. Wearing black short sleeves and long pants. A customer is being introduced to the Duck King. Old Joe, come down here, Su Daqiang shouted and beckoned to Chao Wangzu. Customer, please wait a moment. Chao Wangzu spoke to the customers and ran to Su Daqiang. Daqiang, what is it you want to see me about? Old Joe, I'll introduce you to someone. So be calm and don't startle anyone, Su Daqiang said, looking at Su Zhou beside him. This is our Lord Gangmaster. What? Help the master big. Chao Wangzu's eyes rolled round in surprise. Su Daqiang was shocked and hurriedly covered his mouth. The customer who was watching the Duck King, seeing Chao Wangzu's delay in returning, immediately frowned and turned to leave. Chao Wangzu was immediately delighted as he led Su Xiao and Su Daqiang towards the backyard. Kirby. Gah, gah, gah. Chickadees, ducklings, and goslings chirp and squawk. Boss Su, I have Lihang chickens, romaine brown chickens, 3 yellow chickens, turkeys, 9 Jean yellows, Wolf Mountain chickens, crow chickens, ducks, and geese. Which ones you need, I'll give them all to you. Chao Wangzu pointed to a cage and sputtered about it. I'll take all of these, and I can't let the fans get the short end of the stick. Before Su Liao could finish his sentence, Su Daqiang interrupted him and said, Boss Su, you can just collect all you need. Those 10 barrels will be enough for old Chao and I to have 5 barrels each. Chao Wangzu sniffed and was puzzled for a moment. Big John, what barrel? I'll talk to you later in the evening. Okay. Xiao Wangzu nodded. Boss Su, you can take them all. Su nodded and said no more. 5 buckets of spiritual spring water for one person was also enough for them to make a fortune or in exchange for a long and healthy life. A cage of poultry hatchlings disappeared into thin air under Xiao Wangzu's wild and adoring gaze. All right then, you guys get busy, I should get going. Su Liao looked at his 2 little minions, smiled, and prepared to turn around and leave. Boss Su, please wait. Su Daqiang called out to Su Su. What else? Su Liao twisted his head and looked at Su Daqiang and Xiao Wangzu in confusion. Boss Su, I just saw a message pushed in from the gang app. Perhaps you would be interested. Gang app? Ning ning. What's all this? Perhaps seeing Su lax doubts, Su Daqiang hurriedly explained, Boss Su, it's like this. In order for the gang members to easily contact each other, a few of the top programmers within the gang developed an immortal gang community app. Just now there is a news. Not far from this farmer's market, Song Street, today is going to hold a dream back to the great Song Dynasty ancient style activities. There are a few very beautiful ancient style girls will come out. You. Hold the grass. Is this my fan? Not bad. Not bad. Commendable. Old-fashioned beauty? I wonder how beautiful it is. Good. You guys get busy. I'll leave you to it. After saying that, Su Liao turned around and left the farmer's market. Chapter 53, Robbery Invitation. Song Street. Dreaming of the great song. The whole ancient street is playing classical music. The crowd has been dressed in song costumes. In the middle of it, as if dreaming back to the great Song Dynasty. Whoa, look! It's coming out. Lin Yao, Lin Yao. Xiao Yuman, Xiao Yuman. Dong Qian Qian. I love you. Grip the grass, undead Jufu Jin. Su Liao walked into the ancient street, only to see a group of people surrounding a small attic building, screaming with excitement. Next, only to see one after another woman dressed in ancient clothes, holding a big-boned folding fan, charming and enchanting, walking out from within the small attic. A casual frown, a random smile, both drew crowds of onlookers, screaming. The undead Zhu Fujin looked at the many beggars screaming around him, ruffling the hair in front of his forehead. Another gentle shake of the large-boned, folding fan in his hand. A gaze filled with laughter swept over Susu's body. Sure enough, it was the legendary undead holy body. From a distance of more than 10 meters, Susu could feel the undead aura coming from his face. Surprisingly, it disordered even his rock-solid faith for 3 seconds. Lin Yao and Xiao Yuman's face values were equally overwhelming. The skin is like sheep's fat white jade, and the girlishness is very strong. Yeah. Su Liao let out a grim smile and walked around the crowd, blocking the girl's path. In the midst of the crowd of onlookers and the frowning and puzzled looks of Zhu Fujin, Lin Yao, and Xiao Yuman, he slowly removed his mask. There was silence all around. There was silence. 5 seconds. Suddenly someone exclaimed, Grip! Grip grass, Su Zhou Demon King. Shake the grass. Yao wife, run. Fujin, run. Yumin's wife, I'll block him, you guys run. The calm and sensible people around them drew cold breaths and their bodies slowly backed up, while opening their cell phones and preparing to record videos. And a portion of the hot-blooded fans had blocked in front of Zhu Fujin and the others, staring at Su as if he were dying. If you want to take away Yao, step over my Tang Xiaohu's corpse. Yes, if you want to kidnap Fujin, kill me, Sun Dan Dan first. Protect Fujin. Protect Yao. Protect Yuman. Down with Su Liao. Looking at the dozens of uptight ruffians that stood in his way, Su grinned. The body instantly transformed into a residual shadow. More than 24 rash people fell into a miserable wail in 10 seconds. You stay away. Zhu Fujin, Lin Yao, and Xiao Yuman held hands and kept retreating backward in fear. A slip. Lin Yao actually fell onto the cold marble floor. Zhu Fujin and Xiao Yuman followed suit and fell. No! Don't touch my goddess. Master Su, please, don't touch my goddess. Sun Dan Dan, Tang Xiaohu, and the others were lying on the ground, looking at Su, who was walking towards the goddess. With eyes wide open, despair hissed, Hey! Su Liao let out a light laugh. The one he has his eye on will he give up because of others? Shoo! The residual shadow flashed past Zhu Fujin, Lin Yao, and Xiao Yuman. The three figures then disappeared into thin air. Now, with a 27x physique, Susu was no longer worried about firearms, unless heavy weapons are used to surround him. But downtown, maybe? Besides, he could always return to space. No fear in my heart. Things will then be done as they please, with reckless abandon. No, my goddess. Sulak, give me back my goddess. Bang! Bang! With a few consecutive loud bangs, the few rash men who tried to block him again were kicked aside. Susu was about to leave, only to see a group of police department officers approaching him. Are you going to stop me too? Sulak frowned, looking at the four men in front of him wearing uniforms, tall and cold-faced, their voices icy cold. Mr. Su, you've misunderstood. Our potato leader would like to invite you for a chat. I wonder if that would be possible? At those words, Susu frowned. Contemplatively, he nodded. Spud officer, Susu just arrested someone. Didn't you see that? Why don't you arrest him? Why? The four police department officers looked at the crowd lying on the ground and wailing. And in their hearts, they were also angry at Susu's behavior. But what can they do when faced with a character like Sujiao? I hate that the heavens are not fair. Why is it so powerful and mysterious to make Susu such an unscrupulous bad guy? Looking at the crowd of people wailing on the ground, one of the oldest men looked to his left and right. You two stay and take them to the hospital. After he spoke, he looked toward Susu and made a gesture of invitation. Mr. Su, please. Su Liao nodded, followed the man away from the scene. The crowd gathered around the photo ops gasped in disbelief. Su Liao is really lawless, arresting people in public, and the police station even directly ignore it. They have looked at the video recorded in the album. Here, make sure you send it out. For Zhu Fujin, for Lin Yao, for Yvonne Shu, for the many rash people. Justice. Spirit Springs space. Qiu Xiaoying was just pregnant and was still in her bedroom, resting in bed. More than 10 meters beside the Spirit Spring pool, beside the table, the 7 pregnant women, Lin Yutong, Yang Yi, Munyan Xue, Lin Momo, Bai Mengjie, Zhou Ruoruo, and Guan Shui were chatting with laughter. Aside, Lin Ruoxue, Li Mengchen, Long Xiaoke, Su Deli, Tong Xiaodan, Xiao Dudu, Long Fei Fei, Shun Li, Peng Yuhe, Ji Bingning, Wu Mengmeng, and the 11 of them were on the sidelines fighting the landlord and playing mahjong. Rumble. Suddenly, a rattling, then a rattling appeared. The ladies looked up. All that could be seen was the sudden appearance of countless items and plant seedlings. What is hubby up to again? Lin Moxie opened her mouth curiously. The rest of the ladies were also curious. Let's go over and take a look, Lin Yutong suggested. The ladies nodded. They all got up and headed for the items that appeared. It's all kinds of melon and vegetable and all kinds of herb seeds and all kinds of fruit tree seedlings. I can't believe how many. Is Su Liao trying to plant all that empty land with fruits and vegetables, herbs and fruit trees? Just as the ladies were crouching to check out the many species of plant seeds and seedlings. Suddenly, there was another thump. A cage of poultry reappeared. Aha!
13333
Looks like we're in for a real treat. Growing vegetables, melons, trees, ducks and chickens. The city girl, Imo, is about to turn into a peasant woman. Just then, 3 more ancient female figures suddenly appeared. Hearing the commotion, the ladies turned their heads to look. This? Ugh! Lin Yutong and the others couldn't help but sigh. It's both heartbreaking and hopeless. There were still a dozen in the space that hadn't been eaten, and then 3 more were sent in. Does he really want a harem of 3,000 beauties? Fujin, it's those big stars who were captured by Susu. Lin Yao exclaimed. There was a hint of delight in his voice. Yao Yumin, let's go over and take a look. Lin Yao and Xiao Yumin nodded. The 3 of them walked side by side towards Lin Yutong and the others. City of Night Police Headquarters. Su Liao followed behind the middle-aged man and walked into the hall. The eyes of the passing officers went to him. There's jealousy, there's anger, there is helplessness, there is curiosity. Mr. Su, please follow me. Our potato captain is waiting for you in the conference room. The middle-aged man said, leading Su Liao in the direction of the police station's conference room. Chapter 54. The Sage is Going Abroad. Lohas. Nocturnal City. General Police Department. Conference room. The 3 officers wearing senior shoulder patches sat upright, their serious expressions tinged with anger and helplessness. The capture of one influential sub has already caused them to lose their authority and trust among many of the populace. He had thought that he would be able to get something out of Susu by resisting the pressure and withdrawing the wanted notice on Susu. But it was not to be. This guy, Susu, was surprisingly still unwilling to cooperate. Do you really think Long Xia can't help him? Dum 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 dum. Just as the three were silent, there was a knock on the conference room door. Enter. Administrator, Susu has arrived. Words. The three people sitting in the conference room stood up with a whoosh. On his face, a smile instantly piled on. Administrator Chen Tianfang waved his hand, and the lead man turned to leave and closed the door to the conference room. My name is Chen Tianfang, the commissioner of the Night City Police Department. I've heard of Mr. Su's great name for a long time, and when I see him today, he really is a hero. Administrator Chen Tianfang smiled and extended his arm. Su Liao nodded and gently shook his hand. These two are Deputy Administrator Zhang Weigua and Zhao Ping. Mr. Su, I've heard a lot about you. Welcome to the Night City Police Department. Mr. Su, long time no see, welcome. Su reached out again and shook hands. I've heard a lot about you, my ass. Forcing a smile. I'm afraid I'm hated in my heart. Administrator Chan, Deputy Administrator Zhang, and Deputy Administrator Zhao. I wonder what the three of you have invited me here for? What is it about? Don't you have any idea? The three spat in their minds, but the face still had a soft smile. Mr. Su, let's sit down and chat. Chen Tianfang made an invitation to sit gesture and said with a smile. Su Kan's heads and sits down. Mr. Su, do you still have any concerns or questions in your mind regarding the words of our Director General Qin? Why are you unwilling to cooperate with Long Xia? Chen Tianfang hesitated and spoke bluntly. Su Yao shook his head. It's not that I'm unwilling to cooperate with Long Xia. It's just that currently, I don't have anything I can give to Long Xia. Therefore, there is no need for cooperation either. Mr. Su, you can't say that. Even if you don't have anything to give to Long Xia is still willing to befriend Mr. Su. Zhao Ping said with a smile. Oh, really? Then don't you all hate me for taking those people captive? By the way, just now, I grabbed 3 more netizens on Song Street. Words. Shadows flickered in the eyes of the three. Take it away. Take it away. Surprisingly, he even said it in front of the 3 police potato chiefs of the city of Nocturnal. Don't we want to lose face? You're such a disgrace to us. Anger is anger, but with a smile on his face. Mr. Su, if you like beauty, Long Xia would like to select a batch of them for you. You go around capturing people in public like this. It is indeed a bit troublesome for Long Xia. Chen Tianfang said with an awkward smile. Oh, don't worry about this. I won't take too much captivity. In addition to tell you guys a good news. Mr. Su, what's the good news? The trio's eyes lit up, thinking that Su was going to grant them items related to people who cultivated immortals. They looked at Su with anticipation. Looking at the expectant trio, Su smiled. I'm going to leave the country and go over to Little Stick and Little Day. Going for a little day and a little stick? This? While not granting cultivation-related items. But if this bogeyman left Long Xia, it would be a blessing for the beauties of the land of Long Xia and the country of Long Xia. Mr. Su, then when do you plan to leave? Zhang Weigua hurriedly inquired. It was as if, a second slower and Su would no longer leave the country. I was just about to check in, but I didn't expect to be invited here by you guys. This? The three laughed awkwardly. Chen Tianfang quickly said, Mr. Su, this small matter need not trouble you. We can help you do all the things today. In addition to the air ticket is also ready for you. You can leave at night. After he said that, he seemed to feel that the words were a bit inappropriate, and he hastened to explain. Mr. Su, I didn't mean to kick you out. Su Liao smiled. No harm done. Then I'll trouble you to take care of it for me, and I'll leave in the evening. Fine, Mr. Su, please don't worry. We'll do it for you as fast as we can. Zhao Ping said with a smile on his face. Su Liao also revealed a hint of a smile. The Nocturnal City Police Department helped him with the process and saved him a lot of trouble straight away. Okay. Then I'll wait for your news. You should know my cell phone number. I know. We'll notify Mr. Su right away when it's processed. Chen Tianfang, Zhang Weigua, and Zhao Ping immediately smiled with their eyebrows raised. Sirens out of the country. Now we can celebrate with firecrackers. Looking at the trio's excited appearance, Su laughed in his heart. In a few days, another beauty has suddenly disappeared. I don't know if you guys are still laughing. As they watched Su left, the three of them burst into smiles on their faces. The siren finally stopped wreaking havoc on Long Xia, which was really the best news he had heard in a while. Old Zhao, I'll leave all of Su Liao's procedures for leaving the country to you. Don't worry, it will be done for him this afternoon. You can send him out of the country in the evening. Haha. Gotta tell Chief Potato the good news. Chen Tianfong smiled with his eyebrows and turned around to walk inside the police station. Spirit Springs Space. The undead, Lin Yao and Xiao Yumin, under the comfort of the ladies. Their fearful and apprehensive mood calmed down a lot. With that, under the arrangement of Yang Yi and the others, they changed into shorts, short sleeves, and slippers. Together, we participated in planting trees and beautifying the space. Unconsciously, dozens of fruit tree seedlings that have been planted into the soil. Yo, babies, they're all pretty industrious. Su Liao's flirtatious voice suddenly rang out from behind the group of ladies. The ladies twisted their heads in unison. There was still a hint of fear in the eyes of Zhu Fujin, Lin Yao, and Xiao Yumin. I'm just bringing you in to help me conceive an heir. It's not like I'm going to hurt you. You don't need to be afraid. With a smile on his face, Su Yao walked over to the ladies. Listen to all of them. Is that even human? Tie in and have a baby just. Isn't that hurtful? Although they spat in their hearts, the three of them barely managed to squeeze out a smile on their faces, not daring to retort. Honey, they just came in. They'll get used to it in a few days, so don't worry. Su nodded. I'm going to leave the country. You guys are bored here. You can take your time planting these trees and seeds. Aha! Su lack, how are you going to raise so many little chickens, ducklings, and goslings when you get so many of them? You can't just let them run around. Li Mengchen looked at the chicken coop and frowned inquiringly. At those words, Su pondered for a moment. I'll bring in some big wire cages in a couple days. So keep them in the cages for the next 2 days. Su Liao said, controlling dozens of cages to fly hundreds of meters away. The spiritual spring water in the spiritual spring pool is unlimited, but another huge swimming pool can be constructed. This way you can swim with all the ladies when you're not doing anything. And there are a couple of ponds that can be built for fish. Fish raised in spiritual spring water are bound to taste better. Then plant some flowers to beautify the space. In that case, it's true that there are still many things that need to be perfected. You can start by asking Xiao Weining to help you prepare the items you need in advance. Once the stick country has set the exit and returned to the imperial capital, construction can begin. Chapter 55. Capturing Li Ji Semaida alive. After accompanying the ladies to plant some fruit trees, Su Liao flashed and left the space. With that, a demand message was sent to Xiao Weining. To complete the space, some Tahoe rocks, a variety of flower seeds, a large cage made of woven wire mesh, and a customized version of a large swimming pool are needed. Jingle bells. Just after sending the message, an unfamiliar number called. I think it must be a call from the Nocturnal City Police Department. Get on the phone. Zhao Ping's slightly excited voice rang out over the microphone. Mr. Su, the information for going abroad has been prepared for you. Where are you now? I will personally drive to pick you up. Look at you enjoying yourself. It's not like I'm not coming back. Listening to Zhao Ping's excited voice, Su couldn't help but spit in his heart. No, I'm not far from your police station. I can just walk there. Fine. Then we'll wait for you at the police station. Nocturnal City. Police Potato. Su Liao looked at the passports, visas, and airfare in his handbag, and hotel reservation orders. Satisfied, he nodded. That's very thoughtful of you. The hotel reservation form, surprisingly, is all ready for you. Immediately thereafter, under the gazes of Chen Tianfong, Zhang Weigua, and Zhao Ping, he directly collected the handbag within the space. Although it was already known that Su had this ability, but seeing it with their own eyes still shook the three. Glancing at the smiling trio, Su Yao stretched out his palm, and a medicinal pill emitting an ethereal fragrance was lying in his palm. It's the rejuvenation elixir that can prolong your life for 10 years. Mr. Su, this is? The three of them, Chen Tianfong, stared with wide eyes, excitedly and expectantly at the pill in Su's palm. This is the rejuvenation pill which can prolong one's life for 10 years as long as one is not dead, and is given to you. In the future, it was not unlikely that there would be opportunities to work with Long Xia. At that time, I still hope that Long Xia will give me full support. Well, Then we'll take it. Chun Tianfang excitedly took the spring recovery pill from Su Su's hands. Like a treasure. Mr. Su, I'll send someone to take you to the airport, Chun Tianfang said. Su has a flawed head. With that, under Chun Tianfang's arrangement, he headed towards the airport. That's one, what do we do? Zhao Ping looked at the elixir in Chun Tian's hand and hesitantly opened his mouth. This? Why don't we hand it over to the Grand Elder? Zhang Weiguo proposed. Chun Tianfang pondered for a moment and nodded his head in agreement, handing over the spring recovery pill to Grand Elder Long Xia. Just one. The three of them who took. Neither of the other two would agree in their hearts. Moreover, it is not known exactly how effective it is. Offering it to the Grand Elder would be the wisest choice. Then tomorrow I'll head to Yanjing, and I'll leave the work in the potatoes to you two. Good. Old Chun, you can go at ease. 3 hours later. Little Stick, the capital of Kimchi Hanyangxiang. Su Lak walked out of the airport and did not head to the hotel Chen Tianfang had booked for him. Instead, they went straight to Hanamdong in Yongsan-gu. Numerous stick actresses live in this villa area. These include Ji Li, Hai Song, Jin Sun, and He Kim. Tonight, he is going to capture Li Ji alive on behalf of the many geeks and beggars in Longxia country. Taste what it really tastes like. Villa 128. It's the villa where Ji Li lives. At this moment, Angela Lee is holding a concert at the Olympic Stadium in Hanyang. The villa was empty and dark. Su Liao's figure was like the Night Ranger, and with a few leaps, he sneaked into the villa. Soon, the master bedroom was found. Inside the room, clean and tidy, with a dark green quilt folded neatly. The whole bedroom smelled faintly of fresh scent. Beauty smells great. I think Ji Li should often live here. Yeah. Su Lak let out a grim smile, and as if he were in his own home, he walked into the separate bathroom, took a cool shower, and then walked back to the bed. Just by gently waving his arm, a purple hexagram pattern appeared out of thin air, slowly descending, right through the mattress like it was nothing. It eventually disappeared into the floor under the mattress. As the light dissipated, Su jumped directly onto the bed and lay down. Front row villa. Inside the bedroom, Song Hui was wearing a pale yellow silk tulle nightgown and holding a goblet of cosmetic red wine, staring blankly out the window. Suddenly, her eyes widened and she looked straight to the back villa balcony position. A vague purple glow reflected in her eyes through the curtains. A moment later, the purple light suddenly dimmed again. Song Hui couldn't help but frown. No, isn't Ji at the stadium concert? She shouldn't be home at this time. With a mutter, Song Hui took out her cell phone and opened KakaoTalk. Sent a message to Ji Li. Her gaze once again looked in the direction of Li Ji's bedroom, deep in thought. Olympic Stadium, Hanyang City. Ji Li had just finished her concert and exited the stage when the KakaoTalk message alert sounded. Looking at it, her brow furrowed as well. My bedroom gave off a purple glow and then dissipated? What's the situation? Li Ji gazed at her little assistant. Xiao Jin, I have something going on right now and need to rush back home. In such a hurry? Are you leaving now? Aha. Okay. I'll arrange it now. After a moment's hesitation, the assistant, Xiao Jin, turned around to make arrangements to simplify the departure. Hanamdong, Yongsan-gu, Villa 128. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. Inside the quiet villa, the living room clock ticked. Without realizing it, an hour rushed by. Kada! The sound of the living room door opening reached Su's ears in the master bedroom on the second floor. Su Lak quickly extinguished his cell phone screen. Walked to the back of the door. Day. A rhythmic, high-heeled shoe stomping on the floor resounded through the silent villa. The voices were getting closer. Crunch! The master bedroom door was opened. Su Yao, who was hiding behind the door, instantly smelled a faint fragrance. The same person as the scent that lingered on the bed. It's Angela Lee. Kada! There was a sound, and the room was instantly bright as day. Ji Li surveyed the bedroom and frowned. It's nothing. What did Sister K say about the purple light emanating from my bedroom? No, my covers have been moved. Li Ji was shocked in her heart, jerking around to close the bedroom door. Dedening. Li Ji's eyes instantly widened and she froze in place. Su Lax. Why is he in my bedroom? ISNTE. He in the country of Longxia? What's with the stick? I must have misread it. Li Ji raised her arm, rubbed her eyes, and looked at Su Su once again. Su! Su Su! Li Ji's pupils were instantly filled with panic, and her body trembled as she retreated backwards. Looking at Li Ji's naive demeanor, Su Yao was stunned for a moment. Is his big name so terrifying to the stick actress? Shoo! With an arrow step, Su Su's figure instantly appeared beside Li Ji. Having her mouth covered, Li Ji could only let out a burst of sounds.
Yeah.
Go ahead and scream. It's no use screaming your ass off tonight, Smitty. Stick language. Being held tightly in her arms by the great sex fiend from the land of Longxia, covered his mouth again. In horror, Li Ji's teardrops ran down her flawless white cheeks. Rolling down, cold teardrops dripped down onto the back of Su Su's hand. Chapter 56. You're lucky to have me.
Yeah.
Looking at the pearly Li Ji in his arms, Su Su fiercely kissed her red lips. Li Ji slapped and pushed Su Liao's chest hard. But she was a weak woman, so how could she be Su Su's opponent? A few moments later, pieces of pale yellow dress scattered all over the floor. Ji Li let out a wail of pain. An hour later, looking at Li Ji, who was curled up beside him and kept sobbing, Su Lak patted her dolphin. Stop whimpering, or I'll go on. Gah! Being terrorized by Su Su, Li Ji immediately stopped sobbing. Thinking of Su Su's savage rudeness, she couldn't help trembling, moving aside and trying to distance himself from Su Su. But, with a 1.8 meter wide bed, where could she hide? Seeing this, Su Su directly extended his arm and pulled her into his embrace. Don't think I'm taking advantage of you by sleeping with you. Out of the billions and billions of trillion beings in the universe, to sleep with me is nothing short of a blessing in disguise for you. Later you'll realize how lucky you are tonight. Li Ji, who was sobbing sadly, couldn't help but feel even sadder as she listened to Su Su's boastful words. Being kidnapped by such a super narcissistic man with no regard for the feelings of his daughter's family. Will it end well? The rest of his life is bound to be miserable. Thinking of the miserable life ahead, Li Ji couldn't help but sob again. Woo-hoo! Su Xiao didn't know what was going on in Li Ji's mind. When he saw Li Ji crying again, he rolled over again and pounced on her. Persuasion, too, is the way to go. Dawn. Inside the bedroom, Su Yao glanced at Li Ji, who had already passed out from exhaustion beside him. Carrying her into the bathroom to clean her up a bit, he put her back on the bed. With his hand, he took out a bottle of spiritual spring water, pinched her bare chin, and poured it in. Although in a state of lethargy, the body is in an instinctive reaction. Actively draw on the magical molecules in the spiritual spring water. Snow-white throat, rolling mindlessly. A few moments later, her cheeks, which had a hint of pallor in their redness, became thoroughly flushed. A slight smile spread across his cheeks even as he slept. Li Bin's look is really good. No wonder so many people wanted to take her alive. But what she said last night about Megumi's sister seeing purple light, did? Su Liao's gaze looked in the direction of the curtains in thought. Front row villa. Song Hui had just removed her pajamas and was about to change into a long skirt. Just then, her tantalizingly delicate body suddenly gave a jolt. As if the majority of men that God one shakes. Why does this weather suddenly feel a touch cooler? Song Hui looked suspiciously in the direction of the curtains, then shook her head and continued to put on her long dress. Villa 128. Under the nourishment of the spiritual spring water, Li Ji woke up an hour later. However, it was woken up by P. Yesterday evening till now no. Su lack of Oba. I want to go to the restroom. Li Ji clasped her hands around the thin quilt, merely showing only a head outside. The soft gaze looked at Su Su. Go ahead. I'm not stopping you. Su Xiao said, taking out another resident pill. This is the face resurfacing pill refined by our Longxia immortal cultivators. Not only can it revitalize one's youthfulness, it can also make one youthful forever. Why don't you go take it in the bathroom, just to clear out the dirt that was expelled from your body after taking it? Mr. Su Su, a lot of people on the internet say that you're an immortal cultivator. Is that true? Su Liao smiled mysteriously. You'll see in a minute. Here, open your mouth. Looking at the pills that were passed to his lips, with their refreshing scent, Ji Li hesitated for a moment. Slowly, he opened his lips. Seeing this, Su Su stuffed the pill into her mouth. Geely blushed and wanted to get up and head to the bathroom. But the clothes had been torn to shreds by Su Su last night.
Ova shu shu I.
Ai! Su Liao twisted his head to look at Li Ji and immediately lifted the quilt, intercepted the waist and picked her up and walked towards the restroom. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Su Liao then left Li Ji's villa. He didn't want to announce that he had arrived in the stick country just yet. Therefore, it did not take Li Ji into the spiritual spring space. Wait until the little day goes by before executing the plan in your mind. By then, 6 sub-companions, the prosecutor and plutocrat of the stick must be arranged. When the time comes, let ugly dogs 2 traitors tear each other apart a bit, to be scourged. If you take all the beauties of the stick, you can fully realize the task of building a nation and claiming the throne. Acquisition of immortal cultivation techniques. At that time, only then would one be considered to have the absolute power to truly do whatever they wanted and be lawless. Royal sword flight. Sword chi spreads across 90,000 miles. There is no place in heaven that cannot be visited. When he thought of that scene, Su Su felt a rush of blood boiling. Hanyang Airport. Waiting hall. Attention passengers traveling on flight KE-123 to Little Daylight. Please proceed immediately to gate 12 for boarding. Smitty. The announcement rang out, and Su Liao got up and walked toward gate 12. A figure next to him caught his attention. Zhang Sola? It's really her. The dirty princess. What a childhood goddess. Unfortunately, it was later blocked. Today, though, the body is slightly chubby and the eyes have crow's feet at the corners of the eyes. But she still has a baby face that can't age. Anthracite. Is this a little day trip for her? Su Liao's eyes rolled. Although she doesn't have a very good reputation. But after all, it's a childhood goddess. So maybe give it a try. Play with it for a while and forget about it, or readers won't agree yet.
Yeah.
The plane took off. It's fast. It's fast. A little life. Rangi Airport. Su Liao followed behind Zhang Solara and walked out of the airport hall. Accompanying Zhang Solara were 2 other girls, who were also quite good-looking. No, let's just say that the flavor is still there. Let's go to the hotel first. One of the 3, a woman, was the first to speak. Solara Zhang and the other woman nodded, and the 3 of them stopped a cab at the curb. Soon, it disappeared in front of Su Su. Looking at the little life that came and went, Su Yao secretly sighed. If only there was a soul-honoring streamer. Slaughter them all and collect their souls. Unfortunately, the scum Hummer. Host, please don't curse the humans. If you want the soul-honoring streamer, please work hard to complete the task of founding a country and claiming to be an emperor. At that time, there will be a reward for the soul-honoring streamer for you. Aha! Okay, Hummer, I was wrong. Su Lak touched his nose in embarrassment. However, is there a quest that rewards soul-honoring hatches after claiming the title of emperor? I wonder what it would be like to condense 1 billion soul streamers before heading to the cultivation world. However, they were all mortals, and with 1 billion souls they were probably not powerful enough. An hour and a half later, APA Holiday Inn. Su Su walked into room 404. Next door, it's Zhang Sola's room. Oh! The hotel is built of wood, and while the soundproofing is good, but at his 27x physique. This close, all sound is invisible. The sound of the 3 men talking next door fell into his ears word for word. Ignoring it, Su Su took out his tablet. Fingers tapped quickly on the keyboard. A few moments later, the whole little life had been known to him. Which organizations, which plutocrats, which gangs, which beautiful actresses are included. It was all recorded in his mind. Iwasaki Grey Wolf, Iwasaki Red Wolf, Mitsui Gohachi, Mitsui Nichiba, Yasuda Yashikaku, Yamaguchi Ikki, Yamaguchi Hosuruji, Inagawa Bayanushi. Is a really odd name for an important person. Not bad for a small day. Chapter 57. Difficult Princess. 30-fold physical alteration. National Wife, Shin Huan Not. 00 Top Stream, Mimi Hamabe. The once in a 4 millennium beauty, Fei Fei Saito. Hashimoto Nani, the beauty of the millennium. 9 heads to a body. Asahi Nana. Looking at the computer screen of a small daytime beauty, Su Liao actually did not have the slightest interest. Could it have been influenced by the Days of Our Lives movie? Or is it? Hold the grass. Retrieving his computer, Su Su opened the door to his room and walked out. Zhang Solara and her 2 companions also happened to walk out of the room. The 3 couldn't help but frown. Solara, Satomi, It seems like that handsome Oompa Loompa just now followed us before he got on the plane. Oba is so handsome. He must not be a bad guy. How do you know he's handsome when he wears a mask all the time? Zhang Solara said, her gaze looking at Susu's back. There was a vague feeling of familiarity in his heart, but he couldn't recall where he had seen it for a moment. Let's go eat teriyaki. Come back after eating and get a good night's rest, and have a good day tomorrow. After saying that, Zhang Solara walked towards the teriyaki restaurant next to the APA hotel. Park Rimi and Kim Hyun-ju hurriedly followed. Su Liao, on the other hand, was wandering the streets. It was the first time he had come to a small day. It looked almost indistinguishable from the streets of Longxia at night. One by one, women with long, snow-white legs were walking past. But the little day talk around him sent a wave of revulsion through his mind. Suddenly, a wave of inexplicable emotions flooded over him. What? Su Liao was startled in his heart. Just now, he actually had the idea of going on a killing spree. Could it be that I'm anti-small days to think this way? Inexplicable. Shaking his head, Su walked back. 11 o'clock in the morning. The whole APA hotel went quiet. Room 403. Zhang Solara walked into the bathroom in her underwear, revealing a large area of snow-white skin. Wow! The sound of water running followed. A few moments later, crunch! There was a slight sound of a door opening. Inside the bathroom, Zhang Solara was oblivious, still happily rubbing in the lather. Looking at the silhouette peeking through the hairy glass, Su Liao quickly stripped off his clothes, opened the bathroom door and barged in. In a split second, inside the bathroom, a terrified scream rang out from Zhang Solara. But, in the next instant, there was silence again. All that could be heard was the sound of rushing water. The next day, there was a faint glimmer of light in the sky. Su Lak leaned against the bed and glanced at the unconscious childhood goddess Zhang Solara beside him. There was a sigh of relief in his heart. Dirty princess, all night long. By him, in the old days, is the kind of thing he can't even think about. The more powerful you are, the more unscrupulous you will act. It's true. Shaking his head, Su Yao took out 2 bottles of spirit spring water. Cupping her bare chin, he poured 2 bottles of water into her belly. Zhang Sola's somewhat pale face instantly regained its redness. Seeing this, Su quickly put on his clothes and left Zhang Solara's room. 8 o'clock in the morning. Dum 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 dum. There was a knock on the door. Zhang Sola woke up in a daze. Although it had been moisturized by the spiritual spring water, there were still some aches and pains on his body. 3 seconds later, Zhang Solara froze. Images of last night's rough and crazy night came to mind like movie images. Her face changed and changed. Eventually, it became a blush. Since her marriage, she and her husband hardly see each other even a few times throughout the year. Last night, she had fallen into Su's embrace so easily. But when did he run the stick and follow me to the land of small days, Opa Sulak? Is it possible that Sulak of Oba followed me to a small day just to have that with me? Zhang Solara was puzzled for a moment. A knock on the door pulled her thoughts back. She glanced at the several bruises on her body and hurriedly dressed and opened the door to her room. Solara, what's wrong with you? What took you so long to open the door? Park Satomi said, surveying the room with a skeptical gaze. What's that smell? It's awful. No sooner had Park Rimi said it than she remembered what emanated from the smell that filled the room. At once, wide-eyed, incredulously, he looked at Zhang Solara. How could Kim Hyun-ju not understand, also as a person who had been there before? Solara, you got ducks last night. Solara, how could you, 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 how could you? Looking at the 2 people's stunned and unbelieving gazes, Zhang Sultan stretched out his hand and pulled the 2 people into the room, closing the door. A few minutes later, Park Rimi and Kim Hyun-ju pulled on Zhang Sol-ra's arm. Their eyes were angry and worried with apologies. My best sister was used in a home invasion last night. It's amazing how they suspect their best sister of calling a duck. Genus shouldn't. Solara, I'm sorry, we shouldn't have misunderstood you. Solara, how come Su didn't take you away after he took you that? Didn't he take people away all over Longxia Kingdom? Yeah, where's Mr. Su? Zhang Solara quickly stood up and ran out of the room. Dum 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 dum. For no one answered. Zhang Sola's eyes gradually became dull. Su lack of oba.
Is 嫌我老，看不上我?
Or is it because of what I said in the first place that made him loathe me? But I clearly didn't mean what I said in the first place. The words are split. Su Liao didn't know that after a night of attack, Zhang Sola's heart had turned into his shape. At that moment, his figure had already appeared at Kasuga-taisha, a remote and uninhabited mountain forest. With a wave of Su Su's arm, a purple hexagram pattern appeared out of thin air. The hexagram is slowly descending. It eventually disappeared into the dirt and rocky ground. Immediately after, Su Liao's figure disappeared with him. It's as if no one has ever been here before. Spirit Springs Space. After a day or so, Zhu Fujin, Lin Yao, and Xiao Yumin also accepted reality helplessly. Though helpless, joy surprisingly held a steady upper hand. In the outside world, they seem to be in the limelight, but in reality, they are all money-making tools for those MCN organizations. It looks like a lot of money was made, but in reality, most of it went into the pockets of the organizations. Nowadays, they are taken into the harem by people who cultivate immortality. In the future, perhaps one can even follow and step into the path of immortal cultivation and live a long life. Become a true fairy. Being a Netflix star? What's that? Dogs don't even do that. I just love gardening. Looking at the shushes planting trees in the distance, Su Yao's mind moved. Lin Ruoxue, who was in the process of burying the soil, then felt her body being pulled by an invisible force, floating towards the space capsule she was living in. When the rest of the ladies saw this, they understood that it was Su Su's doing. Smiling at each other, they continued to get busy. Su Liao hugged Lin Ruoxue and walked inside the space capsule. A few moments later, it was a sound if nothing else. 3 days. 3 full days. The Emperor's God is not a man of the world. What goes around comes around. The humongous bandit's melodious voice sounded again. Congratulations to the host. Lin Ruoxue has successfully conceived an heir for you, and receives a reward of triple physique x1. Glancing at Lin Ruoxue, who was tiredly asleep beside him, Su Yao gently got up and walked over to the living room sofa and sat down. Triple physique. Extracted. In a flash, the arcane power descended once again and did not enter the heavenly aura. Surge into the body, strengthening his flesh and blood. Ka-ching. The sound, it seems, of a chain snapping, is very abrupt. In the beginning, in the underworld, the 108 shackles that existed seemed to have broken one. Without waiting for Su Su to think and feel in detail, his Dantian space followed suit and underwent a strange change. Rumble. A voice like thunder rang out above the sea of bitterness. Chapter 58 Extreme Realm Foundation Establishment Stage Flesh. A4 paper list. Rumble. Under the deafening roar, at the edge of the chaos of the sea of bitterness in the Dantian, the chaotic chi surged. Under Su Liao's shocked gaze, the golden sea of bitterness expands dramatically. In a flash, it swelled to 10 times its original size. The effects of a stronger physical body were obvious. At this moment, Su Su was confident that no gun or artillery could break his physical body, unless a high-powered missile is used. Slightly harder, there is an illusion of wanting to stab the sky. But the fact that the sea of bitterness swelled and grew larger didn't seem to help. Host, your physical body is already comparable to the physical body of a body-refining cultivator who has built the foundation of the extreme realm, and since you have not yet practiced cultivation techniques, you are unable to sense the wonders brought about by the expansion of the sea of bitterness. Please work a little harder, have 49 heirs as soon as possible, build a country and become an emperor as soon as possible, and embark on the path of cultivation as soon as possible. Do you have to step into the path of cultivation to feel the effects? 49 heirs are needed. Today there are a total of 22 women in the Spirit Springs space. 9 have been in relationships and have conceived 12 children. Outside, English teacher Su Yuexin, language teacher Jiang Xiaolin, female president Xiao Weining, and stick national sister Li Ji. I can't believe it's only 26 women after all this time of screwing around. Hold the grass. Su Liao stood up and walked out of the capsule. He looked at the ladies who were busy. The figure disappeared again. Yanjing, an old name for Beijing. Twin Towers. Su Liao's figure appeared in the chairman's lounge. Xiao Weining was sitting in the chairman's chair dealing with the group's affairs. Here the door opened. She craned her head to look. The figure in the doorway startled her slightly. Sulak, I've prepared everything you asked me to prepare for you, and it's all been placed at the Sky Hub capsule base. Xiao Weiniing stood up and said, Not bad, not bad. Su Liao nodded with a smile and walked over to Xiao Weiniing. He picked her up at the waist and headed for the restroom. Already accustomed to Su Jiao's direct roughness, Xiao Weiniing didn't struggle and stretched out her arms to encircle Su Jiao's neck. After a long time, Xiao Weiniing was lying in Su Su's arms. Su Jiao, can you release Ruoxue? She's been gone for too long. I'm afraid that those executives of the Luotian group will have a different heart. Is there a dissident who dares to covet my property? Rushing to seek death? Su Lak's face turned cold as he patted Xiao Weiniing's dolphin and continued. Put on your clothes and follow me on a trip to the Luotian group. I'd like to see which of the unenlightened ones dares to have any dissenting thoughts. Oh! Looking at Su Liao's icy face, Xiao Weiniing's heart rejoiced. Now Lin Beichen is dead. The other two brothers of the Lin family were merely businessmen and did not have much power. Lin family power now also rely only on the old General Lin remaining power to deter many tigers and wolves. But Elder General Lin is also bedridden now, and it is still unknown how long he can last. If old General Lin dies, then the two major groups controlled by the mother and daughter duo are again without a backer. One can only imagine what one would be faced with today, with Su Xiao, the only immortal cultivator of the blue planet, making a move. Then no one would dare to belittle them, and those who had dissenting thoughts would not dare to covet Hanhai Group and Luotian Group anymore. Twin Towers, the Lorax Group, the 12 group executives, sitting around the large conference table. Eyes horrified and curious, he surveyed the handsome young man sitting in the main seat. Is this the only cultivator of the Blue Star? There's nothing special about him except that he's handsome. And what's his relationship with Mr. Lin and Mr. Xiao? Could it be that Mr. Lin disappeared because he took him? Just as the group's senior staff were secretly speculating, Su Su reached out and lightly clasped the table. Duong? Duong. The rhythm rings out. In the future, Luotian Group will be run by Xiao Wanning Xiao. You guys will do your best to assist her, and whoever is acting against her will have dissenting thoughts. D. As soon as the word death came out, the people in the conference room immediately felt as if the temperature around them had dropped a lot. There was a shudder. Hastily raising his head, he respectfully looked at Su Liao. Boss Su, please rest assured that we will definitely assist Mr. Xiao and manage the Luotian group well. If there is any dissension, you may take off our heads. Scanning the crowd, Su Lak nodded in satisfaction and looked toward Xiao Weiniing. I'll leave it to you here for now. Yes. Su Liao stood up, scanned the crowd, turned around, and headed out of the conference room. Reached the extreme realm of the Alchemist Cultivator's foundation building physical body. Su Xiao acted and became more casual. Leaving the Luotian group, he drove Xiao Wanying's Porsche straight toward the Longxia police headquarters. The state of Longxia, the many women he had his eye on, and there were many more. It was also a pain in the ass for Allosaurus Summer to run around looking for a door to arrest. It would be better to work with the Longchamp's General Police Department. All he had to do was make a list of, have the Longchamp's General Police Department gather all the men together. At one time, they could all be collected into the spiritual spring space. In this way, a lot of time would be saved, enough for the Su family to give birth to a few more heirs. As for the willingness of the general administration, 3 heads for an elixir that prolonged life by 10 years, it was not believed that those late blooming power holders would refuse. It's just a couple of women. Longchamps. Send up. 3 heads for a great scientist, or 10 years of life is worth it. They're kind of doing their duty for their country. Besides, following Su Su was not a bad thing. General Police Department. The arrival of Su Su. It made General Director Qin Lai and Deputy General Director Zhang Daorong very happy. Ever since that day when Chun Tianfang, the chief of the Magic City Police Potato, brought an elixir, it made a dying senior in the army come alive again. They're eager, longing to get this divine medicine again. Such an elixir. Too much value. Couple of stars. There's no comparison at all. Let alone a few, even if it was hundreds of stars for a single elixir, they would be willing. In the conference room, Qin Lai and Chun Daorong looked at Su Liao with a fawning smile on their faces. Mr. Su, I wonder what you're here for today? Qin Lai spoke with a smile on his face. Administrator General Qin, Deputy Chief Administrator Zhang, please look. Su Liao said, handing the two of them a piece of A4 paper filled with names. What the hell? Qin Lai took the manuscript paper in confusion. Look down. In Xiaogua, Zhang Yue, Qin Yu, Li Minglan, Mo Xiaoyi, Zhong Xiaoqin, Zhao Min, Song Sweetie, Dai Lusher, Zhu Yi, Yang Yu, Yi Xiaochen, Yu Xiaoyao, Fu Linger, Zhang Xiaonen. Looking at the A4 paper, one woman's name. Mr. Su, what do you want? Qin Lai frowned at Su Su. Su Liao looked at the duo and nodded. I want you to help me gather all these people on the paper to the imperial capital. Looking at the two with slightly altered faces, Su Su continued, Of course, I won't let you guys do it for nothing. 3 heads and I'll give you a rejuvenation pill that can prolong your life for 10 years. What? 3 people for a life extension elixir? Qin Lai and Zhang Daorong were ecstatic in their hearts. As for the negative consequences of handing someone over to Su Su, the two were simply ignored. It's just a few people. Changed. Chapter 59 12 Hairpins. Perfecting Space. Mr. Su, don't worry. 3 days. In just 3 days, we'll bring all the people on the list to the imperial capital. Qin Lai said with conviction. The eyes were full of desire for the life extension pill, although Zhang Daorong did not open his mouth. But by looking at his expression, it was clear that he was also excited right now. Well, I'll wait. Su Liao smiled and nodded as he continued. Cooperate with me, and you will certainly not let Long Xia have a day of regret. After all, I am also a Long Xia man. That's. We trust Mr. Su. Looking at the duo who were full of smiles, Su Su nodded his head with a smile as well and stood up. Then I'll leave first. Contact me when everyone arrives. Then we'll see you off. Qin Lai and Zhang Daorong escorted Su Su to the door, watching the Porsche disappear. Old Zhang, I'll go to the cabinet first and tell the Grand Elder about this matter, so you can arrange the list first. Don't worry, I'll make the arrangements. If it's quick, we can bring everyone tomorrow. Qin Lai nodded. Once the people are brought to the imperial capital, they'll all be sent to the training base in the northern suburbs first. Yes. Zhang Daorong responded and turned around to make arrangements to gather the list of people. Qin Lai, on the other hand, got into the car and headed toward the cabinet. Sky Hub Capsule Base. Lu Chaoshang had already received a notification from Xiao Waning, knowing that Su Jiu would come to the base to collect the supplies. Early in the morning with a group of women now waiting at the entrance to the base. Thinking that we will soon meet the only person who cultivates immortality in Blue Star. The crowd is holding its breath. It was as if the pious believers were about to usher in the legendary exiled immortal who had shattered the void. Buzz! 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 The sound of airwaves. A burgundy-colored Porsche appeared within the line of sight of Lu Chaoxing and the others. If you were to be looked upon by immortal Su, it would be smoke from your ancestors' graves. So all cheer up and smile. Lu Chaoxing twisted his head, looked at the dozen or so beautiful women standing on both sides, and said solemnly. Upon hearing this, 12 young women with clean looks wearing professional suits straightened their clothes, professional smiles on their faces. Boom! The vehicle stopped at the side of the entrance. Welcome to Boss Su's descent into the Sky Hub Capsule Base. Lu Chaoxing shouted out, and the women on both sides shouted in unison. Welcome to Boss Su's descent. Looking at the people standing in neat rows, Su nodded. Lead the way. It's Boss Su. Lu Chaoxing bends and bows. Respectfully, he led Su Su away towards a huge open space. The 12 clean-looking women also quickly followed. Dozens of Taihu lake stones can be put into a pond for fish. A number of fish, shrimp, and turtle fingerlings. Hundreds of packets of various flower seeds. Length and width 10 x 10 m. 3 customized swimming pools. Wire weaving, length, width, and height 20 m x 20 m x 3 m. 3 poultry cages. And on the other side, once again it was filled with ultra-luxury space capsules. Another 30 seats. Not bad. I'm happy with it. Su Lak looked at the prepared supplies and nodded in satisfaction. With that, with a wave of his arm, a bucket of spirit spring water appeared in front of Lu Chaoxing. A reward. Lu Chaoxing looked at the bucket full of water in front of him and was speechless for a while. Just a bucket of water? Do I lack this water? Don't think this is ordinary water. If it wasn't for the fact that you're doing a good job, you think you'd be able to drink it, Su Liao said faintly. With that, walking past an item that, the item was gone in an instant. Although mentally prepared, The 12 clean-cut women on the side were still shocked with their mouths wide open. Incredulously, he looked at the scene in front of him. Boss Su, is he really an immortal cultivator? Lu Chaoxing then squatted on the ground, tilted the bucket, poured it into his hand and tasted it. Momentarily wide-eyed. Treasure. An absolute treasure. Scent? Ha ha ha. Boss Su, those 30 space capsules were also prepared by Xiao Dong, who asked me to prepare them. In addition, these 12 women, on the other hand, are the ones I have identified for you. You can take them away if you like. If you don't see it, you can also take it away, and it's fine to let them help you with miscellaneous chores during the week. At those words, Su couldn't help but look at the 12 women standing in a row to the side. If out of 100, all 12 of these women also scored in the 80s, you can put it away in space. Use it as a maid. There are so many pregnant women, after all. He can't be asked to take care of it himself. Will you follow me and be maids? Boss Su were willing. The 12 women responded in unison. Fine, then you will start as maids. Also, I'll give you each another name, and from now on you'll use the names I've given you. You are called from left to right the Lin Daiyu, Shepherd's Shorts, Jia Yuan Chun, Jia Tan Chun, Shi Shang Yun, Muyu, Jia Ying Chun, Jia Shichen, Wang Shifeng, Sister Jia Zhou, Li Dian, Qin Kaching. Got it all memorized. Remember. The 12 hairpins responded in unison. Su Lak nodded in satisfaction. The 12 women disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lu Chaoxing squatted on the ground, holding the bucket of water, tilting his head to look at Su operated. A moment of dumbfoundedness. Boss Su, what a game. With that, 30 ultra-luxury space capsules and Portia, all were taken into space. Su Liao's figure also disappeared at the entrance of the capsule base. Spirit Springs Space. The ladies looked at the extra items and were dumbfounded. This is going to be a major remodeling of the space. Also, making 3 baths that big, are you trying to emulate King Zhou? The appearance of the 12 golden hairpins further dazzled them. Take in 12 at once? Just outrageous. Honey, are you getting ready for the big one? Qiu Xiaoying said, her eyes glancing at the items and the 12 hairpins. Haha, not bad. I'm gonna set up the space properly, so that it's easy for you guys to live. In addition, these 12 golden forks take care of your usual living. Upon hearing this, the 12 hairpins bowed in unison. Lin Daiyu, meet the lords and mothers. Xue Baosher, meet the masters and mistresses. Wang Shifeng, meet the masters and mistresses. Qin Kaching, meet the masters and mistresses. Aha! Listening to the 12 address. Lin Yutong Munyanxue, by Mengjie, Long Fei Fei, Shun Li and the others were dumbstruck. What the hell? The golden hairpin? Hubby Sujiu. Too good at this. The ladies were speechless for a while. All right, you guys watch from the sidelines while I mess with the overall layout of the space. Su Suyao said, and his mind manipulated one item to shift into place. Spirit Springs Space. In the central area, a spiritual spring pool. 60 luxury space capsules surrounded the Spirit Spring Pool. However, it was tens of meters away from the Spirit Springs Pool. East side, melon and vegetable growing area. On the south side, various herb growing areas. West side, fish ponds, fruit trees, poultry area. North side, flowers, fruit trees, pool area. Rumble. There was a roar. North side. Within moments, 3 large craters appeared. The 3 customized baths, tightly sewn together, were released under Su's control. West. There was another roar. A few moments later, a fish pond 300 meters long, 5 meters wide, and 1 meter deep followed. As one item falls into place, the chickens, ducklings, geese, kirikou. Enter the wire cage. A piece of Taihu stone was put into the fish pond. The entire Spirit Spring space was refreshed. The mold has changed drastically. Today, it's just a matter of drawing spiritual spring water into the fish pond and bath. Su Liao's thoughts moved once again. In a flash, for thick and large columns of water shot up into the sky. A bridge of water was formed, stretching across the void to the fish pond and pool. Look at the miracle of the eyes. The ladies were once again shocked to their very essence. The 12 gold hairpin is even more by the miracle in front of the eyes. The shock of the body trembling, cheeks red, like a drunken wine in general. The eyes were mesmerized. Half an hour later. The rest of the matter of planting fruits and vegetables, fruit trees, medicinal herbs, and flowers Su Yao left to the ladies. It saves them from staying in the space all day and being too bored. Puff. Chapter 60. Come with us, please. Su was wearing yellow knee-length pants. Flop. Jumped into the pool. Immediately, he turned his head to look at Li Mengchen and the others who were the first to enter the space. Laughing, he said, "One of you come over here and take a dip with me." Li Mengchen, Long Xiaoke, Su Deli, Tong Xiaodan, and Xiao Dudu looked at each other. The mind is nervous and expectant. Of the original 6, Bai Mengjie had long since become Su's woman. And she was pregnant with Su's child, and the 5 of them aren't. Su had yet to touch them. This not only makes them a little skeptical of their own charms, but also of their own charms. Now, looking at Su beckon to them. The heart rejoices and wants to come forward. However, the smiling and laughing gazes of the surrounding ladies made a few people stop in their tracks in shame. Far away, inside the pool, only Su grinned and Li Mengchen's figure was then pulled by an invisible force and floated towards the top of the pool. Flop! Li Mengchen fell from the sky and fell into Su's arms. Looking at Su's smile, Li Mengchen shyly buried her head into Su's arms. Ha 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 ha. Sister Yi, let's go swimming too. To the pool next to us. Then let's go back and change into our bathing suits. Yes. Bai Mengjie twisted her head to look at Long Fei Fei, Shun Li, Peng Yuhe, Ji Bingning, Wu Mengmeng, Zhu Fujin, Lin Yao, Xiao Yumin, Lin Daiyu, and the others. Laughing, he said, "After all this time gardening, it's a good time to change into a bathing suit and go for a swim together and relax." The ladies nodded, and together they headed for the capsule. Change into the swimsuit that Su had prepared in advance. In the meantime, outside, in many cities, many great things happened as well. Hibiscus City, Bauhinia Garden Villa, Villa 9. Doorway. Shun Mu Yu took Dai Lu Shi's hands and urged,
鸟，那我回去了。最近这几天许缺虽然安生了，不过你一个人在家还是要注意。
Mother. Then you be safe too and give me a message back when you get home. Good. Shin Mu Yu rubbed Dai Lu Shi's hair, then prepared to turn around and leave. Just then, a cold voice suddenly sounded from the side. Shin Mu Yue, Dai Lu Shi, please come with us. There's a big shot who wants to see you. The 2 men looked up. Only a middle-aged man walked over with 6 men in police station uniforms. You are? Shin Mu Yue inquired with a frown. Hello guys. I'm Flora City Police Potato Chief Chi Quan, and these 6 are my colleagues. There's a big shot who wants to see you guys. Please come with us. Chi Quan pulled out his documents and gave Shin Mu Yu and Dai Lu Shi a serious look. Seeing this, Dai Lu Shi worriedly pulled Shin Mu Yu's arm. Chief Chi Potato, may I ask who wants to see us? Can't. Then, let's go back and clean up first. Chi Quan waved his hand. The 2 of you don't need to prepare anything. Please come with us now. Looking at the 6 people who wanted to use coercion, Shin Mu Yu nodded and pulled Dai Lu Shi, walking towards Chi Quan and the others' vehicles. Hibiscus City Police Potato. Parlor. Dai Lu Shi and Shin Mu Yu walked in. A familiar figure came into view. Zhao Min, big shot? Shin Mu Yu and Dai Lu Shi were puzzled for a while. Zhao Min, who was looking down in confusion, also looked at the door at the same time. Shin Mu Yu, Dai Lu Shi, big shots? You are also being. Zhao Min and Dai Lu Shi opened their mouths in unison and froze in the middle of their words. They said a great man wanted to see me. Could it be you too? Zhao Min said in a confused and worried voice. Shun Mu Yu and Dai Lu Shi nodded and fell into silence. The 3 of them had a vague sense of foreboding in their hearts. Crunch. The parlor door opened. All present and accounted for. He made a gesture of inviting. Seriously, he said, 3 of you, the special airplane is ready, please. This? Apprehensively, the 3 of them glanced at each other and headed out of the parlor. Meanwhile, dozens of such things have happened, too, distributed all over Longxia. A special airplane flew to the imperial capital. Spirit Springs Space. Evening. Looking at Li Mengchen beside him, who was sleeping with a contented smile, Su Yao got up and headed out. She was only human after all, and she still needed to rest after being tired for a long time. Then we have to move the goalposts. At this point, Lin Yutong Yang Yi Munyanshue Lin Momo by Mengjie Zhou Ruorua, Lin Ruoshue, Qiu Xiaoying, and Guan Shui. 9 pregnant women were sitting around the table chatting. The 12 golden hairpin maids, on the other hand, were seated on the sidelines of the anytime you want pool directions. Came the 12 people: Long Xiaoke, Su Deli, Tong Xiaodan, Chao Dudu, Long Fei Fei, Xin Li, Peng Yuhe, Ji Bingning, Wu Mengmeng, Zhu Fujin, Lin Yao, and Xiao Yuman, frolicking. The corner of Su Su's mouth couldn't help but hang a smile. Next, his figure then disappeared into the spirit spring space. Stick, the capital city, Hanyang Castle. Hanamdong, Yongsan-gu, Villa 128. Ji, why do you suddenly want to break up with me? Su Liao just appeared in the master bedroom. A man's angry voice downstairs then reached his ears. Su Lak frowned. Li Ji's boyfriend Li Zhong? Oh. Su Lak let out a cold smile, gently opening the bedroom door and stepping out of the room, lying on the corridor railing and quietly looking down, only to see that an effeminate man was standing in front of Li Ji. It's none other than Stick top stream actor Li Zhong, Ji Li's boyfriend. At this moment, he was staring at Li Ji with red eyes and angry incomprehension. Oba, just don't ask. I hope you never come to me again. A trace of intolerance flashed in Li Ji's eyes. Still, she spoke the icy words. When she thought of Su Su's kind of ghostly and unpredictable methods, she couldn't help but worry about the man in front of her. Why? Please tell me why. Oba, I'm doing this for your own good. Go away and let's not see each other again. No, Ji, if you don't tell me why, I'm not leaving today. As soon as Li Zhong's words fell, a thud sound of footsteps suddenly rang out. Both men craned their heads at the same time, only to see that Su Su was walking down the stairs with a smile on his face. Li Zhong froze in place. He felt an intense green light shining on him. Is it because of him that you're breaking up with me? Li Zhong's face twisted as he looked at Li Ji, his voice icy and freezing. Oba, let me explain. It's not what you think. Heh. Li Ji, wait for me. I won't let you guys go. When he said that, he wanted to turn around and leave. Oh, wanna go? Su Zhao's figure instantly appeared beside Li Zhong, and with a bang, he slashed the back of his head with a hand knife. Li Zhong instantly fainted on the ground. Su, Oba Su, please don't hurt Oba. Looking at Li Ji's eyes with a hint of begging, Suzhou coldly said, wait here. I'll come back to teach you a lesson later. Spin. Carrying Li Zhong's body, he disappeared. A little life. Yoshina City. A springtime daisy. An unoccupied mountain forest. Su Liao glanced at Li Zhong, who was carried in his hands, and let out a cold smile. Swinging his arms out, he threw them with force. Whoosh! Li Zhong's figure instantly turned into a point of light and disappeared. Inagawa Kai, resident. Boom! Chapter 61. The national sister is pregnant. 5 plutocratic families. Inagawa Kai, Rangna City resident. A roaring sound suddenly rang out in the secluded and elegant small courtyard. Outside the courtyard, 4 tall men in black suits and black shoes were shocked. Look in through the doorway. In a split second, the 4 men's faces changed drastically. Baka, someone attacked our chairman. One of the men roared. Pushing open the gate to the courtyard, he ran inside. The remaining 3 followed and ran into the courtyard. The next instant, the 4 men froze in place with horrified eyes. Just a big puddle of mush on the ground. Flesh scraps and blood foam were splattered all around. And the black wolfberry tea that Inagawa Vishnu Yenshir just brewed, and spilled all over the place, mixed with his mushy flesh. Bloody terror. 8. Baka will. Chairman, he turned into mush. Will. How could the president? A full 3 minutes passed before the 4 black-clad burly men slowed down a little. Miyamoto, this other set of clothes isn't the chairman's. Could it be that the owner of this clothes smashed the chairman into a pulp? This. The burly man known as Miyamoto suddenly yelped in surprise and bent down to pick up a card from the floor. This is? Looking at the top stick text, Miyamoto was confused for a moment. Miyamoto, this is the ID card of the stick country. This person is actually the stick top stream star Li Zhong. Yanida Kyukai, are you sure? Shimizu Yanida nodded her head altogether and said with conviction, I'm sure. I know a little bit of stick language. 8. Ga. Miyamoto snarled, and the hagger was pulled longer by his pa. He slammed his ID card down on the mush. Then grimly he dialed a phone. Moses, vice president. The president is smashed to a pulp. What? What into mud? A puzzled voice rang out on the other end of the line. Chairman Yoshida, it's Chairman Inagawa Vishnu Yenshir, who was smashed to pieces by a man from the stick country who fell from the sky. Baka, today is not April Fool's Day, Miyamoto. Do you realize what you're saying? Hey, everything Miyamoto said is true. It's right here in the Renaissance City compound. There was a sudden silence on the other end of the line. Miyamoto, this matter must be kept secret from me. Never let Yamaguchi Iki-style and Yamaguchi Hoplite of the Yamaguchi group know about it. I'll be there now. Yes, Chairman Yoshida. Hanging up the phone, Miyamoto looked at Shimizu Yanida. A total of 3 people. Chairman Yoshida will be here soon, so we'll wait here. Hey! Miyamoto nodded and looked to the mashed flesh on the ground. A flash of pleasure in his eyes. Naughty. Now no one can stop us from being together. Stick. Hanyang City. Villa 128. Hanamdong, Yongsan-gu. Su Liao once again walked down the stairs. Ji Li was pacing back and forth in the hall. Oba, I told you to leave, why don't you just leave? Oh, what? Still thinking about that boyfriend of yours? Hearing Su's voice, Li Ji hurriedly turned her head to look. Su lacks Oba. I. Looking at Su Jiao, who approached step by step with cold eyes. The words Li Ji wanted to say were stuck in her throat. Can't tell you how. Remember, you're my woman now. Su Liao cupped Li Ji's chin, his icy voice causing Li Ji's body to tremble. Get on the couch for me. Su Jiao Oba, I. Li Ji wanted to say something else, but looked at Su's icy cold eyes. Eventually, it went down obediently. The next day, dawn. Master bedroom. Li Ji's cheeks were flushed. The corners of her eyes still had tear marks, and a single strand of her hair was stuck to the front of her forehead by sweat as she fell into a deep sleep. Su Liao leaned against the bed, his eyes closed. Congratulations to the host, congratulations to the host, once again delighted with twin heirs, rewarded with triple physique X1, 1 bottle of resurfacing pill. The humongous voice suddenly rang out. Li Ji surprisingly became pregnant overnight. This was something Su never expected. Could it be that Xu Waning and the English and language teachers all have infertility? Or is it that I'm not trying hard enough? Su Lak frowned. The humongous voice suddenly sounded again. Mission. Ask the host to subjugate the 5 major plutocratic families in the Kingdom of the Stick within a week. The 5 major financial families are the Sankyo, Miyoshiro, Shikoku, Rakuji, and Raku-D. Mission successful. Reward triple physique X1, 7 sub-mother compasses, spatial fixed exit +2. Mission failure. No reward. Taking over the 5 plutocratic families? Wouldn't this be the equivalent of controlling a large portion of the stick? Thinking of building a nation and claiming the throne, Su shook his head again. Hatching a magpie's nest? First of all, the turtle dove has to like the magpie's nest. It would be fine if all the stick male nationals were emptied out. And, surprisingly, the rewards turned out to be 3 this time as well. Not bad. Not bad. Su Lak nodded in satisfaction. Triple physique. Extracted. The usual. Another metaphysical energy appeared out of thin air. It didn't go into his heavenly aura, which was as hard as metaphysical iron, strengthening his flesh. Eventually, it sank back into the sea of Dantian bitterness. 33 times the body mass. It can be a force to be reckoned with. After feeling the changes in his body carefully, Su Liao glanced at the sleeping Li Ji beside him. Instantly, taking her into his arms, he disappeared into the master bedroom. Spirit Springs space. Still early in the day. Most of the ladies were still sleeping, but beside the Spirit Spring pool, there was a woman in a pink one-piece nightgown squatting. Hitting the water. It was Fifi Long. After being nourished by the resident pill and the spiritual spring space aura. At this point in her life, the face value was not far behind that of Zhao Linger. Yeah. Su, what are you holding? She had just finished fetching water when she turned around to see Su suddenly appear holding a woman. Unable to help but curiously carry the bucket of water, he walked towards Su. Haha. It's Li Ji from Stick Country. Su Liao smiled. Fei, why are you here so early to fetch water? Why don't you sleep more? I can't sleep. Long Fei put the bucket down and looked toward the face of the woman in Su's arms. She is. Hey! This is not just pregnant with the Su family's seed, so I brought it in. At those words, Long Fei Fei's face turned slightly red. After looking at Su, he hastily averted his gaze again. In his heart, there was a vague hint of envy. From the moment we were first bound into this space, to acceptance, and then to love this space, seeing Su's god-like abilities with his own eyes again. A glimmer of anticipation grew in her mind that, looking forward to the day when Su could pay more attention to her. At this moment, silent and dim morning, only two people were present. She looked at Su wanting to speak. Fifi, just say what you want to say. Looking at Su's gaze, Long Fei Fei suddenly lost her courage again. No, I'm fine. I'll go back and wash up. With that said, she carried the bucket of water and ran towards the capsule she lived in. Fifi, is she homesick? Su Liao was puzzled for a moment. Immediately, he carried Li Ji into an empty capsule. Placing it on the soft bed, he covered it with a thin blanket and walked out. Dum 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 dum. Crunch. Su Liao knocked on the door of Long Fei Fei's capsule room. With that, he unscrewed the door to the unlocked room and stepped into the living room. Inside the bathroom, Long Fei Fei's reddish-brown hair was messy behind her shoulders. Brushing my teeth in the mirror. It did not notice Su's arrival. Chapter 62. Uncle will take you to a fun place. Okay? Looking at Long Fei Fei, who was washing up, Su Liao smiled and sat down on his butt on the soft and comfortable sofa that emitted a faint fragrance. Su, what brings you here? After washing up, Long Fei Fei turned around to look at the living room and was instantly surprised out loud. There was a hint of delight in his tone. Is Su ready to let me? Thinking of that possibility, Long Fei Fei instantly became nervous. At the same time, anticipation rose in his heart. Fifi, come sit down and talk. Su Lak patted the sofa cushion beside him and looked at Long Fei Fei with a smile. Seeing the situation, Long Fei Fei was slightly nervous as she walked over to Su's side. As a top streamer, what kind of big game have you never seen? But in front of Su Jiao, she felt like all the dazzling aura she had once had been lost. It was as if a young girl in ignorance was meeting her longtime crush, Prince Charming. Nervous and apprehensive. Goddess, are you nervous? As Su Lak said that, he stretched out his arm and then pulled Long Fei Fei into his embrace. Jerked into Su's arms, sitting on top of his legs, breathing in the strong, masculine scent of the Long Fei Fei's body. Suddenly a stiffness, but then it softened. Powerlessly, she leaned into Su's arms. Su Lak, do you think I look good? Long Fei Fei tilted her head and looked at the face near her with a serious expression. But, looking closely, one could see the tension and anticipation in her eyes. Sure. So, then don't you want to do something about it? Long Fei Fei said, suddenly lifting her arms around Su's neck. Become threatening. Become threatening. Little goblin, today I will have to take you in. Su Lak said, getting up violently and carrying Long Fei Fei towards the dining table. Su Lak, go back to your room. Okay? No, it's not like anyone's coming in. Long Fei Fei looked at the unlocked door of the room with apprehension. Yeah? That's Sister Fifi's voice. She, dressed in her one-piece pajamas and carrying a bucket of water, Su Deli stopped and cocked her head to look at the space capsule where Long Fei Fei was. The scene in the living room was clearly reflected through the unclosed window. In a split second, her eyes widened and she hastily covered her mouth. Bam! The bucket fell to the ground without being noticed. After a long time, Su Dili stood up from the floor by the window, bent over, and then tried to sneak away. If we don't go, it'll be embarrassing for the others to see us. She just took a step. Suddenly, as if her body was being manipulated by an invisible force, they bowed into a shrimp shape. It drifted into the living room through the window. Su Laks, I was just passing by. I didn't eavesdrop. Su Dili's face flushed red. Lumpy explained. Really? I was just passing by. I didn't peek or eavesdrop. You have to believe me. Looking at Su's smirking eyes, Su Dili red-faced. Hard-headed sophistry. Su Dili, do you know that you're hilarious when you're sophomoric? Ha ha ha. Su Lak, you? Su Dili's face flushed red and she turned around in shame and anger to leave. Next, She then felt her body detach from the ground. He was stopped by Susu and carried into his arms. Toward the bedroom. 9 o'clock in the morning. All of the ladies exited the capsule and sat around the table eating their food. Where are Long Fei Fei and Su Dilly? Not still sleeping, right? Yang Yi looked at the crowd and suddenly opened his mouth. The ladies sniffed. Peng Yuha suddenly opened her mouth, her tone full of jealousy. What sleep? The two of them are probably more comfortable now. Yuho, what do you mean by that? Moing asked dully. Next, the ladies looked at Wu Mengmeng in unison. Did I say something wrong? Wu Mengmeng shrunk her head and weakly glanced at the ladies with confused eyes. Ji Bingning couldn't help but stroke her forehead. Sister, why are you so dull in this area? Susu is in their room. What do you mean? Aha! Trying to understand the meaning of Peng Yuha's words, Wu Mengmeng twisted her head to look at Long Fei Fei and Su Dilly's capsule, her face blushing for a moment. People don't know these things. Ing Meng Meng keeps her head down, muttering in a low voice. When the ladies saw this, they couldn't help but giggle for a while. I don't know how much time has passed. Inside a certain space capsule, Ji Li woke up in a daze. She sat up and looked around the room. Where is this? Tila pulled on her pink slippers next to the bed and walked out of the bedroom. Everything is so strange. Is this place the home of Oba Sujio? Ji Li walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and opened the curtains. Not far away, a circular pond came into view. By the pond, neatly arranged were dozens of them identical capsule houses. And in a clearing, there were several tables set up with couches and chairs. More than 24 women were sitting around, talking and laughing and looking happy. A few of them she still recognized. Just then, Su Liao's figure appeared within her line of sight. Is this place the home base of Sujio Oba? On the other side, Su Suyao walked over to the ladies. Wouldn't you like to meet your family too? Words. The ladies first stared, then nodded their heads. That's fine. I'll bring both of your parents to Yanjing and have a meeting at that time for you all to meet. I'll go out and set things up, and you guys can go gardening if you're bored. Remember to feed your chickens, ducks, and fish. By the way, there's also Li Ji from the Stick Country. She's also pregnant with the Su family seed now, so you guys shouldn't ostracize her and get along. A brief explanation. Su Suyao's figure then disappeared before the eyes of the ladies. Peony City, Greentown Chunfeng Jiangnan Neighborhood. 801 Living Room, Building 13. Su Yuexin and Jiang Xiaolin were sitting on the sofa. With a smile on her face, she looked at Ning Yutong and Jiang and I, who were sitting on the mat and playing. Dum 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 dum. There was a sudden knock on the door. Su Yuexin and Jiang Xiaolin froze. Who's gonna knock? Could it be Su Su? I'll get it. Su Yuexian hurriedly stood up and walked towards the door of the room. Crunch. The door to the room opened. Sure enough, it's someone who's been pining for a long time. Su Yuexin couldn't help but moisten her eyes. Hey, Mr. Su, Mr. Kong. Long time no see. Su Liao said, pulling Su Yuexin's hand and walking over to sit beside Jiang Xiaolin, left to embrace. The two 4- and 5-year-olds looked quizzically at their mom and the strange older brother who had suddenly appeared. Don't mess around. The baby's watching. Jiang Xiaolin and Su Yuexin blankly glared at Su Liao angrily and slapped away Su Liao's palms that were resting on their waists. Yutong, come over here. Mom will introduce you to someone. Nene, come here too. Ning Yutong and Jiang and I put down the toys in their hands, climbed up from the ground, and trotted into their mother's arms. Nini Yutong, this is Uncle Su Jiu-Su. Uncle Su. Ning Yutong and Jiang and I called out nicely, curiously sizing up the handsome uncle in front of them. Yutong, Nini. So good. Uncle will take you to a fun place. Okay? Fun place. Ning Yutong and Jiang and I instantly became interested, but they didn't say yes right away, instead looking to their moms. Jingle bells. Su Liao's phone rang suddenly. Chapter 63 Entering the Immortal Gang, Publishing News. Phone call connected. Qin Lai's voice came out of the microphone. Mr. Su, we've received all the people on the list to the imperial capital. When do you think is convenient for you? Words. Su Liao was slightly stunned. It's only been a day, and all of them have been brought to Yanjing? Sure enough. One man is more powerful than another. Sometimes, in some ways, it is still not comparable to state power. Okay. I'll be there when the afternoon is over. By the way, there's one more thing I need to ask you guys. Help me bring the families of the women I took before to Yenjing. I'm gonna have a meet and greet. Let them meet with their families. Don't worry, I won't let you do it for nothing. It's no trouble, Mr. Su. Then we are waiting for you. Hang up. Su Liao walked back to the couch and crouched down. Pick up the two little bitty ones. Ms. Su, Ms. Zhang, hold my arms and I'll take you in. Zhang Xiaolin didn't know that Su Su possessed the spiritual spring space, though doubtful in his mind. However, she still hugged Su Su's arm without asking more questions. Uncle Su, where are you taking us, duck? Ning Yutong and Zhang Ni's big, budding eyes stared curiously at Su Su. Yutong, Nini, close your eyes and open them when I say open them. Oh, well then. Watching the two little people in his arms close their eyes obediently, Su Liao smiled faintly. Next, the five figures then disappeared into the living room. Spirit Springs space. Two little babies, you can open your eyes. Hearing Su Su's voice, Ning Yutong and Zhang and I opened their eyes. Looking at his unfamiliar surroundings, he stared blankly. Wow, Uncle Su, what is this place, duck? Uncle Su, put us down. Zhang Xiaolin entered the spiritual spring space for the first time. The shock in his heart was indescribable, although it has been rumored on the internet that Su Su is an immortal cultivator. It even helped her cure her daughter's leukemia. But at this moment, witness it. The shock in his heart could not be calmed for a long time. Su Liao placed the two little people in his arms on the ground, turning his head to look at Su Yuexin and Zhang Xiaolin. This will be your home from now on as well. Miss Su, why don't you take Miss Zhang and Yutong and Nini to play over there in the vegetable field behind the house? There are all kinds of melons and fruits there, so pick your own if you want. There's also a fish pond, an herb garden and a pool, so you can wander around. Oh yeah, and this pool of water. It contains aura, so if you are thirsty, take the cup on the table and serve yourself. Listening to Su Su's gushing words, Su Yuexin and Zhang Xiaolin were moved for a moment in their hearts. Su Xiao was once their student, but now it's their man, became dependent on them in their lives. Destiny. Really, it's marvelous. Aha. Sulak, if you have something to do, go ahead and get busy. I'll bring Xiaolin, Yutong, and Nini, and go look for Tong Tong and the girls. Su Liao nodded, kissed Su Yuexin and Zhang Xiaolin, respectively, crouched down again and kissed the two little nubs on the cheek. Then it disappeared. Duck! Where is Uncle Su? Su! Ning Yutong's eyes widened and she exclaimed in shock. Mom! Uncle Su disappeared. Johnny hurriedly hugged Zhang Xiaolin's leg. Yutong, Nini, don't be afraid. Uncle Su, he's a fairy. That's why he whooshed and disappeared. Uncle Su is a god? Really? Mom. Ning Yutong and Zhang and I looked at their moms at the same time. Of course it's true. Mommy doesn't lie to children. Su Yuexin and Zhang Xiaolin looked at each other. There was a smile in his eyes. Former co-workers, now transformed into a quilt of sisters. No embarrassment. Instead, it's cozy. Yenjing, Twin Towers, Chairman's office. Su Liao looked at Xiao whinnying in his arms. Why don't we find someone to replace you, and you go live in space as well? Don't wait until later. All right then, as you wish. Xiao whinnying wrapped her arms around Su Jiao's neck. Sulak, Ruoxue. How is she now? I want to go see her. She is quite nice. I'll walk you in and you can see for yourself. Su Xiao did not tell Xiao whinnying about Lin Ruoxue's pregnancy. With a thought, Xiao whinnying's figure in his arms disappeared. Spinning around, he opened the Immortal Helpers community app. Roughly skimmed through the community news. It's all about him. Positive glowing stories between elementary school and joining the workforce. And then, there's the news about beautiful women from all over Longxia. There were even female gang members who offered themselves up, expressing her desire to bear Master Su's child. And there's no need for gang leader Su to be responsible. Su lacked a helpless smile. The gang is too aggressive. If all the women mentioned in the community message were taken in. Today's Spirit Spring Space is afraid that it won't even fit. However, these gangs may be able to become my imperial subjects later. Come to think of it. Sulak quickly registered his account and authenticated his real name. The community posting page opens. Hello brothers and sisters. I'm your gang leader Su Liao. In the future, I intend to create an empire. If you are willing to join, then you are subjects of my empire. May enjoy my shelter. and even take you on the path to immortality one day in the future. Of course, if you don't want to, I won't force you. After sending the message, Su stood up, walked out of the chairman's office. Boss Su, a passing senior and employee, bent over in respectful greeting. Su nodded his head one by one, leaving the Twin Towers. Nowadays, all the employees of the Twin Towers, Hanhai Group and Luotian Group, already knew that Su was the real spokesperson of the two groups. They didn't object or get upset. Instead, they were all excited in their hearts. There are cultivators standing behind the group. Hanhai Group, Luotian Group, can rest on their laurels. Longxia Police Headquarters. As soon as the news of Su's presence in the Immortal Helpers Community app was released, it entered the vision of General Administrator Qin Lai and Deputy Chief Administrator Zhang Daorong. Conference room. This Su has gone too far. If all the users on the Immortal Gang software join the empire he created, then wouldn't our Longxia have a much smaller population? Zhang Daorong slapped the table, his eyes full of anger and helplessness. Qin Lai, on the other hand, had a calm face. Brainstormed the pros and cons and how to maximize the benefits. Old Zhang, calm down. Qin Lai looked at Zhang Daorong, who was slapping the table, and a hint of a smile appeared on his face. Old Qin, you can still laugh. Do you know how much we'll lose if those fans of Su lack if they run off after him? Zhang Daorong looked at Qin Lai in disbelief. Old Zhang, think of another idea. If Su really creates an empire, those people who join his empire, we can let them have dual citizenship. In this way, all of his empire subjects are actually still our Longxia subjects. Even we can enter into a deep cooperation with the empire created by Su. Maybe in the future we can also get the light and follow on the path to immortality. When the time comes, every one of our dragon summer subjects will be like a dragon. Isn't that good? Moreover, I think Su Xiao is a man who loves beautiful women and doesn't care about power. Perhaps it is still a good thing for us that he created an empire. Listening to Qin Lai's words, Zhang Daorong fell into deep thought. Weigh the pros and cons. Chapter 64. Exchange. The Su family grows. Dum 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 dum. There was a knock on the door. Enter. With a creak, the door to the room opened and a police officer appeared in the doorway. Chief Potato, Mr. Su has arrived. Su Xiao has arrived? Qin Lai's heart was so happy that he hurriedly stood up and walked outside. Zhang Daorong came back to his senses and also got up to follow him out. Welcome to Mr. Su's grand entrance. Su Liao had just walked into the police headquarters, and Director General Qin Lai greeted him with a smile. Director General Qin, there's no need to be polite. Take me to them. Su Liao waved his hand and went straight to the point. The task of subjugating the 5 plutocrats in the Kingdom of the Stick is still waiting for him. No time for small talk with an old man. Haha. Mr. Su is quick to speak. I'll take you there now. Qin Lai made a gesture of invitation and led Su towards the official car. Northern Suburbs Training Base. At the moment, the police potato officers are all long gone. The entire base playground. Dozens of colorful-looking women. Some in long dresses, some in short sleeves and shorts, some in gowns. They're standing, or squat, or sit on the grass. Eyes confused, doubtful, worried, fearful. What kind of big shot do you guys think it is that has risen up to bring so many of us here? Li Minglan looked at the many acquaintances beside him and couldn't help but ask. Zhong Xiaoqin, Zhang Yue, Zhao Min, Yin Xiaogua, and Xia Yun shook their heads. Worry lingered in his eyes. At that moment, Song's sweetness suddenly opened her mouth. What do you guys say? Could that big shot be Su? As soon as Song's sweetheart's words left her mouth, all the shushes froze at the same time. Su? Could it be him? Could Su and Longxia be working together? And then Longxia brought us here and gave it to Su? Thinking about Su's reputation for being horny, the ladies were in a state of mixed emotions. There is curiosity, apprehension, disgust, and anticipation, although he's horny. But after all, it was the only cultivator of the Blue Star. Regarding all over Longxia, many actresses and netizens were taken away by the Longxia police station, which also caused a big stir. The internet is also up in arms. All sorts of suspicions abound. In fact, more than 90% of internet users in their minds are clear. Longxia and Su Jiu might have reached some sort of cooperation. Numerous actresses, internet celebrities. I'm afraid it's all going to end up in Su Zhao's bed. Lay it on again. The heart is jealous and wants to drive them mad, but they also understood in their hearts that in front of the immortals. Jealousy is useless. Moreover, Long Xia might be able to obtain the cultivation method from Su if he entered into a partnership with him. Then, will there be a day when everyone in Long Xia can step into the path of immortal cultivation? Thinking of this possibility, a flash of anticipation welled up in the hearts of the many Long Xia subjects. If this works out, then giving numerous female stars and netizens to Su was not worth it. And the delivery is so good that it must be applauded. In the meantime, the fact that Long Xia had produced an immortal cultivator had also naturally entered the sights of the world's top brass. The Stick, the Little Day, the Free State, etc. have scoffed. Although there was information about Su from the interlopers and the internet, they didn't believe it. It's about the world of science. There's absolutely no way there's an immortal cultivator. Absolutely not. Long Xia, Yanjing, Northern Suburb Training Base. The police potato car slowly pulled up to the side of the doorway. Su Xiao, Qin Lai, and Zhang Daorong stepped down from the car. Mr. Su, everyone on the list is now at the base playground. You go in and keep going, turn right at the end and you will see it. Plus, we brought you a couple extra. I hope you enjoy it. Surprisingly, how many extra ones did you bring? This was a thought to trade for a few more life extension elixirs. However, Su could understand. Smiling and nodding, Su turned around and walked into the training base. The silent playground. Numerous actresses and netizens are in a mood to wait. In Xiaogua suddenly exclaimed in shock. Sujiu is here. That big shot is really Sujiu. Words. The crowd turned toward the direction In Xiaogua had indicated. They only saw Su wearing a black leisure suit, hands in his pockets, walking leisurely towards them. It's really Su. Long Xia actually wants to sacrifice us to Su? What's going to happen here? I just turned 18 and I haven't been in a relationship. In a split second, chattering sounds, loud and clear. As Su drew nearer, the crowd subconsciously stepped back. Su went further. They take a step back. Laughing in his heart, Su didn't open his mouth either. That's it. You step, I step, until the crowd had retreated to the edge of the playground. There was no way back before he stopped. Li Minglan gathered her courage and looked straight at Su Jiao. Su Jiao, what do you want to do? Su Liao shook his head. Not here. I'm going to take you to a place. Aha! Listening to Su's words, Li Minglan immediately turned red. Anger. Sure enough, he's horny. Su Lak, where are you taking us? Song Sweetness couldn't help but inquire as well. Yeah, where are you taking us? We always have the right to know. Jiang Yue inquired with some fear. You'll see when we get there, Su said. No more words. The figure instantly appeared beside Li Minglan and Song Sweetness. Shoo! Li Minglan and Sweet Song disappeared before they could cry out. Seeing the situation, the crowd screamed, drew their legs, and ran in all directions into the distance. Can you run? Su Liao grinned. In an instant, it transformed into a trail of residual shadows, screaming less and less, until it disappears. In Xiaogua, Jiang Yue, Qin Yu, Li Minglan, Mo Xiaoyi, Zhong Xiaoqin, Zhao Min, Song Sweetie, Dai Lusher, Zhu Yi, Yang Yu, Yi Xiaoqin, Tong Xiaoyu, Shin Muyue, Lin Shu, Xiao Ran, Jiang Xiaodi, Zhang Ning, Zhang Nan, Jiang Yao, Liu Jie, Chong Lu, Yi Yao, Jiang Ishue, Su Xiaojing, Gulaina, Xia Yun, Zhou Enai, Han Xiao Ai, Zhang Yueying, Chao Shi, Jiang Yan, Wu Xiaoyi, Gu Shuai, Yu Xiaoyao, Fu Linger, Jiang Xiaonan, Li Xiaoyang, Su Xiaoning, Zhou Xiaochun. 40. The whole 40 women, together with the original 26. Now, there are fully 66 women. If you add the 12 hairpins and the 2 little ones, and counting himself, it's exactly the same number as 99. By now, the Su family had once again grown. The entrance to the training base in the northern suburbs. Su Yao walked over to Qin Lai with a smile on his face. Director General Qin, I am satisfied. These 15 rejuvenation pills are the payment for this time. 15? 40 for 15, wouldn't that be 1 more for 1 more? Says Mr. Su atmosphere. Qin Lai couldn't help but praise it. Zhang Daorong was also bursting with joy. 15 life-extending pills were enough to extend the lifespan of those top scientists whose lifespans were close to 150 years. Technology will explode again as a result. Priceless. This is what you deserve. Su Liao smiled and once again took out 3 pills and handed them to Qin Lai. Mr. Su, what are you? Qin Lai looked at the elixir in Su Su's hand and did not immediately take it. These 3 are considered another payment for your help in gathering their relatives. This? I thank Mr. Su on behalf of those important people who are going to die. Qin Lai received the elixir, his eyes slightly red, and bowed to Su Su. There is no need for Director General Qin to be so polite. After all, I'm still a Longxia person now, and I want to see Longxia develop and grow. Words. Qin Lai and Zhang Daorong were moved for a moment. In reality, Su Su could have refused to give it at all, and there was nothing they could do about it. But Su Su gave it anyway. Perhaps he still loved Longxia in his heart. By the way, Mr. Su, as I see what you posted in the Immortal Helpers community software, I do have an idea. How about we go back to the agency and talk about it in detail? Qin Lai suddenly opened his mouth. On Mother's Day, I wish all mothers everywhere good health and long life. Chapter 65 Host, Wake Up, Don't Daydream. Yanjing. Police Headquarters Conference Room. Mr. Su, isn't it said that people who cultivate immortals are all bent on pursuing higher realms? Why do you want to build a country and call it an empire? Qin Lai couldn't help the curiosity in his heart and opened his mouth to inquire. This you need not know. General Administrator Qin, Deputy General Administrator Zhang, regarding the matter of me wanting to build a country and call it an empire. I hope that when the time comes, in the international community, Longxia will be able to recognize it. Su Liao gently snapped the table, his gaze looking straight at Qin Lai and Zhang Daorong. This? Of course we will support Mr. Su. It's just that you said that the children from the Immortal Gang community. Zhang Daorong wanted to say something. Su Liao instantly understood what was going on in the minds of the 2 men. For the number of imperial subjects, he didn't need much. As long as the conditions for statehood are met. In fact, a country can be established with a resident population of 800. Administrator General Qin, you need not worry about this point. For the number of imperial subjects, I have no requirements, as long as the number of founding members is met. Mr. Su, what we're saying is that we can transfer some of our subjects to the empire you've created. And at the same time, they're also Longxia people with dual citizenship. What do you think? Words. Su lacked a beat. As for building a country and claiming to be an emperor, he also only did it to fulfill his mission and obtain the Yellow Emperor's internal cannon and the Regulus sword. Otherwise, he wouldn't bother with such a thing. Moreover, after reaching the Jindan stage, he was bound to head to the cultivation world. At that time, it would be impossible for him to travel to the cultivation world with a bunch of mortals. The matter of the sky blue water blue star would have little to do with him. It doesn't matter to me, as long as I succeed in building my country and gaining international recognition. Mr. Su, even if we Longxia agree, I'm afraid a few others won't. Zhang Daorong's words just fell. Su Liao then revealed a cold smile. No? Then do it until they agree. You don't have to worry about that. As long as Longxia supports it, I'll take care of the other few. Don't worry, Mr. Su. When the time comes, Longxia will give you full support. Su Liao nodded. When all the beauties within the spiritual spring space had all conceived the children of the Su clan. Even if there are no more quests, he can still have at least 204x body mass. By then, the physical body was afraid to have stepped into the realm of Jindan. What else is there to worry about? Thinking. Thoughts then drifted off into the distance. Enter the cultivation world later. It will surely have long years. He could have spent a great deal of time making the trillions and trillions of holy maidens, devil maidens, demon maidens, empresses, and ordinary fairies all conceive Su family heirs. At that time, wouldn't one be able to become a saint in the flesh and prove the Tao with power, comparable to the great god Pangu? Even beyond. Hanging Araken Yechu. Host, wake up. Please don't daydream. Aha, can't you? The Hummer doesn't bother with the host. Qin Lai and Zhang Daorong watched Su Su contemplating and did not interrupt. A few moments later, Su Liao opened his eyes. General Administrator Qin, Deputy General Administrator Zhang, since there's nothing else, then Mr. Su will leave first. Then, we'll see you off. The 3 exited the conference room one after the other. After seeing Su Jiao leave in his Porsche, Qin Lai and Zhang Daorong drove towards the cabinet. They were to hand over the 18 spring return pills to the Grand Elder for distribution. Those few dying titans of Longxia could all extend their lives for another 10 years. Longxia will surely take off again. From now on, there is no need to worry about energy. All industries, too, are bound to see rapid growth. Twin Towers. After parking the car in the basement, Su Liao's figure then disappeared into the car. Spirit Springs Space. Song Sweetness, In Xiaogua, Jiang Yue, Li Minglan, Zhaomin, Dai Lusher, Yang Yu, and the other 40 women had just appeared. Then he froze. Lin Yutong, Yang Yi, Lin Momo, Su Yuxian, and the others also froze. 40 pairs of eyes. Against 26 plus 12 plus 2 pairs of eyes. The scene was quite spectacular. If they all changed into black suits, put on sunglasses and a machete in their hands. Live and let live gangster PK. Froze for a full 3 minutes. Yang Yitsai took the lead in welcoming them. Now they had appeared in this space. Destined to be a Su family member. What else to do but accept it? What a dumas. The ladies could not help but sigh in their hearts and, with that, they were greeted together. 2 hours later, after being introduced by Yang Yi and the others, the apprehensive and nervous hearts of Song Sweetness, Jiang Yue, In Xiaogua and the others relaxed quite a bit, getting acquainted with each other. Immediately thereafter, joined the planting team as well. Today's spiritual spring space was over 20,000 meters in diameter. The vast majority of the space, however, is still a blank slate. With the population more than doubling and wanting a constant supply of fruits and vegetables to eat, then it's just a matter of planting more land. More than 70 urbanites. All of them have become peasant women after all. Gu Liang, let me take you back to change your clothes. It's too inappropriate for you to farm in such a gown. Long Fei Fei looked at Gu Liang, who was wearing glasses beside her, and then looked at the long gown dragging behind her and said softly, "Words." Gu Liang nodded. She also wanted to change out of her gown. Although it looks good, it is really inconvenient and uncomfortable to wear for gardening. Immediately, the two of them headed in the direction of the capsule. Just as the two men had just walked up to the capsule, Su Liao's figure suddenly appeared. Gu Liang subconsciously pulled on Long Fei Fei's arm. There was a hint of timidity hidden in her gaze toward Su Su. There was also a bit of curiosity mixed in. "Lieutenant Shuai, it's okay." Long Fei Fei patted Gu Liang's arm and looked at Su Liao. "Hubby, now you're happy. The entertainment industry is all in your lap now. Haha. I also didn't expect Director General Qin Lai to be so forceful." Su Liao laughed out loud and walked up to the duo. His eyes couldn't help but measure the woman in front of him. The dress, with the glasses, is amazing. Too much desire. Su Yao's eyes straightened for a while as he watched. "Hubby, don't look. I'm going to take Shuai Lian to get changed and then we're going to garden." "Okay. Then you can take her to change first." "Aha." Watching Gu Liang follow behind Long Fei Fei, he entered the capsule. Su Xiao did not go to the vegetable field to visit the ladies. His figure disappeared again. Maize Corn, the capital city, Hanyang Castle. Villa 128, Hanamdong, Yongsan-gu, 2nd floor, master bedroom. As soon as he appeared, Su Su felt that something was wrong. In the living room, there seemed to be a conversation going on. Su Lak frowned and listened with his sideways ear. Surveillance shows that neither Li Ji nor Li Zhong left this villa. Why have people disappeared into thin air? SCI bar. Hell. Inspector Zheng. Could this villa really be haunted? Shiba. Chief Constable Choi. Use your pig head and think about it. This is the age of science, understand? Inspector Zheng taught me a lesson. All right, let's go. Chief Constable Choi. Send a few people to keep an eye on this villa. And if you find any suspicious people, arrest them immediately. Yes, Inspector Jung. A footstep followed. The villa hall then fell silent. Su Liao grinned, walked out of the bedroom. He wasn't going to hide it anymore. He's going to run roughshod over stick country. Chapter 66. Today, let the dragon Xia see the power of our rod. Crunch. A sound. The door to the villa opened slowly. Su Lak stepped out of the villa's threshold. The 3 surrounding sheriffs instantly saw Su Su. There were wide-eyed stares, full of questions. When did this man run the villa? Thinking of Chief Constable Chui's words, the 3 of them gave each other a wink, their right hands simultaneously touching their waists as they rushed towards Su Su. "We're the sheriff. Freeze. Hands up. Surrender." The 3 sheriffs had their guns pointed at Su Su, their expressions cold. "Words." Su Liao grinned and walked toward the 3. He had yet to experience the power of the fleshly body of the Foundation establishment realm. It's just the right time to have a good experience while lending a hand to the stick country. Ashibar, stop it or we'll shoot, though the three said so on their lips. Still, without orders from their superiors, the three did not dare to shoot. Looking at Susu, who was approaching with a smile on his face. The palms of the three men were sweating, their hearts suddenly becoming nervous for some reason. You drive. Su Liao approached a sheriff and reached out to directly grab his firearm. Cluck, cluck. A metallic scraping sound rang out. The gun in the officer's hand was pinched into an iron lump by Susu. Ashiba, are you a human or a ghost? The sheriff, whose gun had been destroyed, couldn't help but take several steps back before stopping. His legs trembled, and his terrified eyes looked at Susu. The other two sheriffs were also trembling. The hand holding the gun was shaking all over. Bang! Bang! Nervously, the two sheriffs pulled the triggers at the same time. The two golden bullets, at a speed of 400 meters per second, crashed into Susu's chest. Bam! Bam! Two slugs fell to the ground. The three sheriffs of Stick were dumbfounded. Monster, the man in front of him was definitely not human. I don't eat beef. Bang, 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 bang. 3 shots rang out, and the three fell in a pool of blood, horror in their wide eyes. Uft, uft. Su Liao blew on the muzzle of his gun, which wasn't smoking. With that, the pistol was put away. Eyes toward the front cottage window. A figure instantly hid and drew the curtains. Ha! Su Liao let out a cold laugh. Toward the villa ahead. Villa 122. Terrified and panicked, Song Hui took out her cell phone and dialed the Stick Yamen number. Hello, Yamen? There's been a shooting in Hanamdong, Yongsan-gu, you guys come quickly. Right in front of 128 villas. Dum 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 dum. As soon as she spoke, there was a thud at the front door. Song Hui covered her cell phone in horror and panicked, surveying the room to check which place she could hide someone. In a panic, she pulled open the cabinet and ducked in. Crunch! The door to the room, which was locked, was opened. Listening to the footsteps coming into the room. Inside the cabinet, Song Hui cringed. Come out. It's not like I'm going to kill you. Su Liao sat on the edge of the bed, looking at the cabinet, and said with a smile on his face. Inside the cabinet, hearing the strange man's voice close at hand, Song Hui shed tears of terror. What to do? What do we do? There was a creak, and the cabinet door was opened. Saneji shrank in the corner of the cabinet and tilted her head, trembling, at the man who had barged into her bedroom. At once, frozen. Su.
Shushu yo.
Why are you here? Why can't I be here? What do you want? Anth, let me think. Su Lak cupped his chin and scrutinized the woman huddled in the corner of the cabinet. Although he was in his 40s, he looked like he was in his 30s. It's the age of grace. Looking at Su Lak's colorful gaze, Song Hui wrapped her arms around her chest and summoned up the courage to say, I have already reported it to the police, and it is still not too late for you to escape if you do so now. Haha, you're still weirdly good Shouldn't I say thank you and then quickly turn around and run away? No need to thank you. You run. Gah. Su Lak froze. I thank you. Are you serious? Shall we? You and Li Ji aren't friends. I just happened to send you to meet her, so you can accompany her to farm. Su Liao said, grabbing towards Song Hui. Don't. I don't want to go farming. Song Hui flailed her arms wildly in terror and panic. But, in the next second, her figure disappeared inside the cabinet. In the meantime, outside the villa, hundreds of real gun and stick yamen soldiers have surrounded the whole villa all around. Su Jiu from Longxia, you've been surrounded by us. Release the hostages and put down your weapons. You can strive for leniency. If you resist, you will face suppression by our powerful firepower. Come out and surrender if you know what's good for you. Chief Constable Choi Woo-jin took the loudspeaker, shouted a few words, and frowned tightly. Officer Choi, the surveillance shows that Susu of that Longxia can knead a gun into an iron ball with his bare hands, and he can also carry bullets hard enough to shoot. Can we catch him? Deputy Police Officer Yoon Ji looks at Chief Police Officer Choi Woo-jin worriedly. The rumor that Susu was an immortal cultivator had long since spread throughout the land of Longxia. It has even spread to their stick country as well. Originally, they didn't believe it. However, Su Xiao unexpectedly carried the bullet hard and rubbed the gun into an iron ball with his bare hands. How is this humanly possible? though I don't know if it's the legendary immortal cultivators of Longxia. What is certain, however, is that Susu is no mortal. He didn't have any confidence in capturing Susu. But looking at the confident chief Constable Choi Woo-jin, he could only pray. Praying that the firepower of these hundreds of people could suppress and kill Susu. Show the Longxia people how strong their stick is. You can't do anything about Susu, can you? Then if Susu was killed in the stick country, doesn't that prove that you Longxia are incompetent? Oh, Deputy Yoon, just don't worry. Chief Constable Choi Eugene smiled and continued. I've already called for backup on the way. Even if he, Susu, has 3 heads and 6 arms, he will never be able to escape today. That's good. Let's show those shameless Longxia people the might of our stick today. That's good. And we'll also hold a conference at that time to ruthlessly humiliate Longxia. Yeah. So very good, very good. Deputy Police Officer In Ji smiled and nodded. It seemed that Longxia had already been humiliated by them. Miserable. ACI bar, Susu from Longxia. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you're an immortal cultivator from Longxia. We've brought heavy firepower today. If you come out now and surrender, you might even get to keep your name. Otherwise, I will make sure that your corpse and bones will not survive to see the 10 temples of Hades. Chief Constable Choi Woo-jin once again took the loudspeaker and yelled. Yeah, Chief Constable Choi Song-hui seems to still be in the villa. If we attack with heavy firepower, won't we? Her grandfather was a local plutocrat after all, and she's famous in her own right, so if we kill her along with her, I'm afraid it'll. Deputy Police Officer In Ji suddenly spoke up. At that, Choi Woo-jin frowned. Chapter 67, Fighting. Choi Woo-jin who knows what he's doing. Vice Cop In Song-hui has already been killed by Longxia Susu. What does it have to do with us? We're doing justice to our stick people by beating Susu to death now. Choi Woo-jin said and stared at the villa with an icy expression. In Ji sniffed, froze, but soon understood the meaning of Choi Woo-jin's words. This is letting Susu take the blame. However, if he could kill Susu, it would all be worth it. What Chief Constable Choi said is true. We are seeking justice for the stick people. When we kill Susu, we'll also condemn Longxia. Ow! As soon as In Ji's words left his mouth, he violently let out a miserable howl. Then the whole thing bent into a shrimp shape. The veins on his face and neck bulged, and his hands covered his blood-sticky crotch as he collapsed to the ground, wailing. This sudden scene. Frightened, Choi Woo-jin crouched down on the ground in a panic. Looking around, he searched for any sign of Susu. The next instant, his gaze then met with a pair of smirking eyes at the edge of the villa's roof. Sulak, you dare to hurt our great stick people. You deserve to die. Yeah, on my command. All hands, shoot at the killer. In a flash, hundreds of gun-toting stick yamen soldiers fired in unison at Su Jiao, who was standing on the roof of the villa. Bang, bang, bang. Several consecutive bullets struck above Susu's body and didn't cause any damage to him. Su Liao smiled faintly. Next, a golden pistol was then in his hand. Exactly the Desert Eagle with unlimited bullets and a range of 3,600 meters. Seeing this, Choi Woo-jin hissed, "All of you, shoot hard. Concentrate. Don't shoot me in the wall." With that, the figure retreated towards the back. Bang! Another series of shots rang out. One by one, the soldiers of the government offices of the stick country fell into a pool of blood. Ta-da-da-da. Just then, a roar sounded in the sky, bringing up a huge storm. 2 helicopter gunships appeared over the villa. Haha. Yeah. Susu, your time to die has come. Seeing this, Choi Woo-jin took the loudspeaker and shouted again with an arrogant look. Su Liao, on the other hand, looked up at the helicopter gunships in the air. The look was icy cold. Ta-da-da-da-da. There was a hint of pain as the dense bullets hit above Susu's body. The black leisure suit was instantly shattered. You all deserve to die for ruining my clothes. Next, a black stick appeared in Susu's hand. It was the never-before-used growable weapon, the Dynastick. Die for your master. Su Liao's legs were slightly bent. The next instant, his figure was like a skyrocketing cannon as he shot up into the sky. Shoot straight at the helicopter gunships. The villa's roof instantly broke into a large hole because of the reaction force. Anono ACI bar, he's the devil. The pilots inside the 2 helicopter gunships were so enraged at the sight that they tried to fly the aircraft away. But it was too late. Boom! One of them instantly crashed towards the ground under the huge force of the prime baton. After smashing one of them, Su Yao backhanded the Optimus baton and flung it at the other helicopter gunship. Boom! Moment. It's like fireworks blooming and flaming to the sky. Ground. Looking at Su Su, who was like a heavenly god. Choi Woo-jin couldn't help but urinate down his pants. Wow, 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 wow. Su. Sulax. Father Su. Grandfather Su. Immortal Su. Please spare my life. I am willing to work for you as an ox. Looking at Su Jiao, who was walking towards him, Choi Woo-jin crawled to Su Jiao's feet in terror, crying out in pain and begging for mercy. Su Liao smiled faintly. A mole. Dead or not, it had no effect on him. However, he didn't have any subordinates in the stick country, so he would need a few runners. Next, a set of Ming Dynasty Jin Yiwei's golden flying fish suit appeared in his hand. Boom! Exploding clothes. The remaining rags on his body were instantly exploded. With that, the golden flying fish suit wrapped around his naked torso. Do you know where the 5 major Zaibatsu families are in power and where the family seat is? Choi Woo-jin, who was kneeling on the ground, trembling and bowing his head, sniffed and nodded his head. I know. I am a member of the 4K consortium family. Su Lak froze. What a coincidence. Take me to your Choi family head. All right, Immortal Su. Please get in the car. I will drive you there now. Choi Woo-jin hurriedly got up from the ground and led Su Jiao towards the Yamen official vehicle. And with that, he left. Only the scene was left in a state of disarray, blood, and horror. Honey, are there really fairies in the world? Inside a villa not far away. On the balcony, a woman with delicate features, innocent and sexy. The woman, who was full of mature flavor, looked at the messy ground in the distance, and there was curiosity and concern in his eyes. Since Choi Woo-jae used a tuba, many people in the neighborhood already knew that Longxia country's legendary immortal cultivator, the cool beauty Su Jiao, had appeared in the stick country, and she, Sun Jin, the famous actress of the stick. And the face value is superb. Now that Su Su had come to the stick country, it wasn't a good thing for her. Aside, Xian Zayahama did not reply to Sun Jun's words, secretly thinking in his heart, I didn't expect that Su Su of Longxia to really be an immortal cultivator and so powerful. With the way he's been acting with those in Longxia, I'm afraid he'll take a shot at my wife. If I resist, I'm afraid I'll become like those guys in Longxia. At that thought, he glanced at his wife beside him without a trace. An incredible thought vaguely arose in his mind. Hubby, what are you thinking? Returning to his senses, Xian Zayahama smiled unnaturally. No, it's fine. Oh. In the meantime, not far away in another villa, the same thing was happening. Jean He shakes her husband Young Ji's arm and has a worried look in her eyes. Wife, don't worry. If he, Su Su, wants to take you from me, he must first step over my corpse. Words. Jean Shi's eyes flashed with thunder and were full of emotion. Honey, you're so nice. If Su Su really dares to come and rob me, even if I die, I won't let him succeed. At that time, if Su Su really comes, we'll live and die together. Aha! The capital city of the stick, Hanyang Castle. Jiangbei District. Trey's Manor. The location of the 5 major plutocratic families in the Kingdom of the Stick, and the family of the head of the 4K plutocrats. Choi Woo-jin slowly parked the car in the manor's parking lot on one side. Su Xianren. This is where the 4K Zaibatsu family is located, and the current head of the family, Choi Woo-hoon, is none other than my elder brother. Words. Su Lak froze. The head of the family is your older brother? Then how is it that you're only a chief constable at this age? Aha! Choi Woo-jin was embarrassed for a moment. Red-faced, he explained, I'm just a member of a sideline of the family, so. All right, no need to explain. Take me in to meet your family head. Su Liao waved his hand and said, All right, Immortal Su, please follow me. Choi Woo-jin made a gesture of invitation and led Su Su towards the manor. Uncle Woo-jin. Just as he walked into the manor, a clear and pleasant woman's voice suddenly rang out. Chapter 68. The Choi family's $4,000, the magpie gives her nest to the dove. You're the Dragon Summer immortal cultivator, Su Su, that the internet said you were. A young girl dressed in pink shorts and short sleeves suddenly caught Su Yao's eye. She's just under 6'6" and her skin is snowy, so white that it seemed to let in light. round face, big soulful eyes. The two ponytails swayed gently with her steps, adding a bit of playfulness and cuteness. It's like a lowly girl coming out of the second dimension. At the moment, she was staring at Su in shock and curiosity. Looking at the stunningly beautiful lowly in front of him, Su Yao's eyes lit up. Hazel Hyun, do not be rude to immortal Su. Choi Woo-jin frowned and said seriously. No harm done. Su Liao waved his hand and looked at the lowly girl. Little girl, what's your name? The lowly girl blinked and stared at Su. My name is Roy Hyun Choi. After saying that, she asked curiously, are you really a dragon summer immortal cultivator? You can think so. Su Liao smiled and turned his head to look at Choi Eugene. Give me a rough idea of the composition of the Choi family's personnel. Yes, immortal Su. Choi Eugene nodded. The current head of the Choi family is called Choi Jian, and he has 4 daughters. Her eldest daughter, Choi Min-ju, is the president of a conglomerate. The second daughter, Choi Min-rae, is an excellent prosecutor. The third daughter, Choi Hyuk-yeon, is a woman of letters and an excellent writer. The fourth daughter is Roy Hyun Choi, a rotten house. Choi Woo-jin said, and his gaze went to Roy Hyun Choi, who was staring at the two of them with puzzled eyes. Uncle Eugene, what do you mean by rotten otaku? People just don't like to socialize. The lowly girl, Roy Hyun Choi, retorted with a beak. Choi Woo-jin didn't pay any attention and continued. The family head also has 2 younger brothers. The second brother, Choi Jae-woong, is a prosecutor and has 2 sons. One interned at the group and one still in school. A third brother, Choi Jin-ho, also a prosecutor, has a son in high school. Also, the head of the family has a younger sister named Choi Byung-oh, who works in management at the group. As for the side children, there are many more, and I'm sure you don't want to know about them. Uncle Eugene, you brought him here too. Roy Hyun Choi also noticed a hint of something wrong at this time and frowned in query. I'll take Immortal Su to see the family head, so I won't talk to you first. Immortal Su, please, Choi Woo-jin said and bent down to make a gesture of invitation. Su! Immortal Su, what are you looking for my father for? Royston Choi looked at Su with a hint of worry in his eyes. Hee, of course it's to make your Choi family submit to me. From now on, you're mine. Ha ha. Su Liao said that and laughed out loud as he walked in the direction of the manor hall under the leadership of Choi Eugene. Royston Choi Hyun stared blankly at Su's back. A few moments later, also rushed after them. She wanted to see how Su could bring the Choi family into line. Hundreds of flat, empty halls, decorated in gold. This was the first time Su walked into such a luxurious building. Sure enough, the rich live a life that ordinary people can't even imagine. No wonder they say that the stick country is controlled by plutocrats. Money is nothing if there is enough of it, and the head of the stick is nothing. Ta-da-da-da. Royce Hyun Choi also ran into the hall at this time and walked over to Su. Just as she was about to open her mouth to inquire about something, another stomping sound of footsteps sounded from upstairs. Su Liao twisted his head to look, only to see a man in his early to mid-60s, 6'8" tall, and with a strong build walk down the stairs. It looks majestic. If he had met such a big shot before acquiring the humongous bandit system, Sujo would have been nervous. But it's not what it used to be. He is now the strongest man on earth. The man in charge of the plutocratic family is nothing more than an ant. Dad! Roy Hyun Choi yelped in delight and ran towards Ken Choi. Glancing at his salty daughter who came running, Jian Choi glared at her and walked straight towards Su. Bam! Choi Woo-jin was dumbfounded. Roy Choi Hyun was confused. Su Lak froze. One of the 5 biggest plutocrats in the country, the head of the 4K plutocrat, comes up and kneels to him, not waiting for the 3 to speak. Jian Choi opened his mouth. Jian Choi, the person in charge of the 4K consortium, pays his respects to Immortal Su. With that, he bowed down towards Su. Seeing this, Su reacted. Ken Choi was afraid that he already knew what had happened in the Hanam Dong Villa area in Yongsan-gu. This Ken Choi, he knows what he's doing. Su Liao sighed in his heart. Get up. Yes, Immortal Su. Ken Choi responded respectfully and stood up from the floor. Immortal Su, please take a seat. Su Liao nodded and took a seat on the main seat in the living room. Choi family master. Is your Choi family willing to submit to me? Words. 3 pairs of eyes looked at Ken Choi in unison, only to see Choi Jian's 2 eyes glowing. He laughed out loud. Haha, willing, of course I am. With a strong person like you, Immortal Sue, to lead the 4K group, I'm sure the 4K group will be even stronger. Dad, you. Roy Hyun Choi looked at his old father in confusion. The eyes were full of disbelief. To curry favor with Susu simply by hearing that he was an immortal cultivator? And you're giving away an entire consortium? Confused in the head? Choi Woo-jin sighed in his heart. If the main veins of the Choi family all resisted and were then finished off by Susu, perhaps Susu will support him to the top, unfortunately. Sulak looked at Jen Choi and nodded in satisfaction. Those who know the time are wise. Not bad. Not bad. I'm optimistic about you. Now I'm going to give you 2 tasks. First, recall your sister and 3 other daughters to the family. Second, no matter what method you use, you must call the remaining 4 major plutocrats in power here tomorrow. You possibly could do it. Words. Jen Choi nodded. Immortal Sue, don't worry. I will now recall my other 3 daughters and sister back to the clan. In addition, I will also personally invite the rest of the 4 major plutocratic families in power to come and have a chat. So very good. A smile appeared on Susu's face. This thing is going too well. The lowly girl, Roy Hyun Choi, had a hint of worry in her eyes. Recall your 3 sisters and aunts. What does Sue want? At this moment, Jen Choi suddenly spoke once again. Immortal Sue, you shouldn't have a place to stay and stick right now. If you are willing, our Choi family is willing to give you this manor. Hold the grass. After the consortium, you're giving away the estate? This Ken Choi has a lot of gumption. And where do the members of your family live? Ken Choi smiled sarcastically. We have a worse estate next door. It's enough for a squeeze. Words. Susu lacked no more excuses. Nodding in agreement. It's fine for you to move, but your 4 daughters and your sister don't have to. After all, I still need someone to take care of me on a daily basis. Aha! A person who cultivates immortality has to be taken care of? If you want it, just say so. It's not like I disagree. Ken Choi mentally spat. But there was still a smile on his face. All right, as you wish, Mr. Sue. Dad, how could you? The secondary lowly girl Roy Hyun Choi has a hint of teardrops in her eyes, which makes her even more pitiful to me. Sulak looked at the 3 and grinned. You have 5 hours to move out. After saying that, his figure disappeared in front of the 3. This. Chapter 69. I'm in a hurry. Dad, are you senile? Although it's rumored all over the internet that Susu is an immortal cultivator, but that's just a rumor, isn't it? You just gave him the whole family and our home. He even left me and my elder sister, second sister, third sister, and my aunt to serve him. Do you not know his title on the internet? Aren't you pushing the Choi women into the fire? With teardrops in her eyes, Roy Hyun Choi, a secondary lowly girl, looked at her old father in sadness and disbelief. Hazel Hyun, your father did the right thing. You have no idea how horrible Susu is. Choi Woo-jin said with a hint of envy in his tone. Now, Ken Choi is afraid of getting rich. Not only did he give the consortium to Susu, but he also gave away his own daughter and sister. I'm afraid the Choi family is going to become the #1 family in the stick. Even the most powerful family in the sticks. Ken Choi looked at his grieving daughter and pulled his cell phone out of his pocket. Opened the album. Tapped on a video. Check it out. Roy Hyun Choi took the phone suspiciously and looked at the screen. In a flash, her round mouth couldn't help but open round. With a trembling voice, he said, Dad, is this true? That's good. It happened just now, or your Uncle Eugen led the way. Ken Choi said, squinting at hypnotizing Eugen. Hypno Eugen smiled awkwardly. Without me bringing Susu here, can you be the first to defect to Sue? Oh, this is too unbelievable. Human flesh can be this powerful. Royston Choi couldn't help but marvel. And his heart was suddenly curious about Susu. Stay and serve him, perhaps. It's not bad either. In the meantime, what happened in Hanam-dong, Yongsan-gu? It also reached the eyes of the rest of the 4 major plutocratic families, as well as the stick executives. That superhuman-like figure made them tremble. In the face of such horrors, the stick executives are angry and fearful. Summit House. The large conference room was filled with the most powerful group of people in the stick country. The head of the stick, the attorney general, the director of public security, and the heads of the various organizations were all staring intently at Susu's demonic god-like figure on the big screen. Didn't you guys say that a tiny Susu could be destroyed with your hands? Blowing people's clothes off is what you call casual destruction. The head of the stick, Kim Tong-wei, looked at the crowd around him and angrily slapped the table. Head Jean, no matter how loud your table taps, that Susu from Longxia will not be harmed in any way. Now we should think about how to deal with that Susu. High Prosecutor General Go Quanhuan spoke in a nonchalant manner. The large conference room was instantly quiet. Jingle bells. Just then, a phone rang abruptly. Swish. The crowd craned their heads in unison. My father's phone. Choi Hyuk-yun, who was sitting in an inconspicuous position, looked at her cell phone and smiled sarcastically before turning around and gently leaving the conference room. The crowd couldn't help but frown. Did Ken Choi call his daughter at this hour for something? By the way, isn't Chief Constable Choi Woo-jin, who went to arrest Hyo Jae, a member of Choi's family? In the end, Susu followed him. Did the Choi family? The crowd couldn't help but associate this at the same time, and their brows couldn't help but frown even more tightly. Choi Min-ju, Choi Min-ryo, and Choi Byung-eun also received a call from Ken Choi one after another. Hearing Jen Chui's serious words, the three of them put down their work at hand and rushed towards Chui's manor. Follows the Lee family of the Sanhang Foundation, the Zheng family of the Mayo Foundation, the Gu family of the Lu Ji Foundation, and the Xian family of the Lu Di Foundation have also received invitations from Ken Choi. Invite the 4 family heads to the Choi Manor for a banquet tomorrow to discuss important matters together. Though Ken Choi didn't say so explicitly, however, the 4 great families also understood in their hearts that it was bound to be related to Susu. After all, Susu ended up following his Choi family out of the battle scene. Thinking of that terrifying figure, the 4 great families agreed to Choi Jian's invitation. The words are split. Spirit Spring Space. Su Yu's figure appeared beside the Spirit Spring pool. Song Hui, who was caught in the space at this time, also followed beside Li Ji. While listening to Li Ji's explanation about Susu, while digging holes for planting, the moment, counting Ning Yutong and Jiang and I, the 2 little bitty ones, there were a full 82 people in the entire spiritual spring space. But there are only 10 who are already pregnant. Has 14 children. So many, and only 10 are pregnant. No, I have to work hard. I can't waste any more time. With a mutter, Susu's mind moved. In the distance, Li Mengchen, who was throwing seeds into the pit, then felt his body being pulled by an invisible force, drifting toward the capsule. The ladies took one look at it, then ignored it and continued planting. Without thinking about it, they knew what was going to happen next. Congratulations to the host, congratulations to the host, another twin heir, rewarded with triple physique X1, 1 bottle of the resurfacing elixir. 2 hours later, the Hummer's voice suddenly rang out but it sounds a bit listless. Hummer, what are you? Host, 68, there are still 68 people. Can you be more attentive and work harder to get them pregnant with your heir in the shortest possible time? No, I'm not even in a hurry. What are you in a hurry for? Host, we've been bound for so long, and you've only produced 16 heirs. The bandits are anxious to see you. Just take it easy. I'll just try harder. All right, host. The Hummer's voice was suddenly much more spirited. Sulak glanced at Li Mengchen, who was beside him, tired and passed out, and gently got up and walked towards the living room. Triple physique. Extracted. Phew. A breeze brushed by, and a wisp of metaphysical power once again appeared out of thin air. In an instant, it didn't enter Su Yao's heavenly soul cover that was as hard as meteorite iron. In the blink of an eye, the energy flowed through every cell in his body. Eventually, the remaining sliver merged into the golden sea of bitterness in the Dantian. 36 times the body mass now. It was also unknown how many times it would take to reach the powerful level of a Jindan stage body refining cultivator's flesh. Sigh. Su Liao got up and walked out of the capsule, heading in the direction of where the ladies were behind the capsule. Hubby Mengchen, is she pregnant? Seeing Su approaching, Lin Yutong put down the water ladle in her hands and walked over to Su holding his arm, inquiring curiously. Hey, another twin. Another twin? Lin Yutong's eyes widened at once, her eyes filled with envy. A good best friend, so many steps behind her, and surprisingly, one more pregnant than her. Depressed and bored. All right, you're the first woman I've ever had. Su. Su Liao rubbed Lin Yutong's hair and comforted her with a smile. At this time, Yang Yi Munyenshue, Lin Moshue and the others also walked over. Seeing the situation, Su Liao clapped his hands and shouted, "All stop what you're doing first and come over here. I have something to say." 5 minutes later, 81 pairs of eyes stared at Su Su in unison. "Hubby Suju, Uncle Su. What's up?" Looking at the dozens of curious eyes, Su Su raised his arm, and a bottle of resident pill was added to the palm of his hand. "This is the resident pill. One person who has not taken it will come and receive one. The elixir? Great, I can finally become young and youthful too." Zhang Yue, Zhao Min, Li Minglan, Yin Xiaogua, Dai Lushir, and Song Dongtian's eyes instantly became bright. They all got up and walked towards Su Su. "All line up, one by one, and kiss me to receive it." Chapter 70 Outstanding Lady Award, Top 5 Pearls. Hearing Su Su's words, Zhang Yue, Zhao Min, Zhong Xiaoqin and the others' cheeks blushed slightly. But when they thought of the resident skin pill, they all behaved themselves and stood in a long line. "Yue, come on." Looking at Zhang Yue, Su Su stretched his face over. "Barf." Zhang Yue fiercely pecked Su Su on the cheek, grabbed a resident pill, and ran back to the crowd watching from the side. "Zhao Min, come on." Su Liao stretched his face out in front of Zhao Min. "Barf." Zhao Min's small face was slightly red, and she took the resident pill and ran away. Next, there was a lot of barfing going on. Zhong Xiaoqin, Yin Xiaogua, Li Minglan, Song Sweetness, Zhu Yi, Dai Lushir, Yang Yu, and Xia Yun took the resident elixir and retreated to the side with joy. "Honey, is there anything else?" Bai Mengjie stared at Su Su and inquired aloud. The ladies quieted down and looked straight at Su Su. "The second thing is that all of your family members will arrive in Yanjing in the next few days, so you will be able to meet with your family members then." "Really? I haven't seen my parents in what feels like forever." "Me too. Kinda miss my parents." "I miss my parents too." "Great." Looking at the joyful appearance of the ladies, Su Yao smiled and continued, "There's one more thing. I'm going to build a stage for you all." Setting the stage? The ladies were puzzled for a while. Building a stage in this space? "Honey, what's the point of setting up a stage?" Qiu Xiaoying asked the doubts in the hearts of all the ladies. "Outside you guys make movies and TV shows. Don't you have all kinds of awards? I'll set the stage for you and give you 3 more Mrs. Excellent awards. By the time New Year's Day rolls around it will be judged by everyone and I'll give her the grand prize to whoever wins it." What does everyone think? As soon as Su Liao's words fell, the surroundings became silent. "No? You've got a lot of nerve thinking about it." The ladies looked at Su Su with dumbfounded gazes. Bengal lived. The real Bungbu lived. "Honey, you're too." Mu Nianxue stared at Su Su, momentarily at a loss for words. "Haha, it's decided." Su Liao laughed out loud and walked over to Su Yuexin and Zhang and I. Then, looking down at the 2 little nubs. "Yutong, Nini, do you like it here?" "Like." Ning Yutong and Zhang and I nodded without hesitation. There is not only good water, all kinds of delicious fruits and vegetables, but also big sisters who play with them. Compared to kindergarten, this place is better. "So do you guys want to come here more often from now on?" "Think. Then I'll be your dad from now on. Okay? That way I can bring you guys whenever you want." Words. Ning Yutong and Zhang and I froze in unison and couldn't help but look up at their respective moms. "Yutong, Uncle Su will be daddy from now on. Quickly call daddy." Suyu Xin touched Ning Yutong's little head and said with a smile, "Nini, let's call daddy too." Jiang Xiaolin also hastened to remind Jiang and I. "Dad, Dad." Ning Yutong and Jiang and I shouted in unison. Their bright big eyes containing apprehension, anticipation, and nervousness. There was nothing in their memories of their dad. Inside the kindergarten, the children around them said they were fatherless children. Today, they don't just have dads. And dad's a god. Let's see who dares to mock them in the future. "Haha, good girl." Su Lak excitedly carried the 2 little bitty ones into his arms and kissed them several times in succession on that little pink face. It made the 2 little imps giggle. Unconsciously, the time had come to evening. After accompanying the ladies for a simple dinner, Su Su's figure disappeared within space once again. Stick, the capital. Hanyang City. Jiangbei District. Trey's Manor. By now, it was late in the evening. The empty, luxurious living room was bright as day. 5 women with different temperaments were sitting on the sofa in a moment of silence. "Auntie, are we just going to sit here and wait?" The one who opened the mouth was a woman in a prosecutor's uniform, with a melon face and long, heroic eyes. It's Hyuk-yun, the second daughter of the Choi family, an excellent prosecutor in the stick country. Yes, auntie. If that Susu never shows up, do we have to wait here for one night? The third daughter of the Choi family, literary young woman, and excellent writer, Choi Minrue, also frowned at her aunt, Choi Bing-yi. Well, we'll wait another half hour. And if he doesn't show up, we'll do what we have to do. Before the mature and charming Choi Bing-yi could say anything, the Choi family's eldest daughter, the female president Choi Min-jie, said with a clear and cold voice, "Let's do what Min-chan said and we'll wait another half hour." Choi Byung-oh said, frowning. If they hadn't seen Susu's terrifying figure in the video, how could they, as the young ladies of the Rod's top plutocrats, obediently wait for a long Xia man? It's just ridiculous. But the fact of the matter is that they had to be good and wait. How dare you not wait? Ken Choi was the first to jump in and say no. Roy Hyun Choi, a second-generation pink ponytail lowly girl, shrinks to the side and has no presence. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The clock ticked extra harshly in the quiet hall. Just then, shoo, without warning, a man in a golden flying fish suit appeared in the hall. The 5 women of the Choi family who were waiting with frowns were suddenly startled in their hearts. When they could see the man's face, they stood up. There was still a shock in his eyes. Seeing Su appear out of thin air like a ghost with his own eyes was even more shocking when compared to the powerful figure of Su in the video. Choi Bing-yi, meet Mr. Su. With that, Choi Bing-yi bent slightly at the waist and performed a stick salute to Su. The 4 of them, Choi Minju, Choi Hyuk-yun, Choi Minryol, and Choi Bozian, also bent slightly at the waist and bowed to Su. Surveying the 5 jewels of the plutocrat family in front of him, Su Liao nodded his head in satisfaction. Sure enough, living in a family like that, there could be a few bad ones. Choi Bing-yi, in her early 30s, has a voluptuous figure, mature and charming, with a movement full of all kinds of flavors. Choi Minju, 28 years old, well-built, not too fat, not too thin, cold as an iceberg woman. Choi Hyuk-yun, gallantly dressed in a prosecutor's uniform. Choi Min-rai, in a white dress, is graceful and full of talent. Roy Hyun Choi, in pink shorts and short sleeves, social phobic, secondary lowly girl. You're all very good. I'm very pleased with you, and I'll leave my getting up and down at the stick to a few of you from now on, Su Liao said, walking over to Choi Bing-yi and sitting on the sofa. None of you need to be nervous. Sit down and talk. When he said that, he just reached out and pulled. The mature and charming Choi Bing-yi was then pulled into his arms and sat on top of his legs. A light, refreshing scent that hits your nose. Seeing this, a hint of displeasure flashed in the eyes of Choi Minju, Choi Hyuk-yun, and Choi Min-ryo. But it was only a flash. Facing a strong man like Su, what else could they do? Su, Mr. Su, don't. In front of her 4 nieces, being held in the arms of a man she had just met, Choi Bing-yi was still embarrassed and shy, struggling to get out of Su's embrace. Chapter 71. Swallow this compass and you can leave. Mr. Su. Su, please don't. Choi Bing-yi twisted her body hard, trying to break free from Su's embrace. Choi Minju, Choi Hyuk-yun, Choi Min-ryo, and Roy Hyun looked at their aunt's embarrassed and uncomfortable appearance and had the presence of mind to speak up and stop them. But in the end, it was all in the mind. A silent sigh. Stop, does it work? LOL. Don't move. Su Liao spoke in a cold voice. Choi Bing-yi's body stiffened and slowly stopped struggling, quietly sitting on top of Su's legs. Don't dare move, because she had felt Hyoji. Don't think that just because you're plutocrat's daughter, the first lady, that you're at a disadvantage with me, Su Liao said, glancing at the 4 Choi family sisters. Faintly, he said, if it weren't for your father, do you think you'd still be able to sit down and talk to me like this? Mr. Su. Su, since my father has taken you as his master, whatever you do in the future, we will definitely give you our full support. Choi Minju's voice was cold and unsmiling. Choi Hyuk-yun, Choi Min-ryo, and Roy Hyun Choi also nodded their heads in succession. Seeing the situation, Su Lak nodded in satisfaction. Then the palm of his hand, which was placed on Choi Byung-oh's waist, was lifted up. 5 black pills that emitted a clear fragrance lay quietly in the palm of his hand. The 4,000 daughters of the Choi family, as well as Choi Bing-yi in her arms, all stared curiously at the palm of Su's hand. Mr. Su, Sue, what is this? Chui Bingyi asked curiously. This is a face resurfacing pill made by people who cultivate immortality, which not only restores the body's functions to its optimal period, but can even make one's face last forever. Su Liao smiled, glancing at the 4,000 gene before looking at Chui Bingyi in his arms. Want it? Mr. Su, can this really restore a person to their optimal age and still keep them young? Chui Bingyi's eyes lit up as she looked toward the elixir in Su Su's palm, filled with longing. After all, she was 32 years old. In a few years, not only will your body function decline, but your appearance will also deteriorate. Now, there is the residency pill, so how can it not be delightful? Choi Min-ju, Choi Hyuk-yun, Choi Min-rai, and Choi Boas-hyun, while the largest 28. The youngest is only 18. However, there is also a desire for this legendary item. After all, what woman doesn't want to look set at her best age? Haha, you won't know if you eat it, Su Xiao said, pinched up a stuffed into the arms of Chui Bingyi's small mouth. With that, the remaining 4 were tossed to the 4. Swallow them all. The 4 Choi sisters watched as their aunt had already swallowed the pills and followed suit, shoving them into their rosy lips. The slender, white throat rolled and it was all swallowed. As soon as the pill entered their stomachs, the 5 women felt warmth surging through their bodies. There was a stretching of the pores. They wanted to moan with comfort, but with a man beside them they could only hold back. A blush came over her face. Yikes, what is this on me? It smells so bad. It stinks. The secondary lowly girl jumped violently off the couch with an exclamation of surprise. Her white arms and straight, round legs were surprisingly covered in black dirt. Immediately after that, the remaining 4 people also cried out in shock. Horrified, he looked at his arm. This is to remove the dirt from your bodies and make your flesh more pure and flawless. Don't be in a state of bliss and not know what's good for you. After Su Su said that, he picked up Chui Bingyi and headed upstairs. Seeing this, the 4 of them, Choi Min-ju, followed suit and ran upstairs and back to their bathrooms to clean their bodies. 30 is like a tiger? The rumors are false. Choi Byung-oh is a little party girl. But she really is true what they say about women being made of water. Su Su was really satisfied, looking at Chui Bingyi, who had passed out beside him and still had a hint of a contented smile on her face. Su Yao got up and walked out of the room wearing his big pants and lifting his slippers. Roy Choi's bedroom. In front of the mirror, the pink ponytailed lowly looked at the mirror like a flawless alabaster body without an inch of clothing, a smile hanging at the corner of her mouth. It's incredible that this resident pill is so miraculous and can make my place bigger. It's unbelievable. Just as the ponytailed lowly marveled. Her bedroom door was gently opened and she's still staring intently into the mirror, completely unaware of the intrusion. Hazel Hyun's little sister. A man's voice suddenly rang out from the quiet bedroom. Yikes! Roy Hyun Choi was startled and turned his head to look at the. In a flash, piercing scream rang out. She panicked and crouched down with her arms over her chest. Her cheeks were red as if they were dripping blood. Mr. Su. Su, Oba. Please get out. Please. Royce Hyun Choi squatted on the ground, shy and anxious, bean-sized teardrops, rolling down his snow-white jade-like cheeks. Dang it. I feel sorry for you. Ha. Sooner or later she'll be my woman. What's there to be afraid of? Although he said this with his mouth, Su Su turned around and walked out. Get your 3 sisters, grab your bathing suits, go over to the pool, and swim with me for a while. Hearing Su Su's words, Royston Hyun Choi hurriedly closed the door to his room. Wiping the tears from his eyes, his heart was an uncontrollable thumping. His face also began to blush slightly. Day 2. Sunrise. Looking at Chui Bingyi, who had fallen asleep again, Su Yao put on his clothes, briefly washed up, put on his clothes and walked out of the bedroom. The 4 Choi sisters, since they also slept late last night. At the moment, they were also all huffing and puffing in their respective bedrooms. First floor lobby. The 3 brothers, Ken Choi, Jae-woong Choi, and Jin-ho Choi, as well as Woo-jin Choi, had been waiting for a long time. Ken Choi, Jae-woong Choi, Jin-ho Choi, Woo-jin. Greet Mr. Su. Seeing Su Su walk down from the upper floors, the 4 of them bent down and bowed, respectfully performing a stick salute to Su Su. What did the rest of the people from the 4 great families say? Su Liao glanced at the 4 people and casually asked a question, walking straight to the sofa and sitting down. take out a bottle of spiritual spring water. Drinking to himself. Mr. Su, the family heads of the remaining 4 great families have all arrived and are waiting outside the manor. Ken Choi was quick to explain. Aha! Su drew his head. Let the 4 great family heads all come over. Yes, Mr. Su. Ken Choi responded. Choi Woojin, self-conscious, ran quickly toward the outside of the manor. A few moments later, Choi Woojin walked into the living room with 4 men of about 60 or so, with a dignified demeanor. These 4 people are none other than Lee Kung-hoon, head of the Samhang Foundation, Si Young-ji-ho, head of the Deo Foundation. The head of the LG Foundation, Eugene Ji, is in a state of shock. Lu Di Consortium head of Household Sankura. Greetings, Mr. Su. Looking at the young man sitting on the couch with a demeanor of the 4 great family heads, who had weathered the storm for a long time and had half-white hair, bent down and saluted in unison in greeting. All sit down and talk. Looking at all 8 people sitting down, Su Yao faintly spoke bluntly. Li family, Zhang family, Gu family, and Xian family, are you willing to submit to me and serve me as your master? Words. Li Gonghoon, Yung Ji-ho, Gu Yusung, and Sin Kalat looked at each other. Li Gongshuan was the first to speak. Mr. Su, if our 4 great clans submit to you, do you think it is? When he said this, he paused and looked at Su. Although the attitude was humble, the meaning of the words was self-evident. Benefits, you have to take the initiative to fight for them. If I submit, do you have to give me some favors? Ha! Su Liao sneered. You few have some guts. How dare you bargain with me? But I for one just don't like bold. Saying that, Su took out the Zimu compound. Instant activation. The white parasites were placed in his palm, and in the blink of an eye, they merged into the flesh and blood. At the end of 1 month's survival time, the white female parasite will be transformed into a pure energy to be absorbed by the flesh. As for the green sub-compassion, it is parasitized on top of the heart. Within a month, if the mother parasite does not give the order to mutilate, when the time is up, the child parasite will automatically dissipate and will not cause harm to the host. Swallow this parasite or none of you will have to leave today. Saying that, Su Liao placed 4 green, caterpillar-like parasites on the table. Then, with a snap, he slammed the desert eagle down on the table. Chapter 72. We swear to follow Mr. Su to the death. Look at the squirming green worms on the table. The 4 great families, Li Gonghoon, Yung Ji-ho, Go Yu-kyung, and Sin Kalat, suddenly changed their faces. At first glance, this is no ordinary bug. If you swallow it into your stomach, I'm afraid there will be a big problem. Mr. Su, my Zhang family is willing to submit. Zhang Ji-hao looked at the green bugs and golden pistol that he got on the table and quickly raised his head, indicating his willingness to submit. I, the Gu family, am also willing to submit to Mr. Su. My Xian family, too, is willing to submit to Mr. Su. Go Yukio and Sin Kurar also hastened to take a stand. Li Gongshuan looked at his 3 teammates and had a burst of MMP in his heart. He wanted to curse. Say you're in it together, come up and see that things aren't right, don't even stick around for a bit, just be a wallflower and show your loyalty? Shameless. Shameless old thief. Mr. Su, my Li family is also willing to submit unconditionally and look after you, Li Gongshuan said, and with a bang, he knelt down on the cold gray floor in front of the stunned gazes of the Zhang family master, the Gu family master, and the Xian family master. Seeing the situation, Yung Ji-ho, Gu Kyung, and Sinkarat followed suit and knelt on the floor. Ha! Su Liao let out a cold smile, glanced at the 4 members of the Chui family beside him, and said in a cold voice, feed them to swallow. Yes, Mr. Su. Ken Choi, Jae-woong Choi, Jin-ho Choi, and Woojin Choi responded respectfully, then walked over to the table, and each of them pinched up a compulsion and walked towards the 4 of them. Old Li, please don't give me a hard time. Jian Chui looked at Li Gongshuan and said lightly, death to those who resist. The 4 of them, Li Gongshuan, Zhang Ji-hao, Go Yu-jing, and Xian Kalat, were about to resist when Su's cold words caused the 3 of them to pause. The green parasites were swallowed.
Vom Tilde.
The 4 of them had a fit of dry heaves. It didn't actually feel anything. It was just a mental thing. Don't worry, as long as you behave yourselves, there won't be any problems. Otherwise, oh! As soon as Su's words fell, the 4 of them all felt a sharp pain at the location of their hearts. Cold sweat fell in a swish. but the sharp pain, in an instant, disappeared again. All rise. Su Liao smiled faintly as a pill that emitted a clear fragrance appeared in his hand and threw it to Jian Chui. This is the rejuvenation pill, which can make the body function 10 years younger and prolong life for 10 years. This. Jian Chui held the spring return pill, his body trembling with excitement. Next, bang with a bang, he knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times to Su Su. Thank you, Mr. Su, for the gift. With that, he couldn't wait to swallow the pill. In a split second, Ken Choi then felt warmth surging through his body. It's like a soothing winter hot spring. He couldn't help but close his eyes in ecstasy, as if he were entering the sage moment a second before. The 7 people, Choi Jae-woong, Choi Jin-ho, Choi Woo-jin, Lee Gong-hoon, Young Ji-ho, Gu Yu-kyung, and Sin Kalat, looked at Ken Choi, their eyes growing wider and wider. This legendary immortal pill. Looking at Jian Chui, who became as if he was only in his 40s in front of him, the 7 of them were purple with envy. As long as you guys are loyal to me, it's not impossible for you to get the rejuvenation pill. The envious and jealous looks of the 7 instantly disappeared as soon as Su Su's words came out. At the same time, they chanted in unison. We vow to follow Mr. Su to the death. My Chui family swears to follow Mr. Su to the death and is willing to offer our lives. Mr. Su, you are my Chui Jian's own father. No, more than my own father. Oh, looking at the crowd, Su Su smiled faintly. All right, all of you, back off for now. Yes, Mr. Su. The 8 men made a bow with their hands, bent back to the door, then turned and retreated in silence. Congratulations to the host for subjugating the 5 plutocratic families of the stick and obtaining the rewards, triple physique X1, zygote compulsion X7, and spatial fixed exit +2, extract triple body mass. Phew! A breeze whipped through the air, and a wisp of metaphysical energy descended from the sky, directly striking the heavenly aegis that was as hard as metaphysical iron. A few moments later, Su Lak opened his eyes, and his eyes seemed to flash with an electric light. 39 times body mass. Undoubtedly more powerful. Oba! At that moment, a seductive voice sounded behind him. Immediately afterward, 2 soft arms encircled Su Yao's arms. A scent reached his nostrils. Demon, eat my old son's shot. Su Liao turned around, hugged Chui Bing-yi and placed her on a side table. Oba! Su Bing-yi raised her right hand, placed an alabaster crystal finger in her cherry mouth and twisted her body. Roar! Upstairs, the 4 sisters of the Chui family also slowly woke up, though separated by great distances. Still, their aunt's hushed cries reached their ears. It made their cheeks burn. In the meantime, the 5 top plutocrats of the stick also announced to the public that they swore their allegiance to Long Xia Su Su from now on. This news is like dropping a hydrogen bomb in the sea. Instantly, it stirred up 10,000 waves. Pa! Saihachi, the 5 major Zaibatsu families actually swore allegiance to a Long Xia monkey. Pa! Are you doing this to surrender the stick to the shameless Long Xia people? Pa! At the stick head's mansion, Jin Tongwei shattered 3 cups in a row, gasping for air and pressing his hands on the table. The eyes seemed to choose someone to eat. Dum 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 dum. There was a sudden knock on the door. Enter. Creak. The door to the room opened. Mr. Headmaster Marcus Calloway is here to see you. Colonel Calloway is looking for you and is waiting in the conference room. Head Secretary Zhao Zijing looked at the ceramic shards on the ground and said quickly, Phew. Suck. Jin Tongwei took a deep breath, straightened his instrument, and headed for the conference room. Long Xia Yenjing, the Cabinet Council, a solemn and sacred place. At this point, the 9 elders, as well as Qin Lai and the others, sat around the conference table. The Grand Elder gently snapped the table and spoke. Could it be that Su Liao he wants to turtle up and build a nation on the land of the stick? We can't rule out this possibility, after all, with the ability he has shown now. I'm afraid it's very, very difficult to hurt him. I'm afraid he'll cause world turmoil if he does this. Yeah, our world can't withstand any more tossing and turning. We need to find a way to get him to a place where he'll see it with little repercussions. That's good. We can also give him support in terms of human and financial resources. The Grand Elder swept a glance at the crowd. Then his gaze went to Qin Lai. General Administration of Qin. What do you think? Seeing the Grand Elder inquire about himself, Qin Lai pondered for a moment before saying, Grand Elder, I can't guess what's in Susu's mind. However, we may be able to ask him personally about his thoughts. The families of those women of his are now arranged at the Imperial Hotel, and when he returns we can ask him exactly what he thinks. Words. The Grand Elder nodded. Tell the people below to be more respectful to the family of Sulak's woman, and don't cause trouble for me. Qin Lai nodded. Stick, the capital city, Hanyang Castle. Jiangbei District, Chui's Manor. It wasn't until late afternoon that the gilded, empty halls quieted down. Chui Bingyi has become a puddle of mud, without any strength. Carrying her back to the bedroom on the second floor, Susu's figure disappeared into thin air. A few moments later, it was only when the four sisters of the Chui family secretly opened the door to their room and walked out. One day, almost starving. Chapter 73, The order is wrong. Needs to be replaced. Goo goo. Chui's Manor, first floor hall. The four Choi sisters had just walked down the stairs when their stomachs made protesting noises. From last night's pool dip with Susu until midnight. Until this moment, neither of them had eaten yet. Long ago I was starving. In his heart, he couldn't help but gain a deeper understanding of Susu's terror. I don't know how tired my aunt should be this day. Big sister. The underlings have all been dismissed too. How are we going to eat? The oldest, Roy Hyun Choi, looked at the oldest, Minju Choi, with a worried frown. This? Why don't we go learn how to cook? Big sister, do you think you can do it? The second, Choi Hyuk Yun, looked at the oldest with skepticism. There are tutorials on the internet. With our intelligence, can't we cook one meal? Aha, yeah too. Choi Hyuk Yun, Choi Min Ryo, and Roy Hyun nodded their heads and followed Choi Min-ju in the direction of the kitchen. Spirit Springs space. The ladies had just eaten food and were sitting around chatting. With more than 80 people, it made the huge space, which was more than 20 kilometers in diameter, seem much more lively as well. Seeing Su Xiao appear, Bai Mengjie got up and pulled Su Xiao to sit down on the sofa beside her. Honey, when are you going to take us out to meet our family? Lin Mo pouted and looked at Su Su in a depressed manner. It hadn't been out of this space since the day it was carried away. The family must be worried sick. The rest of the ladies also looked at Su Su with anticipation. Su Liao pinched Lin Mo's face, then said with a smile, Tomorrow? I'll take you to Yenjing to visit your family at dawn tomorrow. Yay, honey, you're so nice. Barf. Lin Moxian was instantly beaming with joy and gave Su Su a kiss on the cheek. Immediately afterward, Bai Mengjie, Lin Yutong, Mu Nianxue, Qiu Xiaoying, and the others who had been in a relationship also kissed Su Su's face. Hey, you guys talk. I'm taking Fifi to work, Su Xiao said, walking straight to Long Fei Fei's side, picking up Long Fei Fei, who was wearing a one-piece nightgown, and walking towards her space capsule under the stunned gazes of all the ladies. The ladies were also used to it. There were smiles. Then together they got up and headed for the pool. The capsule just walked into the living room. Long Fei Fei wrapped her arms around Su Liao's neck, crouching at Su Liao's ear, exhaling like orchids. Hubby, I happen to not be on my safe period today. I want to get pregnant with your child as well, so you have to work hard tonight. The hot breath exhaled hit Su Su's ears. It instantly made Su Su's emotions run high. Little leprechaun, let's see what hubby does to you tonight. Saying that, as soon as he did, he threw Long Fei Fei towards the elastic bed. With that, a hungry tiger pounced. Ouch! The next day, 9 o'clock in the morning, after fighting for over 10 hours straight, the humongous voice finally sounded. Congratulations to the host. Another heir. Reward, triple physique X1. Listening to the humongous bandit's voice, Su Liao couldn't help but fall into deep thought. In the past, he had favored them in order. When there is an heir, start the next one. This approach, it seems, is somewhat inefficient. After all, it would take him several times longer to have an heir during the safe period. Looks like it's going to be in non-safety order from now on. Glancing at Long Fei Fei, who was beside him, wrapping her arms around herself like an octopus, Su Liao's mouth revealed a hint of a smile. With that, triple physique extracted. Phew! The mysterious power once again descended out of thin air, strengthening his physical body, nourishing and growing his golden sea of bitterness. A few moments later, as the golden sea of bitterness in his dantian settled down, Su Yao shook Long Fei Fei. Baby, today I'll bring you to Yenjing to visit your family. Boing, hubby. I'm tired after a long night. I want to sleep more. Looking at the pampered Long Fei Fei, Su Jiao was helpless and continued to hold her. The fake sleep. Afternoon. Longxia Yanjing. Twin Towers. Su Liao and Xiao Weining's figures appeared in the chairman's office lounge at the same time. Xiao Weining stayed at the group building. After communicating with Qin Lai, Su Lak drove the burgundy Porsche towards the northern suburb training base. The Spirit Spring space, the 400 or 500 relatives of all the Shu, was the only place that was suitable to meet. Northern Suburbs Training Base. At the moment, a large group of people were standing in the playground. A cacophony. This goddamn Su Jiao sneaked into our home, left a note, and kidnapped my daughter Meng Meng. When he comes, I'll be sure to talk about it. Mom, Su is an immortal cultivator. You can't say too much in case you anger him. It's not still my sister who will suffer. Meng Meng's mom. That Su kidnapped our family Bing Ning. But he didn't even leave a note. He's really too unethical. Yes, our family's foam didn't just follow a trip to God's capital, but was carried away by Su Zhao's brother in public. Woo-woo. Everyone listen to me. When Su shows up, we'll crusade against him together. I just don't believe that he'll dare to make a move against so many of his mothers-in-law. Fifi's mom is right. We need to be united. Su Liao's crowd of fathers-in-law, great-uncles, brothers-in-law, elder and younger sisters, uncles and aunts, and other relatives of the female party stood on the sidelines, looking at the crowded group of DDs. Shook his head. All they can do is nag and nag behind their backs. When Su Xiao really came, he was afraid that he would be too scared to speak. Aunties, Su is here. I don't know who yelled out. The crowd of mothers-in-law instantly closed their mouths and looked in the direction of the entrance in unison. Only a man in a black leisure suit with his hands in his pockets was seen walking leisurely towards them. Really? Really, Su Lak? Su is here. I'm suddenly a little scared. What's there to be afraid of? We're his mother-in-law. Is it possible that he'll dare to make a move on us? All right, all of you, stop it. As soon as Long Fei's mom's words came out, Su Liao's group of mothers-in-law suddenly fell silent. On the side, many of his peers and juniors looked intently at the approaching man. There is curiosity, admiration. For their part, a host of fathers-in-law frowned. But when they thought that their daughters were already Su's people, their hearts were all filled with a wave of helplessness. Su Yao approached step by step until he reached the crowd. No one spoke. Elders, peers, and descendants. There are too many people, so I won't call them all, so you all step back. Su Liao's words fell. The crowd stepped back in unison. Seeing this, Su smiled faintly and waved his arm. Shu. Lin Yutong Yang Yi Munyanshue, Lin Mo by Mengjie, Zhou Ruorua, Qiu Xiaoying, Guan Shui, Li Mengshen, Long Fei, Su Dili, Qiao Dudu, Ji Bingning Wu Mengmeng, Zhu Fujin, Zhang Yue, Zhao Min and Dai Lushi. Dressed in a variety of ancient costumes, he appeared before the crowd. In a flash, the scene was buzzing again. The ladies each walked to their loved ones. Welp! Su Liao froze, and in the crowd, there was a familiar figure. It was her sister Su Yu's college roommate and best friend, Shun Lele. How did she get here? Welp, I can't believe there's such a pretty girl. Looking at yet another stunningly beautiful figure, Su Yao's eyes lit up with interest. Brother Su. Chapter 74, the second largest island in the Bago. Brother Su. Shun Lele bypassed the crowd and walked quickly to Su. Sister Joy, why are you here? I want to ask your sister, where is she now? I've sent her so many messages and she hasn't gotten back to me. Is something wrong? Words. Sister Su Yu's voice and smile once again surfaced in her mind. Su Liao smiled faintly. She's no longer in Blue Star, but I'll find her. Not at Blue Star? Shun Lele looked at Su suspiciously. What does that mean, brother? Sister Lele, let's forget about the meaning for a moment. You came here. Aren't you afraid that I'll take you away too? Su Liao sized up the young girl in front of him with interest and grinned. Shun Lele instantly stopped talking and lowered her head with slightly reddened cheeks. Aha! Looking at Shun Lele's shy and silent appearance, Su Jiao froze. What does she mean by that? Did she want? Haha, Sister Lele. Then be my Su's woman from now on as well. After saying that, Shun Lele was carried into Su's arms. Immediately afterward, her lips were kissed. It was only after a long time that Su Yao released the red-faced Shun Lele. Brother Su, I'm your sister Lele. Shinlele looked at Su with a hint of joy in her eyes. Hey, Sister Joy. I'll drop you off somewhere first, and I'll pamper you sometimes later. After saying that, Shinlele's figure disappeared before she could react. The numerous in-laws on the side were furious when they saw this. And yet there is nothing to be done about it. One can only lament in one's mind. With so many wives, how long will it be before it's my own daughter's turn? One person, one day. A cycle that takes months. LOL. Ignoring the crowd, Su walked straight toward a woman full of Western flavor next to Su Deli. The man's name is Vahani and he is also a minor celebrity. And a distant relative of Su Dili. The face is overwhelming and is only in his 20s. Vahani looked at Su, who was walking towards him, and a nervousness ran through his heart. A pair of small, white, jade-like hands clutched the corner of her coat. Su Deli, who was talking to her family, also noticed Su, who was walking towards Vahani. Just about to open my mouth. Shoo. Vahani was then taken into space by Su. Honey, you just took my cousin away? Su Deli walked up to Su's body and twisted Su's waist, saying in an angry voice, Hey, who made your cousin so good-looking? From now on you'll be a quilt of sisters and never be separated. As Su Yao's words fell, Su Dili's father also walked up to Su Yao. He looked at Su Jiao. Kid Su, in the future, if you dare to treat my daughter badly, I won't let you go even if I turn into a severe ghost. The vicious expression, coupled with the threatening words, still looked so bottomless in front of the cultivator again. Father-in-law, mother-in-law, you can rest assured. Dili will be the treasure in the palm of my Su's hand from now on. I will cherish it. Listening to Su's words, Su Dili's father and mother nodded their heads gently. And Hani, since you took her too, I hope you treat her well. Of course, you can count on it. Just then, Qin Lai walked into the playground and waved at Su. Father-in-law and mother-in-law, heated up, you guys chat first, I'll go over and take a look. After saying that, he walked towards Qin Lai. General Administration of Qin. What are you doing? Su Jiao. The Grand Elder wants to meet you, you see? Upon hearing this, Su nodded his head in agreement after a slight freeze. Let's go then. Qin Lai nodded his head and led Su towards the outside of the base. Cabinet Council. Su Liao walked into the empty and huge conference hall under Qin Lai's leadership. The 9 elders were sitting at the conference table, talking about something. Grand Elder, Mr. Su is here. Hearing the voice, the 9 elders looked toward the doorway in unison. For the first time, the handsome teenager really came into their sights. Su, meet the 9 elders. Haha. Mr. Su is truly a handsome young man. Please take a seat. The Grand Elder smiled and got up, greeting Su as he sat down. When everyone was seated, Su Yao looked at the Grand Elder and spoke. Grand Elder, just call me Su Yao. I wonder what you're looking for me for? Haha. Young people are not arrogant, good? The Grand Elder looked at Su, a smile on his face. We've heard all about what you did in the stick. I'll get right to the point. I'm sure you're aware of the power of nuclear weapons. If you want to build a country on the land of the sticks, fearing a conflict with the Free State, which in turn leads to bigger wars. In case of nuclear war, that would be a disaster for all mankind. We can't afford to go through such a catastrophe in Blue Star. A long sigh of relief. The Grand Elder's gaze tightened on Su. The remaining 8 elders and Qin Lai also looked at Su in unison. Words. Su Liao pondered for a moment. Then he spoke. Great Elder, building a nation in the stick land is a troublesome endeavor. And I, Su, don't like troubles. So, you don't have to worry about that. As for creating an empire, my idea is to purchase an island. At that time I would like to select a group of people from the Immortal Gang community. I hope you elders will support me. As the words fell, the crowd's eyes lit up. If that's the case, then things are much better. There are countless islands on Blue Star that aren't inhabited by many people, and it's perfectly fine to spend a lot of money on one. Moreover, they had already screened out a batch for Su in advance. Mr. Su, that's great. We've already selected a batch of islands for you in advance. You can take a look and see which one is to your liking. Qin Lai said. The large screen on the wall suddenly lit up. The turquoise blue sea appears in the picture. On the vast expanse of the sea, hundreds of thousands of islands of different sizes were situated. More than 20 of them, covering an area of about 1,000 to 2,000 square kilometers, are marked in red. All outside of Longxia, These, I'm sure, were the islands Longxia had picked out in advance. Over 1,000 square kilometers is pretty big. A few moments later, a small island with an area of 2,000 square kilometers appeared within Susu's line of sight. Seeing this, Qin Lai explained, Mr. Su, this island is located in the Gal Sea, within the territory of the Bagu country, belonging to the third largest island in the Bagu archipelago, covering an area of 2,000 square kilometers, with a resident population of more than 70,000, and with a suitable climate for habitation. However, it belongs to the Bago Kingdom, and it's nearly impossible to get your hands on this island. However, you, as an immortal cultivator, may be able to use this aspect to get this island. At those words, Su couldn't help but frown. Previously, he had not scrutinized this information. I didn't realize that the Blue Star unclaimed islands were all claimed except for some small islands in the open sea and the North and South Poles. But there's the Lord, so what? You'll have to make room for me as long as I want. It's all about the punch. Eternity. But, to his surprise, plans never change. After leaving the Cabinet Council, Su returned to the northern suburbs training base playground. The in-laws looked at their precious daughter with dismay. With teardrops in their eyes, they looked as if they had been separated from life. Fathers-in-law and mothers-in-law, just relax. I will bring them to visit you often in the future. Sulak, now that my son and daughter are pregnant, and you don't know how to take care of people, I'm very uneasy. So take me into that space of yours as well. I'll personally take care of my daughter. Chapter 75, Mushroom Clouds. Mom, don't need you to take care of it, so don't get involved. Long Fei Fei said, hugging Susu's arm. Hubby, send me back to space. Don't bring my mom in. Words. Lu Mimi was furious. You dead girl. I've worked so hard to bring you up, and now mom just wants to see the place where people who cultivate immortality live. You dare to refute such a small request. Honey, don't bring my mom in. Looking at Long Fei Fei's pleading appearance, Su nodded his head gently. In the next second, Long Fei Fei then also disappeared behind the ladies. That dead girl. Lu Mimi looked at Su Liao. Little Su, I'm also considered your mother-in-law now. Can you let me take a look at that space of yours? Mother-in-law, you heard it. It's Fifi, she won't let me take you in. Thin mean ah. Words. Lu Mei snorted coldly and stopped talking. With all of the ladies entering the space, Su looked towards the ladies' loved ones. Fathers-in-law and mothers-in-law, as well as all your relatives and friends, although I can't let you enter the space now, I will prepare something for you, Su was saying. Just a truck pulling into the base. Each cart was loaded with dozens of large buckets. 2 hours later, after gifting some spirit spring water to all of Shu's family and friends, as well as Long Xia, Su Yao returned to the twin mansions once more, taking Xiao whinnying back to the spiritual spring space. Sister Joy, honey, how is it here? Like it here? With a smile on his face, Su walked towards the new members, Shin Lele and Wahani. Brother Sujo, your sister, she really went to the cultivation realm? Or is she the daughter of some holy lord of the Taiching Palace? Shin Lele had already learned about Suyu from the mouths of all the ladies, and the shock in her heart had yet to dissipate. In the world, there really is a cultivation world. Her best friend, who turned out to be an immortal's daughter. Good. We'll meet again in the future. This is too incredible. Su Liao smiled and walked over to the jade-skinned Wahani. How is it here? Can you still get used to it? Aha! Valhani nodded slightly shyly. Su Deli pulled Wahani's hand and whitened Su fiercely. Go up there. Take one look. Grab the guy in here, and act like he's nothing. How can people be so thick-skinned? Hey! Su Xiao gave a bad smile and walked to Long Fei Fei's side. Fei Fei, why don't you let your mom come in? It's not better to have her take care of you several pregnant women. Geez, honey, we don't even need to be taken care of now that this belly is still unresponsive. Besides, there are so many sisters here. What's there to worry about? Long Fei Fei looked at the ladies and said with a smile. But, actually, she's scared. She was afraid that her mom would follow in the footsteps of Lin Ruoshua's mom, and that's why she was trying to obstruct it. Su Liao didn't know what Long Fei Fei was thinking. Otherwise, you'll be punished. Can their mother and daughter situation be compared to Lin Ruoshua's mother and daughter situation? Alright then, you guys have fun. I'm going back to the stick to take care of some things. There you go. Stick, Hanyang City. Jiangbei District, Chui's Manor. Su was leaning against the poolside dialing a phone. Choi Byung-oh and Roy Hyun-choi sat on either side of him and rubbed his shoulders and back. The three of them, Choi Min-ju, Choi Hyuk-yeon and Choi Min-ryo, were swimming in the pool in their bikinis. It's like three mermaids. Su-lak, what are you gathering my big brother and the people of the four great families for? Seeing Su hanging up the phone, Choi Bing-yi pinched Su's shoulders while asking curiously. Pink ponytail lowly Roy Hyun-choi was also curious for a while. Hey! Su-lak let out a bad smile and carried the lowly girl's soft body into his arms as he continued. I'm going to create an empire and need to purchase an island. Oba, you even want to create an empire? The lowly girl was lying in Su's arms, smelling Su's strong androgynous scent. Don't dare move a muscle. The three people who were swimming sniffed and also swam to the shore, staring curiously at Su. What an age this is. How dare anyone want to build a country and call it an empire? Oba Su, why did you create an empire as an immortal cultivator? Excellent prosecutor Choi Hyuk-yeon picked up the white bath towel at the side and wiped the water droplets on her cheeks, inquiring curiously. Oba Su, aren't all of your legendary immortal cultivators in Longxia single-mindedly pursuing the immortal path? You still have to deal with trivial matters when you create an empire. Won't that slow down your cultivation? Outstanding writer Choi Min-ryu also wiped the water droplets on his cheeks and looked at Su in disbelief. Although Choi Min-ju didn't say anything, she was equally puzzled and confused in her mind. Su Liao's heart was also filled with a wave of helplessness. This system didn't know what kind of disease it had committed. It had to let him build a country and call it an empire. What's the point? After cultivating to the Jindan realm later on, wouldn't it still be necessary to leave the Blue Star? It would be better to directly reward the cultivation technique so that he could ascend to the Jindan stage as soon as possible. The human martial arts god, suppressing the living. He was also able to travel more quickly to the wider world. Also, why is there a reward for conceiving an heir? Can't you just give it? What good is it to the humans if the Su family has more heirs? Does the system have some weird obsession? Su Liao didn't understand. The Hummer didn't make a sound either. And only one step at a time. Looking at the five bikini-clad beauties beside him who were puzzled, Su Liao smiled. You guys just take it as me being bored and wanting to find something to do. As for the cultivation progress, it can't be pulled, and it can't be pulled. Although they still didn't quite believe what Su said, the five of them didn't pursue the matter any further. Which one of you isn't on a safe day today? I'll give her a present. Su Liao swept a glance at the five people and suddenly inquired. Choi Byung-oh, as well as the 4,000 golds, froze for a moment. It was a change of subject that caught them a little off guard. What's he asking for? A gift? Is it a child delivery? Su-lak. I'm still in the safe period. Su-lak's Oba. I'm also safe. Choi Byung-yi, Choi Min-ju, Choi Hyuk-yeon, and Choi Min-ryo are all in the safe period. The lowly girl sat in Su's arms and lowered her head. Oba, I am not in a safe period. Words. The corner of Su's mouth hung up in a smile as he looked toward the pink young girl in his arms whose skin was as crystalline as jade. With that, he picked up the pink ponytailed lowly and was ready to leave. It was at this moment that a sudden change occurred. The early warning mini-map in his head. The reddish-yellow light flashed wildly. Su Liao's face changed, and he couldn't think about it in detail. So with a wave of his arm, he disappeared into thin air with the five of them. As soon as his figure disappeared, a missile carrying hundreds of tons of TNT equivalent fell from the sky and landed accurately inside the pool. Boom! There was a deafening roar that seemed to make heaven and earth tremble. Shasta. The flames rose to the sky, and the hot air waves swept wildly in all directions with a mountainous momentum. Wherever they passed, whether it was concrete walls or steel-cast beams and pillars, they were all like papier-mâché, instantly turning into flying ash. Destroyed mercilessly. Immediately after that, a small mushroom cloud was seen surging into the air at a height of 1,000 meters. The three manors around Chui's manor were also leveled instantly by the connecting shockwave. 10 kilometers away, today's Trey family territory. Ken Choi, Gonghun Lee, Yongji-ho, Yogyong-gu, and Sin Kalat, the heads of the 5 top plutocratic families of the stick, were talking and laughing and had just walked out of the hall. Deafening sounds suddenly rang out. The 5 of them turned their heads in unison and looked in the direction of the source of the sound. In a flash, the 5 people's faces suddenly changed. Chapter 76. Forcing me to take over the nest. How dare they? Looking at the skyward mushroom cloud, Jian Chui trembled and muttered. The four of them, Li Gonghoon, Yung Ji-ho, Gu Yukyung, and Sin Kalat, were also shocked as they looked in the direction of the Chui family estate. Jingle bells. 5 people's phones suddenly rang at the same time. A few moments later, hanging up the phone, the 4 Li Gongshuan's eyes rolled for a while, then they exchanged glances with each other. Old Trey, hurry up and check it out. Old Trey, aren't your sister and 4 daughters still there? Yes, Old Chui, hurry up and take a look. Mr. Su is an immortal cultivator. Maybe they're all fine. Yeah, Old Trey, go check it out. We need to go back first after such a big event. As if he hadn't heard a few people, Ken Choi charged toward his car. Seeing this, the 4 of them, Li Gongshuan, walked towards the outside of the manor. They're going to a private hospital for a heart checkup. If the worm died, then Su was bound to die with it. But if the bug is still alive, they need to do a double take. Hanyang City, Free State Base in Stick. Central Control Room. Stick Head Kim Tong-wei, Marcus. Colonel Calloway looked at the deep pit in the big screen, and their tightly frowning brows stretched out, and a small smile appeared on their faces. Ha! This is what happens when you dare to go against us Sticks. Kim Tong-wei laughs madly. Then, looking toward Marcus, he added solemnly, Colonel Marcus, please be sure to thank Lord Righteous Father for helping Little to eradicate Su. Marcus smiled and nodded. The legendary immortal cultivator of Long Xia? But so. Still, they are not easily killed by a tiny nuclear bomb that kills them to dust. Under a nuclear bomb, everything is a molehill, not a mouthful. Head Jean, even though this Su was blown up, I'm afraid it'll be hard to live in this Jiangbei district again. Words. The smile disappeared from Kim Tong-wei's face, but the smile soon returned. As long as I can blow up this immortal cultivator from Long Xia, it's all worth it. Marcus nodded deeply. Su is dead, so Head Jean had better hurry back to clean up the mess. Then, Colonel Marcus, I will leave you, and be sure to thank my righteous father for his help on my behalf. Will do. As he watched Jean Tong-wei go away, Marcus' mouth showed a touch of disdain. A dog can only ever be a dog, and thought they had gotten fat and were complacent. Trey's Manor. The original site has been replaced by a huge deep pit. The rushing mushroom cloud first colored the nearby sky brownish red. As time passed, it shifted back towards a deep dark color. In the sky, the light is gradually obscured by various particles. The bright skies of JNB are gradually darkening. Ken Choi looked away from the ruins, his eyes calm. It was still unknown if there was radiation around the villa, and he did not rush forward. He believed that Su would be fine. In the meantime, the mini-nuclear explosion at Choi's estate was also known to countless sons of the Stick. Thousands of people have united to pile up in front of the head's house to make their case. The internet is awash with news of mini-nukes being detonated in the territory of the Stick country. In less than 10 minutes, it spread to countries around the world. Long Xia Cabinet Council. The 9 elders, Qin Lai, and the others looked at the images coming from the surveillance satellites, frowning, puzzled. Trey family territory? That's not related to Su again. A little life. Summit House. Listening to the intelligence information, the head of the small day, Sasaki Okamoto, smiled crookedly. With a violent row of the conference table, he laughed. Deadly, Long Xia's immortal cultivators. Nothing more than that. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. The surrounding group of small-time executives followed suit and laughed in unison. Under their noses, a small tuft of black hair, one above the other, looks funny. Free State, Black Palace. Brain Cartrot hangs up the satellite call from Colonel Marcus, who is based in the Stick country. A smug smile appeared on his face. Blue Star Overlord, you think it's just lip service. Immortalist? Huh? Ridiculous. Compared to a nuclear weapon, it's a molehill. Still, it's a bit of a shame. If they could capture Su alive, they might also be able to obtain that pill that could prolong their lives. If they can't have it, then no one can have it. Destruction, the best option. The words are split. Spirit Springs Space. The 5 pearls of the Choi family, in bikinis, looked around and were confused for a moment. They still don't understand what just happened? But is this strange place in front of us the place where Oba lives? The 5 couldn't help but take a closer look. Su Liao, on the other hand, sat on the sofa with a gloomy face. Damn it, little stick. How dare you use nuclear weapons against me? I was going to build a country out of the whole island. You guys are forcing me to take over the nest. In hell. Listening to the broken Su Liao, the 5 bright pearls froze. Did the Choi estate just get nuked? Oba, you mean just now a nuclear weapon attacked our estate? Roy Hyun Choi asked in shock and disbelief. The 4 of them, Choi Byung-e, Choi Min-ju, Choi Hyuk-yun, and Choi Min-rue, also walked up to Su, waiting for Su with shocked, confused, and unbelievable eyes. The nuclear attack on Choi's estate was like a dream. Not dreaming about it. Since the advent of this destructive weapon in the world, only 2 have been used. I didn't realize that the 3rd one would be blown up in their Choi family garden. Is that lucky or unfortunate? Of course it's lucky, because there's Oba Su. Looking at the 5 bikinis with no one in sight, Su's face returned to a smile. Since they dared to bomb me with nuclear weapons, I'll make them pay. Oba, we believe in you. Honey. Right at this moment, the voices of Bai Mengjia, Long Fei Fei, and Lin Yutong suddenly rang out. Immediately following, Choi's 5 pearls then saw a large group of women coming from behind the capsule. The 5 men burst into a blush. Out of all these people, they're the only 5 in revealing bikinis. The genus is a bit uncomfortable. Yeah, Mr. Trey. Mr. Choi, why are you also? Li Ji, who was standing at the back, and Song Hui also saw the 5 daughters of the Choi family. The 2 men stared in disbelief. Did Oba even bring in all 5 of the Choi family jewels? Ji, you know each other? Cho Xiaoying asked curiously at once. Megumi-san and I are both actors and singers under Choi's head office, so of course we know each other. Haha, it's good to know. Su Liao laughed out loud. You 2 take them to change their clothes first. Okay, Opa. Li Ji and Song Hui nodded and walked over to the 5 girls of the Choi family, leading the 5 towards a space capsule. Su Liao turned his gaze toward the ladies. Raise your hands if you're not on a safe day today. The ladies were slightly stunned at her words. After hesitating for a moment, Su Dili, Chao Dudu, Ji Bingning, Wu Mengmeng, In Xiaogua, Zhu Yi, and a dozen others raised their arms. Seeing the situation, Su Liao realized that he had really made a big mistake before. It's amazing how stupidly many useless things are done. Dili, you're it. Chapter 77. A nuclear explosion didn't kill him? No, that's impossible. Honey, you're in the wrong place. Watching Su walk towards the direction of the pond, Su Deli wrapped her arms around Su's neck and hurriedly reminded him. Hey, that's right. I'll take you to see the little goldfish kept in the pond and see if they've grown up yet. Saying that, Su quickened his pace and walked straight towards a huge Taihu lake stone by the pond. Honey, you're so bad. 3 hours later, by the pond, Su sat on a Taihu lake rock, looking at Su Deli, who had fainted away in his arms, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, choose correctly. Half the work, half the effort. The humongous voice rang out as expected. Congratulations to the host. Congratulations to the host. Once again happy to bring up twin heirs. Reward, triple physique X1, 1 bottle of rejuvenation pill. Please keep up the good work and have a full family soon. An heir to the throne? I see you want me to fill the world with heirs. Sputtered. Triple physique. Extracted. As usual, the arcane and mysterious power appeared out of nowhere once again, striking the heavenly aura and not entering the flesh, nourishing and growing his physical body and the bitter sea of Dantian. Day 2. Trey's Manor. Inside the deep pit of the nuclear explosion, as soon as Su Yao appeared, he felt a trace of uncomfortable decaying power drilling into his body. But, in an instant, it dissolved in the light golden blood. With a slight force from his legs, Su's figure rose into the air like a cannonball. Boom! After a parabola that was hundreds of meters high, Su's figure crashed to the ground like a meteor with a roar. The ruined ground exploded. Looking at the deep pit in front of him and the flattened neighborhood, Sulak frowned. He's a ing asshole. It's definitely a nuclear explosion. The corrosive force that keeps drilling into the body must be nuclear radiation. Next, Su Liao's figure disappeared into thin air once again. Yongsan-gu, Hanam-dong. 128 villas. Su Liao's figure reappeared. With that, he took out his cell phone and dialed Ken Choi's number. Choi's family, new quarters. Watch the cell phone incoming call alert. Jian Chui's eyes lit up and he hurriedly pressed the answer button. Listening to Su Su's voice in the microphone, he nodded repeatedly. All right, Mr. Su. I'll notify the 4 great families and go find you together. Hang up. Ken Choi opened the 5 Great Families Patriarchs Exchange Group. Ken Choi et al. Mr. Su has an order. All rush to Hanam-dong, Yongsan-gu, within 1 hour. Late absentees will suffer the consequences. Li Gongshuan. Mr. Su is fine? That's great, a smile worse than crying. Zhang Zhihao. Mr. Su is fine, it's really great, a smile worse than crying. I'll move now. Kuyu Kyung. It's great that Mr. Su is okay, a smile that's worse than crying. Sinkarar. Mr. Su is surprisingly fine, worthy of being a cultivator of immortality, a smile worse than crying. Looking at the expressions that the 4 old guys were sending, Jian Chui sneered, put away his cell phone, and headed out of the hall. Go to Hanam-dong, Yongsan-gu. Yes, master of the house. Nuclear explosion outlying areas. Su Zhao's leap out of the deep pit, followed by his disappearance into thin air again, was also captured by many of the peripheral watchers and posted on top of the internet. Yongsan-gu head house. Headmaster, it's not good. It's a big deal. The secretary, Zhao Zijing, stumbled and impolitely pushed open the door of the head's office directly and barged in. Ashi Bar, Zhou De King. Get the hell out of here and knock before you enter. Mr. Headmaster, you're all about to be finished. Do you realize that? Zhao Zijing said, pressing his hands on his desk and gasping for air. Words. Kim Tong-wei frowned. Ash, get this straight. And if you can't satisfy me, you can off home and retire. Head honcho, that Long Xia's immortal cultivator Su Su, he didn't die. What? Say that again. As soon as Zhao Zijing's words left his mouth, Jin Tongwei exclaimed in shock and almost fell from his chair to the ground. There was a hint of horror in his eyes. Mr. Headmaster, Su Su is not dead. Did you hear me clearly? Do you need me to elaborate once more? Not dead? He didn't die in a nuclear explosion? No. That's not possible. It's a lie. Yeah, it's gotta be a lie. ACI bar, Zhao Zijing. How dare you deceive this head and be so rude to this head? You scum slaughterer. Get out of here, you don't have to come back to work in the future. Headmaster, Su Su. He really isn't dead. What I'm saying is the truth. You must believe me. How dare you deceive this head after all this? On account of the many years you have followed me, I will forgive your rudeness and deception. Now, immediately, at once, get out of my way. Men, drag Zhao Zijing down to me. Drive him away from the head's mansion, and never set foot in the head's mansion again. As Kim Tongwei's words fell, 2 soldiers with sidearms and sticks entered the head's office, dragging Zhao Zijing outward. Mr. Headmaster, Su Su really isn't dead. If you don't believe me, just take a look on the internet. Offend such a horrible dragon summer immortal cultivator. As for King to advise you, you'd better hurry to escape from the stick and go forward to find your righteous father to seek refuge. Otherwise, you're going to be finished. As Zhao Zijing's voice gradually moved away until it disappeared. Jin Tongwei stood in front of his chair and opened his cell phone with trembling hands. Looking at the familiar figure on the screen at the former site of Choi's estate, the cell phone in his hand fell to the ground with a click. His body couldn't help but shudder as well. His eyes filled with panic. How is this possible? What kind of monster is he? How can a human survive a nuclear blast? What to do? What do I do? Jin Tongwei sat paralyzed in the head chair, his face pale, his body like sifting chaff. No! I can't just sit around and wait to die. I can seek refuge with my righteous father. They launched the nukes, not me. At that time, if my righteous father's men are no match, I can also take the opportunity to plead my case and directly surrender Su Su. At that thought, he took a deep breath, stood up from his chair, and walked quickly out of the office. Free State Base in Stick. Inside the center control room, watching the images recorded by the satellite on the big screen. Marcus, Colonel Calloway's brow furrowed, and a hint of fear showed in his eyes. He launches a nuclear bomb. The 5 great clans of the Stick must have known about it long ago. Now that Su Su was not dead under the nuclear explosion, the 5 great clans were afraid that they would be even more loyal to Su Su. With that Su Su's character, he would definitely come to take revenge. Can the people at the base stop him then? The more he thought about it, the deeper the fear deepened in Marcus' eyes. No, I can't just sit around and wait. The image shows Su disappearing into thin air. Perhaps that's what he used to escape the nuclear blast at that time. So, he wasn't necessarily physically able to carry a nuclear bomb hard. With this in mind, Marcus quickly summoned the base's top brass to deploy heavy weapons to ward off Su's incoming attack. Yongsan-gu, Hanam Dong. In Villa 128, Su was sitting on a balcony recliner, waiting for the 5 great families' patriarchs to come. Outside the villa, 2 women's voices suddenly reached his ears. Zhen, do you think that Su from Longxia is really a god? It's incredible that he could still survive under a nuclear explosion. Whether he's a god or not, it's better for us to show our faces less in the future. In case he notices us, then we'll be screwed. Ugh. Why didn't they blow him up? We'll just have to show up as little as possible from now on. Alas. Boom. Chapter 78. Inviting the infrastructure fiend to build a palace. Jin He and Sun Jin walked side by side. When we talk about Su, we can't help but sigh. Just then. Boom. There was a loud bang. A silhouette suddenly descended from the sky and crashed down in front of the two, blocking their way. The concrete floor also cracked under the impact. Looking at the figure that often appeared in the nightmares in front of them, Sun Jin and Jin Shi froze in place. The plump and seductive body also began to tremble slightly. Su Lex, why are you here? Sun Jin, dressed in a white shirt and black pants, asked with a trembling voice. The bodies went backward at the same time. Kim Hee, who was wearing a beige dress, followed suit and stepped backward in horror. Oh, an accident? An accident is right. You stay away. Su, please let us go. Looking at the terrified and panicked two, Su Yao smiled faintly. Meeting me is a blessing that you two have cultivated for 9 lifetimes. Don't be unaware of it. After saying that, under the two people's haphazard struggles, he carried them on his shoulders and leaped back into the 128 villas. Balcony. Throwing the struggling, crying pair to the ground, Su Liao sat back down on the recliner. If you don't want Zheng Ji and Shen Ziyahama to die, then behave yourself. Hearing Su's cold words, Sun Jun and Jin Shi stopped sobbing at once. Please, don't hurt my husband. The two looked at Su with begging eyes. As long as you two are obedient, I naturally won't bother to hurt either of them. Looking at the 2 men who were trembling with fear, Su added, Come over and help me pinch my shoulders and pound my legs. Words. Sun Jun and Jin Shi hesitated slightly before walking over to Su. Jin Shi, who was wearing a beige dress, sat down in a crouch and pressed her hands on Su's legs. Sun Jun, who was wearing a white shirt and black pants, then walked behind Su Jiao and raised her arms, her soft little hands pressing towards Su Jiao's shoulders. Not bad, use more power. Su Liao closed his eyes comfortably. The 5 people, Cui Jian, Li Gongxuan, Zheng Zhihao, Go Yujing, and Xian Kurar, had just walked to the entrance of Villa 128. Ken Choi was about to knock on the door. Su Liao's bland voice suddenly rang out. Come on in, all of you, the door's open. Ken Choi glanced at the 4 men behind him and took the lead, pushing the door open and walking in. Li Gongxuan and the 4 of them looked at each other and also followed quickly, and closed the courtyard door with their hands. 2nd floor balcony. Su Liao remained reclined on the chair. Sun Jin and Jin He massaged him. Ken Choi's 5 men, on the other hand, stood with their heads down. Tell us what you know about this nuclear explosion. Su Lak lazily opened his eyes. The 4 Li Gongsuns had a shudder in their hearts, and a hint of gratitude arose. Luckily, they didn't rush into surgery to deal with the parasitic parasites on top of the heart. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would completely offend this terrifying Dragon Summer immortal cultivator in front of him. Mr. Su, according to the description of our people in the head house, this nuclear explosion was planned by the head and Colonel Marcus of the Free State. Also, the head had left the head's house at this time and had gone to the base where the Free State was stationed in the stick. I think I have already known that you are still alive, and in my heart, I was afraid, so I ran to the Free Country base to seek refuge. Ken Choi explained slowly. Words. Su Liao's face was calm. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. Give the 5 of you a task. Mr. Su, go ahead. Help me choose a place in Hanyang City with a good environment to build a palace. It was built as a palace in the ancient period of Longxia. When the construction is finished, if you can satisfy me, there will be no shortage of favors for you. This matter, may it be done. When Su Liao's words fell, Jian Chui's 5 men nodded their heads in unison. With their stick-top 5 plutocrats, there was no problem at all in building a huge palace. Mr. Su, please don't worry. We will definitely help you build a palace that will satisfy you. The 5 took a stand in unison. I must be speeded up, the sooner the better, or if not, I'll hire an infrastructure fiend to build it. Also, Ken Choi, you'll be the person in charge of this palace construction. Inspect the palace construction, and all 4 of you will listen to Ken Choi. Yes, Mr. Su. Su Liao waved his hand. There's nothing else for you all to do, so retreat. Holding back the 5 people, Su pulled Sun Jun behind him into his arms. Mr. Su. Su, please don't. Sun Jun tensed her body, placing her hands against Su Jiao's chest in a desperate attempt to resist. Su Liao's face sank. Rip. Sun Jane's white shirt was instantly ripped open. Yikes! Screaming, Sun Jun retracted her hands and wrapped them around her chest, her eyes looking at Su in horror. Hee hee. It seems you guys still don't understand your status and situation.
Char.
All of Sun Jin's clothes were instantly torn into pieces. Don't do that, ooh. Glancing at Kim Tae-shik, who was sitting paralyzed on the ground with equally terrified eyes, Suyu coldly said, "Wait here for me peacefully, or suffer the consequences." After saying that, he carried Sun Jane into the bedroom. Balcony. Listening to Sun Jin's sobbing in the bedroom that gradually became weird. Kim Hee, who was paralyzed on the floor, had sad eyes. Why did God do this to Jen and me? Why are we going out today? Why did you let us meet this great evil, Su? Woohoo! Thinking, Jin Hee sobbed as well. A kind of fateful symphony with Sun Jin's voice in the bedroom. 2 hours later, the bedroom grew quiet. Jin Hee, come down here. Su Liao's voice rang out from the chamber. Jin Hee's body trembled and hesitated for a moment. Thinking of Zhang Ji, she still struggled to get up and walked into the room. Looking at the messy room, as well as unconscious Sun Jin in the past, Jin Hee's eyes were horrified. Take this elixir. Su Liao took out 2 pills, and one was stuffed into the mouth of the sleeping Sun Jin. The other one is handed to Jin Hee. What's the hesitation? Still afraid of the poison I'll give you? This is the residence pill, which not only restores the body to its youngest state, but also makes the face last forever. Words. Jin Hee became even more sad. Would this great evil like him be so kind as to give us such treasures? It must be one of those pills. However, for Zhang Ji's safety, she still took the elixir and swallowed it. A few moments later, a layer of black dirt then appeared on the surface of Jin Hee and Sun Jin's bodies. Consuming grains and cereals, their bodies may look white and tender, but in fact there are a lot of impurities piled up in their bodies. After the exclusion, not only can restore youthful appearance forever, but also play a life-prolonging effect. 3 hours later, looking at the sleeping Jin Shi and Sun Jin, Su Liao hugged the 2 of them and his figure disappeared within the bedroom. Spirit Springs space. All the ladies are in the back of the capsule. Some are farming. Some were eating melons and feeding the fish at the pond. Some are feeding chickens and ducks. Others are swimming in the pool. The scene was one of warmth and harmony. Su Xiao did not go over to disturb them. After putting Sun Jin and Jin Shi into a space capsule, the figure returned to the 128 villas once again. Chapter 79. I'll take care of them for you. Free State Base in Stick. Central Control Hall. Jin Tongwei walked around like an ant on a hot pan. Fark, golden head, you stop spinning. Marcus grimaced, his heart despising Jin Tongwei even more. It is so stupid for the great free country to support such a stick head. Colonel Marcus, how are the base defense arrangements coming along? Ignoring Marcus' disdain, Jin Tongwei asked anxiously. Don't worry, golden head. I guess that Su wasn't able to physically withstand a nuclear bomb. Instead, he utilized that ability to disappear in place to escape. So the base's firepower is thought to be enough to deal with him. Marcus looked at the base picture on the big screen with confidence. That's good. A small smile finally appeared on Jin Tongwei's face as well. The other side. After Sulak returned to the 128 villas, he took out his computer and inquired about the detailed location of the Free State base, as well as the information on the home addresses of the 6 elders of the Stick Cabinet, before retrieving the computer. Walked out of the villa. Go to the Fushan Villa area in the Gangnam district. Sulak looked at the door at the 2 subordinates that Cui Jian had arranged and instructed. Yes, Mr. Su. The car started slowly and headed towards the Gangnam district. He did not immediately go forward to the Free State base to seek revenge on Jean Tongwei and Marcus. It's the torturous waiting that's the most torturous. Let the two live in anxiety and fear before you clean up after them. Rich Hill Villa Area, Villa 1. Inside the lavish hall, an old man in his 50s or so, sitting on a brown sofa, watched the handsome figure in the ruins on the TV screen. His face gradually becoming gloomy. A hint of fear also appeared in his eyes. This person was none other than Li Minghui, the Grand Elder of the Stick Cabinet Council. The assassination targeting Su Su was one in which he was involved. On his left side sat a beautiful woman who looked to be in her early 30s, wearing a beige dress and a front and back. On the right side sat two young girls who looked to be about 18 or 19 years old, with identical good looks. Hubby, what are we going to do? Will that Su Su come to our door to seek revenge? The beautiful woman looked at Li Minghui with a worried expression. Dad, why don't we hide? The internet is saying that Su Su is a colorful demon who likes pretty women the most. My sister and I, and little mom, we... Listening to his wife and daughter's words, Li Minghui's frown deepened. Finally, he sighed helplessly. I still have a few more properties over in the capital city of the Free State, so you guys go pack up your things and leave the stick today. Dad, what about you? Honey, aren't you coming with us? Words. Li Minghui sighed again and explained. If I go with you, I will instead harm our whole family. So, I'm not leaving. All right, you guys hurry up and go pack your bags and leave right now. Husband. Dad. All right, don't hesitate any longer. No one will be able to leave if Su Su comes later. Looking at the sad expressions of his wife and daughter, Li Minghui regretted in his heart. He's wrong. Choosing the Free State side is a big mistake. Immortal cultivators where modern weapons can be fought against. LOL. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The clocks kept ringing. 20 minutes later, Park Yeonhee, Li Eugene, and Li Yuwei walked down the stairs pulling their suitcases. Honey, let's go together. Yeah, Dad, let's go together. Looking at his wife and daughter, Li Minghui regret deeper. If he followed him to the Free State, he would be a useless man, and he was afraid that he would have to receive his box lunch in the past. If he stayed on the stick, he would still be of use and his wife and daughter would be relatively safe. Okay, you guys hurry up, Li Minghui said, opening the living room door. Li Myung-hui, Park Yun-hee, Li Young-jin, and Li Young-wei froze as they looked at the figure standing in the doorway with a smiling face. In an instant, the three men's bodies began to tremble. Puff! With a sound, Li Minghui knelt in front of Su Su. Mr. Su, my wife and daughter haven't done anything to harm you. Please let them live. Dad. Husband. Looking at the terrified four in front of him, Su Su smiled faintly. Ma'am, where are you going? I. Park Yun-hee stammered and stumbled backwards, crashing into the twin backwaters. Huh. Su Liao sneered and walked into the living room, pulling Park Yeonhee over to the sofa and holding her in his arms. Did you think of this consequence before nuking me? Li Minghui's eyes turned red as he watched his just-married, thousand-splendored lady. Her face flushed as she sat in Su Su's arms and struggled, his eyes turning red. Yet he dared not attack. His two daughters are still on the sidelines. If they resisted, their wives and daughters would end up worse. I'm afraid. Mr. Su, my wife and daughter, they are innocent. Please don't hurt them. Li Minghui knelt on the ground, kowtowing and begging. Ha ha ha. I, Su Su, am a compassionate person. I'll help you take good care of them in the future, so don't worry. As Su Liao spoke, a green caterpillar once again appeared in his palm. Swallow this and spare your life. This? Looking at the green caterpillar writhing in Su Su's palm, Li Minghui wanted to dry heave. However, looking at his wife and daughter who looked frightened and sat on the side, he finally accepted the green caterpillar in Su Su's hands with trembling hands. Dad. Husband. Looking at his wife and daughter who were worried about him, Li Minghui clenched his teeth, opened his mouth and threw the green caterpillar into his mouth, throat rolling. The green caterpillar was swallowed into his stomach. Haha, not bad. Seeing as you're so obedient, I'll spare your life. As Su Su said, Park Yeonhee, Li Eugene, and Li Yuwei disappeared in front of Li Minghui's eyes. Mr. Su, please don't hurt them. If you behave yourself, not only will they not be harmed, but they will have a good time. So it's up to you. Mr. Su, I'll do as I'm told. And from now on I'll be a dog by your side. I only ask that you treat the three of them well, and I'll bite whoever you tell me to. Ha ha ha. Nice. Looking at Li Minghui's tail wagging and begging for mercy, Suzhou added, now, no matter what method you use, notify the other 5 great elders and have them rush over immediately. Yes, Mr. Su. I'll contact the other 5 elders. Li Minghui said, took out his cell phone and dialed to contact 5 colleagues. Gangnam District, a huge open area with 5 people, Ken Choi, Li Gonghoon, Yung Ji-ho, Gu Yukyung, and Sin Kalat, wearing yellow helmets. Beside the 5 stood dozens of engineers. Family Master Chui, we don't know exactly what the ancient imperial palace of Longxia looks like? Yes, Master Chui. None of us have seen it before, so I'm afraid we won't be able to design a drawing that satisfies you. Master Chui, why don't you go hire a group of Longxia people to design it? Words. Chui Jian pondered for a moment and turned his head to look at Li Gongshuan. Old Li, go and contact Longxia's designers and builders, as well as the team of infrastructure fiends. We must build the most perfect palace in the shortest period of time. Li Gongshuan nodded his head. Don't worry. Leave it to me. I guarantee to bring the person over as fast as possible. Chapter 80 Mr. Hui, I have news for you. Longxia Yanjing. Inside a certain villa, the 6 vice-governors of the Immortal Gang were gathered together, sitting around the sofa and staring at their cell phone screens. Brother Tang, the gang master is actually going to build a palace in stick. Why don't we gather our brothers to go over and help out as well? Wang Chao said that and looked at the 5 people, Zhang Tang, LV Jing, Hu Ku, Jin Shi, and Peng Chong with an expectant face. Must go, although the gang master has ignored us, but the gang master is in need now. How can we who are subordinates be absent? Zhang Tang is right. No matter what happens to the gang master, we will follow him to the death. Then I'll post a message in the community now. Hooker posted about traveling to the stick and helping the gang leader, Su, build a palace to the Immortal Gang community. In less than 10 minutes, there were millions of replies. Nowadays, the fact that even nuclear weapons couldn't kill Su was already circulating internationally. Not only does Longxia have many loyal fans, even the stick proper, the small days, and several other continents have seen countless loyal fans spring up. Korean Goryeo-sungsa City in southwest China, close to the border with South Korea. Inside Villa Number 1 in the rich mountain district, Su Yao sat on the sofa, looking at the 6 elders of the stick cabinet in front of him, a faint smile hanging from the corner of his mouth. He doesn't know that hundreds of thousands of people from the Immortal Gang, spontaneous coming to the sticks, help him to build his palace. Swallow them all. Su Lak placed the 5 green caterpillars on the table and said indifferently. Looking at the wriggling green worms on the table, the 5 men's faces were ugly. However, thinking of Su's terror, the 5 of them still trembled their hands, pinched the worm from the table, tilted their heads, and swallowed it in one gulp.
Vom Tilde.
Pa, put up with me. Later, my father will make a trip to the Free State base. Now, this honored one gives you a task. No matter what you use, find a way to restore the imperial system to this honored one. This honored one wants to build a country and call it an empire in the stick. As Su Yao's words fell, the 6 people looked at Su Yao incredulously. Let's restore the empire to the sticks and build a country in the sticks and call it an empire? You're kidding. What kind of ideas are the sticks receiving nowadays, wanting a dictatorship and the people will agree? Find a way to overcome any difficulties on your own. After dealing with the Free State base matter, my father will leave for a while. Don't think of escaping or there will be no place for you on this planet. Hearing Su's cold words, the 6 elders of the Stick Cabinet Council nodded helplessly. I'm a fish out of water. What else can I do if I don't agree? Sweeping his eyes over a few people once more, Su Yao stood up and prepared to leave. Mr. Su, please wait. Li Minghui looked at the 5 people beside him and called out to Su Liao. What is it? Su Liao twisted his head to look at Li Minghui. Mr. Su. Su, don't you like beautiful women? All 5 of them have daughters, and all of them look like flowers. Gah! The remaining 5 elders of the Stick Cabinet Council looked at Grand Elder Li Minghui in unison. What? You? Is he telling the truth? Su Liao looked at the remaining 5 elders with interest. Mr. Su. Su, my daughter married just a few days ago. Mr. Su, my daughter just turned 18. Mr. Su, my daughter is only 17 years old. At those words, Susu smiled and walked back over to the sofa to sit down. 17 years old? It's fine, you can start with the maids. Now call all of them. Tic-tac-toe. An hour later, outside the villa, 6 footsteps sounded. Li Minghui hurriedly walked towards the villa's living room door and welcomed the 6 footsteps masters into the hall. Dad, you called me. Hong Zhenying, the daughter of second elder Hong Yunqi who had just gotten married, had just gotten halfway through her sentence when she noticed Susu on the sofa staring at her with a smile on his face. The remaining words were stuck in his throat. The remaining 5 women are also all between the ages of 17 and 18 and 24 or 25. At this moment, except for Hong Zhenying, the remaining 5 girls looked at Susu with eyes filled with curiosity. This is the hard resistance to nuclear explosions of the Dragonxia immortal cultivator, so you well, look and ordinary people completely no difference. Haha, not bad, my father is satisfied. Tell me what you're all called. My name is Jung Eun Hee. My name is Lee Yuna. My name is Kimberlin. My name is Sun Soo-yun. My name is Lin Soo-yuen. Looking at the 5 young and beautiful teenage girls in front of him, Su Liao nodded with satisfaction, his eyes looking toward Hong Zhenying as he asked with a smile, "What's your name?" "My name is Hong Jin Young. I already have a husband." Hong Zhenying looked at Susu and explained apprehensively. She wanted Susu to understand that she was married. "There is no harm in having anything. From now on you will belong only to my father, who will send you to a good place." After saying that, without waiting for a few people to react, he collected the 6 people into the spiritual spring space. With that, the gaze once again looked at the 6 great elders. "The tasks given to you are to be completed as soon as possible for this honored one. And when this honored one returns next time, if there is still no progress, you will be able to taste what it's like to have your souls refined. Mr. Su, we will definitely do our best to help you finish." Su Liao nodded indifferently and turned around to walk out of the villa. Free State Base in Stick. In the center control hall, Jean Tongwei and Marcus stared intently at the big screen, observing the situation on the periphery of the base. "It's been so long that Susu shouldn't be coming here," Marcus said with a smile. A small smile also appeared on Jean Tongwei's face, but then a frown. "He's the head of the stick. Do we have to hide in the Free State Base all the time? What a thing. ACI bar. Susu, why don't you go to hell?" When he thought of Sulak, Jean Tongwei was just annoyed for a while. To think that he, the head of a pot, had been reduced to such a state. It's really miserable. Why did I ask my righteous father to bombard Susu in the first place? Am I sick to offend such a horrible person? Colonel Marcus, I am going to stay here for a while. I also hope that the Free State will grant asylum. Head Jean, as the head of a pot, are you prepared to stay here until Susu is dead? Marcus spoke faintly. Colonel Marcus, this is stick territory. Can't I, as head of the stick, stay here all the time? It's fine to let me leave the base. Then ask Colonel Marcus to contact Lord Righteousness for reinforcements to help me kill Susu. Words. Marcus frowned. Golden Head, if you are so timid, how can you serve our great Free State in the future? I think you'd better go back. I don't believe that he, Susu, really dares to be lawless and kill a pot of heads. Jean Tongwei was just about to say something when he saw on the big screen the figure of Sujio holding a 3-meter-long black stick, appearing on the periphery of the base. ACI bar. Su lacks him. He actually dared to come here. Fark. All hands on deck. All hands on deck. The enemy has appeared. Do not hold back. Shoot to kill. With shaking hands, Marcus yelled over the intercom. Chapter 81. Dragon Summer Gods. Don't mess with them. SCI bar. How dare he? How dare he? Jean Tongwei's horrified eyes stared at the big screen image and muttered with trembling lips. He couldn't believe that Susu dared to come alone to break into the Free State's military base. What's Su Zhao's right? With his ability to disappear in place. Does he really think he can take a heavy fire weapon in the flesh? Or does he know how to teleport? Off base. As soon as Susu's figure approached, thousands of golden projectiles, like a rain of arrows, struck his physical body directly. Ha! Laughing coldly, Susu did not dodge. Now with a 42x body mass, no weapon other than a nuclear weapon could hurt him anymore. Countless golden warheads crackled against Susu's flesh, issued a bang 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 sound of gold and iron. Oh my god! Fake! Looking at Susu, who walked into the base unharmed and idly, the Free State base soldiers were dumbfounded. Dragon summer gods. This is definitely the gods of Longxia. Humans cannot be so powerful. The person in front of him was afraid to be 1,000 times more powerful than any of the captains in their free country's movies and television. Base Center Control Hall. Watching Su Liao approach the base idly amidst the rain of gunfire. Jin Tongwei's body was like sifting chaff, shaking non-stop. Pa! He sat paralyzed on the ground, as if he had died as a parent, his face ugly. What to do? What to do? Fark, do you ma? Shut the up. Fark, what are you waiting for? Attack me, use armor-piercing rounds on me. Where are the combat chickens? Fire bayonet missiles on me. Fark.
Fark.
Marcus looked at the big screen and yelled in a maniacal manner. Off base. Su Liao moved his shoulders and gave the Free State soldier a parting smile. Next. Boom. Bang 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 bang. Su Zhao's silhouette was like a ghost weaving in and out of the crowd, and every time there was a bang, a bright red mist of blood exploded. In less than 2 minutes, all 3,000 soldiers stationed at the base, all corpses are gone. The scene was also colored blood red. Su Liao's black, tattered clothes were also dyed black and red with blood. The 3-meter-long black stick in his hand made a zipping sound, and the blood instantly penetrated into the stick. Just then, 10 Phantom B6 fighters crossed over the base at breakneck speed. A single bayonet missile, carrying a long tail flame, blasted towards Susu. Boom! In the blink of an eye, flames shot up into the sky, splattering smoke and dust, accompanied by earth-shattering loud noises. To the ecstasy of Marcus and Kim Tongwei, who were watching from the center control room. Being hit, this if all do not die, we live to eat 1 billion pounds of rice field total. Kim Tongwei and Marcus thought in unison. But the next second, both of them stared in horror at the same time. The face was infinitely more ugly than if he had eaten a rice field co. Only a naked figure with a black stick in his hand stepped out of the blazing fire and smoke. Looking at his skin again, it didn't look the least bit injured. The artifact is rather imposing. Base Center Control Hall. A smell of urine and stench suddenly wafted into Marcus' nostrils. Fark, Kim Tongwei, isn't it just a death? You're so scared less by Susu, you're simply the most trashy head in the history of the stick. How could the great head of our free country have chosen a piece of trash like you? Marcus twisted his head to look at the paralyzed, wretched Jin Tongwei, his eyes disgusted to the core. Kim Tongwei murmured alone as if he hadn't heard Marcus. I don't know what was said. Fark trash. Marcus looked even angrier at Kim Tongwei and kicked him in the face. Instantly, a shoe print remained on his fat cheek. Just then, 10 Phantom B6 warjacks circled back again. Blow up my clothes and die. Su Liao's figure instantly shot up into the sky, his speed surprisingly much faster than that of the Battle G. Bang! 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 6 consecutive warjacks exploded in the air. Inside the other 4 warjacks, the pilot's eyes were horrified. They had thought they were flying high in the sky and would be able to rest on their laurels. However, he hadn't expected Susu to be so terrifying. With a gentle leap, the figure could rush high into the air. With the help of the reaction force of the stick smashing into the war girl, the figure pranced in the air one after another. With 6 consecutive sticks, it destroyed 6 advanced Phantom B6s. Such a terrifying existence was desperate. The other 4 pilots didn't hesitate and flew straight toward the outside of stick territory. The dragon summer gods are not to be messed with. As he watched the other 4 warjacks fly away, Suyu did not chase after them. Taking out the golden flying fish suit from within the space, he draped it over his body, covering the body that made countless young girls and young women yearn for it. Putting away the black stick, Susu took a step in the direction of the center control hall. In the meantime, images of the stick Free State compound were also captured by many powerful satellites. Longxia of the 16 Kingdoms 304-432. Cabinet Council. The 9 elders, as well as Qin Lai and many other high-ranking officials, sat around the oval reddish-brown conference table. Dumbfounded, he stared at the satellite feed on the big screen. It's a good thing we didn't choose to go against him. Qin Lai couldn't help but sigh out. The rest of them nodded heartily. How is this different from the gods of the Dragon Summer legends? To them mortals, Susu is a god. In the future, we Longxia will make every effort to befriend Susu. The Grand Elder said quietly. Yes, Grand Elder. The crowd responded in unison, their eyes once again looking at the big screen. A little life. Cabinet chamber. Headmaster Sasaki Okamoto's body shivered as he looked at Susu's figure on the large screen. But in his heart, he was glad that he hadn't offended Susu. Yoshida Yukiko, pass on my order to screen beautiful women throughout the country. I want to give the 100 most beautiful and pure women of our little day to the dragon summer god Susu Jun. Yes, Head Okamoto. The secretary, Akiko Yoshida, received the order and quickly exited the conference hall to deal with the convening of the national beauty pageant. There was no time to lose in selecting the most beautiful, purest woman for the dragon summer god, Lord Susu. Free country. Inside the Black Palace, the Great Hall, the head cataract looked at the big screen. The pale figure slumped helplessly in his chair. In the face of such a dragon summer god, their hegemony was not guaranteed. Susu's immortality would forever press above the head of their great free nation. But nuclear weapons have been used. What else can be done to put him to death? There doesn't seem to be any way out. Head honcho, we still have to seek revenge on Sujio. Revenge? You take revenge with your head. Stick. Free State residency. Sulak looked at Marcus and Jean Tongwei, who was sitting on the ground in a state of insanity, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Ever think about today? Hee hee. Susu, don't be arrogant. One day, you'll get what's coming to you. Bang, Marcus said, shoving his pistol straight into his mouth and drinking his own life. Chapter 82, 100 people. That's quite a bit of blood. After praising him, Su Liao looked at the crazy Jean Tongwei next to him and frowned. That's disgusting. Bang. The Desert Eagle bullet penetrated his skull instantly. Kim Tongwei collapsed in a pool of blood with horror and anger in his eyes. I'm so pissed and mad I can't even leave me alone. That was the last thing on Jean Tongwei's mind. Spirit Springs space. As soon as Susu appeared, he saw a large group of women sitting in a large circle. Gu Liang stood in the center area of the circle and sang the song billions of words under his breath. And she was dressed in the same gown she had worn when she first entered the space, and wore those glasses. Su Liao's eyes lit up. Some stupidity. He quietly walked over and sat down next to Lin Yutong and Bai Mengjia. Honey. Shoo. Don't interrupt pretty singing. Lin Yutong, Bai Mengjia nodded their heads, hugging Susu's arm left and right, quietly listening to Gu Liang sing. One song. Loud applause. Not bad, pretty. You sing very well. My husband will reward you well today, Susu said, getting up and walking towards Gu Liang. Under the stunned gazes of the ladies, he carried Gu Liang towards the direction of the vegetable field at the back. He would pick a thick and long cucumber nourished by the spiritual spring water and reward Gu Liang for eating it. Vegetable patch. Gu Liang looked at Su Jiao and hesitantly spoke. Su Jiao, the cucumbers grown by this spiritual spring water are also too coarse. Ha. That's for sure, after all. It was raised under the nourishment of aura. It's very sweet and savory, Sulak said, and plucked off one of the large cucumbers. He broke open half of it and ate it himself, and stuffed the other half into Zhang Liang's mouth. Well, a few moments later, Gu Liang stood up from beside the cucumber loam. Worthy of being a cucumber grown from spiritual spring water. This is too delicious. Ha. Then try the tomatoes again. Aha. Wow. These tomatoes are so good too. Gu Liangli held a big, red tomato in one hand and ate it joyfully. 3 hours later, by the pond under the willow tree on the Taihu Lake rocks, looking at the sleeping Gu Liang in his arms, Su Yao picked her up, picked up the clothes scattered on the side, and returned to the space capsule. Today, the Spirit Spring space, counting the 2 goddaughters with himself, was exactly 100 people. As for the heir in the making, Lam Yu Tung 1, Yang Yi 1, 2 for Moon Yen Shui, 2 for the Forest Foam, 1 for Bai Mengjia, 2 for Ruoruozhou, 1 for Ruoshua Lin, 1 for Chiu Xiaoying, 1 off Snow, 2 for Angelica Li, 2 for Li Mengchen, 1 for Fifi Long, 2 for Dilly Su, 1 for Gu Beauty, 14 pregnancies, 6 sets of twins, totaling 20 children. But the capsule only seats 60. As a result, most nowadays are 2 people in a capsule. Gu Liang lives with Long Fei Fei. Today, the outside world is working feverishly to build the palace. It's just the right time to take advantage of it and multiply heirs in abundance. Within the space, there are still 83 people who are not pregnant and still have work to do. aimed to have all the women conceive heirs before leaving sky blue aquamarine. Moreover, 83 times 3 might allow him to reach the Jindan stage of his physical realm. So, if there were 3,000 more, 30,000 more, 300,000 more, or even 3 million, 30 million, 300 million more, would that make him immortal in one fell swoop? At that time, backhandedly suppressing the cultivation world. After putting all the female cultivators in the cultivation world, I don't know how powerful it will be. Host. Not everything can be dreamed at night. When your physical body reaches the Jindan stage, it will end the novice period benefits. Mortal women are no longer useful. Only female cultivators no less than one realm below you can conceive an heir for you, so that you can continue to be courageous and refined. Listening to the humongous bandit's words, Su was slightly stunned. Before the physical body reaches the Jindan stage realm, it's actually the novice benefit stage. In that case, in the future, wouldn't the only way for him to continue to become stronger by doing so be to have female cultivators above the foundation establishment stage help him conceive an heir? And that emperor's inner scripture, I wonder if that's the kind he had in mind. If so, that would be great. While having a female cultivator help him conceive an heir, not only would he be able to improve his physical body realm, but he would also be able to improve his chi refining realm. Dharma body duality. It also grows the family. It's a 1-2 punch. Honey, what are you thinking about? Drooling all over the place. Long Fei's voice pulled Su back to reality. Returning to his senses, Su reached out and then pulled Long Fei into his arms. You little goblin, how dare you lie to your husband? If it wasn't for the fact that you're pregnant, Lao Di would have to take you in today. Long Fei lay in Su Jiao's arms, grabbing Su Jiao's hand that was making a mess. Her face flushed for a while. Honey, you're a tireless cow. Haha. You found it all out. You must be rewarded today. 10 minutes later, inside the living room, Su sat on the sofa. Triple physique. Extracted. In a flash, the metaphysical power descended once again, and it did not enter his body along the heavenly soul cover that was as hard as meteorite iron. Strengthening the flesh. Nourishes and grows the golden sea of suffering. A few moments later, everything returned to calm, and Su got up and walked into the bedroom. Taking off his shoes and climbing onto the bed, he lay down between Long Fei and Gu Liang. Tonight, he doesn't want to eat any meat, so he'll just stay with Pretty and Sister Divine in peace for one night. Day 2. When the sky was slightly lightened, Su Liao gently moved the 2 jade legs that were resting on his body away and walked off the bed. Today, treat them to a loving breakfast. 2 hours later, by the Spirit Springs pool, 100 people at 12 tables. Aside from Su Xiao, a big old man, and the 2 brats Ning Yutong and Jiang and I, the rest were all beauties of varying temperaments, making for quite a spectacular scene. It's the dream of every man in the world. They can't even do that. But he, Su, did it. In this regard, Su was satisfied. I'm not going out for a while. I'll stay here with you guys exclusively. Come on. Let's eat and stroll around to digest and digest. Su Yao swept his eyes over the crowd of ladies, crouched down to pick up Ning Yutong and Jiang and I, and walked toward the back of the capsule. The eyes of the ladies lit up and they also quickly followed. Although they had been staying in the spiritual spring space, Su spent most of his time out on the waves. Even every time he came back, he left in a hurry after running his errands, never really spending any quality time with them. At this moment, hearing that Su didn't plan to go out during this period of time, they all rose in joy. Daddy, I'm going to the fish pond to feed the fish. Daddy, I'm going to feed the ducks. Ning Yutong and Jiang and I wrapped one hand around Suzhou's neck and pointed in the direction of the fish pond and the direction of the chickens and ducks with one hand, saying in unison, okay, then let's go feed the ducks and then the fish. With that, he headed for the chicken coop and duck house. 2 hours later, Su Liao returned to the capsule's living room while holding Zhu Fujin, who was not in a safe place. Chapter 83. The years go by, reproducing heirs, changes in the flesh. Hubby, who did you learn all this from? One thing after another. It's so bad. Haha, I'm gifted and self-taught. Well, it's not the time for idle chatter. It's time to work. Then. You go on then. Zhu Fujin said and closed her eyes, willingly becoming an interesting and fun toy in the palm of Su's hand. I don't know how long it took, but the Hummer's voice sounded again. Congratulations to the host, another heir, rewarded with triple physique X1. Leaning against the bed, looking at Xiao Zhu who had passed out, Su Liao gently got up and walked into the living room. extracted again, fused with a triple physique. The arcane power descended once again. 48x body mass now. The gold color in the blood intensified a bit more. Following this trend, it was believed that it wouldn't take long for all of his blood to be transformed into a golden color. The Dantian Sea of bitterness was also more than 100 times larger than when he had just reached the foundation establishment stage physical body. I also don't know how it helps with the practice. Sons and daughters, 21. The number of missions to go, 28 to go. Looking at the bedroom, Susu got up and walked out of the capsule. He had to accomplish this task of 49 heirs in one breath. This day, the famous actresses of The Stick, Sun Jin and Jin Hee, also conceived the Hyo family heir. Another +2 for the old Su family heir. Day 2. Ji Bingning and Wu Mengmeng, former employees of Magic Voice who twice blocked Su Jiu's Magic Voice account, are pregnant. Simply lucky to have 2 sets of twins in a row. Old Su family heir is +4 all at once. Day 3. Internet celebrity, ancient style girl, sweet, Lin Yao, Xiao Yuman, pregnant. Another +2 for the old Su family heir. Day 4. Stick famous actress Song Hui, sister Suyu BFF and college roommate Shin Lele, is pregnant. Another +2 for the old Su family heir. In 4 days, the Su family had +10 children, 18 short of 49 children. Almost there. This evening, bonfire by the Spirit Springs pool. On the white blanket, the ladies sat on the floor in a large circle. In front of each person was a variety of fruits, as well as a cup of spiritual spring water. Su Yuexin and Jiang Xiaolin were sitting on Su Su's left side. Xiao Weining and Lin Ruoxue sat on Su Su's right side. Ever since Xiao Weining was resident in the Spirit Spring space, all the shushes had also addressed her directly by her name, rather than treating her as an elder. It's a bit of a mess. But it's not messy. In the center of the circle, 5 people, Lin Yao, Xiao Yuman by Mengjie, Fu Linger and Zhang Xiaonan, danced with their bare white jade-like little feet, wearing red sarongs that were hidden from view. It's like a genie. Li Ji, Fish Xiaoyao, and Gu Liangliang sang with the accompaniment of 5 dancers. The sound is as clear as an aureole. Here, it's heaven. The words are split. Outside, although Su Su had disappeared and was nowhere to be seen. However, the heads of the 5 great clans of the Stick, as well as the 6 elders of the Stick Cabinet Council, did not slack off. The 5 great families had already hired dozens of top designers and architects from Longxia, and a construction team of thousands of people. Work has begun on the palace. The 6 people within the Immortal Gang, Wang Chao, Zhang Tang, LV Jing, Jin Shi, Hu Ku and Peng Chong, as well as hundreds of thousands of gang members all poured into the capital city of the Stick country, arranged by the 5 families to work together to help build the palace. As for the restoration of the imperial system, the 6 elders of the Cabinet Council surprisingly voted unanimously after a meeting at the top of the Stick. No one objected. The 6 elders immediately called a press conference. The whole population of the Stick was told about the restoration of the imperial system and the desire of the god Shuyao to become emperor. Surprisingly, the majority of the Stick people who have received modernized education and thought agree with Su Su's founding of the country and claiming to be the emperor, become a subject of the empire of Sulak. Only a few are silent or opposed. However, under the general trend, one can only choose to accept it in silence. Little Day, the Free State, and Longxia, who were also informed of what was happening in the land of the Stick, chose to remain silent. Spirit Springs Space. Day 5. Longxia's famous actress, chosen ancient costume man Long Xiao Kuai, and chivalrous woman professional Tong Xiaodan, are pregnant. Another +2 for the Su family heir. Day 6. Dai Luxer and Shin Muyue, famous Longxia actresses and mother-daughter duo in movies and TV dramas, are pregnant. The Su family heir is +2 again. Day 7. Longxia's famous actress, Black Lotus Chow Dudu, as well as white-cutting Black Shin Li, known as Little Bone, are pregnant. The Su family heir is +2 again. Day 8. Famous Longxia actress, long-limbed Pang Yuhua, and Choi Byung-yi, sister of the head of the Stick plutocrat family, Choi Ken, are pregnant. Another +2 for the Su family heir. Day 9. Famous Longxia actress, Frozen Girl Xia Yun, as well as Xia Yun replica in Xiaogua, pregnant. Another +2 for the Su family heir. Day 10. Famous Longxia actress Wooden Beauty Zhao Min, as well as Yang Yu, a working girl born pregnant. Another +2 for the Su family heir. Day 11. Long Xia's famous actress, the protein goddess Zhong Xiaoqin, and the wealthy flower song Sweetie are pregnant. Another +2 for the Su family heir. 12th day. English teacher Su Yuexin, pregnant with twins. The language teacher, Xiaolin Jiang, is pregnant with twins. Another +4 for the Su family heir. Congratulations to the host. Congratulations to the host. The number of heirs has reached 49. Phew. Hearing the humongous bandit's elated voice, Su Yao let out a long sigh of relief. It was a period of time that was nothing short of torture for him. You can get really tired of eating too much meat. Fortunately, the number of children meets the conditions of the mission, so I can finally rest for a while. Glancing at the sleeping Su Yuexin and Zhang Xiaolin, Su Zhou got up and walked out of the capsule. At this moment, the time had come to evening. The ladies were partly inside the capsule and partly were sitting around the couch chatting. Honey, Su. Looking at the ladies, Su smiled and walked over to a blanket, sitting cross-legged. Babes, you talk. Hubby will be busy for a while and then stay with you. With that, he closed his eyes. He's going to organize what he's gained in the meantime. 24 people for sets of twins. Harvest 72 times your physique, and 4 bottles of 196 rejuvenation pills. Original 48x body mass. This time, he was going to directly fuse his 72x physique to reach the Jindan realm physical body in one fell swoop. Hummer. Extract me loaded 72 times my physique. Hummer received. There may be a little discomfort. Please prepare the host to receive. No, there was no waiting for Su to think more. Phew. A light breeze was blowing. Next, a thick, metaphysical energy instantly penetrated into his flesh through his heavenly aura. In a flash, Su only felt a splitting headache. But the sharp pain was only for a moment. Immediately afterward, this thick energy surged through Su's entire body in another instant. The blood in his entire body, in the blink of an eye, was transformed into a golden color. Inside the body, cells are instantly ripped, reorganized and torn apart. Golden blood, through the pores, overflowed the surface of the body. In the blink of an eye, Su became a small golden man sitting on his knees. Husband.
Shu.
Looking at Su, whose pores kept oozing golden liquid and whose brow was furrowed into a ball, the ladies exclaimed in shock. Before they could think much, a golden lotus flower shadow slowly emerged from above Su's head. Bang! Bang bang! In an instant, the golden lotus shadow swelled billions of times. Golden lotus leaves that filled every corner of the space. A giant lotus through the sky. A glance could not see the top. Looking at the vision in front of them, the ladies stared in shock, their mouths open, dumbfounded as they looked up at the golden giant lotus shadow. What is this? What is this? Sweet ceiling Jiang Yue murmured and lost her mind. Chapter 84 Angry Robbery Clouds. Hubby is going to become immortal? Su Deli, Long Fei, Lin Yutong, and the others looked at the golden lotus shadow that filled heaven and earth and muttered. The capsule inside the bedroom. Su Yuexin and Zhang Xiaolin also supported each other and stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, dumbfounded. What is the difference between this vision of heaven and earth and the legendary immortals? There doesn't seem to be one. Inside Su's body, ka-ching, there was a crunching sound, as if another shackle was torn. Paying no heed to the evolution of his physical body, Su looked inward at the Dantian Sea of Bitterness. A huge golden lotus flower was in the center of the Sea of Bitterness, gently swaying. There seemed to be an endless aura of killing permeating the air. Hummer, what the hell is this again? Host, this is the unique vision of your holy body, the golden lotus of the Sea of Bitterness. Once this phenomenon comes out, as long as the lotus leaves gently sway, it can contain endless killing, shattering mountains and rivers, invincible in the same realm, and can even kill the enemy over the level. As your body strengthens, the Sea of Bitterness will give birth to more visions. Well, isn't this the same as Yi Heizi's desolate ancient sacred body? Could it be that I'm now a desolate ancient sacred body as well? Honey, how are you doing? Su, are you all right? Just as Su Yao was immersing himself in the Sea of Bitterness mutations, he was pulled back by the worried and concerned voices of the ladies. Slowly opening his eyes, the worried faces of Bai Mengjie and Lin Yutong were reflected within his pupils. Don't worry, I'm fine. After rubbing Bai Mengjie and Lin Yutong's heads and scanning the crowd of shoes, Su slowly got up. Give me a moment. Let me go ahead and rinse off. After saying that, Su's figure disappeared in front of the crowd of ladies. 10 minutes later, Su Yao reappeared in a white dress. The ladies instantly widened their eyes staring straight at Su Xiao as if they wanted to swallow him up. What? Mesmerized by my good looks? Su Liao laughed and joked. Honey, you've become more and more perfect now. I don't even feel like I'm worthy of you anymore. Bai Mengjie beamed, her eyes complex as she looked at Su. Nonsense. I'm still your husband even if I change. Su Liao walked over to Bai Mengjie's side and rubbed her hair into a chicken nest in 3 tries. It's messy. Oops, honey. You messed up my hair. A smile appeared on Bai Mengjie's face as she plucked away Su Liao's disruptive hands. Su Yao smiled faintly, his gaze looking at the surrounding ladies. Whoever rambles on in the future will be rewarded with a good thing. Hearing Su purposely aggravate the 3 words goodies, the ladies' cheeks flushed with shame. It's broken. 1 month later, the 5 who were the first to receive education, Lin Yutong, Yang Yi, Moon Yanxue, Lin Mo, and Bai Mengjie already had slightly bulging abdomens. Lin Mo and Moon Yanxue's abdomens are more pronounced due to the fact that they are pregnant with twins. As he had worked hard for more than 10 consecutive days before, Su Yao, on the other hand, took advantage of this time to rest. No meat. Honey, take us out when you have time. We want to see our family. Qiu Xiaoying, the national daughter, hugged Su Zhou's arm and suddenly opened her mouth. Words. Su Yao glanced at the surrounding ladies who were also looking at him with expectant eyes and nodded. It had been almost 2 months since they had last seen their families. Then meet. As the months go by, it might be a good idea to get some experienced ones to take care of them. Long Fei's mother did not want to go into the space to take care of her daughter. Next time bring her in to take care of these pregnant women with big bellies. I'll take a look around the outside world first, and then I'll take you back to the imperial capital to visit your families in a few days. After saying that, his figure disappeared in front of the ladies. Korean Goryeo-sungsa City in southwest China, close to the border with South Korea. Villa 128, Hanyang City, Hanan District, Longshan District. Master bedroom. As soon as Su's figure appeared, he felt as if a pair of eyes were watching him. What's the situation? Su Liao couldn't help but frown. Host, please pay attention. In 3 minutes, the 4-9 minor heavenly tribulation will descend. Please prepare yourself. What? Hummer, are you saying that I'm going to cross the threshold? I haven't even ing cultivated yet. So how can I be transmigrating? And isn't it only the Jindan stage for me? How did I just cross the threshold? Host, strictly speaking, you are not yet a Jindan stage alchemist. You need to pass through the 49 little heavenly tribulations before you can truly become a Jindan stage alchemist. The 49 minor heavenly tribulation? Then is it true that if I return to space, I won't have to cross the tribulation? Yes, host, but before the humongous bandit could finish his words, Su's figure disappeared inside the villa. However, with the host's current physique, there is no problem in resisting the 49 small heavenly robberies. Instead, you can quench your physical body. Outside, the very moment Su appeared in, the clear skies of the Dragon Mountain region were shrouded in overcast clouds in the blink of an eye. Lightning streaked through the thick clouds from time to time. It's a sunny day. Why are there suddenly dark clouds? Yeah. What the hell kind of weather is this? It looks like it's going to rain soon. Let's find a place to get out of the rain. Roads, neighborhoods, construction sites. Countless passers-by tilted their heads and looked at the thunderclouds overhead. Next moment, then they moved in unison. Going home for going home, looking for a place to get out of the rain. They had just taken a few steps when the thundercloud-shrouded sky suddenly became clear again. ACI bar. Thieving God. You're playing with me.
Fuck.
The weather is getting weirder and weirder these days. Who says it isn't? It'll probably get weirder from now on. Countless people once again looked up at the sky in confusion. Just moments after they had lowered their heads, the thunderclouds in the sky suddenly coalesced once again. What? Question marks rose above countless heads. What do you mean? Jesus Christ, what do you mean? I can't figure out how to do it. Without waiting a minute for them to wonder, the thunderclouds overhead suddenly disappeared once again. The sky is clear again. What? 1 minute later, the thunderclouds coalesced again. In another minute, the thunderclouds disappeared again and the weather was once again clear. Gripes, what in God's name is going on here? Can someone tell me? ACI bar, if you want it to rain, hurry up. Change around. You think you're a malfunctioning light bulb? Countless people broke their defenses and cracked their mouths to the sky. For another minute, the thunderclouds coalesced again. Still coming? What the hell happened? At this moment, many people have realized the problem. This thundercloud is extraordinary. Just when they thought that the thunderclouds would continue to disappear, they were shocked to find that the overhead thunderclouds were rushing towards the Dragon Mountain District Busan. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped the entire Busan. Boom, boom, boom. Ka-ching. The arm-thick thunderbolts, as if they didn't want money, frantically and haphazardly split towards the top of Busan Mountain. It was a full half hour before the thunderclouds gradually dispersed. Busan, which is 200 meters above sea level, is surprisingly more than 20 meters shorter. The top of the mountain was splintered into ruins. Scorched earth and charred wood everywhere. A couple of unfortunate stick folk were also cleaved to the ground. Inside the spiritual spring space, Su Liao didn't know that the thunderbolt was so angry with him that he had randomly found a place to vent, and it had even affected a few pool fish. At the moment, he was hugging by Mangjia and Mu Nianshua's petite bodies that were emitting a faint fragrance and laughing. Teasing the thunderbolt, he was afraid to be the first. I'll put up a character checklist on the front page and here. Chapter 85. The 49 Little Heavenly Tribulations? But that's all. Honey, why do you keep going in and out? Yeah, honey, what are you laughing at? Did something funny happen out there? By Mangjia and Lin Yutong, one on the left and one on the right, sat on top of Susu's legs for a while, puzzled. Ha ha! Su Yao laughed out loud and told the ladies about the outside world's robbing clouds. Honey, are you saying you're going to cross the threshold? The ladies stared in shock. A robbery? This word that only exists in movies, TV shows, novels, or mythological stories is going to happen to their husbands. You guys don't have to worry. With the strength of my fleshly body nowadays, carrying through the 49 minor heavenly tribulation is a small problem. Besides, with so many beautiful women like you, I can't afford to leave you widowed. After saying that, he carried by Mangjia and Lin Yutong off his legs and placed them on the sofa aside. You guys play. I'm going to go out to cross the tribulation and quench my flesh. Hubby Suju, be careful then. Nodding, Susu's figure disappeared once again. Villa 128, Hanamdong, Yongsan-gu, Hanyang Si, the capital city of the Stick Country. As soon as Su Liao appeared, he rushed out of the villa without any hesitation. With a few leaps, his figure appeared above the ruins of Busan. Rumble, ing shameless. How dare you show up? The thunderbolt was furious. In an instant, the sky above Busan was covered with thick thunderclouds, and there were constant rumbling and clicking sounds. Tiny robbing clouds. Come on, show me what you're made of. Suyu tilted his head back to look at the thunderclouds and roared. Rumble, 9 thunderbolts, the thickness of a young girl's slender waist and carrying dark blue arcs of electricity, descended from the sky in an instant, splitting on top of Susu's flesh. There was a loud zip, zip, zip sound. There was no roasted meat flavor present. Ha ha ha, yeah. As if he was massaging in a regular massage parlor, Su Yao couldn't help but burst out laughing, and his laughter completely enraged the hijacking cloud. The next instant, 9 bucket-thick thunderbolts then poured down as if the Milky Way was hanging upside down. Rumble, countless terrifying dark blue electric arcs drowned Susu. Busan, which is dozens of miles in circumference. Countless pedestrians, one after another, looked up at the thunderclouds above Busan. Vaguely, they seemed to hear the voice of the dragon summer god Susu. Could it be that this is Susu crossing the threshold? Countless people speculated in their minds and quickly took out their cell phones to record videos. They are going to post this amazing scene today on top of the internet to shock foreign netizens. Meanwhile, in the middle of space, satellites in different orbits, as well as satellites in different phases of the same orbit, also pointed in unison in the direction of the Stick Busan. But nothing could be photographed due to the thick thunderclouds. Even a few satellites of the Free State and Little Day, due to thundercloud interference, turned into meteors and crashed into the Pacific Ocean. Above Busan, in the deep pit of the ruins, many traces of being roasted by electricity also appeared on top of Susu's body, which was naked after the quadruple lightning tribulation. Ha-ha! A 4-fold and 36 thunderbolts. But that's all. Looking at the dispersing thunderclouds above his head, Su Yao burst out laughing. But in the next second, His laughter came to an abrupt end. Nima, isn't there only 4 and 36 thunder tribulations? Why is it still coming? Look at the thunderclouds in the sky that are black with red. A touch of ominous foreboding vaguely rose in Susu's heart. Shake it off. Taunting too much? Host, you have completely angered the thunderbolt. Your physical body is not able to resist the thunderbolt for the time being. If you don't sacrifice your holy body's vision at this time, when will you wait? Rub. This thing has a consciousness. It has emotions. Watching the 10-meter thick in diameter, dark blue with a purple color faintly mixed in, the heavenly lightning light pillar coalesced underneath the thundercloud. So you didn't have time to think about it in detail before he offered up the bitter sea seed golden lotus sacred body vision. The next instant, a golden ocean silhouette then appeared above Susu's head. Instantly, in the center of the golden ocean, a golden lotus flower gently swayed. Bang, bang, bang. With 3 consecutive flashes, the golden ocean, in an instant, swelled and covered dozens of miles of sky. Giant golden lotus gently swaying. An invisible ripple rushed towards the thundercloud. Boom, boom. Along with the earth-shattering roar, countless passers-by gazed at the sky with their mouths wide open. Gangnam District, Palace Construction Site. 6 people, Wang Chao, Zhang Tang, Lu Jing, Jin Shi, Huku and Peng Chong, covered with dust, wearing yellow helmets and holding iron lifts in their hands, looked at the golden ocean silhouette and the golden giant lotus silhouette that covered the sky. Clueless, dumbfounded and trembling. Is this the immortal transit? The entrance to the site command room. The Chui family head, Chui Jian, the Li family head, Li Gongshuan, the Zheng family head, Zheng Jihao, the Gu family head, Gu Yujing, and the Xian family head, Xian Kurar, looked at the bitter sea golden lotus shadow in the sky and trembled. Excited, scared, and grateful. Just then, within the crowd's line of sight, dark blue lightning light pillars with a diameter of 10 meters poured down, rushing towards the golden giant lotus shadow. It was as if he wanted to destroy the golden lotus shadow with one strike. Boom! With a deafening sound, the golden lotus shadow gently swayed and began to gradually shrink. The pillar of dark blue lightning light also gradually dissolved in the ripples emanating from the golden lotus. 10 breaths later, the thick pillar of lightning light had then disappeared, and the bitter sea golden lotus shadow had also disappeared without a trace. The dark sky instantly returned to clarity. The hot sunlight, once again, spread over the land. However, countless passers-by, as if they had been cast in a fixation spell, were unable to return to their senses for a long time. Above Busan, Su Liao's naked, pitch-black body lay in the deep pit of ruins, his face pale for a moment. There was still a trace of golden blood hanging from the corner of his mouth. It looked extremely lousy. Sure enough, one can't be too wavy yet. Congratulations to the host. The physical realm has officially entered the Jindan realm. Listening to the humongous bandit's voice, Susu slowly stood up and moved his muscles. Click, 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 click. A piece of black skin slowly fell off, revealing a crystal white body hidden under the black skin. Nice, nice, more majestic. The babies are blessed. Susu was satisfied. Next, a pair of shorts with short sleeves then appeared in his hands. In the blink of an eye, Susu's silhouette disappeared into thin air. Nowadays, he was merely the equivalent of a physical cultivator without any gongfu, and he had not yet begun his dharma cultivation, and was not able to harness the air to fly. But, even if he couldn't fly, his speed and jumping ability was terrifying. In an instant, he crossed a distance of several kilometers and returned within Villa 128. 10 minutes later, Su Liao had just stepped out of the bathroom when the phone rang. Ken Choi called. Su Liao was slightly stunned. He was still about to call and inquire about the construction of Ken Choi's palace when he didn't realize that Ken Choi had already called first. What is it? How is the palace being built? Mr. Su, thanks to the help of your immortal gang's 6 vice-governors, as well as hundreds of thousands of gang members, the palace will be completed in the next 2 days. Also, there is one more thing. The Little Day's mission has arrived at the stick and would like to meet you, you see? Chapter 86. The Junior Day mission is looking for me? Su Lak froze for a moment. What do they see me for? Mr. Su, they want to offer women to you. Listening to the voice in the microphone, Su was stunned again. Little Day is going to offer me a woman? It's not going to be one of those famous teachers. Damn little life. Bring them to Villa 128 in Hanam-dong. Yes, Mr. Su. Jiangnan District, Palace Construction Command Room. Hung up the phone. Cui Jian was puzzled for a while. You do not like women. Small day, specially 100 of the country's most beautiful, purest women dedicated to you. How to sound still not happy. Doubt to doubt. Cui Jian turned his head to look at Li Gongshuan to the side and said, Old Li, I'll leave this place to you guys. I'll take the little day envoy to an audience with Mr. Su. Well, go in peace. Nodding, Jian Cui turned and then walked out of the command room. An hour later, in Hanamdong, 2 buses slowly pulled up outside Villa 128. Ken Choi, along with 3 middle-aged men and a woman, stepped off the first bus. Immediately afterward, they saw a young and beautiful woman of about 20 years of age walk off the bus one after another. Some of them wore long dresses, some wore professional dresses, some wore casual dresses. There were curious glances around. They were all excited to see the immortals soon. Mr. Nakamura Chi style, Miss Yoshida Akiko, please. Ken Choi made a gesture of invitation and led the 4 small day messengers inside the 128 villa compound. The 100 young and beautiful women also followed in a mood of apprehension. Looking at Sujio, who was standing at the edge of the 2nd floor balcony, Jian Cui bowed. Jian Cui, greetings to Mr. Su. Nakamura Chi style, greetings to Mr. Su. Yukiko Yoshida, greetings to Mr. Su. Nakamura Hattori, greetings to Mr. Su. Fujita Guba, greetings to Mr. Su. The 4 small day messengers followed suit and bent down to bow. Su Liao looked at a few people and nodded indifferently before his gaze went to the 100 marvelous young ladies. The molds were all pretty good, and all of them were watery. But they were all mortal women, and they didn't seem to be of much use to him anymore. Jian Cui, Chi style, he bird. Go ba, you guys stand down, the rest of you stay. Yes, Mr. Su. Ken Choi answered, turned and headed out the door. The 4 little day messengers froze. You're kicking people out before they've even said a word? And you're so shameless that you're even leaving emissary Yoshida Akiko behind? Baka, Chi style, he bird, and Go-Ba were furious in their hearts. But they didn't dare to snap. Jun Su, we can keep the people. However, our Lord Emperor would like to meet you. I wonder if you have the time. Nakamura Chi style opened his mouth. No time, within 3 breaths. Get out. Or die. Baka. The faces of Chi style, he bird, and Go-Ba instantly rose to the color of pig's liver. However, looking at Susu's ice-cold eyes and remembering the heaven and earth visions and thunderclouds that had just recently passed, the 3 of them ultimately pulled a long face and exited the villa. Ha! Su Liao sneered and jumped from the balcony in front of Yoshida Ajiko. All the women on the small life are a little mellow. None of the skinnier kind? Su lacks June. Yoshida Yukiko looked at Su, her body trembling slightly. Since your little life has sent you here, stay as a maid who serves tea, plants, raises fish, feeds chickens, and does housework from now on. What? Serving tea, farming, raise fish, feed chickens, doing housework? The group of women were confused. Yoshida Akiko was also confused. No, we sent you women in our little life because we want them to be your maids, not underlings. Being underlings, how else are we going to get benefits from you through them in our little life? Although she was confused, where did Yukiko Yoshida dare to retort? One can only nod in agreement. Soon, 98 people were collected into the spiritual spring space. Looking at the remaining 3 in front of him, Su asked indifferently, What are you 3 called? How old are you? My name is Chestnut Fukumoto and I'm 25 years old. My name is Maipo Hamabe and I'm also 25. My name is Hashimoto Kanna and I'm, this year, 26 years old. Not bad. Not bad. You 3 wait for me in the hall. Su Yao looked at the 3 beautiful maidens, nodded, and disappeared into thin air. Spirit Springs space. As soon as the 98 women appeared, they bumped into hundreds of pairs of shocked gazes. In a flash, everyone froze. Immediately afterward, a pang of sourness rose in the hearts of Lin Yutong, Yang Yi, Moon Yanxue, Lin Momo, Bai Mengjie, Zhou Ruorua, Qiu Xiaoying, Guan Shui, Li Mengchen, Long Fei, and Su Dili. Hundreds of women aren't enough? I can't believe they brought in hundreds more women. All young and beautiful. At this rate, would they have time to spend with Su in the future? Just as the hearts of the ladies soured, Su's figure suddenly appeared. Looking at the expressions of the many Stepford wives, Su walked straight over. What's all this nonsense? They're the maids I found for you, you each pick one. Words. The ladies were in a much better mood, while knowing that they may eventually have to be educated as well. But they are maids and they are masters. Sulak gazed at the 98 women of the small day and said indifferently, "Did you all hear what I said? From now on, you are maids. Being a maid requires the awareness of being a maid. If you can't raise your consciousness, you'll have to face my severe punishment." Looking at the stern-eyed and icy-cold Su Jiao, the little day woman's body instantly trembled, a hint of fear appearing in her eyes. Seeing this, Su added, "However, if you guys do a good job as maids, I'll also have a reward." After saying that, his eyes looked at the ladies. "You guys pick it out. I'll go out and get busy first." After saying that, his figure disappeared. The ladies turned their gazes to the small day woman, and Yang Yi was the first to speak. "Do you know Long Shaoan?" "We all know some." 98 people returned at the same time. "That's good." The ladies couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If none of them knew Long Shaoan, it would be better to accept them as maids. Lin Yutong walked over to a woman in a white loose casual dress. "What is your name? Would you like to be my maid?" "My name is Nagano Toayu, and I would like to be your maid." Nagano Turu returned somewhat timidly. "Okay. Then you'll follow me from now on." Tooth Yu pays his respects to the master mother. Lin Yutong smiled and nodded, her heart satisfied. On the side, Bai Mengjia also walked up to a woman. "What is your name? Would you like to be my maid?" "My name is Lise Matsumoto, and I would like to be your maid." The little girl timidly returned. "Seeing as you're supposed to be young, are you an adult?" "Not yet. I'll be 18 next year." Bai Mengjia nodded. "Then you can follow me from now on." The rest of the ladies also each began to select their maids. Outside, Villa 128. Hashimoto Kanai, Hamabe Maipo, and Fukumoto Kariko. "Come on, follow me out." Su Liao glanced at the three people sitting in the living room and headed out. A stretched Rolls-Royce, always on call. Inside the car, Hashimoto Huane and Hamabe Maipo knelt on either side of Su, their small white hands kneading Su's leg muscles, helping him massage and relax. Kariko Fukumoto, on the other hand, poured a glass of red wine and fed it herself on the sidelines. Su Liao was also considered to truly experience an extravagant life. No wonder so many high-ranking officials have sunk to the bottom of it. Chapter 87. Showing the World. Gangnam District, Seoul. The black stretch Rolls-Royce slowed to a stop in front of the palace construction command room. The driver quickly got out of the car and opened the door. Next, 3 beautiful girls stepped out of the car. Immediately afterward, a handsome and dashing white-clothed teenager followed him down from the car. "Welcome, Mr. Su." At the entrance of the command room, the heads of the 5 great clans, as well as 6 familiar faces reflected in Su Yao's eyes. Surprisingly, they were 6 of Longxia's biggest stars: Wang Chao, Zhang Tang, LV Jing, Jin Shi, Hu Ku, and Peng Chong. "Greetings, gang leader." "Not bad, hard work." Su Xiao looked at the several fans come subordinates in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. Then, took out 6 bottles of spirit spring water and tossed them to the 6. Although the 6 were as weak as ants to him. But after all, he's his own loyal fan, and he kind of liked the 6 stars before he got the Hummers. "It's not hard. It's an honor to work for the master." Sulak smiled faintly and took out another 5 bottles of spirit spring water and threw them to the 5 great family lords. "Let's go. Go inside and chat." "Yes, Mr. Su." "Yes, gang leader." When Su, as well as the 3 maids, entered the command room, the 5 great family heads and Wang Chao and the others followed. "Mr. Su, the palace is now built, but there are still details to be taken care of, and it will be ready for use the day after tomorrow at the latest." Ken Choi explained, opening the large center screen, and an overhead view of the entire palace came into view. The entire palace covers an area of 1,080 acres of land, modeled after the Longxia Yenjing Palace, with 72 palaces of various sizes and 8,707 rented rooms. The whole is divided into 2 parts, the outer court and the inner court. The outer court is divided into 3 halls, waiting for Mr. Suyu to name. The inner court section is for your family. Su Liao looked at the big screen and nodded. This is completely in accordance with the Longxia Yenjing Palace 1-to-1 replica. But it didn't matter, he was going to leave sky blue aquamarine after all. At that time, It was not known if the space-oriented exit could connect to the sky-blue water-blue star. If he could connect, he could always return to sky-blue aquamarine planet even if he went to the cultivation world. If you can't connect, it's useless if the palace is built well. Host, the Hummer can tell you clearly that even if you go to the cultivation world, you can still travel freely between the cultivation world and the sky-blue water-blue planet through the space-oriented exit. The Hummer's voice suddenly came to mind. Su Liao's eyes lit up. Like this? Though sky-blue water-blue star no longer had anyone or anything worth keeping him around. But, after all of his many women's families were still on the sky-blue water-blue planet, and it was certainly better to be able to travel freely to and from them. And he might be able to transform sky-blue aquamarine into cultivation plus technology, as well as such a planet. Not bad, you guys are doing great. Su Liao looked at the crowd and nodded in satisfaction before adding, 3 days from now, this honored one will ascend to the throne as emperor at the Golden Palace, and the name of the empire will be called the Humming Spirit Empire, and this honored one will be the Humming Spirit Emperor. In the future, all matters of the empire will be handed over to the 11 of you. Are you willing? Leave it to us to manage? The heads of the 5 great families, as well as Wang Chao, Zhang Tang, and the others froze. An empire given to them to run? Isn't that a bit random? Mr. Su, we're afraid that we won't be able to do it right. After all, this is... Looking at the hesitant few, Su nodded his head indifferently. There's no harm in that at that time. This father will arrange for a few more know-it-alls for you to assist you. Words. The 6 Wang Chao, as well as the 5 great family heads, all bowed in unison towards Su. We are willing to do our utmost for the empire, for the great emperor, and to die before we die. Wang Chao, Zhang Tang, Lu Jing, Jin Shi, Hu Ku, and Peng Chong. Within these 3 days, you can pick up all of your family members and bring them here. After Su Lak said that, he turned his head to look at Jian Shui again. Purchase a neighborhood for this honored one, with a minimum of 200 households. In addition, notify the world of the news of my father's ascension to the throne as emperor in 3 days' time, and invite the top 15 ranked countries to come and participate in the ceremony of my father's ascension to the throne. If they don't come, they will suffer the consequences. Yes, Mr. Su. Then this place is yours. After Su said that, he once again took out dozens of bottles of spirit spring water and threw them to a few people, and then disappeared in front of the crowd with Hashimoto Ringneck, Fukumoto Kurusu, and Haminabe Maipo. Seeing Su Lak leave, Wang Chao took out his cell phone and dialed his wife Su Li's number. In the future, their family would be the people of the Humming Spirit Empire, so of course they would have to live in Hanyang City, the capital city of the Humming Spirit Empire. Zhang Teng, Lu Jing, and the others also took out their phones and dialed their respective family members. Jian Shui and the 5 contacted the 6 elders of the Stick Cabinet Council to discuss the change of dynasty and the matter of notifying the world. Everything is in order. No one wants to object. And no one dared to object. Spirit Springs Space. Su Yao told the ladies about ascending to the throne and becoming emperor in 3 days' time. Although the ladies didn't ask questions about why Su insisted on ascending to the throne as emperor, they were all modern people after all, exposed to things on the internet and in novels, so they all had their own guesses in their minds. I'm going to make a trip back to Yanjing and bring all your families to Hanyang City. What do you think? Receive the city of Hanyang? Hubby, I agree. But it's still up to my mom and dad. If they are willing, we'll pick them up. Yes, husband. We'll do whatever you want as long as my parents and they want us to. Then I'll go back to Yanjing first. Tomorrow all your family members will be received in Yanjing. We'll see what they wish then. Aha! Sweeping his eyes over the crowd of ladies, Su nodded, and his figure disappeared. As for the families of the women sent from the small days, they should stay in the small days. Yanjing. Twin Towers. Su Xiao had just walked to the first floor when he saw 2 slightly familiar figures sitting at the front desk position. Looks like 2 celebrities. What are they doing at front desk reception? Inside the counter, Xia Hao Successful and Zhang Qingyi were lying on the table playing with their cell phones in boredom. Suddenly, a figure that would have appeared in their sleep came into the sight of the 2. Su lacked. He finally appeared, looking at Su walking towards them. Xia Ha Shuli and Zhang Qingyi stood up in a panic. Their faces flushed as they looked at Su. Nervous, expectant, shy, apprehensive. Bang, bang, bang. The 2 men's hearts thumped as they watched Su walk step by step to the counter. The palms of his hands were also covered in sweat. You too. The 2 stammered before Su Yao could finish his sentence. My name is Xia. Xia Hao. How successively. My name is Zhang. Zhang Qingyi. Looking at the two men whose foreheads were overflowing with sweat from nervousness, Su Liao smiled faintly. There's no need to be nervous. I'm not a demon. So what are you afraid of? We're not scared. We're just a little nervous. You two are stars, aren't you? Why are you here on the front stage? Words. Xia Hao successful and Zhang Qingyi looked at each other, then took a deep breath, calmed their nervousness, and spoke in unison. Su Lak, I like you. After saying that, the two of them stared nervously and apprehensively at Su, though they're not bad looking. But they don't feel any advantage in the presence of the immortals. They're ready for rejection, but the heart still carries a hint of anticipation. Chapter 88 Causeway. Su Xiao visits Princess Linen. Stand out for me. Looking at Su Xiao with a smile on his face, Xia Haoliu and Zhang Qing gave a shy and walked out from the counter with red faces. Xia Hao successively dressed in white sneakers, blue loose jeans, white t-shirt, pure and beautiful. Zhang Qingyi is wearing black slacks, black short sleeves, and black sneakers, and she's equally as clean as they come. Spin it around again, I'll see. The two men turned twice as instructed. Su Lak nodded in satisfaction. Not bad for a harem. I'm sending you to a place. The next second, the two disappeared by the counter. Looking around at the dumbfounded group of employees, Su Liao smiled faintly. Find your leaders to rearrange the receptionist. With that, he turned and walked out of the twin mansions. I knew the two of them didn't have good intentions. I'm envious. A female employee, approximately in her 20s, looked at Su's back and said sourly, actually, people like you too. All the women in the first floor hall said silently in their hearts. Several male employees also stared enviously at Su Liao's back, secretly thinking at the same time in their hearts, alas, how good it would be if I were a beautiful woman. Then I could also follow Su to cultivate immortality. Yanjing Police Headquarters. Conference room. Mr. Su, don't worry. We'll invite all of your woman's family members to Yanjing tomorrow morning, Qin Lai said with a smile. Then thank you, General Administrator Qin. Also, I would like to trouble General Administration Qin to help me arrange a few personnel to assist in helping to manage the empire. At those words, Qin Lai was slightly stunned. But then he thought that Su was just a wage earner before. Even if he built a country and called it an empire, how could he have any management experience? Immediately, he smiled and said, don't worry, Mr. Su. We'll help you select a group of people today and have them rush to Hanyang City overnight. Haha, this is very good. In the future, the Humming Spirit Empire and Long Xia will be one family. Ha ha ha. Not bad. From now on, Long Xia and Humming Spirit are one family. Qin Lai laughed along with him. Now that someone like Su existed like a god, even if the rods disappeared from the sky blue water blue planet, the Free State wouldn't dare to jump out and provoke them. It really makes the heart feel good. These 5 rejuvenation Dan General Administration of Qin take them. This. Looking at the wanting and hesitant Qin Lai, Su Yao placed the elixir on the table and got up to leave. Looking at Su's back, Qin Lai felt a surge of gratitude in his heart. 5. That's 50 years of life. For his part, Su Liao didn't place these pills in his heart, and at this point he still had more than 200 of them. Moreover, when one stepped into the cultivation world, it would not be difficult to obtain something to prolong one's life, one would think. The words are split. When Xia Haoshu and Zhang Qingyi had just entered the spiritual spring space. Then he appeared beside the spirit spring pool. Listening to the sound of a woman frolicking in the back of the capsule, the two of them followed the sound to the back of the capsule. All of a sudden, it froze in place. So many women. Su lacks him. Is he busy? How successively? Qing Yi. How do you? Showbiz had a better relationship with the duo Zhu Yi and Zhang Yue, said in surprise and walked towards the duo. Did Su capture you guys in here? Zhu Yi asked curiously. Xia Hao successfully and Zhang Qingyi hurriedly shook their heads. No, we took the initiative. With that, both of their cheeks reddened. Haha. You guys are quite smart and didn't miss this opportunity. Let's go. Take you guys over to get acquainted with everyone. After saying that, Zhu Yi and Zhang Yue pulled the hands of Xia Hao successful and Zhang Qingyi and walked towards the crowd of beauties. They began a career in farming that they had never been exposed to before. Just as the ladies were talking and laughing about planting, Sweet sister sealing Jiang Yue's body was pulled by an invisible force towards the direction of the capsule. Inside the capsule, the living room, Su Liao took out a set of red flounce jacket and large-sleeved shirt and placed them on the sofa. Yue, put this dress on. Su Lak. Isn't this the dress worn by the princess Linen that I played? Where did you get this from? Jiang Yue bent down and picked up the jacket on the sofa, inquiring curiously. Hey, don't worry about that. Get changed and I'll show you a game. Playing games? Jiang Yue's cheeks flushed as she looked at Sujiao. Then you turn around. Okay. Su Liao turned around, and a cheeky voice rang out behind him. Okay. Well, you can turn around. Hiss. My young night watchman, Causeway Su Liao, pays his respects to Princess Linen. Jiang Yue was slightly stunned, then returned to her senses. Smiling, he cooperated. Be excused. Princess, don't you need a face head? What do you think of the little one? Jiang Yue looked up and down at Su Liao with a serious expression. A moment later, Pride said, Barely. Then let the little one serve the princess. As Su Lak said that, he intercepted his waist and then picked up Jiang Yue, heading towards the bedroom. How dare you let go of this princess? You, a little gong, are so light on this princess. I'm going to ask father to summon you to the palace as a eunuch. Making this gong a eunuch? Princess is so cruel. Today this Tong Luo will fight to the death to taste the flavor of the princess. Rip. Unbridled. Get the hell away from this princess. Ha. Scream. No one will come today even if you scream your throat out. Princess's flavor. This gong will taste it today. Don't come over. Please let this male. Me go. I'll let my father make you a great official. Jie. This gong doesn't need it. With a ghoulishly strange laugh, Su Yao lunged towards Princess Linen again. Evening. Looking at Jiang Yue, who was still sleeping with pearly blossoms, Su Yu reached out his hand to gently help wipe her cheeks clean of teardrops. A gentle smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Not bad for the ceiling among the sweet girls. Hummer. This is pregnant with twins. Just give a bottle of rejuvenation pill. The other reward was swallowed by Yua. Host, the humans don't need that, much less swallow the host's rewards. From now on, unless a female cultivator no less than one realm below you helps you conceive an heir, you will once again have a triple physique. Otherwise, there will only be one reward regardless of whether it is a single or multiple birth. Aha, all right, and you're getting serious. However, isn't my physical body already at the Jindan realm now? Why can't I feel anything? How am I going to be able to travel to the cultivation realm? Su Lak inquired in his mind. Host, you need to step onto a teleportation array to enter the cultivation world. And this planet's teleportation array is in the eye of the sea in the Bermuda Triangle. Regardless of whether you are a legal or physical cultivator, as long as one of the items reaches the Jindan realm, you will be transported to the cultivation world when you step on the teleportation array. Is the transmission array in the middle of the Bermuda Triangle CI? And who laid this teleportation array? Or is this teleportation formation a natural formation? Host, please work hard to reproduce heirs, and one day you will know. Again, reproducing children. The Hummer is on a collision course with the many sons and daughters. Day 2. Looking at the cat like sleeping Jiang Yue in his arms, Su gently removed her arms and jade legs from her body. Putting on his clothes, he disappeared into thin air. Yanjing, an old name for Beijing. Northern Suburbs Training Base. Chapter 89. Unification in the Nanshan Wutong residence. Fei-Fei's mom. Do you think Su called us all here this time to pick us up and take us to Styx Hanyang City for his enthronement ceremony? Yanjing, Northern Suburb Training Base. A group of women, aged around 50, surrounded a woman who looked to be only in her 40s and asked in a chorus. Alongside these women stood a group of men who looked to be in their 50s or 60s, as well as some youngsters. What's the rush? When Xiao Su comes later, you guys will know if you ask him personally. Alas, this is the first time we've met a son-in-law who has ascended to the throne as emperor. We're not just excited. What's so exciting about it? You guys, look at me excited? As soon as Fifi's mom's words left her mouth, her afterglow caught sight of a man in a white leisure suit. Whoosh! In an instant, her figure scurried out and ran towards the man in white, leaving a group of dazed women behind. Is she? She's not excited about this. I don't know who said it. Immediately following. Whoosh! A group of women rushed towards Susu. Stop, 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 all of you. As he watched a group of mothers-in-law rush towards him, Sujo hastily stepped in to stop them. But it doesn't seem to be working. Grip, are they all crazy? Looking at the crowd of mothers-in-law, Susu was no longer polite. The figure instantly transformed into a phantom and swept past the many mother-in-laws. 10 seconds. Hundreds of mothers-in-law then disappeared without a trace. Aside, many fathers-in-law were alarmed in their hearts. These are your mothers-in-law. Do you still want? Bastard. No, not even an animal. Just as they were about to question Susu, Susu was the first to speak. Don't be alarmed, your fathers-in-law. I've come over this time to bring you to my enthronement ceremony. Words. The group of old men then put their heads down. Sure enough, how could Susu be an animal? Well, Xiao Su, you've got heart. Our daughters haven't misjudged you. Yes, Xiao Su ascended to the throne and called himself emperor and still thought of us old men. Not bad, not bad. My second sister, third sister, fourth sister, fifth sister, sixth sister, seventh sister, eighth sister, ninth sister's family all have a girl child, and each of them looks like a flower. I want to introduce them all to Xiao Su as wives. Coincidentally, my second brother, third brother, fourth brother, fifth brother, sixth brother, seventh brother, eighth brother, and ninth brother's families also have similarly beautiful female children, and I'm going to introduce them to Xiao Su as wives as well. Stop, stop, all of you fathers-in-law, I don't want a wife, you don't need to introduce me anymore. All get ready. I'll take you to a place. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the remaining female relatives were sent into Spirit Spring space, next to the capsule. Immediately after that, a group of male family members also disappeared and appeared on the fringe of the Spirit Spring space. The Spirit Spring space was a full 50 kilometers in diameter. It would take them at least 2 days to get from the edge to the central capsule area. Ha ha ha! Spirit Spring space. A group of old men, as well as a group of youngsters, looked around and behind them at the ink-colored barriers in a dazed manner. Where is this? Where's Ko? Yeah. Xiao Su got us out here in the middle of nowhere. What does he want? He wouldn't be trying to. The faces of the group of old men changed again. But in the next second, Susu's voice rang beside their ears. Fathers-in-law, uncles and aunts, as well as your brothers-in-law and great-uncles, stay here in peace, and in an hour's time I will take you out. The words fell, and the crowd settled down again. Ups and downs. Good thing they have good hearts. The other side, by the Spirit Springs pool, a host of sister-in-laws and great-aunts, as well as mothers-in-law and aunts and uncles, also reunited with the ladies. Lu Mei walked up to Long Fei Fei and gave Long Fei Fei a scolding. Mom brought you up so well with a handful of, and this is such a nice place here, but you don't even want Mom to come and see it. It's really a waste of raising you. Saying that, he was going to grab Long Fei Fei's ear. Mom, do you think I really don't want you to come in? Don't you realize what you might encounter if you come in? Long Fei Fei jumped to the side and skillfully avoided her mom's clutches. Encounter what? It's hard to believe there's any danger in such a nice place. This? Words. Long Fei Fei didn't know how to speak for a moment. Couldn't just tell Mom about Lin Ruoxue and Xiao Weiniang. If Mom makes a scene like that, where will Susu's face go? If she pissed off Susu, in case she directly ate her mom as well, then wouldn't she end up in the same place as Lin Ruoxue? No! Can't tell Mom. What? Mute? Think what you want. I'm doing you a favor anyway. Alas, grown up, with hardened wings and a hardened heart, Fifi's mom sighed and walked over to sit down on one of the couches. Alone and sighing, Long Fei Fei was helpless for a while, and immediately returned to her room to make a portion of fruit cut and served it to her mother. Hundreds of people, making the space a cacophony. Hanyang City, Jiangnan District, Nanshan's Sycamore residence. Sulak walked into the neighborhood along with Jian Chui. Your Majesty, this neighborhood has a total of 328 houses, and all the people living in them have been relocated by us. So do you think this place is okay? Ken Choi explains in an aside. Su Liao looked around and nodded. The environment in the area is good, with 90% of greenery, separation of people and vehicles, and a clean environment. What about the property here? Your Majesty, the properties here were all handpicked from within the family by myself, Li Gongxuan, and the 4 of them, so you can completely rest assured. Su Liao nodded. Next, whoosh, one old man after another appeared beside the 2. This was followed by one youngster after another. Xiao Su, what is this place? Where's my wife? Yes, Xiao Su. Bring out our wives too. Your fathers-in-law are in no hurry. Please wait for a few minutes. Su Lak said, turning his head to look at Jian Shui. Take care of them first. After saying that, his figure disappeared. Spirit Springs space. Su Liao looked at the hundreds of women with a headache. All be quiet. Upon hearing Su Su roar, the Spirit Springs space instantly quieted down. The ladies, mothers-in-law, sisters-in-law, and great-aunts looked at Su Su. Mothers-in-law, sisters-in-law, sisters-in-law, I'm gonna send you out now, so get ready. Next, before the crowd of mothers-in-law, sisters-in-law, and brothers-in-law could say anything, the figures disappeared. Aha! Didn't they tell you to be ready before you send it out? The watermelon and cucumber are not even taken yet. Ladies, there are too many people, so you should wait here first. I'll take you out when I've gotten all your loved ones settled. Okay, hubby. Go on then. South Hill Sycamore Residence. Counting the immediate family of Zongshu, as well as some collateral blood relatives, the total number of households was 108. Each family was allocated a suite. In the future, the humongous Spirit Empire would also abolish the stick currency and standardize on the Longxia currency. The two countries, Longxia and Humming Spirit, will also be completely open to each other. Chapter 90 Taking Care of You? After the relatives of the ladies had settled down, Su Jiao took the ladies out of the space as well, and each of them returned home to their families. Spirit Springs space. At this moment, only Lin Ruoshua's mother and daughter, Li Ji, Song Hui, Sun Zhen, Jin Shi, the 5 jewels of the Chui family, the 9 wives and daughters of the 6 elders of the stick, and 101 people from the small days remained. Total 121. Honey, why don't you accompany your sister and the girls back? At the side of the pool, Li Ji was wearing a bikini, reclining in Su Jiao's arms and staring up at Su Jiao with her little face. No go. Mother-in-law is horrible. It's not as comfortable as swimming with you here. Saying that, his eyes looked towards the Chui family pearl and the stick 6 elders' wives and daughters who were swimming and frolicking in the pool, and he grinned. Oh! After pinching Li Ji and Song Hui's little faces, Su Yao's figure instantly appeared in another pool nearby. Under the stunned gazes of Lin Ruoxue and the others, Su Yao picked up Xiao Weiniing and walked out of the pool. Entered working mode. The stick woman, as well as the woman of the small days, could not help but stare in shock. Lin Ruoshue's expression was calm, unable to tell if she was sad or happy. The Su family's children once again added one and harvested a bottle of resident pill. Inside the space capsule, after placing Xiao Weiniing on the bed, Su Yao twisted his head to look at Lin Ruoxue. Take care of you. Her. After saying that, his figure disappeared. Looking at her mother who was lying on the bed asleep, Lin Ruoxue gently stroked her stomach before sitting down on the edge of the bed. From now on, should I call you sister or... Hey! A long sigh rang out. Jiangbei District. It is across the river from Gangnam District. Cloud Glaze Court. Inside a modest cottage. Zhang Sola leaned against the bed with a pale face, staring blankly at the topsy-turvy figure in the cell phone screen. Solara, he's across the river right now. If you miss him, go find him. Her best friend, Satomi Park, sat on the edge of the bed, worried. Yeah, Solara, if you don't want to go, Satomi and I will go to him for you. Kim Hyun-ju chimed in. Words. Zhang Solara shook her head. He didn't kidnap me in the first place, so he must not be able to see me. Besides, I'm still a broken flower with a married woman. So what kind of face do I have to look for an exiled man like him? How do you know he doesn't see you? If he doesn't see you, why did he still want to shang you in the first place in Liangnai? Such a great opportunity. Can't you be brave for once? Park Remy looked at Zhang Sola with hatred and a helpless face. BFF is too inferior in front of Su Su. However, if they were in their place, they would have had low self-esteem as well. After all, Su Su was that dazzling, that radiant, that magnificent. All the men of the world are dwarfed before him. He probably just likes the person I was once when I first started out in Rio Na, and in Rio Na, he probably just wants to fulfill his dream. Hey, what do you want us to say about you? The big deal is that it doesn't work. What's there to be afraid of? Park Remy and Kim Hyun-ju looked at each other. And Park Remy added, Solara, then you rest well while we go out. Zhang Solara twisted her head to look at her 2 best girlfriends. You guys don't go looking for Su Su. Don't worry, we're not going to him. Well, there you go then. Watching her two best friends leave, Zhang Sola's gaze once again looked at the white-clothed figure on the cell phone screen. There was a look of infatuation in his eyes. Jiangnan District, Nanshan Sycamore Residence. Villa 49. Dum 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 dum. Sulak knocked on the door of the room. Crunch. The door to the room opened and Zhang Yue's face with dimples appeared within sight. Ya, hubby, what are you doing in my house? Zhang Yue looked at Su Su, disbelief in her eyes. After all, among Su Su's many women, she was very much at the back of the pack. She was ecstatic that Su Su could come to her house so early. If this was known by the other sisters, I'm afraid they'd be jealous. Causeway Su Liao, pay respects to Princess Linen. Geez, hubby, my parents are still home. Can you be decent? Zhang Yue let out a rant and hugged Su Su's arm, pulling Su Su into the living room. Inside the kitchen, Zhang's father and mother, who were busy, heard the commotion and a hint of ecstasy appeared on their faces. Sulak so many women can so early to their home, that is not to prove that their daughter in Sulak of heart is more important. Ugh! What are you doing? Zhang mother hurriedly pulled Zhang father, who wanted to go out, and said in a low voice, "Two youngsters are in one piece. What are you doing going out to make trouble?" "Yeah, what am I going to do out there? I'll just cut up my power spinach." With that, Clicker took a swipe at the vigorous spinach on the counter. It's as if Su Su is all this spinach. Inside the living room, Zhang Yue held Su Liao's arm and walked straight into her room. "Honey, was my house the first place you came?" Zhang Yue stared straight at Su Jiao, her eyes filled with anticipation. Hey, sure happy? Aha. Zhang Yue nodded her head repeatedly like a chicken pecking at rice, and then fiercely kissed Su Su's face. Happily, she pounced into Su Su's arms and wrapped her arms around Su Su's bare waist. "That's not enough, thanks," Sulak said, picking up Zhang Yue and letting her ride on top of his legs. At Zhang Yue's red lips, she kissed over. Half an hour later, Zhang Yue covered her red lips and ran into the restroom. "Ha ha!" Su Liao laughed out loud, pushed open the bedroom door, and walked into the living room. "Xiao Su, the food is ready, stay for dinner today." Zhang father carried 2 plates of food and walked out of the kitchen, smiling as he looked at Su Liao, then back to his daughter's bedroom. "Vivian, come out to eat." A few moments later, Zhang Yue walked into the living room from within the bedroom with a red face. Jingle bells. At the dinner table, halfway through the meal, Su Su's cell phone suddenly rang. Why is Ken Choi calling at this hour? Puzzled, Sulak pressed the answer button. Ken Choi's voice came out of the microphone. "Your Majesty, there are 2 women who want to meet you, saying that you know each other." "Who is it?" Su Liao was puzzled for a moment. "What are their names?" "Back to your Majesty. One of them is called Park Rimi and the other is called Kim Hyun-ju." Words. Sulak froze for a moment before remembering these 2 names, his brows furrowing. "Where are they?" "Right in front of the Sycamore Residence neighborhood." "Good. Tell them to wait a moment." Seeing Sulak hang up the phone, Zhang Yue asked, "Hubby, who's looking for you?" 2 friends of Sticky Zhang Solara." "A friend of Solara Chang's?" Zhang Yue looked at Su Jiao suspiciously. "Hubby, did you take Zhang Solara as well?" Su Liao glanced at Zhang's father and mother and smiled. "Eat your meal." "Humph, if you don't say it, you don't say it." Zhang Yue pouted and gulped down her food. Su Liao and Zhang Yue had just walked to the entrance of the neighborhood, when 2 women who looked to be around their 30s walked towards the 2 of them. Sulak. Park Rimi and Kim Hyun-ju walked up to Su Su and immediately became nervous, and their speech began to stutter. "No need to be nervous. What do you want with me?" Sulaks. That. Solara, she is dying, Can you go see her? She misses you. Zhang Sola is dying? Chapter 91. The Dream of 900 Million Girls. What's wrong with her? Solara, she has cancer. Su Liao frowned. "Come on, show me." Yes. Park Rimi and Kim Hyun-ju were happy in their hearts. Now Solara was saved. Su Xiao is not the kind of person who is desperate. Zhangbei District, Cloud Glaze Court, Villa Zhang Solara. Su Liao and Zhang Yue followed behind the Park Rimi duo into the hall. "Oppa Su, Solara is in that bedroom. Go in and take a look," Park Satomi said, pointing her finger at a bedroom. Su drew his head down and looked at Jiang Yue. Baby, wait for me here for a while. Aha. Honey, you go. Rubbing Jiang Yue's head, Su turned around and walked into Zhang Sola's bedroom. Su. Su, lack of Oba. Why are you here? Looking at Su, who was walking towards her, Zhang Solara struggled to sit up and stammered. The cloudy, confused eyes brightened. Su Liao did not speak. Looking at the pale Zhang Solara in front of him, he walked straight to the bed and took out a rejuvenation pill and a face resurfacing pill. Take it. What's this? The elixir that will cure you. This? Su, lack of Oba. Thank you. Zhang Solara looked at Su as teardrops rolled down from her eyes. Then, in one gulp, he swallowed the 2 pills into his stomach. The elixir will flush out the dirt and toxins from your body. Get up and wash in the bathroom. Okay. Zhang Solara lifted the covers and walked into the bathroom wearing short sleeves and shorts. In a short while, the bathroom resounded with Zhang Solara's exclamation of surprise and the sound of clattering water. A few moments later, creak, the bathroom door was opened. Zhang Sola walked out wrapped in a white bath towel. Snow-white legs and arms were exposed to the air. Seeing that Su hadn't left yet, her eyes lit up and she walked straight towards Su. Looking at the woman in front of him, who was exactly the same as the one he remembered, Su Liao was slightly stunned. Isn't this what he remembers, that crawfish looking like? Su, lack Oba. I know that I don't deserve you. But I have a small request. Can you promise me? Zhang Sola said, looking at Su with apprehension and anticipation. Say it. Su, lack Oba. Can you Yue me again? Zhang Sola said, releasing her grip on the bath towel. In a flash, a perfect body appeared within Su's line of sight. Seeing this, Su Lack didn't bother with nonsense. It's all over. What else can we do? Fire. Inside the living room, Jiang Yue sat on the sofa, listening to the huge commotion of strolling and crackling in the bedroom. There was a look of helplessness in his eyes. Hubby is good at everything but one very bad thing. LOL. The great commotion continued until 1 o'clock in the middle of the night. Inside the bedroom, Su looked at Zhang Solara, who was pale and lying unconscious on the floor, and took out a bottle of spirit spring water and poured it into her mouth. Her pale face returned to redness with the naked eye. Immediately afterward, Su hesitated. An elixir had already been expended to bring her back to her best condition. Wouldn't it be a loss to leave it to someone else? Never mind, space is getting bigger these days and one more of her isn't too much. Even if you don't eat it anymore, you don't leave it for others. It's nice to put it in a space and help with gardening, fish, chickens, and housework. Next, the unconscious Zhang Solara then disappeared into the bedroom, appeared on a mattress in the spirit spring space. Inside the space, the temperature is suitable so you won't get cold even without bedding. Sulak walked out of the bedroom, and at a glance he saw Jiang Yue, who was leaning on the sofa and had fallen asleep in the past. A soft smile appeared on his face. He immediately walked over and bent down to carry Jiang Yue in his arms, and his figure disappeared. On the living room table, there were 3 bottles of spiritual spring water lying quietly. Spirit spring space. Looking at the naked and drowsy Zhang Solara on the mattress, Su Xiao did not pay any attention to it, and straightly carried Jiang Yue back into the space capsule. The next day, at the slightest hint of dawn, Su walked out of the capsule. Looking at Zhang Solara, who had shrunk into a ball on the mattress, Su Yao threw a small hip-hugging skirt next to her, and his figure disappeared. Jiangnan District, Nanshan Sycamore Residence. Su Yao visited the parents of all the Shu again in quick succession. Time turned to the day when Su ascended the throne and became emperor. The imperial palace, the inner court, the important place of the harem. At this moment, within the space, Lin Ruoshua's mother and daughter, as well as the Stick Country and Little Days ladies were also brought out. 200 women gathered in the back garden. In addition to Su's women at the scene, there were also Su's group of mothers-in-law, as well as his sister-in-law and sister-in-law. Su Liao doesn't have that many rules here either. All relatives of his women and all female want to get into his backyard, so be it. Honey, so many people are waiting for you. Go on. Looking at Su, who was wearing a black dragon robe and a purple and gold crown, the eyes of the ladies were infatuated for a moment. They were glad that they had been able to be spotted by Su Jiao and kidnapped to conceive the Su family heir. Otherwise, they might still be hard at work filming at this moment, which is not as honorable as it is today. Next to them, dozens of youthful and beautiful sister-in-laws also stared obsessively at the magnificent figure in front of them, hating it, falling to his knees and letting him take what he wanted. A group of mothers-in-law, despite their age, didn't affect their admiration for Su. The only one who could ascend to the throne and claim the title of emperor with such fanfare in today's era was Su. The first person in the sky blue water blue star is not him. Even when placed in the history of 9,000 years of civilization, there is no one who can match him. If Su Jiao were not their son-in-law, perhaps they would have already started in their hearts. It would not be an exaggeration to say that today's Su was the dream in the hearts of 900 million young girls. I'll go then, you guys just stay in the backyard. Go on. Nodding his head, Su turned around and walked in the direction of the Golden Palace. He also claimed the emperor only for the mission and to gain rewards. Therefore, he was also not prepared to execute a tedious procedure like the ancient emperors. Outer court, the Golden Palace. On both sides of the large square, at this time 12 areas had been divided. Longxia, Woolly Bear, Freedom, Fashion, Little Day, Sunset, Beer, Desert, Venture, and Maple Leaf, the emissaries from each of the 10 countries occupied an area. As for the other 2 areas, one of the pieces was the press area, which was used to spread the great figure of Emperor Su. The other area was the place where Su's harem relatives watched the ceremony. As for the emissaries from Boots, Soccer, Sheepback, and Peacock, they had to stay in the rearmost, most remote area. Of the 12 regions, the first and second on the left are Longxia and Woolly Bear countries, respectively. The first and second on the right are the press area and the relatives area, respectively. The great overlord of Sky Blue Aquamarine, emissary of the land of the free, now has to stay in the third row. Even if the anger in his heart was sky high, he could only bite his teeth and swallow it in his stomach. Kinship zone. The crowd of little old men and young men stared above the 108 steps, their faces red with excitement. Why isn't Xiao Su out yet? There can't be anything wrong. Can there? Old Moo, what Xiao Su? That's His Majesty. How can you be so rude to His Majesty? Old Bai, he's my daughter's man. What's wrong with me calling him Xiao Su? Hehe. Isn't His Majesty my daughter's man? Now that His Majesty is no longer the young man he was, it's time to change his name. I won't change. You 2 old guys. How old are you? Why are you still acting like children? Lao Jiang, you. Just then, Ken Choi's voice rang out from the huge stereos on either side. His Majesty is here. All hands on deck. Chapter 92. Enthronement as Emperor. Yellow Emperor's internal canon plus Regulus. His Majesty is here. All hands on deck. The sound of Chui Jian's words in the audio dropped, and the large square instantly fell to a pin drop. Countless pairs of eyes looked at the 108 steps in unison. Just as the emissaries and reporters of the various countries, as well as the relatives of the many Shu, and others thought that Suyu was about to appear, only to see a golden ocean shadow slowly rose from above the Golden Palace. A golden lotus flower with 9 leaves gently swayed in the center of the ocean. Under the gaze of the people of the countries, as well as the crowd of old husbands, brother-in-laws, and great-uncles, the golden ocean silhouette enveloped the sky in the blink of an eye. It enveloped the entire palace, as well as the area tens of miles around. The dark clouds in the sky, instantly blown away, revealing the sunlight hiding behind the clouds. Under the heaven and earth visions, all beings were silent. Even the reporter carrying the camera for the global live broadcast stayed in place, forgetting to narrate for the live audience. Just then, only to see a young man wearing a black dragon robe walk out step by step from within the Golden Palace. With each step, a golden ladder appeared under his feet. In the void, Su stood in the air, his face calm as he looked down at the dumbfounded people of the various countries below. And a bunch of little old and young. The Hummer is really cooperating with him. Today, this honorable man hereby declares that the Stick country is officially dissolved. The Humongous Spirit Empire is officially established with the country name Humongous Spirit, and the honored one is the Humongous Spirit Emperor. Above the territory of the Stick, all belongs to the honored one. Can anyone object? After saying that, Su Yao swept his gaze one by one at the manhwa, Freedom, and other countries below. Below, Qin Lai, Chan Tianfang, Old Man Bai, Old Man Mu, Old Man Lin, Old Man Jiang, and the others, tilted their heads to look at Su Su, with smiles on their faces as they gazed adoringly at the peerless figure clad in black dragon robes in the void. This is my son-in-law. This is my brother-in-law. This is my brother-in-law. This is from the great emperor of my dragon summer kingdom. The emissaries of the manhwa and freedom looked up at Su Su, their expressions shocked, and none of them dared to refute. I, Long Xia Kingdom, have no objections, Qin Lai shouted. Su Liao nodded, his gaze once again looking towards the hairy bear and the other countries. The next instant, the emissaries of the woolly bear, freedom, and other countries have felt as if they were carrying a heavy mountain on their shoulders. The bend of his leg bent involuntarily. Flop! With a cry, the group fell to their collective knees. Kozai has no objection. Kozai's emissary, Rokuro Kamita, bows to the humming spirit emperor in the place of the Emperor Sama. Kadeko messenger Kamita Rokuro prostrated himself on all fours and cried out respectfully. The desert state has no objection. The maple leaf state has no objection. The venture nation has no objections. No objections from the beer state. The sunset state has no objections. The fashion state has no objection. No objection from the woolly bear nation. Free state. No objection. The peacock state has no objection. We pay our respects to the humongous spirit emperor, great emperor wannabe. Looking down at the kowtowing crowd below, Susu nodded. From now on, the humming spirit empire and the dragon summer kingdom will be friendly for all eternity, and those who disrespect the dragon summer will be disrespectful to this honor. So I hope that all the countries will behave themselves. Ken Choi, Kensi, you guys take care of the rest. Yes, your majesty. Ken Choi and the others bowed and respectfully received the decree. Su Suyao nodded and once again scanned the crowd below. Step by step, he walked down the golden steps in the void and disappeared from sight. Without paying any more attention to the matters in front of the golden palace, Su Su returned to the harem in a hurry. Just as the nations bowed down, the humongous voice rang out in his head. Successfully completed the task of building a nation and claiming the title of emperor. Obtain the cultivation technique Yellow Emperor's internal cannon, as well as the divine weapon Regulus sword. Honey, is it over so soon? In the back garden, Lin Yutong by Mengjie, and the others, seeing Susu returned, all ran towards Susu excitedly. In a flash, the fragrance surrounded the room, causing Susu's mind to wander for a while. Babies, you go ahead and play on the side. Hubby's got a few things to do. He'll be with you later. Oh well. Next, Su Suyao's figure disappeared in front of the crowd of beauties. Spirit springs space. Su Liao gently stroked the Regulus sword in his hand, and a cold breath traveled along his fingers throughout his body. It made Su Su couldn't help but feel a jolt. What the hell? Is this Regulus? Isn't Regulus the sword of the holy way, full of sacredness? Why does it have an evil feel to it? Moreover, the legendary Regulus sword is golden in color, engraved with the sun, moon and stars on one side, and mountains, rivers, grass and trees on the other, symbolizing the power of the holy way. Instead, this sword in his hand was as black as ink, emitting a cold and eerie aura. Even when his Jindan realm flesh body just touched it, he felt a wave of discomfort in his body. This is definitely not the Regulus sword in the Longxia legend. Hummer, what the hell is going on here? How come it's not what I thought? Host, what you have in mind is the original appearance of the Regulus sword, which was later refined into this appearance for some reason, but was twice as powerful as the original Sacred Tao sword. After you have recognized it with a drop of blood, Regulus will not be able to affect you in any way. Words. Sulak frowned. It started out as the sword of the holy way before it became this? This? Forget it, I'm a small Jindan stage alchemist. This isn't something I should be in charge of. It's better to drip blood and endure it first. After figuring it out, Su Su's fingertips gently scratched across the sharp edge of the Regulus sword. The Jindan realm flesh body was instantly slashed, and a trace of golden blood overflowed along the fingertips, being absorbed by the Regulus sword's sword body. 3 breaths later, Su Liao then felt a trace of connection between him and the Regulus sword. 10 breaths later, shoo! The Shen Yuan sword instantly turned into a black stream of light and rushed into his Dantian location. In the end, it silently hovered above the golden sea of bitterness. A divine weapon like this would definitely be a great asset after entering the cultivation world. Hummer, fuse the Yellow Emperor's internal cannon for me. Humvee receiving, fusion commencing. Next, a huge flow of information poured into the mind like a torrent. The first is to observe the stars to determine the tripod, and the second is to hold the moon to protect the essence. The 3 revolutions of the can and the li are intertwined. The 4 transformations of the dragon and the tiger welcome each other. The 5 airs, mountains and rivers are the furnace, and the 6 gods travel to Taiching. 7 returns to chaos and born of the mind. 8 extremes of the gods and women become stars. 9 refinements of the true sun to burn the robberies. 10 to break the darkness of the dragon. Where the 3,000 seeds of the Tao return to their origin, the sun rises and knocks at the court of the emperor. Beside the spiritual spring pool, Su Yao sat cross-legged, absorbing and digesting the mysteries contained in the Yellow Emperor's internal canon. There are no years in cultivation. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Outside, Su Zhao's claim to the throne had become the hottest topic on the internet. The humongous spirit empire was under the management of Cui Jian's 5 family patriarchs. The 6 people Wang Chao, Zhang Tang, Lu Jing, Jin Shi, Hu Ku, and Peng Chong, as well as the 10 top talents from various industries that Long Xia had arranged to come. Everything is in order. Because of the presence of Su Su, a cultivator, there were no voices of opposition or protest coming from the countries. The original subjects of the stick, some of whom had beautiful wives, left the hummingbird empire in a flaming hurry, fearing that if he was 1 step late, his wife would be requisitioned by Su Su. Of course, there were also people who wanted to offer their stunningly beautiful wives in exchange for benefits from Su Su's hands that existed. And among those stunningly beautiful women, 99% of them were unwilling to leave the humming spirit, expecting in their hearts to be looked upon and favored by Su Su, or even to conceive Su Su's heir. However, it was as difficult as heaven to meet humongous spirit emperor Su Su. Chapter 93 Preparing to leave, arriving at the twist. 5 months later. There are still 3 days to go before the Chinese New Year on February 17, 2026. Nowadays, Ning Yutong and Zhang and I were each taken by their grandparents and entered the Humming Spirit Empire kindergarten. Among the ladies, excluding the 101 from the small days, the remaining 100 women had all conceived the heirs of the Su family. They are, respectively, Lin Yutong, Yang Yi Munyenxue, Lin Momo. By Mengjie Zhou Ruoruo Lin Ruoxue, Qiu Yingying. Guan Shui, Gu Liangli, Li Mengchen, Long Feifei. Su Dili, Zhu Fujin, Ji Bingning Wu Mengmeng. Lin Yao Xiao Yuman, Shen Lele, Long Xiaokui. Xiaodan Tong, Lucy Dai, Muyuashin, Dudu Qiao. Shen Li, Peng Yuha, Yin Xiaogua Xia Yun. Zhao Min, Yangu, Su Yuashin, Zhang Xiaolin. Zhong Xiaoqin, Song Sweetie, Zhang Yue, Xiao Weining. Qin Yu, Li Minglan, Mo Xiaoi, Zhu Yuya. Natalie, Lin Shu, Xiao Ran, Zhang Xiaodi. Tong Xiaoyu, Zhang Yao, Zhang Ning, Zhang Nan. Duan Jie, Chang Lu, Zhang Yixue, Su Xiaojing. Yao Zhouanai, Han Xiao Ai, Gu Lina. Zhang Yueying, Chao Shi, Zhang Xinyan, Wu Xiaoi. Yo-Yo Fish, Fu Linger, Zhang Xiaonan, Li Xiaoyang. Su Xiaoning, Zhou Xiaochun, Wuhani, Zhang Qingyi. Xia Hao successively, Lin Daiyu, Shui Baosher, Jia Yuanchun. Jia Tanchun, Shi Shangyun, Miao Yu Jia Ingchun. Jia Shichuan, Wang Shifeng, Jia Qiao, Li Dandi. Qin Kaching, Li Ji Anthracite, Song Hui, Sunjin. Kim He, Zhang Solare, Choi Byung Yu, Choi Minju. Choi Hyuk Yun, Choi Min Rai, Roy Choi Park Yun Hee. Li Yo Jin, Li Yo Wei, Hong Jin Young, Jung Anthony. Li Yuna, Kim Bo Rim, Sun So Yun, Lim So Won. Let me conk out, I'll remember a few. Number of children. Total 126. There were 26 sets of twins among them. It's strange that for some reason, there isn't a LW. As for rewards, for more space set exits have been added, and today there are 6 more to place. The rest are all face pills and life extension pills. As for Su Yao's Dharma cultivation realm, he had also reached the 9th level of Qi refining by virtue of the Yellow Emperor's internal scripture technique. As long as one reaches the foundation establishment realm, one can fly with a sword over long distances. The physical cultivation realm, on the other hand, remained at the early Jindan stage. If he wanted to enhance it again, he would need at least a foundation stage female cultivator to help him conceive an heir before he could. Harem back garden. Hubby, are you preparing to head to the cultivation world? Lin Yutong spoke quietly. At this time, Shi and Yang Yi, Mu Nianxue, Lin Maxue, and Bai Mengjie had been pregnant for more than 8 months. In about a month or so, the baby will be born. Not bad. After the spring festival, I'll be ready to leave for the cultivation realm. However, you don't have to worry. After arriving at the cultivation realm, I will still be able to freely travel between the cultivation realm and in our world. Su Liao said, his expression gentle as he reached out his hand to caress Lin Yutong and Bai Mengjie's high and bulging tummies. Hubby, wherever you go, we'll follow you. Let's all go back to Spirit Spring Space when the time comes. It just so happens that the environment there is also good for raising children. Yes, hubby, we don't want to stay in the palace. We want to go back to Spirit Spring Space. Hubby, we want to go back to the Spirit Spring Space. So just promise us. Sweeping his eyes over the ladies, Su Yao nodded with a smile. Good. When we leave, you all go into the Spirit Spring Space. I'll find a few more midwife nurses and take them with us. In the future, we'll come back anytime you guys miss your family. With that, he took out his cell phone and dialed Ken Choi's number, ordering the matter of finding a nurse to deliver the baby. 2 days later, February 16th, 2026, New Year's Eve. In front of the Golden Palace, a feast was held on top of the huge square. Su Liao summoned the heads of the 5 great clans, the 6 Wang Chao couples, the 10 top talents of Long Xia who assisted in the management of the empire, as well as a group of his father-in-law and mother-in-law. The wedding banquet lasted until 1 o'clock in the morning. Each of the many in-laws was given a life extension elixir, and Su Jiao ordered them to return to the Wutong residence in South Mountain. Inside the Golden Palace, Su Xiao sat high above the dragon chair. Cui Jian, Li Gongshuan, Zhang Zhihao, Go Yujing, Xian Kalat, Wang Chao, Zhang Tang, LV Jing, Jin Shi, Hu Ku, Peng Chong, as well as the 10 top talents of Long Xia, were flanked on both sides. Starting tomorrow, this emperor will leave for Bermuda and go into seclusion there. I'll leave the running of the empire in your hands. Don't let this emperor down. Please rest assured, your majesty, that we will work together to manage the empire for your majesty. Although the courtiers below were puzzled, no one asked more questions. Su Yao's words were the holy writ of holy writs in their hearts. This is the life extension pill, 2 for each of you. If you can manage the empire well, this emperor will take you on the path of cultivation. After saying that, Su took the life extension pill and tossed it to the crowd below. Jian Chui and the others took the elixir and were ecstatic in their hearts. Embarking on the path of cultivation is something that many people dream of. Today, they have the opportunity to do the same. I kowtow to your majesty's heavenly grace. Ken Choi and the others bowed on their knees in unison. Be excused, all rise. Yes, your majesty. All right, nothing else, all go back to rest early, Su Yao said, waving his hand toward the crowd. I will retire. Watching Ken Choi and the others leave, Su Liao got up and walked towards the harem. There was no talk all night. Day 2. At the crack of dawn, the ladies gathered early in the back garden. Babes, hubby will take you to the cultivation realm today to see what kind of world the cultivation realm really is. Honey, take us in. We need to get back into space. Haha, yes. Soon, the ladies disappeared into the back garden of the palace. Su Liao's figure disappeared with him. Another 10 minutes. Yifan's figure appeared at the location where Su had just disappeared. Only a black long sword flew out from his brow, and in the blink of an eye, he took to the air with his sword and disappeared. 14 hours later, Free State, Twisted JFK. Suyu, who had transformed into Yifan's appearance, walked out of the airport idly. Despite the 14-hour plane ride, the time of twisting was still 8 a.m. that morning due to jet lag. Since I'm passing through the Free State, it's a good time to hang out here. See how free the Free State really is. Bang, bang, bang. Su Liao had just stepped out of the airport not long ago. When on the street, a gunshot rang out, followed by the terrified screams of passers-by. Look around. Only 3 police cars were seen chasing an old Cadillac shell car. Cadillac shell car passenger side, rear 3 windows, 3 bandits with black face scarf, from time to time poked his head out and shot at the rear police car. Several passers-by were unable to avoid, and were instantly hit by the Cadillac shell car and flew more than 10 meters away, losing their lives on the spot. Not bad for a free country. Really free enough. Shaking his head, Su Yao ignored it and immediately wandered along the streets. Now, in space, there were 201 women, and he had little interest left in the big golden ponies he met on the street. Pure-blood free-state women just didn't fit his aesthetic. It's better to be one of those hybrids. Too bad I didn't meet a good-looking one. Chapter 94, finally reaching the realm of cultivation. Next day, Bermuda, coastline. It was just over 10 miles from the center area of the triangle. At this point, it was late in the evening. Su Liao looked at the vast ocean with a calm expression. After crossing this distance of more than 10 miles, he would enter another unknown world. I also don't know where the other end is and if it's dangerous. However, even if there was danger, he was going to travel. Hummer, do you know what's on the other end? The other end is the exit, of course. You'll know it when you get there. It's not all bull. Sighing lightly, a black stream of light rushed out from the Dantian location, instantly transforming into a 3-inch long, 3-foot-wide longsword that hovered in front of Suyu. A strong man gone. Regulus transformed into a stream of light, and in a few moments, it appeared in the center area of the rumored terrifying and mysterious Great Triangle. A huge spiral funnel-shaped vortex churned the seawater within a radius of several hundred meters. Could it be that all those once missing airplanes, warships, and ships have crashed into this vortex? Sulak watched for a moment before leaping into the vortex. With his current Jindan stage flesh strength, he was not worried about being strangled by the vortex. Besides, the Hummer didn't hint at danger. In an instant, Susu's figure appeared at the very bottom of the funnel-shaped vortex. In a flash, it seemed like tons of force was squeezing his body, as if it was going to grind him down. But in the end, no harm was done to him. Puff! Su Liao crashed to the ground. Hiss! Could these be the ships and airplanes that crashed? Is this crushed into a cylinder? Looking at the several cylinders underneath him, Su Liao secretly guessed in his heart. So it seems that those who died a really miserable death. Sighing, Su turned around to survey his surroundings. Here seems to be a cave, but why isn't the sea filling in? The entire space was tens of thousands of meters long and wide, and tens of meters high. In addition to these seemingly extruded columns beneath them, and a glowing high platform in the shape of an altar in the center area, there are also many unknown plants growing in the distance. Hummer, what the hell is this place? Host, this is the place where the cultivators of this planet must pass through to go to the cultivation world, and the central platform is the teleportation spell formation. You only need to stand on the top, and the spell formation will be activated autonomously to teleport you to the cultivation world. Doesn't this teleportation array require spirit stones to activate? Also, what are all those plants over there? Host, this teleportation array is laid by a strong person who has touched the realm of rules, and is controlled by the power of rules, so there is no need for a spirit stone, as long as the realm is reached. As for those plants, they are some heavenly treasures for refining pills such as marrow cleansing pill, Peiyuan pill, foundation establishment pill, barrier breaking pill, invincible acacia pill, etc. Words. Su Liao was slightly stunned. If that's the case, then if one doesn't reach the Jindan realm, wouldn't they have to die of old age in the sky-blue aquamarine planet? Shaking his head, Su walked towards the spirit herb area. Since it was a heavenly treasure for refining all kinds of pills, it should grow within his spiritual spring space. That's where they should grow. It took a full 2 hours before Su Yao pulled out all the spirit grasses and collected them into the spirit spring space. Hubby, have you reached the cultivation world already? Looking at the countless unknown plants that suddenly appeared within the space, the ladies curiously gathered around the spirit grass. Not yet. However, I've reached the teleportation array, where so many spirit herbs grow it's a real waste. So, I'm going to transplant them all, Su Liao said under the control of his mind. A spirit herb was planted next to the original medicinal garden. Hubby, what kind of spirit herbs are these? What are they all good for? Jiang Yue gently touched a purple flower with her fingertips, turning her head to inquire about Su. This one you're touching is called harmony grass. It's the main herb used to refine the invincible harmony pill. You guys can't eat this one. Su Yao glanced at the ladies, a serious reminder. They were all women who were now many months pregnant, and if they accidentally ingested the acacia herb at this time, the consequences would be unimaginable. This is such a nice-looking flower. Why is it so immodest? Bai Mengjie said with a look of disgust. Jiang Yue blushed and hastily withdrew her palm. Don't dare touch it again. In case. All right, babies, hubby's going out. You guys have fun. After Su Yao said that, he left the spiritual spring space. Outside, on top of the high platform emanating glistening white light, an ancient circular hexagram pattern was engraved. Su Liao took a deep breath and placed his raised right foot on it, followed by his left foot. Click, click, click. The pattern under his feet suddenly issued a click sound, and the ancient pattern seemed to move. Su Liao's heart burst with apprehension. The heart can't help but thump, thump, thump. Next, blinding white light shot out from within the pattern at his feet, instantly illuminating this space as bright as day. Immediately after, Su Liao then felt a heavenly rotation and his mind swelling. Extreme discomfort. I don't know how much time has passed. Maybe for a second, or maybe it's a year. It was only then that Su Liao felt the changes around him. He seems to be soaking in water? Are we there yet? Su Liao thought darkly in his heart while opening his eyes. Surprisingly, I was transmitted to the bottom of the water. This teleportation array is too unreliable. Just as Su was about to rush out of the water, a snow white humanoid shadow came into view. Grip, grip. Looking at the snow white shadows above him, Su Yao hastily held his breath. Is this the fairy of the cultivation world? What a perfect body. Su Liao sat under the water, tilting his head dumbly as his throat rolled and rolled involuntarily. It wasn't until a pillar of incense later that the figure left the water, and only after another pillar of incense had passed did Su Yu gently surface. It was still unknown where this place was and whether there were any powerful cultivators, so it was better to be obscene first. Look around. All lush, tall, unknown trees. And he was now surprisingly within a deep pool. The teleportation array of the sky blue water blue planet had actually transmitted him into the bottom of a pool of water. It's outrageous. Just as he was about to return to the shore, two clear and pleasant women's voices suddenly rang out. There was no choice but to retract back under the water, quietly tilting his head. Senior Sister Ruoli, when you reach the Jeden realm and come back from the mountain, you must tell me about the outside world. Tong, how many times have you said that? Senior Sister, I'm just curious. If you're curious, you should cultivate hard and strive for an early Dan formation, and then you'll be able to go to the outside world to see for yourself. But I've tried so hard. Alas, you're still young. There's no hurry, Senior Sister. When I was your age, I wasn't as high in cultivation as you are now. Aha. People will definitely work hard to reach the Jeden realm soon. Okay, enough talk. Let's take a shower and hurry back. Aha. The two women's voices fell, and a sizzling sound rang out. Immediately afterward, there were two thuds into the water. Chapter 95 just arrived in the cultivation world and had no choice but to do the kidnapping thing again. With the sound of two thumps, two snow-white jade-like shadows broke into Su Yao's line of sight, sitting cross-legged at the bottom of the water pool like a statue. So you had a headache. Just one gone, two more coming. What the hell? However, listening to their words, they were all under the Jeden realm, so perhaps they could give it a try. It just so happened that he also needed foundation establishment stage female cultivators to conceive an heir for him. Both of them haven't reached the Jeden realm yet. My physical body has already reached the Jeden stage, so I'll definitely be able to capture both of them in one go by surprise. Just as Su Yao was about to strike, the two women who had jumped into the pool unexpectedly began to dive as well. In a flash, all three men froze, but soon, the two women came back to their senses, and with a flash of panic in their eyes, they were about to rush towards the water. How could Su Liao let the two go? In an instant, he appeared beside the two men, holding them tightly in his arms, one on the left and one on the right. Next, the three figures disappeared into the pool of water. Just as soon as Su's figure disappeared, the void above the water pool rippled. Immediately afterward, a green-clothed woman wearing a silver mask carved with a parallel lotus pattern, with 3,000 silver threads hanging behind her head, appeared out of thin air like a ghost. Jindan Realm Aura. Not someone from the Forgetfulness sect. The woman's face changed, and then she instantly appeared at the edge of two piles of dresses by the waterhole. Next, she raised her arm and the jade tags tied to the two sarongs on the floor floated into her hand. Wu Xiaotang, Su Ruoli, it's those two little girls. How dare you make a move against a Forgetfulness sect disciple? Looking for death. The silver-haired masked woman's voice was icy cold, and the powerful divine sense of the Yuaning Great Perfection realm penetrated her body. In an instant, it covered hundreds of miles of space. Immediately after that, the silver-haired masked woman's face became even more ugly. As a Yuaning Great Perfection powerhouse, she had allowed a Jindan stage cultivator to disappear under her nose. Moreover, the two disciples of the sect had actually disappeared with them. The Jindan realm aura, it just disappeared into thin air? Just then. For streams of light crossed the next. Then he saw four women with stunningly beautiful appearance appear beside the silver-haired masked woman. Second senior sister, what happened? Second senior sister, these clothes and the jade tablet are? The silver-haired masked woman glanced at the four senior sisters and explained, just now, I sensed a non-forgotten love sect Jindan realm cultivator's aura over here. So I rushed over, but that aura has already disappeared, and there are only these clothes and jade tags. There's no longer that aura within a few hundred miles around. The two little girls, Wu Xiaotang and Su Ruoli, have also disappeared with it. The four women who arrived froze as well. Although their second senior sister was a Yuaning perfection realm cultivator, her true strength was comparable to a half-step transformation spirit stage powerhouse. Within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles, there were only a handful of people who could rival their second senior sister. Moreover, the Forgetfulness sect had a mountain protection formation that was comparable to the perfection of transformation spirit realm in existence. If that aura doesn't belong to the Forgetfulness sect, then how did the owner of that aura break into their forgotten love sect? And silently, he disappeared into thin air with two Forgetfulness sect disciples again? Second senior sister, could it be a Devil's Way God transformation stage cultivator? Words. The silver-haired masked woman shook her head. That aura. It's definitely not the aura of a devil cultivator. Is that a strong person from the Heavenly Sword sect or the Great Diffusion Imperial Dynasty? This time, the silver-haired masked woman did not speak again. The scene went quiet, and all five women were grim-faced. Master and eldest sister are both still in seclusion. Second sister, what do we do? The silver-haired masked woman pondered for a moment and frowned. Wait for your third senior sister to finish her alchemy, and let her use the technique of deduction to deduce before making a decision. Aha! The silver-haired masked woman nodded slightly and her figure instantly disappeared. Let's go back as well, and wait for third senior sister to come out of the gate. I'd like to see who dares to come to our Forgetfulness sect to arrest us. Fourth senior sister, could that person be in existence even more powerful than Master? If not, how could it be possible to silently break through our Forgotten Soul sect's mountain protection formation and capture two junior sisters? Impossible. It's impossible for those great power elders to specially run out and come to our Forgetfulness sect to capture two young disciples. I guess it should be a Jindan stage junior cultivator using some secret method. Don't think so much. Let's go back and wait for third senior sister to finish her alchemy. Then everything will be known. Aha! The four of them once again turned into four streams of light and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Spirit Springs Space. Su Xiao with Su Ruoli and Wu Xiaotang did not appear near the central spiritual spring pool. Instead, it appeared at the edge of the center, hundreds of miles away from the center. He would have to force the outside world in detail, and the scene might not be suitable for the ladies to watch. Wu Xiaotang struggled in Su Su's arms in terror, completely forgetting that she was a Foundation establishment cultivator. Su Ruoli looked at the suddenly changed environment and quickly came back to her senses, about to counterattack. But in the next instant, she froze. Surprisingly, she couldn't feel any spiritual energy in her body. At this moment, she felt as weak and helpless as a mortal without cultivation. I ask, you answer, or else.
Yeah.
Su Liao said, placing the two on the ground. The two pairs of small feet, crystalline as jade, stepped on the dirt floor and got a touch of dust. Gaining the ability to move, Su Ruoli and Wu Xiaotang crouched down in panic, protecting their hands in front of their chests and pressing their backs against the ink-colored barrier. The two of them stared at Su Su with terrified and helpless eyes, bean-sized teardrops rolling down their white cheeks and dripping onto the land. It's not like I'm going to kill you guys. You don't have to be afraid. You, who are you? Why are you arresting me and Xiaotang? Su Ruoli tilted her head, suppressing the fear in her heart, and asked, My name is Su Su. I'm your future husband. Since you guys are the future moms of my children, I definitely need to take you home. Su Liao looked at the two of them and spoke with a serious expression. If you dare to touch us, our 7 senior sisters and the patriarch will not let you off. Yes. Su Liao was instantly interested and in no hurry. He said while taking off his black trench coat, which was already soaked, and threw it to the two men. Su Ruoli and Wu Xiaotang hurriedly took it and covered their luscious bodies. Su,
Shushu yo.
if you let us go now, we can ask the patriarch to spare your life, or else you will surely die. Hee hee. Then why don't you see your senior sister and patriarch and the others looking for them? Here. Even if you guys scream your throats out, no one will notice. Now, tell me a little bit about your clan, as well as some of the situation in the outside world. Speak well, and maybe I'll let you guys go. Su Liao said, carefully sizing up the faces of the two people in front of him. Wu Xiaotang, cute lowly type, about 1.5 meters tall. Round little face is very cute. Su Ruoli is like a big sister next door. Her height is 1.7 meters, goose egg face. Skin is like a boiled and peeled egg. Her eyes seem to contain a clear spring, and her soft black hair is draped behind her shoulders. These two are truly heavenly. Are all the people in the cultivation world so good-looking? Chapter 96, Forgetfulness Sect. Nan Gongyu. Let's get started. You two will each introduce yourselves first. Su Yao sat on the ground in front of the two, looking at them with a smile on his face. Sister. Underneath the black trench coat, Wu Xiaotang tightly hugged Su Ruorui's arm, timidly gazing at Su. Feeling her little sister's slightly trembling body, Su Ruoli gently patted her arm. Then, his eyes looked towards Su Jiao. I'm Su Ruoli. She's my senior sister, called Wu Xiaotang, and we're both disciples of the Forgotten Love Sect. Great name. Su Liao smiled and complimented, then added, tell us about your Forgetfulness Sect, as well as your 7 senior sisters and the patriarch. Su Ruoli hesitated for a moment, thinking of the fact that the affairs of the sect sisters and the patriarch are all public matters. Again, he looked at Su's smirking eyes. In the end, the cherry lips slightly opened. Our Forgetfulness Sect patriarch is called Jade Emotionless, and rumor has it that his cultivation is in the half-step harmonization realm. Our patriarch has 7 other personal disciples. Eldest senior sister Snow Flawless, half-step transformation God Realm. Second senior sister Night Sleepless, Yuaning Great Perfection. Third senior sister, Flower Without Tears, late stage Yuaning. Fourth senior sister Feng Wuhan, late stage Yuaning. Fifth senior sister Yun Wui, mid Yuaning stage. Sixth senior sister Moon Unsullied, mid Yuaning stage. Seventh senior sister Starless Dust, early Yuaning stage. Su Ruoli's words fell. Su Yao froze. No? Are they all this powerful? I've fallen into a tiger's den. With my small body now, I'm afraid I'll be ed to death if I go out for a single shot. Also, why was the other end of the teleportation array set up at the bottom of a water pool in the Forgotten Sect? Could it be that when that senior set up the teleportation array, there was no Forgetfulness Sect? Then the Forgotten Love Sect established a sect here? Looking at the contemplative Su, under the black trench coat, Su Ruoli and Wu Xiaotang hugged each other tightly, not daring to disturb. A few moments later, Su Liao's gaze once again looked at the two of them. How many cultivators above Jindan, Yuanin, and Transformation God are there in your Forgotten Love Sect? Also, does your Forgetfulness Sect have any supreme elders or old ancestors? There are about 20 or so at the Jindan stage. Yuaning and Transformation God I know of are our patriarch and 7 senior sisters. As for whether there are any supreme elders or old ancestors, I'm not sure. Su Ruoli explained softly. What about outside of your Forgotten Sect? As Su Liao's words fell, a moment of doubt passed through the eyes of Su Ruoli and Wu Xiaotang. Outside of the Forgotten Sect? Don't you come from outside the Forgotten Sect? Although she was doubtful in her heart, Su Ruoli still softly replied, because the clan stipulates that we are not allowed to go out until we reach Jedan. We know very little about the outside information. We have only heard of the 3 forces of the Great Diffusion Imperial Dynasty and the Heavenly Sword Sect, as well as the Yellow Spring Sect, and the rest we are not sure about. What about the Tai Ching Palace? Have you guys heard of this power? Su Liao pursued the question, his gaze fixed on the two. It looks like a young girl who has not been in the world for a long time and has no sense of propriety. Tai Ching Palace? Su Ruoli and Wu Xiaotang cocked their heads in thought, then shook their heads. Never heard of it. LOL. Su lacked a sigh of disappointment. It's been almost a year since my sister Suyu left. I wonder how she's doing now? In the meantime, endlessly distant, unknown land, 72 islands suspended in the air, surrounded by clouds and mist. From time to time, there are all kinds of strange and exotic beasts flying past. It's like a place where immortals live, and in the most central area of these 72 floating islands, There was an island that was even bigger than the 72 islands put together. In the central place of the island, there stood a white jade immortal palace that penetrated the sky. The palace door was carved from 10,000 years of basalt ice, with star patterns flowing on its surface. 9,999 jade steps in front of the temple went straight into the clouds, and every step seemed to have a great road echoing in the ears. The golden bells hanging down from the eaves are windless, emitting gusts of immortal sounds that wash the mind and soul. And the palace wall surrounded by the star river shadow, more show that this place has transcended the time and space of the mortal world. Deep in the immortal palace, beside a pond where the 9-centered begonia, a rare treasure of heaven and earth, grows. A beautiful woman who was leaning lazily and half-leaning, her palms propped up on her chin in a daze. The hem of the moon-white fairy dress swayed gently like water waves. 3,000 green silks fell like a waterfall on her shoulders, and a few strands of broken hair were playfully pasted on her blown cheeks. "Little sparrow, will you come to your sister?" the woman murmured. There was a flash of sadness in his eyes. Yes, this woman was Suyu, who had been picked up by the people of the Taiching Palace. Now, she had changed back to her original name, Nangongyu. At first, after returning to the Taiching Palace and learning that it was as difficult as hell to travel to the mortal realm, she regretted it. Now, all that was in her heart was the hope that one day, her younger brother, Little Sparrow, would come to Taiching Palace to look for her. LOL. Nangongyu sighed long and hard, and a woman's voice suddenly sounded behind her. You, thinking of your brother from the mortal realm again? Sis, can you stop being so goddamned weird every time you show up? Nangongyu twisted her head to look at her sister Nangongro, beaming with a grudging face. You, is a little guy from the mortal realm worth being so nostalgic about? Nangongro looked at her sister, who she had recognized for only a year, and a trace of helplessness flashed across her face. With their Taiching Palace's status in the cultivation world, what kind of absolute heavenly pride could they not find if they wanted to? Why should they be sad all day long for a mundane little guy? Sister, you don't understand. I'm sure Su will come to Taiching Palace to look for me. Okay. 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 Although Nangongro said so in her mouth, her eyes were vaguely suspicious, and the corners of that slightly upturned mouth also carried a few points of disbelief. Obviously not convinced in the heart of the matter. A mortal realm planet with no aura at all wanted to come to the Taiching Palace? This was afraid that it was no easier than a cultivator in the cultivation realm ascending to immortality. All right, go with sister. Father caught a 10,000-year-old auger dragon today. Let's go eat auger dragon meat. Nangongro said, grabbing Nangongyu's arm. She walked towards the direction of the distant hall. The other side, Spirit Spring Space, at the edge of the location, Su looked at Su Ruoli and Wu Xiaotang under their black trench coats and asked with a smile, "Are all the disciples of your sect female? Do they all look as beautiful as the two of you?" Hearing Su's words of praise, a faint blush rose on Su Ruoli and Wu Xiaotang's white cheeks. Our forgetfulness sect doesn't accept male disciples. Besides, how can we be considered beautiful with our looks? Compared to senior sister and patriarch, we're nothing more than the light of a glowing fire. Wu Xiaotang lowered her head, her eyes filled with envy for the beauty of her senior sister and the patriarch. Su Ruoli gently nodded her head and concurred. Yes, senior sisters, their temperament is as cool as frost, just like the 9 heavenly maidens descending to the earth, making people not dare to look directly at them. And the patriarch is even more beautiful. It's not an exaggeration to say that she brings together all the spiritual beauty in heaven and earth. Every time I see her, I feel as small as dust. When she said that, she raised her head slightly, a hint of yearning and reverence in her eyes. Looking at the envious and reverent eyes of the two, Su couldn't help but become curious in his heart. Su Ruoli and Wu Xiaotang's looks were among the top among the people he had seen. Then, how beautiful should their 7 senior sisters and the patriarch be? Su Liao really couldn't imagine it. Chapter 97. Sister, if we are to live together, we will live together, and if we are to die together, we will die together. Su Lak, can you let my senior sister go? As long as you let her go, I'm willing to do whatever you ask me to do. Just as Su Yao was fantasizing about how beautiful the forgotten love-sex patriarch, as well as the 7 personal disciples looked, Su Ruori's begging voice rang in his ears. Before Su Liao could speak, Wu Xiaotang tightly hugged Su Ruori and said with a firm expression, "Senior sister, I'm not leaving. We'll live together and die together. Little Tongtang, what's dead or not, you both are my maidens. How could I spare to hurt you? So you can only be born together. The patriarch and sisters say that there is not a single good thing about men in the world. And you are a man, so I'm not going to be your maiden? Your patriarch and senior sister couldn't have been hurt by a man. So what gives you the right to kill all the men in the world with a stick? You are not allowed to denigrate our patriarch like this." Hearing Su Su's light words, a hint of anger appeared on Wu Xiaotang's small face. Her almond eyes were wide open, her beautiful eyes were burning with anger, and her originally pink cheeks were red from excitement. "Su Lak, as long as you let my senior sister go, I am willing to be your maiden," Su Ruoli said again. "Elder sister, I don't." Wu Xiaotang looked at Su Ruorui's angry expression. The words of rejection stuck in his throat and could not be uttered. Su Liao's gaze swept over the two, and an idea suddenly came to his mind. "Tell you what, you guys throw the cell phone. If it's this side, Su Ruoli, you stay and be my maiden. If it's the other side, Wu Xiaotang stays to be my maiden. If it happens to be vertical, you both stay and be my maidens. Are you willing to make a choice?" As Su Liao's words fell, Wu Xiaotang spoke up. "It's not like we can use our spiritual energy right now. It's still not up to you to control which side it is at your whim. Hee, you guys can't feel it if you can't use your spiritual energy? If I dare to use my spiritual energy, then I'll let you two go. How do you say that for us to believe? You have no choice but to trust me. Otherwise, I'll have to use force."
Yeah.
We throw it and it gets wet. Looking at Su Su's eerie and creepy smile, Su Ruoli and Wu Xiaotang instantly compromised. "Throw it yourselves so you don't say I'm cheating," Su Lak said, throwing the slate phone to Su Ruoli. "Sister." Wu Xiaotang looked at the object in Su Ruoli's hand, and a hint of sadness flashed in her eyes. Both of them, no matter who was let go, would surely grieve for the rest of their lives. Asshole Su is missing. The two could only curse in their minds. "Senior sister, why Don? You throw it. Senior sister, it's better if you do it. LOL. Su Ruoli sighed sadly in her heart and raised her arm to throw the phone into the air. Shoo! The phone landed firmly on the uneven ground. It wobbled vertically twice and then stabilized. Hehe, God's will. My lady will cave in today. You cheated. I'm cheating? Did you guys feel the spiritual power fluctuation? I. Wu Xiaotang's small face turned red, unable to refute. Su Ruoli's heart was in mourning. Although the tenets of the Forgetfulness sect did not allow its disciples to talk about love with any man. But she had also fantasized in her mind about what a Taoist couple would look like. In her fantasies, he should be a humble gentleman, a gentle, a supreme heavenly gentleman, an exiled immortal. Not a bad guy who forcefully steals women like Su Su. 2 lines of tears rolled down from her eyes at the thought. Wu Xiaotang looked at her senior sister's sad appearance and followed suit, sobbing sadly. Looking at the 2 people who were weeping with grief, Su Su's heart was ancient. Lin Yutong, that time he was after all the first time, it was normal to be soft-hearted. But having been through it so many times, he has a heart of stone. Sad now, in a few days they will be guaranteed to sweetly call out to their husbands. Putting aside the fact of tying them up, wasn't it a blessing of their third life that they had followed themselves who had the system? Isn't it? Anyone who dares to say otherwise, please step forward. Shoo! A 1 meter 8 wide Simmons mattress suddenly descended from the sky and landed beside Su Ruoli and Wu Xiaotang. It's time to go into the bridal chamber. Which one of you two will go first? As Su Yao's words fell, Su Ruoli and Wu Xiaotang's bodies trembled in unison. The heart is both afraid and nervous, but also vaguely shy and curious. I'll do it. Sister. The two of you have no idea how great a chance you're getting right now. To be able to be my Su Su's maiden, to put it politely, this is a blessing that you have cultivated for 100 or 1,000 lifetimes. I'm sure it won't be long before you all feel lucky. Su Lak said, walked over to the two, lifted the black trench coat amidst the exclamations of shock, picked up Su Ruori, and just placed her on a mattress to the side. With that, he also took off his shoes and climbed onto the mattress. The words are split. Spirit Spring Space, Central Area. The ladies were sitting on the white carpet next to the Spirit Spring pool and chatting, when Bai Mengjie and Zhang Yue suddenly tilted their heads to the sky and cried out in shock. The bed mattress flew away. The ladies craned their heads in unison. Only a large mattress, 1 meter 8 wide, was flying off into the distance. It's like a flying carpet. Is this made by the husband? In Xiaogua asked dully. Yang Yi spoke up. Who else can come into this space except for hubby? But isn't hubby traveling to the cultivation world? How come he's in space, and what's he doing? Lin Maxian said in disbelief. There was a pang of doubt in the minds of the ladies about the mattress flying away. Hubby wouldn't have brought in another woman, right? Long Fei Fei suddenly said. Sister Fifi, it's not like we're going to stop hubby from bringing another woman in. So why doesn't hubby just bring it here? This? The ladies froze again, confused by Susu's behavior. Just as they were wondering, Susu had already entered work mode. Unconsciously, 3 days rushed by. Early this morning, the Hummer's voice suddenly rang out. Congratulations to the host, making half-step Jedin Realm Cultivator Su Ruoli conceive an heir for you. Rewarded with a bottle of marrow cleansing elixir, Triple Physique X1. Ignoring the voice in my head, Su Liao glanced at Su Ruoli, who had fallen asleep. With that, the gaze went back to Wu Xiaotang. Another 3 days rushed by. This evening, the Hummer's voice rang out once more. Congratulations to the host, making the early foundation establishment cultivator Wu Xiaotang conceive an heir for you. Rewarding you with a bottle of marrow cleansing pill, Triple Physique X1. Haha, cool. Glancing at the 2 sleeping people beside him, Susu got up, walked towards the land aside, sat cross-legged on his black trench coat, and closed his eyes. 6 times the body mass extracted for me. Next, that familiar, long-lost, metaphysical power descended once again, striking straight to the sky. In an instant, it disappeared within Susu's body, nourishing and growing his fleshly body and the bitter sea of Dantian. After a long time, Su Liao couldn't help but frown. Humans, how come this triple physique doesn't feel as effective and powerful as before? How many triple physique do I need to reach the Yuan Ying stage flesh realm? Host, the higher the cultivation realm, the greater the gap multiplier between ranks will become. If you wish to advance in rank faster, you can have a stronger cultivator conceive an heir for you, and the rewarding physique multiplier will increase accordingly. Chapter 98. Dharma Cultivation Foundation Building. Trapped in the Forgetfulness Sect? That's not right. When there were no quests before, weren't the rewards for conceiving an heir only the physique? How come the rewards are the same now as when the quest was released? Host, you have passed the novice period, and the rules have been changed. As long as a cultivator no lower than 1 realm below you conceives an heir for you, you will be rewarded for your physique, as well as feats, magic treasures, elixirs, and magical powers, etc. In addition, the rule of different rewards for single and multiple births should be abolished. From now on, only special missions, humans will continue to issue missions. Okay, that's not bad. Su Liao gladly accepted, feeling the much stronger power within his body. Su Zhou's gaze once again looked towards Su Ruoli and Wu Xiaotang, a trace of regret flashing in his eyes. The Dharma cultivation realm was only half a step away from foundation establishment. They shouldn't have been allowed to conceive an heir so soon. Nope. Su Liao suddenly thought of something. There is a realm restriction on obtaining rewards for conceiving an heir, but it seems that the Yellow Emperor's internal canon cultivation method doesn't have a restriction on the other party's cultivation, though practicing with mortal women was much slower. But it's better than nothing. 101 little days should help him reach foundation establishment. Moreover, in the recent days, the outside Forgotten Soul sect would definitely be under martial law, so let's wait for some time and then wait for an opportunity to leave the Forgotten Soul sect. It was just the right time to take advantage of this time to raise the Dharma cultivation realm to the foundation establishment stage. One day, when his cultivation breaks through, he will then wipe out the Forgetfulness sect and turn it into his own backyard. Glancing at Su Ruoli and Wu Xiaotang, who were still unconscious, Su Yao jumped onto the bed and rode the mattress toward the central area. The mattress slowly landed in its original position. The ladies then gathered around curiously. Honey, who are those 2? Hubby, have you reached the cultivation world already? Hubby, are these 2 fairies from the cultivation world? Chattering sounds of curiosity continued. Su Liao took the blanket next to him and covered it over the 2's flawless bodies, explaining with a smile. Not bad. Hubby has already arrived in the cultivation world, and the two of them are cultivators of the forgetfulness sect. Immediately afterward, Su Yao spoke the information he had learned to the crowd of shoes. It drew a gasp from the ladies. Having just entered the cultivation realm, I don't know whether it's a blessing or a curse to appear in such a powerful female cultivation sect that hates men. I'm going to continue my cultivation and raise my Dharma cultivation realm to the foundation establishment stage. Their cultivation has now been suppressed by me, and they're both pregnant with our Su clan's flesh and blood, so you guys take care of the two of them. Hubby. Don't worry about going to practice. We'll take care of both of them. Su drew his head back and gazed at Haminabe Maipo. Let's go. Accompany me to cultivate. Wearing an ultra-short skirt-made outfit, Haminabe Maipo's face blushed as she followed behind Su toward the willow tree by the pond. Master, come and play with Daji. On the Taihu Lake stone, looking at the fox-charming look of Haminabe Maibwa, Su was hungry and pounced on him. Day 2. Hashimoto Kana's body flew uncontrollably toward the willow tree by the pond. Day 3. Kariko Fukumoto's body flew uncontrollably towards the willow tree by the pond. Day 4. Nagano Toa Yu flew towards the willow tree by the pond. Day 5. Alasiki Matsumoto flew towards the willow tree by the pond. It's been 5 days in a row. Doesn't hubby he even take a break? Bai Mengjie looked in the direction of the pond with a pang of worry in her eyes. Don't worry. Haven't you experienced your husband's physical strength? What's there to worry about? Alas, I don't know how long it will take for my husband to break through to the foundation establishment realm. Aside, Su Ruoli and Wu Xiaotang sat on the sofa, listening to the worried voices of all the ladies, with a complicated look in their eyes. Now, the two of them were also pregnant with the child of this bastard Su, and had become sisters with 100 other women. They should have hated Su in their hearts, but they couldn't. The patriarch and sisters say that there is not a single good thing about men in the world. However, the two of them had learned from all the ladies that Su was surprisingly a good man and husband. Putting aside the way they got together in the first place, Su was not only good to them, but he was also good to their families. He even cooks for them himself and makes delicious food for them. Can a man like that be a bad person? But the patriarch and the senior sisters will not lie to them. The two women were torn and confused. Ha. This grandpa's Dharma cultivation realm has finally broken through to the foundation establishment realm. Cool. Suddenly, Su's excited voice came into the ears of the ladies from the direction of the pond. Immediately afterward, the ladies saw Su flying towards them with the fainting Matsumoto Lizzie in his arms, landing on the mattress. Hubby, congratulations on your cultivation breakthrough. The ladies congratulated each other in unison. Hey, baby's happy today. All come over here and let my lord give you a kiss. Looking at Su's lewd appearance, the ladies rolled their eyes in unison and no longer bothered with Su. Why are you still so immodest when you're the father of over 100 children? Haha. Su Liao laughed out loud, his eyes looking towards the two new petite wives sitting on the sofa. Looking confused, and with a gentle leap, he landed beside the two of them and took a seat on the sofa. Are you two ladies comfortable here? Saying that, with a thought, Su Ruoli and Wu Xiaotang were pulled by an invisible force and landed in his arms. Su Xiao, so many people are watching you. Don't be like this. Su Ruoli and Wu Xiaotang had red faces, trying to break free from Su's embrace. But all struggles are in vain. Then let's hear you call your husbands or husband first. Husband. Listening to Su's words, Su Ruoli and Wu Xiaotang sneakily glanced at the next group of shushes before calling out in a low voice. Hey! Su Lak let out a bad smile and violently kissed the two on their white cheeks, leaving behind a puddle of saliva. It caused the two women to be disgusted. Tong, why is your hair silver in color? Is it natural? Su Xiao gently stroked the silver-white hair of Wu Xiaotang, who was sitting on top of his right leg, and asked in a soft voice. Well, I'm a baby that Senior Sister Sleepless picked up in the Great Diffusion Dynasty, and I grew up in the Forgetfulness sect since I was a child, and my hair was this color when I heard Senior Sister say she picked me up, which Xiaotang was actually picked up by Knight Wumian, the second disciple of the Forgotten Sect's patriarch. Su Yao compassionately stroked Wu Xiaotang's head, his gaze looking towards Su Ruoli above his left leg. Ruoli baby, what about you? Did you also grow up in the Forgetfulness sect? Aha! Su Ruoli gently nodded her head and added, Most of our forgetfulness sect disciples are infants brought back from outside the sect by senior sisters and patriarchs, and have grown up in the forgetfulness sect since they were young. Su. Fu. Husband. If you grab me and Xiaotang and take us away, our senior sister and the patriarch will definitely not let you off. Moreover, our forgetfulness sect also has a transformation spirit perfection level mountain protection array. Have you thought about how to leave the forgetfulness sect safely? What? A perfect level mountain protection formation? Grip the grass. Am I going to be trapped in the forgetfulness sect? Su lacked a moment of confusion, but soon he calmed down. Do you two know how to pass through the mountain protector formation? Chapter 99. Heavenly Diffusion Technique, Demon Soul Streamer. Su. Husband. My senior sister and I have never been out of the forgetfulness sect, and we don't know how to pass through the mountain protector formation. Su Ruori sat on top of Su's left leg, her soft voice with a hint of helplessness. Honey, what's going to happen now? The ladies also looked at Su worriedly. Nowadays, although the strongest patriarch of the Forgotten Love sect and the eldest sister were in seclusion. But, after all, the remaining 6 sovereigns' personal disciples were all at the Yuaning realm, and even that night's sleeplessness was at the Yuaning perfection realm. Although I have the holy body vision and the divine weapon Regulus sword, I don't know if I can carry it. Sulak frowned and pondered for a moment. Give it a few more days. I'll go out and check the situation before I say anything. The words are gone. His gaze once again looked at the duo in his arms and asked, what techniques do you normally cultivate? Husband, our forgetfulness sect's disciples all cultivate the record of supreme forgetfulness, but only the first 3 layers, the essentials of the Qi refining, foundation establishment, and Jindan chapters. The record of amnesia? The name doesn't sound good. With his years of experience in reading novels, the deeper the cultivation of a gong method with this name, he was afraid that the love in his heart would fade until he became a ruthless and vicious person. The 2 of you should not cultivate this gong method. Just stay here and nourish the fetus at ease, and when the child is born, I will help you raise your cultivation realm. That's, well then. Su Suyao nodded and swept his eyes at the surrounding ladies as he smiled. It just so happens that it's been a long time since I've properly accompanied you all. Come on, let's go for a swim now, and later I'll be giving you a massage to make sure you're comfortable. After saying that, he gently put Su Ruoli down, picked up the silver-haired lowly Wu Xiaotang, and headed towards the pool. Forgetfulness Sect. Dan Pavilion Alchemy Room. Hua Wu Tier, who was wearing a purple dress, slowly stood up from the futon, and 3 white pills emitting a strange fragrance flew out from the 3 feet tall golden furnace and landed in her white jade-like palm. Not bad. Not bad. Top quality in color. With these 3 pills, I believe it won't take long for the clan to have 3 more Yuaning stage senior sisters. Flowerless Tears nodded in satisfaction. With a shake of his palm, the 3 infant transformation pills disappeared. I also don't know if senior sister and master have come out of the gate yet. Murmuring softly, she removed the silver mask that covered her face. Next, an overwhelmingly beautiful face that was unreservedly displayed. Skin as delicate as sheep's fat jade, willow leaf-like eyebrows, slightly upturned, through a few points of spirit and playfulness. Between the waves of light flowing in the eyes, it seems that there are thousands of stars hidden in them, so that people will look at a glance will be sunk in it. Crunch! The thick stone door of the den opened with a loud bang. Flowers without tears moved lightly with lotus steps and walked out of the den room. Third senior sister, you've finally come out of the gate. A beautiful-looking female disciple guarding the outside of the dan room was overjoyed to see Hua Wu Ter walk out of the dan room. Cindy, did something happen? Third senior sister, junior sister Xiaodang and senior sister Ruoli have been captured by the bad guys, and second senior sister asked you to go find her immediately after you leave the gate. Xiaochan said in a hurry. What? Xiaotang and Ruoli were taken by the bad guys. Hua Wu Ter's face changed as she looked at Xiaochan in disbelief. Both of those 2 girls had yet to break through the Jedan realm. It was impossible for them to leave the sect. That is, someone broke through the clan's mountain protection formation and captured those 2 girls within the clan. Who is it? How dare you openly provoke the forgetfulness sect? Shoo! Hua Wu Ter's figure instantly turned into a stream of light and disappeared. The Hall of Forgotten Dust. The 6 personal disciples, Night Sleepless, Flowerless Tear, Windless Trace, Cloudless E, Moonless Dirt, and Starless Dust, sat opposite each other on both sides. Second senior sister, what exactly happened? What kind of person dared to break into our forgetfulness sect and grab Xiaotang and Ruoli? Hua Wu-ter inquired with an anxious expression. Immediately, Night Sleepless then told Flowerless Tears what had happened by the water pool in the back of the mountain some time ago. After listening to Night Wumian's narration, Hua Wu-ter's eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and her voice was ice-cold as she said, "Then I'll perform the diffractive heaven technique to deduce a few things, and see what kind of person would even openly provoke our Forgotten Soul sect." After saying that, Hua Wu-ter's jade hand formed a seal, and the spiritual energy around her body surged like a tidal wave. She closed her eyes tightly as fine beads of sweat gradually broke out on her forehead. As the diffractive sky technique was performed, a vague face gradually became clear in her mind. However, the moment she had just gotten a good look at the man's face, a powerful and bizarre force slammed into her sea of consciousness. Hua Wuxie stifled a grunt. A trace of blood spilled out from the corner of her mouth, and her entire body was struck by lightning as if she was struck by lightning. Her body flew backwards uncontrollably, landing heavily on the ground, a mouthful of blood spurting out. Apparently, it was subjected to a pushback. Third sister. Third sister. The 5 people, Night Sleepless, Windless, Yun Wui, Moon Dirtless, and Star Dustless, let out a cry of surprise and instantly appeared beside Flowerless Tears. I'm fine, don't worry. Hua Wu-ter wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and stood up, her arm flicking out. An image instantly surfaced in the middle of the hall. It was the face of a handsome young man. It's none other than Su Su. This person is by no means an idle person. I just vaguely glimpsed his face in my deduction and was met with a horrendous backlash. That force was extremely bizarre, as if it possessed an autonomous consciousness. As if it had deliberately warned me, it only rudely interrupted my deduction and did not drive me to extinction. Otherwise, with its power, even if I don't die, I'm bound to be seriously injured. Hua Wu-ter explained with a palpitating heart. The Night Sleepless several people's faces couldn't help but change as they listened to Hua Wu-ter's words. Could it be that this person is a refined Ruin Realm powerhouse? Old June Unsullied exclaimed in shock. Impossible, how could a Ruin Refining Realm powerhouse run to our Cloud Wasteland continent, and also run to our Forgotten Love sect to capture 2 young disciples? The oldest 4, Yun Wui, knitted her willow brows and shook her head repeatedly, her expression full of certainty. The second oldest, Night Sleepless, nodded. Not bad. This person must not be a refined Ruin Realm powerhouse. It is thought that he possesses some sort of secret treasure, or there is a great power present behind him. Senior Sister Xiaotang and Senior Sister Ruoli are now living or dying. Are we just going to leave them alone? The old 7th Starless Dust frowned and looked at the second Night Sleepless with a worried expression. Night Sleepless pondered for a moment, looked up at the 5 senior sisters and said, "First order the disciples outside to inquire about news of this person, and wait for everything else to be decided when the master teacher comes out of the gate." "Yes, second senior sister." Night Sleepless nodded slightly. "All cultivate at ease and wait for master teacher to leave the gate." The words are gone. The Night Sleepless figure instantly disappeared. Back mountain, cold pool. Night Sleepless looked at the pool of water with a slight frown. Immediately afterward, her figure turned into a stream of light, and she rushed into the cold pool. In the blink of an eye, he was standing at the bottom of the cold pool where Su Su Yao had once been. The water of the cold pool was isolated by an invisible barrier, unable to make her wet. There is no abnormality. Could it be that some kind of void escape talisman was used? Night Sleepless Divine Sense probed the entire bottom of the pool and did not find any abnormalities, and her eyebrows frowned even tighter. Another 3 days rushed by. Spirit Springs Space. Su Liao was planning to check out the outside world for a bit when the humongous bandit's voice suddenly rang in his head. Mission. Please escape from the Forgetfulness sect within 3 days. Reward for completion of the mission: 1 Demon Soul Streamer and 1 Xian Nu Sutra. Note: the more souls you collect, the more powerful the Demon Soul Streamer will be. Chapter 100. My Master, Immortal Master Bei Xian. The Demon Soul Streamer? Xian Nu Sutra? Su Liao was slightly stunned. This reward sounds good, but isn't it a bit difficult to leave the Forgetfulness sect within 3 days? Host: Regulus can break through the Forgotten Soul sect's mountain protection formation. You just need to reach the border smoothly. Then you can escape from Forgotten Soul sect. The Hummer's thoughtful voice sounded again. Words. Su Liao's eyes lit up. In that way, it's not impossible. Now he was afraid that there were strong people above the Yuaning stage, squatting outside to guard him. If that's the case, it's a problem. Forgetfulness sect, back mountain, cold pool. A small, delicate woman in a pale yellow dress looked at the water and muttered softly. I don't know how Senior Sister Xiaotang and Senior Sister Ruoli are doing. I hope they're safe and sound, said. She slowly removed the dress. Wearing a red bib, Flop jumped into the pool of water. As soon as Su Xiao appeared, he saw a mermaid appearing above his head and couldn't help but be stunned. Next, returning to his senses, he lunged at the mermaid. In an instant, before the mermaid could react, it was collected into the spiritual spring space. Boom! Su Liao's figure instantly rushed out of the water, and the Xian Yuan sword, which was as black as ink and exuded an evil aura, also appeared at his feet as well. Shu, dropping a fixed-point exit in the middle of a cold pool, one person and one sword instantly transformed into a stream of light, rushing off into the depths of the mountains in the back. 3 seconds later, a woman wearing a silver-white mask engraved with a lotus then appeared in the void above the cold pool. It was none other than the second senior sister of the Forgetfulness sect, Night Sleepless. She looked at the pale yellow dress by the cold pool with an ironic expression, instantly chasing after Su's breath in the direction it disappeared. Just after leaving, 5 more figures appeared. It's Cindy's clothes. Thieves. How dare you be so wild? The 5 people's faces were gloomy as they turned into a stream of light and followed after them. The exit of the mountain protection formation was not at the back of the mountain forest, and that thief was only a Jindan stage cultivator. Fleeing in that direction was simply asking for death. The other side, Su Liao had also appeared in the area at the edge of the grand formation. The distance is less than 3,000 meters. Suddenly, a terrifying attack that seemed to tear through the void came at his back. Grip it. Bully me, a lad. No martial arts. Su Liao's heart was startled, and he instantly turned around and raised his Regulus sword to fend it off. Bang! Under the terrifying attack, Su's figure instantly flew backwards 3,000 meters away, just stopped by the big formation. A trace of golden blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Who are you? And why are you trespassing into my forgotten love sect and taking my sect disciples? Night Sleepless stayed in the void 100 meters away from Su, looking at the trace of golden blood at the corner of Su's mouth. His expression was grave. Sure enough, golden blood. This person's identity must not be simple. If she hadn't stayed her hand just now, the man in front of her would have been seriously injured if not dead. Maybe it would cause big trouble for the clan. Just then, the 5 people, Flowerless Tears, Windless Trace, Cloudless E, Moonless Dirt, and Starless Dust, also chased after them. Second sister. Don't even make a move yet. After Night Sleepless said that, his gaze once again looked at Su. If your excellency is unwilling to tell us, then this seat will have no choice but to capture you for interrogation first. With those words, he was about to make his move. Stop, pause for a moment and allow me to say a few words before you decide whether or not to make a move. Su Yao looked at the 6 divine faces in front of him that could make even the heavenly fairies pale in comparison, and hurriedly spoke. I am Su Yao, and my family's teacher, Immortal Emperor Bei Xian. If you guys aren't afraid that the Forgetfulness sect will suffer extinction, then feel free to do it. What? Disciple of the North Shenxian Immortal? The man in front of him was actually the disciple of a giant of the cultivation world, a transitional immortal exalt. Night Sleepless and the others were shocked in their hearts. However, how come the North Shen Immortal Duke and the girls had never heard of it before? Second senior sister, what should we do? If your excellency is willing to release my 3 senior sisters back, my Forgetfulness sect can forget about it. Your excellency can then leave on your own. Su Yao looked at the 6 Yuaning stage bigwigs in front of him, and although he was nervous in his heart, his face remained calm. 6 beautiful fairies, I'm really sorry. The 3 of them are already my maidens. It's impossible to hand them over to you. Not to mention that Xiaotang and Ruoli are already pregnant. What? What did you say? How dare you let Xiaotang and Ruoli get pregnant? Hearing Su's words, the Night Sleepless 6 faces changed drastically. Hee, there's no need for the 6 fairies to be surprised. One day, I'll make your Forgetfulness sect patriarch, as well as all 7 of your true disciples pregnant with my Su's child. How dare you? Don't talk nonsense here and spout obscenities. You denizen, how dare you commit such blasphemy against my Forgetfulness sect? Today, Even if you are an immortal sovereign disciple, you will still have to pay the price for your ravings. Hua Wu Tier's apricot eyes widened, anger blazing in her eyes, and her powerful spiritual energy instantly transformed into a thick chain, as if she was going to bind and kill the unknowing Su Xiao in front of her. Seeing the situation, Night Sleepless and the others also struck out, their spiritual energy transforming into a golden chain as they rushed towards Su Su. Does he really think they won't dare to touch him? Even if you can't kill them, if you catch them, you will have to torture them severely in order to relieve the infinite anger in your heart. Haha. 6 ladies, all washed up and waiting for my husband to come back to pamper you. Su Yao laughed out loud, turned around and lifted his Xian Yuan sword before stabbing at the light curtain formed by the mountain protection formation. Shoo! Su Liao's figure disappeared in front of the light curtain in an instant. The gaping hole also healed instantly. Boom! All 6 golden chains carrying terrifying energy crashed onto the light curtain. It also only caused the light curtain to tremble slightly. Asshole! Denizens!
Dam yo shushu.
Shameless thief! Looking at the healing light curtain, Night Sleepless, Flowerless Tears and the others' faces turned a shade of blue. Insulting them is tolerated for the time being. But insulting their master, even if you are a disciple of the North Xian Immortal Sovereign, you must not condone it. Must be caught and tortured for 3 days and 3 nights. What grade spirit weapon is that sword of his? How dare it break through our clan's mountain protection formation? After a moment, old 7th Star Dustless couldn't help but speak up, his gaze looking towards Night Sleepless. Old June Unsullied also spoke up, and the Master Bei Xian Immortal Sovereign he spoke of. I've never heard of that name. Could he be lying to us? Night Sleepless frowned. That sword gives me a dangerous feeling. It is bound to be a spirit weapon of Yuaning grade or above. As for the North Xian Immortal Father, if there really is such a person, it is impossible that we have not even heard of him. So, then aren't we being lied to? Bastard! How dare you deceive us? Senior sister, let me go down the mountain. I will definitely capture this shameless lecher to receive my punishment. Senior sister, let me go. Looking at a few gnashing teeth and reddened faces of the senior sisters, Night Wumian spoke with a calm demeanor. You guys guard the clan. I'll personally go down the mountain. Words. Flowerless Tears and the others' eyes lit up. Secondly, with his senior sister stepping in, Su Liao, a tiny Jindan stage cultivator, would never be able to escape from life even if he had a transformation god-level spirit weapon. Outside the mountain protection formation, Su Yao flew a full 1,000 kilometers in a southwestern direction before landing in the middle of a lush mountain forest. Ha ha ha, a bunch of unseen little pussies. A single northern Xian Immortal Sovereign scared you all. If I were to bring out the 3 heavenly emperors, I wouldn't scare you all into obediently throwing yourselves into the arms of the emperor. Ha ha ha. Roar. Chapter 101. The First Soul of the Demon Soul Streamer. Roar. Just as Su Su was secretly pleased with himself, a heaven-shaking roar rang out from not far behind him. Immediately afterward, there was a rumbling sound. The ground seemed to shake as well. 3 seconds later, Su Liao then felt a reckless aura coming over him. Grip the looking at the 10-meter-tall beast that appeared in the line of sight, with a body like a small mountain, surrounded by lightning, resembling a leopard. Su Liao was startled in his heart, so he wanted to escape back into space. But suddenly he frowned. This big guy's breath seems to be only at the Jindan realm as well. I damn well have a holy body, a regular sword, and a prime stick. What is there to be afraid of? Human boy, who gave you the guts? How dare you trespass on your Master Lei's territory? Seeing your fine skin and tender flesh, it must be very tasty. Today Master Lei is going to open his meat and eat you, human boy. The huge beast with the appearance of a leopard in front of him, its watermelon-sized eyes looking at Su Su's little bitty self, stretched out its meter-long tongue, licked its mouth and said in a voice like thunder, "Congratulations to the host, completing the mission and obtaining a Demon Soul Streamer and a Xian Nu Sutra." Ignoring the humongous bandit's voice in his head, Su Su's body instantly rose into the air, flush with the Eye Thunder Leopard, eyes disdainfully looking at Thunder Leopard. Unbridled. You, a small wild leopard, dare to speak out in front of this seat. Do you know what identity this seat has? What are you? You. Lei Bao stared at Su Liao with wide, puzzled eyes. I am Bei Xian Immortal Venerable's personal disciple. Su Jiao is also. Why don't you kneel down for me? Su Liao's voice turned into a roar when he spoke at the end. Pa! Thunder Leopard's thick front legs subconsciously bent and knelt on the ground. Not bad, you little wild panther knows what's up. As Lei Bao looked at Su Su's appearance, his watermelon-sized eyes rolled, and he fiercely rose from the ground again. Human boy, are you Master Lei that easy to fool? How could an immortal exalt have a disciple as weak as you? I think you're just afraid of Master Lei me, and that's why you came up with an immortal exalted to scare you, Master Lei. Roar! The Thunder Leopard roared, lifting its huge front paw and slapping it towards Su Su. The claw wind whistled, blowing Su Su's black trenchcoat into a hunting frenzy. Dare to move your claws against an immortal dignity disciple. An unforgivable offense. Stick come! Su Liao bellowed, and the pitch-black prime stick appeared in his hand. Boom! The prime stick and the Thunder Leopard's giant claws clashed together. Su Yao immediately felt a huge force coming down the stick, and the prime baton in his hand almost flew out of his hand. Compared to Su Su, Lei Bao was even more miserable. With a click, the leopard's leg was crushed and fractured by the Optimus baton. Roar! Thunder Leopard slumped to the ground and hissed in pain. I didn't expect you, a human, to have such a strong physical body. I, Thunder Duke Leopard, admire you. How about you and I call it quits? Have you ever eaten anyone before? Answer truthfully and we will leave it at that. If you dare to lie to the seat, next year today will be the anniversary of your death. Looking at the black stick in Su Su's hand, a flash of fear flashed in Lei Gongbao's eyes. Humans. I've never eaten a human before, and I admit I underestimated you. However, I still have a backhand. If you leave here, we will each be at peace. Otherwise, Master Lei will die with you today. Good. Then we each have our own, and we will leave you at that. Su Su said, turning around. When the Lei Gong Leopard saw that Su Lacus' back was turned to him, he was ready to leap up and sneak attack the humble class that was hurting him. But, the next second, a huge black sword emitting an evil aura appeared out of thin air and plunged into his head in a swift manner. You engage in sneak attacks, not martial arts. Bang! Thunder Duke Leopard's slightly jumped-up body once again fell to the ground with a muffled sound. Looking at the small mountain of corpses in front of him, Su Yao froze for a moment. Also in the Jindan realm, compared to humans, the strength of the demonic beast body's flesh was definitely powerful. But in front of him, demonic beasts of the same realm were a bit weak for him. Demon Soul Streamer, out! Su Lac let out a light gulp. Next, a small streamer that emitted a golden glow, looked holy and incomparable, and was 2 meters tall appeared in his hand. This is a Devil Soul Streamer? Sure, it's not the human Emperor flag. Su Liao looked at the Demon Soul Streamer with its golden light shining in his palm for a moment. The look, the name, it's incongruous. 3 seconds later, Su Su looked at the Thunder Duke Leopard's corpse once again and violently threw out the demonic soul streamer in his hand. In the blink of an eye, the golden light disappeared, and the demon soul streamer, from top to bottom, left to right, and inside to out, violently became surrounded by black aura, eerie and terrifying. A powerful suction force spread out from the demon soul streamer. Under this powerful suction pull, the Thunder Duke Leopard's corpse shook violently. The next instant, a silhouette of the same size and appearance as the Thunder Duke Leopard was pulled out. In the blink of an eye, it was sucked into the demon soul streamer. The devil soul streamer once again regained its golden glow, holy and incomparable. Hehehe. This thing looks really decent when it's not in use. Su Liao sighed, his gaze once again looking at the Thunder Duke Leopard's corpse. With such a large piece, there should be plenty of meat. I just don't know how it will taste. In sky blue aquamarine, he had never heard of anyone eating leopard meat. But this was the demonic beast in front of me, and although it looked like a leopard, I thought that it should be edible. Shoo! The body of the Lei Gong Leopard disappeared into thin air. Immediately afterward, Su Su's figure disappeared into thin air. The words are split. In the spirit spring space, the ladies were relaxed and happy, sitting on couches chatting, playing poker, mahjong, swimming, feeding fish, chickens, ducks, and even some making gourmet food. Su Ruoli and Wu Xiaotang sat beside Lin Yutong and Bai Mengjie, who were carrying large bellies, and looked intently at the mahjong tiles in their hands. In serious study. Just then, Shu, a woman with a petite and delicate figure wearing a red bib and white inner shorts, appeared out of thin air on the mahjong table. What? The ladies' mouths opened wide in shock and a moment of confusion. What the hell? Senior Sister Xiaochan. Senior Sister Xiaochan. Su Ruoli and Wu Xiaotang exclaimed in shock. Xiaochan looked at her senior sister and junior sister who had been missing for half a month in front of her, and was confused for a moment, forgetting for a moment that she was still wearing her humiliating clothes. Senior Sister Ruoli, Senior Sister Xiaotang, why are you guys in this? Where is this? No. I clearly just jumped into the cold pool behind our clan. How did I get to? You can put this shirt on first. Su Ruoli took Zhu Fujin's white undead battle robe from the side and handed it to Xiaochan. Yikes! It was only then that Xiaochan came back to her senses and realized that she had been captured by the thief as well. This should be the thief old Xiao here. Xiaochan blushed as she took the battle robe and draped it over her body. Immediately afterward, she gazed at Bai Mangjia, Lin Yutong, Jiang Yue, Zhu Yuya, and the others beside the mahjong table, and asked softly, "Were you all also captured here by that thief?" Words. Before the ladies could open their mouths, Su Ruoli hurriedly said, "Xiaochan, don't talk nonsense. Su is not a thief, he is the husband we all share." Chapter 102. The 9 Realms of Cultivation. Husband? Elder sister? Are you still not awake? Have you forgotten the purpose of our forgotten love sect? If the sect master hears these words, the sect master will definitely punish you severely. Looking at the worried-looking Xiaochan, Wu Xiaotang spoke, "Xiaochan, just don't worry. Husband here. The patriarch and senior sisters won't be able to enter. Besides, we are both pregnant with our husband's child." What? You're both pregnant? Xiao Chan's eyes were wide open as she looked incredulously at her senior sister and elder sister in front of her. How long has it been since that thief took me, and I'm pregnant with that thief's child? Your name is Xiaochan, right? Don't make a fuss. I guess it won't be long before you're pregnant with your husband's child as well. Bai Mangjia looked at Xiaochan and said with a smile, "I'm pregnant with that thief's child? Impossible, absolutely impossible." Cindy said, shaking her head frantically. "Carrying a baby, I hear it's painful. She doesn't want to carry a baby." Oh! Looking at Xiao Chan's frantic head-shaking appearance, the ladies did not say much. When the time comes, it's not up to you to decide whether or not you're pregnant. The initiative is in the hands of their husbands. Naive silly girl. Really think this is still the forgetfulness sect? All right, we'll talk about other things later. Come down quickly and don't disturb a few sisters playing mahjong. Su Ruoli said, and with Wu Xiaotang helped Xiaochan off the mahjong table. Sister, you guys go on. I'll have a chat with Tong and Cindy. Okay, you guys go talk. One tube. Bai Mangjia and the others nodded, and the mahjong continued. Boom! Just as the ladies were busy with their own business, a loud muffled sound came out from the rear of the capsule in the direction of the chicken coop and duck coop. Immediately afterward, Su's voice followed. "Babies, all come over to this side of the coop and hubby will show you a big guy." Big guy? What big guy? The ladies stopped their work and got up to walk in groups toward the chicken coop. Cindy, let's go. Let's go over there too. Su Ruoli and Wu Xiaotang held Xiaochan's hand and followed. Husband, hubby, what kind of monster is this? Jiang Yue, Bai Mangjia and the others stared dazedly at the small mountain of corpses in front of them, wanting to get closer to watch but not daring to go forward. I don't know, but it was surrounded by electricity when it was alive, so I called it a thunder panther. Hubby, did you kill this big guy? Bai Mangjia hugged Su's arm and stared at Lei Bao with a curious expression. Haha, it's just right to slaughter it to replenish your bodies. Hey, Tang, Wakuri, and whoever that is, you 3 come here. Looking at the 3 Su Ruoli people who were walking towards him, Su Yao waved at them. What kind of demonic beast is this? Do you know? This? It seems to be a thunder-striped leopard, a very rare Foundation Establishment realm demonic beast that is covered in lightning. But why is this head so big? Could it be a Jindan realm thunder-striped leopard? Husband, could it be that you've already left the forgetfulness sect? Haha, not bad. When there's a chance in the future, I'll bring your 7 senior sisters in with the patriarch, so that you can become a quilt of good sisters. Su Xiao, how dare you blaspheme our patriarch and senior sister like this? You! Looking at Xiaochan, whose face was flushed red, Su Yao smiled faintly and couldn't help but take a closer look. Before the time was rushed, he also only saw the petite and exquisite posture, and did not see the real face. At this moment, it was only then that she realized that her face value was completely unmatched by anyone present. Rather, it was quite similar to Yang Jinli in his previous life, perhaps because he was a person who cultivated immortality, so his face value was even better. Haha, you little. It's a great honor to bear my Susu's heir. How can you say it's blasphemy to them? Looks like you still need the family law. You, what do you want? You, don't you come any closer. Jijiji. Babes, you watch first, hubby will go teach this little a lesson. As Su Liao said that, his figure appeared behind Su Ruori and carried Xiaochan into his arms. Husband, you, don't be too rough. Be gentle with Xiaochan. Don't worry. In the next second, Su and Xiaochan's figures disappeared. By the pond, under the willow tree, on the Taihu Lake stone, Xiaochan screamed and sounded, and in no time at all. It became very strange. The next day, congratulations to the host, letting Ning Xiaochan conceive an heir, rewarded with triple physique X1, 1 bottle of marrow cleansing elixir. On the Taihu Lake rock, Su Yao gently ruffled Ning Xiaochan's hair that was stuck by sweat on her forehead, and then, picking up her soft and fragrant body, he flew up and landed inside the pool. An hour later, beside the Spirit Spring pool, on the huge white plush carpet, 210 people sat in 10 rows, looking at Susu, who stood in the center. Ahem. This is the marrow cleansing pill, totaling 147 pills. Pregnant women first, 1 for each. In the blink of an eye, 100 marrow cleansing pills flew towards Lin Yutong and the other 100 pregnant women. Su Ruoli, Wu Xiaotang, and Xiaochan were already Foundation Establishment realm cultivators. Thus, there was no need for the marrow cleansing pill. The other 47, 1 for each of the 7 young medical women. 1 for each of the 5. Kana Hashimoto, Kuriko Fukumoto, Moroku Hamabe, Ikuma Nagano, and Lise Matsumoto. As for the rest of the 96 little days, just wait for now. Honey, can we eat this now that we have a baby in our tummies? Bai Mengjie raised her hand to ask a question. Don't worry, this marrow cleansing elixir is not only good for you to wash your hair and marrow, it is also beneficial to the fetus in your womb and will make them healthier. That's good. The ladies breathed a sigh of relief, and then they heard Su continue. I will pass on another cultivation technique to you all. This technique is called the Shen Nu Sutra, and it can be cultivated to the top to reach the transitional immortal exalt realm. Ruoli, Xiaotang, you guys also switched to cultivating this gongfu, so don't bother cultivating any Taishang Oblivion record in the future. Words. The ladies couldn't help but stare at Su with wide eyes. Shocked. They had long since learned of the Cultivation Realm division of the Cultivation Realm from Su Ruoli and Wu Xiaotang. Cultivation Initiation Qi Practice, Foundation Building, Jindan, Yuaning, transforming into a deity, merging, refining the market, Mahayana, and crossing the threshold. And the refined Ruin Realm was also known as the Great Power, the Mahayana Realm was known as the Venerable, and the Transition Realm was known as the Immortal Venerable. The 9th level of Qi refining to build the foundation is Ordinary Foundation Building. The 10th level of Qi refining to build the foundation is Perfect Foundation Building. The 11th level of Qi refining builds the foundation for the Extreme Realm Foundation. The same foundation establishment first layer cultivator, the 11th layer foundation establishment singled out 100 ordinary foundation establishment without any pressure. The foundation establishment breakthrough to Jedan was also divided into 3 types. They are categorized into 3 lines of Earth Dan, 6 lines of Heavenly Dan, and 9 lines of Dao Dan. And the Forgetfulness Sect Patriarch is rumored to be a 6-stripe Heavenly Dan. To break through to Jedan from Foundation Establishment, one has to undergo the 49 Heavenly Robberies. If the Jedan breaks through to Yuaning, then one needs to cross the 69 Heavenly Tribulations. The Realm of Transformation, on the other hand, measured the cultivator's potential and the heights he could reach in the future by the mood he perceived. The emotionless realm that the Forgetfulness Sect Patriarch had perceived was also a superior realm among the realm divisions. And among the realms of intent, the 3 strongest realms that were recognized were Age, Reincarnation, and Killing. Chapter 103, The Birth of the First Heir. Su Liao pointed a finger at Lin Yutong's forehead. The next instant, Lin Yutong then felt countless arcane information, as if it were a torrent pouring into the depths of her mind. With 210 people, it took a full hour before Su Yao taught the Shen Nu scripture to all the ladies present. You guys just stay here and sense. I'll go take care of that beast. Su Liao swept his eyes over the ladies, his gaze looking towards Su Ruoli and Wu Xiaotang. If there's anything they don't understand, The two of you will come and clear up the confusion for them. Okay, husband. Coo coo coo. Next to the chicken coop, the roosters, hens, male ducks, and female ducks looked at the massive thunder leopard carcass outside the coop, let out an urgent yelp. As if a silly dog had seen a Yanita common, his eyes glowed with excitement. The smell emanating from the thunder leopard's body gave them an instinctive sense of wanting to devour it. Stop screaming. I'll feed you some later. Su Liao glanced at the cage, then took out the Regulus sword. In ancient times, there were butchers. Today, there is a lack of understanding of the thunder leopard. Under the control of his mind, the Regulus sword transformed into a trail of shadows that flew around the thunder leopard's body, starting from the midline of the spine to the joints of the limbs, and then to the junction of the chest and abdomen. Follow the order from table to table and from big to small. 10 minutes later. At this moment, Lei Bao was as naked as if he had taken off his clothes. Numerous disorganized and regular veins were clearly visible. Su Lak frowned as he looked at the massive corpse. It's a little hard to handle. Contemplating for a moment, Su Su's figure instantly disappeared in place. Outside, still at the place where Thunder Leopard had died, Su Zhou's figure reappeared. Casually dropping a fixed exit, the figure disappeared again. The 5 women of the small day provided him with 4 fixed exits, plus the 6 previously vacant, for a total of 10. The back garden of the palace consumed 1, the cold pool of the forgotten sect consumed 1, and this forest consumed 1, leaving 7 remaining. Looks like the rest of the 96 little days, and those 7 big beautiful medics need to be in the bag sometime too. Sky blue, water blue stars. Humming Spirit Empire, the inner court of the Imperial Palace, the harem's important place, the back garden. Shu, a young man figure wearing a black trench coat, handsome to the core, appeared out of nowhere like a ghost. The large garden was empty. No one was allowed to take a step into the harem without an order from the Humming Spirit Emperor. In front of the Golden Palace, it was also empty. In the absence of the Great Emperor, there is no need to attend court. Ken Choi's group of ministers also have offices. Chui Jian, call Wang Chao and the others to come to the Golden Palace. There was a moment of silence on the phone at first. Then Ken Choi's surprised voice rang out. Your Majesty, you are out of the gate. I will be there at once. Hanging up the phone, Su Su walked out of the Golden Palace and looked at the huge square underneath the 108 layers of steps. With a flick of the arm, Thunder Leopard 20 meters long, 10 meters high body boom, appeared in the square above. 10 minutes later, outside the portal of the huge square in front of the Golden Palace of the outer court, Chui Jian, Jin Shi, Hooker and the others stepped in with hurried feet. Grip. Grip grass. ACI. What is this? What is this? Looking at the square, the hill like monster corpse, Jian Chui and the others exclaimed out in shock, staring at the Thunder Leopard corpse in shock. Even Su Zhou, who was standing at the edge of the 108 steps, didn't notice. There's no need to be shocked. This is the corpse of the Golden Dan Realm demonic beast Thunder Leopard. I'm looking for you guys just so you can take care of this corpse. Su Lak's flat voice resounded through the large square. Only then did Chui Jian and the others come back to their senses, and hurriedly bowed to Su Su on the steps. Your Majesty, see Your Majesty Wan Yen. All the ministers rise. A soft force lifted up Ken Choi and the others. This body is divided into 3 parts for disposal, 1 to be sent to the country of Longxia, 1 share for yourselves and some for each of the families at Sycamore House in Nanshan. The other portion, half-boiled and half-baked, is given to me. Take care of it by tomorrow. Su Lak looked at the Thunder Leopard's corpse and said indifferently. A corpse of a Jindan realm demonic beast was not yet in his eyes. This time, he also merely wanted to have a taste, and try again to see if the demonic beast meat had any effect on the cultivation of the ladies. I take orders. Okay, I'll leave you guys to it here. As Su Su Yao's words fell, his figure disappeared above the 108 steps. The plaza. Ken Choi, Jin Shi, Wang Chao, and Hooker walked over curiously. What kind of experience was it for them to one day be able to eat the meat of a legendary demonic beast? And it was also the meat of a Jindan realm demonic beast. No one should be able to experience it except for those close to them, the great emperors. I'll contact Dragon Summer's Undying City's Chief Potato Officer Chan Tianfong and Chief Potato Officer Qin Lai, and have them come and take away 1/3 of the corpses. Jin Shi said, taking out his cell phone and dialing Qin Lai's number. Spirit Springs Space. When Su Suyao reappeared, the ladies were all sitting around Su Ruoli and Wu Xiaotang, studying and practicing the Xiannu Sutra together. Smiling, Su Su was in no hurry to go out. There were still 96 little days to go, and he was going to brush up on some more space-fixing exits. At that moment, he walked to the small day crowd, picked up Gao Xiaoguang, who was wearing a maid's outfit, and walked towards the willow tree by the pond. The ladies were also used to it and laughed it off. The next day, humming Spirit Empire on the square in front of the Golden Palace, there were a full 10 1-meter-high vats. There was boiled or roasted thunder leopard meat in every tank, and the whole square was filled with aroma. Su Liao glanced at Cui Jian and the others, and with a wave of his arm, the 10 vats were collected by him into the spiritual spring space. Then, the figure disappeared before the eyes of Jian Cui and the others. Now that he didn't have any other gongfu, when he found a suitable gongfu later on, he could let Cui Jian, LV Jing, Jin Shi, Hu Ku and the others also embark on the path of cultivation. Spirit Springs Space. The ladies couldn't help but gulp as they looked at the aromatic vat. Golden Dan staged demonic beast meat. I wonder if it's good? Babies, hold your horses, Su Liao said, reaching out to tear off a piece of meat and put it in his mouth. Well, the flavor was okay, not that sour, and contains not much energy. Mortals can also eat it, but also cannot eat more. After consuming the demonic beast's meat, Su Jiu didn't rush to leave the Spirit Spring spatial space to head to the outside world of cultivation, but stayed within the space. Lin Yutong, Yang Yi, Moon Yenxue, Lin Moshue, and Bai Mengjie were about to give birth soon. He, as a husband, has to be there. He also wanted to see his first children born. There was a lot of apprehension about the upcoming child. In the spare time you spend with your pregnant wife, continue to pamper the little day woman and swipe the space to set an exit. In the blink of an eye, half a month rushed by. Since there were also no outsiders in the Spirit Spring space, all 5 pregnant women lay down on Simmons mattresses in the open air. They're going into labor at the same time. The rest of the ladies watched from afar in a large circle. Wu Xiaodang and Ning Xiaochan grabbed Su Ruori's hands, merely one on the left and one on the right. Elder sister, is giving birth so painful? I'm a little scared. Looking at the painful appearance of Lin Yutong's 5, Ning Xiaochan had a hint of fear in her expression. Xiaochan, just don't worry. We are cultivators, this pain is nothing. Endure it for a while and it will pass. Wow! Dolls! As soon as Su Ruoli's words fell, a loud baby voice rang out. Immediately afterward, 6 more baby cries rang out one after another. The first batch, 7 children, among them 2 sets of twins, were born together. Chapter 104. Hummer. You're a real dog. Hearing the 7 loud baby cries, Su Su's heart trembled. 27 years old. He's a father. All the things that had happened during this past time seemed like a dream. The dream woke him up and he was back on the Simmons bed in his rented house in Golden Poverty City. His sister still works at the City of No Night. His parents are still at home in Oyster City. Hubby. 7 all little princesses, hey. Come see. Zhu also twisted his head to look at Su. Shouted. Honey, what are you gawking at? Why don't you hurry up and check on the child? Jiang Yue shook Su Zhou's arm and walked over. Returning to his senses, Su took a deep breath and slowly walked over. Wife, you guys worked hard, Su Liao said, gently kissing Lin Yutong's 5 cheeks before he turned his head to look at the 7 little babies. It's not like most babies are born ugly. Instead, they were all pink, with big dark eyes curiously surveying the crowd. Hubby, the babies are also too amazing to stop crying so quickly. Is it because they are all offspring of cultivators? So they are smarter than normal children? Yeah. They seem to be curious, hey. Su Liao took the baby girl from Shin Leilei's arms and carefully carried it into his arms. The baby girl also bit her finger, curiously sizing up Su, as if to ask, who are you? Baby, it's daddy. As if the baby girl in his arms understood Su's words, a smile blossomed on her little pink face. Ha ha. Su Liao smiled excitedly. Honey, leave the kids with us while we physically clean them. Su Liao nodded gently, handing the baby in his arms over to the big medical beauty and taking a seat at the edge of the mattress. Hubby, you name the child, Lin Yutong said with a happy face. Yes, husband. The task of naming the baby is all yours. Okay. Let me think. Su Liao cupped his chin and pondered for a moment. How about big girl, 2 girl, 3 girl, 4 girl? Stop, stop, stop. Husband, we're asking you to give them big names, not little names. Bai Mengjie interrupted Su Liao angrily. Haha. Don't worry. Let me think about it some more. Tong Tong's name is Su Lingyu. The name of the memory is Su Lingyue. Nianxue is called Su Lingxue and Su Lingxi. Fomi's called Su Lingxian and Su Lingwei. Mengjie's name is Su Lingyin. Well, Su Liao twisted his head to look at the surrounding ladies and asked with a smile. He was not good at naming so many children, it was really difficult for him. Words. The ladies chanted silently a few times, and then they all nodded. Hubby. The baby's in our tummies about to be born too, so you get up along with it. Qiu Yingying and Guan Shui, among others, stroked their large bellies and said delicately, "Ah." Su Liao touched his forehead, which was about to break out in cold sweat, and said with a smile, "There's no hurry first, we'll name them after they're born. Okay then." 3 days later, lush forests, Su Liao's figure reappeared. According to Su Ruoli's description, if you fly straight southeast from this forest, you will be able to reach the Great Diffusion Imperial Dynasty's territory. The Forgotten Soul Sect's vicinity couldn't be stayed in, so they could only fly in the southeast direction first. Su Liao's figure had just risen into the void when the humongous bandit's voice suddenly sounded in his head. Task 1 Serial Task. If any one of the 7 true disciples of the Forgotten Sect helps the host to conceive an heir, the host will receive the following rewards: 30 times the body mass, and 49 pieces of transformation spiritual artifacts or a bottle of intent sense dan. Task 2. Make Jade emotionless, patriarch of the Forgetfulness Sect, help the host conceive an heir. Task reward: 100 times the physique, 1 ancient tea tree of enlightenment, and 1 random divine beast cub. Task 3. Enable the Forgotten Sect's Supreme Elder, Fairy Qing and I, to help the host conceive an heir. Reward for the task: 600 times the physique, the immortal technique of the Earth's 72 changes, and a random divine beast cub. Grip. Grip. Listening to the words of the humongous bandit in his mind, Su Yao almost fell to his death on the spot as his spiritual energy became unsteady. It was okay that the 7 true disciples and the patriarch would not be spared. But how old should a Taishang elder be at that age for this to go unchecked? Hummer, you're a real dog. But with this reward, Su really couldn't refuse. Then it's just a matter of putting up a fight to get them all to conceive an heir. Supreme Elder, big is as big does. As the saying goes, 3,000 women are ranked among the immortals. It's dry. Host, please don't sell yourself short. Fairy Qing and I used to be the #1 beauty in the entire Cloud Wasteland continent. And even though 1,000 years have passed, with her cultivation in the refined ruins realm, she will only become more and more beautiful. However, if you want her to help you conceive an heir, you still need to make more efforts. LOL. Thinking that his physical cultivation was only at the Jindan realm now, and his Dharma cultivation was even only at the Foundation Establishment realm, Su Yao couldn't help but sigh. If the 7 true disciples couldn't defeat them, how could they talk about attacking the Forgetfulness Sect? After losing his mind for a few moments, Su headed towards the southeast at breakneck speed. In the meantime, whether it was in the Forgotten Love Sect's 5 people, flower without tears, wind without trace, cloud without ease, moon without scale and star without dust, or night sleepless, who is already in the Great Diffusion Dynasty, or perhaps snow flawless, jade emotionless, or fairy Qing and I, who are in seclusion. One after another, they felt a cool breath hit their hearts. Their delicate bodies trembled slightly at the same time. The 3 men in the retreat nearly went off the deep end. Forgetfulness Sect, Forgetfulness Hall. Starless Dust looked toward Flowerless Tears and said with a grave expression, "Senior sisters, did you guys feel an uncomfortable cool aura just now?" As soon as Starless Dust's words came out, the faces of Flowerless Tears and the others changed. "Do you guys feel the same way?" "So have I." "Me too." "What the hell is going on here?" "We all have this feeling that this, but it was just that moment, and now that feeling is gone." Hua Wu-ter glanced at the 4 senior sisters and said in a deep voice, "This matter must not be simple. Allow me to use the diffractive heaven technique to check it out." After saying that, he closed his eyes and pinched his hands together to operate the diffractive heaven divine art. In a flash, a blurry image slowly surfaced in her mind. A moment later, the face of that blurry figure gradually became clear. What? Surprisingly, it's this lecherous thief Su again? Could it be that his master is really an immortal exalt? Hua Wu-ter opened her eyes, her eyes filled with shock and worry. Senior sister, what did you see? Yu Wui asked in a hurry. Feng Wuhan, Yun Wui, and Starless Dust also stared curiously at Flowerless Tears. I saw someone. What person? Elder sister, tell me. It's that lecherous thief Su Su. What? The three of them, Feng Wuhan, stared in shock, incredulously looking at Hua Wui. Su Xiao, who the hell is he? What the hell was that feeling just now? Could it be that the cultivation world really had a person named Beixian Shenzuen? There was a moment of silence from the four of them, Flowerless Tears. A few moments later, Hua Wu Tier was the first to speak. This matter is of great importance, and now I only hope that Master will come out of the gate as soon as possible in order to judge whether there is a Northern Xian immortal sovereign. Before that Su Su fled, he had said that he would let our forgotten soul sect's 7 true disciples and his master help him conceive an heir. Could he really have this ability? Thinking of the image of themselves and their senior sisters, as well as their master teacher, each holding a child and breastfeeding it, the 5 of them, Flowerless Tears, shivered. No, this must not happen to him. Chapter 105. The Funeral Star. Heavenly Bull wants to steal Su Yao's future wife. Thanks to Big Rhino for his great god certification, plus one more chapter, Zhang Yun Ling, the closest mountain range to the border town of the Great Diffusion Imperial Dynasty. The cultivation world is too damn big. Su Lak landed in an open area and couldn't help but open his mouth to spit. At his speed, he had been flying for 6 hours and had yet to see a human town. He was wondering if Su Ruri was lying to him, but he was sure that there was no way that girl would lie to him. Then it's just too big for the cultivation world. After arriving at the human city, let's hope that we can inquire about the Taiching Palace. Right at this moment, 2 voices entered Su Su's ears. Moo, little lady, you should be honored to be my burial star, heavenly cow's wife. Sinful animal, you seek death. Tiny twat, you don't know what's good for you. With your yuaning perfection realm, in front of this heavenly bull's half-step transformation god, you're nothing more than a mole cricket. If you obediently obey me today, you'll still be able to suffer less. What a familiar voice. Is the voice of my future wife Sleepless Nights. Su Yao could not help but recall in his mind the Night Sleepless who wore a silver mask with a carved juxtaposed lotus and 3,000 silver hair hanging behind his head. The burial star heavenly bull? Half-step transformation god? Is this in danger? However, Su Ruoli had said that her second senior sister had killed a half-step transformation god, so she thought that she should be fine. Just as Su Yao froze, a roaring sound entered Su Yao's ears. Fight! Su Lak hesitated and did not choose to stay away, but also did not come up to watch. It's not good if you get caught in the wave. If both lose, he might be able to pick up the slack. Therefore, there is no hurry to leave. Moo! Little, you've hurt this Tianyo by hitting him. This Tianyo won't give in to you anymore. Watch this heavenly bull intent, heavenly bull roar. Moo! In a flash, a giant green-colored bull silhouette that was 100 feet tall and thorough the sky appeared within Su Su's line of sight. Only to see that green ox silhouette lowering its head and bellowing. An invisible oppression descended from the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Thousands of meters of giant trees in the sky around the green ox broke in inches and turned into pieces. And above those broken trees, a silver-haired, silver-faced woman with a slender figure, holding a long sword that emanated as if it could freeze space and time, stood in the air. The fledgling form of the intent realm isn't even considered a fledgling form. Do you really think that a half-step transformation god can comprehend the intent realm? Ridiculous to the extreme. Moo! It's enough to deal with you. A yuaning perfection little. The heavenly bull treads heaven. The 2 bull hooves that were 200 meters high and thick and incomparable were like a meteor falling from the sky, stepping towards the silver-haired woman. The silver-haired woman's heart was in awe and her eyebrows were slightly furrowed. 3 lifetimes severing love chop. Only the long sword in her hand had strange runes flowing through its body, flashing with a clear, cold light. She lightly shouted, and 2 radiant sword chi whistled out from the sword body. The sword chi was silver-white in color, as if condensing the power of the 3 lifetimes, rushing towards the 2 huge bull hooves at the speed of light. Boom! The silver-white sword chi instantly collided with the bull's hooves, erupting in a burst of dazzling light, as if stars were colliding, emitting an earth-shattering roar. An invisible greatness spread out in all directions. Wherever they passed, trees and low-level demonic beasts were turned into ashes. Phew! Su Liao only felt the strong wind pounding his face, blowing his skin in pain. Mudma, is this the power of a half-step transformation god? In the meantime, a mouthful of blood sprayed out from the silver-haired woman. Her breath was disorganized and she was obviously injured. And that Tongtian bull's hoof also shattered and disappeared inch by inch under the two-sword chi. Moo! The buried star heavenly bull hissed as it suffered pain. Little, you've really angered this heavenly cow. This heavenly cow has decided not to accept you as his wife anymore. This heavenly cow will bury you. Bury the stars. Bury the sky. Bury the earth. And bury all beings. Die for this heavenly bull. In a flash, above the dome of the sky, black clouds rolled over, and a black vortex with a diameter of hundreds of kilometers formed instantly. Immediately afterward, a superb bull's hoof like a heavenly pillar stepped out from the vortex that was tumbling in the dome of the sky. With every 100 feet of descent, an invisible ripple spread out in the air. The super-large bull's hooves carried the power of annihilation and stepped towards the silver-haired woman. It was as if they were going to stomp the silver-haired woman into a puddle of mush. The silver-haired woman wiped the crimson blood from the corner of her mouth and looked at the sky above the sky dome at the great bull's hooves of the Tongtian that had already locked themselves in place, took a deep breath, and the silver longsword in her hand disappeared into thin air. Silence! Red Lotus! The silver-haired woman chirped and pinched her hands together. A bright red, emanating the aura of silence and death. A red lotus flower with 18 lotus leaves slowly overflowed from the top of her head. Bang! Bang bang! In the blink of an eye, the red lotus flower swelled up countless times and collided with the great bull hoof of Tongtian that fell from above the sky. Boom! Like two stars colliding, dazzling light instantly erupted. Pricked Su Su averted his gaze. Sure enough, with his current strength against this man and beast, any one of them he would surely lose. It's hard to even think about escaping with your life. This also caused a sense of urgency to arise in Su Su's heart. On sky blue water blue planet, he was already invincible to the entire planet. But in the cultivation world, he was still too weak. After a long time, when the light dispersed, the burial star heavenly bull and the silver-haired woman had disappeared from the sky. Future wives don't get blown up, do they? Su Lak's heart was startled, and after hesitating for a moment, he decided to go up and check things out. What's the point of cowering and cultivating the truth? Why don't you just go home and have a baby and bring it up? Shoo! Su Liao's figure instantly transformed into a stream of light as he flew toward the place of the fierce battle. In 5 minutes, Su Liao arrived at the scene. A ruin, as if it had been bombed by tens of thousands of big Ivans. On top of the ruins, Su Yao saw two figures 100 feet apart. A giant azure-colored bull, lying on top of the ruins, was no longer alive, and its two front hooves had disappeared. 100 feet away, the silver-haired woman's silver-white mask that carved the parallel lotus and covered her face had disappeared, revealing a perfect face that eclipsed both heaven and earth. At this moment, she was sitting on top of the ruins with her knees crossed, her face as pale as paper, with crimson blood hanging from the corner of her mouth. It looks like it's hurt a lot. Su Su Yu stood in the void, another moment of hesitation in his heart. In the novels he had once read, it was possible that such two losers had not died, and perhaps still had the fatal blow left. A few moments later, Su Liao's heart burned for a moment. It's worth a try at such a good time. Spell it out. Su Lak gritted his teeth and slowly landed beside the burying star Heavenly Bull. The burial star Heavenly Bull did not attack. It seems I was overly concerned. Demon Soul Streamer, out. The next instant, the Devil Soul Streamer that emitted a dazzling golden light then appeared above the head of the burying star Heavenly Bull. A huge suction force overflowed from the Demon Soul Streamer. The burying star Heavenly Bull's body trembled, and immediately afterward, a silhouette that was the same size as the burying star Heavenly Bull was pulled out of its body by a powerful suction force. In the blink of an eye, it shrunk and burrowed inside the Demon Soul Streamer. Ha ha ha! A half-step transformation God's soul, Harry? Su Liao excitedly turned to look at Night Sleepless, who was sitting cross-legged, his face as pale as paper. Beautiful. Really so beautiful. Su Lak couldn't help but feel a jiffy. Chapter 106 Baby. Do you believe in love at first sight? Looking at the godly face in front of him with a delicate body and breathtakingly beautiful skin, Su Su felt his mouth dry for a moment. A few subconscious rolls of the throat. At that moment, Night Sleepless snapped his eyes open. Su Liao's lust-filled eyes were clearly reflected in her eyes. feeling the serious injuries within her body, and thinking of the blasphemous words that the lecherous thief in front of her had once said to her and her master and sisters, Night Wisdom couldn't help but feel a tightening in her heart. No, I cannot let this lecher see that I have been seriously injured. Otherwise, today I am afraid that, Su, you even dare to appear in front of this seat. Since you're here, then follow this seat back to the forgetfulness sect. Night Sleepless said, slowly standing up. His eyes were cold as he looked at Su. It was as if it didn't matter. Seeing this, Su couldn't help but feel a tightness in his heart, and he wanted to return to the spiritual spring space. But, such a good opportunity, if you miss it, you're afraid it won't come again. Demon Soul Streamer, out. In a flash, a demonic soul streamer with a golden light that shone brightly appeared in Su's hand. Baby, just obey me. Otherwise don't blame me for being ruthless and hot. Night Sleepless looked at the demonic soul streamer in Su's hand, his heart once again tightening. Didn't fool the thief? Sulak, for the sake of the North Shen immortal sovereign, as long as you follow me back to the forgetfulness sect or release my clan's disciples, this seat can refrain from killing you, and the grudge that you impregnated my clan's disciples will be written off. Listening to Nightwish's words, Su Liao was even more certain in his heart that Nightwish was pretending. Cultivating the record of supreme forgetfulness, how could they let go of the person who impregnated their clan disciple so easily? Hee. Baby, I know you're badly injured, so stop pretending. If you keep pretending, husband, I will have to do it myself. Su Liao said, staring closely at Night Sleepless' face. The worried look with a hint of despair was captured by Suyu even though it flickered away. Ha. Devil Soul Streamer. Burying Star Heavenly Bull, strike. The Devil Soul Streamer flew into the air, and the black mist instantly replaced the sacred golden light, becoming eerie and bizarre. Next, a huge burial star Heavenly Bull silhouette then rushed out from the Demon Soul Streamer and slammed into Night Sleepless. Looking at the burying star Heavenly Bull void that was rushing towards him, a flash of despair and lingering love flashed in Night Sleepless' eyes. Master, eldest sister, sisters, farewell forever. Night Sleepless closed her eyes, and 2 crystalline teardrops rolled down from her eyes. A scene from the past comes to mind. From a young age, she was adopted by her master, taken in as a true disciple, taught with great care, and imparted the Sex Township technique, Taishang Oblivion Record, which has brought her to where she is now. She had yet to repay her master for her nurturing and cultivation, and she carried a trace of unwillingness in her heart. Moreover, she couldn't let go of eldest sister and the 6 senior sisters. Master, I can't let go of my feelings for you, for my senior sister, and for my senior sister, and I know that I can't utilize the true power of the record of Taishang forgetfulness, or else I would have killed that burial star Heavenly Cow today as if it were a pig or a dog, and much less would I have let this thief have the opportunity to take advantage of it. But I don't regret it. Just as she was ready to wait for death, suddenly, she felt an arm around her waist. Next, her eyes snapped open. Su Liao's smirking face was only a foot away from her. As soon as Nightwish's heart rejoiced, he raised his palm to strike at Su. At such a close distance, even though she was seriously injured, she would certainly be able to die with this lecherous thief by putting up her last blow. But the next second, she froze. Where is my psychic power? Why can't I feel any spiritual energy? Night Sleepless stared in disbelief. Baby, this is my world. Just obey me. Succubus, you let go of me. A flash of panic flashed in Night Sleepless' icy eyes as he struggled to get up. However, having her cultivation suppressed and her not being a body cultivator, at this point she was no different from a mortal. How can you break free from Su Liao's embrace? Okay. Baby, take it easy. I'm letting go of you. After Su Lak said that, he fiercely placed a kiss on Night Wumian's snow-white and delicate cheeks before releasing her. How dare you blaspheme this seat like that, asshole? Baby, aren't you curious about where this is? Ruoli, Xiaotang and Xiaochan are all in this world. Don't you want to meet them? Listening to Su's words, Night Sleepless quickly calmed down. The eyes couldn't help but look around. Except for the inky ledge behind them, which you can't see the top of at a glance, it's just a vast expanse of land. What kind of place is this? And why can't I feel the presence of spiritual energy within my body? Baby, this is a small world that belongs to our Su family. You don't have to worry about safety here without spiritual energy.
Don't salme po.
Night Sleepless said. his face turning a shade of red due to his shame and anger. Where are my senior sister and the girls? They're all in the central area of this world. I'll take you to them later, Sulak said, stepping forward and pulling on Night's sleepless soft, boneless jade hand. A faint fragrance reached his nostrils. The absolute divine face caused Susu's heart to thump. The four great beauties of the 5,000 years of Longxia were afraid that they would be eclipsed in front of her. You get off me. No release, Su Liao said, forcefully carrying the red-faced Night Wumian into his arms. Baby, do you believe in love at first sight? I fell in love with you from the first time I saw you. Your knitted brows and smile all fascinate me. Make me crazy. In this world, I have experienced countless prosperity, seen thousands of landscapes, but those are like passing clouds. Only your face, deeply imprinted in the depths of my soul, lingering. Baby, I love you. After saying that, Su Yao's deep gaze gazed into the dazed eyes of Night Sleepless in his arms. As she froze, Su lowered his head and kissed his way toward her rosy lips. Well, Night Sleepless was awakened by Su's sudden movement, and when she came back to her senses, she struggled violently. But the more he struggled, the more excited the asshole holding him seemed to get. Gradually, Night Sleepless also lost himself in Su's kiss. Next, the two figures then disappeared into the fringe central area, by the pond under the willow tree on the huge, flat Taihu Lake rock. Su Zhao's figure, holding Night Sleepless, suddenly appeared. Su Lak, no? Don't. Please. Lying on the Taihu Lake stone, Night Wumian's cheeks carried teardrops, her hands tightly grasping Su's hand that was trying to take off her clothes, her begging gaze staring at Su. Then call me husband and I'll hear you. I. Night Sleepless looked at Su, his face white with red, and finally whispered, Husband, baby, then I'm your husband. Isn't it only natural for us to have a wedding? If you dare to touch me, I hate you for the rest of my life. Husband, second senior sister. Second senior sister. Just then, Wu Xiaotang and Ning Xiaochan's incredulous voices rang out from not far away on the other side of the pond. Chapter 107. Nangong Ashes. Husband, you. Looking at the usually cold and frosty second senior sister, at this moment, she was lying on the Taihu Lake stone with her clothes untidy and her face flushed. Wu Xiaotang and Ning Xiaochan's voices trembled in disbelief. Their husbands were only body-refining Jindan cultivators, while their second senior sister had already reached the Yuaning perfection realm. How in the world did husband do that? Across the pond, under the willow tree on the Taihu Lake rocks, hearing a familiar voice, Night Sleepless subconsciously turned his head to look. In a flash, her mind was in a panic as she violently pushed away Su, who was sitting across her waist, and sat up. How are you guys doing, little? Cindy, Tong, second senior sister. How did you? Ning Xiaochan paused as she spoke, and although the words were not finished, the meaning was understood by both Su Xiao and Night Sleepless. Hey! Su Liao let out a bad smile, and Ning Xiaochan and Wu Xiaotang were pulled by an invisible force, flying onto the Taihu Lake stone. Ladies, you have 10 minutes to catch up and we'll cave later. Baby, I'll first impart you a step of the top-level cultivation technique to show my sincerity towards you. Shoo, Su Liao said, pointing one hand at Night Sleepless' forehead. The Shen Nu scripture secret was like a torrent of water rushing into Night Sleepless' mind. A few moments later, this is actually a technique that can be directly cultivated to the transitional immortal exalt realm. This Night Sleepless looked incredulously at Su. Their forgetfulness sex record of supreme forgetfulness was also only a remnant of a technique that could be cultivated to the Mahayana Zuni realm. And this Shen Nu Sutra can actually reach the transitional immortal exalt. Lascivious. Su Lak, why did you impart such a precious technique to me? Why? Su Liao stared into Night Sleepless' eyes and said seriously, because you're my baby. You are talking nonsense. Night Sleepless' face flushed red as he turned around and stopped looking at Su. Her two senior sisters were still beside her, and this denizen was so bold and wantonly carnal. But I don't know why. She has a hidden feeling in her heart. Since she was a child, the ones who treated her the best besides her master teacher were those of her sisters. Now that Su Su Yao would actually impart such a precious technique to her, it really caused a strange feeling in her heart. All right, you guys catch up, baby. We'll cave in 10 minutes. After saying that, Su Su turned around and headed in the direction of the space capsule to see his precious daughter. Elder sister, how did you get by the husband? Ning Xiaochan inquired lustfully. Husband? Night Sleepless frowned. You guys even called him husband. Could it be that you're really pregnant with this thief's child? Looking at Night Wumian's serious expression, Ning Xiaochan and Wu Xiaotang lowered their heads as if they were children who had done something wrong, and let out a soft Senior sister, husband is a very nice person, and he also taught us the Xian Nu Sutra. Yes, senior sister, you should know the value of this gongfu, which husband didn't hesitate to impart to us. Husband, he's usually really good except for being a bit horny. It's not the bad man that senior sister and patriarch say he is. You guys. Hey! Night Sleepless looked at the happy appearance of the two of them and finally sighed helplessly. With the nature of this bastard Su Su, she was afraid that she would follow in her senior sister's footsteps. Without realizing it, 9 minutes had passed. Senior sister, the husband is coming soon, you? I. A wave of tension ran through Night Sleepless' mind. This was Su Su's side of the small world, and she couldn't escape this place no matter what. Suicide? Not to be insulted by Su Su? I'm afraid that if she kills herself, the thieves won't spare her body. After all, she knew in her heart how beautiful she was. Baby, it's time for us to cave. Just as she was confused, Su Su's voice suddenly entered her ears. You two ladies, you can go back first. Husband, you don't be too rude. Yes, husband. Please be gentle with sister. Mother, you will be relieved. With a thought, Wu Xiaotang and Ning Xiaochan were sent to the white carpet next to the spirit spring pool. Su Lax, I can't accept it right now. Can you give me some more time to adapt? Then let's sit down and talk for a while. Su Lax said, pulling on Night Sleepless' jade hand and sitting down on the Taihu Lake stone. You don't get so close to me. How can we develop a relationship if we don't sit closer? Su Liao said, shifting his butt and sitting down right next to Night Sleepless. Baby, have you ever heard of Tai Ching Palace? Su Liao took Night Sleepless' hand and twisted his head to look at that perfect face. Tai Ching Palace? Of course I've heard of it. Why do you ask? A pang of confusion ran through the Night Sleepless. Tai Ching Palace, a giant force in the immortal cultivation world. The palace master, Nangong Ashes, was even at the peak of the transitional immortal exalt realm. Moreover, rumor has it that Nangong Ashes is about to ascend to the immortal realm, and I don't know if it's true or not. Baby, truth be told, one of your sisters is the young palace master of the Tai Ching Palace, and I came to the cultivation world mainly to look for her as well. My sister? Night Sleeplessness was puzzled for a moment in her heart. When did she have a sister in the Tai Ching Palace? But in the next second, she understood the meaning of Su Su's words, and her heart couldn't help but burst with shame and anger. Baby, tell me what you know. What I know isn't much, it's all public information. The Tai Ching Palace is one of the peak forces in the cultivation world, and the patriarch Nangong Ashes is rumored to have already reached the transition perfection realm, and won't be long before he ascends to the immortal realm. Then have you heard of his daughter, Suyu or Nangong Yu? Words. Night Sleepless shook his head. I've only heard that Nangong Ashes has a daughter named Nangong Ro. This woman is a heavenly prodigy, and has already broken through to the refined ruin realm at the age of only 800. Su Liao frowned and asked again, then where is the Tai Ching Palace? Do you know how to get to Tai Ching Palace? Night Sleepless shook his head once again and said in a ghostly voice, peak forces like these usually have their own secret little worlds. Without guidance, it's very difficult for outsiders to find them. Moreover, a small Jindan realm, even if you reach the Tai Ching Palace, I'm afraid that you... As Night Sleepless words fell, Su Defect went into deep thought. Even if he arrived at Tai Ching Palace at this time, he was afraid that it would be difficult for him to take his sister Suyu. It's as if, in the sky blue water blue planet, a poor boy fell in love with a young lady from a super family, who will look at you without matching power. Chow, then I'll try to get stronger. Su Liao gazed at Night Sleepless. Baby, it's time for us to go into the bridal chamber. Didn't you? You promised to give me some time to get used to it? You don't keep your word. Hasn't this already given you so much conference time to acclimatize? as Su Liao said that he carried Night Sleepless into his arms. Rip! The pale green dress was instantly torn, revealing a white lining. You let go of me. Su Liao ignored Night's sleepless struggles, and with a lowered head, he sealed her lips. With a cry from Night Sleepless, the Yellow Emperor's internal cannon technique operated autonomously within Su Su's body. The Yuaning Perfection Realm was like a great tonic to him. Chapter 108. The Playboy Gang Shun Yuchu. 1 week later, by the pond under the willow tree on the Taihu Lake rocks, Night Sleepless lay on Su Su's chest, exhaling like an orchid. 3,000 silver hairs scattered messily on Su Su's chest. Asshole, don't you ever get tired? Saying so, he took a bite on top of Su Su's shoulder. Hey, baby, I'm about to reach the Jedin realm, so please make sure to help me again. You still coming? Night's sleepless eyes flashed in horror. Well, another 3 days rushed by. Baby, take a good rest. I'm going out to cross over. Get out of here. Night Sleepless lay on the Taihu Lake stone and looked at the sky for a while. Mua. After placing a gentle kiss on Night Wisdom's cheek, Su Yao pulled over the blue blanket and covered her flawless and delicate body, and his figure disappeared. Outside, Song Yun Ling. Boom! As soon as Su Su appeared, a thundercloud of tens of kilometers began to coalesce above the sky in an instant. Rumble. Looking at the thunderclouds above the dome of the sky, Su Su lacked a touch of disdain hanging from the corner of his mouth. The 49 heavenly tribulations he had already experienced once. Now, the physical body has already reached the Jindan realm. Once again, Dharma cultivation transits the 49 heavenly robberies. A burst of frankness in the heart, without the slightest fear. Tiny Robocloud. Come on! Su Yao bellowed, his figure instantly appearing above the celestial dome. As the words fell, the bursting thunderclouds above the sky inexplicably calmed down. But the next instant, as if seeing an enemy, the robber cloud suddenly became incomparably more violent. Ka-ching! 9 thick thunderbolts came crashing down from the apocalypse cloud. It was as if he wanted to blast the shameless people below to the dregs. Why does it feel like it's even more powerful than when the physical cultivator crossed the threshold? Su Liao frowned, a pang of doubt in his heart. Just as Su Lak froze, the 9 thunderbolts had already bombarded his body. In a flash, Su Liao's entire body clothes turned into ashes. There was a paralysis in his limbs. Grip it! He couldn't help but burst out. Is the Jindan stage lightning tribulation of a Dharma cultivator this fierce? However, it's not enough. With a fling of the artifact, Su Su's figure drew up once again. 9 more thick and incomparable thunderbolts descended from the sky and bombarded his body. Oh, nothing more than that. Su Liao, who had turned black, once again looked up to the sky in mockery. Another 9 thunderbolts blasted down, their power surprisingly more powerful than the previous 2 combined. In the meantime, the place where Zhongyun Ridge and Qixia City meet, a petite figure in ragged clothes was flying with a sword, heading towards the direction of Su Su's tribulation. And behind this petite figure, a black-robed man with a similarly thin figure was in hot pursuit. Little lady, give up. Where else can you escape to if you keep running? If you're not willing to offer your first night to me, Han Lao Lu, we still have many handsome men in the Playboy gang. You can pick and choose as you please. Han Lao Lu, you killed my clan. I, Shun Yuchu, will not share the same fate as you. If I am lucky enough not to die today, I swear that I will eradicate your Playboy gang. Hee, just with you, a little girl who just built her foundation? Don't be delusional. I'll give you one more chance. If you tie your hands now, I can promise you a man of your choice in our Playboy gang. Otherwise, I will surely jay before killing you today. Listening to the obscene words of the person behind her, and feeling the spiritual energy in her body that was about to be exhausted, a hint of despair flashed in Shun Yochu's eyes. Boom! Right at this moment, a thundercloud in the sky not far away suddenly coalesced, followed by a thunderbolt landing down. Someone's transiting? A hint of delight flashed in Shun Yochu's eyes. It might be her only hope. Immediately afterward, Shun Yuchu exerted all her strength and rushed towards the direction of the landing of the robbing clouds. Even if he is split into robbing ashes by the robbing cloud, it is better than falling into the hands of Han Lao Lu. Behind him, Han Lao Lu also noticed the thunderbolt in the sky, and a trace of gravity appeared on his lewd cheeks. At that moment, he also no longer stayed his hand and chased after Shun Yuchu with all his might. underneath the robocloud. He meow. Does this robbery cloud have a grudge against me? Su Yao wiped the golden blood from the corners of his mouth and tilted his head to look at the last of the calamity clouds that were about to descend, his expression becoming incomparably grave. Next, the bitter sea golden lotus vision slowly emerged from above his head, reflecting 100 miles of emptiness. In addition to the gently swaying golden lotus in the center of the sea of bitterness, there were also 3 additional silhouettes above the sea of bitterness. They were a long sword as black as ink, a pitch-black stick, and a small streamer emitting golden light. Boom! A pillar of lightning light mixed with purple and blue violently blasted down, colliding with the 4 attacks emitted by the 4 artifacts. Violent shockwaves rushed in all directions. Hundreds of chi refining or foundation establishment stage demonic beasts were in front of this shockwave, instantly annihilated. Shin Yu-Chu had a moment of fear in her heart. Fortunately, she flew low, looking at the dark figure standing in the void, as well as the dissipating robbery clouds and the heaven and earth visions in the sky. Shin Yu-Chu's heart burst with apprehension, although I don't know whether this senior is a good or bad person. However, she still exerted the last ounce of spiritual energy in her body and rushed towards Su without any hesitation. Dozens of meters behind him, Han Laolu saw Shin Yu-Chu rushing straight towards the black shadow in the void, and after a slight hesitation, he also rushed over. The senior in front of him, who had passed through the 49 heavenly tribulations of the Jedan stage, looked powerful though. However, their Playboy gang also had 3 Jindan stage powerhouses, and even their gang leader had reached the late Jindan stage. This senior should not have offended 3 Jindan stage powerhouses because of a small early foundation establishment cultivator. Elder, please save me. Su Liao was just about to subdue the dead skin on the surface of his body when a clear, crisp woman's voice suddenly rang out. Fix your eyes on it. Only to see a woman in tattered clothes with a petite and delicate figure rushing towards him. And behind the woman, there was a black-robed man. Boom! Su Liao subdued the black leather on his body. A black trench coat wrapped around his perfect body. Senior, please save me. Shin Yu-Chu rushed to Su Su's front and said with a begging expression. Su Zhao's eyes couldn't help but light up as he looked at Shin Yu-Chu's face and figure from close range. Not bad, not bad. Real good.
Yeah.
Little sister, who is this behind you chasing you? Before Shin Yu-Chu could speak, the black-robed man who had arrived was the first to speak. This senior, this woman is my person. I hope that senior will return this woman for the sake of the Playboy gang. Shut up. Did I tell you to talk? Senior, I am a member of the Playboy gang. There are 3 Jindan stage powerhouses within our gang. Do you want to offend our Playboy gang for this woman? What a gang. One more word, death. Su Liao said in a cold voice, his gaze looking towards Shin Yu-Chu, his voice gentle. Little sister, tell your brother who he is and why he's chasing you? Former. Seniors, his name is Han Laolu, a member of the Playboy gang. Their gang usually specializes in killing and robbing women. All my clansmen were killed by this Han Laolu. If senior can kill Han Laolu, I, Shin Yu-Chu, am willing to serve you as a slave and a maidservant for the rest of my life. Shin Yu-Chu said, thinking of the tragic situation of the clansmen. Tears could not help but roll down her face. Little sister, don't cry, brother will avenge you here. Su Liao said, his icy gaze looking toward Han Laolu. Tell me, how do you want to die? Former. Senior, our gang has 3 Jindan stage powerhouses, and our gang leader is even a late Jindan stage powerhouse. So I hope that you will think about it before making a decision. Don't draw fire. Chapter 109. The beasts are worse than you. Apprentice. Griffin. How dare you threaten me? Looking for death. Su Liao looked at Han Laolu and stretched out his palm. Han Laolu was then sucked to his side, and his neck was grabbed by Su Zhao's palm. Breathing hard, his face reddened as he begged for mercy. Former. Senior. Spare me, I. Small don't want this woman. Give it to you to enjoy. Tamada. The little sister is not yours. Why do you have the right to give it away? As Su Liao spoke, his palm exerted force, and he was about to pinch Han Laolu's neck. But the next second, Han Laolu's words made his palm stop. Former. Senior, please stay your hand. The little one knows a heavenly secret. If the senior replies to spare the life of the little one is willing to tell the secret to the senior. What's the secret? Tell it so I can hear it. And if it's worth it, I can spare your life. Su Liao looked at Han Lao Lu and said with interest, Elder, I'm sure I won't be able to live if I tell you. You swear not to kill me before I'll tell you this secret, or else I'll take this secret underground. Su Lak frowned, but it soon stretched out. I can't kill you, but I can cripple you, and then I'll let you choose sister do it. Haha, I'm so damn smart. Cough. I, Sujiu, swear to the heavenly Tao that if the secret Han Lao Lu spoke of is useful to me, I will spare his little life. It's okay to talk, Su Liao's voice said icily, while releasing his grip on Han Lao Lu's neck. Elder, I'll speak now. Han Lao Lu rubbed his neck, which was pinched red, and took a deep breath and said, Senior, some time ago, our gang master obtained a supreme treasure. You must not be able to imagine what kind of treasure it was. Less into yakking. Any more nonsense and I'll chop you up right now. Han Lao Lu's body trembled and hurriedly said, I overheard that it seems to be a seed of some kind that can evolve into a small world within the body after refining. Seeds? Small world? Su Liao couldn't help but frown. This news was indeed a big secret if it was true. How could you know such a big secret? Could it be that you're lying to old me? Elder, how could I dare to lie to you? It's because the 3 leaders of the Playboy gang are all Little's own brothers. That's why Junior knows about this. Your own brother? You even betrayed your own brother. You're nothing but an animal. Elder is joking in the cultivation world, as long as one can survive, not to mention that one's brother can be betrayed, one's own father and mother can also be killed. Looking at Han Lao Lu's sinister eyes, Sujiu felt a wave of nausea. This beast is all lifting him up. You're such an animal. If you want to live, tell us where your Playboy gang is located? Who are your experts? What techniques do your 3 Jindan brothers practice? What magic treasures and tricks do they have? We, the Playboy gang, are stationed in a town called Qingyang just north of Qixia City, and within the gang belongs to my 5 strongest brothers. Big brother is in the late Jindan stage, second brother is in the middle Jindan stage, third brother is in the early Jindan stage, and fourth and fifth brothers are all in the foundation establishment perfection realm. Han Lao Lu swallowed his saliva and continued, all of us in the Playboy gang cultivate our yin-yang harmonization technique. However, the control of the full technique is in the hands of my elder brother, and those below have at most the first 2 layers of the technique. Only after reaching foundation establishment perfection after Big Brother's inspection and qualifying will the 3rd tier of Gongfu be issued. All 3 of my brother's magic treasures are a Jindan level spirit weapon treasure sword. As for the masterstroke, all 3 of my brothers are the same, and that is a kind of lust illusion technique. Once it is performed, an illusionary realm will be formed within a radius of several hundred meters, and as long as one is trapped, there is death without life. Elder, that's all I know, now I can go, Han Lao Lu said, and then he wanted to turn around and leave. He didn't want to spend another moment in front of the man in front of him. The pressure was too much. Go? Go what? Su Lak said doubtfully. At the same time, Han Lao Lu then felt that his body was once again unable to move. His face changed and he said in horror, Senior, you've already sworn an oath to the heavenly Tao? Are you going to break it? Oh, I won't kill you, but others can. Boom. As Su Liao spoke, he kicked at Han Lao Lu's Dantian location. Ah! Han Lao Lu hissed in pain as his figure smashed into the ground like a cannonball, splattering a cloud of dust. Sister Yu Chu, would you like to behead him with your own hands? Elder, I am willing. Shun Yu Chu looked at Han Lao Lu, who was lying in the pit on the ground, and excited teardrops rolled down. There's nothing like personally decapitating an enemy. Shin Yu Chu, please, spare my life. I would offer you all my belongings. Shin Yu Chu stood at the edge of the pit, her eyes cold, looking at the pit beheading her clan's enemies, and then, controlling the flying sword chopped to the crotch of Han Lao Lu. Ah! Son of a, you don't keep your promise, you shall not die. I curse your brother to fester and never touch a female. Woman! Han Lao Lu's agonized voice faded away. Su Liao's face was gloomy for a moment. Immediately afterward, with a stretch of his palm, the storage pouch on Han Lao Lu's waist flew into Su Su's hands. Demon Soul Streamer, out. Next, Han Lao Lu's unconscious soul was then sucked into the Demon Soul Streamer. Bang! Bang! Under one palm, Han Lao Lu's body was slapped into a meat cake. Under the 2 palms, the meatloaf was reduced to pieces. Such an animal deserves to die, Su Liao said in a cold voice, then turned his head to look at Shun Yu Chu. Sister Yu Chu, does it hurt? Many thanks, Senior. Senior's great kindness will never be forgotten by young Chu. Puff. Shin Yochu's beautiful eyes contained tears as she fiercely knelt down in front of Su Su. Please accept me as a disciple. I would like to live forever and ever, serving beside Senior. Take an apprentice? No, I want to collect women. You become my disciple. It seems that it is not bad to take a female disciple. It would be good to take on a few more disciples and pass on the mantle when you have the chance. Cough. That I agree. From now on you'll be my great disciple. Shin Yuchu tilted her face up and stared blankly at Su Su. Happiness came so suddenly that she didn't come back to her senses for a moment. Young Chu pays his respects to master. Shin Yuchu said respectfully, then kowtowed 3 times to Su Su. Get up quickly and let my master take a good look. Su Xiao lifted Shin Yuchu up and helped her stroke the hair in front of her forehead. Here, take off your ragged clothes and put these on. Saying that, there was an extra set of light green Chinese clothes in his hand and handed it to Shin Yuchu. Thank you, master. A hint of emotion flashed in Shin Yuchu's eyes. Meeting her master was the luckiest thing she had encountered in a while. Saying that, he directly removed the tattered clothes on his body under Su Xiao's gaze, revealing the white fitted shorts and red belly band inside. Disciple, master teacher hasn't turned around yet. Why don't you wait for master teacher to turn around before you change? Master. It's not too late to turn around now if you want to. Chapter 110 The 6 Brothers of the Han Family. Hua Wu Tier's exit from the sect. How old are you, disciple? Master, people are 17 now, and they'll be 18 in a while. Shin Yuchu put on her light green dress and walked over to Su Su's side, a pair of big eyes staring at Su Su. Alas, you have suffered. Su Xiao couldn't help but touch Shin Yuchu's head. Before they were old enough, the clan was all killed and orphaned. Luckily, let him meet. Otherwise, I'm afraid. However, to be less than 18 years old, and not a member of a large family, and to have cultivated to the foundation establishment realm, his talent was higher than all of the few people he had seen. Could it be some kind of physique? Or possess some kind of spiritual root? Master, what are you thinking? Shin Yuchu gently poked Su Su's arm, inquiring curiously. Apprentice son, you are the master's founding great disciple, and the master has decided to train you properly. Really? Of course. Now my master will pass on a top-notch cultivation technique to you. So close your eyes and feel it carefully. Aha! Shin Yuchu nodded repeatedly, then closed her eyes obediently. Next, countless information about the arcane mysteries of the Xiannu Sutra surged into the depths of her mind like a torrent. Looking at Shin Yuchu, who was tightly closing her eyes and experiencing the Xiannu Sutra, Su Yao casually opened Han Laoyo's storage bag. Wow! A pile of disorganized items fell to the ground. Harmony. Yin-Yang Harmony Technique. Ants on a Tree Dan. Returning Soul Incense. Blood Rouge. Oxycodone. Red Luan Moves. What a mess of nasty stuff. Su Liao couldn't help but spit it out, but he still put it away. Looking at the thousands of remaining pieces on the ground, thumb-sized, shiny, diamond-shaped stones like blue crystals, Su Yao curiously picked up a piece and watched it. Is this the legendary spirit stone? Master, why did you throw all the spirit stones on the ground? Shin Yuchu's voice brought Su Su back to his senses. Apprentice, take these spirit stones and use them. Master can't use them. Master, although you have already reached the Jindan realm, this lower-grade spirit stone should be useful for your cultivation as well. So you're just going to give it to me? You're my precious disciple. What's this spirit stone? As Su Liao spoke, his palm subconsciously rubbed Shin Yuchu's small head again. Master, we've only known each other for this short while, and you're imparting such a precious technique to someone else. I'm really touched. Shin Yuchu said, hugging Su Su's arm, her eyes slightly red. All right, this is nothing. In the future, Master will give you better treasures. You have to learn to adapt. Aha, Master. Then where are we going next? First we go to Sukhumvit City, then we go to the Playboy Gang. When Su Su said that, the Regulus sword appeared in front of him, and he immediately jumped on it. Apprentice, you're flying too slowly. It's better for the master to lead you. Come. Give me your hand. The master will lead you to fly. Looking at the master teacher who looked like a big gray wolf, the corner of Shin Yuchu's mouth hung up a smile and quickly stretched out his arm. Disciple, do you want to stand in front of your master? Or behind him? It's all up to master. Then stand in front of master. Standing at the back, Master is afraid of going too fast and throwing you off. Master, you don't need to explain. The disciple understands everything. Well, 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 good disciple. Shoo! The two instantly transformed into a stream of light and headed towards the nearest human city, Qixia City. Qixia City, Qingyang Town. Playboy gang resident. The council chamber. 5 young men in black robes with shadowy faces sat opposite each other. What's going on with old six? It took so long to catch a little girl who just built her foundation. On the main seat, Han Hostel, the leader of the Playboy gang, said with a frown. Something couldn't have happened to old six, could it? Old Fourth Han Evil had a worried look on his face. What can happen within the boundaries of Qixia City? I think old six is bypassing Big Brother and going meet first, old Fifth Han Lord said with a sneer. With old six's nature, I think it's possible. The oldest 3, Han Zheng, also nodded with deep concern. They couldn't be more clear about their own brother's lustful character. However, a mere foundation establishment girl-child could not affect their brotherly love. All right, they're all brothers from the same family, don't argue. But a foundation-building girl-child? Just drive first. Han Hostel waved his hand, his eyes looking toward Han Evil and Han Lord, and said with a smile, Old 4, Old 5. You two go see what's going on with old 6? Yes, big brother. Han Evil and Han Lord got up, answered loudly, turned around and left the council hall. Although both of them said so with their mouths, they both still cared about the brotherhood between them in their hearts. Big brother, how are you doing with refining that seed? The second oldest, Han Killing, looked toward Han Hostel and opened his mouth to inquire. Second brother, third brother, in at most half a month's time, my brother will be able to refine that seed, and at that time our Han family will definitely be able to become a pivotal superfamily in the Great Diffusion Imperial Dynasty. It is even expected to surpass the Great Diffusion Imperial clan. Han Hostel said, his eyes full of confidence. Ha ha ha. Then Big Brother will have to speed up his refining. We as younger brothers will have to rely on Big Brother from now on. Yes, Big Brother might as well go into seclusion and refinement now. There's old 3 and I within the gang. Big Brother doesn't need to worry. Good. Then I'll leave things within the gang to you two. Don't worry, Big Brother. Han Hostel patted the 2 brothers on the shoulder and walked toward the back hall. In the meantime, Forgetfulness Sect, Forgetfulness Hall. The 5 people, Flower without tears, Wind without trace, Cloud without moon without dirt, and Star without dust sat opposite each other on both sides. They all had a hint of worry on their faces. The disciples outside the gate also have no news of Second Senior Sister. Second Senior Sister? She wouldn't have had anything happen to her, would she? Starless Dust said with a worried expression. Seventh Senior Sister. Don't talk nonsense. With Second Senior Sister's yuaning perfection cultivation, how could something happen? Third Senior Sister. Why don't you deduce some more and see where exactly Second Senior Sister is right now? Swish. The 4 beautiful eyes of Feng Wuhan, Yun Wui, Yu Wui, and Xing Wuhan looked at Hua Wui in unison. Looking at the eyes of the 4 senior sisters, Flowerless Tears nodded. There was a sudden sense of foreboding in his heart. But, no matter what, she had to check for news of her second senior sister. Next, she closed her beautiful eyes and her green fingers kept dancing. A few moments later, a picture slowly emerged in her mind and gradually became clearer. It was the image of Susu flying with Shen Yuchu. It's the lecherous thief again. Hua Wutir opened her eyes, and her beautiful eyes seemed to be about to spit out flames. Third Senior Sister. Have you heard from Second Senior Sister? I can't project the location of the second elder sister, but it's related to that lecher. Is it that thief Susu? Hua Wutir nodded and took a deep breath before saying, now that both Master and eldest sister have yet to leave the gate, and there is no news from Second Senior Sister as Third Senior Sister, I have the responsibility to go and retrieve Second Senior Sister. You guys guard the sect at ease and wait for me to retrieve Second Senior Sister. Third Senior Sister, if Second Senior Sister really has something, your cultivation is even lower than Second Senior Sister, wouldn't you go? Yes, Third Senior Sister, why don't we wait for Eldest Senior Sister and Eldest Master to come out of the gate, and let Eldest Master and Eldest Senior Sister decide? Looking at the several Senior Sisters, Hua Wu Tear sighed once again and said with a ghostly voice, Master and Eldest Senior Sister still don't know when they will come out of the gate, so I must go out and look for Second Senior Sister. Alright, this matter is decided. You guys can just guard the sect at ease. After Hua Wu Tear said that, She turned around and headed out of the Hall of Forgotten Dust. Based on the images she had just deduced, she already knew where Susu was about to go. This time, she would definitely teach Susu, the lecherous thief, a lesson. Chapter 111. Cultivating immortality without effort. The master will carry you away. Ruyan Inn, Chisha City Branch. The largest and most luxurious inn in Chisha City. The inn's grand proprietor, Lu Ruyan, is rumored to have a stunning face that turns the world upside down. Moreover, at an age of less than 100 years, he had already reached the Yuaning realm. It wasn't even remotely comparable to the cloud wasteland continent's supreme heavenly pride. However, the people of the entire Chisha city had never seen Ruyan Lu herself. Senior, why don't we change places? It costs 10 lower grade spirit stones to stay here for one night. It's too expensive. At the entrance of the inn, Shen Yuchu tilted her head to look at the luxurious plaque and beamed. Haha. Didn't we just harvest 1,000 lower grade spirit stones? Staying for one night is only $10. It's not expensive, Sulak said, and with a step he walked in. Shen Yuchu let out a helpless sigh and also trotted to follow. Boss, get me 2 rooms. Su Xiao looked at the middle-aged shopkeeper at the counter before turning his head to look at Shen Yuchu. Apprentice, pay up. Huh? I pay. Shen Yuchu looked at her master teacher speechlessly. No wonder, so it's not the master himself paying for it. Boss, 1 room is enough. Shen Yuchu said, took out 10 lower grade spirit stones and placed them on the table with a pop. Apprentice, do you want to share a room with your master? Master, you sleep on the bed, and it's enough for my apprentice to lie on the table and cope for one night. Shen Yuchu said, took the room number plate handed by the shopkeeper, pulled Susu's arm, and walked towards the upper floor. Boss, serve me a copy of all the signs in your store to my room. Su Liao twisted his head and shouted at the shopkeeper. Yes, sir. Make it good and bring it to you right away. Room 404. Shin Yuchu pushed open the door of the room and pulled Susu's arm to walk in. The room was separated by a carved screen and divided into 2 parts, inner and outer. The exterior is furnished with tables and chairs and is part of the in-room dining area. Inside, there is a frame bed with brocade bedding, a pot of boiled tea on the cold iron table by the window, and a condensing incense capsule burning next to the bronze mirror on the dressing table, with the spirit gathering array hidden under the tiles of the floor, and a hidden aura overflowing out of it. Staying for a few moments makes you feel soothed. This cultivation world people can really enjoy themselves. 10 spirit stones are not a bad thing to spend. Master, what about 10 spirit stones? It's not a loss yet. Haha. It's just 10 spirit stones. In the future, Master will get you some more. After turning around, Susu walked back to the external table and sat down. I also wonder how the food is in the cultivation world. Shen Yuchu followed suit and sat across from Susu. Master, we might as well go to an ordinary inn. I'm afraid we'll have to spend quite a few more spirit stones for this next level of food. Alright, don't dwell on that. Do you see your master as someone who lacks spirit stones? Listening to Susu's words, Shen Yuchu's beautiful eyes lit up. Master's words, could it be that Master is a rich man with lots and lots of spirit stones? So will you be able to spend as much as you want and never have to think about saving again? Dum 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 dum. Just then, a knock on the door pulled Shin Yuchu back from her fantasies. Sir, your order has arrived. Crunch. Shin Yuchu got up and opened the door to the room, and 2 store assistants placed 4 plates of food on the table. Guest, these total 10 lower grade spirit stones. Huh? For dishes cost 10 lower grade spirit stones. Yes, guest. Shin Yuchu depressedly took out 10 spirit stones again and handed them over to the store assistant. Looking at the plate of 4. Apprentice, what are these dishes? Tell me about them. Master, you're at the Jindan realm? Do you even know about these dishes? Shin Yuchu looked at Susu with puzzled eyes. Speak when you're told to. Where's the problem? Oh well. Shin Yuchu looked at Su Yu's serious expression and slowly introduced. This is the ice vibrant chalcedony soup, made by a chi refining stage demonic beast, the snow belly ice toad. This one is the earth dragon tumbling cloud roll, made from a chi refining stage demonic beast, the green armored earth dragon. Apprentice, doesn't Chisha City Cell Foundation Establishment Stage or Jindan Stage demonic beast meat? Of course there are, but they are all relatively small. If you want to eat high-grade demonic beast meat, then you'll have to go to a big city. Upon hearing this, Susu nodded and picked up a piece of snow-belly ice-toad meat and placed it in his mouth. LOL. Not good. It's not as good as thunder leopard or burial star sky beef. Could it be that the higher the level of the demonic beast, the tastier the meat? 1 tea later. In the internal area, Susu did not return to the spiritual spring space, but instead took out a Simmons mattress. Master, what are you? You. I can't sleep in a bed that someone else has slept in, Su Liao said, and took off his shoes and laid down on it. Master, this bed of yours is so big. Can I lie on one side? Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. Good disciple, aren't you afraid that Master will do something juvenile to you? Su Xiao looked at Shen Yuchu and said with a grin. Master, the disciple is not afraid, Shen Yuchu said, directly taking off her shoes and lying down beside Su Xiao. Next, Shen Yuchu was then taken into Susu's arms. Apprentice, the night weather is cold. Master is afraid that you'll catch a cold. You can't think nonsense. Oh. Master, I know that you are afraid that I will catch a cold. I won't think nonsense. Being wrapped around her master's waist and smelling her master's strong androgynous scent, Shen Yuchu tensed her body, a hint of trembling in her voice. Day 2. Shen Yuchu's red face, not saying a word, like an ostrich with her head lowered, followed Su Xiao out of the Ruyan Inn. Apprentice, last night was just an accident. It was a natural reaction. Don't think nonsense, understand? Master, apprentice understands. Just understand. Su Liao nodded. Let's go. Follow Master to Qingyang town for a walk. Master, then I'll have to trouble you to hold me and fly. Shen Yuchu lowered her head and said softly. Hey, apprentice son, you must cultivate hard and catch up with your master as soon as possible, or else you'll have to fly with your master's arms around you every time in the future. Su Xiao sighed helplessly, and with a wave of his arm, his good disciple Shen Yuchu fell into his arms. The next instant, the two of them then turned into a stream of light and flew in the direction of Qingyang town. Not long after the two of them had just left, a woman with a purple dress and a half-silver mask on her face landed in Qixia City. Qingyang town. Playboy gang resident. Han Evil and Han Lord hurriedly ran into the council hall. Big brother, second brother, third brother, it's bad. Before the two people arrived, their voices had already reached the ears of Han Killing and Han Zhang in the hall. Fourth brother, fifth brother, what's all the panic about? I told you to look for old six. Where is old six? Han Killing gulped lightly and inquired in a deep voice. Second brother, third brother, we saw that girl child from the Shin family in Qixia City. She was following a man in black. I'm afraid that old six is in a bad way. Yes, second brother, third brother, that man in black gives us a powerful feeling, not losing to big brother at all. Huh, where's big brother man? Han Killing grimaced. Big brother is still in seclusion refining that seed. This? Second brother, third brother, old six won't leak the news of the greatest treasure in big brother's hands. Right? Upon hearing this, Han Zhang shook his head and said, the six of us grew up together in suffering. Our love is stronger than gold. I believe in old six. Chapter 112. Brotherly love. Old six is an accident. Not bad, although old six is horny as hell. I'm sure he won't betray his own brothers. As soon as Han Killing's words fell, a terrified scream suddenly entered the ears of the 5 people in the hall. No good. Han Killing let out a cry of alarm and instantly rushed out of the hall. Han Zheng, Han Evil, and Han Lord also changed their faces and rushed out after them. Who are you? Why are you trespassing on my Playboy gang? Han Killing looked at the corpses of the gang's disciples all over the ground, and then at the young man in black who was holding a small streamer that was emitting a dazzling golden light in the void, and his face became ugly for a while. Although his heart was filled with rage, he did not immediately launch an attack. On the one hand, his elder brother Han Hostel was at a critical moment of refining the seeds. On the other hand, the small streamer in the black-clothed man's hand that emitted golden light gave him a very dangerous feeling. This seat, Su Liao, you killed my disciple's clan and tried to capture my disciple. Today this seat has come to you to get a statement. If you can't satisfy this seat, I wonder if you apprentices? Han Kuei's brows were furrowed, and an ominous feeling suddenly came over him. Immediately, his mind communicated with his fifth brother, Lord Han. Quickly instructed, Fifth brother, The enemy is dangerous. You and oldest 4 quickly notify Big Brother. Oldest 3 and I will come to stall this person so that Big Brother can quickly leave and find a hidden place to refine the seeds again. Right at this moment, Susu's ice-cold voice suddenly rang out. It seems that you guys have really killed too many people. This day, I will act on behalf of the heavens and behead you all to avenge those dead souls. Also, at the Jindan realm, do you think we're afraid of you? After Han Killing said that, he turned his head to Han Zheng and shouted, "Third brother, follow my brother and behead this bureaucrat." "Yes, second brother." Next, the 2 figures instantly appeared in the void, stopping 10 feet away from Susu. Above the ground, Han Evil and Han Lord took the opportunity to run into the hall. The void. Su Yao looked at the 2 with a disdainful gaze. A mere 2 Jindan is not enough for this seat to personally take action. Funeral star Heavenly Bull, strike. Moo. In a blink of an eye, a Tong Tian silhouette rushed out from within the small streamer that was emitting golden light and tilted the sky up to let out a bull's cry. This is, that half-step transformation God realm burying star, Heavenly Bull from Songyun Ridge. How is this possible? No way. Could it be that the great battle that erupted in the Songyun Ridge some time ago was this person who was battling the burying star Heavenly Bull and had beheaded the burying star Heavenly Bull and then collected the burying star Heavenly Bull soul? Looking at the giant bull silhouette in the sky, Han Killing and Han Zheng looked shocked and panicked for a moment. The pressure of the Yuaning realm made the 2 people unable to resist in the slightest. "Oh, die! Fellow Taoist, have mercy!" Just as Su Yao was about to order the burying star Heavenly Bull to kill the 2 people in front of him, another loud shout rang out. Immediately afterward, a black-robed young man was seen rushing out from within the hall. In the blink of an eye, he appeared beside Han Killing and Han Zheng. "Big brother, why are you here? Didn't I tell you to leave?" "Yes, big brother, what a fool you are." There was a hint of emotion in Han Killing and Han Zheng's desperate eyes. "Second brother, third brother, how could Big Brother leave you behind and live alone? Big brother." Han Killing and Han Zheng looked at Han Hostel, and their eyes turned red for a moment. Ignoring the 2 brothers who were touched, Han Hostel gazed at Su Jiao and said with a sincere demeanor, "Fellow Taoist, I am willing to exchange a supreme treasure for the lives of 5 of my brothers. What do you think? Big brother, you mustn't. That's the hope for the rise of our Han family. Yeah. Big brother, you go, me and third brother will hold him off. Second and third brothers don't talk too much." Han Hostel gently chimed out, his gaze fixed on Su Jiao as he once again inquired, "How has fellow Taoist considered it?" As Su Liao looked at the 3 of them, he couldn't help but feel a surge of surprise at the brotherly bond between the 3. He had thought that with Han Lao Lu's character, his 5 brothers would also be the kind of selfish and self-interested people, but he had never thought that Han Lao Lu was an accident. The remaining 5 were surprisingly so brotherly. However, the 5 brothers in front of him, recklessly snatching women and plundering the resources that belonged to him, were unforgivable. Moreover, these 5 people are simply the scum of the earth, not only snatching women, but also killing family members, and after snatching back the women, they also share them throughout the gang, which is simply the devil of all devils. The scum of the litter. Hee, hand over the treasure first. Let this seat take a look. If it is indeed a treasure, this seat can consider sparing a few of you a dog's life. Su Liao looked at the 5 people and said with a cold smile, "You." Hearing such insulting words from Su, Han Evil and Han Lord's faces flushed red for a while, but they didn't dare to make a move. "Handing it over is fine, but you must let my 4 brothers leave first." "Big brother, I'm not leaving." "Big brother, I'm not leaving either." "Big brother, to live together, to die together." "Yes, big brother, you have never left us behind, so how could we leave you behind? We 5 brothers are born to sleep together and die in the same cave." Hearing the words of his 4 brothers, Han Hostel's eyes also turned slightly red. "Go, all of you, or else my brother will blow himself up right now." "Big brother, all go." Looking at the several people's affectionate looks, Su Yao was surprisingly touched for a moment. Surprisingly, there was a hint of letting them go in his heart as well. But, in the next instant, his gaze became calm once again. The cultivation world, a place of the weak and the strong, could not allow him to be merciful. "If you don't want to leave, then all leave your lives behind." Su Liao's icy voice rang out, and Han Hostel's face changed. If fellow Taoist refuses to let my 4 younger brothers leave, I'll blow myself up and destroy that supreme treasure. At those words, Su Su couldn't help but furrow his brows in a moment of hesitation. According to Han Laolu, that supreme treasure was a seed that could evolve a small world, so it would be a big loss if it was really destroyed by the self-explosion. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to get the hell out of here. All of you leave or I'll blow myself up right now. Big brother. Han Killing, Han Zheng, Han Evil, and Han Lord looked at Han Hostile with reddened eyes, and then, with a clench of their teeth, they transformed into a stream of light and went far away. Quickly hand over the treasures, or else this seat will chase after them and kill a few of them. Upon hearing this, Han Hostile reluctantly took out a walnut-sized black ball from his storage ring and tossed it to Su Su. Hummer, what the hell is this? Host, this is the world seed. It can be fused with the spirit spring space, enabling the spirit spring space to evolve. This, it really is a treasure. Su Liao was ecstatic in his heart. Not only did he collect a beautiful, naughty, and well-behaved little disciple, but he also harvested a supreme treasure that can make the spirit spring space evolve, and people who carry good fortune can really meet treasures everywhere. Haha. Not bad. You can go to hell. Moo. Boom. Han Hostile was instantly stomped into a deep pit by the burial star Heavenly Bull's giant hooves through the sky. Before a word was spoken, he was killed on the spot. And within the deep pit, a dark cave was surprisingly revealed. Just as Su Liao was about to unfold his divine sense to investigate, a cold voice suddenly rang out. Kid, hand over the treasure, and I can spare you from death. Chapter 113. Pretending to be a fork, enticing flowerless tears. The next instant, an old man in a large red robe then appeared within Su Su's line of sight. A mid-gen baby powerhouse? The red-robed old man's breath was obviously much weaker compared to Night Sleepless. It is thought that it should not have reached the late stage of Yuaning yet. With just you, an old man of the Yuaning stage? The red-robed old man was confused. No, you're a little Jindan stage guy. What gives you the right? What makes you think so little of me? Huh? Kid. A demonic beast soul that's not even in the middle Yuaning stage isn't enough for you to be so rampant. Once upon a time, the grass on the grave of anyone who spoke to old me like that was already 10 feet high, the red-robed old man said, looking at Su Jiu disdainfully. Hand over the treasures and today, I'll leave you with a whole body. Chow, old man, very mad. Do you know the identity of this seat? Identity? Kid, what is your identity? The red-robed old man couldn't help but frown and inquire. You are not yet worthy to know the identity of this seat. Now leave quickly and this seat can spare your life. Otherwise, go into the seat's demon soul streamer and be a companion with the burial star Heavenly Bull. It was a half-step transformation god realm in its lifetime. For you, a Yuaning stage, to be a brother to it, your life is worth it. Listening to Su Su's words, the red-robed old man realized a serious problem. That burial star Heavenly Cow soul strength is close to the middle Yuaning stage. That was at least a Yuaning stage great circle in life. And this kid in front of him, a mere Jindan realm, could possess such a powerful soul. Unreasonable. It's well irrational. Is there a big man behind this sun? This? Little brother. I hope that the old man will not be offended if he has just offended more. The red-robed old man compensated with a smile and said with an embarrassed face. Aha! Su Liao nodded his head indifferently. Seeing as you still have some eyesight, this seat will spare your life today. Dare I ask little brother what clan or person he studied under? The red robe looked at the careful inquiry. If you have reached the harmonization realm, this seat would be able to tell you. Unfortunately, you're just a Yuaning stage, and you're not worthy of knowing this seat's master's name. Leave quickly. This? Then I'll take my leave. The red-robed old man bowed with both hands, and then he turned into a stream of light and went far away. As he watched the red-robed old man go far away, Su Yao laughed wildly in his heart, while his face was unusually calm. Haha, the old guy was really bluffed. However, he might still be peeking from the shadows, so it's better to pretend to the end. At once muttering softly, a mere Yuaning stage, is this seat's master not something you can inquire about? If I say the identity of the master teacher Beishan Shenzuan, you will not be scared on the spot to pee. However, my master instructed me not to disturb him until the last resort. Alas, nowadays I can only cultivate myself. Master, one day I will surpass you. Sucking in a deep breath, Su threw out the demonic soul streamer violently. A few moments later, 108 souls of Qi refining to Foundation establishment cultivators were then sucked into the demon soul streamer. Of course, Han Hostel's soul was no exception. Looking at the pitch-black cavern on the ground smashed out by Han Hostel, Su immediately unfolded his divine sense and probed inward. A few moments later, Su Liao's face was so gloomy that it seemed to be dripping with water. Damn those of the Playboy gang. Han Killer, Han Zheng, Han Evil, Han Lord, must die. Another moment. Su Yao let out a long sigh. Flying into the mouth of the cave, he took out 300 pieces of Chinese clothing and threw them inside the cave. Then, he took out the demon soul streamer and placed it at the mouth of the cave, bringing light to the cave. Playboy gang Han Hostel is dead. You can put on your clothes and leave. Alas, sinning. Su Liao thought that he was also horny and had done things like tying up women and forcing them. But he'd never hurt their families, much less the women he'd had sex with so much. The people of the Playboy gang are simply worse than animals. Listening to the cave's interior, cluttered with the sounds of elation and crying, Su Liao sighed again. 10 minutes later, bringing the 300 marvelous young ladies in the cave back to the ground, Su Yao looked at the sobbing and tearful women and said softly, "The Playboy gang's gang leader, Han Hostel, has already been beheaded by me, and I'll behead the rest of the few who escaped to avenge your deaths, so you can all go home now. Gung. All of our family members were killed by the beast surnamed Han. We have no family left. Woo-hoo. Woo-woo. This." Su Liao looked at the crowd of wonderful young girls and had a headache. The people were saved and they no longer had a home. Alas, the 6 Han brothers are truly animals. Thanks to him, he was touched by their brotherly love before. Bang 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 bang. Just then, all of a sudden, 4 figures descended from the sky and fell on top of the ground. Surprisingly, it was the 4 escaped Han brothers. Su Lak's heart was startled, and he immediately raised his head to look toward the sky. At once, frozen in place. Is it the fairy sister of the forgotten sect? Su Liao, does my second senior sister's disappearance have something to do with you? The purple-clothed, silver-faced woman's voice was like an aureole as she questioned Su. Fairy sister, I didn't expect that you, as a member of the Forgetfulness sect, would also fight for others. Humph. The purple-clothed, silver-faced woman snorted coldly. Such an animal shouldn't live in this world. Fairy sister is just as beautiful and kind-hearted as Sister Sleepless. I don't know which one of Sister Sleepless sisters you are. Shoo. Hearing Su gap at Sleepless sister, the purple-clothed, silver-faced woman's face changed as she instantly appeared in front of Su. My second senior sister's disappearance is indeed related to you, you lecherous thief. Quickly tell me the news of my second senior sister, or else you won't be able to leave peacefully today. Sister. Then tell me your name first, or you'll never see your second elder sister. You. The purple-clothed, silver-faced woman's cheeks reddened slightly with anger, and she finally said helplessly, the third disciple of the Forgetfulness sect's patriarch, Flower Tearless. So it's Sister Tearless. Su Liao smiled, then added, Sister, please wait a moment. Allow me to place them. Words. Flowerless Tears looked toward the 300 young girls behind Su, frowned, and didn't make a sound. She was also curious as to how Su would arrange it. Ahem. That, since you are already homeless, I will send you to a paradise. Will you be willing? Su Yao turned around, looked at the 300 women, and said with a light cough, Eunuch. We all listened to Eunuch. The corners of the eyes of each of the 300 women still held teardrops, and their hopeful gazes looked at Su Yao. Now that they are homeless, they are content to have a place to stay. Well, in that case, I'll send you all to the world's paradise. Immediately afterward, all 300 women quickly disappeared in front of Hua Wu Tier's stunned gaze. Su Liao, did you lock them up in the space magic treasure? Hua Wu Tier couldn't help but inquire. Su Liao laughed and shook his head. No. I sent them to a small world, not some space magic treasure. Your second senior sister was injured in a fight with the burial star Heavenly Bull, and is now recuperating there as well. If you want to see your second senior sister, I can take you into that small world later. My second senior sister is injured. A wave of worry ran through Night's sleepless mind. The burial star Heavenly Bull, a half-step transformation god, There was a real possibility that the second senior sister would be injured when she fought with it. For his part, Su instantly threw out the demon soul streamer and collected the souls of Han Killing, Han Zheng, Han Evil, and Han Lord into the demon soul streamer. In this way, their 6 brothers were reunited. Moreover, the storage bags and storage rings on the corpses all over the ground were also scavenged by him. Sister Tearless, I wonder if you have the guts to follow me into that small world to see Sister Sleepless? Su Liao said with a grin. Chapter 114. I'm ashamed of my master and sisters. Humph. Hua Wu Tier frowned and snorted coldly. What wouldn't you dare? At those words, Su's heart was ecstatic. This, if he were to enter the spiritual spring space, the two of them were only one large realm apart, and they would still be at his mercy. Flatten it, roll it, and I'll flatten it again. Ha ha ha, little sissy, you surely can't guess that I, a Jindan realm cultivator, can control that small world. Sister Tearless, then don't resist. I'll take you to that small world to find Sister Sleepless. Humph. Flowerless Tears snorted coldly in acquiescence. Seeing this, Su quickly waved his arm, and the two of them disappeared into thin air. Afraid of slowing down for another second, Hua Wu Tier refused. By then, it would be years before she could be brought into the spirit spring space. As for bringing Night Wumian out of the spiritual spring space to help him swindle the remaining few true disciples of the Forgetfulness sect, he wasn't at ease with that either. Who knows if the Night Sleeplessness will backfire by then? Unless one day his realm surpassed Night Sleepless or he could trust her completely. Shoo! The figures of Su and Hua Wu Tier had just disappeared when a stream of light flashed by, and a red-robed old man appeared where the two had just stood. This little fellow is surprisingly really not simple. Could it be that the Northern Xian immortal sovereign he spoke of is true? But how come old me has never heard of this name before? The red-robed old man frowned and pondered for a moment before his figure transformed into a stream of light and headed towards the northeast. Spirit Spring Space. The figures of Su and Hua Wu Tier appeared at the edge. Is this what you call a small world? Hua Wu Tier's eyebrows frowned slightly as she surveyed the surroundings. Do small worlds have barriers as black as ink like this? She doesn't know. She had also never entered the legendary small world. Looking at Su Shoshua's head, as well as the eyes that seemed to be smiling, a touch of uneasiness suddenly surged in Hua Wu Xia's heart, as if she shouldn't have followed Su into this small world. Immediately, he was ready to expand his divine sense to check out this small world. But, in the next second, her face changed dramatically. How come I can't feel the presence of spiritual energy in my body anymore? Su Lack, what have you done to me? Thump, thump, thump. As Flowerless Tears spoke, she took 3 steps back in a row, pulling some distance away from Su, as if that would give her some peace of mind. Baby, do you believe in love at first sight? Asshole, you! What the hell did you do to me? Hua Wu Tier looked at Su Jiao angrily, and if his eyes could kill, Su Jiao was afraid that he would have already died 1,000 times. However, it was a pity that her eyes couldn't kill anyone, but instead made Su even more excited. Baby Tearless, don't be in a hurry. Listen to me finish my words first, and I'll take you to see Baby Sleepless later. Su, you asshole. Seeing this, Su's face sank, and he said in a cold voice, Tearless baby, if you don't quiet down, I'll just overpower you. You! Hua Wu Tier's face flushed red as she stretched out her fingers to point angrily at Su, trembling and shaking as she watched Su's G move for a while. That's a good boy. Su Yao smiled and continued, Baby Tearless, from now on, you'll be my Su Yao's maiden. Asshole, who's your? Ugh. Looking at Hua Wu Tier's eyes spitting fire, Su Yao sighed. It seems that education is still owed. What do you want? Flowerless Tears looked horrified as she stepped backward. Oh, you tell me. Su Xiao sneered, fiercely stepping forward to carry Hua Wu Tier into his arms, and with a swish, he removed the silver mask from her cheeks. In a flash, a face that was beautiful, with shock and panic in its complexion appeared within sight. Hua Wu Tier, since you don't want to be my maiden, don't blame me for using force. Rip. The purple dress was instantly torn by Su. No. Don't I do? I'll be your maiden. Hua Wu Tier said in horror, bean-sized teardrops rolling down from her eyes. At this moment, the strong nobility of the time when they first met had completely disappeared. Su paused, looking at the tearful beauty in his arms. His voice softly said, "That's only right. Your second senior sister is already my woman. How nice for the two of you to be a quilt of senior sisters in the future." While saying this, he gently raised his hand and wiped away the teardrops on the snow-white, delicate cheeks of Hua Wuxie. "Baby, husband will take you to see your senior sister." The next instant, the two then disappeared into thin air. The central area, next to the spirit spring pool, was filled with people. Lin Yutong looked at the 300 women who had suffered miserably and said softly, "Since hubby has arranged for you to be in this space, then you can live here in peace from now on." As Susu's first woman, she had the highest prestige in this space. "Thank you, lords and ladies." The 300 women were so moved that they were about to kneel down, but they were stopped by the ladies. On the side, Shen Yuchu was very unimpressed. At the same time, there was a pang of gratitude in his heart. "Luckily, I met Shifu. Although Master is always horny and even asked me to help with that one that night, Master is really nice." Just then, two figures instantly appeared beside the ladies. "Hubby, you're back!" The ladies shouted in delight. The four of them, Night Sleepless, Su Ruoli, Wu Xiaotang, and Ning Xiaochan, stared wide-eyed at the familiar figure beside Susu's body and froze in place. A full 3 seconds passed before the 4 Night Sleepless people came back to their senses. Immediately, he hurriedly squeezed through the crowd and pulled Hua Wuter aside. "Third senior sister, why are you here? Didn't I tell you to keep an eye on the clan? Did something happen?" Hua Wuter's heart sank as she looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar second senior sister in front of her. Sure enough, second senior sister wasn't a girl anymore. "Second senior sister, have you become Susu's woman?" "Third senior sister, I. Night Sleepless looked at Hua Wuter, momentarily not knowing how to open his mouth to explain. Beside her, Su Ruoli hurriedly said, "Third senior sister, this can't be blamed on second senior sister. If it is to be blamed, it can only be blamed on husband." "Yes, second senior sister. It's all because husband caused the trouble, so don't blame second senior sister." Listening to the several junior sisters with a mouthful of husbands, Flowerless Tears was struck with a pang of heartache. But the thought that she might soon become Sujio's woman as well was a wave of panic in her heart. "Third senior sister, since you have also entered this space, let everything take its course." "Hey!" Night Sleepless said and let out a long sigh. Master entrusted the clan to her. Now, the 3 youngest sisters are pregnant, and she has become the woman who is the real culprit in getting her sisters pregnant. Even the third sister will soon be the woman of the true culprit. She was ashamed of her master and her sister. At that time, when master and eldest sister came out of the gate and saw that there were only 4 senior sisters left in the clan, how sad and angry they should be. Just as the 5 of them were in a heavy mood, Su Jiao, who was surrounded in the center by all the ladies, waved his hand, and the ladies instantly quieted down. "Babes, I have good news for you." "Honey, what's the good news you tell me?" Haha, Just as Su was about to speak, the 4 of them, Zhou Weiwei, Lin Ruoxue, Qiu Yingying, and Guan Shui, changed their faces violently. Chapter 115. Can't have a baby boy? Space evolution. Hubby, Ruoruo, Ruoxue. Yingying, Xiao Shui is having a baby. Zhang Ning exclaimed in shock. "Is the baby coming again?" Su Liao's heart was overjoyed, and he hurriedly ran over. 4 pregnant women about to give birth were placed on Simmons mattresses. The 4 medically attuned damsels quickly stepped forward and delivered the baby. "Honey, 5 more kids on the way, ugh. Have you thought of names yet?" Lin Yutong held Su Lingyu in her arms and turned her head toward Su Jiao beside her, asking toward. "I've been thinking about it for a long time." As Su Xiao said, he held Su Lingyu from Lin Yutong's arms and said with a smile, "Ruoruo's will be called Su Linglu and Su Lingfang. Ruoxue's will be called Su Lingyun. Yingying's will be called Su Lingzue, and Xiaoshue's will be called Su Lingxin." Hearing Su's words, the ladies froze. "Honey, you have all girl names, don't you? What if it's a boy?" "Yeah, honey. Didn't you have a boy's name ready?" Su Liao sighed. "Forgot that your husbands are cultivators. I've long since observed that they're all girls. Why are all the heirs daughters? Will I never have a son in my life?" Su Liao sighed once more, his mind in a state of confusion. "Hubby, isn't the daughter fine? Don't you like your daughter?" "As long as they are my children, I like both boys and girls." It's just that I don't understand how over 100 children are all girls. Words. The ladies were also silent. It's a bit of a miracle. Really? Wow. Whoa whoa. A few moments later, the baby's loud cry rang out. 5 more daughters were born. Wife, you guys worked hard. Sulak gave the 4 of them a gentle kiss on the cheeks and said softly, Hubby, have you named the child yet? Cho Ying cocked her head and asked. All up. Su Liao smiled and immediately said the name again. Zhou Ruoruo, Lin Ruoxue, Cho Ying, and Guan Shui gently nodded in agreement. The 5 babies were then taken to have their bodies cleaned by the medical dame. 3 hours later, Su Liao swept his eyes at the more than 500 women around him and said with a smile, Today, I have acquired a supreme treasure outside that can allow this space to evolve. So let's see how effective this supreme treasure is now. After saying that, Su's mind moved. More than 500 women then followed him and floated into the void. For their part, the ladies stared at Su curiously. Even the night sleepless and flowerless tear duo had a pang of curiosity in their hearts. Before this, they had never even entered a small world, let alone witnessed the evolution of a small world. Sulak looked down at the space below that had reached 300 kilometers in diameter, took a deep breath, and took out the small world seed. Shoo! As soon as the seeds were taken out, they turned into a single point of light and floated in all directions. The next instant, rumble, a loud voice rang out. Immediately after that, in the eyes of the crowd's shocked gazes, the space with a diameter of 300 kilometers expanded dramatically at a speed visible to the naked eye. And 50 kilometers away from the central region, the landscape was changing drastically. A river, a lake, a high mountain, and a forest, like a miracle, were born under the eyes of the crowd. This is incredible. It's almost like the creator God is creating the world. Honey, this is amazing too. The ladies were stunned, jaw dropped and dizzy. Even the 2 Yuaning stage cultivators, Night Sleepless and Flower Tearless, were shocked by the scene in front of them for a long time. As Yuaning stage cultivators, they had seen many wonders in the world, but they had never witnessed such a majestic and grandiose scene that seemed to change the sky and the earth. Night's sleepless beautiful eyes opened roundly. Her eyes were full of disbelief. Her lips trembled slightly, as if she wanted to say something, but her words were taken away by the shocking scene. Hua Wu Ter also looked grave, her heart worrying for the 4 senior sisters in the sect, as well as her eldest sister and senior father. Su Jiao is so amazing. In the future, will her senior sister, and senior father, like her and Night Sleepless, be brought into the space by Su Jiao, lose their freedom, and even be taken by him? Another hour passed without realizing it. Spirit Spring Space. No, it would be more appropriate to say small world now. Hubby, tell us a little bit about it. What are the changes? Bai Mengjie hugged the child and asked eagerly. The ladies also looked at Su in unison. Feeling the changes in the small world, Su explained with a smile. After evolving, this small world became a circular plane 10,000 kilometers in diameter. It consists of a continent and an ocean, and the continent is surrounded by the ocean. And there are many more rivers, mountains, lakes, and forests above the continent. However, no life with any intelligence was born, only microorganisms. Hearing Su's voice, the ladies couldn't help but marvel once again. 10,000 kilometers across. That's an area of 78.5 million square kilometers? Wouldn't it already exceed half the combined land area of Sky Blue Aqua Blue Star? This is like a dream. Yes, once acting didn't dare to shoot like this. I didn't think it would really happen in front of my eyes. Su Liao swept his eyes over the crowd, let out a light laugh and said, Haha, now that this space is so big, what do you guys say if we were to immigrate some of the people from the Sky Blue Aquamarine planet over here? Honey, I agree. It would be a good way to bring my parents in too. Honey, I agree. The ladies nodded in agreement. They have not seen their families for a long time, and if they can receive their families into this small world, then it will be much easier to see your family again in the future. Even if Su wasn't there, they could still go home. Seeing this, Su nodded his head as well. Then let's wait a few days and go back to Sky Blue Aquamarine Star and select some people to bring into this small world. However, that would require an additional barrier. Honey, what do you mean by that? There was a moment of doubt in the minds of the ladies. What barrier was being added? Su Liao smiled and didn't pay any attention to the crowd as his mind moved. Boom, boom, boom. A loud noise rang out. Immediately after, in the crowd's shocked gazes, a black barrier as thin as a cicada's wing isolated the central area, 50 kilometers in circumference, from the area beyond. And in each of the 9 directions of this black barrier, it possessed a huge 10-meter-high portal. The crowd was already numb with shock. The scenes seen during this hour were like a dream, very unreal. Well, we should get down there too. As Su Suyao said that, with a wave of his arm, the crowd returned to the central spirit spring pool. Good disciple, come over to Master's side. Master! Shin Yuchu reddened her little face and walked over to Su Su. Well, like it here. As Su Liao spoke, his palm subconsciously raised and rubbed Shin Yuchu's small head. Master, I love it here, and I love all the masters. That's good, then. Just stay here and cultivate properly for now. Aha! Rubbing Shin Yuchu's little head once again, Su Suyao walked over towards Hua Wu Tier and Night Sleepless. Though the rewards are great for the two to conceive an heir, but he wasn't going to let the two conceive for a while. After all, Night Sleepless and Flowerless Tier were both Yuan-Ing realm powerhouses, which would allow him to rapidly refine his Dharma cultivation realm. Su Lak, what do you want? Looking at Su Su, who was walking towards him, Hua Wu Tier nervously grabbed Night Woman's arm, and her voice carried a hint of trembling. Chapter 116 Snow Flawless goes out. Tearless baby, I want you to help me cultivate. Su Liao grinned and was about to grab Hua Wu Tier's arm. Don't. Me no. Flowerless Tears crouched behind Night Widow in shock and panic. Su, husband, can you give Tearless some more time to adapt? Night Sleepless grasped Su Su's arm and softly inquired. Give her some time? That's fine. Then you can help me cultivate. After saying that, with Night Sleepless in tow, he flew towards the pond under the willow tree and on the Taihu Lake rocks. Don't, second sister. Watching Night Sleepless being taken away, Flowerless Tears cried out in sorrow. On the side, when the ladies saw this, their hearts were filled with a wave of helplessness. Most every woman who had just been brought in by her husband was just like Hua Wu Tearless at this moment. Sadness, helplessness, anger. But time will tell. Third senior sister, second senior sister has been husband's woman for a long time now. That's normal. Just don't be sad and upset. Yes, third senior sister. It's time for you to slowly adapt to accepting this place. Su Ruoli, Wu Xiaotang, and Ning Xiaochan softly comforted them. By the pond, under the willow tree, the huge, flat Taihu Lake rocks were covered with red blankets. Su Liao gently stroked Night Sleepless Bear Jade back and asked softly, Baby, I want to bring your 4 senior sisters in as well. Do you want to help me? What? Let me go swindle a few senior sisters. No, absolutely not. I can't do it. Hey, baby, take it easy for a moment. I'm just saying, if you don't help, forget it. Su Liao gently patted the back of the agitated Night Wumian, softly soothing him. Husband, it's not enough that the third senior sister and I, as well as Ruoli and the 3 of them, have all become your women, isn't it? Just don't make any more moves against the Forgetfulness sect. Okay? Night Sleepless said in a delicate voice and rolled over, then climbed on top of Su Su, looking at Su Su with hopeful eyes. Baby, after spending time with them these days, you should also know some information about me. I am also forced to be helpless. Besides, is it really a bad thing to let them follow me? The weak are the strong in the cultivation world. If an even more powerful evil cultivator comes to the Cloud Wasteland continent one day, what do you think will happen to the people of your forgotten love sect? But if they all follow me, not only will they be safe and secure, but I'll also be able to teach them more powerful techniques, and even take them with me to ascend to the immortal realm, and they'll all have a better future. You go down and think about whether that's the right thing to do. After Su Suyao said that, he violently rolled over and pressed Night Sleepless underneath him again. Not far from the opposite side of the pond, under an apple tree, Flowers Without Tears gripped the trunk of the tree with both hands and looked at the 2 figures entangled on the Taihu Lake rocks across the street, her eyes bursting with a hollow sadness. Why did I follow Su Su into this space? I was so stupid and naive. No, it's not that I'm stupid. It's that Su Su is too sinister. Why would an evil person like Su Su get such a small world? The sky is the limit. Just as Flowerless Tears was feeling remorseful in her heart, a woman's voice sounded behind her. Very angry, sad? Hua Wu Tier turned around violently and looked at the 3 women walking towards her, looking furious. Humph! Are you guys here to see me laugh? Sister Tearless, my name is Lin Yutong. These two next to me are Yang Yi and Moon Yenshue. We didn't mean it, we just came over to talk to you. Lin Yutong said with a sincere demeanor. Yes, Sister Tearless, we came over just to talk to you. Humph! Hua Wu Tier looked at the trio and snorted coldly. I have nothing to talk about with Susu's woman. Sister Tearless, in fact, once upon a time our encounters were the same as yours and Sister Sleepless. Do you want to hear our story with Susu? Words. Flowerless Tears was stunned. Were they once captured or lured here by Susu? Thinking that the three of them had once gone through a lot of painful trials and tribulations. Her gaze towards the three of them, Lin Yutong, also became softer. Seeing this, Lin Yutong quickly spoke up. Sister Tearless, why don't we find a place and sit down for a chat? Flowerless Tears looked at the three people who looked very sincere and nodded gently. Immediately, the four of them walked towards the couch not far away. 3 days later, by the pond under the willow tree on Taihu Lake time, Flowerless Tears lay quietly on the red blanket, staring expressionlessly at the sky. After chatting with Lin Yutong and the others, she knew about Susu's information. She understood in her heart that she would eventually have to become Su Liao's woman as well, unless she committed suicide and was not subject to Su Liao. But, thinking of her second senior sister, as well as her 3 senior sisters, and her clan, she gave up the idea of suicide. At the same time, the heart gave up its resistance to becoming Susu's woman. The more you struggle, the more excited you'll only make the thieves. Don't you want me to be your woman? Come on. There was a hint of grief and indignation in Flowerless Tears' voice. Though her mouth said so, teardrops rolled down from the corners of her eyes, flowing over her crystalline earlobes and dripping onto the red carpet. Baby, I'm coming then. Su Liao didn't give up just because of that, as he quickly removed his clothes and pounced on him. In the meantime, Forgetfulness Sect, Forgetfulness Hall. A woman stood in the middle of the hall, her red hair like fire, and the fiery red plum blossom mark on her brow was particularly eye-catching, like a small burning flower. She was dressed in a red glazed dress, with a delicate googly-eyed face, slender willow leaf eyebrows, and skin as glistening as jade. Her appearance was exquisite. The woman's gaze was cold as she quickly scanned the 4 people. Feng Wuhin, Yun Wui, Yu Wui, and Xing Wuhin. Wuhin, come and carefully tell us what has been happening in the sect during this period of time. Yes, eldest sister. Feng Wuhin respectfully answered and slowly spoke. More than a month ago, the second senior sister found that there was a Nana's forgotten love sect Jindan stage cultivator's breath in the cold pool at the back of the mountain. And when the second senior sister arrived, Senior Sister Su Royalai and Senior Sister Wu Xiaodang had already disappeared, leaving only their dresses and skirts at the edge of the cold pool. After a few more days, Senior Sister Ning Xiaochan similarly disappeared over the cold pool. The third elder sister used the diffraction of the sky art, was backfired also just see a man face, the man called Su Lak. Later on, Su reappeared, saying that he was a disciple of the North Xian immortal father, and there was also a pitch-black sword that cut through the protective mountain formation and escaped. Later on, second senior sister left the clan to investigate the news of Su Lak's land. After another period of time, there was no news of the second elder sister either. The third elder sister used the diffractive heaven technique once again, and found that it was again related to that Sujio, and in the end, the third elder sister told us to keep an eye on the clan, and went out on her own to look for the second elder sister, and to this day, there is no news that has come back either. After saying that, Feng Wuhin had a hint of worry in his eyes. Yun Wui, Yu Wui, and Xing Wuyun were equally worried in their hearts. The second elder sister and third elder sister are both Yuaning stage cultivators, leaving the clan for so long, as if the cultivation world evaporated without any message. Listening to her senior sister Feng Wuhin's words, the red-haired woman frowned tightly. A Jindan stage cultivator, a disciple of Beixian immortal sovereign, a black sword that can cut through the mountain protection formation. Chapter 117. Luring 4 fairies into the small world. A moment of contemplation. The red woman with red hair raised her head, her gaze looking towards the 4 senior sisters, and said in a deep voice, "You 4 guard the sect. From today onwards, no more opening of the mountain protecting formation is allowed, and no one is allowed to enter or leave. Eldest senior sister, are you going out?" Feng Wuhin looked at eldest senior sister worriedly. Now that the second and third senior sisters had gone out to look for Susu, they had disappeared one after another. If eldest sister disappeared with her, how would they explain to their master when he came out of the gate? Eldest senior sister, why don't we wait for the master to come out of the gate before we decide? You go out now if you also? Starless Dust spoke and paused, worrying even more in his gaze. Yes, eldest senior sister. Fear not the worst. It's better to wait for the master to come out of the gate. Feng Wuhan, Yun Wui, and Yu Wui persuaded in unison. My mind is made up, you guys guard the clan. LOL. The four of them, Feng Wuhan, sighed and secretly prayed in their hearts that eldest sister would be able to retrieve second sister and third sister. Spirit Springs space. Under the willow tree by the pond, on the huge, flat Taihu Lake rock. Su Liao gently wiped away the teardrops on Hua Wuxia's cheeks and said softly, Baby, don't be sad. I'll pass on a top-notch cultivation technique to you. So in the future, don't cultivate the too little forgetfulness record. As if she hadn't heard Su Su's words, Hua Wu Tier looked at the sky in a daze. LOL. Su Liao's heart was also filled with a wave of helplessness. While the way he got them was a bit offensive, that fact aside, the future destiny is definitely better than their original future destiny. Shoo! Su Liao pointed a finger at Hua Wu Tier's forehead, and the Xiannu scripture technique transformed into a single arcane symbol that drilled into her mind. Hua Wu Tier subconsciously closed her eyes to experience the subtleties of the gong method. This is actually really a cultivation technique that can be cultivated to the transitional immortal exalt realm. The Taishang forgetfulness record is not worth mentioning at all in front of this gong method. He actually taught such a precious gong method to me? Baby, let's continue. The feats will be studied later. Su Liao said, picking up Hua Wu Tier and placing her on top. In the blink of an eye, the week rushed by. Su lacked days and nights, and with the powerful assistance of Night Sleeplessness and Flower Tearless, his Dharma cultivation realm had also entered the late Jindan realm. And with Su's realm breakthrough, the auxiliary effects of Night Sleepless and Flowerless Tears had weakened a lot. If he continued to assist for another month, he should be able to reach the Jindan perfection realm. And during this week, the fetus in the abdomen of Angela Lee was born successfully. Not surprisingly, another daughter. Su Liao named him Su Ling Gardenia. Forgetfulness Sect, Back Mountain Cold Pool. Wow! Accompanied by a splash of water, only the originally calm water surface of the cold pool was seen to abruptly explode. The next instant, a man's figure was seen, rushing out from within the cold pool and landing on the shore. Someone should be here soon. The man in black muttered softly and sat down on a huge rock by the cold pool. Fruity. In less than a minute, for streams of light crossed like shooting stars. On the shore of the cold pool, there were 4 more women wearing light green glazed long dresses, long hair draped over their shoulders, skin as delicate as suet jade, breakable, and with the appearance of a beautiful country and a beautiful city. It was like a fairy descending from heaven. Su Lak, why are you here? Where are my second and third senior sisters? The silver-white longsword in Feng Wuhan's hand pointed straight at Su Liao, his voice icy cold as he asked. Yun Wui, Yu Wui, and Xing Wuyun also held their long swords, pointing them straight at Su, as if they were facing a great enemy, their expressions grave. Although Su was only at the Jindan realm, if the disappearance of the second and third senior sisters was truly related to him, then it meant that Su was a person who couldn't be measured by his apparent realm. They have to be careful. For fairy sisters, if you make a move against me, then the lives of your second and third senior sisters will surely be in jeopardy. Su Liao, what do you mean by that? What happened to our second and third senior sisters? Yu Wui looked worried as she hurriedly inquired. Looking at the 4 beauties in front of him, Su Yao hurriedly said, For fairy sisters, your second and third senior sisters, chased me into a super dangerous small world, where there is a half-step god transformation demon beast, as well as 2 late-stage Yuaning demon beasts, and the 2 of them are under siege, and they are in desperate need of your help. Nonsense. Since you encountered such a powerful demonic beast, how could you, a Jindan realm cultivator, be fine at all? Although Feng Wuhan said this under his breath, there was a hint of worry and anxiety in his eyes. For fairy sisters, it was your 2 senior sisters who held back those 3 demonic beasts and asked me to come to you for help. I can use the breakthrough transportation talisman to take you over now. If I go late, your senior sister is afraid. Hearing Su's words, the 4 of them, Feng Wuhan, changed their expressions. 4th senior sister, what should we do? Feng Wuhan's showy eyebrows were furrowed, and he quickly made a decision. Old 7, you wait for eldest sister at the sect, I'll go with your fifth and sixth sisters. Fourth senior sister, I. Starless Dust glanced at Su, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. Don't worry. You guard the sect and wait for senior sister to return. That? Well then you guys should be careful too. Feng Wuhan, Yun Wui, and Yu Wui nodded their heads gently, and then their gazes all looked toward Su. Three fairy sisters. The situation is urgent. Don't resist. I'll use the air-breaking talisman to bring you over. Looking at the three people who were silent and didn't speak, Su Liao waved his arm. In a flash, the four of them, Su, Feng Wuhan, Yun Wui, and Yu Wui, along with the unsuspecting Xing Wuhan, disappeared together by the cold pool. By the cold pool, tranquility was restored in an instant, as if no one had ever come. In the meantime, the Forgetfulness sect's senior sister, Shui Wuxia, who had gone out to search for Night Sleeplessness and Flower Tearless, had also returned to the Forgetfulness sect through the entrance of the mountain protecting formation. Eldest sister. Passing disciples looked at Shui Wuxia, who was like an iceberg and exuded an ice-cold aura, and subconsciously silenced their voices, and the square, which was originally still a little noisy, instantly fell to a pin drop. Has anything happened within the clan recently? Back to eldest senior sister, there hasn't been any unusual things happening within the sect, but just now the four senior sisters went over to the cold pool in the back of the mountain together for some unknown reason. A sect disciple responded respectfully. Hearing this, Shui Wuxia's complexion changed slightly, and her originally stretched eyebrows instantly knitted up, like dark clouds suddenly gathering in a spring day. The fiery red plum blossom mark at the center of that brow followed suit and twisted together slightly. It added a bit more coldness and gravity to her. Next, her transformation god realm divine sense instantly extended to the cold pool at the back of the mountain. Immediately afterward, her complexion changed abruptly. The divine sense instantly extended again and soon enveloped the entire forgotten sect. In addition to the place where the Supreme Elder and the Master's retreat could not be viewed, all the rest of the places where there was still the figure of the four senior sisters. Boom! The berserk spiritual energy swept out in all directions like a raging wave with Shui Wuxia as the center. The air around them seemed to be stirred by an invisible giant hand, emitting a sharp whistling sound. The crowd of Forgetfulness sect disciples on the ground felt like they were carrying a huge mountain on their backs, and breathing became difficult. Chapter 118 Teleportation Array Disc Dug Out. Shoo! Shui Wuxia's figure instantly disappeared, the intimidating pressure instantly disappeared, and the group of disciples couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. But then the mind wondered, what happened? Did the four senior sisters also disappear? Thinking of this possibility, hundreds of disciples in the square were immediately shocked in their hearts. Was this to wipe out the 7 true disciples of the sect? Senior sister Yenran, the 4 senior sisters, they wouldn't have been captured by that lecherous thief just like Xiaotang, right? A female disciple looked at Nalan Yenran with an incredulous gaze and softly inquired. Shut up. If you dare to talk nonsense again, you'll be handed over to eldest sister. Well, hearing the words senior sister, a flash of fear flashed in the female disciple's eyes, and she hurriedly covered her mouth, not daring to say anything more. Could it be the enemies of the Forgotten Love sect? Or a cultivator who practiced the evil art of extracting yin and replenishing yang? If that's really the case, then with my current physical body that is merely at the Jindan realm, wouldn't I also be in danger? Looks like I need to go into seclusion and cultivate, at least restore my cultivation to the transformation god realm first. Thinking that the entire Forgotten Love sect might be in danger at the moment, Nalan Yenran's expression became grave. She twisted her head to look at the several female disciples beside her and said in a cold voice, Next, I'm going to be in closed-door cultivation, so don't even come to disturb me. With that, he turned around and headed for his residence. Backcountry, Snow Flawless, dressed in a fire-red glazed gown, stood quietly by the cold pool, her eyebrows furrowed and her icy gaze watching the calm water. Su Ruoli, Wu Xiaotang, Ning Xiaochan, and the 4 senior sisters all disappeared here. It made her wonder if there was a big problem here. Phew, it seems like a breeze. A slight ripple rose from the surface of the pool. The unrivaled divine sense of the transformation god realm instantly transformed into a spiral attack in the water of the pool and bombarded the bottom of the water pool. Boom! As the spiral attack blasted at the bottom of the water pool, it was as if a heavy bomb had been thrown into the entire cold pool. The calm surface of the pool, A violent tumbling. The pool water flowers like a torrential rain splashed out in all directions. A transformation god realm attack couldn't even cause any damage to the bottom of the cold pool? How is this possible? At the edge of the cold pool, Shui Wuxia's face changed as her figure instantly turned into a stream of light and drilled into the bottom of the cold pool. However, no anomalies were found. Obviously, this is even more abnormal. Shoo! A light blue, cold light flowing long sword instantly flew out from the fire-red seal on her brow, attacking every inch of the pool ground. A few moments later, a bronze-colored metal disc with a diameter of about 2 meters and a thickness of about 50 centimeters appeared in front of her. And on that metal disc, complicated runes were densely carved. Could this be a teleportation array disc? Shui Wuyo stared at the metal disc in shock, her face changing and changing. The next instant, her figure once again turned into a stream of light, heading towards the forbidden land of the Forgotten Love Sect, the place where her master was in seclusion. And the metal disc was taken away from her. The words are split. In the spirit spring space, Su Qiu appeared with the 4 of them, Feng Wuhan, Yun Wui, Yu Wui, and Xing Wuhan, by the side of a beach that had been born out of the evolution of the space. Su Yao was unaware of the matter of the outside world where Forgetfulness Sect's Shui Wuyo had discovered the array plate and taken it away. Where is this? Su Lak, where are our 2nd and 3rd senior sisters? Didn't you say they were under attack by demonic beasts?
No, Shushu, yo.
Do you simply not know where our senior sister is? Su, how dare you deceive us? Looking at Su's eyes that seemed to be smiling, Feng Wuhan's 4 hearts instantly realized. They were deceived by the shameless thief in front of them. Asshole! The short-tempered Yu Wui immediately wanted to teach Su a lesson. But, in the next second, her face changed dramatically. I can't even feel any spiritual energy present? How is that possible? Listening to Moon Unsullied's trembling voice, the 3 of them, Feng Wuhan, also operated their spiritual energy at the same time. Immediately after that, the 3 of them also changed their faces drastically.
Shushu, yo.
What have you done to us? The 4 people leaned together with horrified expressions, their bodies involuntarily retreating backward. The sandy floor, leaving a mess of footprints. Ha ha! Su Liao laughed out loud and stared at the 4. For babies, you don't need to be afraid. Your 2nd and 3rd senior sisters are indeed within this small world. However, they are not in any danger. Nowadays, the 2 of them, as well as Ruoli and the others, are already my women, all living in the center area of this small world. If you want to see them, then promise to be my women. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to dominate you.
Yeah.
Feng Wuhan, as a senior sister, quickly calmed down and gently calmed her 3 senior sisters as she looked up at Su. Sulak, we can no longer trust your words, unless you let us take a look at 2nd senior sister and the girls first. Otherwise, we'd rather die than let you have your way. Looking at the apprehensive 4, Su laughed in his heart and deliberately made a sinister expression. You can't use your spiritual energy and you can't explode yourselves, so if you kill yourselves, it's not like your corpses won't be able to do the same.
Yeah.
As Su Yao's words fell, the 4 of them instantly stared in horror. If they die, their bodies will have to be humiliated, and they can't afford to do that, You're just evil.
Shushu, yo.
You're even more evil than the Yellow Springs sex cultivators. Sooner or later, one day, you'll get your comeuppance. The 4 men stepped back in fear, and with a thud they all sat down on the sand. The light green glazed gown was also covered in sand. Looking at the several people's wretched appearance, Su stopped teasing them, revealing a gentle smile on his face as he softly said, "All right, I'm just joking with you guys. Look at how scared you guys are." With that, he sat down on his butt beside the 4 men. Looking at Su's sudden transformation, the 4 of them, Feng Wuhan, were all slightly stunned. They could no longer figure out what kind of person Su was. Sulak, are you really not going to move us? Old 7th Star Dustless glanced at Su and softly inquired. Su Liao gently shook his head. Your senior sister and junior sister. They are indeed in the central region of this small world, and they have indeed become my Su Liao's women. With that, he twisted his head to look at the 4 women and continued. So, no matter what you think, from now on, all 4 of you are also my Su's women. I'll pamper you later when we return to the central region and let you meet your senior sister and junior sister. As Su Liao's words fell, Feng Wuhan turned his head with a miserable expression, stared at Su Liao beside him, and said softly, Su Liao out there, the wife of the Yellow Spring sex patriarch, the patriarch's daughter, the wife of the Heavenly Sword sex patriarch, the young patriarch's fiancée, the empress of the Great Diffusion Imperial Dynasty, the princess, which one of them is not a stunning fairy who's so gorgeous and gorgeous that she tops the cloud wasteland continent. Why don't you go look for them instead of focusing on our forgetfulness sect? Chapter 119. Can one comprehend the spirit transformation intent realm at the Yuaning stage? Baby, you've wronged me on that one. Su Liao sighed and asked rhetorically, Do you know where I come from? As the words fell, the four of them, Feng Wuhan, twisted their heads in unison to look at Su Yao. It was unclear how Su's words were related to targeting their forgotten love sect. Glancing at the four women, Su said slowly, Actually, I'm not from the cultivation realm, but from the mortal realm. The mortal realm? You are not from the cultivation world? Then that master of yours, immortal Emperor Baixian, is lying to us as well. Su Liao, which of your words is true? Seeing Yun Wui and Yu Wui look agitated, Su waved his hand. What I'm saying now is true. I teleported into the cultivation realm through our world's teleportation array. Who knew that the other end happened to be within that cold pool of your forgetfulness sect? As Su Yao's words fell, Starless Dust exclaimed out in shock. What? You're saying that there's a teleportation array to the mortal realm in the cold pool at the back of our forgotten love sect? How is this possible? Yes, if what you say is true. How could the sect master not care about that place and allow the sect disciples to bathe there? Yu Wui agreed. I know it's unbelievable, but that's just the way it is. In addition, since I cultivate a special technique, so this is not exactly meeting a female disciple who is bathing, so… Hey. Su Liao couldn't help but grin as he said that. Then you are not all leaving our Forgotten Soul sect. Why don't you go somewhere else? Why did you return to our Forgetfulness sect again? Baby, I'm not doing this for the sake of your sisters, letting you reunite and be a quilt of sisters. Isn't that what you want? You're being forceful. Ha ha. Su Liao laughed out loud and fiercely reached out to pull Feng Wuhan, who was beside him, into his arms. What are you doing? Quickly let go of me. Feng Wuhan struggled hard, wanting to break free from Su's embrace. Yun Wui, Yu Wui, and Xing Wuyun, seeing their senior sister being carried into Su's arms, also rushed forward, wanting to rescue Feng Wuhan. If you guys don't listen like that again, I'm going to dominate you, Su Liao said with a sullen face. Swish! Yun Wui's three people's arms froze in the air. Feng Wuhan also gave up struggling, and his expression was a burst of sadness. Su Liao was already used to this. After all, this was a life experience that every one of his women had to go through. Seeing that the beautiful person in his arms no longer struggled, Su lowered his head and kissed Feng Wuhan's rosy lips. Well, Feng Wuhan gently patted Su's chest a few times before sinking into it. Although she was over 200 years old, she had never experienced a man or a woman after all. Yun Wui twisted her head to the side in an intolerant manner, and the three faces turned a shade of red. A few moments later, Su Liao let go of the red-faced Feng Wuhan and took Yun Wui into his arms again. Once again, he lowered his head and kissed it. Half an hour later, looking at the four women who were sitting on the sidelines, their faces flushed and their heads lowered, Su Yao was in a soothing mood, collecting the 7 true disciples. Now only Xue Wuxia was left. However, Xue Wuxia is in seclusion. On the day she emerged from seclusion, she was afraid that she would have already advanced to the transformation god realm. Thinking of his sister Suyu, Suzhou couldn't help but frown. Suyu's father, Nangong Ashes, was at the transitional immortal exalt realm, while he was currently only at the late Jindan realm. In front of that Nangong Ashes, he was completely a mole cricket. If you want to take Suyu, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. It seems that I must break through to the Yuaning realm as soon as possible, and then go to the outside world to plunder cultivation resources and women, so that my cultivation progress will grow rapidly. After breaking through to Yuaning, it's time for the 6 of them to conceive heirs for me. Also, the demon soul streamer needs more souls. Thinking of this, Su turned his head to look at the 4 girls. Don't you want to see your senior sister and sister-in-law? I'll take you all there now. The words fell. The 5 then disappeared down the beach. Central area. The ladies were practicing and feeling the Shennu Sutra beside the Spirit Spring Pond. Su Liao had released his cultivation suppression on Night Sleepless and the others a week earlier. Now, with the teachings of the two great powerhouses, Night Sleepless and Flowerless Tear, as well as the assistance of Flowerless Tear's alchemy, the ladies were making rapid progress. Hundreds of people had all entered the middle stage of qi refining, and even Lin Yutong Yang Yi Munyanxue by Mengjiqiu Yingying Zhang Yue, and the others had already entered the late stage of qi refining realm. But nowadays, although the spiritual qi within the small world was rich, there was a lack of heavenly treasures for refining various pills. Otherwise, it would not be impossible for all of them to enter the foundation establishment realm. Shu, just as Knight Wumian was explaining the arcane information in the Shen Nu Sutra to the ladies, 5 figures suddenly appeared. Second senior sister, third senior sister, Ruoli, Xiaotang, Xiaochan, you're really here. The 4 of them, Feng Wuhan, Yun Wui, Yu Wui, and Xing Wuhan, joyfully ran towards the Night Sleepless several people. Lin Yutong and the others looked at the 5 stunningly beautiful women that had suddenly appeared, and then looked at Su Su. The 4 of them are Feng Wuhan, Yun Wui, Yu Wui, and Xing Wuhan. Su Suyao briefly introduced himself to the ladies, and then walked over to a few big medical beauties, teasing a few cute daughters. In the future, whichever yellow hair dares to mess with my daughter, come one and I'll collect one of my old man's demon soul streamers. Looking at his pink and adorable daughter, Su Liao secretly thought in his heart. An hour later, babes, you go on. Su Liao swept his gaze across the crowd and finally landed on Feng Wuhan. Looking at Su Su's gaze, Feng Wuhan's body trembled gently, and his heart immediately tensed up. Second senior sister, third senior sister, alas, senior sister, sooner or later have to face you. Go with him. Su Liao looked at the several people, smiled, and with a wave of his arm, he brought Feng Wuhan to appear under the willow tree by the pond, on the flat Taihu Lake rocks. This place, too, had completely become a place for Su Su to plow his fields. Cultivation has no years, and in the blink of an eye, a month rushed by. Su Liao's Dharma cultivation realm had also stepped into the Jindan Grand Completion realm with the aid of Feng Wuhan, Yun Wui, Yu Wui, Xing Wuhan, as well as Night Sleeplessness and Flower Tearlessness. As long as one passes through the 6-9 heavenly tribulations and the Dan shatters into a baby, one can enter the Yuanying realm. But he wasn't in a hurry. He would continue to plow on, allowing the 6 Night Sleepless sisters to conceive on his heir, and advancing the physical cultivation realm to the Jindan Great Perfection as well. At that time, the dual robberies will be crossed at the same time. In one fell swoop, the Dharma cultivation and physical cultivation broke through to the Yuanying realm at the same time. Combined with his holy body vision, as well as his many magic treasures, he was not afraid of even the late Yuanying stage, or even the consummate realm. Moreover, according to what the humongous bandit said, when his physical body reached the Yuanying realm, his holy body would once again have an additional vision. There's no telling what the vision will be. Forget it. There's no use thinking about it now. Let's just keep on being cowboys and horses and work hard in earnest. Sighing lightly, Su Su rolled over and pounced once again. Congratulations to the host, successfully making Night Sleepless conceive an heir, rewarded with 30 times the physique, and a bottle of conceptualization Dan. Note: Intent Sense Dan can help practitioners to easily sense the top level of the god's intent. Each practitioner can only take one, invalid for practitioners below the Yuanying stage. Listening to the humongous bandit's voice in his head, Su Liao's eyes instantly lit up. Intent Sensation Dan, ineffective for cultivators below Yuanying stage? Wouldn't this mean that it could be taken at the Yuanying stage as well, thus sensing the realm of meaning that only existed at the Transformation God stage at the Yuanying realm? This, Chapter 120, The Stormy Miyamoto Musashi, Double Thunder Tribulation. Half a month later, the 5 of them, Flower without tears, wind without trace, cloud without moon without dirt, and star without dust, following night without sleep, had also conceived the children of the Su clan one after the other. Gained 630x physique, 3 bottles of intense sense pills, 49 of each, and 147 assorted transformation spiritual artifacts. And the fetus in the abdomen of Long Fei Fei, Su Dili and Li Mengchan were born one after another. No surprise, for more daughters. Long Fei Fei's daughter was named Su Ling Er. Su Dili's daughters were named Su Lingshi and Su Lingya. Li Mengchan's daughter was named Su Ling Orange. In the future, when my daughter grows up, if she doesn't like these names, she can change them again. Hubby, Isn't it time to take a trip back to sky blue aquamarine next? Mu Nianxue looked at Su Liao, who was holding Su Lingxue and Su Lingxi, and asked in a soft voice. Not bad. Next go back and receive all your loved ones into this small world, so you can see each other at any time when you see each other again in the future. Su Liao said, handing the child to Mu Nianxue and taking out 6 intense sense pills as he gazed at the Night Sleepless view. Husband, what are you looking at us for? Night Sleepless asked. This is 6 intense sensation pills. They can help you to perceive the top-level transformation god intent realm at the Yuaning stage. You 6 take them and find a place to perceive it. Effective sense pill? Husband, the transformation god intent realm can still rely on pills to sense it? Of course, you few should also work hard and strive to reach the Yuaning realm as soon as possible. Hubby, a few of Sister Sleepless assisted you in your cultivation. Now that your realm has been raised, is it possible to assist us in our cultivation? Bai Mengjie asked curiously. Yes, hubby. The baby has been born, so you must assist us in our cultivation more. Listening to Bai Mengjie and Lin Yutong's bold words, Su Ruoli and Wu Xiaotong's faces flushed, all unashamed. Haha, good, in the future, hubby will also assist you guys in your cultivation more. I will strive for you all to reach the Yuaning stage soon as well. Su Liao reached out and pinched Bai Mengjie's white and tender face as he added, I'll return to the sky blue aquamarine planet right now, and in the meantime, I'll cross over and break through the Yuaning stage. When they heard the words transition, a wave of worry went through the eyes of the ladies. The concern in the eyes of Night Sleepless and the others increased. The few of them were all people who had crossed the 6-9 heavenly tribulation and clearly knew how terrifying the Yuaning tribulation was. Husband, then you must be careful. If you can't make it through, return to this small world, and then go out to cross the tribulation again when you're stronger. Don't worry, with so many of your wives, I'm unfortunately alive. A small thunderbolt can't help me. After placating a few words, Su Su's figure disappeared in front of the ladies. Night Sleepless looked at Hua Wu Tier and the others. Senior sister, a few of us should go to the outer ocean side to sense the intent. Yes, Sister Sleepless. Wouldn't it be better for you guys to sense here? Why do you have to run so far? The commotion might be bigger by then, so we'd better go outside. You guys just stay home and practice the Shennu Sutra. That's fine. Sky blue water blue stars. Yoshina City, Kasuga Taisha, unoccupied mountain forest. A man in black armor appeared out of nowhere. This transformation spirit level spiritual armor treasure armor should not be broken by the lightning tribulation. When he thought of becoming naked after every battle or calamity, with his divine artifacts swaying in the wind, Su Yao's heart was filled with a wave of helplessness. Although it's true that as long as you're not embarrassed, it's everyone else who's embarrassed. But he didn't want to be an exhibitionist either. Let's hope this armor holds up. Rumble. Just then, the clear sky suddenly changed in wind and clouds. Thick black clouds coalesced at a speed visible to the naked eye. Shoo! Su Liao's figure instantly turned into a stream of light, rushing towards the small-time capital city of Edo. Dharma cultivation Jindan great perfection plus physical cultivation Jindan great perfection. The double thunderbolt thought must be even more terrifying. It must be treated with caution. If they really couldn't make it through, then they would have to slip away and hide in the small world. Above the dome of the sky, black clouds that stretched for 800 kilometers and were interspersed with terrifying thunder moved along with Su. Wherever they passed, countless small days looked up in horror at the sky that resembled doom. This scene is even more horrifying and visual than the apocalyptic natural disaster in the movie. It was obviously March, but it was as if the air was so thin as if it were a 3-volt day, making it difficult to breathe. Edo City, suburbia, inside a small cottage courtyard. Miyamoto Musashi lay languidly on a yoga mat, Spinach Nadi laying on his chest, panting slightly. Ever since the original Inagawa Vishnu banquet purple chairman was smashed to a pulp by the stick star Li Zhong. Vice President Guba Yoshida then took the top seat in the Yakuza, and he and Shimizu Yanida were promoted by rockets. The two jumped from being a bodyguard to being the Sherpa and bitter head of the Yakuza. A noble existence under one person and above 10,000. And the former chairman's widow, Pinto Nadi, was also commandeered by Miyamoto Musashi and incorporated into the room. Nadi, am I good? Miyamoto Musashi asked with a smile as he placed one hand on top of Pachyderm's back and rubbed Pachyderm's head with the other. Musashi, are you on something today? Spinster Nadi asked curiously as she moved her head. I bought some of their ancestral secret medicine from an old Chinese doctor in the Dragon Summer Kingdom. Hey Nadi, you'll be blessed in the future. Words. Spinster Nadi blushed for a moment, and the thought of Miyamoto Musashi's bravery was a joyful one. The original Miyamoto Musashi was just under 3 points. Nowadays, it is surprising that they can start in 30 minutes. The old Chinese doctor of Longxia country is just bull. Rumble. Just then, a deafening clap of thunder suddenly rang out. The originally clear sky was suddenly covered by black clouds interspersed with countless thunder and lightning, just like the end of the world. Musashi, this is scary. Is it the end? Pinto Nadi tilted her head to the sky with a horrified look on her face. Miyamoto Musashi's eyes were also in a state of shock. But, all of a sudden, his mind recalled a similar incident that had occurred in the Stick Country. No good. This is the humming spirit emperor transiting. Let's hurry into the air defense tunnel. Without much time to think, Miyamoto Musashi sat up violently, and without even having time to put on his clothes, he picked up Spinach Nadi and ran towards the air raid shelter. The Imperial Residence. The mascot Emperor Aki Oat Miyagi Saitama is holding 2 women in ghost makeup and drinking wine. Suddenly, there was a loud bang in the sky above his head, frightening him so much that the tall red wine glass in his hand also fell to the ground. Your Majesty! The 2 women rushed to get out their handkerchiefs to help wipe it off. Autumn Oat Miyagi Kipa violently pushed the 2 away and ran towards the outside of the palace. Is this the end of the world coming? Your Majesty, it's dangerous. Follow the old slave into the air defense bunker. An old man, about 50 years old, suddenly appeared, pulling the arm of Autumn Oat Miyagi Kipa, and was about to run towards the air raid shelter. But she was violently shaken off by Aikioa Miyagi Kipa. My Aiki. Take my Aiki with you. Your Majesty, we're here. As soon as Autumn Oat Palace Chipa's words fell, the 2 women inside the palace also ran out. Immediately, the 4 of them ran together towards the air defense bunker. Boom! The thunderbolt that looked like an extinction instantly blasted down from above the sky. In the sky, Sujio, who was wearing black armor, was also blasted towards the ground by this tremendous force. Boom! Like a nuclear explosion, the Imperial Residence was instantly leveled by the extinction thunder. Chapter 121, Yuaning Stage Boundless Killings. 100 meters underground. Inside the huge hole in the ground made of 1 meter thick alloy, all the members of the Autumn Oat Miyagi clan were present. Listening to the loud noise on the ground, Autumn Oat Miyagi Kipa frowned. What the hell happened? A natural disaster? Your Majesty, I'm afraid it's not a natural disaster this time. The old slave who had previously pulled the chipa of the Autumn Oat Palace aside and said with a horrified expression, Not a natural disaster? Then what is it? Your Majesty, don't you think that this time is very similar to what once happened in Pusan, the Kingdom of Stick? The only difference is that it seems to be more powerful this time. The Welding Spirit Great Emperor's transition? Yes, Your Majesty. He didn't have his tribulation in his Welding Spirit Empire. Why did he run to our little day? This is too bullying. Ugh! Inside the cave, the crowd sighed in unison in silence. The weak and the strong have been the same since the beginning of time. If you can't fight, then you can only be bullied. The other side. Inside an air raid shelter, Miyamoto Musashi and Spinach Nadi hugged each other, a look of horror on their faces. Musashi, are we going to die? Pachyderm Nadi asked sadly. No. This cave will definitely bless the 2 of us with peace and safety. Miyamoto Musashi's eyes flashed with determination and immediately spoke again. Nadi, let's do something shy to divert our attention. Huh? Doing shy things at this time? A diversion, though, seems good. So, let's get started then. Miyamoto Musashi nodded his head and hugged Spinach Nadi, then nibbled on it. Outside, 3 rounds of heavenly tribulation had already descended in the blink of an eye. The entire city of Edo was reduced to rubble under the horrifying extinction thunder, and countless small day people died under the thunder. 3 more rounds. Su Liao looked at the spiritual artifact armor of the god transformation realm that appeared to be cracked, and his expression was grave. Next, his figure turned into a stream of light and ran into the distance, and the thunderbolt moved along as if it had been installed with a tracker. Wherever they passed, countless buildings were reduced to rubble. In a flash, the 6th lightning tribulation was about to descend, and the transformation spirit level spiritual armor had shattered. Su Liao once again took out a black armor and put it on top of his body. There are so many treasures. It's still favorable to cross the threshold. Boom! A pillar of purple-blue lightning with a diameter of 100 meters, carrying an unmatched destructive force. From the sky, Su Liao's figure was instantly bombarded as he plummeted toward the bottom. The transformation spirit level spirit weapon armor also shattered inch by inch. Gosh, this is actually a super volcano? Am I running into Mount Fuji? Feeling the magma that wrapped around him, Su lacked a moment of confusion. This? He really didn't mean. Now, this volcano, which had been silent for hundreds of years, was afraid that it would erupt again. I'm afraid that my already fraught little life is about to get a whole lot worse. Maybe we should follow in the footsteps of the stick and disappear into the sky blue and water blue stars. Suddenly, there was a clicking and rumbling sound. Immediately after, it was then that a huge crack appeared on the surface of Mount Fuji, as if a hideous beast had opened its bloody mouth. Rolls of smoke poured out of the cracks, filling the air with a pungent sulfuric odor. Blazing magma surged out of the mountain's interior like a dike-breaking flood, and streams of fiery red magma flowed unchecked along the mountain slopes, devouring everything in its path. Trees were set ablaze in an instant and turned into ashes. Boulders were melted by the heat and turned into reddish liquid. The loud roar was deafening, as if the whole world was trembling. Along with the eruption of magma, the caldera also continuously ejected huge columns of volcanic ash that covered the sky and dyed the surrounding sky gray. Alas, sins! Feeling a small Su being molded within his dantian, Su Yao sighed, and his figure instantly disappeared from the spot, leaving behind a devastated earth, with pained wails everywhere. Long Xia Council Hall, the 9 elders, as well as the General Police Department, Qin Lai, and the others looked at the small day that had fallen into doom on the big screen. There was silence, although Long Xia had a worldly grudge against Xiao Xie. But now that they really saw Xiao Xie plunged into a hellish state, a trace of intolerance actually arose in their hearts. I'm afraid tens of millions of people are going to die in this disaster. Free State. Inside the Black Palace, Cataract watched the miserable state of his godson on the big screen, and his face turned blue for a moment. Pa! He angrily slammed his palm on the conference table with a loud bang. He clearly knows that Little Day is the godson of our great free country, but he still dares to do so. This move is completely disregarding our free country and bullying people too much. Head Carter, why don't we also launch a few ICBMs and attack the Weldling Empire City? Yes, Head Carter, he, Su, has bullied us too much. Order an attack. Ask the head to order an attack. A group of subordinates bowed their heads in unison and requested an order for a nuclear attack on the Weld Spirit Empire City. Although they said so with their mouths, they did wear a wry smile on their cheeks with their heads hanging low. Fark. All you know is attack, attack, attack. You guys want to die? I don't want to die yet. Headmaster. So we're just going to ignore it? I have a head cold, so we'll talk about this later. Cartwright slammed his forehead. His pale, flabby face scrunched into a frown. Quickly leaving the Black Palace, he got into a stretch Lincoln and disappeared. Spirit Springs space. On the beach, Su's naked and slinky figure reappeared. With that, he sat down on his knees on a huge rock. The consciousness sank into the dantian, only to see a small man who looked exactly like him sitting cross-legged on top of the golden sea of bitterness, his eyes tightly closed. It looks more similar to a woman carrying a fetus. However, the firstborn does not have an independent mind, but is controlled by his consciousness. When a Yuaning stage cultivator's physical body is fatally injured, he can transfer his consciousness to his Yuaning. If the Yuaning does not die, the cultivator is not considered dead. It was equivalent to a cultivator's second life. The Shenyuan sword, Demon Soul Streamer, and Prime Heavenly Baton were suspended 100 meters away from his circumference. Just as Su Yao sat cross-legged on the boulder, his consciousness immersed in his dantian, the night sleepless and flowerless Ter 6 appeared beside him. Husband has succeeded in crossing the tribulation and has already conceived a newborn baby. A flash of joy flashed in the eyes of the 6. The heart that was hanging in the air was finally released. Let's not disturb husband for now. Let's walk a little farther to sense the intent. Yes. After a long time, Su Liao's eyes snapped open. Haha, with this Yuaning stage holy body vision, even Yuaning great circle cultivators are no match for me. After a few more moments, Susu's joyful heart once again regained its composure. Now that I've entered the Yuaning stage, it's possible to take the intense sensation pill. However, it's better to make a trip back to the sky blue aquamarine planet first. I don't know how the little life is like. Muttering softly, Susu's figure disappeared once again. Yoshina City. Kasuga Taisha's unoccupied mountain forest, Sujou's figure reappeared. But the mountains and forests were all gone, and the whole hill was leveled. In the sky, the blue sky and white clouds disappeared and were replaced by thick black and gray volcanic ash. The divine sense of the Yuan-ing stage was exerted, and it instantly enveloped the entire small day version. The whole little day seemed to fall into twilight. There was dead silence everywhere. Hiss! Su Liao couldn't help but draw in a breath of cool air. This time, the killing that was done seems to be a bit heavy. However, it was already like this, so there was no choice but to include their souls in the Demon Soul Streamer. Let them realize an alternative rebirth. Chapter 122. Collecting people, collecting substances. Looking at the devastated earth and the thick volcanic ash overhead. Su Liao couldn't help but close his eyes and observe a 3-second moment of silence for the small days. Demon Soul Streamer, out! Su Suyao shouted, only to see a small flag of shining golden light instantly appear in the void of Liangnai City. A powerful suction force, like a tornado, enveloped the earth below. Within the countless corpses, a shadow was pulled out, and in the blink of an eye, it was sucked into the small flag of demonic aura. Ryona City, Handa City, Edo City. Su Liao's figure swept through city after city at breakneck speeds, and countless unjust souls were sucked into the Demon Soul Streamer. In its normal state, the golden light emanating from the Demon Soul Streamer began to be interspersed with a hint of black threads. Half an hour later. It's amazing that 10.8 million people lost their lives. This, thinking that so many people had died because of him, Su Liao sighed lightly. Next, his figure then disappeared over Edo City. A certain ruin on the outskirts of the city. Miyamoto Musashi leads spinach knots back to the ground by the hand. As far as the eye could see, there were ruins and no one survived. Musashi, we survived. The aftermath made Spinster Nadi stifle a joyful sob. A great disaster is a great blessing. Nadi, why don't we do something shy and celebrate? Right here. Spinster Nadi looked around and blushed for a moment. Not bad. And no one can see it now that there are no living people around anyway. Then. You do it then. But don't be so rude this time. Hey! With a bad smile, Miyamoto Musashi took the voluptuous spinach Nadi in his arms and nibbled on her carelessly. Former capital of the stick, now capital of the Hanling Empire. The Imperial Palace. The Golden Palace. Looking at the dozen or so loyal followers below him, Su Liao waved his arm, and the group of people disappeared inside the Golden Palace. Spirit Spring Space Small World. The Outer World. In the void, Cui Jian, Wang Chao, Zhang Tang, LV Jing, Huku, Jin Shi, and the others looked down below with horrified expressions, yet with a hint of shock and curiosity. There's no need to panic, this is my world, and I brought you in so that you could get a general idea first. You guys can record a video now, give you 3 days for global publicity. Anyone who wants to survive in this world, choose a place to gather in each city, and after a week I will personally go forward to collect people. After the crowd finished recording their videos, Su Yao sent them all out of the small world. 7 days. Su Xiao did not rest, but instead assisted Lin Yutong and Moon Yanxue in their cultivation. The gap between the rich and the poor is too wide. Even if it was only 7 days, Lin Yutong, Yang Yi, Moon Yanxue by Mengjie, and the other 13 people had broken through to the mid-foundation establishment realm. The 6 people, Night Sleepless, Flowerless Tear, Windless Trace, Cloudless E, Moonless Dirt, and Starless Dust, on the other hand, were still at the seashore sensing the spirit transformation intent. Welding Spirit Empire, in front of the Golden Palace, the huge square was filled with people at this moment. All of them were relatives of the ladies, as well as Cui Jian, Wang Chao, and others. Fifi's mom. We're both equally over 100 years old. Why are you getting younger and younger? Yeah. Fifi's mom. Any tips? We're all considered in laws nowadays. You can't hide anything. Looking at the crowd surrounding her, Long Mei had a headache. How many times have I said this? It's all about keeping a good mood in general, and you'll live younger and younger. Oh, if you don't want to say it, just say it, why put us off? Our daughters are now wives of immortals. What have you got to worry about? When we get to Xiao Su's world, You guys will let your daughters pass through the pillows, and you'll still have all the elixirs and medicines you need. It's not impossible for you to return to your 18 or 19 years of age by then. Long May's words fell. A bunch of old ants have quieted down. Huh. Look at my brain. Why didn't I think of that? Shoo. Right at this moment, Su's figure appeared out of thin air on top of the 108 steps. The noisy square instantly quieted down. Sweeping the crowd below, Su did not dawdle, and with a wave of his arm, the Shuru relatives disappeared above the square. Your Majesty, here is a menu of the meeting places for the personnel of each city. Ken Choi said loudly from the bottom of the steps, holding a paper list. Next, Su Xiao spoke. I already know, so you all enter the small world as well. With a wave of his hand, Jian Chui and the others, as well as their families, disappeared above the square. The Welding Empire. Within 3 hours, rolling through 7 cities, 56 million people were collected into the small world of spiritual spring space, scattered over tens of millions of square kilometers. Within the small world, there isn't even a single animal on land or in the ocean, and it wouldn't be appropriate for them to eat only plant wild fruits, then scavenge the chickens, ducks, cows, sheep, seeds, and all kinds of food, Su Liao muttered. Next, then he flew towards the largest farming area of the Weld Spirit Empire. Countless animals, seeds, and food appeared within the small world. Wherever they passed, it was like the transit of locusts. All sorts of living supplies were airdropped into the crowds scattered around the small world. They just need to work hard, and survival and reproduction is not a problem at all. It would be a good idea to take a trip over to the small days. Take young, healthy, and beautiful women into the small worlds, and scavenge for material. Say dry and you're dry. In an instant, Su crossed 600 kilometers and appeared over the small city of Edo. Huh. There are so many living people in Edo City? With a sweep of his divine thoughts, thousands of figures entered Su Liao's mind. Holy Pinto Nadi? You're even doing this with a guy in a hole in the ground at this hour? Not bad for a teacher. The greatness of the Yuaning stage descended in an instant. Miyamoto Musashi and Spinach Nadi, who were in motion, as well as the members of the Akabano Miyagi clan, and hundreds of women from powerful families then disappeared in place. 3 hours later, Su Liao's figure appeared above Longxia Yanjing, and a small life of 6.8 million healthy, beautiful women, all aged 12 to 40, inexplicably disappeared into thin air. And with it disappeared 70% of the poultry. Parliament Hall. Su Liao followed Qin Lai and the others into the huge, empty conference room. The 9 elders hurriedly rose to greet them. I didn't expect that in just over a year. The once young lad had already reached such an achievement. It's truly amazing. Haha. Great elder is overpraised. Su Liao smiled faintly as he scanned the crowd and said with a smile, I'm sure you're all clear about the purpose of my trip. In the future, the humongous Spirit Empire's land, as well as the Small Days land, will be handed over to Longxia. In addition, I will take away a group of people from the Immortal Gang, but not too many, so don't worry. Sulak, if you take them into the small world, is it true that you'll be living in the small world from now on? The Grand Elder inquired suspiciously. Su Yao gently shook his head. I'm heading to the cultivation realm, but I've already placed teleportation spell formations in several places. So even if I reach the cultivation realm, I can return to this world at any time. Cultivation world? Long Xia's group of executives were all curious at once. The world of legends. Does it really exist? What kind of world would that be? Sulak, don't worry, we'll definitely help you take care of the territory of the Welding Spirit Empire. Everything will remain the same when you return in the future. The Grand Elder suppressed the curiosity about the cultivation world in his heart and said with a smile, words. Su Liao nodded gently before taking out 2 bottles of rejuvenation pills and placing them on the table. Here are 2 bottles of rejuvenation pills. Take them, you guys. Sulak. This is too precious. Su Liao glanced at the crowd and smiled. Consider this as your payment for helping me take care of the Weld Spirit Empire's territory. Don't be excusing yourselves. Then we'll take it. Gently nodding his head, Su Liao's figure disappeared inside the huge conference room, leaving behind only a crowd of shocked and Fairy Longxia's senior personnel. The city that never sleeps. On the outskirts of the city, looking down at the hundreds of thousands of fans below him who tilted their heads and gazed adoringly at him, Su Yao smiled. From the small days of catching so many women, it is considered to be a benefit for their beggar fans. Hee. These two, Su Daqiang and Xiao Wangzu, are even here. Chapter 123 Surprise. Zhangdan, fan babies, since you've chosen to live in my little world, get ready for a surprise. What? Surprise? What surprise? Over 600,000 followers, doubtful. However, without waiting for them to think more, Su lacked a wave of his arm, and with a wave of Yuaning stage greatness, he collected more than 600,000 people into the small world. Inside the small world, more than 600,000 people appeared at the foot of a large mountain at the same time, and mixed with a small group of day women, scattered and broken up into small pieces. Is this the surprise that Lord Gang Leader gave us? A crowd of youngsters stared dumbfounded at Pachyderm Nadi, who was being held by a man's hand. They were surprised to see the Enlightenment teacher. This is indeed a surprise. But who is this guy? Seems like a little bit of a man of the past. Did the gang leader ask us to rob his woman? The group of youngsters thought in unison, then glanced at each other, nodded their heads in tacit agreement, and rushed towards Miyamoto Musashi. What do you want? Don't come any closer. Miyamoto Musashi looked at the dozens of youths rushing towards him, and in horror, he pulled Pinto Nadi by the arm and stepped back. Just when Miyamoto Musashi was in despair, Su Liao's voice resounded within the small world. Listen everyone, when you come to this world to survive, you are not allowed to do bad things, much less steal someone's wife. Anyone who dares to do something bad will be severely punished. In addition, this seat has already placed countless fowls, seeds and living materials in many places. Try to build a home if you want to survive well. Listening to Su's voice, a group of youngsters were puzzled for a while. Originally, I thought I could personally be a student of the Enlightenment teacher once, but I didn't expect this to be a surprise. Alas, they were made happy for nothing. Just as they were lost, a large group of small-time women were approaching them. Another area. Su Daqiang and Xiao Wangzu, with their family, looked at the dozens of women around them and were dumbfounded for a while. We all have wives and children. Is the gang leader testing us with these women? Mentally pondering, the two men couldn't help a roll in their throats. No, we can't fall for that. The gang leader said a lot of substances were dropped, so we'd better get to the substances first. The two thought in unison in their minds. Come on, son. Let's go. Let's get supplies and build a home. Okay, Dad. Su Daqiang and Xiao Wangzu's already adult son followed his father toward the mountain, but still looked back at the little life woman from time to time. Looking at the men who appeared to go up the mountain, dozens of small-day women whispered for a while and also followed Su Daqiang and the others towards the mountain. As he watched most of the crowd begin to look for supplies to build their homes, Su Yao smiled faintly and stopped caring about them. Stocked up. Central area. Su Liao looked at the group of women and said with a smile, "Babies, your kindred husbands have been picked up and can be found not far out of those 9 ways. I've arranged for them all to have space capsules with poultry seed and food. You're all cultivators now, and you'll be there in 10 minutes at most. Go and take a look if you want to. Also, you can bring back some of our specialties here." "Great, honey. Then I'm going to take the kids over there right now to check it out," Lin Yutong and the others said with a smile. "Then let my husband send you back this time. If you want to go back in the future, you'll have to make your own way." Okay, hubby, just take us back." Sweeping his eyes over the ladies, Su nodded his head gently. Next, a group of women from the Dragon Summer and Stick countries then disappeared into thin air. Only Su Ruoli, Wu Xiaotang, Ning Xiaocan, and Shin Yuchu remained, as well as the 300 women who had been hurt by the Playboy Gang and the 101 women from the small days. Ruoli, Xiaotang, and Xiaochan, you guys just stay home for now. When they come back and you want to go out to play, then let them accompany you. Okay, husband. The 3 responded in unison. Su Liao carried the 3 into his arms, gently kissed them on their delicate white faces, and his figure disappeared. The other side. Long Fei appeared in front of a space capsule. "Mom, are you there?" As soon as she spoke, the door to the capsule opened with a creak, and Long Mei walked out of the capsule. "Mom, you..." Long Fei was about to open her mouth when she saw Long Mei running towards her with a smile on her face. Sure enough, after such a long absence, Mom misses me so much. "Mom, you don't need this." Shoo. Before she could finish her sentence, Her daughter in her arms had already been snatched away by Shangyu. Aha! After all, I was wrong to pay. Baby, what's your name? Long Mei teased the little biddy in her arms, causing the little biddy to giggle. Infected by Dot's smile, Long Mei also laughed openly. Mom, her name is Su Linger, Long Fei Fei said with a smile on the side. Linger? Isn't that the name of a character my daughter once starred in? But it does fit. Spirit baby. Long Mei teased Su Linger and then walked towards the space capsule. Seeing this, Long Fei Fei also smiled and followed. Dum 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 dum. Less than a minute after entering the capsule, there was a sudden knock at the door. Long Fei Fei instantly sensed that it was her own man and quickly walked to the door and opened it. Honey, what are you doing here? Long Fei Fei said, her gaze worriedly looking towards the bedroom. Baby, I'm here to see my mother-in-law, aren't I? As Su Liao's words fell, he saw Long Mei carrying Su Linger out from within the bedroom. Yeah. Xiao Su is here, have a seat. Seeing Su Xiao, a smile instantly bloomed on Long Mei's face as she looked over at Long Fei Fei. Damn girl, what are you still standing there for? You don't know to let the man sit down when he comes, and you don't know to go pour a cup of water. Mom, you… Long Fei Fei pouted and looked at Long Mei, eventually pulling Su Su to sit down on the sofa. And getting up to the side, he poured a glass of water and placed it in front of Su Su. Honey, drink water. Baby, no need to be so polite when you're family. Su Liao smiled, his gaze looking towards Long Mei. Mother-in-law, this is considered my first visit, and this resurfacing pill is for you. Face resurfacing pill? Is this the elixir that restores Fifi to her peak? Long Mei's eyes instantly widened as she stared at the exotically scented elixir in Su Su's hand, her snow-white throat rolling a few times one after another. Not bad. As long as you take this face resurfacing pill, you will be able to restore your body to its optimal period and fix your face at its most beautiful forever. You can take it now in the bathroom and it will take effect in a few moments. Su Liao said, handing the elixir to Long Mei. This thank you Xiao Su. Fifi married you. It's really the right marriage. Long Mei's face opened up with a smile, eagerly stuffing Su Linger in her arms into Long Fei Fei's arms. She ran towards the bathroom. Bam! The bathroom door closed. Soon, there was the sound of running water and the awe-inspiring voice of the beautiful dragon. Parlor. Long Fei Fei hugged Su Linger, her worried gaze looking towards Su Liao. Chapter 124. Honey, you. Long Fei Fei looked at Su Su wanting to speak. What are you worried about, baby? Su Liao said, carrying Su Linger into his arms, and asked without lifting his head. Honey, my mom, you're not allowed to have any bad thoughts. Bad thoughts? Su Lak looked up at Long Fei Fei. Baby, what are you rambling on about all day? Am I that kind of person? Humph. Long Fei Fei hummed and muttered. Isn't it? Then what do you say about Lin Ruoxue and Xiao Weining? This can be the same. Besides, there are some things that are not what you think. Su Lak smiled awkwardly and changed the topic. Our baby girl is hungry, so hurry up and feed her. Humph. Long Fei Fei grunted lightly, took the child, lifted her clothes, and then fed Su Linger. But there was still some concern in his eyes. Crunch. Right at this moment, Long Mei walked out wrapped in a white bath towel, looked at Su Jiao sitting on the living room sofa, and said excitedly, Xiao Su, this elixir of yours is really an immortal elixir. It actually made me change back to my 20s again. As you like. Like, of course I like. Xiao Su, come to the house more often when you have time in the future. As soon as Long Mei's words fell, Long Fei Fei spoke up. Mom, Su Su is busy all day long. How can he find the time? Words. Long Mei glared at Long Fei Fei as if to shut her up again. Then he looked at Su Xiao with a big smile. Little Su, in the future, even if you're busy, you should rest, come and sit more often when you have time, and also let me take a look at little Spirit's child more often. Mother-in-law, you can also go to the central region with Fei Fei if you like. Su Liao said with a smile. Fine, fine, when Fifi goes back, I'll go over with her for a while. Long Mei said, turning around and walking towards the bedroom. Humph. Long Fei Fei snorted coldly. Beaming, he was depressed. Baby, don't be imagining things, you're worried. Then I'll avoid my mother-in-law. That's something you can always be assured of. I'm going to check on my two goddaughters first. I haven't seen them for so long, and I'm missing them strangely. With that, the figure disappeared into the living room. Ugh! Looking at the sofa where Su Su Liao had sat, Long Fei sighed long and helplessly. After such a long time, Su Su's character, as a wife, she cannot know it. What a sigh on such a fine day. Long Mei's voice suddenly sounded from behind. Nothing. It's nothing. Why are you moping? If there's something wrong, you must tell Mom. There's nothing we can't talk about between mother and daughter. Mom, it's really nothing. Don't you love babies? You come and hold them. Well. Dad. As soon as Su Su's silhouette appeared, the two little ones saw him, and with a flash of light in their eyes, they trotted and jumped into Su Su's arms. Ha! Miss Daddy? Su Liao said, kissing the two on the cheeks. Think! The two little girls, Ning Yutong and Jiang and I, responded in a milky voice. Ha! Honey! Two voices suddenly rang out from the doorways of two space capsules off to the side. Su Yuexin and Jiang Xiaolin, who were carrying large bellies, came out of the two space capsules respectively. Their parents followed. When they saw Su Su, they all instantly revealed a smile on their faces. Xiao Su is here, have a seat. Mother-in-law, we're all family. No need to be polite. Well, you're welcome. Sit down and talk. I'll get you guys a glass of water. Looking at his mother-in-law, who had turned to pour water, Su Su shook his head helplessly. Let them be. Just be happy. In the blink of an eye, 7 days rushed by. Su Xiao also visited all the in-laws. This day, central area by the pond under the willow tree, on the huge and flat Taihu Lake stone. Su Xiao was about to teach his disciple Xin Yu Chu to cultivate, when suddenly a powerful aura erupted from the outer area, where the ocean was. Did this sleepless wife break through to the transformation god realm in one fell swoop? Master, don't you want the congregation to cultivate? What are you fuming about? Xin Yu Chu hugged Su Su's arm, tilting her head inquisitively. Good disciple, you can cultivate here by yourself first. Master teacher will go to check on your several master mothers and come back later to teach you cultivation. Su Xiao said, gently rubbing Xin Yu Chu's head, and in the next instant, he disappeared into the boulder, gently caressing the blanket that Su Su had just sat on and was still warm. Xin Yu Chu's eyes flashed with a flash of anticipation. Regarding this Taihu Lake stone, she naturally knew in her heart what her master was trying to do by bringing her here. She, in turn, was willing to give her all for her master. Outside, oceanside, when Suzhou's figure appeared, he saw that Night Sleepless was standing above the sea, slowly opening his eyes. Boom! A strong aura erupted from within her body. The powerful shockwave shook Su Su backed up hundreds of steps in the void before he could stabilize himself. Baby, are you breaking through to the transformation god realm? Su Liao said, instantly appearing beside Night Sleepless and wrapping his arms around that fragrant and delicate body. Night Sleepless looked at Su Su, gently ruffled the silver-white hair in front of her forehead, and softly said, Husband, how can it be so easy to break through to the god of transformation? I've only broken through to the half-step god of transformation realm right now, and there's still a long way to go before the god of transformation can be achieved. He. That's awesome too. You're the most powerful person in our Su family now. Hearing Su Su's compliments, Night Sleeplessness' heart burst with sweetness as she gently leaned on top of Su Su's shoulders. Hubby, why don't you ask me what realm of meaning I've sensed? Night Sleepless raised her head, her beautiful eyes looking at Su Su with affection, anticipation flickering in her eyes. Su Lak was slightly stunned, then revealed a bright smile, gently scraping her agitated nose and saying dotingly, Look at this brain of mine. I'm just happy. The baby is so magnificent. It must have realized a transcendent realm. Quickly tell me, what realm is it? Night Sleepless covered her mouth and laughed lightly, her eyes filled with pride as she slowly said, My realm is called Huang Liangyi Dream, a spiritual labyrinth. When fighting, as long as the enemy is caught in the dream reincarnation, they will experience 1,000 lifetimes of love and hate, and eventually their Tao will collapse and they will be reduced to mortals. Words. Su Liao was slightly stunned. The mood didn't seem quite the same as what he had imagined. It was reasonable to say that Night Sleepless had grown up in the Forgetfulness sect under the teaching of his master, Jade Emotionless, and hadn't experienced any love or hatred, so why would he have sensed this kind of mood? Shouldn't it be as if her master teacher had sensed the emotionless realm of intent, or frozen ice and snow or something? Husband, do you want to experience it? Night Sleepless looked at the frothing Su and asked with a smile. May I? Of course. Then. You do it then, Su Liao said and closed his eyes. Husband, aren't you afraid I'll turn on you? You're my baby. Why should I be afraid? Aha! Night Sleepless froze, his heart was moved for a moment, and his gaze became even more tender as he looked at Su. Husband. Then prepare to experience the cycle of life. Chapter 125, A Life Without Hummers. As an earth-colored light swept by, Su Yao's face expression instantly became peaceful. Sky blue, water blue stars. Long Xia Kingdom, Golden Poverty City. In room 404 of Thousand Apartments, Su Liao sat up violently from his Simmons mattress. What? His eyes were confused for a moment. Then he raised his right hand and scratched his head. It's as if I've forgotten something, but it's as if I haven't. Jingle bells. The cell phone on the nightstand suddenly rang. Why is Mom calling me so early? Su Liao casually picked up his Huawei cell phone and pressed the answer button. Shorty. Just getting up? Mom. You're calling so early, what's up? On the other end of the phone, Su's mother was silent for a moment, then said, Our downstairs Auntie Lou. You still remember? Aunt Willow? Before Su Liao could reply, Mother Su continued, That daughter of your Auntie Lou just graduated, also working over in the Golden Poverty City, now also single. She is 3 years younger than you all happen to be resting today, meet and see if it's suitable. Your Auntie Lou has spoken to her daughter, you can just look for her directly with Wilson. Words. Su Liao could not help but conjure up in his mind the image of a pavilion of a clear girl with a bud waiting to be blossomed. Does she work at Golden Possum City, too? I haven't seen her in years. I wonder how much she's changed? Sister Ruyan, are you there? Su Lak quickly opened his cell phone, found Lu Ruyan's wiki, and sent a message. Ding dong. Soon, Ruyan Lu message came back. Brother Su Liao, I'm here. I heard Andy say that you're also working in Golden Poverty City. Where are you? Hey, Ruyan sister. Send me your location. I'll go over to you now. We haven't seen each other for several years. Let me see how much you've changed. Hee. Well, I'll send you the location so you can come and see for yourself. With that, Ruyan Lu sent the location of the neighborhood she had rented to Su Liao. An hour later, Nighttown Wetland Park. A man and a woman sat on top of a bench. The man gently moved his hips down to stay close to the girl. Brother Su Lak, do you have a girlfriend now? Sister Ruyan, do I look like someone with a date to you? How could people guess you're so handsome? There should be a lot of girls chasing after you. Sister Ruyan, you're thinking wrong about this. Su Liao said, suddenly reaching out and grabbing Lu Ruyan's small, white hand. In 26 years, I've never had a girlfriend, and I still have my first. Hearing Su's words, Lu Ruyan's cheeks suddenly blushed, and her heart was as sweet as if she had eaten honey. That. Ruyan Lu lowered her head as if she wanted to say something. Seeing this, Su hurriedly spoke. Sister Ruyan, be my girlfriend. Listening to Su's words, Lu Ruyan's heart thumped. Aha! Mua! Su Liao turned around violently, cupped Lu Ruyan's small face and kissed it. A few moments later, Brother Su, how did you become so bad? Lu Ruyan had a red face and didn't dare to look up at Su. Hey, Ruyan, you just graduated and it's not safe for a girl to rent a room. It just so happens that the two of us don't live far from each other, so you can move in on my side of the room. Brother Su Liao, this isn't good. We've only just finalized our relationship. What's wrong with that? I've identified with you in this life anyway. Haven't you identified with me? It's not me. Of course I recognize you too, but... Looking at Lu Ruyan, whose eyes were worried, nervous, and expectant, Su lacked a faint smile. We're destined to be husband and wife in the future anyway, so wouldn't it be nice to be together earlier? Let's go move now. Su Xiao could not help but pull up Lu Ruyan's small hand and head to the place where she lived to start moving. This night, both Su and Lu Ruyan had completed one of the most important metamorphoses in their lives. Time passed and a month rushed by. On this day, in the evening, the two of them had just eaten dinner, and Ruyan Lu looked towards Su, swallowing and wanting to speak. Brother, Baby, what's wrong with you? Su Lak took Lu Ruyan's hand, his voice softly inquiring. Brother, I am pregnant, Ruyan Lu said and lowered her head, a pang of apprehension in her heart. But in the next instant, Susu's words sent a wave of reassurance through her. Pregnant? Baby, what are you worried about? Haha. Let's go home tomorrow and choose a good day for us to get married. Really? Of course. How could I lie to a little fool like you? That's so nice of you, brother. I was worried you wouldn't want to have kids so early. Lu Ruyan cried out in joy and violently jumped into Susu's arms, holding on tightly and refusing to let go. 1 month later, Peony City, Longhua Hotel. The wedding of Mr. Su Xiao and Ms. Lu Ruyan is in progress. Mom, where's my sister? Why haven't I seen my sister today? Su Lak asked with a frown. How can a sister be absent on her brother's big day? Ugh. Father and Mother Su sighed. Mother Su was the first to speak. Your sister, she's not feeling well today. When it's over, you go back and take a look. Not feeling well? Su Lak frowned, then looked at his wife, Lu Ruyan, who was at the side. Wife, Honey, I'll go back with you to see my sister. Yes. Su Lak held Lu Ruyan's hand tightly and immediately asked both parents to stay behind to take care of the guests. And the two of them rushed to 702, the 6th building of the happy home. Sis, what's wrong with you? Su Lak pushed open Su Yu's bedroom door. The room was empty. Where is Su Yu's figure? Honey, why isn't she home, sister? Su Lak frowned and took out his cell phone to dial Su Yu's number. But it suggests that it is not in the service area. In a flash, his sister Su Yu has disappeared for 3 years, and Su Jiao has never given up looking for her. However, it was as if Su Yu had evaporated from the earth, without a single word, and his daughter Su Siyu is over 2 years old. In a flash, 40 years later, both Su's father and mother have been dead for many years. His wife, Rian Lu, also passed away the year before, due to cancer. The First People's Hospital of Mutant City, inside the 404 ward, full of white hair, face covered with wrinkles, pale Su Yu, looking at his daughter Su Siue and granddaughter Su Nianyue beside the hospital bed. Su Yu's lips trembled slightly, his voice weak but full of love. Siyu, after Dad leaves, you have to take care of yourself. Take care of Nianyu. All the money Dad has earned from speculation in this life is in the bank card in the bedside cabinet at home. The password is your birthday. Enough to clothe and feed you and Nianyu for the rest of your life. Dad, stop it. Woo. Su Siue cupped her hands around Su Jiao's palms, tears streaming down her face. Grandpa, Yu doesn't want you to die. Woo woo woo. Yu doesn't cry. Grandpa is going to look for Grandma, Auntie Grandma, Great-Grandma and Great-Grandpa. Su Liao raised his arm, wanting to help wipe away the tears from his daughter's and granddaughter's cheeks. But when he reached halfway, he hung down feebly. Not a bit of life left in it. Dad? Oh. Grandpa? Oh. Chapter 126. Picking up Rian Lu. Bad master, bullying. Mother and daughter Su Siyu and Su Nianyu were lying in front of the hospital bed, crying bitterly. A humanoid silhouette, invisible to the naked eye, floated out from Su Su's pale body on the hospital bed. Through ceiling after ceiling, drifting straight into space, to the more distant stars. His speed gradually climbed until it surpassed the speed of light, breaking the endless space barrier and finally appearing on top of a huge planet. On this planet, everyone practiced fighting Qi, so it was called the Fighting Qi Continent. Gamma Empire, Wutan City, Xiao family's residence. Su Liao's pale silhouette disappeared into an ancient house at a speed that surpassed the speed of light. Woohoo woohoo, a baby cried loudly.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Descendants of the Xiao family, all die for me. A grim laugh suddenly resounded over the entire Xiao family. In the next instant, a huge pitch-black palm that covered the sky descended from the sky. In an instant, the Xiao family was razed to the ground. The cries of babies and the sounds of the Shaw family members frolicking around were all gone in an instant. Immediately afterward, a black-robed man surrounded by black aura was seen appearing in the sky above the Xiao family, which had already become ruins. A powerful suction force emanated from above his body. On the ground, thousands of shadows were pulled and floated towards the black-robed man. There were even newborn baby-sized vapors among them. In the meantime, Spirit Spring Space Small World. Above the ocean, Night Wumian looked at Su Jiao, who had a pained look on his face, and droned. Husband, don't wake up yet. The delicate voice was like thunder in the 9 heavens. Su Liao's body shook violently, and then he slowly opened his confused and chaotic eyes. Only after a full 3 minutes had passed did Su Yao's eyes gradually gain a trace of vigor. Dad. Mom. Sister. Ruyan's wife. See you. Nian you. Looking at the muttering Su, Night Sleepless stood quietly beside him and did not open his mouth to disturb him. Husband needs to slow down a bit. After a long time, Su Liao muttered, I actually forgot about Ruyan's sister. Hubby. Then why don't you hurry up and go fetch Sister Ruyan in? Night Sleepless' soft voice rang beside his ears. Sulak turned around and embraced Night Sleepless into his arms. Baby? This time, thanks to your Huangliang dream. Otherwise Ruyan's sister she? All right, go ahead. I'll go first then. With a gentle kiss on Night Sleepless' lips, Su's figure disappeared into thin air. Night Sleepless glanced at the 5 senior sisters below who were still sensing the meaning, and instantly appeared on a huge boulder on the seashore, sat down on his knees and waited quietly. Sky blue water, blue stars. Late afternoon. Peony City. Su Liao's figure appeared like a ghost at the entrance of room 402 on the 4th floor of the 6th building of the Happy Home. A pang of apprehension ran through his mind, although, in reality, he and Rian Lu hadn't seen each other for years. However, within the Night Sleepless Huangliao dream, the decades of mutual help keep floating in the mind. Girl, we're just mortals now. If you had gone after Xiao Su earlier, you might still have succeeded. But where would people look at us now? And Ko is out of this world now, so it's time for you to let it go. The son of your Aunt Lu's family just came back from studying abroad. Tomorrow you guys meet. If it's suitable, get married early. Just as Su was about to knock on the door, a woman's voice entered his ears. It's Lu Mei, Rian Lu's mom. Immediately afterward, another woman's voice rang out. Mom, I'm not marrying. I'm not marrying for the rest of my life. I'm staying home with you. You dead girl, what nonsense are you saying? If you don't marry, then who's going to stay with you after mom leaves? Mom, it's not like I can't get by on my own. I don't need company. If not, I'll go to a nursing home then. Do you? You want to piss off mom? Inside the living room, just as Lu Mei was about to raise her hand, a knocked on the door. Lu Mei and Lu Rian froze, and Lu Rian was the first to speak. Who is it? At the same time, ran to the door and looked out through the cat's eye. In a flash, Lu Rian fiercely covered her red lips, and the teardrops in her eyes rolled down. He's actually on my doorstep? Is a dream? Girl, who is it? Since Lu Rian's back was turned to Lu Mei did not notice that Lu Rian was different. She frowned as she walked toward the door. Girl, you? Looking at her daughter's appearance, Lu Mei opened the door to her room suspiciously. Next, Lu Mei also froze in place, her incredulous gaze fixed on Su. Su Lax. Why are you here? Aunt Willow? I'm here to pick you up. Would you like to come with me? Words. Lu Mei's eyes were ecstatic. She turned around and pulled Lu Rian's arm. This girl has always liked you, and she also won't marry for you in this life. Of course, she is willing to go with you. Mom! Lu Rian hummed, a shyness in her heart. Secretly, he looked up at Su, right into Su's gaze that was filled with tenderness. Brother Su Lak, I am willing to go with you. Yes. Su Liao walked over to Lu Rian and gently took her hand, his gaze looking towards Lu Mei. Auntie Lu, pack up your important items and I'll take you away. Okay. 5 minutes for Auntie, Lumi said and ran into the bedroom. Rian Lu looked up at Su Jiao. Brother Su Jiao, we haven't seen each other for so many years, and now that you've become an immortal, I thought we'd never have the chance to see each other again. It's my brother's fault. I'll give you a surprise when we get back. Yeah. Brother Su Liao, are you going to take my mom and I to that world of yours? Good. That's where your sisters are, and that's certainly where you'll be living from now on. At this time, Lu Mei walked out from the bedroom carrying a handbag and said excitedly, Su Lak, let us go. Su nodded, and in the next second, the 3 of them disappeared within the living room. Spirit Spring Space Small World. 3 figures suddenly appeared next to Dragon's beautiful space capsule. It was none other than Su, Lu Ruyan, and Lu Mei. Auntie, this capsule over here, you'll live here from now on. Fine. Then I'll go in first, you show Ruyan around. Okay, Auntie. By the way, this resident pill is for you, so take it when you get back. After handing the face-residing pill to Lu Mei, Su Jiao took Lu Ruyan's figure and disappeared. Central area. By the pond under the willow tree on the flat Taihu Lake rocks. Shun Yuchu lay on her back on the red blanket, her feet crossed, her hands propped up on her chin, staring blankly at the carp in the pond. Next, her figure then disappeared into the Taihu Lake rocks. Next to the spirit spring pool on the Simmons mattress, Shun Yuchu was first stunned, then reacted. What the hell is master? Didn't you want to teach people to cultivate? Why did you send people back again? With a pang of doubt in his heart, Shun Yuchu quickly got up and ran towards the direction of the pond. Bad. Bad master, bully. Under the apple tree, Shun Yuchu grasped the tree trunk with both hands and looked at the two silhouettes entangled together on the Taihu Lake rocks across the pond, beaming with a depressed heart. Chapter 127. Suyu was caught by Shui Wuxia. Under the willow tree by the pond, on the huge, flat Taihu Lake stone, Lu Ruyan, who had a hint of blush on her cheeks, lay on Susu's chest and gasped softly. Brother, what was that surprise you were talking about? Can you tell me now? Hey. The surprise is that I'm going to give you a little baby. Huh? Little baby? Brother, so that we continue. Yes. Across the pond, under the apple tree, Shun Yuchu pounded her pink fist on the tree trunk, her eyes full of depression. Bad teacher. 1 week later, Lu Ruyan successfully conceived an heir, and she and the ladies also hit it off, becoming closer than sisters. After all, it's a quilt. The 5 of them, flower without tears, wind without trace, cloud without moon without scale, and star without dust, still had not yet realized the intent. But think it's just a few days away. And most of those mortals who had been brought into the small world of space had already built their own wooden houses through hard work, and started raising livestock and growing crops. Miyamoto Musashi also settled down with Spinach Nadi and became close friends with the beggar youths around him. However, there are those who work hard, and inevitably there are those who don't. From a young and pampered child, where have they done this kind of hard work? Some of them immediately regretted in their hearts to follow to this small world. But, having arrived in this world, no one will spoil them. If you don't work hard, you will be starved to death one day. Although they were tired, each of them felt their physique getting a little stronger. It seemed that the air contained some kind of substance that could make them stronger just by breathing. Oceanside, Susuyu hugged Night Sleepless and sat on top of a boulder. Baby, I want to go to your clan again, you. Husband, I can help you with everything else, except for enticing the people of the division is absolutely not okay. Before Susuyu's words had even left his mouth, Night Wumian shook his head repeatedly and said with a resolute attitude, Baby, don't worry. I won't let you go. I'll go myself. You should also understand by now that if I bring them into this small world, it will only do them good and no harm. Husband, don't go either. Nowadays, in addition to the disciples below the Yuaning stage in the sect, there are only senior sister and senior master left. If you run into eldest sister and senior master, I'm afraid it'll be hard to escape. Night Sleepless tightly hugged Susu's arm, his eyes filled with worry. Not only were there worries about Susu, there was also concern for the people of the division. Neither party, no matter who was hurt, was something she wanted to see. Baby, I'm going to make a trip, and if your eldest senior sister has already emerged, then I'll leave the Forgotten Love sect and go elsewhere. Then as you wish. If you meet my eldest sister, don't think about anything and return to this small world immediately. Don't worry, I know, Su Liao said, his eyes looking in 5 directions towards the 5 people of Flower Wushu, who were still sensing the realm of meaning with their eyes closed. A few of them will need you to keep a closer eye on them here. Aha, husband, don't worry if I'm here. Okay, I'll go then. After Susu said that, his figure disappeared. Forgetfulness sect, back mountain cold pool. Su Liao's figure appeared in the middle of the pool of water. The divine sense scanned the surroundings and did not find any silhouettes. Is it so unlucky this time? I can't believe no one came here to bathe. Could it be that the Forgetfulness sect has already discovered that something is wrong here? Frowning, Susu's figure slowly surfaced. I don't know if their eldest sister has come out of the gate yet. Muttering softly, Susu flew and landed on the shore. But the next second, Su Xiao then felt as if he was stuck in a quagmire, his body unexpectedly unable to move. Little thief, I didn't expect you to still dare to appear in our Forgetfulness sect. You really don't know how to die. Suddenly, a voice that was as cold as if it could freeze everything came into Su Yu's ears from above the void. Immediately afterward, A woman wearing a fire-red glazed long dress with long, fiery red hair draped behind her shoulders appeared in front of Su Yao in a slinky manner. However, the most eye-catching thing was the fiery red plum blossom mark on her brow, which was just like a red plum blooming in the proud snow, adding a bit more coldness and mystery against the white skin. The woman opened her cherry lips lightly and spoke slowly. Hand over this seat, senior sister and the clan's disciples. And this seat promises to spare your life today. Fairy sister. You are the senior sister of Night Sleepless Fairy Sister and Flower Tearless Fairy Sister. Su Lak's body was unable to move, and although his heart was in a batch of panic, he pretended to be calm on his face. The woman in front of him thought that she was the Forgetfulness Sect's senior sister, Shui Wuxia, and would definitely not move him at will. After all, if Shui Wuxia wanted to retrieve her 6 senior sisters and clan disciples, she could only start with him. Humph! Shui Wuxia snorted coldly, and Su Su was immediately struck by lightning, his face going pale. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to reveal the whereabouts of this seat's senior sister, or else, die. Fairy sister, you are tied up too tightly. Can you release me, and I will tell you their whereabouts. Shui Wuxia's eyebrows wrinkled slightly. This Su Su could come and go as he pleased in their clan's mountain protection formation, so he thought that he should rely on some kind of recluse talisman, or he had practiced a brilliant recluse technique, or perhaps a formation master. Then, seal his cultivation, don't believe he can still escape. Thinking of this, with a wave of Shui Wuxia's jade hand, a fiery red silk thread of spiritual energy flew out like a spirit snake. In the blink of an eye, it didn't enter Su Su's body. Su Liao's breath, too, quickly dropped from Yuaning to Jindan, then to foundation establishment, and then to qi refining. In the blink of an eye, he became a mortal with no cultivation. A surge of anger surged in Su Liao's heart, the first time he planted himself in the hands of a woman, or his internalized wife. Quite uncomfortable. One day, I will definitely let you have a good taste of the power of my companion divine weapon, the prime stick. Feeling that power dissipate around his body, Su Yao moved his limbs and said with a sincere demeanor, Fairy sister, in fact, Fairy sister Night Sleepless and Fairy sister Flower Tearless. They've both encountered a great opportunity nowadays, and they're practicing within a small world, and in roughly 1 more month's time, they'll be coming back on their own. Of course, if you are willing, Fairy sister, I can also take you to that small world. Words. Shui Wuxia's eyebrows furrowed once again. Go into a small world in case of fraud, then wait for a month. If he dares to deceive this seat will make him. After thinking about it, Shui Wuxia's gaze once again looked towards Su Su and said with an icy expression, in a month's time, if they don't return, this seat will surely pull your tendons and skin off your bones, so that you will not be able to beg for your life, and you will not be able to beg for your death. After she said that, the spiritual energy around her body erupted violently, and a murderous aura came over her, as if as long as Su Su made the slightest move, she would immediately strike out to shatter him into pieces. Fairy sister, what I said is true. You have now sealed my cultivation. How would I joke with my little life? Humph! Shui Wuxia snorted coldly. It better be. After saying that, she casually waved her hand and the 2 of them disappeared by the cold pool.